This man, as a warrant officer in the Empire, was not thinking about how to make meritorious deeds and get promoted on the battlefield, nor was he thinking about how to climb the military ladder and win the title of general. Instead, he spent his days wandering around the Empire with a caged bird, drinking coffee, chatting and gossiping, living more freely than anyone else. He even hired 2 young girls to serve as maids to do his laundry, cooking, and grocery shopping, and to give him massages in the evening to soothe his body and mind. But such a man who seems to be idle and not doing his job is called the war dragon of the Empire by the world. According to rumors, he has a green face and fangs, a body as big as a mountain, 3 heads, and 6 arms, and he can barely fill his stomach by devouring 1 million people every day. However, the people of the Empire praised him highly, calling him an angel who had fallen into the world, and firmly believed that everything he did was the grace bestowed by God on the ignorant people through his hands. The star-breaking swordmaster, who was renowned for her absolute bravery, once admitted in public that this was the only man whose strength made her respect him. The kingdom's top think tank, known as the Unparalleled Wise General, also wrote in his memoirs, "His wisdom is close to that of a demon. I never want to be his enemy again. Cruelty and kindness, justice and evil, glory and infamy, all intertwined and collided in him, making him the most controversial figure in the history of the Empire." The beginning of this legend, however, originated from an ordinary starting point. He was just a young man living in the 21st century. Punch in at work during the day, relax at the bar at night, and go back to the countryside to visit the old house on weekends. Life is ordinary and relaxing, a standard work, play, and lie down life. That day, he just went to KFC to try a new burger. And by the way, he checked TikTok to see if the female anchors he followed had updated any new videos. As a result, before the hamburger could even take a bite, he was hit by a huge truck with flashing magic circles and was thrown into a different world. From then on, he was transformed into a novice commander on the battlefield. What's even more outrageous is that this alien world is highly similar to the single-player sandbox game, Fall of Empire, that he was once obsessed with. Whether it is the terrain, power, or even his current identity, they're all exactly the same as the game character John Maslow he once created. But there is one difference. In the game, he was in the main Allied camp, but now he has become the commander of the Imperial army that is being conquered. In other words, he is now a villain. To be more precise, he is the unlucky guy who will be forced to die with the Emperor when the Empire is defeated 10 years later. Bang! Is this a joke, bastard? John slammed his fist on the table with anger on his face and almost wanted to curse on the spot. He is different from those netizens who fantasize about traveling to another world to live happily. He knows how tempting the wonderful life in the 21st century is and has never thought about traveling. But now he has fallen into this game world full of fantasy elements, confusing settings, and racial hybridization without any bottom line. Yes, the author of Fall of Empire is probably schizophrenic, as he crammed in all kinds of things like girls with animal ears, temptations from uniforms, giant ships and cannons, and steam magic. But when he thought about the Allied forces' giant aerospace ships that could cover the sky and the sun, the overwhelming combat power of the protagonists, and the ending that he would be forced to commit suicide by a secret force 10 years later, John wanted to run away right away. But as a veteran hardcore player, he knew too well the Empire's attitude towards deserters. If they really deserted, they would probably die before they even see that day. He joined the Empire, he would die. If he ran away, he would also die. How could he live like this? Thinking of this, John slumped in his chair, his face full of no desire to live. But as expected of him, he soon found a way to survive from this despair. Retirement. He must successfully retire as an officer in 10 years. In this way, even if the Empire was defeated, he could still survive as a civilian. By then, with the knowledge, plot memory, and technological advantages of his previous life, it would not be difficult for him to become a wealthy businessman and lie down. Retirement. That's right, retirement. John's eyes became bright and sharp, as if a fish that was dying of thirst suddenly drank life-saving water. But just as he was immersed in the fantasy of building a retirement blueprint, the door was suddenly pushed open, and a slightly cold voice interrupted his thoughts. "Captain John, we have been stationed in this temporary base for a full 7 hours, but I still haven't received your instructions on the next move of the team. Don't you have anything to say about this?" The person who walked in was a young girl, with short chestnut hair neatly hanging down by her ears, wearing a black and gold Imperial magician uniform. Her blue eyes were burning with anger and disgust, and her thin lips were tightly pursed, as if she was trying her best to control her emotions. John recognized her immediately. Wendy Brown, currently the deputy captain of his mobile magic soldier team, with the rank of sergeant, second only to him in the total 30-man organization. Although he is the default novice background character in the game and is directly parachuted into the position of warrant officer captain of the mobile team, the other party is obviously extremely dissatisfied with this backdoor boss and even expresses his disgust without any concealment. Was a social animal in his previous life, expressed his understanding. After all, no one wants to work hard and do dirty work, only to be bullied by a relative in the end. If it were him, he would also complain about such a person in private. Although he understood, he was not going to let go of this opportunity. This newbie in the workplace would have to work for his retirement plan in the future. Therefore, now is the time for her to experience the senior's teaching methods. John remained expressionless, straightened his collar, and slowly assumed the posture of a dog boss in his previous life, saying in a leisurely tone, "Wendy Brown, right? Why didn't you knock when you came in? I remember that the military academy taught basic etiquette. Even if you're already a sergeant, you should not forget these most basic rules. Could it be that after such a long military career, you have forgotten to maintain due respect for your superiors?" When he was about to speak, "I don't need to explain." John's tone sank. "You only need to answer yes or no to my questions. As a veteran, you still don't understand this rule. I have to doubt the overall quality of your team." With that, he sneered and continued to humiliate. "Now, get out of here, knock on the door, and wait for my response before coming in. Do you understand, Sergeant Wendy?" "Yes." Wendy blushed and lowered her head and walked out, resisting the urge to hit someone. She took a deep breath and knocked on the door hard. "Come in." John responded slowly, ignoring the other party's almost condensed resentment. He picked up a cup of coffee and took a leisurely sip. He had long been accustomed to such scenes. In his previous life, when he worked on a plan for 3 nights and was furious, he even thought about killing his boss. Now, he was just insulting the other party a few times, and the other party was showing an aura of killing your whole family. This must be to make him laugh. Even if Wendy is really a veteran who kills without blinking an eye on the battlefield, she is just a rookie in the workplace and does not understand the rule that a higher-ranking official can crush a lower-ranking official. If she was a little smarter, she should have licked him to the extreme now. It is a common problem for rookies in the workplace to not turn back until they hit the wall. When the reality teaches her a lesson one day, she will naturally understand. Sure enough, she's still too young. John sighed silently, glanced at Wendy indifferently, and deliberately left her alone for a while until he finished his coffee. Then he spoke slowly. "Not bad. You know to wait until your superiors give you the permission before reporting. It seems you're not as stupid as I thought. Now, Sergeant Wendy, you can start reporting." "Captain, after receiving your order to stay where we are, our team has been stationed in Aim Village for 7 hours and 12 minutes, which is 3 hours beyond the patrol mission limit issued by the battalion commander. What instructions do you have for the next patrol mission?" Wendy suppressed her anger and asked the damned boss in front of her. She almost wanted to eat him alive, especially when she recalled the previous experience. Her anger became stronger. Just a month ago, the captain of the original team ignored her advice and launched an attack on his own, which resulted in an ambush by the allied anti-magic team. The team was almost wiped out, and only she and the captain who stayed behind barely survived. However, the captain pushed all the responsibilities away, causing her to be stripped of her rank of sergeant and demoted to staff sergeant. She was temporarily assigned to the Magic Soldier Repair Camp, where she spent some discouraging days. It was not until 3 days ago that she received a transfer order and was assigned to the newly established 14th Mobile Magic Squadron. She thought she could start again this time, but after seeing the first order issued by John Moslow, she immediately realized that she had just jumped from one hell into another deeper abyss. Although the mission was to patrol the enemy situation, the new captain chose to station and rest at the target location and stayed there for a full 7 hours. They set out at 5 in the evening, and now it was already midnight. Even the night shift sentries had finished their rotation, but Team 14 hadn't even completed the most basic patrol. When he could almost imagine how ugly the face of Battalion Commander Olaf must be right now. "Huh, it's so late already." John looked at his watch with a look of surprise. He realized the source of Wendy's resentment and immediately touched his nose guiltily. Actually, it's not his fault. He always needs to take a break in the early stages of his journey, and his ultimate goal right now is to retire. If he does everything perfectly, how can he still be a mess? Only if he performs terribly can he be gently asked to leave the army. Wait, fired? Isn't this an opportunity? John's mind flashed with the image of a beef noodle restaurant owner wearing glasses and swearing to the sky. His brain instantly filtered out all the dirty thoughts and let reason take over again. According to the files, he is not an ordinary person. He is the top graduate of the Empire's first military academy and is currently undergoing a commander training program. If he does not perform well in this mission, he will most likely be transferred to logistics. This is the first step towards retirement heaven. However, plans are plans. He knew very well that the Imperial Supervisory Force was not there to do nothing. If he was judged to be deliberately sabotaging, he would not face retirement, but a military court. Therefore, he had to come up with a reasonable explanation to find a legitimate reason for the 7-hour stay. His mind was working rapidly, but his face remained calm as he said casually, "Although the stationing time is a bit long, it is also within my expectations. I have sorted out the current tactical direction. Sergeant Wendy, you can now lead the team to carry out patrol missions." Huh? Now? Are you kidding? Wendy's eyes widened suddenly, looking at him in disbelief. Leaving the safe area for patrol at this time is simply suicide. Even ordinary people know the dangers of night patrols. So doesn't her boss understand? She was about to angrily scold the other party for treating the lives of soldiers as a joke, but the next second she was met with John's cold black pupils. "Sergeant Wendy, can I understand that you are questioning my orders?" John's expression was calm, but his indifferent tone made Wendy shiver. He continued, "I remember saying that you only need to answer yes or no to my orders. Your performance as an Imperial soldier has disappointed me. If it happens again, I will apply to the headquarters to dismiss you. Don't forget, I'm the top graduate of the 59th class of the Imperial First Military Academy, and I was awarded the Iron Ring Medal personally by President Trotsky. I am qualified to say these words." Seeing Wendy's pale face, John was secretly happy, but he also knew that threats alone would not last long. He also needed an excuse to fool the inspection department. After a moment's silence, he put on a cautious expression and said slowly, "Of course, I understand that you care about your comrades, so I won't completely deny your doubts. However, you still have to learn to improve the way you question your superiors. As for why we have been stationed here for so long, it's not a whim. You and I both know that the situation in Walden has not been able to break through, and the current patrol mission is just a routine matter. Whether or not we can encounter the enemy depends on luck. What can really change the situation is not a few small-scale clearing operations, but key intelligence. I asked the team to patrol at night because the magic soldiers have the ability to fly at high altitudes. Combined with the cover of night, the risk of being discovered can be reduced. Maybe we can find out the true movements of the enemy and turn the tide of the war for the Empire." Of course, all of this was just an excuse he made up. The real reason was to get a bad job, evaluation, and then achieve strategic retirement. As for the possibility of a magic soldier being ambushed by the enemy during a night patrol, it does not exist. In the game setting, unless the enemy has deployed an anti-magic device, a magic soldier who can fly and release AoE is basically invincible. Moreover, although John wanted to retire, he did not intend to risk the lives of his subordinates. He was a good young man in his previous life, and he would not degenerate into a devil who exploited others after reincarnation. It's just that it's impossible for Wendy and others to get a promotion and a raise. His goal is to provide for the elderly, not to start business. As for whether they could retrieve key intelligence during patrol, he didn't even believe that kind of thing. It was just made up to fool the supervision department. John put away his inner complaints and looked at Wendy solemnly. "Now tell me, Wendy Brown, do you still have any questions about my decision?" "I don't have any, sir." "Wendy Brown, no questions. Thank you for your answer." Wendy suppressed her emotions and lowered her head to answer. Although she was still unwilling in her heart, facing the other party's condescending gaze, she could only swallow her anger. "Very good, then let's set off immediately. Remember, the future of the Empire is in the hands of us young people." John put on a fatherly attitude, patted her shoulder gently, and drank a bowl of typical working man's chicken soup. "As long as we work together, the glory of the Empire will shine on the entire planet." This set of rhetoric may have been immune to cattle and horses in the previous life, but worked very well in this backward alien world. Wendy's eyes, which were originally full of anger, now flashed with shock and admiration. Yes, Captain John, for the sake of the Empire, I will not let you down. Wendy was excited, and her previous resentment was completely washed away. She even felt ashamed of her impulsiveness. It turned out that this captain was not stupid, but a far-sighted strategist. Just as she was about to apologize for her earlier doubts, John added leisurely, "By the way, Sergeant Wendy, please use the official military rank when performing a mission and don't always call me Captain. It sounds like a street vendor thug, do you understand? If you do it again, I will apply for you to take the etiquette course again. That thing is very troublesome." "Yes, Warrant Officer John," Wendy responded with gritted teeth and walked out of the room quickly, slamming the door shut. She was so angry that her teeth were chattering. Fuck the apology. John Maslow, that bastard, doesn't deserve it at all. At this moment, Wendy felt that she must be crazy. Otherwise, how could she listen to the orders of that bastard John Maslow and lead the whole team to fly in the rain in the war zone on this rainy night that was so cold that it was almost freezing to death? What the hell is this patrol mission, or looking for opportunities to help the Empire win? In this pitch-dark night and under the dense rain, it would be a miracle to find the so-called secret Allied team in the sky. Shitty mission, shitty John Maslow. Wendy cursed in the air. She was carrying a mobile magic bag, wearing a black raincoat, and with a group of equally complaining team members, she performed a patrol mission for half an hour in the wind and rain. Holding the Empire-issued magic gun in her hand, the rain hit her face like a knife, making her feel full of regret. Looking at the endless darkness ahead, Wendy seemed to see her future as deep as the abyss. Following a group of officers who only knew how to read from a script and had no practical experience and want to get promoted and make money, it was simply a foolish dream. She couldn't help but sigh in her heart. Maybe she should go back to Captain Olaf and apply to be transferred out of this stupid squad. She left her hometown to make achievements on a battlefield and joined the army to become a magic soldier, not to eat and wait for death with a bunch of idiots. Just as Wendy was thinking about just taking a few more turns in the annoying rain and then returning to the base, she suddenly heard a team member's cry in her earphones. "Deputy Captain Wendy. Coordinates 45 feet 37 inches. Plane distance 351 meters. Suspicious target found." These words were like thunder striking her ears. Did they really find the target? Wendy was shocked and immediately activated her magic eye to look in the direction of the target. With the blessing of magic, the night seemed to be torn apart, and the vision became extremely clear. She immediately saw the fully armed Allied team below, about 50 people, quietly marching in the rain. In the center of the team was a gray truck with its lights off. The sound of its engine was completely covered by the sound of rain. It passed through the Empire's defenses like a ghost and quietly infiltrated the interior. With just one glance, the battle-hardened Wendy concluded that this was an Allied team carrying out a secret mission. And that truck must be carrying unusual and important supplies. Otherwise, why would the Allied forces take such a risk? She had no time to marvel at how John Maslow had accurately predicted the enemy's movements. Her instinct and experience had already told her that this was a big fish, a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to make a contribution. Everyone, load the armor-piercing bullets and be ready to shoot in 20 seconds. We must capture this Allied squad. She hovered in the air, looking down at the enemies who were moving slowly forward in the rainy night. They were like a group of blind flying insects, falling step by step into the hunting nets set by the Empire. As soon as the countdown was over, Wendy gave the attack order without hesitation. Fire! Bang! 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 The magic gun spewed out light, tearing through the night. The rainstorm covered up the sound of the gunfire, but it could not cover up the fatal blow. The Allied soldiers were caught off guard and were quickly harvested by the firepower pouring down from above. 30 soldiers' heads exploded almost instantly, and they fell down in unison, as if they were harvested by the god of death. It was not until this moment that the commander of the Allied team realized that their whereabouts had been exposed. He suddenly realized that the opponent's magic beams were not concealed at all, indicating that the attackers were not ordinary patrols, but the Imperial magic soldiers known as the Demon Legion. This group of beings who can fly and release magic of mass destruction are the most feared enemies of the Allied ground forces. Moreover, this time, they also set up a thorough ambush. Damn it, their infiltration plan was flawless. How could it be discovered? Was there a traitor? Was the plan leaked? He was puzzled. The magic soldiers above him, who looked like the god of death, He knew that resistance was meaningless. He decisively threw away his weapon, raised his hands, and shouted to the sky, "Don't shoot. We surrender." At the same time, in the temporary residence of M Village, John Maslow was sitting leisurely in a chair, holding a cup of hot coffee in his hand, looking at the heavy rain outside the window, and feeling secretly proud. He knew that Wendy and the unlucky team members were suffering in the wind and rain on this doomed-to-failure patrol mission. Wendy must have cursed him thousands of times in her heart, but he didn't care. After all of this was part of his careful planning. If this mission failed, he would be reprimanded by Captain Olaf when he returned and would lose his credibility in the eyes of the higher-ups. In this way, he could be successfully dismissed and apply for retirement on the grounds of lack of ability, thus achieving his long-planned goal, retirement. That's right, John's ultimate goal has never been military merit, but freedom. Of course, he also knew that the Empire's military pensions were not high, not to mention that he was a low-level soldier from an orphanage. He had to make plans for how to live in the future. Just stay alive for now, and when the Empire collapses, I will transform myself into a bard and make up some stories about the Emperor's early struggles in the tavern, such as the Emperor sold shoes to beg for food when he was young and worked in a brothel. If the story is interesting enough, maybe I can even make a living from the tips. True or false? Wild history is history too. As for whether they would be retaliated by the remnants of the Empire, he sneered. On the day the Empire collapsed, these old forces had already been liquidated. Could they possibly crawl out of their graves? As long as he can retire, his life will be full of hope. When the war is over, he plans to speculate in real estate, raise a few beast-eared girls, and enjoy a luxurious life. Cheers to freedom and a better future. John raised his glass with an intoxicated look on his face. Just as he was about to continue immersing himself in his fantasy, the door was suddenly pushed open. The person who rushed in was Wendy, who had just been flying in the rainstorm. She was soaked, and the rain was still dripping on her black raincoat. Her breathing was obviously disordered, as if she had just experienced a fierce action. John frowned and was about to reprimand her with the authority of a superior, but he was met with Wendy's gaze that was so hot that it could almost melt steel. The next second, she shouted excitedly, "Captain John, you are amazing. Under your wise command, we successfully defeated an Allied Special Forces unit that infiltrated our defense line. We not only captured the enemy commander alive, but also seized a large amount of explosive materials used in secret missions. I've already informed the headquarters, and they immediately sent troops to support you. They also praised your tactics. Warrant Officer John, with your achievements this time, you will definitely be promoted. Second lieutenant? No, you could even be promoted to lieutenant. This is such great news, Captain." Wendy kept talking excitedly, but John, who was standing in front of her, felt frozen. Good news? Are you kidding? This is good news. John almost collapsed on the spot. He was roaring in his heart, but he still had to put on a stiff smile and force a smile to stay calm. Haha, so that's really good news. Wendy mistakenly thought that John didn't react because he had expected all this and didn't care about this insignificant victory at all. She was shocked and felt that this commander was extremely calm and wise. In his eyes, he had already considered more than just a small victory. He was planning the entire battlefield. So arrogant, so calm. This is a truly talented officer. At this time, John Maslow, who had his back to her, was trying hard to hold back the tears that were about to burst out. Promotion? Pay raise? Lieutenant? What a joke. He just wanted to quietly play rotten and retire smoothly. How could it turn out like this? What went wrong? Colonel Jeter, what is the result of the interrogation of the Allied soldiers captured last night? Early in the morning, in the frontline command post on the Walden front, Imperial Admiral Dormammu Philot heard footsteps and slowly raised his eyes from the sand table on the table. His hawk-like eyes were cast at his subordinates who walked into the tent, and his expression was as calm as water. "Sir, it's just as you expected." Jet Slifford responded. He was the commander of the 3rd Mobile Magic Corps, a subordinate of the Empire's 7th Air Force, and was also known as the Black Wings of the Empire. At this moment, his face was unusually gloomy. The intelligence he had just received from the interrogation department made his usually rock-hard face become ferocious, and his fists clenched involuntarily. There's a traitor within the Empire, and our supply routes have been completely exposed to the Allies. With all due respect, General, I'm afraid this attack is just the beginning. Well, lush tree roots always attract some reptiles in the shadows. This is not uncommon. Dormammu's expression remained calm, and it was obvious that he was mentally prepared for such a result. He lit the pipe in his hand, took a slow puff, and exhaled the smoke. He looked down at the sand table in front of him, silent, as if he was lost in deep thought. As the commander-in-chief of the Empire's 7th Air Force and the supreme commander of the Walden Theater, Dormammu is well aware of the severity of the current situation. The Imperial Army adopted a direct attack strategy, which resulted in the two wings being isolated and helpless, and had to face the 3 allied armies alone. The residents of the kingdom that had been conquered before were hostile to the Imperial Army, and the transport team did not receive any support. Although the Empire's Air Force was the most powerful in the world and could hold its own against 3 legions, without logistical support, especially when the magic stone consumption seriously exceeded the budget, even the strongest army would be helpless. To make matters worse, the Northern Front had just encountered a surprise attack by the Iron Legion led by the Sword Woman, and the front border was in danger. In order to prevent the front from being torn apart, the Emperor ordered the 3rd Navy of the Western Theater to be transferred to the north for support last night. This also means that Dormammu's original plan to capture Walden in one fell swoop through the naval bombardment of the Imperial magic cannon has been completely shattered. Now, the 7th Army not only had to face the Allied forces on 3 sides, but also had to endure the crisis of supply interruption. In such a situation, let alone seizing the magic lake of Walden, it was even a question whether they could lead the 7th Army to withdraw safely. If there are no new changes on the battlefield, this tug-of-war will most likely end with only one outcome: defeat. Dormammu has already realized that this may be his last battle as the commander of the 7th Legion. The nobles in the Empire who hate him have already regarded him as a thorn in their side, and the exposure of the supply route this time may have been their secret move. Perhaps this was the retribution for his massive purge of the remnants of the nobility? It was truly ironic. He shook his head to dispel the pent-up thoughts in his heart, sighed, and looked at Colonel Jeter in front of him with an unpleasant expression, and asked casually, "Speaking of which, the reason why we were able to successfully capture this allied team this time seems to be related to our new warrant officer?" "Yes, sir. Warrant Officer John Maslow is the top graduate of the 59th class of the Imperial 1st Military Academy. He was also awarded the Iron Ring Commendation by the current principal. He can be said to be my outstanding junior." Having said this, the gloom on Jet's face finally eased a little, and then he recounted the whole story in detail. "We were able to capture this team thanks to Warrant Officer John's on-the-spot judgment. He took the initiative to change the patrol time to nighttime, cleverly taking advantage of the fact that magic soldiers are difficult to be discovered at night, deployed in advance, discovered and locked onto the enemy's movements. The result was just as he predicted. The secret Allied forces really tried to infiltrate the rear. It was a lucky coincidence that we were able to catch them all this time. An accident? I don't think so." Dormammu shook his head slightly, facing Jet's puzzled look, took off his pipe, and said with a playful tone, "As a young commander entering the battlefield for the first time, especially one who graduated from the top of the Empire's 1st Military Academy, do you think that if he is not sure, he dares to disobey orders and act on his own in his first mission? Of course not. After all, obedience is the duty of a soldier." "Wait, General, what you mean is—" "Don't be nervous, Colonel Jeter." Dormammu waved his hand, his tone more comforting. "This warrant officer has a clean background. There is nothing suspicious about him, and he was personally recommended by the principal, so there is no need to doubt him. I say this simply because I think this young man is outstanding." Dormammu looked at the sand table, recalling the previous briefing in his mind, and a hint of appreciation emerged in his eyes. To be honest, this warrant officer's strategic vision is amazing. Although he is new to the battlefield, he can accurately grasp the changes in the battle situation. He did not engage the enemy in combat. Based on environmental analysis alone, he determined that the enemy might use the rainy night to launch a surprise attack on our rear. In this situation, he did not choose to avoid it for fear of punishment, but took the risk to deploy the operation. His actions did have the suspicion of exceeding his authority, but the final result proved everything. Sharp judgment, calm thinking, and the courage to bear the consequences. Any one of these 3 points is extremely rare on the battlefield. Moreover, a sense of responsibility is the most difficult thing to teach. Dormammu chuckled, his eyes twinkling. It seems that the Imperial First Military Academy has indeed given me a surprise this time. There is no doubt that Warrant Officer John Maslow is a true genius. This is also the only news that makes me smile in this tense battle situation. Hearing this evaluation, Colonel Jeter couldn't help but feel proud of this junior fellow student. He smiled and suggested, "General, you are talking too much. But since you're interested in training him, why don't I turn around and train him?" "No need." Dormammu's face straightened and he stopped smiling. Only when forged in true fire can gold reveal its true brilliance. He knew the current situation very well. If he lost the war, bringing John under his command in advance would not only fail to help him, but might harm him. However, he did have a new plan in the works, and this young warrant officer seemed to be the most suitable candidate. Although the risk is not small, if it is completed well, it will be enough to prove his value. Of course, the premise is to see it with your own eyes before making a judgment. This plan will determine the direction of the entire Walden campaign and cannot be handed over to mediocre people. Considering John's unique identity and his unique technique that is comparable to the 3 miracle techniques, perhaps I can have more expectations? Dormammu took a puff of his pipe, continued to stare at the sand table, and stopped talking. He pondered for a long time and finally made a decision. He then slowly exhaled a puff of smoke and said seriously, "Colonel Jeter, please invite this young hero to come. I want to meet him in person. By the way, I have a mission here that needs this brave young man to carry out." John's recent state is not even accurate enough to be described as extremely unlucky. He really doesn't understand why a casual remark of his has come true. It's the kind of unlucky thing that comes true. What made him even more confused were those Allied troops out of their minds. The Empire was about to collapse, yet they came to stir up trouble. He could only curse them over and over in his mind. A bunch of idiots. The scene when he returned to the camp last night made him extremely embarrassed. Captain Olaf and a group of senior officials rushed out to greet him and kept praising him as an Empire hero. John really wanted to play dead and hide away. This title sounds glamorous, but it is actually his nightmare. He originally wanted to retire quietly, but now it has all gone down the drain. Destroy it, I'm tired. He collapsed on the bed, his eyes empty, like a social animal who has lost his dream. What he was more worried about was that the Allies might have already learned about his performance last night. His information was probably spread out on the enemy's conference table, and they were discussing how to kill him, the newly emerged Imperial hero. A terrifying picture emerged in his mind. The silver-haired witch known as the Imperial Undertaker approached him silently on a pitch-dark night and took his head. John couldn't help but touch his neck, which was a little painful. He was sweating. He knew that he couldn't just sit there and wait for death. He had to find a way to save himself. It has to be fixed. It has to be fixed. He muttered to himself. Before he could figure out what to do next, he heard a familiar and headache-inducing voice outside the tent. "Good morning, warrant officer. The sun is shining on your butt." It was Wendy, the energetic subordinate. John was really speechless at the moment. He glared at her with resentment on his face and said in a weak voice, "If you have nothing to do, don't bother me. I'm thinking. And remember to knock on the door next time." Yes, but I'm sorry to bother you this time." Wendy shrugged, with a little pride in her tone. "General Dormammu specifically asked to see you, so you better get up quickly." Half an hour later, in the temporary command post on the front line, John stood straight and saluted in a loud voice. "Warrant Officer John Maslow, come to report. May the glory of the Empire be with you." Dormammu waved his hand to let him off the hook. His face was calm, but his eyes were secretly sizing up the young man in front of him. He said, "I already know everything about your performance last night. Not only did you see through the Allied forces' conspiracy, you also successfully seized important intelligence and supplies. You made a great contribution in this battle." John's heart sank when he heard this. He knew that he would have to give a reward next, and this reward was what he feared the most. Dormammu continued, "What reward do you want? Just tell me. As long as I can do it, I will satisfy you. Can you let me retire?" John roared madly in his heart, but he could only pretend to be righteous and awe-inspiring. "I don't need a reward. This is my duty as an Imperial soldier." He continued, "In fact, the key to our success this time was the concerted efforts of the team members. I just made some suggestions. If you must give out rewards, please distribute them to all members of Team 14. Even Dormammu was stunned when he said this. He had prepared countless possible responses in his mind, but John actually took the initiative to give the credit to his subordinates. which was almost a miracle in the Imperial Army. In a system where credit is given to superiors and responsibility is passed to subordinates, this behavior seems too unreal. But John said it, and his expression was sincere. "This is incredible." Dormammu sighed in his heart, but he still nodded to show his acceptance. "In this case, the merits of the battle will be distributed to your team members as rewards." "Thank you, General." John smiled slightly, appearing calm, but in his heart he was already setting off fireworks to celebrate. This was the best decision he had ever heard of since he traveled through time. In Dormammu's heart, the shock was still brewing. He had seen too many people, but rarely saw someone like John, who was clearly capable of taking the credit, but took the initiative to give it up. If this was just an act, then he was already a first-class master, worthy of training. If it was sincere, then he was a rare, talented general. Dormammu even began to think, should he take some risks and push this young man to a more important position? He really needed a commander who could be supported by the soldiers. After all, the war situation was critical. If there were no strong talents to lead the troops, the Empire would be completely destroyed. Even if it was just a possibility, it was worth a try. Thinking of this, Dormammu's eyes fixed. He put down his pipe, and his voice came slowly. "Warrant Officer John Maslow, I have a special mission here, and I need you and Team 14 to carry it out. The danger level of this mission is lethal. On the Walden front, the situation of the Empire has reached a stalemate. Facing the siege of the three major Allied armies, even the world-renowned Imperial Air Force has fallen into a bitter battle. General Dormammu knew that what really hindered the attack was not the number of enemies, but the anti-magic devices on the front line. These devices almost cut off the actions of the Imperial magic soldiers, forcing them to switch from defense to offense. If the situation continues to deplete, the failure of the 7th Air Force is only a matter of time. To this end, Dormammu needs an elite force to go deep behind enemy lines to destroy these hidden devices. The moment John heard this order, his first reaction was, isn't this just going to die? Who would be willing to do such a mission? Any normal person would refuse. But on second thought, this also means that he can get in touch with the top leaders of the Allied forces. Isn't this a godsend opportunity for him to break away from the Empire and join the Allied forces? John's mind suddenly flashed, and he suddenly realized that those who surrendered in the game were treated very well by the Allied forces, so he stopped hesitating. With his status as an Air Force warrant officer, his experience from a top academy, and the surrender of 30 magic soldiers, he is much more valuable than an ordinary soldier. According to the Allied style, he might be able to get a direct promotion and salary increase, not only from warrant officer to captain, but he might even be able to live in a high-end dormitory. More importantly, as long as he managed to escape, he wouldn't have to worry about the death pursuit mode of the game heroine anymore. Thinking of this, John was extremely excited. He looked at the old general in front of him with a look so passionate that it could ignite people and almost made him dance with joy. In order to conceal his inner ecstasy, he solemnly put on a tragic and heroic attitude, imitating the declarations of heroes in the movies, and spoke passionately. "The sun is not only in the sky, but in my heart its name is the Empire. The Empire has given me a future, and I am willing to give my life in return." He even made up a sensational story of a difficult childhood, saying that he was an orphan who was saved by the Empire from the oppression of the kingdom's nobles. He also raised his arms and shouted, "As long as the Empire needs me, I will never back down, even if I have to walk through fire and face death. I'll take this mission." Of course, John was delighted in his heart. What about sacrificing himself for the Empire? It was all an act. I would change jobs sooner or later anyway. So today was a good opportunity to get out of this trouble. He was secretly happy in his heart. "Dormammu, you old man are the turning point of my life. If I can successfully join the Allied forces, I will definitely give you a banner." John looked serious on the outside, but he was very excited on the inside, and the smile on his face was so natural and sincere that even the Academy of Performing Arts had to give him an award. Opposite him, the famous white-haired devil general, Dormammu, Clot also showed a rare smile from the heart. He thought he had found a loyal general, and was so moved that he even thought that this young lieutenant should be used as a propaganda model by the Ministry of Culture. Dormammu sighed in his heart. If those high-ranking officials of the Empire who were just sitting in their positions doing nothing were half as loyal to John, how could the Empire have fallen to the state it is in today? After putting away his smile, Dormammu looked at John's receding back, his tone somewhat complicated. He did not want this loyal and good soldier to die behind enemy lines. So he quietly summoned his confidant, the Black Wing of the Empire, Colonel Jet Sleaford, and arranged for secret support. Let the Black Hawk troops secretly assist John in carrying out the mission. The Empire cannot let loyal soldiers fight alone. Dormammu said in a firm tone, I understand. I will personally lead the team to help him complete the mission. I guarantee on the honor of the Slyford family that I will bring him back safely. Jeter did not resist, but instead felt a little respect in his heart. He had just heard John's die heroically speech. Although he was just a junior, his aura and determination made even this veteran on the battlefield admire him. Wizard known as the Ghost Walker, he has no fear of battle and is even more contemptuous of the Allied soldiers. He knew that as long as he didn't face off against those top-level experts, he was fully capable of coming and going without a trace and protecting John. But there was another reason why he readily agreed to this mission. He was full of curiosity about John's wisdom. After all, how would the man who could make the iron-faced and impartial Principal Trovsky make an exception and personally teach him the Iron Ring complete this task? It will be a wonderful performance, Jet thought silently, with a meaningful smile on his face. He saluted Dormammu and left the command post without hesitation. After leaving the command post, John Maslow did not stay for long, but went straight back to his tent, checked his equipment, and then turned to the preparation area where Team 14 was located. He knew that this would be a mission that would change his destiny, and he could not be careless at all. As soon as he entered the maintenance area, he saw Wendy sitting in the tent, doing routine maintenance on her magic gun. The gun was gleaming under the light, and the woman's movements were skillful, obviously a veteran. Seeing John coming, she immediately put away her weapon, stood up, and saluted with a smile. Good afternoon, Captain John, she greeted with a hint of mischief. Call me Warrant Officer, John corrected, his tone unquestionable. Yes, Warrant Officer John. Wendy blinked and answered half seriously and half jokingly, then leaned forward and asked him about his recent meeting with the general with a gossipy look on her face. Is the general really as strict as the rumors say? John frowned, glared at her coldly, and said in a bad tone, Talking about the commander in private? Do you want to go to a military court? Wendy pouted immediately after being scolded, feeling aggrieved. She just asked casually, but the warrant officer directly accused her of being a big hat. She cursed John for being stingy. She guessed correctly that John still remembered the trouble she caused yesterday. He had originally planned to take this opportunity to retire and change jobs, but now that his plan had been disrupted, he naturally felt resentful. He even thought in his heart that when he arrived at the Allied camp, he would definitely make this woman suffer a little and experience what workplace revenge was. Oh, I know I was wrong. Don't be angry. Wendy acted coquettishly and unconvincedly, while she was thinking in her heart whether she should send some local specialties from her hometown to the warrant officer to ease the atmosphere. Before she could decide what to pick, John said, Wendy, go gather the rest of Team 14. There's a mission coming up. After saying this, the intelligence that Admiral Dormammu had just given him came to his mind. Go through the enemy's rear, sneak in along a secret route, and then lead the team to surrender to the Allies. Thinking of that scene, John couldn't help but smile. This mission will determine the fate of Team 14. John said meaningfully, Let's cheer up, Sergeant Wendy. Yes, Warrant Officer John. Wendy's eyes flashed with excitement, and she acted quickly. Soon, all the members of Team 14 gathered and lined up neatly in the preparation area. John finally met this team for the first time. Like a regular team, Team 14 has a total of 30 people, including 24 demolition soldiers for scouts, 1 communication soldier, and 1 medic. Although the number of people is small, because each magic soldier is equivalent to the firepower of an aerial bomber, this configuration is already a company-level unit in the Imperial Army. The entire 7th Legion has only 6,000 regular magic soldiers. Unlike ordinary trainees, the people under John are almost all veterans with more than 2 years of combat experience. They are accurate in shooting and quick in reaction, and are a true elite force. The most outstanding one among them is Wendy. She has more than 5 years of combat experience and possesses 3 abilities: blasting, magic eyes, and healing. She can even use a magic amplifier for short-distance telepathic communication, and her tactical diversity is far superior to that of her peers. Judging from her combat power, Wendy could be a small boss in an early copy. On the contrary, John himself only mastered 2 basic spells, Magic Eye and Analysis, which made him seem mediocre. However, this world does not completely value individual strength. No matter how strong a single soldier is, he cannot decide the outcome of the entire battle. Resources, energy, tactics, and wisdom are the real masters of the battlefield. Standing in front of the preparation area, John looked at a row of well-equipped soldiers with resolute eyes, and a sense of confidence in his control of the overall situation rose in his heart. He nodded, without saying anything about pre-war mobilization, but directly ordered, "Move out." Following the command, 30 magic soldiers activated their magic flight packs and took off into the air. With the roar of the engines, they flew away into the distance, leaving behind only a rapidly fading afterimage. At the same time, no one noticed that in another direction away from the camp, an equally well-trained and well-equipped team was quietly taking off. They were like shadows, silently following behind Team 14. John Maslow was trying to control his balance while flying. The magic bag on his back was shaking his waist so much that it almost broke. He was trying to maintain the lowest stability of his first-gear flight assistance device, but he heard Wendy ask from behind, "Captain, what exactly is this mission?" There was a hint of nervousness in her voice. Her eyes kept scanning the cliffs on both sides, and she held the magic gun tightly in her hand. Although she didn't open the map, her intuition as a veteran told her that Team 14 had already left the cover circle of the main force. Moreover, she felt something was wrong, as if countless eyes were staring at her from the darkness. The oppressive feeling made her back go cold, so she couldn't help but ask again, "We are flying so slowly. Won't it delay the mission?" John's face didn't change when he heard this. He just replied coldly, "Sergeant Wendy, as a soldier, you shouldn't talk too much." His whole body was tense at the moment, relying only on his body's memory to maintain flight. It's not that he didn't want to speed up, but if he went any faster, he might fall directly from the sky. The design of the Empire's flight equipment is simply hard to describe. It is a foot-operated mode that relies on the legs to control direction and speed. Are you kidding? Isn't this fatal? If he hadn't had the experience of playing with a balance car in his previous life, he would have fallen face first when taking off. He cursed the engineers in his heart, but he didn't dare to show it, so he could only pretend to be calm. After all, he still had to maintain his professional image as a commander. When he was already looking at him suspiciously, which made him realize that he had to come up with a plausible reason quickly, otherwise the team members would start to suspect him. John's mind raced as he finally began to explain, "This is a covert infiltration mission. We have to hide our magic fluctuations. Flying too fast will easily expose our whereabouts. Going full speed ahead will only alert the enemy and affect the entire plan. I will explain in detail how to proceed once we reach the target location." Wendy immediately understood what was going on. She nodded quickly and replied in a low voice with an apologetic look on her face, "I understand, Captain." In her eyes, John suddenly became taller. A top student from the Imperial Military Academy, not only did he have a rigorous battle plan, but he also patiently explained the mission details. How could she be worthy of such a gifted man who spent so much time explaining things to him? She felt ashamed and admired, and quietly looked at the back of the captain flying in front of her. She felt that the captain was not cold-hearted, but a good commander who was cold on the outside, but warm on the inside. But she didn't know that John was getting even more panicked. He glanced at her secretly and thought, "Why is she staring at me? Could she have figured out that I want to change jobs?" But looking back at what he had just said, he was sure that he had not given the secret away. He breathed a sigh of relief and gestured to Wendy to keep some distance. Seeing that Wendy was obedient, he relaxed a little, but he had made up his mind. He had to act alone as soon as possible to avoid being held back by these extremely loyal Imperial soldiers. His original plan was to take his team to contact the Allied forces and then surrender peacefully. But now it seems that it is impossible to win over a guy like Wendy who is so devoted to the Empire. So he quickly came up with a new plan. First find a reason to send Wendy and the others away, then contact the Allied high-level officials alone, negotiate the terms, and then take all the team members over. At that time, we will cooperate with the Allied forces to block their retreat and force them to surrender. This will not only save their lives, but also benefit us, which is simply killing two birds with one stone. My brain is so smart. Thinking of this, John couldn't help but admire himself. The tension on his face finally dissipated, and a relaxed smile even appeared on the corner of his mouth. He would definitely win this round. As long as he can negotiate, bring the elite allied forces and attack them in one wave. Wendy and the others will naturally surrender. By then, the credit, recognition, and status will all be his. Come on, my dear allied friends. He looked towards the exit of the river valley ahead, with a hint of excitement in his eyes. It's time to discuss a really big deal. Just as he was making his wishful thinking, at the other end of the valley, in a temporary allied command post, a figure holding documents had quietly walked into the tent. With a soft rustle, an officer in a blue and white allied uniform pushed the door open. The small sun and golden wheat mark on the man's shoulder showed that he was not just an ordinary soldier. He was holding a stack of intelligence in his arms and was about to hand it over immediately. But when he saw the female lieutenant general sleeping in front of the sand table, he couldn't help but hesitate. She was Roxy Sandcaster, thin and almost malnourished, wearing a lieutenant general's coat, as if she had just returned from the front line and had not had time to rest. Even in her sleep, her face still showed the fatigue caused by stress. Her breathing suddenly paused, as if she sensed someone approaching, and she slowly opened her eyes. Her golden hair was loose, her blue eyes were bloodshot, and the dark circles under her eyes were so thick that they looked like they were painted on overnight. She yawned, slapped her face with her hands to wake herself up, then looked up and asked, "What time is it now? How long have I slept?" The man immediately stood up and replied, 3 hours, Lieutenant General Roxy." "Only slept for 3 hours? That's bad enough. What are those guys from the 3rd and 6th Legions still hesitating about? Do they expect me to stay up all night to watch the front line?" She complained unhappily, and then vented her anger on the old general of the Empire. That stubborn old ghost Dormammu. Couldn't he just admit defeat earlier and save some trouble? She rubbed her hair irritably, but quickly regained her composure and looked at the document bag in Major Dillion's hand. Her eyes tightened. "Tell me, what happened this time?" Dillion handed over the information. "I just received an urgent report about the latest movements of the white-haired demon general. Admiral Orko asked you to review it as soon as possible." He skillfully brewed a cup of magic stimulant and placed it next to her. It was obvious that he had repeated this process countless times. Roxy took the cup and drank while flipping through the documents. At first, she had a relaxed smile on her face because this information just proved that her layout was going according to plan. The capture of the Suicide Squad, the Empire's discovery of the camouflage deployment through them, and the analysis of the so-called real location. All of this was in her calculations. The bureau she designed was dragging the Empire into the quagmire step by step, especially the elite Black Hawk Special Forces. Once they stepped into the trap, they would never be able to escape unscathed. If the Black Hawk was damaged, the Empire would be like a blind eye. At that time, she could take advantage of the situation to advance, break through Walden, and completely change the trend of this tug of war. However, when she saw the name of the team leader this time, her expression suddenly froze. John Maslow. This name made her frown slightly. He was not a famous general of the Empire, nor did he leave any military exploits in the war reports, but she felt uneasy. She had fought against the white-haired demon general many times and knew very well that Dormammu never played his cards easily. So, was this man just a bait, or did he have other intentions? She couldn't help but think about this. After thinking for a moment, she spread the information on the table and looked at Dillion standing beside her. "What is the current progress of the bait plan?" Dillion quickly responded, "According to your order, the bait device has been set up and deployed near the anti-magic device 5 kilometers away. The Iron Wall Special Forces of the 3rd Legion are responsible for the ambush. As long as the Black Hawk Special Forces enter the designated area, the speed interference force field set up by our army will instantly lock the enemy and annihilate them." He said it with confidence, but Roxy's expression became more serious. Her brows did not relax, but tightened, as if she vaguely sensed something was wrong. Dillion was a little nervous. "Is there something wrong, Lieutenant General?" She shook her head. "It's not that the plan has changed, but the people of Dormammu's faction make me feel uneasy." She stared at the document with a serious look, as if she wanted to read more from those few words. "Notify the communications department and tell Lieutenant General Morgan to dispatch 2 more combat teams for support. It's better to be safe than sorry. I don't like uncertainties in plans." Roxy's tone was calm, but revealed an irrefutable strength. "Understood. I'll contact them right away." Dillion responded immediately and prepared to take action. Before leaving, he asked again, "Any other arrangements?" She replied casually, Ask the kitchen staff to bring me some food. I'm hungry." After saying this, she waved her hand and told him to get busy. After everyone left, the command center fell silent. Roxy propped up her chin and looked at the sand table in front of her. Her sights started from the red chess piece on her side, slowly passed through the besieged Imperial army, and finally stopped at the edge of the sand table, next to the empty chair representing the general. She seemed to have seen the scene where the Imperial Eagle general was surrounded and defeated, and finally abandoned by the nobles in the shame of failure and walked to the guillotine. The people's curses the moment the blade fell. She couldn't help but sneer. This scene, just imagining it was satisfying. One less opponent to play with. She whispered to herself, with some regret, or as if she was saying goodbye. The 14th Squadron led by John did not fly very fast, so it was already 5 o'clock in the evening when they arrived at the Howling Plains. After landing, he immediately issued an order to prepare on the spot to ensure that the troops recovered their physical strength and completed the equipment inspection. He then sent Wendy and 4 scouts to the surrounding high slopes and used the magic eye to conduct reconnaissance of the trench area. For him, this step was extremely critical. Only after confirming the target could he continue to implement the subsequent plan. This mission is a crucial step for John to get closer to the top of the Allied forces. If he gets the target wrong, his entire plan will fail, and he may even lose his life. Fortunately, the Empire's intelligence was correct. A few minutes later, Wendy's excited voice came from the communicator in John's ear. She reported that there was indeed an anti-magic device in the target area, and the enemy was still making fire and cooking without any vigilance. Wendy couldn't help asking whether to launch a surprise attack immediately, but John refused. He asked Wendy to withdraw immediately, and although his tone was calm, his attitude was firm, which made Wendy confused, but she didn't dare to ask more questions. After yesterday's experience, Wendy was full of admiration for the captain's wisdom. Even though the opportunity to fight was at hand, she suppressed her impulse, only glanced at the trench reluctantly, and then led her men back quietly. After returning to the jungle, John was the first to speak. Without waiting for Wendy to explain, he asked her directly if she was sure it was an anti-magic device. His tone was neither hurried nor slow, but it made people feel nervous. Wendy responded immediately, saying that she had seized an anti-magic device core before and knew its appearance by heart, so she couldn't have been wrong. She even used her military rank to guarantee the accuracy of the information. She went on to analyze that, judging from the size and layout of the trenches, the Allies had obviously deployed multiple cores. Otherwise, it would be impossible to explain why the frontline reconnaissance had not been able to find the source of the anti-magic formula. This layout means that the Allies used some kind of space magic technology to hide the interference device in a non-combat area, thereby achieving cross-regional magic suppression. This trench is very likely the key. Wendy became more and more excited as she spoke, as if she had already seen the Imperial Army destroy the anti-magic device and take over the entire Walden War Zone with an unstoppable force. And their 14th team would also become the Empire's heroes and go down in history. She even began to fantasize that maybe they could be summoned by the Emperor and receive top honors and military awards. Such glory was simply the pinnacle that ordinary soldiers could hardly achieve in their lifetime. So, please give the order to attack. Wendy's face was full of excitement, and her voice was filled with desire. She saw this as an opportunity to turn things around and was not afraid of any risk. But after John heard this, he secretly complained. He didn't want to be tied to the pirate ship of the Empire. If he really won, he would lose the bargaining chip in a negotiation with the Allies. Facing Wendy's expectant eyes, John suppressed his complaints and pretended to be lost in thought. Finally, he said in a deep voice, "No, my intuition tells me that this matter is not that simple." Wendy wanted to persuade him again, but before she could finish her words, she was interrupted by John. His eyes were stern, and he continued to ask, "Are you sure that you saw all the anti-magic devices?" Then, he said something that stunned everyone. "Is it possible that this is a trap?" Wendy's pupils shrank slightly, and cold sweat broke out in an instant. Her previous enthusiasm were replaced by a chill in an instant, and her body subconsciously tensed up. John did not stop analyzing. He pointed out that the magic I did see the device, but who could guarantee that it was not a magic projection of the Allies? If the enemy deliberately revealed a flaw, the purpose was to lure them into the trap. He further asked, "If you were the commander, would you leave the anti-magic device exposed in plain sight and wait for the enemy to blow it up? Wouldn't that be equivalent to exposing your own intelligence? John spoke firmly, word by word, explaining the strangeness of the situation. He said it was a trap that was going to swallow up their entire team. His analysis was like a bucket of cold water poured over everyone's heads. The team members, who were originally full of enthusiasm and eager to try, fell silent one by one, with expressions of helplessness on their faces. However, John's wise appearance was actually all fake. The trap he mentioned did not exist at all, but was a temporary excuse made up just to get rid of his men so that he could free up his hands to do some real work. He was not an ordinary soldier. His experience as a player in his previous life made him know everything about the so-called anti-magic device, even better than these people. At this point in time, the Allied forces had not yet upgraded the anti-magic workshop to the second stage. Their device had just completed the structure at most. If the anti-magic device is to be activated across space, the core must be exposed to the air to be effective. Otherwise, due to insufficient magic power supply, the technique will collapse on the spot and cause an explosion. To put it bluntly, the principle is similar to the explosion of a gun. If the core fails to operate, it will self-destruct. This is no joke. That's why the Allies had to expose the device. They didn't set a trap, but they couldn't hide it. The reason why John made up all this so seriously was to find an excuse for himself to get out of this situation so that he could secretly conduct job-hopping negotiations with the Allies. As he thought about his plan, he couldn't help but smile triumphantly in his heart, feeling that this was a genius move on his part, and even his acting was flawless. But on the surface, he still looked serious. After suppressing his inner ecstasy, he turned to Wendy seriously and gave her a specious inference. He said that multi-core resonance was the key to the cross-space casting of anti-magic spells, and this hypothesis gave them a reason to continue their action. Wendy's eyes lit up, and she immediately realized that this meant the real device might be hidden nearby, and the flame of war honor burned in her heart again. Seeing that the time was ripe, John decisively announced that he would order Team 14 to carry out the second phase of the operation, and Wendy would take over temporary command. With a casual gesture, he asked them to go to a small hill 5 kilometers away to find the real anti-magic device deployment site. The mission goal sounded extremely sacred, but the truth is there is nothing on that hill except wild rabbits, and the real equipment has long been near the trench. The Allies would never hide in the mountains and forests for nothing, not to mention stuffing the device into the woods and covering it with branches. That's not a strategy, it's cerebral palsy. While John tricked the team into carrying out a mission that was impossible to succeed, he was thinking in his mind that once they were far away, he could peacefully negotiate the job-hopping conditions with the Allies. Of course, he didn't really want these teammates to die, so he was planning to ask the Allies to be gentler and not to kill anyone, which would be considered as fulfilling the friendship between comrades. Wendy was not a fool. She was stunned for a moment after hearing the order and was a little worried that John would be left alone in the trench. In her experience, in such situations the commander should usually follow the squad for safety, since the enemy patrol could come back at any time. But John started to explain to her again. He said that this place was a trap, and naturally there were a lot of enemies and special forces hiding there. As the commander, he had to stay behind to support everyone and make sure someone was guarding the retreat. This statement sounds righteous, but it is actually a smokescreen, giving him the best excuse to stay and investigate the Allied bait. His goal is to use this opportunity to connect with the Allies and complete his job-hopping plan. True freedom is right in front of him. On the surface, he behaved extremely calmly and even acted as if he was ready to die heroically, which made his men very excited. John stood there, smiled slightly, then slowly raised his hand and pressed it and uttered those tear-jerking battlefield mottos. He said, "A qualified commander must lead by example to win the love and support of the soldiers. Today I, John Maslow, choose to stay because it is my duty." He added that he did not know how to perform bombing techniques, and that staying would better attract enemy firepower, which was for the sake of the overall situation. Don't feel sad for me. The Empire needs every one of us. From the day we put on our uniforms, we have been ready to sacrifice our lives for this land. Now, put aside your hesitation and charge forward. For our families and for victory in the war, everything depends on you. For the Empire, soldiers, forward. These words were so passionate that all the team members were deeply moved, and some even had tears in their eyes. Especially the deputy captain, Wendy. She burst into tears on the spot, and the respect was about to burst out of her eyes. Looking at John's eyes that were as firm as a mountain, Wendy suddenly realized that this warrant officer would never allow anyone to take him away. If she forced someone to escort him, she would probably be scolded on the spot. This is a true selfless soldier, their role model, and the backbone of their empire. Wendy took a deep breath and saluted with the most standard and forceful military salute in her life. Warrant Officer John, I will never let your sacrifice go to waste. I, Wendy Brown, swear in the name of the Brown family that I will lead the team to complete the mission and win victory for the Empire. After she finished speaking, she lowered her head and turned around with Team 14, embarking on a 5-kilometer journey through the mountains that was destined to find nothing. Chapter 11, John Maslow, is unfathomable. Finally left. In the jungle at the edge of the howling plains, John breathed a sigh of relief as he watched the tearful figures of the members of Team 14 walking away towards the hill. Then he rubbed his sore face, turned his head to look at the trench not far away, and couldn't help feeling excited. He knew that the time had finally come for him to contact the Allies and formally break away from the Empire and move toward freedom. Come to think of it, in the early days of the Allied camp, the leaders of the anti-magic device front seemed to be colonels or above. Although the rank is not low, it seems that this level can only be regarded as a mid-level commander. So even if I complete the job-hopping negotiations, I may not be able to get promoted right away. I guess I still have to wait for the review from above. TSK, that's a bit of a shame. John couldn't help but mutter in his heart. After all, his original plan was to use his status as a top student to make his presence felt in front of the Allied leaders after he jumped to the Allied forces, and to bring out some tactical theories he learned on the forum in his previous life so that the Allied leaders would look at him differently. As a result, he became an elite backbone of the middle-level Allied forces and followed the protagonist's footsteps to live a happy life of eating and waiting for death. But now it seems that this plan is likely to fail. But it's not a big problem. Anyway, as long as I can avoid being destroyed along with the Empire, I can accept cleaning toilets every day in the Allied forces. He shook his head and put the distracting thoughts behind him. John, who couldn't wait to meet his Allied friends, immediately stood up from the jungle. Just as he was about to step directly towards the trench in front, he suddenly seemed to think of something. He quickly slapped his forehead and then quickly took off his magic bag and Imperial Army uniform. Damn, I almost forgot that I was still wearing this Imperial leather. If I walked over dressed like this, I would be shot dead by the Allied scouts before I even meet the person in charge of this front. Fortunately, I'm smart, otherwise I would have been in trouble. John patted his chest in fear, looking at the Imperial uniform in his hand. He wanted to throw it directly on the ground, but after glancing at the epaulets made of real gold and the cuff sewn with gold thread on his uniform, he considered that this thing would be worth a lot of money even if he took it apart and sold it. The greedy warrant officer, John, still hid it in a bush and cleverly took some branches to cover it. After making sure that it wouldn't be easily discovered if someone passed by, he nodded with satisfaction. Then he took out the dagger from his waist and made marks on the branches of the tree next to him. John Maslow, what on earth are you doing? At the same time, Colonel Jet, who led the Black Hawk Special Forces and used the Phantom Barrier technique to blend into the surrounding scenery, was in the bushes in the distance, secretly watching John's every move through a telescope, but he couldn't help frowning. The look he gave John also began to flicker. In fact, ever since John led Team 14 to set off slowly, his original trust in John Maslow could not help but begin to waver. Just now, when he saw that the other party did not lead Team 14 to attack the target location as required by the mission, but instead seemed to say something to the members of Team 14, causing these soldiers loyal to the Empire to give up the idea of attacking and instead head towards an ordinary hillside. The doubt in his heart became stronger and stronger. It was not until I witnessed John taking off the military uniform that symbolized the honor of the Empire and returning to his current civilian appearance. A thought that made him feel absurd and extremely angry also emerged uncontrollably in his mind. John Maslow, is he planning to defect? Otherwise, how to explain his passive attitude towards combat missions? What's more, he took off the uniform that represented the highest honor for an Imperial soldier in front of the enemy. The more he thought about it, the gloomier Jet's face became, and his eyes, looking at the figure in the distance, were gradually filled with strong, murderous intent. The Empire clearly trusts you so much. In order to ensure your safety, General Dormammu even sent me to protect you secretly along the way. In the end, Will you still choose to betray the Empire? I thought I could witness the rise of a new star in the Empire, but I didn't expect it. What we see in the end is the ugly scene of a traitor begging for mercy before his death. Really, how sad? A complex expression flashed across Jet Slafford's face, but just as he slowly suppressed the anger in his heart, prepared to put down the telescope in his hand, and was about to raise his hand to signal his subordinates beside him to raise their guns and shoot the Imperial traitor. The next second, he saw John's actions through the telescope and was stunned. Is this guy saluting himself? Did he find us? But we are still surrounded by illusions, so it shouldn't be possible for him to notice anything. But if he hadn't discovered it, then why did he salute like that for no apparent reason? Could it be that the reason why he ordered Team 14 to leave and took off their uniforms was actually because of some other hidden reason? Looking at John, who was saluting him with a look of loyalty in the telescope, even the battle-hardened Jet Slifer could not help but fall into confusion and bewilderment at this moment. But after a little hesitation, he temporarily suppressed the murderous intent in his heart and continued to examine John through the telescope. Although he didn't know how the other party discovered their hiding place, since John chose to face his superior directly, it was not impossible for him to listen to the other party's explanation. Well, at the same time, John, who had no idea that he had just been to the gates of hell, carved an arrow mark on the tree trunk, then turned around and looked in the direction he came from, feeling a mixture of emotion. To be honest, although it was only the second day since he came to this world, he had to admit that the Empire's treatment of its soldiers was still quite good. According to his memory, even a novice commander like him who had just entered the battlefield could receive a salary of 500D every month. The so-called D is the full name of the dinar, which is the highest unit of currency in the Empire. If converted, it is roughly 1D dinar equals 100E alone equals 1,000 C corte. From the perspective of purchasing power, 1 kilometers, 1 square foot of electricity in a third-tier city in the Empire can roughly cover the daily expenses of an average family of 3 for 1 month. Even in the imperial capital, the price of a house in a good location is only 6,000D. What's more, as a soldier of the Empire, he can enjoy a lot of welfare benefits. To be honest, if John didn't know that the Empire would eventually perish under the power of the game's heroine, then he really didn't want to give up such a high-paying career. But unfortunately, compared to money, life is more important. Thinking of this, John immediately suppressed his reluctance. After a light sigh, he stood up and saluted in the direction he came from. Goodbye, Empire, goodbye, my past. It took John unprecedented perseverance to retract his gaze and was about to take a step forward to complete his plan of surrender. As a sparrow flew by, a stream of liquid suddenly fell on his head. What is it? John rubbed his head in confusion, and when he felt a sticky touch on his fingertips, he couldn't help but rub his fingers subconsciously. Then he placed his right hand in front of his eyes and looked at it carefully. Fuck, where the hell did this bird shit come from? This is tactical sign language? Pay attention and listen. What does it mean? At the same time, after observing John's tactical sign language through the telescope, Colonel Jet couldn't help but fall into deep thought, but after combining it with John's original strange behavior, he seemed to understand something, and he suddenly widened his eyes. Could it be that John wants to tell me that the trench ahead is not the real location of the Allied anti-magic device, but a trap designed to ambush us? That's why he wants me to pay attention. And if you're listening, does that mean you want me to arrange for Renault, who possesses the special skill of vibration perception in the Black Hawk Special Forces, to try to find out and confirm the authenticity of the intelligence? However, the capabilities and information of the Black Hawk Special Forces members have always been kept confidential. So how did John know about it? Did the general reveal it to him? Or did he learn these secrets through special channels? In addition, Renault's technique consumes a huge amount of magic stones, and the magic circuit cannot be used again within a month after use. Do I really want to use this precious detection ability on an already determined mission? Jet was shocked, but after a brief thought, he immediately gave the order through the communicator. Renault, use the perception technique immediately to detect the situation in the trench ahead. Yes, Colonel. After receiving the order, the bald strong man named Renault immediately pressed his hands to the ground without hesitation, closed his eyes, and launched his special technique with all his strength. Soon, a large amount of silent microwaves seeped into the ground from his palms, and then, under his precise control, quickly spread to the trench in front, while transmitting the situation inside to his mind. In less than 10 seconds, Renault opened his eyes again. His originally calm face quickly became extremely ugly after receiving the feedback from the technique, and his voice was even slightly trembling. "Colonel, something is wrong. The number of enemy soldiers in the trenches far exceeds our expectations. There are at least 1,000 of them, and they all have magical auras. And, if I'm not mistaken, the enemy seems to have deployed special magic equipment in the trenches in advance. The enemy had obviously guessed our surprise attack plan and made preparations in advance. The so-called mission objective is actually a trap that attempts to wipe us out." "What?" Hearing this reply, Jet's pupils suddenly shrank to the extreme, and the hand holding the telescope couldn't help but tremble. Combined with what he had just seen through the telescope, John Maslow's calm expression as he gently rubbed his fingers, as if he was holding everything tightly at his fingertips. Admiral Dormammu's comments on John in the command post this morning now rang like thunder in Colonel Jet's ears. There is no doubt that our warrant officer John Maslow is a true genius. A true genius. Genius. The strong shock made Jet feel his throat tighten and his scalp numb. He looked at the telescope in his hand a little inappropriately and saw John looking at the trench in front of him with a normal expression, his fingers gently pressing on the tree trunk, as if he was thinking about how to use their troops to completely annihilate the tough enemy ahead. At this moment, Jet Slifer, the powerful man known as the Black Wing of the Empire by countless people, could not help but feel a sense of fear towards his nominal subordinate in the telescope, an emotion he himself was unwilling to admit. John Maslow, this man, is simply unfathomable. Chapter 12, The Final Victory, is me, John. "You damn bird. Why did you have to poop on my head? You better not let me catch you, or you'll be in big trouble." In the jungle, John smeared the bird droppings on his hands on the tree trunk while cursing. Then he immediately pointed his right hand at the tree trunk above his head and started cursing. "I even wanted to pull out my gun and shoot all the birds in this damn jungle." This kind of shitty experience really made our wise and brave warrant officer, John, feel sick. However, in the eyes of Jet behind him, his actions became the transmission of tactical sign language. "This is the number of troops? More than 2. And warrant officer John deliberately pointed to the sky. "Does that mean that the enemy not only has ground combat capabilities, but also anti-aircraft forces?" John knew this information, so he sent his magic soldiers to other locations. He wanted us to attract fire from the front, thus creating a chance for surprise attack for the magic soldiers who were not exposed. "You were able to come up with such a sophisticated plan in such a short time. John, you are indeed a true genius." Colonel Jet, who had already understood everything, secretly praised in his heart, but after knowing John's plan, he did not feel fortunate for it, but frowned instead. It's not that he thought John's plan was not feasible. After all, if the troops he led this time were ordinary army troops, then he would be completely acceptable even if he sacrificed this group of soldiers to create an opportunity for victory on the battlefield. But the key point is that this time he is leading the Empire's elite assassination force, each member of which has been trained by the Empire at great expense. It would be a pity to waste them on the front battlefield. What's more, through John's reminder just now and Renault's investigation, he has determined that the enemy in the trench ahead has deployed unknown magical devices in advance. If a direct conflict breaks out with the enemy before determining the specific effect of that magic tool, if they voluntarily expose their tracks, they will most likely suffer unprecedented damage, and it is even possible that they will be eliminated by the enemy after just a few encounters. After all, although the Allied forces did not train the Empire's unique magical soldiers, their research on magic technology has reached a level that the Empire cannot catch up with. In addition to the anti-magic devices that are the biggest headache for the Empire, those magic tools that can release large-scale debuff magic and have various special effects are also very difficult for the Empire soldiers to deal with. Of course, if there's really no better way, then this is the only option. Colonel Jet smiled bitterly in his heart, but for some reason, after seeing the figure in the telescope, he couldn't help but feel an unprecedented sense of anticipation in his heart. Warrant Officer John, if it were you, you would definitely be able to think of a better way, right? Ichu, what happened? Why did I sneeze at such a good time? Could it be that idiot when he's scolding me? John, who had just finished wiping the bird poop, sneezed for no reason and even had his nose running, and couldn't help but curse inwardly. Feeling the salty taste on his lips, he felt a little nauseous. He quickly blew his nose and wiped it on the tree trunk beside him. Although John was somewhat puzzled about his inexplicable bad luck today, he thought it was all a coincidence and did not think much about it. After simply cleaning the stains on his hands, he stood there, took a few deep breaths, then walked quickly towards the trench in front with his teeth bared and a smile on his face. In order to save his few pieces of gold, he has wasted too much time. Now, he had to hurry to the trenches to greet his future colleagues. Otherwise, if that idiot Wendy discovered that all the orders he gave were lies, he knew with all his might that he would be executed on the spot by the enraged Team 14. But unfortunately, the final winner was me, John, because this warrant officer is about to successfully change jobs. Therefore, you little calves, just surrender obediently while being surrounded by this warrant officer's future colleagues. As your superior, this warrant officer will definitely strive to get you a good treatment. The more John thought about it, the happier he felt. His steps quickened, and he even hummed a little tune unconsciously. Looking at the trenches getting closer and closer in front of me, and the smell of food coming from the air, John knew that the freedom he had long awaited was finally coming. Chapter 13. I laugh at the Allies' lack of wisdom. Just as John was heading towards the trench where the friendly forces were, Colonel Jet also led 300 members of the Black Hawk Special Forces to the tree trunk where John had stayed before, and then examined the marks on the tree trunk with a serious look. In the center was a circle carved with a knife, with a small hole carved in the center. On the left side of the circle was an arc-shaped pattern made of an unknown white liquid. Directly below the circle, there was a faint horizontal line of water stains left by John. Overall, it looks a bit abstract, like a child's graffiti, and it is difficult to discern its true meaning. But Colonel Jet, who graduated from the Empire's first military academy, instantly realized that this was not meaningless graffiti at all, but a complete military operation plan. Judging from their current situation, doesn't the so-called circle mean that the Allies have made ambush preparations in advance and are planning to surround and kill them? The point placed in the center, combined with John's behavior of disguising himself as a civilian and walking towards the enemy alone, shows that John actually does not intend to expose the Black Hawk Special Forces to attract firepower. Instead, does he intend to go alone to attract the attention of the Allies, thereby creating time for the Black Hawk Special Forces to sneak into the trenches and successfully destroy the magic equipment? This was proven by the flickering water stains below, which would have dried up and disappeared if Jet had arrived a few minutes later. After all, the subtle symbol left by Warrant Officer John clearly had characteristics that corresponded to the ghostly combat style of their Black Hawk Special Forces. In this way, the meaning of the white arc becomes clearer. After all, in combat symbols, the arc always represents the meaning of going around, so there's no need to think too much. However, even though I was mentally prepared, I still couldn't have imagined that you, John, would sacrifice to this extent for the victory of the Empire. Even if he put himself in danger, even if he faced thousands of enemy soldiers, if he made the slightest mistake, he would die without a burial place. Faced with such danger, you choose to leave your back to me without reservation? Obviously, you have never seen me, but can you still trust me to this extent? How loyal one must be to the Empire to make such an amazing decision, this kind of absolute trust and this kind of fearless courage. This loyalty to the Empire is as dazzling as a star. It's simply breathtaking. Even the most heartless person would be moved by this. Really, I lost to you. Looking at the figure leisurely walking towards the enemy trench not far away. At this moment, Colonel Jet couldn't help but feel unprecedented admiration for this man. He was truly impressed by John Maslow. But he did not intend to follow the plan left by John exactly as he had assured Admiral Dormammu before setting out. After confirming John's ability and loyalty to the Empire, he could never let such an outstanding junior face danger alone. He had to find a way to protect this genius no matter what, even if it meant giving up this mission. Thinking of this, Colonel Jet immediately made a decision in his heart. He took a deep breath, then informed the adjutant beside him of John's plan. At the same time, he ordered him to lead the Black Hawk Squadron to sneak into the Allied trenches, search for the location of the magic device, and blow it up after receiving the order. After arranging everything, he used the illusion technique to catch up with John, who had arrived at the Allied trench ahead, and then found a suitable position to crouch down. His eyes were fixed on John's back, waiting for the great show that this talented junior was about to perform in front of the Allies with his amazing wisdom. "Who are you?" Stop right now. Soon after John approached the trench, the patrolman responsible for the outer perimeter of the trench noticed his figure, raised his gun alertly on the spot, and shouted, "Civilian, immediately report your identity and purpose, or I will shoot. Soldiers, tell your superiors immediately that Warrant Officer John Maslow, the leader of the 14th Magic Squadron of the 7th Imperial Air Force, is here to visit." Facing the patrolman's questioning, John smiled faintly and calmly stated his identity. But to be honest, facing the black muzzle of the gun pointing at him, he was still a little panicked. But he also knew that if he showed his weakness now, he would definitely be looked down upon by his future colleagues. After all, a spineless person on the battlefield can never win the respect of others. What's more, he came here to change jobs. If he continued to look ridiculous, as if he was kneeling down and begging for mercy, John knew but that what would await him would definitely not be the expected appreciation from his leaders. Instead, there is contempt and disdain. This was definitely not the result he expected. So even though he was scared to death, John could only keep brainwashing himself in his mind, while imitating the Godfather in the movie of his previous life. He put his hands behind his back and smiled as he faced the shocked gaze of the patrolman and said, "Soldier, if I were you, I would not continue to point my guns at you foolishly. After all, the weapons in your hands are just toys to me, and I think you should be very clear about this. So, if you are smart enough, you should understand that you should ask someone of sufficient importance to come and talk to me now, such as the person in charge of your base, right, Mr. Captain of the Allied Forces?" Looking at the man in front of him, who was clearly being targeted by dozens of his own guns and would be shot into a hornet's nest in the next second. But at this moment, he had a smile on his face. The captain of the Allied patrol team couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat, and his gaze towards John became particularly solemn. As a veteran, he was naturally familiar with the Empire's prestigious Demon Legion. Therefore, he was very clear about how terrifying those magic soldiers who had mastered blasting techniques through special modifications were. However, the man in front of him, dressed as a civilian, claimed that he was the commander of the magic soldiers. Even if he thought hard, he understood that the other party was not something that a patrol force like his could deal with. Although he was not clear about the other party's true intentions, the current situation was beyond his scope of responsibility. He must report it immediately. You guys keep an eye on him. If he makes any strange movements, open fire immediately. I'm going to report the situation to the commander first. The patrol captain gave orders to his subordinates, then immediately dropped his gun and ran towards the camp behind him with all his might. He looked so panicked, as if there was a terrifying devil watching him from behind. Goo. Looking at their captains hurriedly fleeing back, the patrol members who had come to their senses swallowed subconsciously. When they looked at John's smiling figure, their hearts seemed to be covered by a layer of haze. Under this invisible pressure, they subconsciously slowed down their breathing. Their nerves were tense, and even their fingers holding the guns began to tremble unconsciously. There was no way. After all, they were just an ordinary army unit, and there was a huge gap between them and the Iron Wall troops in the trenches. Asking them to face the Empire's demon army is already asking too much. What's more, this time they're dealing with the commander of a team of magic soldiers. Outside the trench, John, who took in all the negative terms such as panic and fear appearing above the heads of his friendly troops through the analysis technique in his eyes, did not dare to move at all at this moment, just like the others. He knew that the friendly forces ahead were in a highly nervous state at the moment, let alone approaching and chatting with them. Even if he moved his sore wrist slightly at this moment, the other side might regard it as an act of attack, causing these idiots to shoot at him until the magazine was empty. Damn it. I'm here to surrender. Why are you guys making such a fuss? It even made me want to pee. I'm your ally. Can't we just put down our guns and have a good talk? Speaking of that idiot who just said that, can you please hurry up? If you keep laughing like that, I'm afraid I'm going to become paralyzed, you bastard. Feeling his cheeks starting to ache uncontrollably, John felt extremely miserable. After both sides had been confronting each other for about 5 or 6 minutes under tremendous psychological pressure, under John's eager gaze, a fat colonel wearing an Allied uniform, with long hair but bald in the middle and a lot of flaws in his appearance came. He brought a team of well-equipped and obviously well-trained special forces to the edge of the trench. After arriving, the other party did not ask John immediately. Instead, he glanced at the sky around him with a serious expression, then whispered a few words to the adjutant beside him. After confirming through the other party's reply that there were indeed no magic soldiers hidden in the surrounding sky. Only then did he turn his gaze back to John on the other side of the trench. His small green eyes narrowed slightly, as if he was judging something. After a long silence, he spoke in a deep voice. "I am Colonel Boltmaster, commander of the 75th Regiment of the 3rd Allied Army, and the person in charge of this front. I am Warrant Officer John Maslow from the 7th Air Force of the Empire. In view of the current war situation between our two countries, please explain your intentions immediately. Otherwise, I will follow the two countries' regulations on the handling of agents and order the soldiers to shoot you on the spot." "Damn, are you crazy? I'm here to change jobs. Why should I get shot? Is it true that my allies are my merits, and I have been stabbed in the back all the way to become a general? Can you, fat asshole, be a human being?" John couldn't stop cursing in his heart, but he knew that he must not show weakness in front of this future colleague at this moment, and he must not take the initiative to admit that he was here to surrender. Instead, he had to pretend to be a tough guy and use his rhetoric to show that he surrendered under helplessness. Only in this way can he be officially valued by the Allies as a top student of the Empire. Thinking of this, John took a deep breath, then stretched his numb arms, glanced at Bolt in front of him with disdain, and then laughed at the other's puzzled eyes. "Ha ha ha, why are you laughing for no reason?" Looking at John's strange behavior, even the knowledgeable Bolt was a little confused at this time. His first reaction was that he might have met a hysterical lunatic. Otherwise, it would be hard for him to imagine why this man, who claimed to be the captain of the Imperial Magic Squadron, could come to the enemy's trench without even a weapon and actively expose his identity. What's the difference between this and committing suicide? Just when Bolt frowned and was about to order someone to arrest this unidentified madman and send him to the interrogation department for a thorough interrogation, John, who had been laughing for a long time, spoke up. "I laugh at the Empire's poor use of personnel and its persecution of loyal officials. I also laugh at your allies' lack of wisdom and ignorance. You have clearly fallen into the Empire's trap and are unaware of your imminent death." Facing Bolt's constricted pupils, John snorted coldly, then put his hands behind his back and said in a pretentious manner, "But Colonel Bolter, you should be thankful for this now. Thankfully, I was tricked this time and became a victim of a power struggle. I had no choice but to leave my soldiers to carry out a so-called suicide attack. Luckily, I am a person who values the lives of soldiers more than loyalty to the Empire. Otherwise, all of you would have died in the bombing ritual of the magic soldiers, instead of being able to talk to me in tact, like now." Looking ahead at Bolt, who seemed to have realized something and was looking at him in astonishment, John realized that the other party had heard his intention of surrendering. In his heart, he couldn't help but admire Bolt, the fat guy, for not being so stupid. But he did not say it directly. After all, in negotiations, the person who first proposes conditions for exchanging interests will often be at a disadvantage. If he wants to gain more benefits for himself, he must make the other party interested. Thinking of this, John stopped talking and looked at Bolt in front of him with a smile, his eyes gradually brightening, waiting for this friendly army to take the initiative to ask him to recruit him. Chapter 14, Happiness comes knocking on the door. "So, you are here to surrender?" "Soon," Bolt reacted and asked subconsciously, but when he said this, his eyes looked at John in front of him with some uncertainty. There is no other reason, because in his understanding, those who can join the Imperial Air Force and become commanders of magic soldiers are mostly from the Imperial Military Academy. This type of people have received strict education in the Empire since childhood, and it can be said that loyalty is engraved in their bones. It can be said that for the sake of the Empire, they can do anything and will not be afraid even of death. Otherwise, the Magic Army Corps would not be called the Demon Army by the outside world. The 7th Air Force, led by Dormammu, the white-haired general of the Empire, is undoubtedly the elite force of the Imperial Air Force, and the selection of its commanders is extremely strict. Therefore, even after hearing John's intention to surrender, Bolt did not show much excitement. Instead, he could not help but wonder if the guy in front of him had other thoughts. "Surrender? Oh, you think too highly of yourself. If I hadn't been plotted against, how could I, John Maslow, have ended up like this? With me and the 30 magic soldiers under my command, let alone a small trench like this, even on a frontal battlefield without anti-magic devices, your allies would be nothing but moving targets." John sneered with disdain, looking at Bolt in front of him with a frown on his face, seeming a little angry. He knew that his speech had successfully attracted the other party's attention and also left a very deep impression of a tough guy in the fat man's mind. If he continued to belittle the allies, he would most likely fail. So the cunning warrant officer John immediately stopped and sighed to himself, pretending to be helpless and sighed. But even though I am as smart as I am, I have to admit that friendly knives are often more hurtful than enemy bullets. As you can see, Colonel Bolter, after receiving the combat mission from the Empire to infiltrate the rear of the Allied forces, from that moment on, I deeply understood that my stupid boss was not going to leave me a way out. The meaning of the education I received in the first half of my life, and the wish I made to study for the revival of the Empire. Is this corrupt empire really worth my life? Before setting out, I pondered and puzzled over this question more than once, until I caught a glimpse of the soldiers' confused eyes along the way, and kept opening my pocket watch and family photos, and kissed them goodbye for the last time. I realized that all this was wrong. They shouldn't have sacrificed their lives in a meaningless mission because of the infighting among those damned politicians, nor should they have died in pain and despair because of the lies called glory fabricated by those damned nobles. So, the moment I became a sinner who dragged these poor soldiers into the quagmire of death, I finally woke up. They shouldn't have to die because of the lies of those despicable politicians, and they shouldn't have to die in vain because of me. Compared to the empire that has become corrupt and dilapidated under the erosion of a group of dirty nobles, the Allied forces dedicated to justice and peace may be a more correct choice for these confused soldiers. So, with that belief, I stopped them from carrying out that stupid suicide plan. So, I put down my weapons and defenses and came to this battlefield alone. So, I asked the captain to find you, and the purpose of doing so was to seek an answer from you. Of course, all of the above words are just nonsense from John. After all, it has been less than 2 days since John traveled through time and space, and he hasn't even left 2 but marks from sitting on the benches in the barracks. So how could he have so many sentiments about the Empire? The reason why he talks so much nonsense is to highlight his own righteous personality. It is just to increase the sense of identification and respect among colleagues, thereby raising one's own value and getting a good price when changing jobs. As for whether it is effective or not, the group of Allied soldiers in front of him who are looking at him with admiration and respect, haven't they proved this point well? So, if you're a little smart, you fat guy, just recruit me. As long as your conditions are not too excessive, I promise to give you confidential information related to the Empire, brother. Stop talking nonsense, and just throw the employment contract in my face. Please throw it hard, and don't be polite to me. Feeling Bolt's scrutinizing gaze on him, John couldn't help but urge himself frantically in his heart. But on the surface, he still pretended to be serious and sincere when looking at the other person, as if the status and power he could get after changing jobs were nothing but clouds to him. It seemed as if he was really a good boss who was worried about the future of a group of calves and horses. So he did this. So this guy really came to surrender? Listening to John's speech, although Bold appeared calm on the surface, his heart seemed to be filled with huge waves that could not be calmed for a long time. It's not that he didn't suspect that this was a trap set by the other party. However, no matter whether it was the magic equipment detection information just reported by the adjutant or the judgment results of the reconnaissance technique, they all showed without exception that there was no trace of any magic soldiers above them. As we all know, the magic of the magic soldiers is terrifying, but once it is activated, it can flatten a mountain in an instant through the mysterious power of explosion. But the magic soldiers are not omnipotent either, as the explosive force needs to penetrate deep into the ground and connect to the core of the planet deep inside in order to extract the explosive force and then transform it into an annihilation form, creating a lava explosion that is enough to destroy everything. Therefore, when casting spells, magic soldiers usually need to be above the attack location, and the deviation distance generally does not exceed 50 meters. Therefore, if the magic soldier really wants to try to attack, he will inevitably expose his own aura. But now Bolt did not detect the existence of the magic soldiers. Therefore, his initial suspicion that the other party was trying to use words to delay time, so as to release explosive magic to the magic soldiers and wipe them out, no longer existed. So, this guy really came to surrender? Moreover, he brought 30 Imperial magic soldiers with him to surrender? After realizing this, Bolt's breathing couldn't help but become heavy, and his pair of green eyes widened as wide as possible. The look he gave John seemed as if he was looking at a beautiful woman wearing a hot veil, with a gorgeous face, who was waving at him and making seductive voices. The whole person began to get uncontrollably excited. There's nothing we can do. These are the Empire's magic soldiers. The major kingdoms have been trying to explore it for hundreds of years, but have never been able to find out the specific training method. It is recognized by all countries in the world as the strongest type of troops. It is precisely because of this unreasonable existence that the Norman Empire was able to transform from a small country into the behemoth it is today. The Western Federation was so frightened by its terrifying military strength that they had no choice but to unite and form an alliance for the sake of self-protection. They united the forces of 16 countries to try to stop the advance of the Norman Empire. And all of this originated from the Empire's magic soldiers, known as the Demon Corps. But this type of military force that is enough to drive any country in the world crazy has now fallen into his hands by chance? Even with the help of this magic soldier commander who called himself John Maslow, maybe he could try to obtain the correct method of training magic soldiers? What does that mean? It means that the day has come for Bolt to be ennobled and appointed as Prime Minister. Even if he was braver, he could sit on the throne of king. The more he thought about it, the more rapid Bolt's breathing became. The intense excitement made him feel as if an electric current was flowing through his body, and he immediately got goosebumps all over. Even a Yang Wei problem that had troubled him for many years seemed to be miraculously cured at this moment. At this moment, Bolt was deeply aware. The young man in front of him was not a prisoner at all. He was Bolt's lucky star, and it's the kind that's delivered to your door. Must accept. Of course, Bolt was not overwhelmed by this sudden happiness, because he knew that everything was in vain before he actually obtained the specific method of training magic soldiers from the other party. After all, although the other party's behavior does seem like someone who has seen the world, it does not rule out the possibility that he is a down-and-out commoner in disguise. If I give the other party benefits right away, and the intelligence department finds out that the other party is just a civilian, then I will probably lose all my face in front of the Allied forces. However, it's always a good idea to give the other party a way out first, put this guy in the trench, and then slowly interrogate him about the inside story. After all, I am not here to defend such a broken trench, but to deal with the Black Hawk Special Forces from the Empire. But since it's already evening and the Empire hasn't attacked this bait yet, then if nothing unexpected happens, they'll probably take action at night. By that time, I'll have been able to get the necessary information from this guy who claims to be the captain of the magic soldiers. At that time, it will only be up to me to decide whether to kill him or keep him. But considering that this guy is the captain of the magic soldiers, if we kill him directly, it might easily cause a mutiny among the magic soldiers, so it's better to keep him alive. Anyway, as long as I can get the core training information, then no matter which path I take, my future will be bright. As he took a deep breath, Bolt's mind turned over and over again, and then his eyes fell on John in front of him again. But unlike the previous inspection, this time, his face was full of enthusiastic smiles, and he spread his arms exaggeratedly, and said to John loudly in a sincere tone, "Ah, my dear Warrant Officer John, I am really moved by your sense of justice. I never expected that those damned Imperials would persecute an upright commander like this. This really makes me sad. But our allied forces are different from the Empire. Whether it's generals or soldiers, we are united from top to bottom and have a common goal, which is to liberate all those who are still oppressed in the Empire. This is our unchanging belief. So, Warrant Officer John, I can tell you clearly that your choice is correct. Our allies welcome righteous people like you at any time. If you don't mind, please come with me to the camp, and we could discuss this in detail. It would be best if you could bring your 30 subordinates with you." As if he had imagined the scene of recruiting these 30 magic soldiers into his command, Bolt couldn't help but lick his dry lips excitedly, staring straight at John in front of him, his tone full of unprecedented excitement and expectation. "I think we shall have much to talk about, shall we not, my dear John?" Chapter 15, You Despicable Person. Success. You fat guy really are quite smart. After hearing Bolt's speech, John instantly realized that he had reached a consensus with the other party. Although the guy looked at him somewhat strangely, he didn't care much when he thought that he would soon be able to say goodbye to the Empire and board the Allied ship. Even the other person's appearance and style, which were full of flaws, became particularly amiable in his eyes. Thinking of this, John couldn't help but smile and immediately nodded in response to the other party's expectant gaze. "Yes, Colonel Bolter, I think we will have a lot in common." Although there were some minor accidents along the way, overall it was acceptable. The door to freedom has been opened for you. As long as you take one more step forward, your dream will be within your reach. Ha ha ha, adjutant, tell the kitchen staff to prepare some good meals. Today I want to. Just as the equally excited Colonel Bolt was about to arrange for his adjutant to prepare a banquet so that he could have a good talk with his colleague John, who could help him get ahead, the next second, several magical auras suddenly burst out from the trenches at the rear. Then, in everyone's astonished eyes, hundreds of brilliant blue lights emerged from the Allied trenches almost simultaneously. It was as if some kind of horrible bomb had been ignited. The strange blue light, like fireworks rising at night, continued to expand and spread in the surroundings in the dull gaze of the crowd. What followed was a series of violent explosions that were enough to make everyone deaf on the spot. Boom, boom, boom. The soil cracked and the ground shook. The terrifying impact quickly swept in all directions, and everyone who had no time to react was instantly blown to the ground by the sudden impact. When John came to his senses from the inexplicable explosion and looked towards the trench ahead again. However, he was shocked to find that the trenches of the friendly forces that were once as solid as a rock now seemed to have been hit by a meteorite, and the flat camp had long been replaced by countless deep pits. At this time, 300 members of the Black Hawk Special Forces were rapidly shuttling across the battlefield, constantly raising their guns and shooting at the Allied soldiers who had just survived the explosion. They were like cruel and merciless gods of death, rapidly harvesting the lives of these enemy soldiers who had been deafened by the explosion on the battlefield. For a moment, the entire battlefield was filled with gunshots and the last screams of the Allied soldiers before their death. What the hell is going on here? Everything was going fine. Why did the Allied base explode? Also, when did those guys in Imperial uniforms sneak into the trenches? John felt like his head was a mess at this moment. He was completely unable to comprehend the current situation and could only stare blankly at the hellish scene in front of him. However, another person on the field who was also stunned by this sudden change was Bolt. He got up from the ground in a somewhat embarrassed manner, his green eyes wide open, looking at the group of Imperial soldiers in the trenches who were constantly shooting and killing their own soldiers, and listening to the screams coming from his ears. At this moment, he was so heartbroken that the fat on his cheeks were trembling uncontrollably. Then, as if he understood something, he suddenly turned his head and stared at John in front of him with a harmless expression. His expression instantly became extremely ferocious, and he roared. "John Maslow, how dare you fucking play tricks on me? How dare you, fat guy, slander me? This has nothing to do with me. I also want to ask you what's going on." John was also confused, but he looked at Bolt, whose ferocious expression could almost be called art, and the group of Imperial soldiers who were slaughtering the Allied forces. He immediately realized that this friendly soldier might have misunderstood him, and immediately tried to clarify with sweat on his forehead. "Colonel Bolter," but before John could finish his words, a hearty laugh suddenly rang out from the crowd. "Ha ha, Warrant Officer John. Our plan has been successful. There's no need for you to keep acting with this guy." As the words fell, Colonel Jet, who was wearing the Imperial black and gold uniform, instantly broke away from the illusion spell and appeared beside John like a ghost. He looked at the extremely smart Warrant Officer John in front of him, his tone full of admiration and appreciation. "I have to say, your ingenious plan is so amazing that even I can't help but be amazed. It seems that the General was right about you." "No, man, who the hell are you? Also, are you speaking Imperial language? The voice sounds very familiar, but why can't I understand it? What's the plan? I'm here to change jobs, okay? How come I didn't know I had other plans?" John looked at the Imperial lackey who suddenly appeared in front of him with a dull expression. At this moment, no matter how stupid he was, he realized that his job-hopping plan was perfect. It seemed as if the damn god of fate had played a trick on me again. The whole person fell into silence. However, in Colonel Jet's eyes, John's calm performance was seen as confidence, and he unconsciously gave him a higher evaluation. As expected, he is a man who can manipulate his enemies with just his stratagems. Even though he has already grasped the victory, he still remains calm and composed, as if everything had been foreseen. Such magnanimity and calmness are truly admirable. Colonel Jeter couldn't help but praise him secretly in his heart. However, after noticing the gaze coming from the front, he suppressed his thoughts and gently lowered the brim of his hat. A pair of blue eyes looked straight at Bolt, whose face was as livid as before. Under the gloomy gaze of the other party, A mocking smile slowly appeared on his face, as solid as granite. "Long time no see, Colonel Boltmaster. I remember the last time we met was 5 years ago. I didn't expect to be able to fight you again on this front. I'm really happy. However, compared to the last time we were ambushed by the Iron Wall Army, this time, our offense and defense have changed." Jet slifford. After recognizing that the person coming was the chief of the Empire Black Hawk Special Forces, Bolt's pupils suddenly shrank to the extreme, and the expression on his face became unprecedentedly ugly. At this moment, he understood clearly that he had fallen into the Empire's evil scheme. The so-called surrender is a trap. That bastard named John Maslow deliberately said so much long nonsense in front of the formation to attract his attention. This would give the Black Hawk Special Forces time to launch a surprise attack on the trenches. That was why the Iron Wall Army he led was severely damaged by the enemy before they had a chance to activate their magic devices. If I hadn't been distracted by the so-called surrender, things would never have developed to this extent. But now it's all over. Not only did he fail to complete the task of annihilating the Black Hawk Special Forces, but he also had to bear the responsibility for the breach of the front line, and there was a high probability that he would lose the rank of colonel. The culprit who caused all this for him was the guy in front of him who seemed harmless, but was actually extremely despicable. "John Maslow, you deserve to die." Thinking of this, Bolt looked at John, and his eyes were instantly filled with unprecedented hatred. If there's a rating for murderous intent, then at this moment his murderous intent toward John has reached the highest level. "John Maslow, you damn despicable villain. You actually used surrender to plot against me." The more he thought about it, the more he felt like he was being played by the other party. A murderous intent suddenly surged in his heart, and he immediately gave a stern order to the soldiers around him. "Everyone, open your guns immediately. Kill that bastard of the Empire. Now." I said, "I really don't know this guy. Do you believe me? I really am a friendly force." Why don't you fat guy believe me?" John felt like crying, but had no tears. But looking at the black holes of guns pointed at him in front of him, he knew that it was too late to say anything now. The fat guy Bolt had already figured out that he was playing a trick on him. Therefore, regardless of the confusion and indignation in his heart, John immediately used his analytical skills in his eyes to try to analyze the trajectory of the ballistic missile in front of him, while planning to lie on the ground to reduce his own area of impact. And the direction he was lying was behind this Imperial lackey named Jet Slifer. Obviously, he was determined to use this Imperial dog who had ruined his plan of changing jobs as a human shield. But before he could take any action, Colonel Jet beside him snorted coldly, then suddenly raised his right hand and snapped his fingers. Bang! A black magic spell emerged from his fingertips, and the next second, countless dark magic powers suddenly spread out from under his feet to the surroundings, enveloping the two of them in an instant. At the same time, a circular wall that was completely black and had a metallic color was generated around the two people. Ding, ding, ding. The orange-yellow bullets tore through the air and then hit the wall in unison, making sharp explosions as John looked on anxiously. Although they were shaking constantly from being hit, the bullets that should have penetrated their bodies did not break through the wall and hit the two people inside. Instead, they were stopped one after another. Only after the Allied soldiers emptied the magazines in their guns did Colonel Jet manipulate the spell to create a crack in the wall. He then smiled and said to Bolt, whose face was so gloomy that it seemed like water could drip out of it, "Bolt, the reputation of your Iron Wall troops has always been well known on the front line, but this meeting is really disappointing to me." Colonel Jeter spoke softly, then slowly pulled out the double guns from his waist. Without waiting for the enemy to continue shooting, he lightly pulled the trigger and shot bullets emitting black magic power forward. Bang, bang, bang. Black bullets passed through the crowd and landed on the walls, then quickly spread outward to form a black magic barrier. In an instant, they connected with each other, spreading out chains emitting a strange black aura, attacking the soldiers behind Bolt with indescribable precision and speed. In just a moment, all the ordinary soldiers who had no time to react were slaughtered. Colonel Jet, who had accomplished all this, simply threw away the magic gun in his hand that was completely scrapped due to overload use and drew the rapier at his waist. The sword pointed forward. Bolt, who looked a little embarrassed at the moment because of dodging the dark energy chains, spoke calmly and arrogantly. "This makes me start to doubt that even without Warrant Officer John's plan, your so-called Iron Wall troops would probably be easily slaughtered by us like slaughtering pigs and dogs. After all, without your magic tools, you are not qualified to fight head-on, right? Don't be so proud, Jet Slifer. Do you really think you have one? Bolt tore off his tattered military uniform with a grim smile, revealing the blood-red metal armor inside. At the same time, he stimulated the magic power in his body. Veins gradually appeared on his face, and a depressing aura began to emerge from his body. He clenched the huge metal gloves that had covered his hands at some point, his bloodshot eyes fixed on the two people in front of him, and a bloodthirsty grin slowly appeared on his face. I admit that your despicable scheme did cause me considerable damage. But you don't think that destroying this trench will make us retreat? Have you forgotten that this is our allied territory, not your damn empire? Our allied anti-magic device base is on a hilltop 5 kilometers away. What's stationed there is not just my 1,500-man troop, but a real army. Now, the explosions here have all been seen by our friendly forces. And I only need to leave my men to hold out here for a few minutes until our friendly forces return to defend. By then, you'll only be leading a small force. How can you deal with the countless soldiers of our allies? Victory has always been in the hands of our allies. Jitselford, your death has been doomed since the moment you set foot on this land. Today, you and that bastard named John Moslow will both die here. Ha ha. As soon as he finished speaking, Bolt stomped his foot and rushed towards Jet in front of him like a cannonball, while swinging his fist and hitting him hard. Seeing his old rival launching an attack, Jet's pupils couldn't help but shrink, but his body didn't stop at all. Instead, he stimulated his magic power and swung his sword to win. The two men engaged in a battle in an instant, with flames constantly bursting out whenever they collided with each other. Each move was filled with murderous intent, and it was obvious that they were aiming to take each other's life. But Jet, who was fighting with Bolt, had a vague sense that something was wrong. He had noticed that in John's perfect plan, the magic soldier team that was supposed to come out at this time to support his side in the surprise attack had not shown up yet. According to the plan, Team 14 should assist the Black Hawk Force in strangling the enemy at this time. After defeating the enemy, they can complete their mission and retreat calmly under their own cover. But now Team 14 did not show up as promised. Could it be that something unexpected happened? This is a big trouble. Colonel Jet felt heavy in his heart, and he couldn't help but start thinking about whether to force Bolt to retreat and evacuate with John immediately. However, just as Bolt laughed out loud and Jet was thinking of giving up, the next second, as if sensing something, Bolt's laughter stopped abruptly, and then he and Colonel Jet tacitly distanced themselves from each other, and then looked towards the sky 5 kilometers behind them at the same time. Almost at the same time, dozens of terrifying auras that made people's scalps tingle suddenly appeared in the distant sky. 30 extremely bright red lights were generated one after another under the gaze of the two people, as if the god of destruction was casting his gaze down to the ground from the sky. Even the air became sticky and suffocating at this moment. This is the Empire's blasting magic. Wait, that location, isn't that where our anti-magic device is actually set up? How do these bastards find the true location? No, wait a minute. Feeling the terrifying magical aura condensed in the air in the distance, at this moment, Bolt finally began to panic. His face was pale as he looked towards the increasingly bright red light on the hill behind him, at the crimson magic circle that was constantly growing larger under the control of the magic soldiers. Until those 30 rays of crimson light, regarded as nightmares by countless people, slanted out from the magic circle. And then, in the ecstatic expression of Colonel Jet and the dull eyes of John, they directly hit the moment below, which represented the greatest stronghold of the Allied forces against the Empire. Bolt, whose lips had begun to tremble without him noticing, realized this deeply at this moment. He's finished. No. Boom. Chapter 16, he is simply a real devil. The deafening sound of bombing continued to echo on the battlefield. The moment it hit the anti-magic device cluster, the secondary explosion caused it instantly brought the impact to its peak. The dissipated magic storm transformed into a blue shock ring that spread in all directions, blowing away everything around it with a force that the flesh could not resist. On the battlefield, all the people who were originally fighting together were swept into the sky by this impact. Then it fell to the ground like dumplings. John should have been one of these people, but at the moment the impact came, Colonel Jet, who realized that something was wrong, immediately opened a magic barrier and wrapped him in it, preventing him from turning into a pile of freshly squeezed meat sauce. Ha ha ha, I see. I understand, Warrant Officer John. I didn't expect you to trick me, but you tricked me well this time. It was a brilliant trick. Looking at the small hill in the distance that was completely razed to the ground by the blasting magic, Colonel Jet suddenly laughed out loud, as if he understood something. He looked wildly at John, who was deafened by the residual power and had a bewildered look on his face, and his tone was full of amazement. I really didn't expect that you, Warrant Officer John, could find out the exact location where the Allied forces deployed the anti-magic device in such a short time. We also took advantage of the Iron Wall Army's desire to annihilate us. While the enemy was focusing all their attention on the front battlefield, we arranged for the magic team to sneak into the location with the anti-magic device without anyone noticing. At the critical moment, we used a fatal blow to completely annihilate the enemy. Whether it was the Black Hawk troops destroying the trap or Bolt's carelessness, were all of this within your expectations? It's really amazing. What? Brother, what nonsense are you talking about? How come I don't know that I've been thinking so much? What the hell is going on here? Can anyone explain this to me? Looking at Colonel Jet, who had a fanatical look on his face, like a cultist, and was now gazing at him with unprecedented reverence. John suddenly felt that his brain was not enough. However, before he could figure out what was going on, the next second, a gaze full of resentment suddenly shot towards him from the front, causing him to shiver subconsciously. John Maslow. Right in front of him, Bolt yelled out this damn name with a look of loss of composure. His eyes were fixed on an indifferent man in front of him, who looked at him with contempt, like a man who had played with a stray dog on the roadside, and then sat in the car, quietly admiring the other's ugly appearance. The murderous intent in his heart towards this damned Imperial dog also reached its peak at this moment. It was this damn bastard who caused my mission to fail. It also destroyed their greatest reliance in fighting the Empire. Kill him no matter what. Only by getting rid of this damn culprit can I have a chance to reduce my guilt. However, just as Bolt was about to grit his teeth and mobilize all the magic power in his body to kill the cunning Imperial dog in one fell swoop, the next second, the panicked voice of the adjutant came from the communication device. But it was like a bucket of cold water poured on his head, making his heart instantly cold. Colonel Bolt, the anti-magic device front has been completely breached, and I have detected that the enemy magic soldier squad is coming quickly. I'm afraid we have to evacuate as soon as possible. What? How come it's so fast? Bolt looked incredulous, but soon, as if realizing something, he suddenly raised his head and looked at John in front of him. It was obvious that the other party did not take any action at all. Instead, he looked at him with a harmless look, as if he was completely unaware of everything that was happening. But Bolt knew that this was just a disguise deliberately made by this treacherous villain. All of this was completely within the other party's expectations. After all, just a few minutes ago, the other party pretended to want to surrender and successfully deceived him, didn't he? Although he has clearly gained the upper hand, the other party is not at all complacent, but instead acts like an idiot. What this shows? This means that this bastard named John Maslow was obviously deliberately luring him, wanting him to be blinded by hatred and go forward to kill him regardless of the consequences, so as to make himself fall into the trap he had set in advance. Maybe the other party had already set up a special spell near him in advance and was waiting for him to get close to him. If I really fall into the trap, then there is no doubt that death will be waiting for me. Really, how insidious, how despicable. He clearly has the upper hand, but he still resorts to such despicable tactics. This guy is simply a real devil. Thinking of this, Bolt couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. The murderous intent in his heart disappeared instantly, and the look he gave John Maslow was filled with intense fear. He knew that he no longer had the courage to face this man. All he can do now is escape. Retreat. Everyone retreat immediately. Without hesitation, Bolt picked up the communicator and ordered the remaining soldiers to retreat, but when he saw Colonel Jet's teasing eyes in the distance, he couldn't help blushing. I wanted to curse before leaving, but after seeing John's cold gaze, I subconsciously took back the curse words that were on my lips and said bitterly, "Don't be complacent. This matter is not over yet. Let's wait and see. John Maslow, I will remember you. You'd better pray that I don't meet you on the battlefield in the future. Otherwise, I will definitely." Base. The dark, magical sword energy swept across, interrupting Bolt's words. Then, Colonel Jet's chuckle was heard again from the battlefield. Why are you talking so much nonsense? If you don't want to leave, why don't you just stay and make an achievement for me? Asshole. Bolt, who dodged the attack in a desperate manner, had a gloomy face. He wanted to scold Jet, the Imperial dog, for being unsportsmanlike, but when he felt the breath of the magic soldiers approaching from behind and realized that he didn't have much time, he immediately gave up the idea of arguing with this Imperial dog. He looked at John in front of him with resentment until the other person's appearance was completely imprinted in his mind. With a livid face, Bolt turned around and ran towards the trench, then led a group of remaining Iron Wall troops to break out in the direction of the Allied headquarters. John, our operation was successful, and it was a great victory. I am truly impressed by your outstanding strategies, meticulous mind, and supernatural intelligence gathering abilities. I will report all your heroic performance to General Dormammu. With your decisive character, you should be promoted soon for such a great achievement. You may even be personally received by the Emperor. It's a very happy thing, isn't it, my dear John? Colonel Jet patted John's shoulder happily, his eyes full of appreciation. Really? Then should I still congratulate myself for being one step closer to death? Can I give you this fucking good thing? You damn bastard. Yes, Colonel, it is very gratifying. John responded with a stiff expression. Then, under the other party's puzzled gaze, he slowly turned around, suppressing the uncontrollable dizziness caused by the heavy blow, and numbly walked slowly in the direction he came from. John felt like he was about to break. No one knows how complicated his mood is right now, except himself. If possible, he really wanted to ask what the fate of this groove meant. If he was really guilty, the other party could just kill him directly. But why did the other party still find different ways to torture him, even though he was already in such a miserable state? Asshole, Chapter 17. The Empire's Rising Star. At the same time, inside the Imperial Waldenfront command post, the top officials of the Empire's 7th Air Force, except Colonel Jet, were gathered at the conference table. But everyone fell surprisingly silent, some frowning at the sand table in front of them, some looking anxiously at the pocket watches in their hands. In the main seat, Dormammu, the commander-in-chief of the front line, was sitting on a chair with his eyes closed in thought, as if he was quietly waiting for the outcome of something. The atmosphere in the entire command post was filled with dead silence. Even the sound of breathing was barely perceptible. I don't know how long it took, but the sudden sound of a communication broke the eerie atmosphere. And at the moment the bell rang, Dormammu on the throne suddenly opened his eyes and immediately connected the communication device. Although his voice remained as calm and steady as usual, it was not difficult to tell from his faintly trembling pupils that he was nervous at the moment. How is it? Reporting to the general, the plan was successful. Warrant Officer John has completely destroyed the anti-magic device of the Allies and is currently returning along the same route. Thanks for your hard work. Beep. The sound of the communication device being hung up continued to echo in the command post. However, this dull sound, to the ears of all the senior members of the 7th Legion, was like the sound of nature played by the god of music, causing everyone's emotions to involuntarily begin to boil. Everyone's breathing began to become heavier, and a strange fanaticism and excitement began to appear in their eyes. Even Dormammu, who was sitting on the first seat, couldn't help but smile on his usually serious face. And as time went on, the smile became more and more intense, and in the end it even looked a little hideous. I think you all have heard Colonel Jeter's report just now. So, I don't need to say more about what we should do next. 3 hours. I'll only give you 3 hours. 3 hours later, I want to see the flag of the Empire standing in the center of Walden's Magic Lake. If you can't do it, you don't have to come back to see me. Dormammu's cold voice continued to echo in the command post. However, hearing the harsh and almost cruel request from their superior, the senior officials were not afraid at all. Instead, they all looked excited. Yes, General, I promise to fulfill my mission. A group of high-ranking officials of the Empire responded loudly, and then ran out of the command post in an orderly and rapid manner. After just a few minutes, thousands of blue lights emitted by the explosion of magic power appeared almost synchronously in this frontline stronghold. Thousands of magic soldiers, led by their respective companies, flew into the sky in unison. Like a swarm of crazy bees, they quickly rushed towards the Waldenfront ahead. In less than a moment, the sound of artillery fire was heard from the battle zone between the Allied forces and the Empire. Moreover, the fighting was more fierce and intense than ever before in the month since the two sides started fighting. So much so that even the Imperial soldiers stationed several kilometers away from the battle line could hear it clearly. What an unexpected turn of events. Inside the tent, listening to the roar coming from his ears and realizing that the situation on the battlefield was really about to change, Dormammu seemed to have been drained of all his strength and let out a long breath. After a long time, he regained his spirit and stood up from the chair. He slowly picked up the pipe on the table, put it in his mouth, and habitually wanted to light it with a match. However, due to the trembling of his hands, the match he struck many times failed to light up and was instead broken by his fingertips, which used too much force. Only when the box was empty did he throw it on the table in annoyance. But his face was filled with unprecedented joy. Of course, he should be happy about it. After all, after winning this war, the empire he believed in would no longer have to worry about the impending extinction of magic soldiers. As long as the empire can capture the magic lake of Walden, it will be possible for it to reach the top again, even creating unprecedented brilliance. And all of this stems from this plan. It came from the rookie of the empire who had just stepped onto the battlefield. John Maslow, you really didn't let me down. Dormammu murmured the name softly, as if thinking about something, and an elusive color flashed in his old eyes. But soon, as if he had made a decision, he resolutely put down the pipe in his mouth, then quickly walked to his desk, and, after a little thought, he took out a piece of letter paper from the documents. Then, he picked up a pen and wrote on it. Dear Duke of Austin, I haven't written to you for a long time. I don't know if you have recovered recently. I hope you don't mind my neglect of greeting you. At present, our army has seized the opportunity to win the Battle of Walden. I believe you will receive news of the victory of the Battle of Walden soon. However, this is not the main reason why I sent you this letter. In this tense and difficult war, I found a very outstanding talent among the officers under my command. I cannot help but admire his talent, but you also know that my current situation cannot provide a future for any talented person. So after careful consideration, I decided to discuss with you the future of this gentleman. Dormammu wrote quietly at his desk until he had expressed all his thoughts and worries in the letter. Then he put down the pen in his hand, picked up his private seal that had not been used for a long time, and stamped a red seal at the end of the letter. Then he let out a long breath and stuffed the letter into the envelope, planning to send it out tonight. He raised his head tiredly, and when he saw the light in the tent, he suddenly realized that it was already night without him noticing. Feeling the soreness in his body, Dormammu stood up dazedly and wanted to go out for a walk. But as soon as he arrived outside the tent and saw the young figure surrounded by people walking towards the entrance of the stronghold, he couldn't help but pause. Then he smiled with some relief. He knew that it was time for this star of his, which had burned out for the Empire, to come to an end. But fortunately, he was replaced by a rising star. Moreover, the light that the other party can create will definitely be far beyond his imagination. It's really exciting, Dormammu murmured in a low voice, silently watching the young figure who was surrounded by countless people and was pretending to be angry and playing with everyone. He couldn't help but have unprecedented expectations for this young rising star of the Empire. Chapter 18, When He Wants to Follow. After the Allied anti-magic device was destroyed, the Imperial 7th Air Force, which no longer posed a threat, launched a fierce attack under the orders of commanders at all levels. With its devastating offensive, it completely repelled the 3 Allied legions within 2 hours and seized control of the Walden region in one fell swoop. After arranging non-staff army units to carry out post-war cleanup and inventory work in the occupied areas, the 7th Air Force, which successfully returned to the camp, organized a long-unseen celebratory reception in the camp that evening. When John opened his eyes again in the tent, it was already noon the next day. At this moment, the tent where he was filled with commanders of all levels of the 7th Air Force lying on their backs. The air was filled with a strong smell of alcohol and stinky feet, which was quite intoxicating. It seemed that the war that had been tense for a month had finally been resolved, giving these idiots a chance to release their recent pent-up emotions. So at last night's cocktail party, these usually serious officers completely let themselves go. Even Battalion Commander Olaf, who was the most old-fashioned in John's impression. Last night, when we were drinking to our heart's content, he jumped onto the table and showed everyone his special skill, opening a bottle with his butt. Relying on his powerful hip strength, he brought the entire party to a climax. As the biggest contributor to this victory, John not only received praise from superiors at all levels, but was also the one who was forced to drink the most alcohol. After watching his boss's special skills, he completely blacked out and had no memory of what happened afterwards. Due to the large amount of alcohol intake, even after he woke up, he still felt a splitting headache and felt a little listless. Especially when I thought about my carefully planned job-hopping plan, which was completely bankrupt under the influence of that damn fate. And he himself has now been confirmed as a lackey of the Empire. He suddenly became even more depressed. This is simply hell. Looking at the group of naked men in their underwear lying on the ground and snoring, mumbling, "Come and drink," or "come more" from time to time, John couldn't help but sigh in his heart. But after a moment of silence, he picked up his warrant officer uniform from the corner, put it on, and then dragged his tired body out. The smell in the tent was really a bit intoxicating, and he felt that going out for some fresh air would make his mind sharper than staying in this shitty tent and thinking about his future. Talp, talp. After leaving the tent, John wandered around the base aimlessly. Perhaps it was because there were many Allied troops left in the Walden area, and magic soldiers were needed to assist in suppressing them, so there were not many people in the stronghold, and it seemed a bit empty. John walked along the way and only met a few unfamiliar soldiers who greeted him respectfully. Retirement failed, and job hopping also failed. This makes me wonder what to do next. Damn it, was I seen by the goddess of misfortune when I traveled through time? Otherwise, why would I be so unlucky? But although the world in the game has magic and orcs, there's never been any gods. Otherwise, you can set up an altar for yourself and ask for help from the three pure ones in order to try to get rid of the bad luck. After all, he is our own ancestor. He won't cheat us like foreign gods, right? John was deep in thought, just as he was trying to recall the specific process of the Taoist blessing ceremony. The sound of gunfire in his ears brought him back to his senses. He walked towards the direction of the gunshots with some curiosity, and when he reached the source of the gunshots, he found himself at the shooting range behind the stronghold. A figure that he was very familiar with was standing in the middle of the shooting range, holding a large revolver in his right hand, which John remembered was numbered M500 and aiming at the target 100 meters away. As if he had calculated the shooting angle, the next second, the other party quickly pulled the trigger repeatedly. Bang, bang, bang. The 6 gunshots almost overlapped, and then the sound of the target being hit came at the same time the next second. The 6 bullets hit the target simultaneously in no particular order, accurately locking onto the bull's eye in the center. There was no deviation at all, and it was so accurate that it seemed like it was made by a high-precision machine rather than a human being. It's just amazing. Pa, pa, pa. John couldn't help but applaud the other person, and his sudden applause also startled the figure who was concentrating on checking his shooting results. He turned around with some confusion, and when he saw that the person was John, a surprised smile immediately appeared on his face. "Captain, you're awake. You're a pretty good shooter, Wendy. No wonder Captain Olaf appointed you as deputy captain, even though you're still far behind me." Of course, what John said was pure bullshit. Although when he created his current game character, he got full marks in shooting in the story background. But that only applies to the character of John Maslow. He himself is just a gold medal cowherd living in a peacetime era. Not to mention shooting, he has only seen firearms on TV. How can he compare with Wendy, a 5-year veteran? Of course, this did not prevent him from bragging in front of his subordinate. Anyway, he is the superior, whatever he says is right. Hee hee. Thank you for the compliment, Captain. I will work harder in the future and strive to surpass you soon. Upon hearing this, Wendy was not angry, but looked at her captain with admiration. After 2 days of missions, she now has unconditional trust in her wise and brave Captain John. Not to mention that John said he was a better shooter than her. Even if John said he also knew Captain Olaf's unique skill of opening wine bottles with his, but she would absolutely believe it. Ahem, speaking of which, Wendy, doesn't Team 14 have a mission? Why are you suddenly here to practice shooting? Seeing that Wendy, this silly girl, was looking at him with trust and had no doubts about his marksmanship at all, even John couldn't help but feel his face getting hot. So he quickly changed the subject, and at the same time secretly thought to himself that he had to find time to practice his marksmanship in the future. Otherwise, if one day this idiot Wendy asks me to demonstrate top-notch marksmanship to other members of Team 14 and I shoot off the target, I will be so embarrassed. No, I'm just used to practicing shooting every day, so I came to train. After all, our missions are very important, and I also want to become stronger. This way, I won't be forced to watch you walk into danger for the sake of the mission like I did yesterday. Wendy said the last sentence in her heart, thinking about how she, who boasted herself as the main force of the team, not only failed to protect the captain's safety, but could only watch the captain go to fight thousands of enemy troops alone and delay the opportunity for Team 14 to destroy the anti-magic device. She couldn't help but subconsciously exert force with her right hand holding the gun handle, even though General Dormammu was well prepared and arranged for Colonel Jet to protect the captain. Even she knew that a scene like yesterday could only be accomplished by the extremely smart Captain John alone. Even everyone in Team 14 was cheering for this victory. But Wendy knew, ultimately, she failed in her duty as a deputy captain and a soldier. A soldier who cannot protect the safety of his commander is an unqualified soldier. What's more, Captain John was the most outstanding commander she had ever seen in the 5 years since she joined the army. Whether it is the other party's amazing wisdom or the courage to never be cowardly in the face of danger, but instead face it head-on, she was deeply impressed by his gentleness and consideration for his subordinates. In the past, Wendy was used to being blamed and dragged down by her boss. I once thought that my military career would continue like this. But John's appearance was like dawn, tearing apart all the darkness in her past. She had never wanted to follow someone so sincerely as she did now. If it was Warrant Officer John, he would definitely be able to let himself see that scene. Wendy murmured in her heart, then looked at the captain in front of her who was scratching his ears with his hands and kept muttering to her about combining work and rest, and that introverts are usually viewed with hostility by their peers. She couldn't understand any of the words. She couldn't help but let a smile appear on her face and was about to say something to the other person. The next second, a burst of hurried footsteps interrupted their conversation, and then the guard's respectful voice reached their ears. Warrant Officer John, General Dormammu has ordered you to go to the command post immediately to attend a meeting. Chapter 19, this old guy is not a good person either. Crash. Warrant Officer John Maslow, leader of the 14th Magic Soldier Mobile Squadron of the 6th Battalion of the 7th Army of the Imperial Magic Forces, greets all the superiors. May the glory of the Empire be with all of you. No need to be so polite. Inside the command post, sitting on the first seat, Dormammu couldn't help but smile as he looked at John, who was neatly dressed and saluted respectfully to him with a serious look on his face. Although he has always been known as a serious and rigid person in the Empire, Dormammu actually feels that he is the kind of person who is good at adapting. For him, the process is not important as long as the goal can be achieved. This can be seen from the fact that when John changed the task without authorization, he not only did not punish him, but instead rewarded him. Therefore, he himself does not really care about this cumbersome etiquette. Of course, it may also have something to do with the people who do this. After all, he would always unconsciously have more preference and expectations for John Maslow, the young man who had surprised him twice. Thinking of this, the smile on his face suddenly became more intense. Under the surprised gazes of the 7th Legion leaders around him, he took the initiative to stand up and wave to John. Come on, John, sit next to me. Don't be shy. When the meeting starts, if you have any opinions, you could tell me directly. Yes, General. Facing the envious and jealous gazes of the crowd, John felt his scalp tingling. But faced with the enthusiastic invitation from his immediate superior, he did not dare to refuse. He could only put on a stiff smile and, at the other party's gesture, went to sit next to him. After John took his seat, for some reason, he suddenly felt that the atmosphere in the command post became dead silent for a moment. He himself saw an expression on the face of Captain Olaf, who was sitting at the last seat, which seemed to say, "You were so lucky to be valued by the general." To be honest, I really don't want this kind of honor at all. What's the difference between this kind of development and carving the words, "I am the Empire's #1 running dog" on my forehead? After the Allies defeat the Empire, I will definitely be taken out and shot as a staunch supporter of the Empire, right? And it's the kind that empties the magazine of a machine gun. Oh my God, Dormammu, you old thing. Turns out you're not a good person either. I trusted you so much before. John was so sad at this moment that he wanted to cry, but couldn't. However, he felt the encouraging gaze from Colonel Jet on his left hand and the admiring look from Dormammu on his right hand. Even though he was on pins and needles at the moment, John had to put on a nonchalant look. It was as if he was the proud young Imperial hero himself. Okay, now that everyone is here, it's time to start today's meeting. Seeing that no one raised any objections to his decision, Dormammu didn't waste any more time. He crossed his fingers on the conference table, then looked at the adjutant behind him and said softly, "Major Cod, please begin reporting the current situation in the Walden area." "Yes, General." The adjutant, named Code, responded in a deep voice, then stepped in front of everyone and reported with his head held high. "Thanks to Warrant Officer John's surprise attack yesterday, after losing the constraints of the anti-magic device, under the attack of our magic soldiers, our army has completely repelled the 3 corps of the Allied forces and successfully occupied 3 towns and 17 villages in the Walden area. Although there are still some remnants of the Allied forces active in the area, with our army's cleanup operations, based on the current efficiency, the remaining enemy forces can be completely wiped out within 3 days. According to the current statistics, our army has seized 16 intact magic devices in the Walden area and captured about 2,000 Allied soldiers, including 14 officers, with the highest rank being Brigadier General. The exact number of enemy troops killed is still being counted. As of now, the total number of casualties among our magic soldiers is 1,342, of which 876 have died, 466 have been slightly or seriously injured, and 13 of the low-level commanders and 1 mid-level commander have been killed. The unit that suffered the most damage was Captain Baranav's 13th Battalion. All 7 companies were destroyed. We have applied to the headquarters to send new members to reorganize the team. In addition, the casualties of the non-staff army troops coming to support from the Imperial Army headquarters are also being counted. It is expected to be completed by 3:50 p.m. I will report the specific casualties to you as soon as possible at that time. Our army is currently taking down." Listening to the ups and downs of Colonel Code's report, which was like a teacher's lecture in the classroom and a hypnotic effect, John couldn't help feeling drowsy without realizing it. But reason still made him try his best to restrain the urge to yawn, and instead stared blankly at the conference table in front of him. I began to wonder what kind of dinner the kitchen staff would prepare today. Goulash? Or a barbecue meal? Of course, it would be nice to have a bowl of noodles. After all, the Empire's bread is, to some extent, as hard as bullets. The meals over the past 2 days alone have caused his jaw muscles to begin to develop uncontrollably again. If he continues with his current staple style, then there is no doubt that Colonel Jeter with his perfect jawline is the epitome of his future. While John was silently complaining in his heart, at the conference table, Dormammu, as if not noticing Warrant Officer John's daydreaming, was discussing the post-war affairs in the Walden region with a group of high-ranking officials of the Empire and seemed to have encountered some difficulties. Everyone's brows were furrowed at this moment, and they all looked down at the teacups in front of them, as if they could see something from them. On the first seat, Dormammu's expression was also somewhat uncertain. Just when he was about to randomly pick out an unlucky guy and force this task out, he suddenly noticed John, who had a calm face beside him. Seeing the bored look on the other side, which seemed to be saying, "If you can't even solve such a small matter, how can you shoulder the heavy responsibility for the Empire in the future?" Dormammu's eyes immediately lit up, and then he smiled and said to John, who was confused, "John, you look like you're very interested in this mission." Chapter 20. "You bastard are plotting against me." Task? What task? When John heard this, he immediately had a question mark in his head. But looking at the other high-ranking officials of the Empire who were all looking down at their teacups, they seemed to be afraid of being named by General Dormammu. At this moment, John realized it instantly. His daydreaming behavior just now has unknowingly dragged him into a huge trouble. But facing Dormammu, who was giving him a death stare, John knew that he had to find a suitable excuse to get away with it. Although it is not clear what these people were talking about just now, judging from Colonel Code's report just now, this matter must be related to the post-war handling of the Walden area. As we all know, once it comes to post-war issues, all you have to do is use the Empire's skin and shout slogans. As a gold medal ox and horse in my previous life, I am so familiar with this kind of repetitive words that it couldn't be more familiar. Thinking of this, John suddenly felt more confident. He was no longer panicking, and his hands were no longer shaking. He immediately stood up slowly under Dormammu's expectant gaze, cleared his throat, and said, "Ahem, reporting back to the General, I don't think my personal opinion on this mission is important. What's important is that when performing a mission as soldiers, we must make maintaining the honor of the Empire our first goal. At the same time, we must unswervingly follow the idea proposed by His Majesty the Emperor to consolidate the current territory of the Empire. Through strict military discipline, we must let the people of the empire realize that the empire's army is a shield to protect the people, not a thug who tramples on the people. Always persist in treating our friends as gently as the warm sunshine in spring, and treating our enemies as ruthlessly as the cold wind in winter. Only in this way can the people of the empire be deeply proud of being a member of the empire, and only in this way can they smile warmly and approvingly when they see the empire's army instead of feeling fear, and only in this way can they bravely take up arms to resist the mob in order to protect the empire's territory instead of just standing by and watching. Therefore, I personally believe that whether in governing the existing cities of the empire or the future cities, we must always adhere to the principle of not offending the people, and use strict military discipline and regulations to make the people feel at ease and identify with us, and spontaneously support our army, so that the people can recognize and understand the glory of the empire, and spontaneously feel proud of being citizens of the empire. Only in this way can the empire continue to grow stronger. The glory of the empire will never be extinguished, and the goal of great unification can be achieved. The above are my personal views and opinions on the post-war governance of the Walden region. My views are crude, so I hope the general will not blame me. After speaking a bunch of repetitive words in a fluent manner, just like the speech script of his previous company, John bowed slightly to the idiot-like senior officials of the empire who were sitting at the conference table, as if they were listening to a mystery. Pa pa pa. After a pause, the sound of applause suddenly rang out in the command post. Looking towards the voice, everyone was shocked to find that the person applauding was none other than General Dormammu on the first seat. At this moment, the other person was staring at John beside him, his eyes filled with shock and joy that were difficult to conceal. One could even call it a surprise. In fact, he was indeed surprised by John's remarks. In his opinion, John's speech was almost enough to be thrown directly to the Imperial Political Department and listed as a must-read collection of ideological and spiritual quotations for Imperial soldiers after they join the army. To be honest, if I didn't know John's background and had witnessed with my own eyes the warrant officer's talent in command, then Dormammu at this moment would certainly suspect that John Maslow was a top propaganda talent secretly trained by the Imperial Ministry of Culture. Could it be that compared to fighting, this kid John is actually more suitable for internal affairs? In this case, there are many paths for this young man to choose from. After all, his old friend had complained to him more than once in letters that the Empire's political department currently had no suitable talents available. Or, could you recommend it to him later? Thinking of this, Dormammu couldn't help but fall into deep thought. At the same time, although they were a little confused about John's speech, after seeing their superiors start to applaud, the other senior officials of the 7th Air Force present also reacted and quickly followed suit, while constantly expressing various words of praise. For a moment, the command post, which had been filled with depressing atmosphere, suddenly became peaceful. Warrant Officer John, I have to say that your statement is indeed surprising to me, and your ideas on domestic affairs and regional governance make me feel inferior. Although I also know that it is a bit too harsh to ask an outstanding general to carry out difficult tasks continuously. As the saying goes, those who are capable will do more work. Since Warrant Officer John has expressed your views on the post-war governance of the Walden region through your speech, I think that the governance task of the town of Bahamut is only for you to carry out in person. This is the most suitable. Of course, considering the size and chaos of the town of Bahamut, it is obviously difficult for a team of 30 soldiers to suppress and govern this town. Therefore, Warrant Officer John, as the Commander-in-Chief of the 7th Air Force, I will temporarily grant you the position of the Supreme Commander of the Independent Combat Force. I plan to merge the 1st, 3rd, 6th, and 14th companies of the original 6th Battalion of Magic Soldiers into this Independent Combat Unit. At the same time, I will have people select 600 outstanding soldiers from the Army's non-corps to join, forming a small unit of 720 people, so as to better help you, Warrant Officer John, complete the suppression and governance of the Bahamut region. After saying this, without waiting for John to respond, Dormammu turned his gaze towards Olaf, who was at the last seat. Major Olaf, do you have any objection to my order? No objection, General. Olaf raised his head and chest and responded loyally. Although Olaf, as the superior, felt a little depressed that his subordinate Johann had snatched the command power that should have belonged to him. But when he thought that the other party was also bringing honor to him, and that, with his talent and the general's love for him, It was probably only a matter of time before he got a promotion and a raise and became his boss. It is not a bad thing for me to establish a good relationship with this promising warrant officer now, but a good thing. The original emotion in his heart also dissipated in an instant. The look he gave John became kinder than ever before. He had already decided that after the meeting, if John came to him for reinforcements, he would pretend to be embarrassed, but in the end he would secretly send more people to the army in a private capacity. As for why I didn't ask the general for instructions, well, how can official and private matters be the same? Why do things impartially when you could do favors? As for the possibility that John would mess things up if he took on this hot potato. Haha, don't forget, General Dormammu just expressed his inferiority towards Warrant Officer John's management approach. You know, General Dormammu is only the commander-in-chief of the 7th Air Force on the surface. But in fact, he is a well-known all-rounder in the Empire. Although domestic affairs are not his most glamorous area, they're not something that anyone can mess with. How could a person who could make the general feel inferior to him be a fool who dared to take the task rashly without even understanding the situation? The reason why Warrant Officer John was so brave must be that he had the confidence to complete this mission. So, not only will I not lose money on this investment, but I will make a lot of money instead, ha ha ha. Olaf was feeling very proud. At the same time, the people around him seemed to have reacted as well. They looked at Olaf on the field with jealousy, and they were so angry that their teeth were itching. He secretly hated how this guy, who could only use a leather drum to open a bottle of wine, could get such an excellent subordinate for nothing. He had done nothing, but still got some credit. Damn it, what kind of luck does this bastard Olaf have? However, unlike the envy or pride that everyone else was feeling at the moment, after listening to Dormammu's arrangements for him, John froze in place, his ears ringing uncontrollably. What the hell? Bahamut Town? Isn't this the fucking town where the main characters in the game story live? So, am I going to join the protagonist group? This situation is not right, right? Everything was just fine. Why did I have to run in front of the protagonists and seek death? Dormammu, you bastard are trying to sabotage me. No, refuse. You must refuse. This isn't a mission at all. It's simply suicide. General, John realized that the situation was not good and was about to find an excuse to refuse. But before he could open his mouth, Colonel Jet stood up suddenly and said to Dormammu in a deep voice, General Dormammu, I don't think this is appropriate. John was stunned. Then he was overjoyed. He didn't expect that Jet, the bastard who caused his job change to fail, would come out to help him refute Dormammu at this time. All I can say is that this guy has the standard looks of a villain. But is he actually a good person? It seems that I have wronged you, Jet. From today on, you are my half-brother. I promise you, when I join the Allied forces in the future and follow the protagonist to capture you, I will definitely help you get a chance for bail. John looked at Colonel Jet with a touched look on his face. However, after hearing Jet's rebuttal, Dormammu couldn't help but raise his eyebrows, and then looked at his loyal subordinate with a little doubt. Oh, I wonder if you think there's something wrong. Colonel Jeter, you might as well tell me, and I'll try to refer to it. I naturally have no objection to your judgment. After all, everyone has witnessed the excellence of Warrant Officer John. However, General, you seem to have forgotten that Warrant Officer John's current rank is not enough for him to be responsible for commanding so many soldiers. If this decision is passed on to the political department, it may cause some unnecessary trouble to the 7th Army and will also have some unnecessary impact on Warrant Officer John's resume. Colonel Jet reminded in a deep voice, and Dormammu reacted instantly after hearing this, secretly sighing in his heart at his own negligence, wondering how he could have overlooked this crucial situation. In fact, John's current rank of warrant officer can only be regarded as a low-level commander in the Empire's organization. Even if he is placed in the Army's organization, he can only command a force of 300 people at a time. In the special circumstances where non-main force units are defeated, the superior commander is killed in battle, and there is no one to command the troops. John, as a warrant officer, cannot lead a force of more than 300 people during normal operations. Otherwise, he will be judged as exceeding his authority. Although exceeding one's authority is not a big deal in the military, as long as one has permission from the superiors and the matter is not reported to the political department and the Grand Council, everyone can pretend that nothing has happened. But in the final analysis, the reason why Dormammu assigned the task to John this time was not only to ask John to help solve this hot potato, but more importantly, to recommend talents to the top leaders, so that John could officially enter the vision of the top leaders of the empire and give him more room for development. However, due to his inflexibility when he was young, he made many enemies within the empire. If this act of exceeding his authority was known to his political enemies and they made a big fuss about it, then his plan to build momentum for John would probably fail. Even if John himself had made a lot of contributions to the empire, he would be treated coldly by the top leaders because of some tactics of his political enemies. This would completely cut off John's future career. There is no doubt that this is something Dormammu absolutely does not want to see. Therefore, after Jet said this, he immediately reacted and admitted his negligence. Indeed, I was negligent. I'm sorry, but in this case, I should probably reselect the personnel for this mission. I'm sorry, Warrant Officer John. No, don't apologize. I can't thank you enough. Seriously, as long as you don't let me commit suicide in front of the main characters, I would even kneel down and polish your shoes. Looking at Dormammu, who was looking at him apologetically, John's heart was filled with joy. But he didn't dare to show it on the surface, and instead waved his hands helplessly and said, "General, you are too kind. As a soldier, my first priority is to abide by military discipline. The reason why I did not take the initiative to speak up before is because I am not qualified to perform this task. Of course, I have great confidence in the abilities of all of you. Even without me, I believe you will be able to accomplish this task brilliantly. Complete an egg, the guy staying in the town of Bahamut, is the strongest fighter among the protagonists, Serbian Reinhardt, and the other party is a female half-dragon. Although the other party is still in his infancy and cannot achieve complete dragon transformation, and his identity is just the leader of an underground force, he has no fame at all. But John, who was familiar with the plot, knew that this woman's combat power had already reached the missile level, and she was truly capable of defeating 1,000 enemies alone. What's more, the dragon race is inherently tough, and they are born with the veil technique, so they have a natural resistance to magic. Moreover, in the game, the opponent has an extremely violent personality. He is the type who will draw his sword and kill people if he disagrees with someone. He is like a bomb that may explode at any time. If the danger index of the heroine in the game is 7, then in John's heart, Serbia's danger index has definitely reached the full value of 10. The other party is the person John least wants to face in the early plot. Therefore, after hearing that he didn't have to face this grumpy dragon woman, John was so happy that he almost wanted to sing a song and thank Colonel Jet for his help. But before he could think about giving something back to this reliable old man as a thank you, the next second, he saw Colonel Jeter smile mysteriously and then slowly spoke in John's ominous eyes. As expected, John, you are indeed a competitive man. In this case, I won't hide it. In fact, I have thought a way to make you take on this task legitimately. How about it? Are you happy? Of course, there's no need to thank me. As your senior and superior, it's my job to help others achieve their goals. After all, our goal is to make the Empire great again, right? Happy as hell. Jet Slifer, you bastard. How dare you assassinate me? I must kill you. Chapter 21 Warrant Officer John has great wisdom. Colonel Jeter, do you have an idea? Why not just tell me and let me hear it? Hearing Dormammu's active question, Colonel Jet did not continue to keep the secret, but smiled and said the solution he had thought of temporarily. Yes, General. Actually, my method is very simple. It is joint action. Yes, joint action. Why didn't I think of it? Dormammu suddenly understood. The so-called joint operation is generally a mission that requires a large number of people. But due to unexpected circumstances, there's a lack of leadership from senior officers. So two commanders of the same level need to temporarily merge their respective teams and participate in the mission together. Although on the surface it consists of a main general and a deputy general. In fact, everyone in the army knows that in joint operations, the so-called deputy general does not play a big role and gets relatively less merit. After all, this position is mostly prepared for some aristocratic children with deep backgrounds who come to the military to gild themselves. It was only for the sake of face that the Empire's Military Affairs Department called it a joint operation. But compared with the previous unauthorized decisions made by Dormammu, the joint operation is undoubtedly in line with the internal regulations of the army. If we apply this to John, even if Dormammu's political enemies want to cause trouble, they won't be able to find any fault with this excuse. This method obviously perfectly meets Dormammu's current needs. Understand, Colonel Jeter, your suggestion is very good. So, what do you think about the selection of the deputy general? As for the lieutenant general, I think that this person must first have a very good intelligence and the ability to adapt to changing circumstances. Only in this way can he keep up with the quick thinking of Warrant Officer John. Otherwise, he will only become a burden to Warrant Officer John. Secondly, this deputy commander must have good combat capabilities. After all, the chaos in Bahamut is obvious to all. If there are two commanders in a team who need soldiers to protect them, it will undoubtedly increase the difficulty of the mission. Yes, that's right, Colonel Jet said proudly. After hearing this, Dormammu nodded unconsciously. Obviously, Jet's speech had been recognized by him, and through Jet's hard work, he also vaguely guessed that his capable subordinate had already had a candidate in mind for the position of adjutant for this joint operation. But considering fairness, Dormammu added to the crowd. Colonel Jeter's words are exactly what I want to say. So, if anyone here has outstanding talents who meet these qualifications, please let me know. As long as the ability is suitable, I will consider it. Hearing this, everyone's minds suddenly became active, and they couldn't help but recommend their confidence to Dormammu. It was obvious that he wanted to take advantage of this joint operation to get in touch with Warrant Officer John, who was destined to become famous, so as to make his career smoother. Therefore, even a few colonels who usually did not show much attention in the field began to put their face on the line and apply. In order to succeed, he even took the initiative to expose some embarrassing stories of other recommenders, trying to prove that his subordinates were the best ones. For a moment, the entire command post became extremely noisy, as if one had arrived at a vegetable market. However, just as everyone was belittling each other and trying to grab the opportunity to participate in this mission by pulling each other down, the next second, Colonel Jet's voice suddenly rang out from the field. Ahem, come to think of it, I do have a suitable candidate. Moreover, I believe that compared with the candidates recommended by you, this subordinate of mine may be more suitable to perform missions with Warrant Officer John. After all, whether it's me, my subordinate, or Warrant Officer John, we all come from the Empire's first military academy. So in terms of tactics and instructions, my subordinate should be able to cooperate with Warrant Officer John better than anyone else, right? General, you should be very clear about this, right? You mean, well, it is true. Hearing what Colonel Jet said, Dormammu seemed to remember something, and a hint of hesitation flashed across his eyes. If he was not mistaken, the soldier that Jet mentioned, who was from the same Empire First Military Academy as John, should be the last descendant of the special Banat family. Similarly, the other party is also someone that His Majesty the Emperor has high hopes for. Although the ability is indeed good, the flaws are also obvious. In addition, his personality was criticized by many senior executives. Is it really appropriate to let the other party participate in John's mission? Thinking of this, Dormammu couldn't help feeling a little worried. But when his eyes fell on John, who looked puzzled, and combined with the miracles created twice by this young man, he seemed to have thought of a possibility. His eyes instantly became firm, and he immediately stopped hesitating and made a decision. In this case, Colonel Jeter will be in charge of selecting the deputy commander for this joint operation. In addition, if you have any objections, you can discuss it with Colonel Jeter after the meeting. I think he should give you a satisfactory answer. After saying that, Dormammu gave John a meaningful look without further ado, then changed the subject and began to discuss the post-war governance of the rest of Walden with everyone. The meeting officially ended 2 hours later. John, who had maintained a stiff smile the entire time, was escorted out of the command post amid praises from a group of high-ranking officials of the Empire. After shaking hands and greeting each of the superiors who came forward to greet him, he expressed that he would definitely visit these respectable superiors if he had a chance. After dealing with this bunch of idiot Johns, he ran away under the pretext of going to the toilet. Then they arrived at a wide and deserted river behind the base. He sat on the grass at the shore, staring blankly at the rapidly rushing river in front of him. The false smile on his face disappeared in an instant, replaced by unprecedented depression and despair. He's really stupid, really. He knew that Colonel Jet, who had ruined his plan to change jobs, would definitely not have anything good to say. But he foolishly chose to believe it. He also successfully fell into the opponent's trap and was forced to accept this mission that would surely lead to his death. If I had known this would be the result, I would have been more decisive when I was forced to speak by that old man Dormammu. No matter what he says, he won't pretend to be so pretentious. Otherwise, he wouldn't have ended up like this. There is no need to face the most dangerous existence in the game. As a result, he could only watch himself die. At this moment, John had no doubt that his unlucky attribute might have been maxed out by the abominable gods the moment he crossed over. Otherwise, he really couldn't think of any other reason to explain his current situation. Asshole, I just want to survive. Why is it so difficult? John slumped dejectedly on the grass, looking at the blue sky above his head with despair. But after only a short while of silence, he suddenly sat up, gritted his teeth, and punched the grass. Since it has already happened, there is no point in regretting it. Although he didn't know why his perfect plans kept failing, sitting and waiting to die was never John's style. What's more, he knew the direction of the script. In other words, no one knew better than him how to deal with the current difficulties. As long as he uses his clever brain, John believes that everything will turn around. Even the freedom he expected was not impossible to achieve. Let me think about it. Think about it carefully. John's eyes flickered, and he kept thinking about the information about Serbia. Try to figure out how to deal with this grumpy dragon girl from the few background descriptions about her in the game. But the more he thought about it, the more desperate John felt than ever before. There is no other reason, because the other party's background is undoubtedly a deadly existence for him. A commander who has been confirmed as an empire's lackey. As a child, she witnessed her parents being slaughtered by the imperial nobles. When she was still a child, she was sold by slave traders to a madman in the Imperial Research Institute to undergo inhumane magic transformation experiments. The friend she made in prison with great difficulty died in front of her in order to help her escape. If it were John, he would have suffered this kind of blow from his family, himself, and friends. Having suffered such hardships, he would certainly hate the empire as much as Serbia did. Even though the nobleman who killed innocent people and took credit for it has been ordered to be hanged when the current emperor officially ascends the throne, his crime was exposed. The original illegal magic transformation experiment was also ordered to be abolished by the imperial officials. The original policy of classifying people by race within the empire has now been completely banned and replaced by a unified system of citizens. But there is no doubt that the hatred accumulated against Serbia will not diminish. Given his extreme personality, it is normal for him to become more hostile to the empire because he is unable to kill his enemy. After all, it was this deep-rooted hatred for the empire that made Serbia resolutely abandon everything and join the Allies after meeting the heroine in the game. From this, we can see that if John really went to the town of Bahamut as the commander-in-chief of the so-called joint operation to carry out the so-called suppression mission and face this monster dragon girl head-on, then there is no doubt that the other party will definitely kill him as soon as possible. Faced with the opponent's terrifying force that could withstand bullets and overturn and crush an armored vehicle, John felt that all he could do was pray that he could retain a relatively intact body under the opponent's dragon claws. Damn it, isn't this a fucking dead-end, asshole? John grabbed his hair in frustration, groaning in his heart, just when he was hesitating whether he should just pick up the bucket and run away while carrying out the mission. Suddenly, when he caught a glimpse of two small flowers close together on the shore, an idea instantly came to his mind. Wait, it seems that there is no need for me to confront that violent dragon girl head-on, right? After all, we are fighting in a joint operation this time, right? Isn't that muscle maniac Jeter going to send me an assistant? I could just let that unlucky guy attract the fire. That's right, unlucky guy. Just unlucky guy. John, whose IQ was taken over by rationality, instantly widened his eyes, and his face was instantly filled with ecstasy. He thought he was the smartest man in the world, and at this moment, he had found a way out of this fatal situation. Although this decision seemed unfriendly to the guy whose name and gender were unknown and who was about to become his deputy. But Warrant Officer John, who claims to be despicable and shameless, is not the kind of hero who is willing to sacrifice himself for the so-called justice. Afterwards, he may feel guilty and burn some paper money for the other person during festivals or help take care of the other person's family. This is already an act of kindness for him. What's more, the other party may not really die. After all, judging from the terrifying fighting power that Jet had shown before, the guy who was able to be recruited by the other party must not be as strong as him. But none of this matters. Now he has to think of a suitable reason to avoid going to the town of Bahamut and arrange for his deputy to take the men there alone. Otherwise, when the supervisory forces examine him, he will definitely be charged with neglecting his duties and be brought to a military court, where he will not be able to escape death in the end. Well, Rationalizations, reasons. Got it. The policy of surrounding towns. Can't I just explain it by using the policy of surrounding towns? In this way, he would have sufficient reasons to separate from that unlucky guy, and the other party would go to the town of Bahamut as a scapegoat to attract the firepower of the violent dragon girl in Serbia. He could go directly to the rural areas surrounding the town to collect intelligence and crack the influence of the local kingdom nobles on the Bahamut town area, thereby rationalizing his actions. In this way, he only needs to wait for Serbia to take the initiative to conflict with the troops led by that unlucky guy, which will lead to the failure of the mission and finally put the blame on the other party. Then not only would he avoid being killed, he wouldn't be implicated either, but he would be able to escape unscathed. And by the way, he could also give Jet, that muscular bastard, a hard time, in order to take revenge on the other party for sabotaging his job-hopping plan. By the way, it can also lower Dormammu's evaluation of himself, thus achieving his original goal of lying down. It can be said to be a perfect decision that kills many birds with one stone. Genius. I must be a genius to come up with such a plan. Haha, I have a perfect plan. I have the advantage. Victory is easy for me. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that his plan was perfect. Feeling that he was very wise, John immediately jumped up from the grass excitedly. However, in his excitement, he forgot that he was sitting next to the river. As a result, he staggered and fell uncontrollably towards the river in front of him. His pupils suddenly contracted to the extreme. He suddenly remembered something. That is, he can't swim at all. I died before I could accomplish my mission. This time I'm really screwed. Looking at the river that was about to come into close contact with his handsome face, John couldn't help but have this thought in his mind. But he didn't have time to hold his breath to reduce the risk of choking and prepare for the subsequent call for help. An inexplicable pulling force from behind forcibly stopped him from falling into the river. Immediately afterwards, John felt his neck tighten and he was thrown uncontrollably to a safe area behind. John, whose life was saved, was surprised and grateful. Without even taking the time to tidy up his appearance, he immediately stood up and wanted to thank the unknown, kind-hearted person. Phew, I'm saved, thank you. However, just as John was looking at the kind-hearted person in front of him with gratitude, the moment he caught a glimpse of the hair color of the girl in front of him with her back to him, the smile on John's face froze instantly. It was a head of beautiful, long silver hair, blown by the gentle spring breeze, shining with a moving luster under the afternoon sun. But this dreamlike scene did not make John feel any excitement that a love story should have. Instead, he felt an unprecedented coldness from the bottom of his heart. It also made him realize the world's malice towards such an unfortunate person as him. Chapter 22. The Deputy General is a Problem Girl. Looking at the silver hair that was so familiar to him, John's first reaction was that he was doomed. But as the other person slowly turned around, he saw the other person's face. However, he discovered that things seemed to be a little different from what he expected, with the allies sending the heroine to approach and assassinate him. Because this unknown girl has exactly the same silver hair as the heroine of the game, and her facial features are also somewhat similar. But if you look closely, you can tell that the girl is completely different from the heroine Anna Splinter. And most importantly, the girl was wearing the Empire's unique black and gold uniform, with an epaulette on each shoulder representing the rank of Imperial Warrant Officer. A star guarded by two curved golden lines is shining brightly in the sun. The black eagle medal on the chest also silently revealed the opponent's organization. It is obvious that this girl is a serious Imperial officer and a member of the Black Hawk Special Forces. As we all know, the Black Hawk Special Forces have always had strict screening procedures. Even if the other party can only serve as a reserve member as a warrant officer, he can never be an allied agent. Phew, turned out to be a false alarm. John's heart, which had been stuck in his throat, slowly settled down, and his cold hands gradually became warm again. But looking at the strange, silver-haired girl in front of him, he couldn't help but feel suspicious. Because, as far as he knows, in the game Empire Fall, apart from Anna, he has never seen another person with silver hair in the game. As for this point, the game officials also gave an explanation in Anna's settings. It is said that because Anna inherited special blood, under the influence of special magic rituals, her hair appears this silver color, which is completely different from that of ordinary people. But the key point is that the game doesn't mention that the other party has a younger sister or an older sister. Could it be a coincidence? John couldn't help frowning as he thought more and more confused. It was not until he felt the doubtful gaze from the girl in front of him that he suddenly woke up, quickly suppressed his thoughts, saluted her, and said, "Thank you, warrant officer. If you hadn't helped me, I would have fallen into the river. You saved my life. If you need anything in the future, please feel free to contact me. I will try my best to help you. In short, thank you very much." The strange girl didn't say anything, but just nodded imperceptibly, and then silently handed a document in her hand to John. "Is this for me?" Watching the other person's movements, John pointed at himself uncertainly. In response, the silver-haired girl simply nodded. Although John was a little puzzled as to why this strange female officer didn't say a word, she couldn't be mute. But considering that asking rashly might cause dissatisfaction on the other party, and the other party's silver hair was exactly the same as the heroine Anna, John did feel a little scared in his heart. So he didn't think much about it, but quickly reached out to take the document and started to look at it. This is a detailed mission document, and the content described in it is related to the town of Bahamut, where John's mission is this time. In addition to providing information about the current management of the town of Bahamut and the approximate number of local troops, it also includes a map of the surrounding area and the locations and managers of the 4 villages and towns under its name. Even the surrounding areas where remnants of the Allied forces might be present were circled in red as a reminder. The content is very detailed and is obviously the work of the Black Hawk Special Forces. I have to say that although that muscular bastard Jeter caused his job-hopping failure, there is really nothing to criticize about this guy in terms of business ability. It's a pity that people with different ideas cannot work together. John sighed inwardly, and then he realized that the unknown girl in front of him was probably sent by Colonel Jet to hand over information to him. He immediately saluted the silver-haired girl in front of him again and said, "I have received the information about this mission. Thank you for the handover. Also, I wonder if you could tell me who the officer who will be participating in this mission with me is so that I can discuss the plan with him later." Of course, the discussion of plans was fake. The real thing is to let that unlucky guy take the blame for himself. If the other party doesn't know what's good for him, I can give him a warning directly. Anyway, the opponent is a subordinate of that muscular bastard Jet, so I can be considered to have taken revenge in advance. Hee hee. John was speculating maliciously in his heart, but the next second, the girl in front of him pointed at herself in John's silent gaze, then opened her cherry-colored lips slightly and spoke to him for the first time. "Liebenot. No, sister, you're not mute, right?" Listening to the other person's voice, which was as clear and sweet as pearls falling on a plate, and gave people an indescribable sense of comfort, John was shocked to realize that the other person could actually speak. But he soon reacted and looked at Leia in disbelief. His voice became a little panicked due to his excitement. "No, wait. If I understand correctly, you're saying that you are the deputy commander of this joint operation?" As if she was used to being questioned, Leia showed no dissatisfaction on her face. She just nodded silently under John's dull gaze. Then he seemed to feel that he, as a burden, would hinder the magical warrant officer John. Therefore, although she was somewhat reluctant to talk, she thought of what Colonel Jet had told her before she left. In order to leave a good impression in front of her commander, Leia frowned slightly and mustered up the courage to add, "I will try my best to cooperate with you." John was silent. He looked at the waist in front of him, which was not even as thick as his thigh. Leia looks harmless, like a girl next door, and she seems to be able to scare even a dog to tears. After realizing that he had been tricked by that muscular bastard Jeter again, John felt as if the sky had fallen on him. It's over. It's all over. The expected big and strong teammate who was born to take the blame did not show up, but was replaced by a tiny guy who couldn't even beat him. How can you pass the buck? Now I can declare the game over without waiting for the mission to start. Jit Slifer, you are simply inhuman. John was filled with grief and anger. He wanted to throw the damn document to the ground and immediately confront that bastard Jeter to ask him what he meant. But when he felt the nervous yet expectant gaze from Leia in front of him, he forced himself to suppress the anger in his heart. He then forced a smile on his face and said, "Oh, I see. Well, I already know the situation. Warrant Officer Leia, you can go back first. I may need to discuss some things here. What do you think?" Upon hearing this, Leia didn't say anything, but a hint of disappointment flashed across her green eyes. Then she nodded slightly to indicate that she understood. Although John did not directly reject it, the smart girl still guessed from John's performance that the other party seemed not very satisfied with her deputy general. After all, a monster like her can't do anything except her terrifying force. It was normal for Warrant Officer John to be dissatisfied with her stupidity. However, despite this, she had her reasons for participating in this mission. Because Colonel Jet had told her that in today's empire, only Warrant Officer John could help her revive the Bennett family. Only by following the other party can she live up to the Emperor's expectations of her, the descendant of a criminal. Therefore, no matter how much the other party dislikes her, she has to shamelessly stay, even if you have to kneel down and beg the other party. She must also get the position of Deputy General for this joint operation. Thinking of this, and looking at John's back slowly moving away in front of her, the disappointment in Leia's eyes slowly dissipated, replaced by unprecedented determination, and then she followed without hesitation. Chapter 23, I Can't Hear You. Try again. Tick, tick. Inside the Imperial Army camp, John walked very quickly, his face looking gloomy and a little scary. At this moment, he had no time to care about the little tail following behind him. He was in an extremely gloomy mood and now just wanted to quickly find a muscular bastard and make him immediately give up the damn plan of appointing him as Deputy General. However, when he finally arrived at the rest area where the Black Hawk Special Forces were located, he heard the worst news for him from the guards who were on guard outside the tent. I'm sorry, Warrant Officer. Colonel Jeter received an order from the General 13 minutes ago. He has already led his troops out to perform a mission. I'm afraid he won't be back for a while. Finally, as if remembering the Colonel's instructions before departure, the guard paused and added to John, whose face was livid. By the way, the Colonel also said that if you come to visit, let me tell you that the list of personnel required for your mission has been confirmed and submitted to the General. If you have any questions, you can discuss it with the General. Understand. Thank you for conveying it. You're welcome. May the glory of the Empire be with you. John nodded to the guard with a stiff smile, then turned and left without hesitation. He was very angry now and could vaguely feel the blue veins throbbing on his forehead. At this moment, he even wanted to eat that bastard Jeter alive. This guy had fully calculated that even if he went to complain to Dormammu, he would not be able to change the current situation in the end, so he used this trick to cut off the source of the problem. After all, John is not a fool. Earlier in the command post, Dormammu made the decision immediately after hearing the information about the person recommended by Jet. If the other party couldn't guess that the so-called Deputy General was the girl who claimed to be Leia Bennett, John would never believe it. So these two bastards, old and young, are totally in the same boat. Even if he went to that old guy Dormammu to ask for a replacement, he would probably be rejected in the end. I knew that neither of these two people was a good person. Isn't it all over now? After realizing that the survival plan he had finally come up with collapsed, once again due to the schemes of these two people, John was now as anxious as an ant on a hot pan, and he felt a little uneasy. Although if he obeyed this appointment and directly put the blame on Leia afterwards, his plan could still go forward. But when he thought about how Leia had just helped him, but he turned around and pushed this poor girl in front of that dragon woman, asking her to die in his place. Just thinking about this situation made John feel guilty. He felt that the so-called waste should refer to people like him. When we should be kind, we always become a little cautious unconsciously. And when we should do evil, we always become timid. In general, it does more harm than good. Damn it, use your brain, John. You're so smart that you can definitely come up with a way to have the best of both worlds. John rubbed his temple with a headache and walked forward subconsciously according to instinct. In his mind, he began to try to find a way to avoid Leia's death and complete the mission safely based on the information he had already obtained. Just as John was thinking hard about this, suddenly, a loud recitation voice came into his ears, interrupting his thoughts. As a soldier, you must make maintaining the honor of the Empire your first priority. At the same time, we must unswervingly follow the idea proposed by His Majesty the Emperor to consolidate the current territory of the Empire. Wait, why does this sound so familiar? Hearing these inexplicably familiar words, John paused abruptly, then looked around in confusion. Only then did he realize that he had arrived at the rest area where Team 14 was located without him noticing. To be exact, he came near his own tent. And in an open space right in front of his sight, he also saw a figure that he felt extremely familiar with. It was his dear Vice Captain, Wendy Brown. The words he just heard also came from Wendy's mouth. The other party got a green book from somewhere, and there seemed to be something written on it. At this moment, she was reading aloud the contents above, and in front of her stood the members of Team 14, and a group of other Imperial soldiers surrounded them. At this moment, He was looking at the members of Team 14 on the field with curiosity and confusion. Keep reciting. You want to be a magic soldier if you recite so quietly? I can't hear you repeat it. Wendy held the green book and shouted at the soldiers, her round face full of satisfaction and pride, as if she was performing some sacred work. After hearing Wendy's reprimand, the people in Team 14 did not feel ashamed. Instead, they seemed to agree with the deputy captain's words and started to recite loudly. They shouted until their faces turned red and their necks became thick. If you didn't know, you would think this was a gathering place for some kind of cult members. As a soldier, you must make maintaining the honor of the Empire your first priority. You bunch of rubbish, have you not eaten? I don't hear any loyalty to the Empire in your voices at all. Do it again. As a soldier. I can't hear you, try again. The more Wendy scolded, the more excited she became. Her round little face turned red as she proudly enjoyed the pleasure brought by disciplining the soldiers. The next second, a palm landed on her little head wrapped in chestnut hair. With a sudden burst of force from the ruthless iron hand, she frowned immediately and subconsciously wanted to turn around and give an elbow to the bastard who attacked her. But after hearing the extremely familiar voice in her ear, she froze in place instantly, and cold sweat began to appear on her forehead unconsciously. My dear Vice Captain Wendy, can you explain to me what exactly you are doing now? Looking at the idiot subordinate in front of him with a wandering look and a guilty look written all over his face, John gritted his teeth. Chapter 24 Maslow's Quotes. Ahem, Captain, I'm just carrying out a mission. Really, I'm not happy that I can curse people in the name of a mission. I promise you. Looking at John with a ferocious face, Wendy explained to John with a dry laugh. Before you say this, could you please put away the excited smile on your face? Aren't you just trying to cover up your guilt by saying this? And you're repeating the same old things I said earlier in the command post? Did I allow you to read it? And you just read it. Do you have any sense of copyright, you idiot? By this time, John had already reacted. Aren't those words that Wendy just recited in front of everyone just the repetitive sentences he made up on the spot to deal with Dormammu's bunch of idiots? This feeling of social death, as if his diary was being read aloud, instantly made John angry. The ruthless iron hand pressing on the opponent's head began to increase its strength. At the same time, he ignored Wendy's howling for mercy, and his voice was full of anger. Mission? What kind of mission requires you to perform this damn cult propaganda ritual in front of the members of Team 14? You better give me a reasonable reason, Sergeant Wendy. Captain, it's true. I didn't lie to you. This was an order from General Dormammu himself. I really wasn't punishing them on purpose, woo-woo. Wendy looked at John with tears in her eyes, her expression full of grievance. Instructions given by Dormammu himself? Wait a minute, could it be that? Hearing these words, John's pupils began to tremble, as if he finally realized something. As if to confirm his inner judgment, Wendy, with a look of grievance on her face, quickly gave an answer that made John's eyes go dark. Just after the meeting at the command post ended half an hour ago, the general sent guard to the 6th Battalion and issued an order for the soldiers to read Maslow's quotations to enhance their understanding of the imperial spirit. The so-called Maslow's quotations is the speech you gave at the meeting. The general believes that the spirit you raised at the meeting not only fully explains the spirit of the empire, but is also forward-looking and educational. Therefore, the general ordered people to compile your quotations into a book and let the soldiers read and recite it. In order to test the specific effectiveness, the general arranged for our 14th squad to start a pilot test. For this reason, Captain Olaf also appointed me as our squad's ideological instructor, responsible for supervising the squad members' recitation of Maslow's quotations. So, I am really carrying out my mission. I am definitely not looking for an excuse to curse people to vent my stress. Captain John, please believe me. Looking at Wendy, who was explaining to him sincerely, John felt a buzzing in his ears, and his hands and feet began to feel cold uncontrollably. He thought that having his survival plan disrupted was bad enough, but he never expected that the old guy Dormammu actually left him a damn big surprise. Moreover, it was a big surprise that was enough to completely turn him into an Empire's lackey. This is not a quote promoting the imperial spirit at all. It's simply a stab at John Maslow's life. If this damn quotation were to be recognized by the Empire and officially spread within the Imperial Army, then there is no doubt that John can be sure that within half a month, the Allied forces will send professional agents to assassinate him, the #1 lackey of the empire. Stop! This damn propaganda must be stopped. This is exactly the guillotine developed by Louis XVI. John was so angry that veins popped out on his forehead, and he wanted to snatch the damn quotation book from Wendy's hand and tear it into pieces. But feeling the admiring or puzzled gazes of the people around him, he also knew that if he wanted to stop this damn lecture on promoting this spirit of loyalty, he had to find a suitable reason. Otherwise, what might be waiting for him might be a smile from the supervisory forces. Thinking of this, John took a deep breath and suppressed the urge to hang up and beat Wendy, his idiot subordinate. Instead, he forced a smile on his face and started to think rapidly. I see. It seems I misunderstood. However, Wendy, I think there seems to be some deviation in your understanding of Captain Olaf's instructions. Deviation? Wendy looked at John with a puzzled look, then pointed at the enthusiastic crowd and said hesitantly, I think there's no problem, Captain. Look, everyone is so excited to read your quotes. That's exactly the fucking problem, you brainless idiot. John was furious, but he suppressed his anger and shook his head calmly under Wendy's puzzled gaze. No, this kind of compulsory recitation and understanding of loyalty, apart from making it look better, does not play a big role in helping the soldiers understand the true spirit of the Empire. I personally think that as a soldier of the Empire, if you want to prove your loyalty to the Empire, this kind of lecture is not the way to do it. Although this kind of assembly-style recitation can indeed have a certain effect, it is inefficient and a fraudulent project. A soldier's loyalty to the Empire never lies in whether he shouts slogans loudly, but in his actual actions. Those who are truly loyal to the Empire are often those who can stick to their bottom line when faced with external temptations and dare to sacrifice their lives for the Empire in times of crisis. When the Empire is weak, it will not betray its motherland for fame and fortune. When the Empire is strong, it will not become corrupt for personal gain. A true imperial warrior should spend his life in this way. When he looks back on the past, he will not regret wasting his time, nor will he feel ashamed for doing nothing. When he is dying, he can proudly say that his entire life and all his energy have been dedicated to the most magnificent cause in the world, that is, to fight for the strength of the Empire. This is the true spirit of the Empire, and it is also the loyalty that all soldiers in our Empire need to learn. Facing the astonished and admiring gazes of the crowd, John slowly pulled his right hand away from Wendy's head, and then spoke with a kind face to this stupid subordinate who was only causing him trouble. So, Sergeant Wendy, do you understand what to do now? I understand, warrant officer. I have realized my mistake, and I have completely understood the spirit of the Empire you want to convey to me. After coming back to her senses from John's heart-stirring speech, Wendy, whose eyes were red with emotion, looked at John as if he were a great man. She straightened her chest and raised her head with a look of confidence. Just when John thought that this damn Maslow's trial conference was about to come to an end, Wendy's next words completely froze the smile on his face. In order to ensure that the soldiers can more deeply understand the spirit you convey, from today on, I will cancel the inefficient practice of holding collective training ceremonies and instead set up a Maslow quotation study group to regularly share and exchange ideas on reciting Maslow quotations with everyone, so that we can learn from you better. After a slight pause, as if she remembered something, Wendy immediately turned around and shouted to the other people with sparkling eyes. Everyone, let us learn and understand the true spirit of Maslow together. You got it. You're freaking worried that I won't die fast enough, right? Wendy, you idiot. Are you sure you're not sent by the goddess of misfortune to harm me? John was filled with rage, and just as he was forcibly maintaining his facial expression and trying to find some excuses to convince Wendy, the idiot, to stop causing trouble for him, everyone in the square spoke up in agreement. Vice Captain Wendy is right. Our understanding of Maslow's quotations is still too shallow. We can't reach the level you, the captain, have reached. So it is very necessary to form a study group. I think so too. Besides, what Captain John just said should also be recorded in Maslow's quotations. Yes, true loyalty does not lie in whether the slogan is loud or not, but in action. This sentence is so deep in the soul that it is worth reading and remembering day and night. What you just said about a person not regretting his life for being mediocre, but fighting for the Empire is also very good. Just hearing it makes my blood boil. Great. This is the imperial spirit I've always wanted to pursue. Everyone in Team 14, please let me join the study group. Everyone was discussing at once, and in the end, it seemed as if they had reached a consensus. The soldiers from other companies who were originally watching the show also followed the members of Squad 14 and raised their arms and shouted, "John Maslow! John Maslow!" The voices of the crowd were in unison and became increasingly intense, even alarming the soldiers who were patrolling nearby. After learning the whole story, these soldiers, who were dizzy from the shock of the famous quotes from another world, seemed to be infected and chose to join the shouting team. For a moment, the entire square seemed to have come to an offline development meeting for cult members. The number of people began to increase, and the air was filled with an indescribable atmosphere of fanaticism. "It's over, it's all over. Wendy Brown, you're such a damn fool, I'm going to be completely killed by you." Seeing that human-to-human transmission has occurred, the number of people making cult declarations has begun to swell. John felt hopeless when he realized that the current situation was developing in the direction he least wanted, especially when he thought that he would soon lead the new troops to carry out the damn joint operation ordered by Dormammu. But until now, he has not thought of a perfect way to break the impasse. My head, which was already a little swollen, suddenly became even more painful. Damn, never mind, just let it go. Instead of worrying about the impact that this shitty quote will have after it spreads, I should first think about how to perfectly solve that damn task. After all, my life is in danger now. So how can I have the chance to worry about the future? Thinking of this, John stopped worrying about this damn cult scene. Instead, he ignored Wendy's dissatisfied expression, ordered everyone to disperse without expression, and then walked into his tent with a dark face. Just when he was about to pour himself a cup of coffee and use this damn drink for cows and horses to whip his already exhausted donkey ass a few times and force his few brain cells to drain out so as to come up with a strategy to have the best of both worlds. The sound of footsteps behind him attracted his attention. He thought the person coming would be that stupid Wendy and was about to scold her. After turning around, he found that the person who came was Leia Bennett. However, compared with the original calmness, the expression of the silver-haired female deputy general at this moment seemed a little strange. Her little face was flushed, and the look she gave John was filled with a look of admiration that made him so familiar that he was silent. Obviously, this girl with a weird personality has been successfully assimilated by the idiot Wendy after listening to the brainwashing speech just now. "No way. You're coming again? Please spare me. I'm really tired now." John sighed in his heart, but after thinking about it, he decided to let this naive girl give up the idea of participating in the action. After all, he really couldn't let the people who had helped him die. "Warrant Officer Leia Bennett, let me get this straight, you..." Just when John was about to forcefully dismiss the other party, the tarpaulin of the tent was pulled open again, and then Wendy, whose cute figure made John furious, walked in and then said to John carelessly, Captain Olaf just sent someone to tell me that the rest of the joint operation force has assembled, and only our 14 squad is missing. He asked me to ask you when you plan to set out on the mission." After saying that, she seemed to notice that there was another person in the tent. Through John's dark expression, she vaguely realized that she seemed to have come at a wrong time. She immediately stuck out her tongue and wanted to leave. But after noticing Liabinot's strange silver hair, she seemed to remember something. She was startled at first and then exclaimed, "With this hair color, are you the ace rookie of the Black Hawk Special Forces, Warrant Officer Leia Bennett?" Ace newcomer? John was immediately confused when he heard this word. "Wow, Captain, don't you know the Bennett family? They are a mysterious family that inherited the cut technique that is said to be able to cut off everything, even compared to the 1,000 blades technique held by the Allied star-crushing swordmaster. It is not inferior." Wendy looked confused, as if wondering why her captain didn't even know this common sense. But soon, as if she had thought of something, the expression on her face was instantly replaced by excitement and excitement. "By the way, Captain, could it be that Warrant Officer Leia is the deputy commander of our joint operation this time? If that's the case, then we can easily win this time. Warrant Officer Leia has a record of single-handedly repelling a 1,000-man Allied force. Even among the official members of the Black Hawk Special Forces, he is a top-notch warrior." Wendy kept on talking, but after hearing the news, John was silent for a moment, then took the initiative to step forward under Leia's puzzled gaze, and then directly held her hand, with an unprecedented gentle smile on his face, and his tone was extremely sincere. "Warrant Officer Leia, I hope you can forgive me for not treating me well before. Please no, please join my team." This joint operation requires talents like you. Chapter 25. John feels like he is doing it again. John felt himself again. After learning from Wendy that Leia, who seemed to be a weakling in combat, was actually an ace recruit, he immediately realized that his plan to pass on the blame, which had originally failed, could now be used again. Of course, before carrying out the mission, he still had to have a good talk with Leia, the scapegoat and superfighter. After all, he was already exhausted enough with a bad Wulong like Wendy. If there were another Feng Shu, he really could not imagine what kind of hellish life would be waiting for him. Ah, the great god of this world. Please help me adjust Leia's stats so that except for the full score for combat power, all other stats are 0. No, all the others are negative points. Negative points are good. I promise to pay you tribute later. John prayed frantically in his heart, then suppressed his uneasiness and turned to Leia, who frowned slightly in front of him and seemed unaccustomed to being so close to others, and said kindly, "Warrant Officer Leia, after Wendy's introduction, I already know your combat capabilities. Also, can you please tell me what position you previously held in the Black Hawk Special Forces?" In response, Leia did not answer, but fell into silence, looking at John expressionlessly, making it difficult to guess what she was thinking at the moment. Just when John was feeling a little uneasy because of the stare from the other party, and was thinking that maybe his voice was too soft and the other party didn't hear him clearly, and was about to say it again, Wendy, who was chattering beside him, spoke up as if to take credit. "I know that. Warrant Officer Leia is an assault soldier. After all, this is the position that can best bring out the strength of Warrant Officer Leia. And her position is unique in the Black Hawk Special Forces. Captain, now you know the value of Warrant Officer Leia, the ace rookie." "Commando? I do know this. There is indeed such a branch of the Army's military structure. But isn't the Black Hawk Special Forces the Empire's assassination force? It's not an Army assault force, so where does the idea of a commando position come from? This doesn't make sense at all. After all, the main task of the assault troops is to attract firepower for the Army, thereby creating opportunities for the subsequent main force to attack. Although this type of troops is one of the core troops on the battlefield, it can play a key role in the war. But the Black Hawk Special Forces under Jet's name are the Empire's assassination force. These people rely on illusion techniques and can walk without making any sound when performing missions. Putting commandos into this kind of army is like handing over the house where New Year's goods are stored to college students to look after, right? It's just a side effect. Something is wrong. 9 out of 10 things are wrong. Wait, could it be that Leia is not good at assassination work, so Jet singled her out as a commando in the assassination team? Apart from this possibility, there seems to be no other reason to explain it. Thinking of this, John immediately turned his gaze to Leia. The next second, in his almost ecstatic gaze, the silver-haired girl with her head lowered responded in a muffled voice. "The Colonel said that I have no talent other than fighting. I also know that it may be difficult for me to help you in this mission, but I'll try my best. As a person with social phobia, it's really hard for you to say so many words in one breath. Not bad, very energetic." Looking at Leia, who was not used to talking to people and whose hands were so nervous that they turned white when she spoke, Warrant Officer John, who saw through everything, had a clear mind. But soon he was filled with an unprecedented sense of happiness. Assault soldiers are good. They don't need to use their brains. They just need to charge in a battle. Warrant Officer John needs someone like you who won't mess around. I thought it was a burden, but it turned out to be an epic card. This feeling of going from hell to heaven is so cool. Haha. The villain in John's heart laughed wildly, but he didn't show it on the surface. Instead, he coughed lightly, then took the initiative to reach out and patted Leia on the shoulder and said to her with a smile, "Don't be so self-deprecating, Warrant Officer Leia. After all, in my opinion, apart from the force majeure caused by physical defects, there is basically not much difference in our IQ. Besides, you are still young and have plenty of time to try various paths. You haven't even tried or worked hard for this yet. So how can you deny yourself because of what others say? I would say you should just relax and have more confidence in yourself. Colonel Jeter is just a guy who only has the mission in his mind. You could just treat his one-sided evaluation of you as bullshit. After all, in my opinion, anyone can be missing in this joint operation, but you, Warrant Officer Leia, are the only one who cannot be missing." John said this solemnly, his tone full of sincerity and seriousness. "Nonsense, if you don't come. Who should I find to bear the harm? I can't do it myself, can I? With my poor fighting ability, I will be sent to see Master Sanchin by that Serbian dragon woman in just 3 seconds. Captain, what about me? What about me? Wendy is important too, right? Seeing that John actually praised the new lieutenant so much, Wendy, who was standing by, seemed to feel that her position as Chief Warrant Officer John's #1 follower was challenged, so she hurriedly asked, looking at John with her big eyes full of expectation. She is John's old subordinate. Although they have only met for 2 days, that was earlier than Leia. As an old subordinate, how could she lose to a newcomer? That won't work even if the opponent is an ace recruit. Wendy kept encouraging herself in her heart, while looking at John nervously, waiting for the warrant officer's answer. Yes, Wendy is also very important. You are my right-hand man, and you are indispensable for this operation. John replied with a stiff smile, but in his heart, he was gritting his teeth in anger. In fact, if John was not afraid that if he left this idiot Wendy in the army, the other party would take advantage of his absence on a mission and cause him more trouble, then he would never have brought this guy with him. After all, this guy had messed up his plans twice, proving how evil the other party was. To be honest, if John didn't know that there were no real villains in this world, he would even suspect that Wendy was the villain. After all, it was obvious that he had made up the task temporarily just to fool the other party. How come this guy found out the real target as soon as he took over? And twice. After 2 waves, the allied forces of the protagonist camp were severely damaged. If this isn't the villain, then who is the villain? Therefore, there must be something wrong with this guy. I have to be more careful in the future. Otherwise, one day I will be contaminated by this idiot and become the villain leader. Then I will have no place to cry. John warned himself in his heart, but Wendy was unaware that the warrant officer John, whom she admired, was secretly plotting against her. After hearing John acknowledge that she was also an important member of the mission, she immediately raised her little head proudly and gave Leia beside her a look that said, "See, I'm Warrant Officer John's most trusted subordinate, and you, a newcomer, are far inferior to me." However, Leia didn't care about Wendy's provocation. After hearing John's words of comfort, she froze in place, as if she had never expected that she, who had no talent as a commander, would be chosen so firmly by this man, whom even Colonel Jet could not help but call a true genius. She, who was used to being denied, felt a little dazed for a moment, and the other person's words kept echoing in her ears. Suddenly, a strange emotion that she could not describe arose in her heart. My nose felt a little sore for some reason. Feeling the strange changes in her body, Leia couldn't help but feel a little panicked. Just when she was about to turn around and flee this tent that made her feel strange and go to the room where she needed to practice the technique, she tried to use the reassuring darkness to restore her condition to normal. The next second, when her and John's nervous eyes met in the air, she was surprised to find that, for some reason, the panic in my heart disappeared and was replaced by an indescribable sense of security. So, was the feeling just now an illusion? Leia was somewhat confused. She just stared at John opposite her without saying a word. What's going on? Why is this scapegoat staring at me? Is there something wrong with my face? That's not right. When I entered the tent and looked in the mirror just now, I didn't see anything dirty. Do you want to take another look? Seeing that Leia had been looking at him without saying anything, John couldn't help but feel suspicious. But after thinking about it, there were 2 people in his tent, both of the opposite sex. Looking in a mirror in front of them would make him seem a little conceited. So John suppressed the urge to tidy up his appearance, and instead pretended to be a little hot, first raising his hand and wiping his face vigorously. Then he took out his pocket watch and took a look at it. He ignored Wendy, who was blinking her eyes to protest against the newcomer, and turned to Leia, who was lost in thought, and said in a deep voice, "As much as I would like to continue talking to you, unfortunately, Warrant Officer Leia, it's getting late. I'm afraid we should leave now. After all, the rest of the troops for this operation have already been assembled. It wouldn't be a good idea to keep everyone waiting, would it? So, if you have anything to say, let's talk on the way." John clapped his hands and made some noise to pull Leia's thoughts, who were wandering in the sky for some reason, back to reality. After seeing her nod, he nodded to Wendy, who was looking at him excitedly, and said, "Wendy, go gather the members of Team 14. It's time for us to set off." "Yes, Captain." At the same time, just as John was about to lead his troops to assemble and set off to prepare for the suppression mission, in the study of a private residence in the small town of Bahamut, crash! Under the bright light, in front of the desk, a thin woman with red hair was sitting on a chair, frowning and examining the intelligence form in her hand. After seeing the description above that the 3 allied legions had completely withdrawn from the Walden front, and the Imperial Army had occupied Walden Lake and was encircling and suppressing the remaining troops in the Walden area, her brows unconsciously furrowed. Only after she finished reading the entire document did she throw the information on the table. His burgundy pupils looked at the information on the table, but a hint of mockery slowly appeared on his delicate face. Then he murmured to himself, "I thought he would be a good buyer, but I didn't expect that in the end he would be no match for the Empire. The Allies? It seems that's all they are. They clearly have the advantage in numbers and also have equipment to restrain the Empire's magic soldiers. As long as we hold the front line steady, we can win this war." But in the end, this group of people were ambushed by a team sent by the Empire to attack the base of the anti-magic device. This resulted in the complete loss of equipment to counterbalance the magic soldiers. In just one night, no, less than 3 hours, they were slaughtered and defeated in the attack of the Empire. Even a brigadier general of the camp was captured by the Empire. Can such an ally really help him realize his wish to overthrow the Empire? Maybe it's time to find a new place. Serbia muttered to herself. She slowly stood up and walked to the bookcase, her eyes fixed on the map right above the bookcase. Looking at the map representing the town of Bahamut and the area representing her own influence circled in red by her. There was a flash of struggle in his eyes, but it was quickly replaced by determination. Just as she was about to ask someone to gather gang members and leave Bahamut today to find another way out. Accompanied by hurried footsteps, the door of her study was suddenly pushed open. Then, a tall man walked in, surrounded by a group of guards. Then, under her cold gaze, the visitor first bowed to her with a smile, and then stated his purpose. "Dear Miss Serbia, Baron Hardman sent me to invite you to the castle to discuss important matters. Is it convenient for you?" Chapter 26, I don't like your attitude. If I say it's inconvenient, what will you do? Looking at the man in front of him, who was wearing a butler's uniform and had a hypocritical smile on his face, Serbian narrowed his eyes slightly. She knew the other person's identity, Pinador, the butler of the Baron's mansion, and also a famous white glove in the town of Bahamut. Although bandit forces have always been rampant around the town, if you know some inside information, you will realize that these active bandit forces almost all have clues about Butler Pino behind the scenes. Even the Tongshin Society she founded was not confiscated by Baron Hardman for so many years. It was also because, under the introduction of a respected old gentleman, she sent someone to deliver some gifts to the butler Pino, although she had never even seen the other party from beginning to end. But after the other party sent someone to take the box of jewelry, she could be considered to have paid her respects to the doc. This is an opportunity to settle down and make a living. But seeing Pino, who had come to visit with a group of the Baron's personal guards, Serbia realized in an instant that the other party might have come with bad intentions today. Thinking of this, she immediately increased her vigilance. His muscles were tense. His eyes were fixed on the fully armed guards who had surrounded him at some point. His gaze was cold and full of murderous intent. As long as the guards from the Hardman family in front of her showed any signs of attacking, she would unhesitatingly activate the magic power in her body, completing the terrifying half-dragon transformation in an instant, and kill all these weaklings with absolute power. Baron Hardman admires your strength. As a commoner, I think you should feel honored by this, instead of showing such hostility to us, right, Miss Serbia Reinhardt of the Tongshin Society? Butler Pino said this with a wry smile, then raised his right hand and snapped his fingers. The next second, a crack appeared in the neatly arranged wall of people around. Then, in front of Serbia's constricted pupils, several members of the Tongshin Society who were tied up by the 5 big men were pushed out. "Boss, leave us alone and go. You bunch of damn noble lackeys, if you have the guts, let go of Grandpa, and let's have a real fight." After seeing their leader, the core members of the Tongshin Society suddenly became emotional. However, facing the Tongshin Society members who were cursing madly, Pino didn't even look at them. Instead, he slightly raised his left hand. The next second, the guards beside him immediately understood what he meant, and they suddenly raised the butt of their guns and smashed them hard on the face of the Tongsinhui member who was cursing nonstop. Crack! Scarlet blood splattered along with the teeth, and the curses instantly turned into wails. While listening to the hair-raising howls, Butler Pino's expression did not change at all. He just smiled and took out his pocket watch to start timing. It was not until a minute later that he raised his hand again to stop the guard's actions. Then he had several members of the Tongshin Society who had fainted dragged out of the room. Then, in front of Serbia's gloomy expression, he bowed gracefully again and said calmly, "I'm deeply sorry for letting you see such a rude scene, but time is urgent. In order not to keep the Baron waiting for too long, I have to use some tricks. I hope you don't mind. Butler Pino, you have a good plan. According to what you said, I'm afraid I have to go to the Baron's mansion today, even if I don't want to. Unfortunately, I'm afraid so. After all, no one can refuse the Baron's invitation, right?" Butler Pino smiled, and although his tone was very calm, his arrogant eyes and disdainful expression on his face were not noticeable. It has already explained everything in silence. And he should be so, after all, as Baron Hardman's white glove. For a country like Serbia, which is just a wild dog that he can drive at will with his power, being invited by him personally is already the greatest blessing for them. As if he understood the other party's thoughts, Serbia suddenly chuckled, and then warned again without waiting for Pino to frown. The next second, a dazzling red light emerged from the field, and then, in Pino's constricted pupils, a sharp claw covered with countless scarlet dragon scales quickly enlarged in his field of vision. Crack! Along with the sound of bones cracking, scarlet blood spurted out instantly. When everyone came to their senses, they found that Serbia, who was originally standing 10 meters away from them, appeared in front of Butler Pino, as if by teleportation. At this time, her originally wine-red round pupils had been replaced by deep red vertical pupils, and 2 terrifying dragon horns had grown on her forehead, which were generally curled. The sides of the face are covered with strange red scales, like a natural helmet. The originally tight sleeves were torn apart by the ferocious dragon claws, and at the palm of her dragon claws, there was a human arm that was still gushing blood. Oh. It seemed that his body had finally recovered from the severe pain. Butler Pino, whose right arm was suddenly torn off, immediately looked unhappy and fell to the ground, covering his empty broken arm. But it seemed that the pain was so intense that even if he tried his best to vibrate his vocal cords, he could not utter a complete howl and could only make heavy gasping sounds that made one's scalp numb, as if his trachea had been bitten off by a wild beast. So weak. Serbia looked down at the pale-faced human in front of him with some boredom, then glanced at the Baron's guards who were standing still in fear. She chuckled and threw the broken arm in her hand at her feet. Thump! The broken arm hit the wooden board with a dull sound. At the same time, it seemed to hit the hearts of the guards, waking them up instantly. They subconsciously raised their guns and tried to shoot this monster-like creature. However, before they could take any action, Serbia moved his fingertips. I saw a flash of cold light, and the next second, the sound of flesh and blood being torn completely drowned out the sound of gunfire that was about to sound. Puff, puff, puff. As if being hit by an invisible blade, the guards who were originally intact now widened their eyes and subconsciously covered their necks from which blood was gushing out with their hands, trying to stop the slip of life in this way. But it was all in vain. In just a moment, this well-equipped guard team of 12 people was completely transformed into 12 cold corpses. However, after doing all this, Serbia didn't even look at it. She just controlled the magic power and slowly exited the half-dragon state. Then she came in front of the horrified Pino and stepped on his head in the face of his horror and resentment. A creepy smile slowly appeared on her face, which had not yet completely exited the dragon transformation and looked a little hideous. You are right. No one can refuse Baron Hardman's invitation. But I really don't like your attitude, so I have to use some tricks to make you understand what kind of attitude is appropriate when asking others for help. Although the method was a bit violent, I think you should be able to understand this, Butler Pino. After all, I am a guest invited by Baron Hardman himself, right? Serbia looked down at the weak man who was under his feet and continued to exert force with his feet. Only after she saw the hatred in the other person's eyes replaced by fear did she retract her foot before the other person's head was crushed by her great power. Without giving Butler Pino a chance to breathe, Serbia smiled and said to him, "But I'm now somewhat interested in Baron Hardman's invitation, so, Butler Pino, you can lead the way now. Before you bleed to death, ask your driver to drive faster. Maybe, with the doctor's treatment, you can save your life." 10 minutes later, in the reception room of the Baron's castle, an old man with white hair and a plump figure was sitting quietly in the main seat, sipping tea gently. But if you look closely, you can see that his eyes are a little unfocused, and it is obvious that his attention is not on tasting the tea. but thinking about other things. It was not until a burst of hurried footsteps came from the entrance of the reception room that he slowly came back to his senses. Looking at the secretary's panicked expression, as if he had foreseen a certain outcome, he couldn't help but sigh. Then, before the secretary could speak, he interrupted. Okay, I already know the situation. You can arrange for someone to deal with the body later. Also, have the people I want to invite arrived? Master Micah. No need to explain. I'm already here. Accompanied by a gentle voice, Serbia, wearing a slim vest and legs wrapped in straight trousers, walked into the reception room with a smile. His wine-red eyes looked at Baron Micah at the conference table. A slight smile appeared on the corners of his lips, and he immediately bowed and saluted under the scrutiny of the other party. Serbia and Reinhardt, meet the Baron. Looking at the polite Serbia, Micah Hardman nodded slightly, ignoring the secretary's nervous eyes, and waved his hand at the other party. Okay, Tom, you go out first. This is the guest I invited specially. Next, I have something to discuss with this lady. Let everyone else leave. But okay, Master Micah. Although he was very confused, the secretary suppressed his doubts when he felt the Baron's unquestionable gaze. After making a gesture to the guards standing on guard in the corner, he hunched over and walked out of the reception room, closing the door considerately. Squeak. The door closed, and the entire conference room returned to silence. The sunlight poured into the room through the window, but did not bring any warmth. Instead, it made the atmosphere inexplicably cold. Looking at the woman in front of him with a gentle smile, who seemed harmless, Baron Micah was silent for a while. Then he spoke first. It seems that Pino's self-righteousness has made him realize the unbearable bitterness. Although this is not my original intention, in my opinion, since the person involved has paid the price of his life, I think our friendship should not be affected by this. So, if you don't mind, please take a seat, this half-dragon lady from the Empire. Chapter 27. The Allies have set up a tight net. I'm very surprised. I thought that the information I had should have been blocked by the Empire and not known to others. It seems that Baron Micah's intelligence power is better than I thought. Serbia looked at Micah opposite him deeply, but did not ask any more questions. Instead, he pulled out the chair in front of him and sat on it. Then he poured himself a cup of black tea and asked calmly, "But compared to all this, I am actually more curious about why you came to me. It's not that I'm being nosy, but now that the Allied forces have been defeated as a lord, it should be difficult for you to spend your time and energy on a meeting with an inferior like me, but you still did it. Well, I have to say, this situation is somewhat strange. Let me guess. Could it be that you have received a special action order from some important person? It seems that I guessed it right, but you don't have to look at me with such a scary look. I can assure you that there are no spies of mine in the Baron's castle. The reason I made this guess is that when I was visiting the Baron's mansion just now, I noticed that the direct lineage members who were supposed to be there did not show up today for some reason. Also, if I remember correctly, at noon today, there seemed to be a foreign merchant caravan in the town of Bahamut. There were quite a lot of people, both young and old. It didn't look like a merchant caravan, but rather a group of people fleeing with their families. What do you think about this, Mr. Micah? Just as that gentleman judged, Serbia, you not only have amazing strength, but you are also very smart. It is indeed an honor for Pino to die in your hands. Seeing that Serbia had exposed his deployment in a relaxed tone, Micah did not get angry. Instead, he took a sip of tea to calm down his emotions, and then took the initiative to reveal some information. Since you took the initiative to come to the appointment, I believe you have already known that the Allied forces were defeated. The Empire is currently sending troops to clear out the remaining troops in the Walden area, and to suppress and govern the remaining unoccupied towns in Walden. Bahamut is also on this list. Also, perhaps because the Allied forces wiped out a severely injured Imperial force near us yesterday, the Empire attaches great importance to the occupation of the town of Bahamut. According to the latest intelligence from the agents, the Empire has now assigned an Imperial commander to lead a force of more than 600 people to carry out the mission of occupying and governing Bahamut. And the reason why I came to you is also related to this matter. Recalling the arrangements made by the Allied Lieutenant General in the telegram, Baron Micah, feeling a little cold in his heart, could not help but take a deep breath, slowly put down the empty teacup in his hand, and turned to Serbia, whose eyes were flickering, and said in a deep voice, "That lord hopes that you can eliminate the commander sent by the Empire this time. It would be best if you could take his head and bring it back after confirming that he is dead. As a reward for completing the mission, You can directly join the Allied 5th Regiment and serve as the commander of an Army Special Operations Force of no less than 600 people under that lord. Your initial rank is captain. Sure enough, the person behind Micah was a high-ranking Allied official. No wonder the other party would take the initiative to find me and know all my previous information. If it was the Allies, then it all made sense. But the Allied 5th Regiment? If I remember correctly, this regiment should be the one that includes the think tank from the Kingdom of Victoria, who is known as the Morning Star, right? So, the person who talked to me this time was arranged by that Morning Star. If this is true, then the 5th Regiment would be a good place for me. After all, the opponent had fought with the damn white-haired demon general of the Empire several times. At the age of only 23, he independently completed 46 wars commanding more than 10,000 soldiers, and all of them resulted in victory for the Allies. If she could work for such a powerful person, then her goal of destroying the Empire would have a high probability of being achieved. Serbia was a little moved, but he didn't show it on his face. Instead, he raised his eyebrows and said playfully, "Captain, this position is a little lower than I expected, but it's still okay. Also, I'm a little curious about who the commander sent by the Empire to suppress Bahamut is. Why is he so important to Baron Micah, whom you call an adult? Could you please tell me more about him, so that I can judge whether I am capable of taking on this mission? Although I think my strength is indeed not bad, I have to admit that there are still many strong people in the Empire. For example, the famous Ghost Walker in the Empire. His technique of appearing and disappearing without a trace is too deadly for a lowly person like me who only has brute force. So, if you have specific information about the target, please tell me so that I can think about it carefully. After all, although I do have some personal grudges against the Empire and I'm always thinking about how to retaliate, I'm actually a coward and cannot undertake mercenary missions that are too risky. At the age of 15, he destroyed the Empire's magic transformation laboratory alone. At the age of 16, he single-handedly slaughtered a total of nearly 600 army troops sent by the Empire. In the same year, he even forced his way into the border, tore through the defenses of the Empire's border garrisons with his astonishingly terrifying brute force, broke out alive from the area guarded by elite troops, and arrived in the kingdom. If you are still a coward, then everyone in the town of Bahamut can't even be called a waste. Baron Micah sneered in his heart. To be honest, he was indeed a little scared of this monster orc. But after thinking about the arrangements made by the Lieutenant General, he felt more confident. He knew that even this woman who thought she was as powerful as the star-breaking swordmaster would eventually become a pawn in the other party's plan just like him, under the planning of Lieutenant General Roxy, who had the title of Morning Star. Therefore, Mika did not reject Serbia's attempt, but spoke directly and frankly. Don't worry. Your target this time is named John Maslow. He is a low-level commander of an Imperial magic troop. He does not have much combat experience, and his specific personal combat power is unknown. The only thing we can use as a reference is probably the intelligence about him that the agent sent us. He once received full marks in the magic and shooting courses at the Imperial Military Academy. Therefore, we can basically judge that he does have a certain level of combat capability, probably equivalent to a member of the Special Operations Force. He does not pose a high threat to you. However, John Maslow's personal combat capability is not important. The next thing is the key point. According to the description of that adult, the opponent is very smart and extremely good at using strategies. It can be said that the reason why the Allied forces were defeated this time was due to the opponent's handiwork. And what's even more troublesome is that compared to the white-haired devil general of the Empire, this man named John Maslow's style of doing things is completely unscrupulous. In this war, he used the despicable tactic of feigning surrender and successfully destroyed the Allied anti-magic device. It was this action of his that successfully gave the Empire the opportunity to turn the tables in the Walden War. This kind of person who disregards the laws of war and has no moral bottom line is enough to confirm that the opponent is far more cunning and ruthless than the young white-haired demon general. He is an absolutely talented general with the demeanor of a tyrant. Therefore, in order to prevent it from growing and becoming a threat to the Allied forces in the future, that sir gave me the order to snipe and kill it. That's all the information I have about John Maslow. After the white-haired demon General Dormammu, has the Empire produced another outstanding general of the younger generation? It has to be said that this situation was indeed a major blow to the Allied forces. If this is the case, it is no wonder that the other party would not hesitate to break off relations in order to launch such a sniping operation. After all, one white-haired demon general has allowed the Empire, which should have been destroyed, to survive until now. If there is another one, the Allied forces' victory over the Empire will probably be pushed back another 100 years. After listening to Baron Micah's description, Serbia immediately understood. However, she did not agree directly. Instead, she took a sip of the tea slowly and then asked Micah in front of her with interest. I already know the target situation, but what about the specific mission plan? Baron Micah doesn't think that I can withstand the bombardment of the Imperial magicians and take down the enemy by myself, right? Although half-dragons do have a certain tolerance for magic, there is a limit to that. Not to mention the 600 magic soldiers. The spells cast by 30 of them alone would probably be enough to turn me into nothing but ashes. And I think you should be very clear about this, right? After saying that, Serbia looked at Micah opposite him with a forced smile, waiting for his reply. It's true that she wanted to join the Allied forces, but she wouldn't die for a blank check. If it was just 600 ordinary army soldiers, she could give it a try. After all, properly demonstrating her military strength would help the Allies re-examine her value. But if it were replaced by 600 magic soldiers? Forget it. In front of such a terrifying army of monsters, don't even think about trying to kill the so-called target. Just getting close to each other is difficult to achieve. What's more, the opponent's cunningness is far greater than that of the white-haired demon general. If the information described by Micah was true, then Serbia had no doubt that when she sneaked within 1 kilometer of the enemy's military camp and had not yet implemented the assassination plan, what was waiting for her was the magic soldier's explosive magic that was enough to destroy everything. She needed Micah to come up with a practical plan to convince her. Otherwise, this so-called sniper mission would be destined to be a one-way ticket to hell for her, and she would never rush to die. Of course, considering the special nature of the target, the sniper has already made arrangements for this sniping operation. Micah was not angry when he heard this. After all, Serbia's reaction was also within the adult's expectations. All I can say is that the other party is worthy of being the most talented commander of the Kingdom of Victoria. Before preparing the plan, he took all factors and contingencies into consideration. Even if he himself was unwilling, didn't he still have to cooperate with the other party in the end, give up his family's hundreds of years of foundation, and choose to become the other party's pawn? Micah couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Putting aside the complicated thoughts in his mind, facing Serbia's scrutiny, he slowly told the adult about the arrangement for this sniper mission. The arrangement for this sniper mission is as follows. We have gathered soldiers in advance around the 4 villages under the name of Bahamut Town. When John Maslow leads his troops to the town of Bahamut, I will pretend to surrender and cooperate with him in governing the town. At the same time, I will create some troubles for him and help solve them myself, so as to gain his trust and reduce his vigilance. While the other side is busy dealing with government affairs, the 4 subsequent troops will be able to complete their assembly and unite. I will send someone to give a signal and have the 4 troops pretend to launch a counterattack against the town of Bahamut, so as to attract John Maslow's attention. If nothing unexpected happens, the other party will definitely organize soldiers to defend and arrange for me to lead the guards to cooperate. Correspondingly, the number of guard around the enemy will also decrease. Then, Serbia, you can disguise yourself as a maid in the Baron's mansion and take advantage of the night to approach the enemy under the pretext of serving them, thus completely eliminating them. This is the entire plan for this mission. Are you satisfied? After saying that, Micah looked calmly at the red-haired woman in front of him, although the other person's expression remained calm. But feeling the other person's flickering eyes, Micah was very clear. This woman will definitely agree in the end. This was because this strategy was proposed by Lord Morningstar. The ingenious calculations and the game of human nature made it possible for people to be certain, the moment they knew about it, that this was absolutely a perfect plan. No one can refuse such an honor that comes to their doorstep. Even Serbia is not the same. Fake surrender, feign attack, and assassination, a series of poisonous schemes, and it seems to have borrowed from John Maslow's strategy. This style of imitating other people's tactics and defeating them in their best areas must have been the work of that Morningstar. It seems that not all the Allies are idiots. Thus, under the planning of the Allied forces' unique Lady Morningstar, there was no possibility of failure in this mission. It seems that I have no reason to refuse such a benefit that comes to my door. Serbia's lips slowly curled up into a smile, but she did not agree immediately. Instead, She pondered for a while before slowly speaking under Micah's puzzled gaze. It's a very good plan. I'm sure that in the face of such a trap, even if John Maslow is very smart, he will not be able to escape death. I have no reason to refuse. However, I need to change the details of the mission. I personally have no interest in becoming a maid, but on the contrary, I am quite interested in becoming your daughter, Serbia said with a smile. She was sure that she didn't have the ability to play the role of a maid. But more importantly, she was not at ease with Micah. Even now, she was not sure whether this cunning old man would abandon her after using her. Therefore, the best way is to tie your own interests together with those of the other party. Only by achieving this kind of situation where everyone prospers and everyone suffers together can she ensure that after she successfully kills John Maslow, she will not become a discarded pawn of Baron Micah. Thinking of this, the smile on Serbia's face suddenly became more intense. Then she ignored Baron Micah's gloomy expression and said to him with a smile, "So, my dear father, are you ready to welcome the incoming Imperial Commander with me?" Chapter 28. The Hellcar Can't Be Enjoyed Alone. When John and Team 14 arrived at the assembly point, the rest of the troops were already ready to go. There are a total of 600 troops participating in the joint operation. Except for the 120 magic soldiers, the remaining 480 are ordinary soldiers from the army's non-core troops. Perhaps considering that the town of Bahamut was too far away, Dormammu also sent 4 military trucks and 2 jeeps. 2 of the trucks were used specifically to carry food and ammunition. Since there were rivers along the way, only a small amount of water was carried for emergency use. After delivering a brief mobilization speech in front of the 600-man army, John got directly into the jeep, then waved his hand with high spirits and gave the order to the soldiers to set off. 4 magic soldiers in charge of reconnaissance activated their magic backpacks and flew into the sky, reaching the front of the team to explore the way and conduct reconnaissance. Under the gaze of the reverent Imperial soldiers at the stronghold, the troops led by John quickly disappeared at the end of the road in the midst of yellow sand. Fuck, what kind of jeep is this? Why doesn't it have any shock absorption? It would be better if I could just walk. Can such a rubbish vehicle be sent to the front line? Are the people in the Imperial Logistics Department full of shit in their heads? 2 hours later, at 4 p.m., on the Walden West Line, near the Dome River. Sitting in the back seat of the jeep in the middle of the team, John felt the strong vibration brought by the car's movement. But was sore from the shaking all the way, and his heart was filled with regret. Then he glanced through the window at the man who was mixed in with the army, holding a magic gun with a sneaky look on his face, and occasionally glancing at the jeep he was in. There was a nasty smile on the corner of his mouth, as if Wendy was a husky who had successfully destroyed the house and wanted to see his owner's angry look. Combined with the situation that when he invited Wendy to ride in the jeep together when they set out, this idiot kept waving his hands and refused on the grounds that soldiers couldn't ride with commanders, and finally gave him a meaningful look for no reason. The clever warrant officer John understood everything immediately. So, this idiot knew that the Empire's jeep could almost knock a person's intestines out. So he refused to ride with me? You know the truth, but don't report it. Instead, you want to see your superior make a fool of himself, right? Haha, Wendy, you stupid pig. You are really very good. After looking at Wendy, she looked away as if guilty, then glanced around with a serious look, as if she was carefully observing the area that had been cleared by friendly forces to see if she might encounter enemy soldiers. Feeling his sore and swollen buttocks, a grim smile gradually appeared on John's face. He decided that he would have to let the troops rest on the spot under the pretext of discussing the mission. After he had discussed the plan with Leia and set off again, he would definitely ask the stupid Wendy to get in the car and let her accompany him to endure the paradise he was in now. After all, as a leader who is considerate of his subordinates, how could he keep all this preferential treatment to himself? What's more, Wendy is his most beloved vice captain. He must give this idiot the appropriate honor so that everyone can understand what a kind officer Warrant Officer John is. What's going on? I was fine, but why do I feel a chill on my back? Did I forget to wear a shirt? In the team, Wendy, who was pretending to look around, shuddered for no reason. She scratched her neck uncomfortably, but found that the chill not only did not dissipate, but became stronger as time went by. As if she had a premonition of something, Wendy couldn't help but secretly look towards the jeep where John was, and saw that he was looking at her expressionlessly. The look in his eyes was like that of a hyena that had been hungry for 3 days, staring at the back door of an antelope that had just defecated. There was ferocity and determination in his eyes. The moment one touches it, one will know that this guy will never give up unless he can destroy the target's ass and excrement. Especially after seeing that Warrant Officer John, who was extremely smart but very narrow-minded, had a terrifying death smile on his face. At this moment, Wendy, who had originally intended to make her captain experience the pain that the commander must go through, she realized instantly that she was finished. Everyone, stay where you are and rest. Also, Winnie Brown, get over here now, right now. Oh, Captain, I was wrong. I really won't dare to do it again. Please forgive me. I don't want to ride in that hell car. Please. You fucking knew that was the hell car. So why didn't you remind me before he set off? You idiot. You were deliberately trying to make fun of me. Since you have to watch this warrant officer suffer, then don't even think about trying to please me. You're idiot subordinate. As the saying goes, we share happiness and hardships. So, be prepared to suffer with me, you damn bastard. On the riverbank, he looked at Wendy, who was looking at him with tears in her eyes and a pitiful face, begging for mercy miserably. Jean was unmoved. He just sneered and tore the other's round, fat face, completely ignoring the ugly appearance of the other's tears and begging for mercy. Only after he saw the other person's little face turned red from being pinched by him did he withdraw his ruthless iron hand from the other person's chubby round face. Then, without waiting for Wendy, who was grinning, to accuse him of being a captain who was not doing his job, he ordered the army to rest just to punish his subordinates. John turned his gaze directly to Leia, who was called by him, and nodded slightly. You are here, Warrant Officer Leia. I asked you to come here because I wanted to discuss the arrangements for this mission with you while the soldiers are resting. I actually have some ideas about the suppression mission in Bahamut Town. I may need your cooperation. Hearing this, a hint of doubt flashed across Leia's eyes. Because, in her opinion, their mission this time was only to suppress and govern the town of Bahamut. Under normal circumstances, as long as they arrived with their troops, she would only need to lead the magic soldiers under the instructions of Warrant Officer John and use invincible force to kill all the enemies who tried to resist in the small town. Afterwards, Warrant Officer John will issue relevant governance policies based on local conditions and govern this kingdom town into a place loyal to the Empire. In this way, their mission this time was successfully completed. There is no need to take any unnecessary actions. But considering that Colonel Jet once said that Warrant Officer John was very good at using strategies and had wild ideas. Therefore, although she had doubts in her heart, she did not think too much about it. Instead, he obediently came and stood in front of John, looking at him with some curiosity. She also wanted to hear what special ideas the talented Warrant Officer John had for this mission. Captain, should I step aside for a moment? Seeing that John had something important to discuss, and realizing that this was no longer a good time to joke, Wendy immediately became serious and gave John an inquiring look. Although she really wanted to play a trick on her stingy captain, she was never vague when it came to serious matters. Don't think I don't know what you're thinking. You tricked me and you want to escape? No way. What's more, the 2 merits you made are enough for you to be promoted. Sooner or later you will have to learn how to be a commander, so you just stay here and don't go anywhere. Do you understand? John glared at Wendy and spoke viciously. He had seen through the idiot's idea of taking the opportunity to escape so that he could enjoy the hell car all by himself. But he would never give this idiot a chance to escape. John Maslow always keeps his word, and no one can stop him from sharing happiness with his subordinates. The captain is such a stingy guy, he can't even take a joke. Besides, I don't want to be a commander. If I ride in that hell car every day, my butt will probably be torn into 8 pieces by the time I retire. Wendy curled her lips and whispered a few words to refute. When she saw John frowned and was about to continue to use ruthless iron hands on her, she immediately pretended to surrender. Then he obediently covered his little round face and stood beside John, pretending to be dead. On the side, watching the two interacting, Leia couldn't help but curl the corners of her lips slightly, and a hint of envy flashed in her green pupils. But she knew how unpleasant her personality was, and she also knew that such a warm scene was undoubtedly a luxury for her. What's more, the mission she carried was destined to prevent her from being as relaxed and calm as the other two. Thinking of this, Leia couldn't help but sigh silently in her heart. The smile on his lips gradually disappeared. Ahem, sorry to make you laugh, Warrant Officer Leia. Now, let me first tell you my personal opinion. After seeing that the idiot Wendy had stopped making a fuss, John immediately cleared his throat and then spoke out the thoughts he had sorted out on the way. While on the way, I carefully checked the intelligence of the mission. Combining my personal understanding of the Allied forces and the intelligence provided by Major Code in the meeting, I found that the town of Bahamut, which is our mission target this time, does not seem to be as simple as imagined. Facing Leia, whose expression gradually became serious, John realized that she had been attracted by his lies. He immediately made up his mind and took out the map he had prepared in advance. He then signaled Wendy, who was pretending to be dead, to be his tool. He took the map in his hand and showed it to the two of them in its entirety. Under the gaze of the two, John pointed to the town of Bahamut on the map and then slowly said, "The Longyan territory where the town of Bahamut is located belonged to Baron Hardman of the Golden Rose Kingdom before the Battle of Walden. From what I have found out, the Hardman family has a history of nearly 500 years in the local area. It can be said that they're a noble family with a long history. Of course, now that the Allied forces have been defeated and Walden territory has been captured by our army, politically speaking, the other party's noble status is only enough to make them eligible to become our prisoners. If they actively cooperate, we can give them some preferential treatment. But these are not important. The important point is here." Facing Leia's curious gaze, John slowly moved his finger down to an area marked with 2 swords on the map, and then said with a serious expression, "Just last night, when our army launched a counterattack and occupied the Magic Lake, 2 companies of the 13th Battalion led by Captain Baranaf defeated part of the main force of the Allied 5th Corps. Due to insufficient ammunition, they were preparing to evacuate and return to the nearest supply point to reorganize their formation. On their way back, they encountered an ambush by the Allied squad at this location. Except for Captain Baranaf himself, both companies were killed here. In addition, after the main force of the Allied 5th Army destroyed the company of the 13th Battalion, according to the scouts' reports, the enemy soldiers seemed to have disappeared, and there was no trace of them at this battle line. I don't need to explain what this situation means. Yes, I suspect that the main force of the Allied 5th Army is very likely lurking in the town of Bahamut. They may even have bribed the villagers of the 4 villages under Bahamut and developed them into their spies. As long as we step into the area of Longyan territory, the other side will know our movements in the first place and prepare for ambush or evacuation." Facing the shocked gazes of the 2 men, John said with a solemn oath, "However, this is a lie. As a hardcore player of this game, John knows the Allies even better than the Empire. Therefore, he knew very well that after the defeat on the Walden front and the loss of the anti-magic device, the Allied leaders had no way to check and balance the Imperial magic soldiers. No matter how unwilling they would never ambush their own manpower in the Walden territory. Even if they really planned to set up an ambush to launch a counterattack on the Walden territory, they would never set up the ambush in a remote location like the small town of Bahamut. Not only is this place far away from the nearest gathering point of the Allied forces, but it is also surrounded by mountains, and there is almost no road that can be used to transport equipment on a large scale. Therefore, the Allied commander had to be out of his mind to ambush the main force of the 5th Army in this damn place. The most likely scenario is that a main force of the Allied 5th Legion was beaten by the Empire's magic soldiers and fled to this suburb surrounded by mountains in desperation. When they were planning to evacuate and join the rest of the army, they were lucky enough to run into the 13th Battalion led by Captain Baranaf. They gave the unlucky captain a FBI, opened the door, which resulted in the captain becoming a battalion commander without any troops. However, after defeating Captain Baranaf's soldiers, if these people were not stupid, they would definitely evacuate from the mountain road immediately. But the key point is that the Empire is not clear about this. Therefore, he mistakenly judged it as a dangerous area, which led to his mission of suppressing it this time. However, this is a good thing for John. This was exactly the misjudgment he needed, because only in this way can he rationalize his idea of dividing his troops. Thinking of this, John couldn't help but curl up the corners of his mouth. When he looked at Leia, who was frowning and thinking, his eyes gradually became unscrupulous. "My dear scapegoat, Warrant Officer Leia Bennett, are you ready to face your defeat next? Chapter 29, answer me. The main force of the 5th Legion is in the town of Bahamut, so that's how it is. If that's the case, it would explain why the command attaches so much importance to this operation. It was so easy to analyze the enemy's purpose. Warrant Officer John is indeed a genius." Looking at John's calm expression, Leia's admiration for him grew stronger. She did not doubt him and nodded, asking John, "I see, Warrant Officer. What are you going to do?" "It's simple. Divide the forces and act. Seeing that Leia fell into the trap so easily, John was immediately delighted, but on the surface he still maintained an appearance of being confident. Then he explained in front of the two people's surprised eyes. I plan to divide the troops into two groups. I will personally lead 14 teams and 70 army soldiers to the surrounding villages to confirm the situation and try to bribe these villagers. This will cut off the Allied spies deployed on the periphery and obtain the Allied communication devices, thereby intercepting the detailed locations of the remaining Allied troops currently deployed in Walden territory, and then completely eliminate all the Allied backup forces. As for the remaining soldiers, I plan to leave them to you, Leia. I need you to lead this 500-man force to the town of Bahamut and try to attract the enemy's attention so as to buy me enough time to complete this intelligence infiltration plan. Facing Leia's silent expression, John was afraid that this scapegoat would be scared away by the situation he had fabricated. So before Leia could speak, he quickly made a big promise to the other party. Warrant Officer Leia, I know this will be a very daunting and difficult task for you. But similarly, if you, Leia, can successfully tie up the enemy, then after obtaining information about the enemy's deployment in Walden, we can use the power of the magic soldiers to eliminate all the allies in Walden, and even the spies planted by the enemy, so that Walden will completely belong to the Empire. As for what this victory means, I think you should know it better than I do. So what do you think of my plan, Leia? Leia did not answer, but her green eyes kept flashing. After a moment of silence, she slowly spoke in response to John's expectant gaze. I'm sorry, Warrant Officer John. I may not be able to complete your request. As Colonel Jeter said, I'm afraid I can't do anything well except fighting. Although your plan is perfect, I'm afraid I can't take on the responsibility of commanding soldiers. If I were to carry it out, I would probably mess up the plan. So sorry. After saying that, Leia lowered her head in shame, as if she was deflated. Although Warrant Officer John had such high expectations and importance for her, Leia felt unprecedentedly touched and happy. But she has a very clear understanding of herself. Therefore, Leia knew very well that she was not fit to be a commander at all. If she really took on this mission, she would probably lead her troops into the Allied trap without realizing it after arriving at the town of Bahamut. It is impossible to achieve the goal of containment at all. And if things really developed to that point and caused Officer John's plan to fail, she would probably have no choice but to die. She was not afraid of death, but she was afraid that her death would be worthless. Damn, this time I was bragging too much. How come I managed to scare the scapegoat into becoming a weakling just by talking nonsense about the enemy? Leia, this unlucky guy, come on, you're an ace recruit. Why did you become weak at the critical moment? Under normal circumstances, when you hear such good news, you should immediately raise your hand to accept the task to show your loyalty. You have to stand up straight, otherwise how can I pass on the blame? If you don't take this task, you can't let me face that dragon girl from Serbia, right? I might as well just cremate it right there. No, I have to convince this girl, no matter what, or I will die this time, right? Seeing that Leia was scared by the size of the enemy force he had fabricated and did not dare to take the mission, John suddenly became anxious and his brain worked rapidly. Soon, combined with Leia's performance just now, he thought of another perfect reason. Under Leia's puzzled gaze, he stretched out his hands and placed them on the other person's shoulders. Then he asked sincerely in a deep voice, Leia, do you believe me? I naturally believe you, Warrant Officer John, but I think I might. I don't want you to feel. I want me to feel. Before Leia could continue to despair, John interrupted her. Then, in the astonished look of the other party, he looked directly at her and said word by word, Could it be that you think I, John Maslow, am a fool who doesn't know how to judge people? Or, although you obey my orders on the surface, you're actually dissatisfied with me. So you want to pretend to obey, but secretly disobey me? If there is none, then why are you still refusing? Do you want to be a loser who runs away from the battlefield? Leia Benneth, look me in the eyes and answer me. Do you want to be a loser or a hero of the Empire praised by countless people? Do you still have loyalty to the Empire in your heart? Under John's series of questions, even Leia couldn't help but feel a little angry. She slowly clenched her fists, suppressed her anger, and responded with red eyes. Of course I want to be a hero of the Empire, but I can't do it. I can't complete your mission. Why don't you understand? Why do you think you can't do it? Give me a reason. Reason? Didn't I already say that I can't do anything except fighting? So did I tell you to do something else? Hearing this, the anger on Leia's face suddenly froze, and then her whole brain instantly froze, looking at John in front of her with some confusion. Obviously, she was a little confused by John's words. I say, did I ever tell you to do anything besides fighting? Answer me, Warrant Officer Leia. Leia hesitated. No, but you mean? It seems that you didn't understand what I meant, but it's my fault. Maybe I said it too generally, which caused you to have some unnecessary misunderstandings. I apologize to you here. John smiled apologetically, and then spoke again. Let me explain it in detail again. What I need is a bait force. To be more precise, a force that can attract the attention of the main force of the Allied forces and has sufficient combat power to withstand the attack of the Allied soldiers without being at a disadvantage. I need this force to go to the town of Bahamut and engage in a firefight with the town's garrison troops. However, we cannot wipe them out completely. We must always be in a state where we can win, but don't want to. This will attract the attention of the main force of the 5th Legion and make them think of trying to unite with the rest of the troops to capture this bait force alive, and thus help me get the location of the rest of the enemy forces. This is what you need to do in the bait plan, Leia. Do you understand now? So, what Warrant Officer John meant was that he just needed to lead his men to fight continuously and not completely kill the enemy. If that's the case, it seems to be quite suitable for me. After all, isn't fighting what I'm best at? After understanding what you need to do, Leia suddenly understood what was going on. The anger and grievance in her heart disappeared instantly, and her eyes looking at John were filled with shame. Sure enough, she was still too stupid. Even though Warrant Officer John had already told her the general plan, she couldn't fully understand it. Later, he almost lost his temper with the lieutenant. But facing such a situation, Warrant Officer John was not disappointed in himself. Instead, he patiently explained the situation to himself in detail. Sure enough, Warrant Officer John was just as Colonel Jet said, a very, very outstanding person. It's really great that I can become the Deputy General of this joint operation. But Leia also knew that there was no point in apologizing to Warrant Officer John for her stupidity at this time. What she needed to do most now was to follow Warrant Officer John's instructions and complete them successfully to prove her worth. Only in this way could she live up to Warrant Officer John's expectations of her. Thinking of this, Leia stopped hesitating and saluted in front of John's ecstatic gaze, then replied in a firm tone. Leia Benneth understands. I will carry out your orders, Commander. Chapter 30. Leia understood everything. Well, this unlucky guy finally fell into the trap. All my painstaking efforts in playing this drama were worth it. Now the actors are in place, and the blame has been taken. As long as the unlucky Leia follows his orders and attacks the town of Bahamut. Eventually, she will definitely be noticed by that dragon girl from Serbia, and an exchange of fire will occur. By then, Leia will definitely be defeated. Not only can he avoid the fate of being killed by Serbia, but he can also naturally put the blame on the unfortunate child Leia. This warrant officer has already taken into account the favorable conditions of time, place, and people. This time, the advantage is on my side. I really can't think of any possibility of losing, haha. Looking at Leia, who agreed seriously, she had no idea what kind of humiliating defeat was waiting for her. While John was grinning in his heart, he couldn't help but feel some sympathy for the poor, unfortunate guy, especially when thinking about the terrifying fighting power of that dragon girl from Serbia. John couldn't help but worry that the little girl might be beaten to death by the other party due to negligence. Therefore, after a little thought, he couldn't help but call out to Leia, who was about to gather the troops to carry out the mission, and added in the face of the other's puzzled look, Leia, when you arrive at the town of Bahamut, remember to pay attention to a woman with red hair and red eyes. She is very dangerous. Well, if you really encounter the other party and fight with him, if you really can't beat him, just run away quickly. Don't pay too much attention to this mission. Everything should be based on saving your life. Do you understand? Got it. I'll pay attention to it. After listening to John's warning, Leia was moved and became more interested in the red-haired woman John mentioned. She really didn't expect that John would be so concerned about her safety. He even said to her that she could give up the mission and save herself when the time was right. Between loyalty and camaraderie, Warrant Officer John chose the latter this time. This must have been a very difficult decision for Warrant Officer John, who is extremely loyal, right? Similarly, if it were exposed, it might cause considerable trouble to Warrant Officer John. But don't worry, I will never let this happen. Since the gentle Warrant Officer John has placed so much trust and expectations on me, I must respond to him perfectly no matter what I say. As the heir of the family's unique cutting technique, he is called a monster by countless people. In battle, I will never lose to anyone. Even the red-haired woman was a difficult presence for even the genius warrant officer John. But the other party could never be his opponent. Like his ancestors, he would become the strongest spear of the Norman Empire and conquer all the villains who tried to block the progress of the empire. She wanted everyone to understand that in this world, no human being could withstand this edge, and from now on no one would dare to touch this edge. If you have to choose a target to operate on, well, let's start with this unknown red-haired woman who is giving Warrant Officer John a headache. Kill her, and then prove his worth to Warrant Officer John. Let Warrant Officer John understand that he will become his sharpest knife. Only I am worthy of being his sword. Anyone who resists is a villain, and as a villain, they must be killed. Leia murmured in her heart, and a chilling murderous intent flashed in her gentle green eyes. But she quickly wiped out this murderous intent and returned to a refreshing calmness. Now Leia understands what Warrant Officer John expects of her. Therefore, she must do her best. With a look of reverence and passion in her eyes, Leia turned and left, preparing the troops according to John's arrangement, intending to lead them to carry out the bait plan immediately. What's going on? Why does my right eyelid keep twitching? Is it because I didn't sleep well last night? After Leia left, John felt his right eyelid twitching for no apparent reason and was filled with confusion. But after rubbing for a long time without seeing any improvement, he thought it was due to lack of sleep, so he didn't pay too much attention to it. Instead, he shifted his gaze to Wendy, who had put away the map at some point and slipped into the bushes, looking sneaky as if she wanted to escape. The eyes of both parties met in the air, and then the air fell into silence. Captain, well, I just found a grasshopper here. It's so beautiful, so I wanted to catch it and give it to you. I definitely didn't want to hide in the grass. Please don't misunderstand me. Wendy's forehead was covered with cold sweat, and she explained stutteringly. The grass hasn't even grown tall yet, but there are grasshoppers, right? You idiot. Can't you come up with a convincing reason? Really? My dear Vice Captain, I have many, many beautiful grasshoppers and goldfish in my car. So if you really want to appreciate them, why don't you get in the car with me? How about that? No. Captain, I was wrong. I was really wrong. Please forgive me. Beg for mercy? It's too late. Just accept your fate, you idiot. John had a grim grin on his face. Then he grabbed the man's collar without saying a word, and without paying any attention to the man's howls and pleas for mercy, he forcibly dragged the stupid deputy captain towards the jeep. Chapter 31. Duo Shao? How much did you just say? Ugh, Captain, I really want to vomit. Really. Please let me get off the car, please. I beg you. In the back seat of the jeep, Wendy, who voluntarily rode with John, was forced to experience the bumpy ride of the hell car for half an hour. His face immediately turned pale, and with trembling pupils he begged to John beside him. She's really stupid, really. Even though she knew that Warrant Officer John was a cheapskate who couldn't afford to tease anyone, she still couldn't help but want to tease him. Now, after truly experiencing this hellish experience, she has deeply realized the truth. That is, sometimes people still have to control their desire to be humble. Otherwise, she will be the one who suffers in the end. At this time, the original troops had been divided, and John was leading 100 people, including Team 14, towards the nearest village on the map called Stone Village. Logically speaking, a gathering place like this should have at least a relatively flat dirt road, and it shouldn't be so bumpy. But unfortunately, due to the recent rainy weather, the unrepaired dirt road has become bumpy. What's more, this damn stone village is surrounded by mountains, and there are stones everywhere on the ground. Considering that this Jeep has no shock absorption system at all, it is self-evident how strong the impact and vibration generated while driving will be. Even if a professional driver came and sat in this hell car for an hour, his brain would probably be shaken apart. No, I have to talk to the Imperial RD department and ask these idiots to install shock-absorbing systems on all Jeeps. Otherwise, before I retire, I would die suddenly from the infection of burst hemorrhoids. This way of dying is somewhat humiliating and must be avoided. John swore repeatedly in his heart. Then he looked at Wendy beside him, whose eyes were slightly white and whose throat was constantly moving, and realized that this idiot seemed to be reaching his limit. He knew that if he continued to resist like this, that idiot Wendy would probably vomit all over him. After completing his revenge, Warrant Officer John decided to quit immediately and ordered the soldier driving the jeep to stop. Then he fled from this hell car. Save! After getting out of the car, Wendy and John sighed almost at the same time. Seeing Wendy's face as if she had escaped death and would cry for joy in the next second, John suddenly felt a little angry. This idiot only experienced it for half an hour, but he himself had been riding in this damn hell car for 2 full hours before that. 2 hours. Do you know how I spent these 2 hours? Sure enough, this punishment is too light for this idiot. I must increase the intensity. Thinking of this, John's eyes suddenly flickered as he looked at Wendy. Ahem, Captain, I remember that there seem to be traces of remnant army activities near Stone Village on the map. It may not be enough for only 2 scouts to investigate, so as the deputy captain, I have to go and help. Almost at the same time, when he noticed John's cold gaze and realized that the stingy captain seemed to want to make trouble for her again. Wendy's heart suddenly became alarmed, and she immediately made up an excuse. Then, without waiting for John's consent, she put on her magic bag without hesitation, and then she instantly activated her magic power and flew into the sky, flying towards the sky as if escaping. It was as if there was a devil watching her from behind, and if she missed even a second, she would be dragged into hell by the devil. So in the blink of an eye, Wendy's figure completely disappeared from John's sight. Since you ran fast, I'll spare your life this time. Seeing that Wendy had given in, John no longer wanted to continue punishing her. Then, on the grounds that he wanted to take a walk, he refused the driver's invitation to sit back down with a stiff smile. Then, amid the other party's regretful look, John blended into the army unit and walked towards Stone Village with the team. Just as John was thinking about how to complete his fictitious bribery plan when he led his men to that desolate little village so as to convince the Imperial supervisory forces. After an unknown amount of time, a sound of magic gushing out was heard, and then Wendy's figure appeared before him. Why is this idiot back again? Wait, this scene seems familiar. Could it be that this idiot really discovered the Allied forces? As expected, Wendy, you idiot are the one sent by the goddess of misfortune to harm me. Looking at Wendy, who was in high spirits, John felt a little desperate after vaguely realizing that this stupid pig's villain physique seemed to be taking effect again. Just when he was about to maintain his expression and withstand the blow of the upcoming good news. The next second, Wendy's excited voice suddenly reached his ears. Captain, I just intercepted a caravan. They looked suspicious and took a small path. I suspect they were spies planted by the Allied forces in Walden territory. After they discovered their defeat, they wanted to flee with the funds, so they were detained. Captain, would you like to interrogate him yourself? What? It turned out to be just an ordinary caravan. What a false alarm. I knew it. How could I be so unlucky? I could make up any excuse, and it would come true. After hearing that Wendy did not find any trace of the Allies, but only discovered an ordinary caravan, John immediately breathed a sigh of relief and put his heart at ease again. Then he glanced hatefully at the idiot who had disturbed him and said angrily, It's just a caravan. What's the big deal? Just ask them about their details and let them go. Isn't that enough? Wendy, you idiot. Have you forgotten that we are carrying out an important mission this time? This is related to the safety of the entire Walden territory. How can we waste time on a mere caravan? But Captain, I think this group of people is really suspicious. Not only did they bring a lot of guards, but they also brought a lot of valuable goods. Wendy said with a look of grievance, Isn't it normal for merchants to hire guards? Besides, it's just a small caravan. How much money can it have? This warrant officer's monthly salary is 500D. A bunch of poor businessmen are worthy of being interrogated by this warrant officer personally. Don't you take this warrant officer seriously, you idiot? Besides, if the news of the capture of the kingdom's caravan gets out, and the kingdom defeats the empire in the future, wouldn't I be convicted of robbery if I were caught later? Only an idiot would agree to go to jail for just a few 100 days of goods. Thinking of this, John pouted his lips in disdain, then waved his hand impatiently at Wendy, and then taught her earnestly. It's just a small caravan. How much money can it have? Just let them check and let them go. Have you forgotten what I said in my quotations? We are the upright Imperial Army, and we will never oppress the people. Sergeant Wendy, it seems that your cultivation needs to be improved. Remember to read Maslow's quotations more often and write them down 10 times and give them to me later. Got it? Oh, I see. Hearing this, Wendy was immediately ashamed. She also felt that Warrant Officer John was right. It seemed that her cultivation still needed to be improved. How could she waver in her beliefs for a mere 500,000D of goods. As expected, my level is still far behind that of Warrant Officer John. Thinking of this, Wendy immediately said respectfully to John, "Okay, Captain, I have understood your teachings. I will immediately have the soldiers release this caravan. At the same time, I will also admonish the other soldiers in the team and tell them not to do anything that would damage the image of the Empire in the future." Very good. It is a good thing to correct mistakes as soon as you know them. In terms of recognizing mistakes, Sergeant Wendy, you are now a qualified Imperial soldier. I am very proud of you for this. Seeing that Wendy didn't do anything weird again, John nodded with satisfaction and gave her an injection of the usual chicken soup. However, after thinking that the supervisory team might ask about the inside story later, in order to make it look good, he casually asked Wendy, "By the way, have you checked what goods these people brought?" "I've seen them all. They're all common gold and luxury goods. Although the quantity is quite large, the value is probably around 500,000D, right? But after hearing your teachings, Captain, I've deeply realized my mistakes. How can we, the great Imperial warriors, betray our beliefs for a mere sum of money?" "Oh, only 500,000D, not much, just a few months of my work." John curled his lips in disdain, but then, as if he finally realized something, he paused. Then his pupils began to shrink wildly, and he looked at Wendy in disbelief, who was grinning like a naive idiot because of the compliment. Because of his overly excited emotions, the upright warrant officer John, who never took ill-gotten gains, couldn't help but tremble in his voice at this moment. "Mr. Duo, how much did you just say?" Chapter 32, I suspect you were a spy for the Allied forces. Looking at the Imperial soldiers who surrounded him. At this moment, Dick Hardman, the eldest son of the Hardman family, felt unprecedented fear. He really didn't expect that he had clearly followed his father's instructions and set out from the town of Bahamut at noon. While having all the Hardman family members change their appearance and disguise themselves as ordinary caravans, they also chose the most covert and difficult route to avoid the patrols of the Imperial scouts, and thus bring the family's direct descendants to the Kingdom of Victoria. But it was such a careful plan and such cautious action. As a result, when they were about to leave Walden territory, they were stopped by an inexplicably appearing Imperial army near Stone Village. What made him feel most desperate was that the person who stopped them this time was an Imperial magic soldier. In front of that extremely terrifying blasting magic, not to mention that the guards he hired this time were just a group of ordinary soldiers. Even if they were replaced by elite Allied troops, there was no way they could survive even a second in the hands of the enemy. Was this a premeditated plan by the Empire, or was it just a coincidence? Just when Dick Hardman was feeling a little uneasy, accompanied by the sound of footsteps coming from the front, under the uneasy gaze of everyone in the caravan, two figures, a man and a woman, walked out from the terrifying Imperial army in front and then came to them. The man in the lead had black hair and black eyes and a handsome face, but there was always a hypocritical smile on the corner of his mouth that made people inexplicably scared. Moreover, unlike the surrounding Imperial soldiers, this person had a gold star epaulet on his shoulder. In addition, judging from the respectful behavior of the terrifying female Imperial magic soldier towards this person, Dick Hardman instantly judged that this person should be the commander of this Imperial army. Thinking of this, Dick immediately suppressed the panic in his heart and planned to put on a smiling face, trying to use his eloquence to fool the other party who was trying to get away with it as an ordinary businessman. As a result, the black-haired man didn't even look at him. At the signal of the female magic soldier, he went straight to the caravan's truck, then tore open the tarpaulin on the truck, revealing the glittering gold and jewels inside. Then, in his eyes, there appeared a greedy look that Dick Hardman was very familiar with. Damn Imperial dogs. After realizing that he might not be able to get back a single cent of the family fortune he had accumulated, Dick Hardman suddenly felt his heart bleeding, but he still silently comforted himself. It's okay, he can earn money again if he loses it, as long as he can successfully get away with it and take his people to the Kingdom of Victoria. Then, after my father joins forces with that terrifying dragon lady to destroy the commander sent by the Empire and completes Lord Morningstar's mission, with the support of the Allied forces, their Hardman family can make a comeback. When the Allies defeat the Empire, sooner or later I will be able to find this damn Imperial dog and get back today's debt. Thinking of this, Dick felt much better, and there was a hint of contempt in his eyes when he looked at the black-haired man. However, he still maintained a humble attitude on the surface, and took out a cigarette from his pocket. He walked up to the other party and handed it to him, then said in a flattering tone, "Dear sir, we are just an ordinary caravan that wants to do business in the Kingdom of Victoria. We are not spies of the Allied forces. Please don't misunderstand us. Of course, I also know that the Imperial Army has been fighting hard against the Allied forces recently. To show my sincerity, I am willing to donate half of these properties to the Imperial Army free of charge to prove my loyalty to the Empire. What do you think?" Dick thought that after he said this, the damn Imperial dog opposite him would bargain with him or even order soldiers to threaten him. He just pretended to be the victim and reluctantly handed over all his property in exchange for the safety of his family. However, what Dick did not expect was that after hearing what he said, the young man in front of him just glanced at him and then turned his attention back to the gold in the carriage. With those sharp eyes and calm demeanor, it doesn't look like he's been blinded by money. The other person's eyes were fixed on the golden inscription and number from beginning to end. It was as if he was examining the cargo in the carriage, try to find more detailed information from it, so as to identify the true identities of this group of people. There's something wrong with this guy. Dick's heart sank suddenly, and cold sweat began to form on his forehead unconsciously. At this moment, he suddenly realized that the Imperial officer in front of him did not seem as easy to deal with as he had expected. Damn it. Oh my god. So much gold. I'm rich. I'm fucking rich now. As long as he can get this gold, he can directly be promoted from a dull guy to a tall, rich, and handsome man. Haha, Wendy, you are simply the lucky star sent to me by the goddess of luck. I fucking love you to death. John stared at the gold in front of him, and he was so excited that he almost turned into a screaming groundhog. Even in his previous life, on TV dramas, he had never seen so much gold. But now, this gold, which could be described as a wall, was laid naked in front of him. The impact brought by this kind of picture is simply indescribable. At this moment, John decided that he had to get the gold no matter what. Even if he is held accountable for robbery, if the Empire is defeated in the future, it doesn't matter. With so much gold in hand, why should we be afraid of robbery? What? You said this money belonged to the caravan and was ill-gotten gains? Bullshit. These people are obviously a bunch of thieves who took advantage of the chaos to steal the property of the local nobles. How could they possibly escape the eyes of me, the righteous warrant officer John? I am eliminating harm for the Allied forces. This is truly an act of justice. If you don't understand, don't talk nonsense. John's heart was filled with excitement, but he realized that there were many people watching him, so he pretended to be calm on the surface. Then he used an unprecedented willpower to barely withdraw his eyes from the glittering gold. Then he suppressed his excitement and glanced at the captain of the caravan, who was smiling stiffly. Then, in the other's constricted pupils, he spoke calmly. "Sir, I suspect you're spies of the Allied forces. Now, I need you to prove your identity. Otherwise, I will follow the Empire's rules on how to deal with agents and have you shot on the spot." Chapter 33. Oops. You're making me make a mistake. It's bad. I'm afraid it's all over this time. This guy in front of me is a complete beast who doesn't take the laws of war seriously. Dick's back was covered in cold sweat after hearing John's words, but he still explained tremblingly. "Sir, please don't joke with me. We are really an ordinary caravan, not spies of the Allied forces. This must be a misunderstanding. It must be a huge misunderstanding, sir." "Nonsense. Of course I know there is a misunderstanding. Because this is a complete fucking frame-up and slander against you by me. Of course, considering that you took the initiative to send so much gold to the wise and brave warrant officer John, it is not impossible for the kind-hearted warrant officer John to give you a way out. After all, I'm not a demon." John was full of pride, but on the surface he remained expressionless and scolded the frightened Dick. "Misunderstanding? Do you think I'm an idiot? What ordinary caravan would carry such a large amount of gold when traveling? I think you are spies secretly planted in Walden by the Allies." Hearing this, Dick's face turned pale instantly, and he couldn't help but regret it in his heart. If he had known that he would be intercepted by the Imperial Army along the way, he would never have exchanged all his family fortune into gold, even if he was beaten to death. Now, their Harbin family is likely to be completely extinct. It's all death anyway. Otherwise, how about fighting with these Imperial troops? Dick's eyes kept flickering, but looking at the black muzzles of guns around him and the terrifying magic soldiers flying in the sky, his original determination to fight to the death disappeared in an instant. What replaced it was unprecedented despair. How to spell? If these old, weak, and sick people really fought back, they would all be shot to death in less than a second. What's more, the Imperial Army was notoriously cruel. If they really resisted and were confirmed to be spies, they would probably face endless interrogations. That is a hell that is 10,000 times more painful than death. In comparison, he might as well have been shot to death. It's over. Father, I still failed to fulfill your instructions after all. Dick's heart was filled with bitterness, and then he closed his eyes in despair, waiting for the group of demon Empire soldiers in front of him to give him a quick death. Why is this idiot businessman closing his eyes when he's doing this? Are you scared silly by me? Do people in the other world have such poor psychological qualities? Looking at Dick, who inexplicably closed his eyes as if standing there waiting to die, John couldn't help feeling speechless. But considering that he had already been unscrupulous enough in robbing other people's property, it would be too cruel if he didn't even leave these victims a chance to survive. So John thought about it and tentatively said to the victim in front of him, "Of course, this is just my guess. It is possible that you are aware of the hardships of the Empire's battles, so you took the initiative to sell your assets and come to pay funds to the Empire to support the Empire. Don't you think so, Mr. Businessman?" Hearing this, Dick slowly opened his eyes and looked at the Imperial dog in front of him with astonishment. As if he couldn't believe his ears, he couldn't help but stand there in a daze. After a long time, she came back to her senses under John's impatient gaze and almost cried with joy. Yes, sir. We are here to support the Empire. That's right. It is to reward the great Imperial Army that we took the initiative to bring so much gold to you. Please understand, sir." After saying this, as if he was afraid that the Imperial dog in front of him would throw dirty water on him again, Dick immediately knelt down in front of John, and at the same time, an unprecedented flattering attitude appeared on his face. Although I don't know what kind of plane this Imperial dog is making. However, if they understood correctly, it seemed that they could save their lives for now. As for gold, it is nothing but external possessions. How can it be as important as your life? As long as you can stay alive, don't tell that damn Imperial dog that you want gold. Even if I have to kneel down and lick the soles of his shoes, it's fine. Dick pondered secretly in his heart and looked at John in front of him nervously, fearing that the other party would change his words and have him shot. You had to have this warrant officer remind you to change your words, right? You're even dumber than Wendy. How did you become a businessman with your IQ? I'm afraid you'll lose money in everything you do. Looking at the stupid businessman in front of him, John curled his lips in disgust. However, he could also see that these natives from another world were probably more timid than each other. He just casually mentioned the word spy, and the idiot was so scared that he almost peed his pants on the spot. If he used the interrogation techniques from the criminal investigation dramas he watched in his previous life, combined with some nonsense words, and used some threats and inducements to give the other party, the idiot in front of him would probably be scared to death on the spot. Therefore, after seeing the other party start to follow his words, he did not continue to intimidate the other party, but cast a teachable look at the other party, and then nodded with satisfaction. I see. I have already sensed your loyalty to the Empire. However, although your original intention was good, unfortunately, our Imperial Army has always been innocent of any wrongdoing with the people. Theoretically, we cannot accept this. Therefore, your act of privately offering gold to the Imperial Army makes it very difficult for me to deal with it. John sighed in embarrassment, then looked at the victim in front of him meaningfully. He felt that what he had said had been very clear. If this idiot had a bit of intelligence, he would probably understand what I meant. Then, let's take this batch of gold back. Dick asked tentatively with some doubt. Damn it, I was just being polite to you, and you took it seriously? The natives of the other world are so unworldly. As expected, I'm also guilty of overestimating this idiot's intelligence. In this case, I have to speak very directly so that these people can understand what I mean. John's face darkened, and he wanted to accuse the other party again, but when he saw the other party's trembling legs, he knew that if he continued to scare him, this guy would really wet his pants in a physical sense. So he suppressed his anger and said with a fake smile, "Of course, theory is theory and reality is reality. The two cannot be confused. We must make decisions based on the specific circumstances. You know, in order to protect the safety of the people, our brave Imperial soldiers are constantly shedding blood and sweat on the front lines, and they're in urgent need of help. As for these respectable soldiers, if someone insists on forcibly and voluntarily compensating the brave soldiers of the Empire, then even if it may violate some regulations, this warrant officer is willing to take some risks to fight for certain rights and interests for the soldiers. Damn, to put it bluntly, doesn't it still cost money? Why does it have to be so different? An imperial dog is just an imperial dog. Your hypocrisy simply makes me sick. Now, Dick finally understood what this imperial dog in front of him meant, and there was a hint of contempt in his eyes when he looked at the other party. However, he did not dare to neglect it on the surface, but quickly handed the cigarette to the other party and said in a flattering tone, "Of course, the soldiers of the Empire have worked very hard, and they deserve to be rewarded. Today, I, Reed Dickman, am willing to donate all this gold to the unit you are in, warrant officer, in my personal name, and I will not ask for anything in return." What are you doing? What are you doing? I've already told you that this is against the rules. Ouch, you're making me make a mistake, Mr. Reddick. No, this is my gift to the Empire. It represents my loyalty. Please accept it. Otherwise, I will die in front of you. Well, forget it. Since you are so loyal to the Empire, Mr. Reddick, it would be too disappointing to refuse. So, I will accept this batch of gold on behalf of all the soldiers of the Empire. Even if I will be punished by the supervisory forces afterwards, I will bear the responsibility alone. How can that be possible? You are just being kind and considerate to your subordinates. How can you be punished? Let me write you a letter of willingness to express my personal attitude. As a citizen loyal to the Empire, I cannot watch a righteous leader like you being slandered by a villain. Dick became more and more immersed in the role, as if he had transformed from a victim to a loyal lackey of the Empire. He spoke sternly and righteously, then took a piece of letter paper and quickly wrote down a certificate of voluntary donation. After seeing the certificate in hand and realizing that he could legitimately get the gold this time, John also showed a sincere smile on his face, and then patted Dick on the shoulder with relief and said, "Your Excellency is simply the most loyal citizen of the Empire I have ever met. If every citizen of the Empire is as loyal as you, then we will have more motivation to fight. Damn you, you bastard, that's enough. If you hadn't brought so many magic soldiers, would I have obediently handed over my family fortune? It's good enough if I don't shoot you twice." Dick cursed in his heart, but on the surface he still stood up straight and responded loyally. "Money is nothing to worry about. My loyalty to the Empire is witnessed by the sun and the moon, and the heaven and earth are witnesses." After a slight pause, Dick looked at John happily holding the certificate and couldn't let it go. He thought it was about time and tried again. "But sir, do you think we can now?" "Ah, no problem. You have impressed me with your sincere loyalty and proved the innocence of your caravan. So you are now innocent." Seeing that he had the certificate in hand, John did not bother the victim anymore, but nodded with a smile. Just when he was about to signal Wendy to let the person go, Wendy's doubtful voice once again reached his ears. "But Captain, I still think these guys are a little suspicious. I think it would be better if we follow the rules and send them to the interrogation department, right?" Chapter 34 Warrant Officer John's acting is unparalleled. What the hell if they really send it to someone? Judging from the nature of the interrogation department, these unlucky guys might become spies. This batch of gold must be confiscated directly, and you'd be lucky if you could just get some verbal praise. But what if I am given the power of attorney? As your chief of police, how can I, with my money, mistreat you, my subordinates? Wendy, you idiot. How come you can't understand the situation? Seeing Wendy start to mess things up, John's face instantly turned black. But before he could tell Wendy to shut up, her next words instantly woke him up. "Also, Captain, the value of this batch of gold is too high. It doesn't look like something that a normal caravan can afford. They're deceiving you. Captain, you must not be fooled by them." Hearing this, John, who had been bewildered by money, instantly regained consciousness and fell into deep thought. Indeed, the total value of this batch of goods is at least 500,000 D, which is enough to cover his salary for nearly 84 years. How could a caravan be so rich? Even if the other party is a noble, he shouldn't have such a rich family background. In addition, the plot describes the Allied forces continuously delivering supplies to the front line, and the other party's previous statement about going to the Kingdom of Victoria. After comprehensive analysis, there's probably only one most reasonable explanation. That is, these guys are really members of the Allied forces. This batch of gold is not the property of any businessman. it is very likely the military expenditure of the Allied forces. After coming to this conclusion in his mind, John's original excitement about obtaining ill-gotten gains instantly disappeared without a trace. Instead, there was tension and hesitation. If it was ordinary property, then he could rob it even if it was a bit risky. After all, none of the merchants in the kingdom are good people, and any commoner would like to hang these profiteers on street lamps. But if this money involves the Allied forces, then for John, it is not an extra income, but a hot potato. If he really intercepted the Allied military funds by accident, he knew with his but that the Allies would definitely get to the bottom of it. Once the investigation is brought to his head, what awaits him may be a complete blacklist. He himself probably has completely lost the possibility of changing jobs. If we don't let go, we will offend the Allies. If they let him go, the supervisory unit would have a hard time justifying themselves. Damn it, isn't this a fucking dead end? Wait, if I capture him instead of letting him go or reporting him, wouldn't this matter be resolved? If this guy who calls himself Reddick is really a member of the Allied forces, then after discovering that the military funds were not delivered on time, the Allied forces would definitely send someone to try to contact him, right? By then, I can completely use this idiot's channel to return the military funds and at the same time request to contact the top Allied forces. This will officially complete your job-hopping plan. If it is later discovered that the other party is not really an ally, but a real profiteer from the kingdom, then he can naturally seize the funds obtained by these vampires by exploiting civilians, thus completing a just act that benefits society. This is obviously a perfect plan. Genius. I am a genius to be able to come up with such a perfect plan so quickly. Thinking of this, John's tension suddenly dissipated, replaced by unprecedented ease and joy. Then he looked at Wendy, who was frowning. For the first time, he felt that having a stupid subordinate like Wendy was sometimes a good thing. When you really want to run away, you should inform her in advance and take her with you. This will prevent this idiot from being held accountable by the Empire and ending up in jail. As expected, meeting me, Lao Da, is a blessing that you, Wendy, have earned in 8 lifetimes. Apart from this warrant officer, is there anyone else in this world who can be so kind to you? You idiot, you better remember this and swear to die for this warrant officer. Thinking of this, John couldn't help but reveal a gentle smile on his face, and then he said to Wendy with admiration, "Yes, I can see that this caravan does have some problems, so I deliberately said those words just now in order to test your reaction, Sergeant Wendy. I thought you would remain silent, but I'm very pleased with your performance this time. It is very necessary to maintain appropriate skepticism and promptly remind the superiors when they make unreasonable actions and ask them about the inside story. Compared to when you rashly questioned me before, Sergeant Wendy, you have indeed grown a lot now. I am very pleased. It turns out that Captain John was testing me on purpose. No wonder he acted so strangely just now. I knew how Captain John, who is so smart, could be deceived by such a simple lie. However, the captain's acting was too realistic. It looked as if he was really obsessed with money. I can only say that he is worthy of being Captain John. He is so awesome. Hearing this, Wendy suddenly understood and immediately felt unprecedented pride and joy. She then raised her head and said, "It's nothing. I'm still far behind you, Captain. It's all thanks to your good teaching. I will continue to work hard to learn from you." Not bad, not bad. Keep it up, Sergeant Wendy. I'm looking forward to your future performance." As usual, John gave the silly girl a bowl of chicken soup, then turned to look at Dick, who was sweating profusely, and then gave this ally a friendly smile. "Mr. Reddick, right? I assume your real name is Reddick. I just troubled you to cooperate with me in completing the test of my subordinates. I would like to express my gratitude to you first. Secondly, I have some guesses about your identity, but they are just guesses. Before it is truly confirmed, I will not do anything excessive to you. In addition, for your safety, I think it would be best for you and your caravan to go to the town of Bahamut under our protection. By then, your identity and safety can be confirmed and guaranteed. This is a very good suggestion, isn't it? Of course, after I have verified your identity, I will set you free at an appropriate time. I can swear to you on this point in the name of the Maslow family. So, please rest assured, from now on, I, John Maslow, will do my best to protect the personal safety of you and the other people in the caravan. What do you think? Chapter 35, He is my dear family. The Maslow family? John Maslow. The moment he heard the name, Dick suddenly opened his eyes wide and looked at the black-haired, black-eyed imperial dog in front of him with disbelief, his heart seemed to be filled with raging waves. At this moment, he no longer had time to think about his current predicament. Instead, he was filled with unprecedented panic and disbelief. Isn't this guy the target of the sniper plan secretly agreed upon by my father and the Allies? The other party should lead his troops to Bahamut Town. Why is he here? How could he be here? Could it be that there are Imperial agents within the Allied forces, and their assassination plan has been exposed? No, how can this be? It shouldn't be like this. After this thought came into his mind, cold sweat instantly soaked Dick's clothes. The intense fear and horror made him even feel that breathing had become a little difficult. He looked at John Maslow looking at him, with that gentle and humble smile that he would show when talking to a friend. At this moment, Dick deeply realized that the so-called smile was nothing more than a hypocritical performance deliberately presented to him by the other party. What is really hidden behind the other person's false smile is undoubtedly a monster with bared fangs who like to play with people's hearts and make the prey feel the moment when the emotion of fear reaches its extreme. Then take the opportunity to swallow the opponent whole, skin and bones included. Amid the squeezing sound of the prey's flesh and blood and the wailing of its soul, the monster savors the taste of the prey with a grin and makes a terrifying laugh. This guy is simply a devil in human skin. Why is this idiot staring at me? Is he mad because he betrayed me? John couldn't help feeling puzzled when he saw Reddick, whose face was pale and whose body began to tremble unconsciously, as if he had epilepsy. But after putting himself in his shoes, John felt that if he was happily sitting in a car, eating hot pot and singing songs, fantasizing that he could immediately go to the Kingdom of Victoria with military funds, complete the mission, take office, get promoted, and make a fortune. As a result, he was robbed by a group of soldiers and bandits on the way and was forced to become their prisoner. If it were him, it would certainly be difficult for him to be happy. It would be good enough that he didn't despair to the point of committing suicide on the spot. So the considerate warrant officer John could understand this very well. However, considering the possibility that this idiot is a suspected Allied spy, he is someone who can help him complete his plan of changing jobs. Therefore, John felt that he needed to have a good chat with this old young man who might become his future colleague, and at the same time find out what the identity of this idiot was. This will determine his subsequent attitude towards this guy. But no matter what, it won't hurt to be more friendly to this guy. After all, even if Reddick is really an ordinary profiteer, it is not wrong to give him a smile for the sake of the gold he sent. After all, to put it bluntly, service is the key in any industry. Otherwise, how can we achieve the goal of sustainable development? Thinking of this, John suddenly showed a standard smile on his face, and then, in Dick's trembling eyes, he reached out and patted the other's shoulder, and then spoke gently. "Don't be so nervous, Mr. Reddick. I'm actually very interested in business, and you're a businessman. What a coincidence. I have some business questions that I would like to ask for your advice. Although I, John Maslow, believe that I have some talent for business, theory is only theory after all, and true knowledge comes from practice. Therefore, you, who have been engaged in business for many years, are my predecessor in this regard, and I must learn from you with an open mind. Besides, don't worry. We, the soldiers of the Empire, are all very upright, and we all act according to the law. Unless you have really deceived me and betrayed my trust in you, we will not do anything cruel to you and your family. After all, we only use force against the enemy. Everyone who is loyal to the Empire is a family member of our Imperial Army. As a family member, we must live in harmony. Don't you agree?" After saying that, John looked at Reddick in front of him with a kind face. At the same time, stared at the other person's expression intently, afraid of missing any details expressed by the other person. He wanted to use this kind of rhetoric to determine whether this idiot-like guy was the ally he had been waiting for a long time. Is this a threat? This must be a threat. If I reveal any behavior that is not related to my identity as a businessman, this devil will definitely have someone kill me. Feeling John's cold gaze, in intense panic, Reddick's skin instantly shrank to the extreme, and his proud spear turned into a miniature balloon. Under the pressure of this domineering aura, he almost suffocated. But he also knew that this was an interrogation of him by the devil, John Maslow. The other party has already become suspicious. If he wants to survive, or even protect his family, he must respond perfectly to the other party's possible answers as a businessman. Only in this way can he have a chance to find a way to survive for his whole family. Stimulated by this sense of mission, Reddick barely overcame the fear in his heart and forced a smile on his face. Yes, Warrant Officer John, we are all family, and family members must help each other. I am very happy to discuss with you how to run a business. Really? Happy? Are you serious? But why do I feel that your smile is somewhat forced? As expected, you idiot are the running dog of the Allies, right? Ahem, no, I was wrong. This dear Mr. Reddick must be the upright and kind-hearted allied friend, my real family member. Haha, in this way, wouldn't it be easy for the warrant officer to change jobs? John's eyes suddenly became sharp. He had seen through Reddick's true identity. But he also knew that he couldn't reveal his attitude at this time. After all, his dear ally Reddick would certainly be very panicked when facing the threat of a group of Imperial dogs, and would certainly doubt his claim that he was loyal to the Allies. But this is normal. After all, he is currently a commander of the Empire, and has a tendency to become the #1 lackey. But Warrant Officer John, who wanted to turn from evil to good, also knew that after he had a long talk with his dear ally in the Hellcar, and after he had vaguely revealed to the other party his longing for the Allies, the other party will definitely understand that he is not an Imperial dog, but a true Allied faction. At that time, he only needs to find some reasons to keep the other party. When the Allied forces find out that part of the military funds are missing and send people to contact Reddick, he can take advantage of the situation to add fuel to the fire, and thus meet the Allied senior officials he has been thinking about, and thus realize his dream of changing jobs. Oh, what a perfect plan. As expected, he is a genius. Imagining the beautiful future he had conceived, the smile on John's face suddenly became even more intense. He then warmly invited the trembling Reddick to get into his Jeep together. Next, he would have a good talk with his dear ally. Chapter 36. Chrysanthemums of the Empire. Buzz. After capturing this caravan, John and his companions set out again towards Stone Village. In the center of the team, inside a slowly moving Jeep. Feeling the vibration caused by the movement of the vehicle, John was in a good mood and no longer had his previous dissatisfaction. At this moment, he was staring at his ally Reddick beside him and saw that the other party was always tense, sitting upright, as if he was preparing for torture. Considering the other party's state, he felt that in such a depressing atmosphere, rashly probing topics related to the Allies would probably only arouse the other party's vigilance. Therefore, he decided to start the conversation with daily life to help the other person relax. Thinking of this, John coughed twice, then said with a smile, Ahem, by the way, Mr. Reddick, when I was patrolling just now, I noticed that there were quite a few elderly people and children in your caravan, which is somewhat rare for a caravan. I wonder if they are your family members or members of the Chamber of Commerce. Here we come. This damn demon really wants to interrogate me. Reddick's heart tightened. But fortunately, he had anticipated this situation before getting in the car, so he calmly took out his original excuse. It's like this, Warrant Officer John. Those old people and children in the caravan are actually some poor people I took in on the road. I'm a kind person, and I can't bear to see others suffer, so I thought I could save as many as I could. So I took these people into the caravan. I don't know them well, so please don't misunderstand me. Kindness? How could a profiteer from your kingdom show kindness? And with a pile of gold? Aren't you afraid that there might be an informant among the bandits who might wipe you out? Reddick, as an allied soldier, how could you make such a low-level rhetorical mistake? In other words, you encountered friendly forces. Otherwise, if another Imperial Inquisitor came, you would probably have announced the reopening on the spot. When I succeed in changing jobs, if you don't give me a few pounds of gold, I will never forgive you. Hearing this answer full of loopholes, John couldn't help but secretly shake his head. At this moment, he was 80% sure that Reddick was not a businessman, but a real friendly army. However, he did not ask further questions on the surface, but took the initiative to help the other party cover up and immediately responded with a smile. Indeed, I sometimes feel sorry for these ordinary civilians being oppressed by the Allied forces, but it is difficult for me to help them like you do. I really admire your kindness, and I should learn from you in this regard. Thank you for the compliment, Warrant Officer John. This is what I should do. After all, doing good deeds will help to build the reputation of the caravan, thus making our products more popular. After making sure that he had passed the demon's initial interrogation, Reddick did not relax, but became even more nervous. He knew that this was just the beginning of the other party's interrogation of him, and the real trouble was yet to come. As expected, right after he said this, The damned imperial demon immediately raised his eyebrows and said to him, "I see. Your wisdom is truly amazing. No wonder you have accumulated so much wealth. I need to remember this. In addition, I am also interested in the things sold by your caravan. Would you mind chatting with me? It's not inconvenient, but I may disappoint you. Our caravan sells common goods, such as jewelry, and we also do some clothing business. If you're interested, I will have someone tailor some clothes for you as a gift when you have time. What do you think? Really? Thank you in advance for your kindness." John smiled slightly, then pretended to be distressed, and said, "But unfortunately, as a soldier of the Empire, I can only wear this uniform on weekdays. I rarely have the opportunity to travel in civilian clothes. I have to say that this restriction is indeed a bit unpleasant. And I have also fantasized that if I had not joined the army, but was an ordinary civilian, perhaps I could have followed the caravan to travel around the world like you, Mr. Reddick, and experience the charm of other places, such as the Kingdom of Victoria. I heard that it is the origin of tulips. Now, it is spring, and it is a good time for tulips to bloom. If I can walk in the golden ocean with my beloved, the scene is exciting just thinking about it, isn't it?" After saying this, John looked at Redek meaningfully. He felt that the implicit meaning of his words was already very clear. Although he was a citizen of the Empire, he yearned for the golden tulips of the Kingdom of Victoria. The golden tulip not only represents friendship, but is also the national emblem of the Kingdom of Victoria. Doesn't this mean that he actually intends to join the Allied forces? No matter how stupid Reddick was, John felt that with his sincere eyes, the other party should be able to understand what he meant. "That's right, I'm an ally. I am your ally, Comrade Reddick. Quick, respond to me with the code, and I promise to offer my loyalty to the great allies." John looked at Reddick expectantly. He couldn't wait to hear the other party say the Allied code, "Tulip is unique," to complete the docking activities between the two sides. As expected, I knew that this damn Imperial dog was terribly vigilant. Even though they had already passed the first hurdle, this guy still deliberately led the topic towards the Allied forces. Obviously, they were asking me whether I had any connection with the Allied forces. Once I express my approval of the damn tulip, this demon will definitely conclude that I intend to betray the Empire, and thus convict me. It's simply despicable, but fortunately, I am talented and intelligent, so I won't fall into the verbal trap of you, an Imperial dog. Reddick cursed the Imperial dog in his heart for being insidious and cunning, but his mind worked quickly, and he quickly responded. "Indeed, the Sea of Tulips is a beautiful sight, but that is also relative. In my opinion, the chrysanthemums in the Empire State are also very good, and are far better than the tulips in Victoria. After all, the beauty of tulips is superficial, a superficial, ignorant beauty, while the chrysanthemums of the Empire are not only beautiful in appearance, but also have profound connotations and rich sentiments, and are worthy of being deeply remembered and loved by every citizen of the Empire. So, in my opinion, I like the Imperial chrysanthemum more than the tulip." After saying that, Reddick looked at John nervously, trying to judge from the other party's performance whether his answer had aroused the suspicion of this damn Imperial dog. This idiot still doesn't understand what I mean. Seriously, how did this guy become a spy for the Allied forces? His professional skills are ridiculously poor. What a stupid pig. Seeing that the other party's answer was irrelevant, John suddenly felt a little frustrated. However, he also knew that no matter how useless Reddick was, he was the only one he could hope to change jobs with. He must communicate well with the other party in order to gain access to the top leaders of the Allied forces and complete his plan of job hopping. So John suppressed his irritability and anger and replied with a fake smile. "Yes, I also like the Imperial chrysanthemum very much. It seems that you and I have a lot in common, Mr. Reddick. I think we must have a lot of topics to talk about. However, let's put aside the topic for now and talk about something more practical, such as the business activities you plan to carry out during your trip to the Kingdom of Victoria. What do you think? Chapter 37, Are You Lying to Me?" Sure enough, this damn Imperial dog still hasn't dispelled his doubts about himself. But it's not a big problem. I did some research with Butler Pino before leaving, and even asked him what products are the best-selling in the Kingdom of Victoria. I already know the answer, so as long as I answer calmly, I will definitely gain the trust of this damn Imperial dog. Wait until this damn Imperial dog lets down his guard against me, and then I can find an opportunity to escape. John Maslow, no matter how cunning you are, you would never have thought that the great master, in fact, had already made all the preparations? Humph. Thinking about his perfect plan, Dick was immediately filled with pride, but on the surface he still spoke respectfully to John. Reporting to Warrant Officer John, I'm bringing people to the Kingdom of Victoria this time because I actually want to engage in the silk business. Looking at your hair color and pupils, if not unexpected, I think you should be one of the descendants of the Xianqin Empire who were stranded abroad. So you probably know more about the value of silk, a specialty product from that great empire that disappeared inexplicably thousands of years ago, than I do. In addition, since His Majesty William Paris of our empire is very obsessed with Xianqin culture, I think it would be great if we could go to the Kingdom of Victoria, which can currently produce silk, and spend a lot of money to recruit some craftsmen who can make silk and bring them back to the empire. For an empire that can only import silk from abroad, which causes the price of silk to remain high, if I can recruit craftsmen to produce silk belonging to our empire and bring down the price, I'm sure that by then we will be admired by all the nobles in the empire. Maybe even our demand family will be appreciated by His Majesty the Emperor. And it was precisely because of this kind of interest that I took the risk of selling off all of my family's hundreds of years of business, intending to find a way out for future generations. So, I'm really not a spy for the Allied forces. Please believe me. After saying that, Dick looked at John nervously, afraid to miss any micro-expressions on the face of this damn imperial dog. After hearing this answer, John couldn't help but fall into deep thought. In fact, as a player, John naturally knew very well what was going on with the Xianqin Empire that Dick mentioned disappeared inexplicably. After all, the game itself draws on most of the background of the real world in the previous life. The so-called Xianqin Empire is a background story designed by the game company in order to prevent censorship and prevent it from passing the review. Simply put, Xianqin is the great Qin of the previous life. But what is different from history is that after Zulong unified the world and completed the Fengshan ceremony, the spiritual energy of Great Qin began to revive. From then on, Great Qin ushered in an era of universal cultivation of immortals. Afterwards, Zulong found the Luo Shu and gave it to Guguzi, who had already joined Xianqin, for divination. He concluded that the spiritual power of this world could not last long and would perish sooner or later. Therefore, after much consideration, Zulong decided to lead the entire Qin nation to ascend to the real fairyland. However, in order to preserve traces of the immortal Qin, a group of descendants of the Great Qin who were not qualified to practice immortality and a large amount of wealth were left behind before the whole country ascended to heaven, and they took on the mission of recording the history of the immortal Qin. After Xianqin transcended the mundane world, in order to continue living, these descendants of Xianqin began to travel to various parts of the world to reproduce and spread Xianqin's culture and history throughout the world. Therefore, after thousands of years of influence and inheritance, almost everyone on John's continent, from the emperor to the common people, has an unprecedented enthusiasm for the mysteriously disappeared Xianqin Empire. As a clothing item highly praised by the top leaders of Xianqin, silk is not only gorgeous in appearance, but also extremely comfortable after being made into garments. Therefore, he has always been favored by the top leaders of major kingdoms. In addition, William XIII, the emperor of the Norman Empire, is set up in the game as a very fanatical fan of Xianqin. In this regard, the planner designed an Easter egg in the game. That is, William XIII spent a large amount of money to order people to make himself a set of black dragon robes like the Zulong, according to the remaining rumors of the Xianqin dynasty, and also perfectly replicated a 9-feathered crown. However, perhaps he felt that this was too offensive to the immortal Qin emperor whom he admired, so he later secretly changed it into a 6-feathered crown. If John remembered correctly, the set of true Dragon Emperor's costume that William XIII had copied should be placed under the Emperor's bed at this moment. He had already regarded it as his most precious treasure, and even his most favored concubine was unaware of it. As for this secret, probably no one else in the world knows it except William XIII himself and John. If this statement is true, then Dick's behavior of carrying a large amount of gold to the Kingdom of Victoria and attempting to engage in commercial activities is indeed tenable. So, this guy is really just a businessman who is crazy about money, rather than Allied spy. After all, this statement seems to be correct no matter how you look at it. Could it be that I guessed wrong? John couldn't help but fall into deep thought after hearing this answer. But after thinking carefully about Dick's previous suspicious behavior, he felt that he couldn't just condemn him for the time being. Since this idiot used silk as an excuse, Why not just go along with it and test it out? Anyway, when it comes to the information in the game, no one in the world knows it better than the smart Chief Warrant Officer John. As long as the guy who called himself Reddick was an ally, he could definitely trick this idiot into finding out what kind of pants he was wearing today with just a few words. Thinking of this, John smiled immediately. Yes, Mr. Reddick, silk is indeed a very good commodity. You are indeed a very discerning businessman. If you can bring the silk production process back to the Empire, even I can foresee that you will become very popular in the future. If you can get the approval of His Majesty the Emperor, then perhaps it won't be long before I have to pay homage to you as a superior. Sure enough, the idiot believed it. An imperial pig is an imperial pig. You don't even know what kind of person you are, and you still want to interrogate your extremely smart Uncle Dick. You'd better go wherever it's cooler, Humph. After realizing that he had successfully cheated, Dick felt relieved but also a little smug. After he felt that he had definitely established his identity as a businessman this time, he immediately waved his hand modestly and said, No, it's just an idea. Warrant Officer John, you flatter me too much. I'm just an ordinary businessman. How can I become your superior? You are such a joke. That's not necessarily true. After all, our emperor admires the culture of Xianqin the most. John smiled non-committally, but soon he changed the subject and said in a puzzled tone, But I still have a question. If I remember correctly, there were too many private silk factories, resulting in uneven quality and the phenomenon of selling inferior products as good ones. Therefore, the Kingdom of Victoria seemed to have issued a new commercial policy in early May 6 years ago. Article 13 seemed to mention the decree on changing the silk craft from private to government-run. After this commercial bill was introduced, the production and sales of Xianqin silk were controlled by the Victorian royal family. As a result, the price of silk in the imperial market has risen sharply in recent years, reaching a terrifying price of 400D per foot. As a qualified businessman, you should know more about this business law than I do. But from what I see, you don't seem to know much about it. What's going on? To be honest, I'm a little surprised, Mr. Reddick. Looking at Dick, whose smile had inexplicably become stiff and whose forehead was covered with numerous beads of cold sweat, John couldn't help but smile, as if to say I was right after all. Immediately, he spoke calmly in front of the other party's trembling pupils. Dear Mr. Reddick, are you lying to me? Chapter 38 Warrant Officer John is a demonic inquisitor. Finished. It's really over now. I'm afraid that this time I'm really going to be mistaken for an allied spy by these damn imperial dogs. Looking at John with a sneer on his face, Dick was so frightened that he felt a buzzing in his ears and a chill running up his spine uncontrollably. When he thought of his smug and foolish look just now, he couldn't help but begin to regret it deeply. How could he forget that the guy in front of him, John Maslow, was far more cunning than an ordinary person? The opponent was an existence that even the morning star of the Kingdom of Victoria, who was famous for his outstanding wisdom, did not hesitate to lose face and use a vicious scheme to try to kill in advance. When talking to this kind of monster, the other party will definitely find ways to set traps and words to lure you into being deceived, so you should be more cautious. How could I be so careless? How dare I be so careless? But feeling the increasingly intense sneer on the other's face, Dick also understood that this terrible monster had begun to doubt him. If he cannot give a reasonable explanation, then there is no doubt that only death awaits him. He must find a way to convince the other party. But the problem is, the facts are already irrefutable. How can I argue? God, please save the Hartman family. Just as Dick, sweating profusely, racked his brains to think of a reason and even called on God in despair, John, who was still smiling, spoke. I understand. Mr. Reddick, you don't need to explain. You must have your own channels to recruit some wandering businessmen, so you do this. Considering that this matter involves commercial secrets, I won't ask any more questions. After all, I am an upright soldier of the Empire. I would never do such a despicable thing as taking away someone's good things, right? This damn imperial dog actually gave in? This must be a manifestation of God. Thank God. Seeing that John actually took the initiative to find a reasonable excuse for himself, Dick almost cried for joy. But he still suppressed his excitement, forced a smile, and nodded repeatedly. Yes, I do have some channels of my own that can bypass the supervision of the Victorian royal family and recruit some businessmen. It's just that it's quite private, so it's difficult for me to answer. After all, you know that the new policy of the Kingdom of Victoria is very strict. Just because I know the existence of this policy, I must be covert enough in my business operations, such as poaching people. I never dare to tell anyone about this, of course, not including you. After all, we are good friends, haha. Looking at Dick, whose face was covered with sweat and who kept explaining to him with a dry laugh, John's smile suddenly became more intense. So, Mr. Reddick already considers me a friend. This is a gratifying answer. However, unfortunately, I just suddenly remembered that I seem to have remembered the Victoria Kingdom decree wrongly. 6 years ago, in early May, the Kingdom of Victoria did issue a new version of the commercial decree, but it seems that Article 13 stated that due to the completion of mining in the Rocky Mountain mines, iron ore production had decreased, so the price of iron ore was slightly increased. It did not mention the reform of silk business rights. The color that Dick's face had finally regained turned pale in an instant, as if he had turned into a sculpture, and his whole body froze in the chair. The Jeep was driving slowly on the muddy mountain road. The wind generated by the driving was mixed with the unique fresh fragrance of grass and trees in the mountains and forests. Accompanied by the fiery red sunset, it hit the body and gave people a drowsy and warm feeling. But at this moment, Dick couldn't feel any comfort from it at all. He only felt that his heart felt an unprecedented coldness and numbness. Under the series of traps designed by the cunning and cruel monster beside him, his dignity, his courage, his wisdom, even his soul, everything seemed to be manipulated by the other party with devilish psychological manipulation, like the sharpest blade, which mercilessly stripped it from his body inch by inch and discarded it like garbage in a quagmire filled with malice. With the despair that was growing in him at the moment as the theme, in the other party's silent, mocking expression, under the other party's eyes that were like the abyss. John Maslow, this horrible monster, was quietly admiring him, a humble mortal. Step by step, he walked into the deadly trap set by the opponent in advance. This kind of insidiousness and viciousness has already surpassed the scope of what is human. The other party is definitely a true demon inquisitor. I'm just a useless noble who can't even get my father's praise. How is it possible to escape from the opponent's clutches? Dick was desperate. At this moment, he has deeply realized what kind of monster this person in front of him is, who has wanted to be secretly strangled by the kingdom's think tank with the title of Morningstar at the cost of his reputation. There is no way an ordinary human like him could survive the interrogation of such a monster. The only way to survive from this monster is to surrender. Dick could no longer think of a second possibility. Even though I have to send my father to death with my own hands, I will do it for the sake of the family. What if it's for the continuation of the Hardman family? My father will definitely forgive me, right? Just as Dick was about to give up on himself and tell the truth, trying to betray his father and the Allies and express his loyalty to the Empire, he begged the monster in front of him to give the Hardman family a chance to live in consideration of his surrender. However, just when he mustered up the courage to self-destruct, John, who had been forcing him with a smirk, spoke. Yes, the bill on silk reform was introduced only 3 years ago. I didn't expect that I could make a mistake in such a simple matter. Sigh, I am really old and my brain is not working well anymore. Of course, Mr. Reddick, as a professional businessman, you must know that this kind of small mistake is one of the common mistakes made by newcomers to the business world. So, Mr. Reddick, please don't laugh at me, haha. Damn, you damn imperial pig. Can you stop breathing so heavily when you talk? You know I'm almost scared to death, right? Hearing this answer, Dick couldn't stop cursing in his heart and almost vomited blood. But thinking back to the hellish torture experience just now, Dick realized at this moment that if he continued to have business conversations with this monster, I was afraid that within a few minutes I would be tricked by this cunning monster into telling him the color of my underwear. So he had to change the subject and not continue talking to the other party about business. Thinking of this, Dick immediately mustered up his courage and said with a stiff smile, yes, but these are unimportant matters. Compared with a businessman like me, Warrant Officer John, as an Imperial soldier, your character is truly amazing. You are simply the most loyal Imperial soldier I have ever seen. Others should learn from you. This is what I really think. Learn from me? Learning how to be a traitor? Huh? You really don't want anything good for the Empire, but I like it because we are allies. Otherwise, any flaw you just revealed would be enough for an Imperial officer to sentence you to death. John sneered in his heart. At this moment, he was completely sure that Reddick was his ally. However, just as he was about to continue testing the other party and try to reach consensus with them, the Jeep that had been moving slowly stopped. Then, Wendy's energetic voice came into his ears from the communication device. Captain, we've arrived at Stone Village. It's time for you to get off the bus. Chapter 39, is this fucking 16 years old? In the western part of Longyan territory, at the foot of Horseshoe Mountain, not far from the village of Stone near the Dome River. At the front of the army, John looked at the trembling blond man surrounded by his own soldiers. A hint of doubt flashed across his eyes, and he immediately turned to look at Wendy beside him. Wendy, what's going on? Captain, I saw this guy at the entrance of the village from a distance, but he ran away as soon as he saw us coming. I suspected that he was a spy for the Allied forces and wanted to tip off the enemy, so I had him detained. Wendy replied proudly that she had not forgotten that they came here to win people's hearts and thus foil the Allied forces' evil plan. Although the man in front of them was dressed like a poor farmer, his head didn't look like that of a farmer's. What's more, he was so scared that he ran away when he saw them. So the other party must be an Allied spy, without a doubt. Humph, I caught the enemy sentry so easily. It turns out that I am the smartest soldier under Warrant Officer John. If I can obtain important information from this spy, then Warrant Officer John will definitely praise me a lot, right? Thinking of this, Wendy couldn't help licking her lips excitedly, and then volunteered. Captain, how about letting me interrogate him? I've learned interrogation techniques from others before. Just hand him over to me. In less than half an hour, I guarantee that I can interrogate this bastard and make him tell me the color of the pants he's wearing today. An Allied spy? What a joke. There's no way there would be any Allied troops in this remote little village. Can't you see that you've scared people to the point of peeing their pants? Doesn't this show that he is clearly an honest villager? As a villager, if I don't run away when I see you Imperial dogs coming, I'd be crazy. Besides, what's the use of the color of his pants to me? Even if you, an idiot, are crazy about merit, you can't persecute honest people. What do you think of human life? You are such a bastard. Looking at the poor man who was surrounded by a group of Imperial dogs and was so scared that he was about to roll his eyes, John's face suddenly turned as black as the bottom of a pot. He first glared at the confused Wendy, then dispersed the soldiers who were on high alert, stood in front of the middle-aged man who had suffered an unexpected disaster, and then spoke to him in a gentle tone. My fellow countrymen, my soldiers are ignorant and think you are a spy for the Allied forces. As their superior, I want to apologize to you first. I hope you will not take it personally. It seemed that they had not expected that the Imperial Army, which had always been known to kill people indiscriminately in the eyes of the Allies, would actually take the initiative to admit their mistakes to an ordinary civilian like them. After hearing John's words, the unshaven, middle-aged man froze in place, looking at the officer in front of him in disbelief. But then, as if he thought of something, his face turned pale in an instant. Then he began to kowtow to John, trembling, and kept shouting words of begging for mercy, such as, "Sir, don't kill me." At the same time, he used quite a lot of force, and even though his head hit the stone and bled, he did not dare to stop. It was as if he stopped, these demons from the Empire in front of him would shoot him to death. For a moment, the air was filled with the sound of the other person's forehead hitting the ground, which made John feel a little toothache. Wendy, look what you've done, you idiot. What the hell did you scare people like? As expected, Imperial dogs are Imperial dogs. None of them are good. Seeing that the strong man turned a deaf ear and just kowtowed to him and begged for mercy, John's face suddenly became extremely ugly. But he also knew that the Empire's bad reputation had always been known to the civilian population, and it would be difficult to convince them with words. Therefore, despite the headache, he directly ordered the army soldiers to lift the man up and then gave a far-fetched smile to the middle-aged man who had already wet his pants. Brother, don't be afraid. We are all good people and will not kill innocent people. We are just passing by and want to stay in your place for one night. We have no other intentions. Sir, you're not here to kill us, are you? Of course not. We have repelled the Allied forces. Longyan territory has become the Empire's territory. Soon you will become citizens of the Empire. We are all one family. How could our Imperial Army attack our own family? We are only following orders from above to investigate the situation and announce new policies for Stone Village. We will never attack civilians, so you don't have to be so nervous, brother. Just treat me as a distant cousin of yours. Don't be so scared. We are really good people. Seeing that the fear on the other party's face gradually disappeared after hearing what he said, John winked at the two soldiers who were holding the man, asking them to let him go. Then, enduring the strong smell of urine, he patted the poor old man on the shoulder in a friendly manner and started chatting with him about daily life. Hey, old man, are you from Stone Village? How old are you this year? Are you married? My lord, my name is Mike. I'm 16 years old, and I'm not married yet. But my father said that once he saves enough money this year, he will arrange a matchmaking for me and Mary from the next village in the spring of next year. Seeing that John was so kind and seemed to have no intention of killing him, the somewhat anxious-looking old Mike heaved a sigh of relief and started to scratch the back of his head and spoke naively. But soon, when he thought of the rumors that the Imperial Army had always been guilty of burning, killing, looting, and committing all kinds of atrocities, the smile on his face froze instantly, and cold sweat began to break out on his forehead. After the blood flowed to the wound on the forehead, endless pain instantly arose. But facing the terrifying Imperial Army, he didn't dare to wipe the sweat off his face. He could only grit his teeth and endure the pain. He didn't dare to cry out at all, for fear of angering the big man in front of him. This guy's fucking 16 years old. With your sloppy looks, I would fucking believe you if you said you were 40 years old. Looking at Mike, a guy with an unshaven beard and dark skin as dark as Nig, John couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. But he still resisted the urge to complain and instead patted the other person on the shoulder with a smile and said, 16 is good. 16 is a good age to get married. If I hadn't joined the army, I would have gotten married at 16 like you, and I might have had several children by now. But meeting is fate. I think you and I are destined to be together. How about this? When you get married next year, I will ask someone to give you a gift as an apology for my subordinate's reckless behavior today. How do you think? No, sir, really no, I'm fine. Mike shook his head nervously, his heart filled with regret. What kind of gift? According to the villager's description of the Imperial Army, it would be good enough if these people didn't steal his wife and kill his whole family. After all, aren't the Imperial Army monsters that kill without blinking an eye? If he really agreed, the grass on his grave would be 2 meters long before he could sleep with his beloved Mary next year. As expected, I shouldn't have listened to those idiots in the village and come to the fields to catch loaches. Young and old Mike was filled with regret. Just keep what I give you. We are all family. Don't be so polite to me, brother. I also know that you have heard a lot of slander against our Imperial Army from the Allied forces, but I want to warn you that what you heard are all rumors, and rumors are the most untrustworthy. People, you still have to believe your own eyes. For example, right now, do you still think I look like a bad guy? John patted the other person's shoulder kindly, his tone full of confidence. He felt that with his friendly attitude, the villager from Stone Village would definitely be able to feel his elegance and easygoing nature. After all, although he was dressed in the skin of an imperial dog, he was essentially a warm and kind ally. And as a good young man from the Kingdom Village, he should definitely be able to understand this nature. However, when old Mike heard this, he did not shake his head seriously as he expected, but looked at the 2 soldiers beside him who were glaring at him in panic. After seeing the look in the eyes of these 2 people, it seemed as if they were saying that if he dared to nod, they would immediately let him see what the Empire's guns tasted like. So old Mike forcibly suppressed the desire to nod, and instead shook his head quickly to express his approval of the officer's words. Then, as if he felt that this was not enough to show his loyalty, Mike suddenly had an idea and added, Sir, you're completely different from those damned allies. You and your soldiers are all good people, the best of the best. You are the most loyal officer in the Imperial Army, really. Am I the most loyal officer in the Empire? No, if you can't fucking speak, then don't say anything. Believe it or not, I'm going to sue you for defamation. John was so angry that he gnashed his teeth and wanted to scold the other person. But when he saw the pleading and fear in the other person's eyes, the anger in his heart instantly dissipated and was replaced by unprecedented helplessness. What could he say when facing Mike, who was 7 years younger than him and was just a child in his eyes in his previous life? What's more, the other party didn't know that he was different from those Imperial Army soldiers who came from aristocratic factions and were accustomed to burning, killing, and looting. Moreover, except for the country he lived in his previous life, throughout history, no matter which dynasty, it is normal for any civilian to involuntarily feel fear when encountering soldiers. This is an inevitable result of the deterrent nature of violence and the influence of the country's current system, and it is common sense that everyone knows. Even though he considered himself to be from a civilized society, he was well aware that his ideas were not applicable to this era, and that bullying the weak would only make him feel like a beast, and he instinctively resisted such behavior. But in the final analysis, he is unable to change this trend at the moment. All he can do is obey the rules of this world and make some changes to it within his ability. After all, individual voices of resistance are often swallowed up and extinguished by horrific violence when faced with group-centered capitalism. If he wants to survive in this game world centered on interpersonal relationships, nobility, power, and other elements, he must always make himself sociable. He has to learn to accept it. Thinking of this, John sighed unconsciously. It was at this moment that he realized it deeply. He is probably the loneliest person in the world. No one could understand his troubles at this moment. I just hope that one day in the future I can find the path that truly belongs to me. John shook his head and suppressed the complicated thoughts in his mind. He waved his hand a little irritably and ordered the soldiers to treat Mike's forehead injury. Without paying attention to Wendy's confused calls, he walked silently towards the nearby stone village in front of him. Chapter 40 Warrant Officer John is a strange guy. By the time John and his men arrived at Stone Village, the villagers had already skillfully arrived at the square in the center of the village and were waiting. John glanced at the crowd and found that there were only about 200 people, and they were all middle-aged men and women and some elderly people. There were no young women or children among them. Considering the uneasiness and tension revealed in everyone's eyes, he naturally understood what was going on. He couldn't help but sigh again in his heart, but soon, a smile as warm as spring breeze appeared on his face. He turned to the front of the Sherdong village villagers, the old man with a cane and a white beard, who looked like the village chief, and said with a smile, "Old sir, you should be the head of Sherdong village, right? What's your name? Also, don't be so nervous. We are sent by the high-ranking officials of the Empire to come to Sherdong village for an inspection. We are the regular army of the Empire. Now that the Allied forces have been repelled by the Empire, it will only take a while for Walden territory to be incorporated into the Empire's territory. We will all be one family in the future, so you don't need to keep everyone on guard. You can relax a little. Sir, my name is Ernest. As you can see, I am the mayor of Stone Village." Upon hearing this, the village chief Ernest did not dare to be negligent. He quickly put down his crutches, bowed, and said his name in fear and trepidation. However, while bowing, he took the opportunity to secretly glance at the Imperial soldiers around him. After seeing these soldiers dressed neatly and with solemn expressions, he also realized that these Imperial soldiers did not look like they had suffered a defeat, nor did they look like they had come to their small mountain village to extort money. Therefore, I finally felt relieved. But Ernest did not dare to let his guard down. After all, just this morning, the Allied forces that came to their village spoke the same words as the Imperial dogs in front of them. But in the end, they ignored their pleas, forcibly requisitioned all the food from their village, and even the leading Allied officers raped the women in the village. In Ernest's opinion, the Allied soldiers, who were allies of the Golden Rose Kingdom, could do such a thing to their own people. If it were these Imperial dogs who were rumored to be doing all kinds of evil, I'm afraid they would be even more cruel after discovering that there was no food and women. Fortunately, he had experienced this in the morning. After spotting this group of Imperial dogs coming from afar, he hurriedly notified the villagers to hide the young women and children in the empty cellar. Only a group of older people or those who were injured in the robbery in the morning were left behind. In this way, even if these Imperial dogs really want to massacre the whole village to gain merit, at least the children will still be able to survive. But with a lack of food and the Imperial army attacking, can the children in the village really survive? This damn world, damn the Allies, damn the Empire. The old village chief Ernest was filled with despair and resentment, but feeling the gaze of the Imperial soldier in front of him, he did not dare to reveal any emotion at all. Instead, he forced himself to step forward and try to please John. "Sir, if you have any instructions, please tell me directly. I promise to tell you everything I know about the great Imperial army." "Don't be so nervous, Village Chief Ernest. Like I said just now, we are here to inspect, not to rob. You can let everyone relax and let them do what they should do. There's no need to make it so formal as if it were a review. After all, everyone's time is precious, right?" John rubbed his temple with a headache, indicating that the other party didn't need to be so servile to him. The old man looked to be at least 80 years old. To have such an old man bowing and nodding to him, he always felt as if his lifespan had suffered an invisible critical blow. However, knowing the other party's fear at the moment, he did not wait for the other party to continue speaking before he directly gave the order. "Okay, listen to me. Let the villagers do their work and don't just stand here like an idiot and get in my way. Also, if you need anything, just tell me and I can send someone to help you." "No, really no, sir." Hearing this, Ernest was so frightened that he almost knelt down and kowtowed to John on the spot. But looking at the impatience in the eyes of the unknown imperial officer, he knew that the other party did not seem to be joking. Therefore, although he was confused, he quickly dispersed the crowd and asked the villagers to continue to search for some edible wild fruits and vegetables nearby, as before. At the same time, he secretly looked at the extraordinary imperial officer in front of him. Once the other party showed any displeasure, he would immediately stop everyone and kneel down without hesitation to admit his mistake to the other party. But what surprised Ernest was that after seeing the villagers who were considered meritorious leave, the officer did not show any dissatisfaction or malice. Instead, he seemed to have released the depression in his heart, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Then he asked with a smile if he could go to his home to talk. For this purpose, he asked the soldier to get a can of meat from the truck and gave it to him, saying that it was a courtesy for the first visit. To be honest, this was the first time Ernest, who had lived for almost 70 years, had heard of such etiquette. Under normal circumstances, he would definitely not dare to accept the other party's things. But considering that the whole village was almost starving to death, and the fact that the other party sent them canned meat, there were 12 cans in total. If it could be taken to the town, this canned food could be exchanged for at least 1,000 kilograms of rye. If eaten sparingly, it could be enough for the villagers to get through this period. Later, when the war subsided, they only needed to pawn the young people in the village to the Hardman family as slaves, so they could borrow seeds and food, and the village would have hope of survival. Therefore, even though he knew there might be a risk of being shot by the other party, Ernest still mustered up the courage to accept the gift. At the same time, he was also prepared to be beheaded by the other party. But to Ernest's surprise, the other party did nothing. They just ordered the soldiers to station in a wasteland outside the village and patrol the surrounding area, and not to destroy farmland or harass the villagers of Stone Village. Then the other party followed him to his mud house. Even though he walked a little slowly due to his limp, the other party did not rush him. Instead, he kindly asked if he needed any help. However, Ernest dared not let the Imperial commander help him. He had to endure the pain and use all his strength to speed up his pace, trying to avoid angering the other party and bringing disaster to the village. But before they had gone far, they were stopped by the other party, saying that they wanted to see the surrounding scenery. As a result, the journey that was originally scheduled to take 20 minutes was dragged into an hour as the other party deliberately waited for him and slowed down his pace. To be honest, the other side's performance was completely different from the Imperial army that Ernest knew liked to kill innocent people and take credit. In fact, even in the army of his own Golden Rose Kingdom, he had never seen such an officer. No, not to mention officers, even soldiers don't have any. That bunch of damned soldiers and bandits wouldn't care about an old man like him. They would be lucky enough to just shoot him to death if they didn't think he was in the way. Compared with normal soldiers, this unknown Imperial officer can be described as a person with a strange personality. Therefore, all this can probably only be attributed to the fact that this Imperial commander may have just joined the army not long ago. And he himself is a descendant of the Xianqin dynasty. Is it because he admires the spirit of the Xianqin Knights? It's a pity that such a good descendant of the immortal Qin has entered the gate of the Empire. I'm afraid it won't be long before he will be assimilated by the terrifying Empire, right? In a courtyard built with earthen walls, sitting in front of the wooden table, Ernest, holding a teapot, couldn't help but sigh secretly in his heart. But he was soon awakened by John's puzzled gaze, and began to curse himself for being so stupid as to secretly speculate in his heart about a commander who might not want to live anymore. Then he hurriedly and diligently wiped the broken teacup in his hand several times, and only after making sure that there was no dust left did he put it on the table. Feeling somewhat guilty, he poured a glass of warm water for the Imperial officer who had suddenly shown kindness and brought a way out to their village, and then smiled at him half seriously and half falsely and said, "Sir, you've been busy all the way. If you don't mind, please have a glass of water." Chapter 41, You Are My Master. Looking at the warm water on the table, John did not dislike it. Instead, he picked up the teacup and took a sip. Then he waved to Ernest to sit down, and then he smiled and chatted with him. "By the way, Village Chief Ernest, I just saw a lot of people among the villagers who seemed to be injured. What happened? Would you like to talk to me?" It's nothing. We just got into a fight while trying to grab some water. This happens all the time. Sir, don't worry about it," Ernest said with a dry laugh. Although he is an old man, he is not stupid at all, because he traveled all over the country when he was young. Now that the war has not yet subsided, who knows if the Allied forces will attack again? If he revealed the news of the Allied forces to the Empire at this time, and if the Allied forces recapture Walden County, wouldn't he be accused of colluding with the Empire? By then, not to mention him, even the 86 people in Sherdong village, including the dogs in the village, no one would be able to survive. The wisdom accumulated over the years made him deeply understand that he could not just stand on the side randomly. Otherwise, he would be beheaded. So when he heard John asking about this, Ernest made up his mind that no matter how the other party asked, he had to insist that it was caused by a fight between villagers. Could people in a village fight like this just for water? Your words are really not convincing. John also realized that Ernest did not seem to be telling him the truth, but looking at his nervous expression, he knew that if he continued to ask, it would be difficult to get any useful information from him except to make him more scared. Therefore, he did not ask any more questions, but pretended to be heartbroken and sighed. Alas, we are all from the same village. Why do we have to fight like this just for a little water? Wouldn't it be troublesome if someone died? How about this? After investigating other villages, I will send a few engineers to dig a new well for Sherdong village. Then the villagers won't have conflicts over water anymore. Thank you for your kindness, sir. Don't be so polite. This is what I should do. After all, I was specially appointed by the imperial high-ranking officials to govern Longyan territory. If I don't do this well, I will be punished. Even for the sake of merit, I have to do my best, right? John waved his hand and then asked under Ernest's thoughtful gaze. By the way, Village Chief Ernest, would you mind talking to me about the tax situation in your village? I'm a little curious about the kingdom's policies. In addition, only after we understand the policies of the kingdom can we make better improvements so that everyone can live a happier life. Taxes? You can find out about this kind of thing by just asking around. Talking about this shouldn't be considered as colluding with the Empire, right? Ernest thought about it and felt that there should be no problem. He did not play dumb, but carefully told John about the types of taxes that Stone Village had previously had to pay to the local nobles. In addition to the land tax and seed tax, which account for the bulk of the tax, there are also fishery taxes, logging taxes, and various small taxes that the villagers of Stone Village need to pay during festivals and holidays. Altogether, there are 11 items. As John listened to Ernest's description of the types and contents of taxes, his scalp began to tingle involuntarily, although his expression did not change at all, because through his calculations, he gradually discovered a truth that made him feel a little horrified. That is, if we calculate based on the assumption that each household consists of 3 people, then the kingdom will be burdened with the 11 heavy taxes. And this does not take into account the production reduction caused by natural disasters and assumes that no one in the family is sick. After paying these 11 taxes, the food rations they had left could barely ensure that the villagers of Sherdong village would not starve to death. Once a natural disaster or man-made disaster occurred, the villagers would have no choice but to mortgage their children to the nobles as slaves and use this to borrow some loans to maintain their lives. But according to Ernest's description, although the debt was paid by local nobles, the interest was usurious, with 9 out of 10 payments returned. And if the repayment is not made within the deadline, the children they used as collateral will be forcibly branded as slaves and can be beaten or killed at will by the nobles. Although I knew before asking that this game world borrowed from the medieval background of the previous life, the nobles would definitely be unprecedentedly cruel in exploiting the civilians. But after learning from Ernest about the current situation of civilian life, John couldn't help but fall into silence. Especially after hearing Ernest in front of him say with pride, "Our stone village is relatively good. Unlike other villages where people have starved to death." His emotions suddenly became more complicated. But he did not refute, but just smiled and agreed with Ernest. Yes, Stone Village is good, and it will get better in the future. At this moment, John suddenly felt that the Allied forces, to which he had always wanted to join, did not seem so attractive to him at this moment. However, with the Allied forces' increasingly rapid development of magic technology and various military equipment secretly developed by various countries, the Empire only focused on the individual soldier training system and had a large number of parasite nobles within it. After the fall of Dormammu, the last pillar of the Empire was doomed to destruction. This is an inevitable result under the influence of development policies and internal national structures. If you're the emperor of the Empire or had royal blood, then he could legitimately propose reforms and put the Empire on the right track. But unfortunately, he was just a small warrant officer. No matter how many military achievements he made, in the eyes of the Empire's nobles, he was just a lucky peasant. They are not qualified to sit in the cabinet of God, let alone participate in the reform of national policies, unless he could meet a great noble who strongly supported his reforms. But John knew very well that this was impossible. After all, there are only individuals who betray their class in this world, but no class that betrays its class. It is a delusion in itself to let a noble take the lead in backstabbing the class to which the nobles belong. Thinking of this, John suddenly lost interest in continuing the conversation with Ernest. He felt like going out to smoke a cigarette. However, at this moment, the hurried footsteps outside the yard attracted his attention. Then, a voice that sounded familiar to John came into his ears. Grandpa, look what I got. It's canned food, and it's canned meat. I just said a few nice words you taught me to those Imperial dogs and praised their loyalty. As a result, those Imperial dog happily rewarded me with a can of food, which was still unopened. Huh. At the gate of the yard, Mike ran in excitedly with 2 cans of food in his hands, wanting to share the good news with his grandfather as soon as possible. However, when his eyes caught sight of the figure sitting with Grandpa Ernest, the smile on his face froze instantly, and then countless cold sweat began to drip from his forehead. At this moment, Ernest also came back to his senses, and his old face instantly became extremely wonderful. Looking at his eldest grandson, who was holding the can in his hand, his whole body seemed to have turned into a sculpture and stood frozen at the door. He really wanted to cut off this stupid grandson's tongue right away. Don't fucking call me Grandpa, you are my grandpa. I'm afraid you were born to harm our Sherdong village. It's over, it's all over now. Ernest was covered in cold sweat, and he was trembling as he wanted to kneel down and apologize to John for his great-grandson's stupid remarks. John, who was sitting on the chair, suddenly laughed, and then spoke in front of Ernest's astonished eyes. That's a good scolding, but you have to remember, next time you can't scold in front of others like that. After all, staying alive is the most important thing. If you lose your life, then everything else is meaningless, isn't it? John stood up slowly, then walked up to Mike, who was looking panic-stricken, and patted his hedgehog-like head. Then he didn't do anything extra, but walked quickly out of the village under the puzzled gazes of the grandfather and grandson. Chapter 42, Determination. Grandpa, what should we do now? After seeing John leave, Mike realized that the village would be massacred by the Imperial Army due to his involvement. He immediately looked sad, but soon he seemed to have thought of something. His eyes lit up, and he suggested, Grandpa, why don't we eat the canned food now? This way it won't be wasted. I've never eaten canned meat before. Eat. All you do is eat. Why don't you die of your stuffing, you little bastard? You are just like your stupid dad. Upon hearing this, Ernest's face immediately turned pale, and he wanted to raise his cane to hit his eldest grandson, who was always causing trouble and not being able to do anything. But after seeing the other person's frightened look, he still couldn't bear to do anything cruel. Instead, he symbolically spanked the other person's butt, and then looked at the direction where John left with a flickering gaze and began to ponder. After a long while, as if he had made some kind of decision, he made up his mind and immediately spoke to his eldest grandson, who was facing away from him and trying to pry open the can with his tongue so that he could have a full meal before he died. Mike, go call your father over here. Also, remember to have him call your Uncle Prida and the others over as well. Tell them that I have something to tell them. Grandpa, we only have 2 cans, it's not enough to share. Why don't you eat one and I eat one? Mike looked reluctant. His father always called him an idiot and never took him with him when he went poaching. Instead, he went to eat alone. He didn't want to share the can of food he got for his smart words today with that annoying old dad. I didn't ask him to come and eat canned food. Just do as I say. Listen to Grandpa. Ernest glared at his filial grandson with hatred, but when he saw the 2 cans in his hand, his expression instantly became pleasant. Also, leave your 2 cans here with me. I'll keep them for you, so that your father won't come back and steal them for you. I'll return them to you when your father gets out, and you can eat them by yourself then. Oh, I see. I'll go right away. The naive Mike had no idea that he had fallen into the trap of the adult's New Year's money. Upon hearing this, he happily handed the can to his grandfather, who loved him the most, and then ran quickly towards the forest where his father was hiding with his sweaty size 42 feet. As he watched his eldest grandson walking away, the smile on Ernest's face gradually disappeared, replaced by unprecedented tension and solemnity. He didn't understand the politics and honor that the nobles discussed. I don't know what the so-called policies and inspections mean to their Sherdong village. With the earth already buried up to his neck, he only knew one thing. His father had told him that he would be the new chief of Sherdong village. His mission is to ensure that the villagers can survive and have enough food to eat. As long as he can accomplish these 2 points, he will be considered a qualified village chief. Therefore, after he took over the position of village chief from his father, he always followed the wisdom passed down to him by his father. If it weren't for the looting by the Allied forces today, he could have allowed the villagers to continue their previous lives as before, while humbly flattering the Lord, until he passed the position of village chief to his son Siegfried, and then stepped into eternal death as his lifespan increased. It's a pity that the damn Allied forces did not give him this opportunity. But fortunately, he has now discovered new paths and possibilities. After years of wandering around, he had witnessed too many despicable and arrogant behaviors of the nobles. Therefore, he did not trust the nobles of the kingdom, nor did he believe that the nobles of the empire were any good. Compared with those cruel and arrogant nobles, he was more willing to believe the descendant of Xianqin just now. Even if the other party may not escape the fate of being assimilated by the imperial nobles in the end, based on his experience in judging people, at least in the short term, this descendant of the Xianqin with a strange personality should still have a little goodwill towards their Sherdong village. And as long as there is this kindness, it is enough for him to take a risk. This was a gamble with a very low probability, so low that he couldn't help but start to regret it. But after recalling his father's last words to him, the panic in his heart was inexplicably calmed down and replaced by the courage to fight to the end. I hope everything will develop in a good direction. Looking at the figures of the children returning in the distance who, under his orders, had followed the Allied forces that looted Stone Village in the morning to gather intelligence, Ernest's eyes gradually became determined. On the other side, after leaving Ernest's yard, John went straight back to the troops stationed outside the village. At this time, it was already 6 o'clock in the evening. Under his arrangement, the tents for camping had been set up. Except for a dozen army soldiers who were sent out for ground patrol, the other army soldiers were gathering together to play cards for entertainment. Cheers and curses were heard from time to time, and the atmosphere in the camp was peaceful. However, unlike the non-staff army soldiers, except for the 2 scouts who were conducting air patrols, the rest of Team 14 did not gather together for entertainment activities at this time. Instead, they each huddled in their own tents, either calibrating their guns or flipping through relevant magic books to study. They were obviously very hard-working, which made John quite pleased. Of course, when he was not among these soldiers who studied hard. Because when John arrived at the other party's tent, he found that this idiot was reciting the damn Maslow's quotations that was so green that it made him feel dizzy. The other person was shaking his head as if he was reciting some supreme text, with an infatuated look on his face. The moment John saw it, the veins on his forehead began to throb wildly and uncontrollably. But after thinking about what he was going to do next, he gave up the idea of using force to correct the other party's plan to strengthen Maslow's cult. Instead, he suppressed his emotions, interrupted the other party's recitation of the Holy Scripture, and told the other party that he would write a report to General Dormammu later and not to let anyone disturb him. After making sure that everything was safe, John went to the tent with his number. Then he placed the paper and pen on a simple folding table, and then he looked at the paper and pen on the table quietly. After a long time, it seemed that a decision had finally been made. John sighed deeply, but at the same time, he picked up the pen on the table with his right hand without hesitation and immediately uncapped it. Snap! Black ink stained the snow-white letter paper. The brass pen tip began to slide under the influence of determination, and then the letters were connected and combined under the waving of fingertips. Finally, a line of words with ordinary style, but somehow full of sharpness, was formed on the letter paper. On the harm of the old aristocratic system to the unification of the empire. Chapter 43 Warrant Officer, John's New Retirement Plan. The old nobles did not engage in production, but they occupied a large amount of land, which prevented the free circulation of land. Some of the old nobles, for their own benefit, secretly and maliciously raised the cost of selling land, which increased the cost of commercial operations. In order to make a profit, individual merchants would further increase the sales price of goods, which in turn led to an imbalance in the market economy. If prices are too high, it will affect people's morale. However, in the face of citizens' demands, the old nobles mostly suppressed them with violence, ignore the empire's Citizen Equality Act, and instead treat citizens as objects of plunder. This not only harms the physical and mental health of citizens, but also affects the stability of the empire. In the long run, it will only weaken citizens' loyalty to the empire, leaving the empire with no soldiers to fight for in the future. Therefore, the old aristocratic system is the first harm to the Great Unification Plan. Most of the businesses owned by the old nobles enjoy tax exemption and tax reduction rights. However, ordinary commercial taxes are strict and complicated, which makes the operating costs of individual merchants much higher than those of nobles. In order to further seek profits, most merchants have to join chambers of commerce to reduce operating costs and increase income. The establishment of chambers of commerce requires the permission of local nobles. Therefore, most of the current chambers of commerce in the empire are nominal businesses under the names of noble collateral branches. In order to further profit, most nobles secretly colluded with merchants and used their noble rights to reasonably evade the empire's taxes. In the long run, this would only allow the funds that should have been used to build the empire to go into personal pockets, strengthen individual nobles, and weaken the empire as a whole. This is the second harm. While John was recalling the information about the imperial nobles in the game, he combined it with his previous life's essay on capital and the harm of the landlord class to the development of the country, and kept writing on the letter paper about the impact of the old aristocracy system on the development of the empire. It was not until an hour later that he slowly stopped writing. He then reviewed the reform bill he had written, and after making sure there were no omissions, he divided the proposal for aristocratic reform into 3 parts, stuffed them into 3 envelopes, and took out tools to seal them one by one with wax. Only then did he let out a breath of relief, stood up and stretched his body, while beginning to review his plan in his mind. He planned to hand over the bill to reform the old aristocracy system to Dormammu. After all, the person with the highest military rank he could currently come into contact with was only the other party. As the last pillar of the empire, in fact, in a normal plotline of the game, this old imperial general will be impeached by the high-ranking nobles of the empire because of his defeat after losing the Battle of Walden. At that time, William Paris, as the emperor, would choose to come forward to protect him. But Dormammu was eventually deprived of his position as commander of the 7th Air Force under the pressure of a cabinet meeting and could only serve as an idle Air Force instructor in the military academy. The famous white-haired devil of the empire retreated behind the scenes from then on and could only secretly assist Ralph, the losing commander of the 7th Air Force. In the end, Dormammu himself committed suicide by shooting himself after hearing the news that the empire was captured by the Allied forces and that Paris 13 drank poison and died for his country. But now, due to the influence of some unexpected factors, the Battle of Walden, which should have been a failure, has taken a turn for the better. Therefore, Dormammu, who should have lost his position as commander-in-chief, will not only not have to retreat behind the scenes this time, but will be able to further advance his career. This is undoubtedly good news for John. After all, Dormammu had massacred corrupt nobles when he was young, and his troops were directly under the emperor and had not joined any party in the cabinet. In addition, the cabinet had always wanted to reduce the military power in the hands of the emperor. As a result, he has been regarded as a thorn in the eyes of countless nobles, and is someone they want to get rid of all the time. There is no possibility of easing the tension with the aristocracy. In addition, the other party himself hates the great aristocratic group headed by Prime Minister Wolf, which is secretly formed into a group called the Conservative Party. If he can get a proposal for improvement that is enough to fight against the old aristocratic system, then in John's opinion, there is a great possibility that the other party will present it to Emperor William. Therefore, Dormammu is undoubtedly the most suitable executor for the reform bill of the old aristocracy system written by John. But John is not very optimistic about the results of the implementation of this bill. After all, this reform has seriously harmed the interests of the old nobility. Based on his understanding of the empire, Dormammu, who is supported only by Emperor William, will definitely encounter unprecedented obstacles when implementing this bill. No matter how hard Dormammu tries, due to the interference of the Conservative Party, it will most likely end in compromise. But John had actually prepared for this result when he wrote the document. As a player, he knew the character of Emperor William very well, and he also knew that the other party also knew that the conservatives were parasites sucking blood from the empire. Therefore, Even if the reform ended in compromise, some of the policies he mentioned in the reform bill were destined to be implemented under the instructions of this ambitious emperor. Although it is impossible to achieve the most perfect effect, at least after these changes, the lives of future citizens of the empire will be much improved. And this is the biggest change he can make within his ability. However, the reason why John proposed this reform was not entirely out of kindness. The fundamental reason was that he wanted to take advantage of this opportunity of Dormammu's reform to successfully escape from this damn battlefield and jump into the administrative department. After all, under the influence of that damn Maslow's quotations and his two unwanted achievements, he now knows that he has become a talent in the eyes of the veteran Dormammu. After he took the initiative to submit this reform bill, Dormammu would definitely have a greater appreciation for him, and it is not impossible that he would even regard him as a confidant because they share the same ideas. However, this governance mission was declared a failure due to Leia's defeat. By then, John would be able to take on most of the responsibility and resign from his position as commander of the Magic Soldier team. He would then choose to apply to Dormammu to join the Imperial Administrative Department and become a political official on the grounds of promoting reform to complete the implementation of the reform bill. By then, Dormammu will have no government officials at his disposal and will be troubled by how to recruit talents to implement the reforms. After thinking about it, he will certainly agree happily. After all, after capturing the magic lake of Walden, the war on the Empire's Western Front was declared over. Before the Allies upgrade the magic workshop to the second stage, and before the Empire completes the debugging of the new magic lake and starts a new round of magic soldier manufacturing, both sides need a window period to accumulate strength and prepare for the next decisive battle. As the commander of the 7th Air Force, if nothing unexpected happens, Dormammu will stay in Walden for a long time to guard the magic lake. As for the wars in the other 3 theaters of war with the Allied forces, they had nothing to do with the 7th Air Force directly under the Emperor, but were instead handled by a very small number of armies under the names of the civilian and aristocratic parties. Therefore, it was entirely feasible for John to apply to be transferred from the army to the imperial capital to serve as a political official in the administrative department to be responsible for the implementation of the reform bill. Of course, considering that most of the cabinet officials are from the Conservative Party and they hate this political official sent by his political enemy Dormammu, even if he has not officially taken office, John can predict some of the situations he will encounter when implementing the reform bill. But this is exactly what he expected. By then, he won't have to take the initiative to give up, as the cabinet members will impose various restrictions and constraints on him. He can then sit on the bench with peace of mind, and only needs to put in a little effort to implement some of the people-friendly policies that he really wants to promote in this reform bill. Then Dormammu and Emperor William could no longer withstand the pressure from the cabinet and had to compromise on this reform. His career as a civil servant would come to an end, and he could retire completely on the grounds of being disappointed with the Empire. In addition, with this achievement and the recognition of his people-friendly policies, even though he had broken the Allied plans twice before. By then, under the influence of public opinion, the Allied forces would not dare to attack him rashly. It can also be regarded as a life-saving talisman he left for himself after the Empire was destroyed and the Allies took over the Norman Empire. Although there are still some flaws and uncontrollability. But overall, John felt that these were some of the biggest changes he could make to this dull world. That's good. That's good, John muttered to himself. Then he took a deep breath, and without hesitation, he picked up the 3 letters in his hand and planned to ask Wendy, who was guarding the door, to pick the fastest magic soldier in Team 14 and submit this reform bill related to his new retirement plan to Dormammu's desk overnight. However, as soon as he walked out of the tent, he unexpectedly found that Wendy, who was supposed to be standing guard at his door, was gone, and instead, there were 2 army soldiers chatting outside the tent. After seeing John coming out, the 2 of them hurriedly stopped talking and then saluted him respectfully. "Hello, sir. Well, do you know where Sergeant Wendy is? I need to talk to her about something." Report to Warrant Officer. Sergeant, Wendy has gone to carry out the mission you assigned." "Task? When the hell did I assign this idiot a task? How come I didn't know about it?" John was confused, but just when he wanted to ask the 2 soldiers on guard in front of him for clarification. The next second, he suddenly felt the magic power in the air gradually becoming sticky, and this feeling made him feel particularly familiar. Wait a minute, could it be that? As if he had thought of something, John suddenly raised his head and looked towards the place where the breath came from. However, the next second, After seeing the deep red magic circle appearing on the distant hilltop, it was only produced when the magic soldiers released explosive magic. After looking at this scene, which was almost identical to what he saw yesterday in front of the anti-magic device frontline, John suddenly felt an unprecedented absurdity, and at the same time, an idea came to his mind that he himself could not believe. Wendy, that idiot, she couldn't have really found the Allied forces, could she? You must be kidding me, asshole. Boom. Chapter 44. Master Imperial, we have discovered the enemy. Half an hour ago, outside Stone Village, at the Imperial troop station outside John's tent. At this time, Wendy, who was guarding the door for John, was holding the holy book in her arms. Her eyes were as big as copper bells, and she looked around seriously, with her eyesight enhanced by magic, and the intensity was abnormal. There was no doubt that not even a mosquito could get around this loyal team leader and into the tent behind her, thus affecting Chief Warrant Officer John's sacred thoughts. But speaking of it, the captain seems a little depressed today. Is it because you just arrived at the front line and are not used to the military diet? After all, when I first joined the army, my cheeks also hurt from eating every day, and it took me a whole month to get used to it. Captain John, who graduated from the Empire's first military academy, was used to the fine food at the academy, so it was understandable that he would feel uncomfortable. But Warrant Officer John is so loyal that he would definitely be embarrassed to tell Battalion Commander Olaf such a small matter. However, as the deputy captain, I cannot pretend not to see it. After all, only when the commander is in a good mood can he make the most correct decision. Okay, it's decided. I will cook a special meal for the captain myself so that he can see my cooking skills. Who knows? After tasting the specialties of his hometown, Captain John, who is very satisfied with the meal, might praise himself highly and even become more convinced of his status as the #1 follower. But how did my mom teach me to do the stargazing pie? After all, it's a baked pie, so the fish head shouldn't need to be marinated, right? And if I remember correctly, if you want to preserve the flavor, you can't wash it too clean. Wendy was frowning and thinking about how she could perfectly replicate the famous specialties of her hometown so as to give the extremely smart captain a surprise. In order to solidify her identity as Captain John's #1 follower, she wanted to make the new Lieutenant General Leia realize the gap between her and her loyal subordinate. Wendy shook her ears when she heard the approaching footsteps. Then her eyes became sharp and her sight was fixed on the two figures approaching from the front. After recognizing that the two men were soldiers from a non-official team, the coldness in Wendy's eyes gradually disappeared, but she did not relax her vigilance. Instead, she spoke to the two soldiers in a deep voice. Stop, soldiers. Warrant Officer John is currently on duty. No one is allowed to disturb him. If you have any questions, you can tell me directly. I will report to Warrant Officer John later. Sir, several people claiming to be from Stone Village have come to our camp, saying they have important information. Important information? Under normal circumstances, ordinary villagers should avoid the army. But instead of retreating, these people took the initiative to approach us? Suspicious, very suspicious. So, could these people be spies sent by the Allies? Did they want to use the report as an excuse to get close to Warrant Officer John and complete the assassination? Yes, that's definitely it. Wendy realized it, and then a sneer appeared on her lips. Humph, you stupid Allied spy. You dare to show off this little trick in front of me who has understood the spirit of Maslow? I think you're simply ignorant of the immensity of heaven and earth, and you don't take this sergeant seriously at all. Wendy, who had understood everything on her own, immediately concluded that there must be something wrong with these villagers, but she did not point it out. Instead, she nodded to the two soldiers to indicate her understanding. She originally wanted to let the two soldiers lead the way to meet these Allied spies, but she thought that after she left her post, someone might take the opportunity to attack Warrant Officer John. So when he thought about it and called two army soldiers over, asking them to stand guard at her place, on the pretext that she was going to carry out a mission assigned by Warrant Officer John. Finally, feeling that the situation was still a little unsafe, Wendy called Hawk, the strongest fighter in Team 14, except herself, to monitor secretly. She gave him an order to shoot immediately if any abnormal person tried to approach Warrant Officer John's tent. Wendy, who felt that everything was safe, was led by two soldiers to the outskirts of the camp and met the 9 Allied spies. They were 9 strong, middle-aged men, completely different from the old, weak, and sick people they had seen in Stone Village before. Therefore, after seeing this group of people for the first time, Winnie was sure that her guess was correct. But before she could ask someone to arrest these spies and interrogate them, the next words from the middle-aged man in the lead, who was dressed like a hunter and had a longbow on his back, instantly made her pupils shrink. "Dear Imperial Master, we have found traces of the enemy. Please lead your troops to attack them." Right in front of the 9-stone villagers, Siegfried, with his blonde hair, unshaven beard, and resolute face, silently scanned the young imperial female soldier in front of him who seemed ordinary, but inexplicably gave him a strong sense of crisis. A hint of solemnity and vigilance flashed across his sharp eyes, and his hands, which were covered with countless thick calluses from years of training, unconsciously clenched under this sense of crisis. As a child who had learned archery from a hunter and accidentally drank the original water of Walden Lake, he survived the erosion of magic and completed the assimilation of blood and magic, becoming the only lucky person among tens of thousands of people to obtain the power of the wild hunt. At a very young age, Siegfried realized that he was different from other villagers. Faced with a black bear that weighs up to 800 kilograms, it takes the efforts of several hunters to kill it through a trap. He was only 13 years old at the time, but he could not only easily pull a 150-pound bow, but he could also attach the power of wild hunting to the arrows and make them shoot the opponent's head. Therefore, at the age of 16, when he was still at a rebellious age, after a disagreement with his father on how to treat nobles, he resolutely left the village in anger and embarked on the path of pursuing becoming stronger. However, it was different from what he had expected, that he could become a figure above all others by relying on his own bravery, just like the legends and the poems sung by the bards. During his travels, he did not meet any important person who admired him, nor did he meet any princess in distress. All that was left for him was oppression from merchants from all over the place and a poor life of begging. It was not until he killed a gang of thieves and saved a group of traveling merchants while traveling because he saw injustice that he thought he would be rewarded by the local nobles and loved by the people, thus becoming officially famous and embarking on his own road to glory. But Siegfried never expected that what awaited him would be the crime of intentional homicide, and he would be thrown into prison and branded as a slave. He wanted to prove his innocence, but when faced with the nobleman's questioning, the caravan he rescued denied that they had been robbed by thieves and instead slandered him as a murderer. Siegfried didn't understand this result and was confused. It was not until he was about to be branded and thrown into the mine of mine that he learned from the guards who were watching over him that the so-called thief was actually a subordinate of the local baron, and that the baron was actually aware that the thieves had robbed merchants, because most of the goods obtained by the thieves would eventually fall into the baron's own pocket. It was at this moment that Siegfried finally understood the wisdom behind those cowardly acts that his father had told him about, which he had previously hated. So, taking advantage of a night when the guard was drunk, Siegfried Pride opened the door of the cell and escaped from the prison. But due to his self-esteem and the fear that being wanted would bring trouble to Stone Village, he changed his identity and became a beggar, no longer daring to reveal his difference from ordinary people. Until later he met his wife. With her help he changed from a beggar to a worker, and finally proposed to her and had a child. After that, war broke out between the Empire and the Allied forces. The barons of the kingdom who had persecuted him were slaughtered by the Imperial army, and the town where he and his wife lived was also looted by the noble soldiers of the defeated kingdom. His father-in-law and mother-in-law were also killed by the soldiers before he could rush back. In order to protect his wife and son, he used the power of wild hunting for the first time in a long time. After killing hundreds of soldiers and bandits who invaded the town, he rushed back to the Golden Rose Kingdom with his shocked wife. 12 years later, he reunites with his father, whom he once despised and hated as a coward when he was young. And under the other party's silent arrangement, he used his real name, Siegfried, again and became a wanderer who had gone to work in the Kingdom of Victoria for 12 years and now returned to his hometown to settle down again. Although he still disagrees with his father's ideas, Siegfried has learned to remain silent and accept different opinions over the years. But his own experience also made him realize that blindly tolerating cannot protect his home. Only strength can allow him to protect his family. So he ignored his father's opposition and began to secretly go to the magic lake, which was filled with poisonous magic fog. If an ordinary person inhaled it, they would be poisoned to death. He swallowed the original water of the magic lake alive. He also went to the mountains and forests of other territories to poach, thereby obtaining food for the village, while constantly training his archery and strength. I just hope that next time I encounter a similar situation as in the past, I can avoid the tragedy that happened to my father-in-law and mother-in-law. Strengthened by years of practice and continuous intake of primordial magic water, Siegfried knew clearly that he had become a monster far beyond human beings. Even the legendary orcs would find it difficult to last even one round facing his terrifying wild hunting power that could pierce through 2,000-year-old trees with a single arrow. This power is indeed enough to make him feel complacent and even arrogant. But even though he had already become like a monster, when he faced this female soldier of the Empire who was only half his height, he still couldn't help but feel a sense of crisis, as if he was being stared at by a prehistoric monster. It seemed that if he dared to show even a hint of hostility, the other side would bar its fangs in an instant and devour all of them. As expected, there are always people better than you. But, Father, can you really ensure that we will not be devoured by these monsters by cooperating with an empire full of these monsters? Siegfried had mixed feelings in his heart, but he recalled what his father had just told him. Feeling the cold gaze of the imperial female soldier in front of him, Siegfried sighed in his heart, then lowered his head, showing his humility to this terrifying imperial army. Dear Imperial Lord, before the great imperial army arrived, that damned group of allied forces looted our village, not only stealing the food we depend on for survival, but also defiling the women in the village. But just now, we discovered their secret hiding place in the valley in the center of Horseshoe Mountain. So, for the sake of revenge, we are willing to lead the way for the great Imperial Army. In addition, if the Imperial Army needs us, we can also join the battle and kill those damn enemies together with the great Imperial Army. Chapter 45, The Advantage is in Me. Have you ever learned magic? Looking at Siegfried in front of her, when he suddenly asked this question for no reason. Before Siegfried could speak, she frowned and rejected his words. No, the magic energy in your body is very strange. It is different from the magic techniques of the Imperial Magic Academy, the unique magic techniques inherited by the magic family, and even less like the magic technology of the Allied forces. Plus, you haven't even mastered the most basic way of gathering magic power. So rather than saying that you have mastered the magic formula, it would be better to say that you have mastered a special solidification magic formula circuit. Having come to this conclusion, Wendy looked at Siegfried, who looked stunned, with a curious and interested look on her face. As the 46th class of the Empire's 3rd Magic Academy, he graduated with first-class honors in both the reconnaissance and demolition departments. Wendy's theoretical performance is not bad either. Therefore, after using her magic power to carefully sense the state of magic in Siegfried's body, she realized Siegfried's peculiarity. The opponent's state is not like that of the Empire's magic soldiers, who use their bodies transformed by special methods as a carrier to release magic by drawing spells. It is also different from the inheritance system that is passed down through ancient bloodlines. It relies on the adaptability of bloodlines to magic and releases unique magic through unique techniques. It is even more inconsistent with the allied magic technology that uses magic stones as the core, solidifies magic circuits on equipment, and uses external objects as carriers to release magic. If we analyze this situation according to the theory of magic, the other party is more like the first-generation creator of unique magic. But hasn't this situation completely become a legend because of the magic mutation that occurred thousands of years ago and is no longer suitable for the human body? How did this strange guy get reproduced in this era? Could it be that the opponent's body structure is different from that of ordinary people, so he has to take pure magic water or eat raw magic stones to avoid being devoured into meat paste by the violent magic after being eroded by the mutated magic? On the contrary, because the organs or cells became diseased due to the erosion of magic power, with a chance of less than 1 in 10 million, the blood and magic power in the body achieved a symbiotic state different from that of the ancient magicians. This kind of lucky, unlucky guy who only exists in theory actually happened to me in reality. As expected, I, Wendy, am the luckiest person in the world. Wendy looked at Siegfried in front of her with almost amazement. At this moment, she no longer suspected that he was a spy of the Allied forces. Because as long as the Allied leaders are not fools, the other side will never allow such extremely precious mutant individuals to come to the front line. Becoming a heavily guarded experimental subject or a ruthless breeding machine is the fate of this mutant individual. After all, unlike the Empire, which has magical soldiers that are superior to the symbiotic individuals, The Allies rely on a large amount of magical technology, and due to the degeneration of their bloodlines, only magic families with very few elite individuals can fight against the Empire. We will not miss this opportunity to train a new army of mutant magicians. On the opposite side, Siegfried felt an inexplicable chill for no apparent reason, and he looked around with some uncertainty. But I still couldn't find the source of this chill, and I couldn't help feeling confused. Although it is very special, I will report to Warrant Officer John later. After a little thought, when he felt that compared to reporting this special individual, it was more important for her to take people to eliminate the Allied soldiers mentioned by the other party. After all, for an empire with magic soldiers, one more or one less special individual like Siegfried makes no difference. Anyway, as long as we don't leave the other side to the Allies, it will be fine. In addition, she also wanted to see what kind of unique technique this unlucky yet lucky guy in front of her had obtained after enduring the erosion of the mutant magic power. Thinking of this, Wendy suddenly became interested and immediately called Siegfried and his group to follow her to the tent area of Team 14. After selecting 9 magic soldiers with decent combat power from the team and arranging for the rest to stay in the camp to guard, Wendy nodded to Siegfried and said, "Okay, lead the way." "Sir, I'm not being nosy, but we are really too few in number." Looking at the other 9 magic soldiers in front of him who exuded almost the same aura, Siegfried felt a little frightened. But when he thought of the number of Allied forces, he couldn't help but remind this arrogant female Imperial soldier. "Sir, the enemy has a large number of people, at least over 300, and they're all well-trained, not like ordinary soldiers. Although I have great faith in the strength of the Imperial commanders, I think it might be safer if we bring more people to attack. An enemy force of more than 300 people? Or an elite force? Wouldn't that be better?" At first, I was worrying about how to share the merit with other participants in the battle. Isn't the problem solved now? Hearing this answer, it was as if I saw a large number of military achievements waving in front of me. Wendy's eyes instantly became excited and heated. She had no time to listen to Siegfried's nonsense. She immediately urged him impatiently, "Stop talking nonsense and lead the way. If you miss the opportunity to fight, can you bear the responsibility? Lead the way quickly. Don't make me say it a second time." Okay, sir, I understand." Looking at Wendy, who looked impatient, and seeing her determined eyes, Siegfried realized that he might not be able to persuade her, so he could only nod helplessly and led Wendy and her group in silence towards the Horseshoe Mountain Valley where the Allies were hiding. But when he glanced at the 10 Imperial soldiers behind him who were chatting and laughing as if they were on a spring outing, Siegfried couldn't help but sigh in his heart, but he didn't say anything, although he didn't know what gave this Imperial female soldier such courage. But in Siegfried's opinion, since the opponent could make him, who had mastered the power of the wild hunt, feel a sense of crisis, he must have some real skills and should not be killed by the Allies in the first encounter. If these 10 Imperial soldiers who have mastered the power can cooperate with each other and discuss the countermeasures for the sneak attack in advance, and when launching the sneak attack, cooperate with his wild hunting power and the covering shooting of Prida and others, then they will not have no chance to wipe out this Allied force. However, after arriving at a hillside outside the valley, before Siegfried could discuss countermeasures with Wendy, in front of his astonished eyes, a young male soldier from Team 14 suddenly flew up from the team, rushed into the sky at an extremely fast speed, and after staying for a while, he quickly landed on the ground again. But the expression on his face became particularly excited at this moment. Reconnaissance completed. The enemy has 431 soldiers, including 1 officer with the rank of major. No magic tools were found. In addition, Deputy Captain, I also noticed that the enemy's uniforms belong to the Allied 5th Army. The situation is exactly as the captain predicted. This group of enemy troops is one of the main forces of the 5th Legion. He was able to determine the specific intelligence based on just the superficial information, and it was accurate to the last detail. I have to say, Captain John's strategy of anticipating the enemy's moves is simply amazing. The young soldier's tone was full of amazement. "Nonsense. Captain John's great Sergeant Ben has already made a conclusion. Why does he need a fool like you to remind the smart Sergeant Ben? I'm Wendy Brown, but I'm Captain John's #1 follower. Do you understand the value of this title, you idiot?" Wendy raised her head proudly at first. Then, as if she had thought of something, her eyes suddenly became sharp. "So, Charlie Mambo, You actually questioned the wise and brave Captain John before? You're such a jerk. Your Maslow spirit is not pure at all. I punish you to go back and write down Maslow's quotations 100 times. You must hand them in to me before 12 o'clock tonight. I will check it myself. If you miss a word, you'll have to wash the stinky socks of all the team members for a month. Yes, Vice Captain Wendy, I will ensure that the mission is completed. Upon hearing this, the team member named Charlie's face suddenly turned bitter, but seeing that the other team members were looking at him with contempt, as if they despised him, Charlie realized that there was indeed something wrong with his consciousness, and his dissatisfaction was instantly replaced by shame. At the same time, he also secretly made up his mind that this time he must study Maslow's spirit well and improve his cognition, so as to become an unswerving practitioner of Maslowism like Vice Captain Wendy. Sir, I say, should we discuss the attack plan now? Although he didn't understand what the Maslow philosophy these Imperial soldiers were discussing was, Siegfried felt that the time was about right, so he planned to discuss the sneak attack plan with these Imperial soldiers. But before he could express his thoughts, Wendy on the other side spoke in confusion. Plan? Even though there are 431 people on the other side, there are a bunch of weaklings without even any magic tools. Is it necessary to discuss an attack plan? Siegfried was stunned, and at the same time, he had a bad feeling in his heart. Sir, are you thinking? That's right, 10 versus 431. The advantage is on me. You can't be so stupid that you can't even see such an obvious situation, right? Wendy looked at Siegfried, who had a dazed look on his face, speechless. I wanted to complain that the other party lacked common sense and overestimated the combat effectiveness of the Allied forces without magic tools. But considering that although the other party was lucky enough to obtain some power, he was essentially just an ignorant civilian of the kingdom and had no idea what the 5 words Imperial magic soldiers meant, she was too lazy to continue arguing with him. Instead, he turned his gaze to the other members of Team 14 who had equally excited expressions. When I saw the team members rubbing their hands in anticipation, as if they couldn't wait to fly into the sky and give the Allied dogs in the valley a big surprise, Wendy immediately showed the same grim smile on her face, and then without saying anything, under the expectant gaze of Team 14, she waved her hand and gave the order. Members of Team 14, listen up. Enter Level 1 Combat Mode immediately and gain access to explosive magic. The goal of this mission is to annihilate the enemy soldiers in the Horseshoe Mountain Valley and capture the enemy major alive. In the name of the Empire, soldiers, let those stupid allies ahead see what hell is like. Crush them. Whoosh whoosh. Chapter 46. This must be an illusion. Haha. At night, outside Stone Village, the Imperial troops set up camp. Looking at the Allied major who was escorting in front of them with a broken arm and a look of despair on his face, Wendy and his group were now happily trying to take credit from him. At this moment, John deeply realized that he had underestimated Wendy's ability to stir up trouble. It was as if this guy had an Allied attractor installed on him. No matter where he went, he could launch outrageous attacks on the Allied forces accurately and fatally in a way that he could not understand. Last time you captured the captain of the Allied squad alive, and this time you capture a major for me. So, next time, are you going to send the protagonist Anna Splinter to me so that she can explode as a protagonist and kill me on the spot? Why? Why are my plans always inexplicably disrupted by unexpected factors? Is this God's will? Please spare me, really. The desperate prisoner, John couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Then he looked at Wendy, who had an enthusiastic look on her face, blinking her eyes nonstop, an expression that said, "Warrant officer, praise me, please." He finally forced a smile on his face, and then praised the other party against his will. Well done, Sergeant Wendy. You really lived up to my expectations of you. Hey, it's all thanks to your wise leadership, Captain John. It has nothing to do with me. Seeing John taking the initiative to praise her, Wendy immediately raised her head proudly, and then gave an answer that made John's eyes go dark. I'm telling the truth. In fact, the reason why we were able to capture this guy so easily this time is thanks to you. If you hadn't used the Imperial spirit to influence the villagers of Stone Village, making them realize the greatness of the Empire and actively revealing the intelligence of the Allied forces to us, it would have been quite difficult for us to catch these rats. But with your words and deeds, I have also realized the true Maslow spirit, which is to help the weak and fight against the strong, to help the common people, and to let the common people who are oppressed by the kingdom stand up. At that time, The common people who have realized the greatness of the Empire will spontaneously become the eyes of the Empire and take the initiative to fight for the Empire. Captain, what I said should be correct, right? So, this is a question of why your majesty is rebelling? I thought the traitor was Wendy. In the end, I was the traitor? What a joke. John was unable to accept the truth for a moment and wanted to slap himself twice. But when he thought of what he had heard from Ernest about how miserable life the common people lived in the kingdom, he sighed helplessly. Never mind, it's just an accident. Anyway, he had already written the reform bill. As long as Leia was defeated as promised, he would be able to leave the battlefield filled with allied forces and go to the capital of the Empire under Dormammu's recommendation. From now on, there is no need to worry about possible assassination attempts from the allied forces. So it doesn't matter if we deal with the allies again this time. Thinking of this, Warrant Officer John felt a little more comforted, and the smile on his face became much brighter. He even felt like giving Wendy some advice. Wendy, your understanding of helping the weak and the common people is correct, but it is still too one-sided because the real enemy of the Empire has never been a specific kingdom or a certain person, but a more widespread existence. Those who gain without working, those who exploit the masses through unequal treaties, those who try to influence the people's trust in the Empire, those who hinder the development of the Empire for their own selfish interests, etc., are all enemies of the Empire. Only by eliminating these enemies can people's lives be changed, and people will spontaneously support the Empire, and the Empire will become more stable and powerful. Who is our enemy and who is our friend? This is a question we must figure out before taking action. Only after we have a clear goal can we make wise decisions. Also, Wendy, you are too self-interested. This is not a good thing. As a soldier of the Empire, protecting the citizens of the Empire and maintaining the stability of the Empire are the most basic responsibilities of the soldiers of the Empire. If you act out of profit and for the sake of reward, even if you're doing the right thing, it will only turn a good thing that should have been achieved into a bad thing. This mentality is not desirable. As true imperial soldiers, not lackeys of the nobility, we need to constantly reflect on and avoid this behavior. Pa. That's very well said, sir. I have never seen an officer as upright as you. This is a blessing for the Empire and the citizens. Just as John finished speaking, there was a burst of intense applause from the crowd. John looked in the direction of the sound with some confusion and saw the man with long golden hair and a longbow on his back. At this moment, there was a middle-aged man who was looking at him with excitement and respect. At this moment, a certain picture in his memory began to gradually overlap with this figure. But just as John recognized the man's identity, he felt as if struck by lightning, and his heart was filled with turmoil, especially when thinking about the series of titles that the other party had been given in the official Easter egg chapters in the game, such as Dragon Hunter and the first anti-allied force of the Empire's new army. John couldn't help but feel a black screen in front of his eyes, and he almost fell to the ground. But he was still somewhat unwilling to believe this fact. At the same time, he kept telling himself in his heart that the other person definitely just looked like him and was definitely not the villain he thought he was. After all, Siegfried Fafnir would only join the Empire in the middle of the game, and now it has been a full 5 years since the time he knew. Although there is a storyline about his early years, no detailed biography is given in the game. But if I remember correctly, at this point in time, the other party should be quietly retiring in an unknown small village surrounded by mountains. He hasn't become that future villain yet. When the kingdom's nobles increased taxes, causing the village to be unable to afford it and the entire village was about to become slaves, he killed the local nobles in anger and took his entire family to flee to the Empire. How could the other party appear in front of him 5 years in advance? So it's an illusion. It must be an illusion. Haha. I must be scaring myself. That's definitely the case. John kept convincing himself in his mind. And at the same time, he forced himself to look at Wendy with hope, trying to get this stupid subordinate who always caused trouble for him to give the answer he longed to hear. Wendy, who is this? I don't know. Hey, what's your name? Our captain is asking you a question. Wendy glared at Siegfried unhappily, her teeth itching with anger. Just now, she was busy writing on Maslow's quotations about Chief Warrant Officer John's new spirit. Just as she was about to put down her pen to praise Chief Warrant Officer John's wisdom and bravery, she was accidentally beaten to the punch by this damn bastard. This guy's behavior simply showed that she, Warrant Officer John's #1 follower, was incompetent. In other words, the other party was not a soldier of the Empire. Otherwise, she would have scolded him severely for taking a step with his left foot first, and then made him recite Maslow's quotations 100 times. Let this guy know that smart Sergeant Wendy is not to be trifled with. Your Excellency, my name is Siegfried Fafner, the eldest son of Ernest Fafner, the mayor of Stone Village, and I am the one who took the initiative to provide the Allied intelligence to the troops you led this time. Thank you, great Imperial Army, for upholding justice for Stone Village. I'm deeply grateful. So, I would like to sincerely wish you the best. May the glory of the Empire always be with you. Respected Commander John. Inside the camp, Siegfried, whose resolute face was illuminated by the lights hanging outside the tent, spoke with a respectful and sincere tone to Warrant Officer John in front of him, whose face seemed a little blue for some reason. Chapter 47 Dragon Hunter. Hearing this answer, John's heart finally settled down. Ah, very good. After Wendy, a loyal Imperial, here comes another famous dragon hunter. It's wonderful. It's absolutely wonderful. John's face was filled with a smile, but his heart was filled with indescribable sorrow. Looking at Siegfried, who seemed to be hesitant to speak, he could almost predict what this guy would say next. Sir John, I think. No, you don't. Before Siegfried could make his villainous declaration, Sir, I want to join the Empire, as he did in the game, John interrupted him. Then, without saying anything, he placed his hand on the other person's shoulder and advised him solemnly and seriously. Promise me that you won't become a soldier. The battlefield is not the place for you. Think about your wife and children. Can you bear to part with your lovely son, Ahem, and your respectable father? As for Sherdong Village, you don't need to worry. The reason why I came to Longyan territory this time was because I received instructions from the top leaders of the Empire to come and rectify the chaos here. So Sherdong Village will become better and better in the future. I can assure you on this point. In addition, fighting is what Imperial soldiers should do. As a civilian, you only need to protect your family. So, don't make decisions that you will regret in a fit of rage. The real battlefield is bloody and cruel. Apart from being hurt, you can't get anything meaningful from it. I don't want you, a civilian, to die on the battlefield, so I won't agree to your request to join the army. John looked at Siegfried with complicated eyes, and after saying this, he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. He really didn't want Siegfried to follow the same path as in the game's plot. After all, the other party was one of the few characters in the Imperial camp that he felt sorry for. As a character of the Imperial faction who appears in the middle of the game, Siegfried's first half of life is ordinary, but his second half is full of tragedy. After being forced by the kingdom's nobles to join the Empire, Siegfried, with the bonus of the wild hunt he gained through mutation, managed to carve out a name for himself in the Imperial army controlled by the nobles. But while power brought him glory, it also brought him disaster. After discovering that he had mastered unique magic techniques and had the ability to attack over a large area, facing the Allied forces, the Magic Workshop, which had been upgraded to level 5 and could weaken the effect of magic by 90%, the Leviathan, a Calamity-class biological warship created through biological transformation and fusion technology, and the giant aerospace warship named Damocles, which was built with Helm's alchemical technology and could completely destroy a city with a population of 1 million in just 1 minute, brought an all-round crushing blow. The Empire, already devastated by its defeat at the Battle of Walden and the depletion of its magic lake, was unable to produce new Imperial magic soldiers. Under the absolute crushing of this military force, it could only linger on. The Empire's originally huge number of magic soldiers began to be consumed at an alarming rate in the war against this kind of war, with a huge disparity in military equipment. Although the top leaders of the Empire at this time also realized the terrifying power of the Allied forces' advanced military equipment and wanted to catch up, the Allied forces would not give the Empire any time to breathe. Just when the Empire was losing ground and the top leaders were ready to accept defeat and surrender in humiliation, the information that Siegfried was a mutant magician and that his unique spell could ignore the suppression effect on the Magic Workshop was submitted to Duke Mosiris, who was the Grand Marshal of the Imperial Army at the time. By submitting Siegfried's test report to the Imperial Magic Research Society, and after analyzing the data, it was concluded that through transformation experiments, the magic symbiotic factor in Siegfried's body could be transplanted into ordinary soldiers to achieve large-scale number of symbiotes to fight against the Allied forces. Therefore, Duke Mosiris, who had been pushed to the end of his rope by the Allied forces, did not hesitate to unite with Prime Minister Wolf, who had no intention of competing for power with Emperor William due to the successive defeats of the empire. After secret discussions, the two big men, who held the military power of the imperial army and the administrative power of the empire respectively, quickly decided on a plan called the New Imperial Magician Combat Course. The core person of this plan is Siegfried. In order to get Siegfried to voluntarily participate in the experiment, Duke Mozyrus took advantage of the time when Siegfried, then a colonel in the First Army of the Orthodox Army, went to the front line of fight and sent people to massacre Siegfried's family and put the blame on the Allies. Therefore, after learning that his family was massacred by the Allied forces, Siegfried, under the influence of hatred, resolutely agreed to the invitation to become an experimental subject and became the mother of the Empire's new army, that is, the new Magic Combat Corps. At the same time, he also became the most determined anti-Allied leader in the Empire. In order to ensure the activity of the symbiotic factor and increase the success rate of the experiment, after discovering that the effect of bone marrow transplantation far exceeded that of ordinary cell transplantation and could create a stronger new magician combat corps, the new magician laboratory, after obtaining permission from Duke Mozyrus, began an inhumane transplantation experiment on Siegfried, and successfully created 12 top magicians who far surpassed the ancient magic system. After integrating Siegfried's bone marrow, each of them mastered different unique techniques. They were collectively called the 12 Guardians. These 12 people were also the main force of the later Empire against the Allied Special Operations Department, with the heroine Anna Splinter as the core. They were considered the few bright spots before the Empire's complete demise. After the creation of the 12 Guardians, all his value had been squeezed out and his frontal lobe was removed due to an experiment, causing him to lose most of his emotions. When fighting against Serbia on the front line, he shot an arrow and blinded the opponent's right eye. The furious Serbia cut off his left hand and shot a hole in the right half of his head. Although Siegfried barely survived with treatment, he lost his past memories and was eliminated because he lost his fighting ability. Perhaps considering his contribution to the Empire, Duke Mozyrus did not take things too drastic. Instead, he threw Siegfried into a nursing home, intending to let Siegfried, who was 52 years old at the time but looked like he was 90 years old, enjoy his last peace here. But unfortunately, facing the Allied forces whose military, economic, and political strength had reached the peak at that time, even if a new magician corps was created that could ignore anti-magic technology, the Empire could only barely delay the pace of defeat, and the expected scene of turning defeat into victory did not appear. As for Siegfried's final outcome, after seeing the Allied flag on the Damocles spaceship in the sanatorium, he recalled his lost memories and resolutely chose to burn his last magic power under the blessing of hatred. He used his teeth and right hand to pull the dusty bowstring, and with the last arrow blinded by lies and hatred, he shot at the Damocles, the most powerful air combat machine from the Allied forces, which had arrived over the sky above the Empire's capital, Eleno. It successfully shot through the outer defense of the aerospace giant, but was stopped by the Captain Anna's slashing technique called equality of all things. In the end, he walked towards death, standing in the same posture as when he pulled the string. This is the final ending of Siegfried in the original plot of the game, and he is also one of the few villains that makes John feel sad. Knowing Siegfried's future fate, John didn't want this unfortunate guy to join the Imperial Army. Although the Empire now has a new magic lake, it can produce a large number of magic soldiers and continue its original glory. But in the final analysis, as time goes by, magic soldiers will only become obsolete. Faced with the Allies who have developed a giant Damocles aerospace ship that can not only greatly defend against magic attacks, but also release the Damocles aerospace ship that can destroy a city in an instant unless he can influence the direction of the Empire's development. Even if he can know the future, he cannot change the fate of the Empire. If he really agreed to Siegfried's request to join the army, then within 2 years, not to mention 10 years, the Empire would be forced to give up the territory it had previously conquered because of the attack on the Magic Workshop, which had reached the 3rd stage, and the attack of the Scorpion No. 1 anti-magic giant soldier, a representative work of early biotransformation technology. Siegfried, who has already joined the army at this time, might be discovered in advance by the army marshal Duke Mozyrus, and proposed the damn plan to build a new imperial army, thus letting the other party follow the old path in the plot. At that time, as the officer who recommended Siegfried to join the army, it would become a difficult question for him whether to protect him or not. If he rejected Duke Mozyrus' advice for the sake of his conscience, Even now, John could foresee what kind of terrible revenge would be waiting for him. After all, Duke Mosiris's title of Mad Bloodline of the Empire was not earned for nothing. The other party would not care about the so-called public opinion like the Allied forces did. At that time, he had probably retired due to the failure of the Dormammu reform. If the other party really wanted to deal with him, it would be like crushing an ant to death. And John would never sit and wait for death. So there is no doubt that under the threat posed by Mosiris, John knew very well that he would definitely choose to fight the opponent head-on at that time. But the price of doing so is to return to the unwavering Royalist Party, and then to the destruction of His Majesty William, who is full of idiot ministers who are against him, and the unlucky old Dormammu who has worked hard for most of his life but can only sit on the bench. This is obviously completely contrary to his wish to be a peace dog and live a comfortable life. So, for your own life, and for the sake of this lieutenant's stable retirement life, Siegfried, please don't come and die. I beg you, okay? Looking at Siegfried, who had fallen into silence, John sighed with a feeling of melancholy in his heart. He is very upset now. Some even hope that they cannot predict the future, because then he wouldn't feel so powerless. Chapter 48, Warrant Officer John's Quotes. I understand. Thank you, sir. Siegfried was a little disappointed, but after seeing the combat power of Wendy and her group of magic soldiers, he felt that it was natural for John to reject his application to join the army. After all, although he possessed the power of the Wild Hunt, he was indeed too weak compared to people like Wendy who could flatten an entire valley with a wave of their hands. Sure enough, I still have to find a way to become stronger. How can I, who am such a person, be qualified to follow such a powerful and upright Lord John? At this moment, Siegfried, realizing his own weakness, was once again filled with a desire to become stronger. You're welcome. Protecting civilians is what we should do. Say hello to Mr. Ernest for me. Also, if Stone Village needs anything, you can come to me. I will do my best to help you. Thank you very much, Lord John. Knowing that John would interrogate the damned Allied major next, Siegfried did not bother him any further. Instead, he tactfully gave John a not-so-standard imperial salute, and then left with the people from Stone Village. Captain, are you sure you don't want to think about it again? Seeing Siegfried leaving in frustration, Wendy couldn't help but plead with John on his behalf. Although Siegfried is a bit older and cannot compare to the Empire's magic soldiers, he is still a strong man compared to ordinary soldiers. And the most important thing is that this guy not only has mastered a unique magic formula, but he can also release attacks that are 1/3 as powerful as a magic soldier without any training or knowledge of any magic formula theory. If he's trained well, he may become an elite magic soldier. It would be such a pity to just let him go like this. Nonsense. This warrant officer certainly knows how high the potential of the Dragon Hunter is, but the key is that this guy is a hot potato. If I really recruit him into the army, should I still retire? You idiot, you only know how to mess up my plan. John glanced at Wendy unhappily, and then threw out the reason he had thought of in advance. Sergeant Wendy, I know what you want to say, but recruiting soldiers is not within the scope of our magic team's duties. Secondly, the 7th Air Force is a unit directly under the Emperor. Therefore, the recruitment of soldiers needs to go through layers of screening, especially loyalty to the Empire. Only after passing the interview and the political background review can civilians apply. Also, have you forgotten that we are an Air Force? Although Siegfried has power, his power is only applicable to the army. Into the Air Force full of magic soldiers, inserting an army. Tell me yourself, do you think this is reasonable? Finally, I have to warn you that as soldiers, especially magic soldiers directly under the 7th Air Force, we must never let personal feelings affect our rationality at any time. After all, once the door to abuse of power for personal gain is opened, it cannot be closed because there are only 0 or countless times to abuse power for personal gain, and this is undoubtedly a betrayal of His Majesty the Emperor and a betrayal of the Empire. I hope you can remember this. Wait, what are you doing? Captain, I'm recording your new spirit. Hearing John's question, Wendy, who was recording the new Maslow's spirit, immediately stopped writing, and then spoke with a sacred face under John's silent gaze. As a loyal Maslowist fighter and the ideological instructor of Squad 14, I have the obligation to record your every word and action. This is a new method that I just realized under your guidance on how to study in depth and improve my understanding of Maslow's spirit. How do you think, Captain? Not bad, right? Not a bad one. You're afraid that the prison is too big and I won't be able to be burned at the stake. right? To be honest, could it be that I abandoned you in my previous life or something, so God sent you here to torture me like this? Wendy, can't you just let me be more careful? John's heart was filled with melancholy and sadness, but seeing Wendy looking at him seriously, he could only sigh and then praised with a fake smile. Very good, Sergeant Wendy. Your spirit of learning is commendable, but I personally think that it is unnecessary to record my every word and action. After all, even I sometimes say meaningless things. Learning how to distinguish the good from the bad and learn the good things from them is also something we need to do. However, after hearing this, John thought Wendy would apologize to him with an apologetic look on her face, but this did not happen. Instead, Sergeant Wendy looked surprised after hearing the reprimand. Then, under his silent gaze, she took out the damn green notebook, picked up the pen, and quickly wrote down. Warrant Officer John frequently gave golden sentences in Stone Village and taught his soldiers late at night that as soldiers of the Empire, we must improve our ability to distinguish, learn to distinguish between good and bad things, and look at problems with dialectical thinking. Only in this way can we not be deceived by the external illusions of things. This is an important spirit that all warriors who believe in Maslowism must always keep in mind. No, why the hell do you still remember it? And I didn't explain it in such fucking detail. So why did you optimize it for me? Wendy, you bastard, please be a decent human being, I beg you. Looking at the quotations in which Maslow's spirit was further deepened and sublimated under Wendy's processing in a spring and autumn style, John suddenly felt unprecedentedly tired. But he also knew that if he continued to discuss the so-called Maslow's spirit with Wendy, this idiot, he would only become more and more great under Wendy's influence, and at the same time he would be closer and closer to the gallows. So he resisted the urge to snatch the green book from Wendy's hand and tear up the shitty quotations. The moment Wendy finished recording the new spirit, he interrupted her without waiting for her to speak. Ahem, Sergeant Wendy, although your hard work in learning is commendable, I think we should first interrogate the captured major and determine his purpose, right? Speaking of this, John couldn't help but feel a little confused, because, in his opinion, the Allied forces should not appear in this remote place. But the other party came here unexpectedly. So, the other party is carrying out a secret mission, such as transporting funds? After all, Reddick was just transporting a truckload of gold. Wait, gold? Could it be that I'm going to get rich again this time? Haha, I knew it. No child would cry every day. Previous bad luck is for future luck. The good luck that I have been waiting for a long time is finally here. Gold, gold, lovely gold. Looking at the tent where the Allied major was imprisoned in the distance, John's heart was filled with excitement, and he wanted to fly over there directly. As for the possible danger caused by intercepting 2 batches of Allied military funds, he had already forgotten about it at this time. What a shitty ally. Gold is Warrant Officer John's real ally. Besides, under the influence of that idiot Wendy, he is now almost on the Allied blacklist, and it is almost hopeless for him to change jobs. Since I'm already on the blacklist, why not make some quick bucks before the other party starts to assassinate me? At this moment, the insightful Warrant Officer John had already anticipated that under his professional torture techniques, the damn Allied major would burst into tears and tell the real hiding place of the gold. Thinking of this, the smile on John's lips became more intense, and his heart was filled with unprecedented expectations. He didn't even bother to report the details to Wendy, who was standing beside him, and immediately ran towards the tent where countless treasures were imprisoned. Chapter 49, I already know your plan. Looking at the magic soldiers guarding him and feeling the pain in his left arm, Major Will Hoffman, the commander of the 3rd Special Operations Battalion of the 5th Special Operations Corps of the Allied Army, who was tied up tightly with ropes and kneeling on the ground in humiliation, was filled with despair. Just half an hour ago, after leading his men to successfully collect a batch of food in Stone Village, he followed the mission issued by General Roxy and took his men to hide in the valley of Horseshoe Mountain, waiting for notification from Baron Micah, who had reached a cooperation with their allies. So as to follow General Roxy's plan, the assassination of that damn John Maslow could be accomplished. But he never expected that the expected scene of the signal arrival did not appear. Instead, 10 magic soldiers fell from the sky and accurately released explosive magic on their temporary base. As for him, due to the deliberate let-up of the Empire's magic soldiers, only one of his arms was blown off, and he was eventually captured by the enemy. At first he thought that his plan had been discovered by the Imperial agents, but after seeing a group of villagers led by Siegfried outside the valley, assisting the damn magic soldiers in attacking them, Will instantly realize that the reason their plan went wrong was because they robbed the villagers. How could these peasants do this? How dare they do this? Aren't these stupid idiots afraid of being wanted by the Golden Rose Kingdom for colluding with the Empire? These stupid peasants, they have absolutely no loyalty at all. Will couldn't help but curse in his mind. But when Will thought about how cruelly he would be punished if the news of his failure in allowing the soldiers to plunder Stone Village got reported, he couldn't help but feel a little scared. But this fear was soon replaced by relief. Fortunately, it was a group of ignorant villagers who exposed their whereabouts. If this was the case, then as long as the Special Operations Battalions in the other 3 villages did not make any mistakes, Lieutenant General Roxy's plan should not have any major problems. Their mission to assassinate John Maslow this time should also be accomplished under the amazing wisdom of Lieutenant General Rocky. All he had to do was to withstand the interrogation of this inexplicably appearing Imperial magic team, become their prisoner, and wait for Vice Admiral Roxy to conduct a prisoner exchange and rescue him, although he would be stripped of his rank of Major due to his poor performance. However, as long as he could return to the Allied forces, he would still have hope. So, as long as I can survive the interrogation, I will have completed my mission. Will kept reminding himself in his heart, and he had already made up his mind that no matter how the Imperial dogs who would come over would interrogate him, he must remain silent like a stone. After all, this was the only way for him to avoid responsibility. Crash! Just as Major Will was brainwashing himself, the tent curtain was suddenly pulled open. Then, under the bright light in the tent, a young man with black hair and black eyes, wearing an Imperial warrant officer uniform, appeared in Will's sight. The other person had a handsome face, with a smile that was as refreshing as spring breeze on his lips, as if he was happy about the good things that were about to happen. He looks like a naive recruit who has just entered the battlefield, is interested in everything, and has no scheming in his mind. However, the moment he saw the other person's face, it was as if a thunderbolt exploded in Will's mind, and his thinking instantly became stagnant. The intense fear caused his breathing to tremble at this moment. Looking at the target that was supposed to appear in the town of Bahamut, it actually came in front of him. This kind of thing that should never happen stimulated Will so much that his pupils began to tremble uncontrollably, and his face was filled with strong disbelief. John Maslow? How did this guy get here? How could he be here? This is not right? Wait, could it be that Vice Admiral Roxy's plan has really been known to the Empire? Will's heart was filled with fear and anxiety. The sudden change made his original determination begin to waver. However, his will as a soldier forced him to suppress his inner emotions and stare intently at the target who was walking towards him. Try to judge your current situation from the other party's next words. However, under his gaze, this damned Imperial lackey did not immediately interrogate him after arriving at the tent that served as a temporary interrogation location. Instead, he gave him a smile that made him a little confused. Then he calmly sat down on a folding chair prepared in advance by the Imperial soldiers, crossed his legs, and put his hands on his knees. He put on a relaxed and contented look, coupled with the inexplicable smirk on the other party's face, and the contemptuous look that seemed to be looking down on him as if he was an object, made Will feel unprecedentedly angry just by looking at him. But before he could reveal his identity as an Allied major and demand that this damned Imperial dog give him corresponding prisoner treatment according to the laws of war, the next second, the words that came out of the other party's mouth were like a heavy hammer hitting his chest. It made him feel almost suffocated. Mr. Major of the Allied forces, I already know about your plan. Are you sure you want to continue to resist like this? Looking at Major Will, who had an incredible expression on his face after hearing what he said, the smile on John's face became even more intense. At first, he was a little skeptical that his guess might be wrong. But after seeing the other party's performance at this time, John knew that he guessed right. Otherwise, how could the other party be so shocked by what I said? Therefore, this Allied major captured by Wendy must be responsible for the transportation of Allied military funds. Moreover, the quantity is definitely more than what that idiot Redek carried. Even 5 million D of gold is not impossible. 5 million D, what does that mean? Let me put it this way. According to the data in the game, for a count who owns a large amount of territory, all the income from his territory added up over 5 years is only this amount. Of course, this figure only calculates the apparent income, and does not include the Earl's Grey Industries. But even so, it is enough to drive countless people crazy. If he could intercept these assets, John could even use the money to buy a baronial title in a remote area from the corrupt imperial nobles. Of course, he definitely wouldn't do that. After all, the empire will be over in 10 years. If he becomes a noble now, what is the difference between that and becoming a eunuch when the Qing dynasty falls? With this money, the smart warrant officer John would of course save it and start speculating in real estate after the war, thus achieving his daily life as an unpretentious business tycoon. And all these beautiful visions are happening right now in the body of this unknown allied major. So, for the sake of this warrant officer's retirement life and your own life, you should just hand over all the lovely gold. In this way, this warrant officer can spare your life, right? After all, this warrant officer is not a demon, but a good man who keeps his word. Looking down at the allied major kneeling in front of him, John couldn't help but urge in his heart. He is now almost impatient to get this asset. Chapter 50. Why are you hitting our gun handles with your teeth? This guy must be cheating me. Lieutenant General Roxy's plan was perfect, and their allies were unlike the empire that was fighting among itself, but were united as one. How could the empire's agents find out about their sniper plan this time? So he must be cheating me. Will kept convincing himself in his heart, even though he knew that John Maslow's appearance in Stone Village represented a lot of things. But he didn't dare to think about it, nor could he think about it too carefully. This plan may fail, but there must be no mistakes on his part. So he took a deep breath and rejected it. I don't understand what you are talking about. Are you playing dumb? Interesting answer. Unfortunately, your resistance is meaningless to this extremely intelligent warrant officer. I have decided to seize this military expenditure for the Allied forces. Even God cannot stop me. I say it. John sneered in his heart. He had seen through everything at this moment, including the last bit of stubbornness in Major Will's heart. However, he also knew that facing a guy like this with his teeth clenched, it would be difficult to get him to tell the truth by simply forcing him. He had to change the subject, for example, by mocking the other party's superior. Try to provoke the other party until their reason is controlled by emotions and they subconsciously reveal their flaws, and then throw the final bomb. Only then will he be able to make the other party completely despair and force him to tell him the whereabouts of the gold that he wants to know. Therefore, he did not continue to ask, but suddenly changed the subject and said with a smile, "Speaking of which, I am quite interested in your 5th Legion. After all, although you are nominally under the command of Admiral Orko, in fact, if I remember correctly, the real command is in the hands of Lieutenant General Roxy of the Kingdom of Victoria, right? The kingdom's morning star, the god of war who foresees every possible plan, the most powerful think tank of the Kingdom of Victoria. Wow, what a great reputation. A low-level commander like me can only look up to him. But it's a pity that the Lady of Morning Star, whom you call perfect in planning, doesn't seem to be as perfect as the rumors say. After all, didn't I easily crack the mission you arranged this time? As a major, you have now been captured by our loyal and fearless magic soldiers. Oh, and by the way, your poor subordinates have also been captured. They have been killed by the explosion magic and are probably dead without even ashes left. And these tragic facts all stem from the stupidity of your Lady Morningstar, the incompetence of your soldiers, and your allies' attempts to fight against the great empire. So, this is all your own fault, isn't it? Shut up. What do you know, you damned imperial dog? Are you worthy of mentioning Ms. Morningstar? Will could no longer bear it when he heard John openly belittle his admired superior. He roared to try to stand up and bite the damn imperial lackey to death. But before he could act, a black gun but came with a strong gust of wind and hit him hard in the face. Bang! The violent impact broke his teeth in an instant. The pale teeth mixed with scarlet blood drew a perfect arc in the air and then fell on the grass with green sprouts. Severe pain swept through Will's brain, and his rationality, which was controlled by emotions, returned in an instant under the stimulation of violence, and then turned into strong regret. But before he could subconsciously curl up his body and prepare for the coming attack, the next second, John's somewhat helpless voice reached his ears. "Stop, Huck. It's bad enough that our allied Major lost an arm in the explosion. Don't let him suffer more. If the news gets out, won't our Imperial Army be regarded as a rubbish army that tortures prisoners? We can't do such a thing that is a disgrace to the glory of the Empire. You, Mr. Major, the Allied forces, are just as bad. Why did you use your teeth to hit the gun handles of our soldiers? You even broke your teeth. It hurt me a little bit just watching this. But don't worry, we in the Imperial Army are very magnanimous. You've been in such a miserable state, we will definitely not ask you for the repair fee of the magic gun. Hawk, what are you still standing there for? Hurry up and help him up. You are leaving this honorable allied, Major, lying on the ground. Tell me, is this appropriate? Yes, Captain John. Hawk suppressed his smile and saluted John. Then, under Will's gaze that was filled with resentment and fear, he stretched out his hand with a fake smile to the head of the prisoner who was ignorant of the danger and dared to insult Warrant Officer John. Then he ignored the other person's screams, forcibly grabbed the other person's hair, and with his muscular arms, he actually lifted the other person up from the ground. In fact, if Warrant Officer John had not just spoken to stop him, Hawk would definitely let this bastard who tried to insult the spiritual beliefs of their Squad 14 experience the true iron fist of the Empire. Of course, what he did was the lightest punishment. After all, if it were Deputy Captain Wendy, who admired Warrant Officer John the most, I guess the furious Deputy Captain would definitely blow the idiot's head off before he could even finish his words. As expected, I still need to learn well from the Vice Captain. My Maslow spirit is still too impure. I must reflect on myself. Hawk reflected on himself secretly. This might be a bit painful. Looking at Will being lifted up alive by Hawk's hair, John vaguely heard the sound of hair bursting and couldn't help but feel a little sour in his teeth. But facing Hawk, who was looking at him loyally, as if saying, "Captain, I did a good job, didn't I?" He didn't know what to say, so he could only smile dryly and nodded to this outstanding member whose ability to stir up trouble was no less than Wendy's. At the same time, he silently ranked the other party as the second on the list of serious troubles that would interfere with his retirement plans. After sorting out his thoughts, John turned his gaze to Will, who was now swallowing his anger and looking at him with resentment. He coughed twice, then pretended to be sad and said, "Hey, Major, why are you doing this? Although I know you don't want to believe it. The facts are already in front of you. Why bother struggling? Just tell the truth, and then enjoy the welfare treatment that prisoners deserve under our escort. Isn't it good? Enjoying prisoner treatment? Oh, if I were no longer valuable, you damned Imperial dogs would probably send me straight to see God. What's more, if he really told it, wouldn't Major Ben be considered a traitor for leaking the mission plan? At that time, there will be no other way except to surrender to your damn empire. You want to fool the great Major Will with such an obvious conspiracy? Go dream your dream." Will sneered in his heart. He had seen through the damn Imperial dogs in front of him. He knew that keeping the secret was his only way out. However, considering the unscrupulous style of these Imperial dogs, cursing will only get you beaten and will not end well. He suppressed his anger and spoke with a mouth that was leaking due to missing front teeth. I said, "I don't know. I was just trying to reunite with the troops with my soldiers. I don't understand what you're talking about at all. Finally, I demand that prisoners be treated as they should be, in accordance with international treaties on prisoners." After saying this, Will glanced at Hawk with resentment on his face, as if he wanted to imprint the appearance of the soldier who had just beaten him in his mind, intending to find a chance to retaliate later. This guy is really stubborn. Even though the situation is so miserable, he still won't tell us anything. It seems that if I don't give him something real to make him give up, he won't tell me the whereabouts of the gold. After realizing that it would be difficult to interrogate this guy to find out where the gold was hidden, John no longer wanted to interrogate him. Instead, he ignored Will's puzzled gaze and sat on the chair with his eyes closed, thinking. At the same time, he regularly tapped his knee with his right index finger, making a subtle knock sound. For a moment, there was no other noise in the entire tent except the strange knocking sounds made by the other party. This strange scene made Will a little confused for a moment. He didn't know what this damn Imperial dog was doing. Listening to the other party's regular yet inexplicably oppressive knocking, it was like the sound of death approaching step by step. All around were the undisguised looks of the Imperial soldiers, some with mockery, as if they were looking at a dying man, and some with pity, as if they were sighing at the ignorant. In this depressing atmosphere, an indescribable panic began to grow and spread in Will's heart. The strong repression made him feel as if he was about to suffocate. No way, these beasts are not really going to ignore the prisoner order and intend to kill me by force, right? Are all members of the Imperial Army so unruly? But what I was carrying out was an assassination plan, not a frontal combat. And he refused to reveal any information related to the mission. If the prisoner is like this, then if the other side executes him on the spot according to the Anti-Agents Act, There will be nothing wrong with it, even if it is applied under the international law of war. So, I'm really going to die? At this moment, Will suddenly felt an unprecedented chill and fear. However, just when he was about to be unable to resist this silent torture and was planning to try to cooperate and continue communicating with the other party in exchange for a chance to survive, John, who had been tapping his index finger, suddenly stopped and slowly opened his eyes. Then he looked at the watch on his hand and then muttered to himself under Will's frightened gaze. If you calculate carefully, it's about time, right? Is it about time? So, this beast is really planning to kill himself? Come on, just ask me another question. I promise that I will cooperate fully this time. Okay? Please, I don't want to die yet. Will's heart was filled with despair, but he looked at John, who was unmoved and seemed to have made up his mind to execute him. Driven by his survival instinct, he was about to open his mouth and reveal the information. Wait, I would like to... Crash. However, before Will, who was trying to survive, could finish his words, the curtain was suddenly pulled open. Immediately afterwards, two figures, one tall and one short, walked in from outside the tent. Leading the group was a female soldier with chestnut hair and a cute face, but she was wearing an imperial uniform. But at this moment, the other person's face was filled with a smile that made people feel a little chilly. It fits Will's stereotype of the Empire's damn demon army members. However, Will saw the person behind him, who kept nodding and bowing to John in an extremely flattering manner. After seeing that the other person looked almost identical to Bear Micah, it was as if his brain was bombarded by explosive magic from those damn magic soldiers. All rationality and persistence disappeared in an instant at this moment. What replaced it was unprecedented enlightenment and resentment. Chapter 51, He is a Real Monster. The Hardmans betrayed the Allies. No wonder John Maslow did not go to Bahamut Town, but came to this deserted village. If the Hardman family secretly sent someone to tip off, then everything could be explained. It is obvious that the Hardman family has a history of hundreds of years in the Golden Rose Kingdom, and their ancestors once served as the minister of the Golden Rose Kingdom, which is enough to be called the descendant of loyal and good people. But even such a loyal Hardman family chose to surrender when facing the Empire? What benefits has the Empire given you that would make you abandon even the honor of your ancestors? Don't you, the Hardman family, have any sense of honor? Looking at Dick Hardman in front of him, who kept nodding and bowing to John like a loyal dog, Will suddenly felt his eyes bloodshot and a strong anger kept surging in his heart. Under the stimulation of emotions, he subconsciously forgot his current situation. He immediately roared uncontrollably at Dick in front of him. You scum of the Hardman family! How dare you collude with the Empire? Aren't you afraid of being burned at the stake in the future? Hearing this, Dick shuddered uncontrollably. He subconsciously looked in the direction where the sound came from. Only then did he notice that in the center of the crowd of Imperial magic soldiers, an allied major with a broken arm was kneeling on the ground. The other party was looking at him intently at this moment, his eyes full of resentment. If murderous intent could be transformed into arrows, then Dick had no doubt that would pierce his heart with thousands of arrows right now. But compared to the fear of the allied major, what made him even more flustered was Warrant Officer John, who was looking at him with a fake smile in front of him. Feeling the other person's cold gaze, Dick realized it instantly at this moment. I'm afraid that I have fallen into the trap of this terrifying Imperial demon again this time. The other party is trying to force me to express my opinion. When Dick realized this, the clothes he had just changed into were instantly soaked with cold sweat, and he felt an unprecedented despair in his heart. Yes, why didn't the devil John Maslow call himself earlier or later? Why did he choose to have the Allied prisoners called over when they were interrogating them? It is obvious that his official identity is just a businessman. So how can he be qualified to participate in such an interrogation? Isn't this clearly telling me the truth? And, most importantly, this Major Will was one of the baits in the sniper plan arranged by his father and Lieutenant General Rocky. The other party had also seen me before and knew my true background better, combined with the fact that John Maslow came to Stone Village for unknown reasons. Afterwards, in less than 2 hours, the enemy annihilated the bait force led by Major Will with lightning speed and captured the major of the Allied elite army force alive. Isn't all of this silently proving it? John Maslow, he actually knew about the sniper plan a long time ago, so that's why he took these actions. Otherwise, how could he inexplicably capture himself on the road he had to take? It can't be a coincidence, right? What's more, the other party has been constantly testing me since they met, and later he interrogated me about the Allied forces in the car. Doesn't this mean that the other party has already known about the sniper plan? I even felt a little smug about having survived the interrogation. Now it seems that, given the other party's cunning, he must have already known all the loopholes that I revealed during the conversation and determined my true identity, right? The reason why I let go at the critical moment. I'm afraid it's just because the other party likes to play with their prey, wanting to fill their prey with hope and foolishly thinking that they can escape. Then, at the critical moment, he would completely destroy the opponent's hope so that he could enjoy the desperate look of his prey and thereby satisfy his twisted desire for torture. Otherwise, how to explain the current scene? How cruel and despicable it is. This guy John Maslow, he is simply the Devil King, Satan reincarnated. How could I possibly defeat this monster among monsters? At this moment, Dick finally came to his senses, and his eyes when he looked at John were filled with unprecedented fear. Although the other party was looking at him with calm eyes at this moment. But Dick, who had already recognized the true face of this monster, knew that it was just a deliberate disguise. What was truly hidden in the other person's calm eyes was the malicious intent to completely drag him into hell. However, due to the other party's calculations, even though he knew that if he did so, the end that awaited him would be the hell of killing his father with his own hands. Dick had no choice but to agree, because he knew that if he didn't do this, the devil in front of him would definitely send all members of the Hardman family to hell because of his dissatisfaction. Father, we were all wrong. We were all wrong. We really shouldn't have provoked this kind of monster. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. Please forgive me, Father. Dick's heart was filled with sorrow, but feeling John's cold gaze, he did not dare to show this emotion at all, but forced a smile on his face. Under this strong contradiction, his expression at this moment began to break up uncontrollably and turned into an uncomfortable smile. But soon, Dick understood what John meant from his increasingly cold eyes and immediately knelt down in front of the demon without hesitation and then said respectfully, "Dear Warrant Officer John, I, Dick Hardman, hereby solemnly apologize to you on behalf of the entire Hardman family for the former Hardman family patriarch Micah Hardman's secret collusion with the Chief of Staff of the Allied Fifth Army, Roxy Sandcaster, to jointly attempt to assassinate you. As a price, when you defeat the ambushed allies in the other 3 villages and officially march into the town of Bahamut, I will personally hang Micah Hardiman on the wall of the town of Bahamut to prove the Hardiman family's loyalty to the Empire. I dare not ask for your forgiveness. I only hope that you can show mercy to me and give the young man of the Hardman family a chance to live. I beg you, my respected Lord John." After saying this, Dick, who seemed unable to suppress the fear and sadness in his heart any longer, immediately kowtowed hard towards John. For a moment, the only sound in the entire tent was the dull sound of Dick's head hitting the ground. At this moment, the atmosphere in the entire tent suddenly fell silent. Looking at Dick, who kept kowtowing and begging humbly, Will, who was kneeling on the ground, subconsciously widened his eyes. Obviously, he didn't expect Dick to make such a decision. After all, such a demonic act as patricide is enough to make countless people despise it no matter which country it is. But under the pressure of John Maslow, the other party still made this choice. Could it be that in his eyes, John Maslow is a being even more terrifying than the devil? If Dick had not proved through patricide that the other members of the Hardman family were deceived by Baron Micah and were completely unaware of the assassination plan, so John Maslow will take action against the entire Hardman family afterwards? This is a bit too ridiculous. No, that's not right. If it was this guy, he would most likely do that. After all, didn't the other side just ignore the order for prisoners and force the soldiers to smash their teeth? Obviously, John Maslow is a complete monster who doesn't play by the rules. If you try to analyze the other person in a normal way, you would be a complete fool. Thinking of this, Will suddenly felt an unprecedented chill in his heart. Looking at Dick, who openly declared his patricide and then kowtowed and begged for forgiveness like a stray dog. At this moment, Will realized it deeply. I have underestimated this rookie commander of the Empire who was killed by the famous Lieutenant General Roxy, who had condescended to set up a sniper plan and was determined to kill him. The other party is not only unusually cunning, but also extremely cruel in his behavior. Even Dormammu, the white-haired demon general known for his cruelty in the Empire, was just a rookie in front of the monster John Maslow. After all, No matter how cruel Dormammu is, it is only limited to war. The other side would never dare to trample on the laws of war so blatantly, because once he did that, even the Empire would not be able to save his life. But this guy John Maslow is a complete and desperate lunatic. If I continue to grit my teeth and refuse to reveal the news like before, then I'm afraid that within 3 minutes, I'll be beheaded, right? Even your family may be affected. After all, since the Empire's agents have infiltrated the Allied forces, even the Hardman family, which has been loyal to the Golden Rose Kingdom for nearly 500 years, could be rebelled under the other side's manipulation. If John Maslow really wanted to take revenge on me, I'm afraid it wouldn't take more than a few minutes for that mysterious agent to find out all my family information and then send a professional killer to assassinate me, right? No, that kind of thing must not happen. Everything else is fine, but I absolutely don't want my family to be slaughtered by Imperial agents. Surrender. Yes, I must surrender as soon as possible. And it cannot be just a verbal surrender. He must personally lead this group of demons to capture the other 3 troops. Only in this way can I satisfy this demon and make this monster completely give up the idea of revenge on me. At this moment, Will suddenly realized, even though this was the most despicable behavior for him as a soldier of the Kingdom of Victoria, he once firmly believed that even if he was tortured by the enemy, he would not reveal any information related to his own side. But until this moment, I found myself in front of the terrifying gate of hell. Will finally realize that he, who had always considered himself a tough guy, was, when faced with a price more terrifying than death, one can uncontrollably become a coward. But he knew it wasn't his fault. It was because what he was facing this time was a monster that combined wisdom and cruelty to the extreme, which was far beyond the limits of what humans could cope with. Even the meticulously planned Lieutenant General Roxy might not have a chance of winning. He was a true monster. Will sighed in despair in his heart, and then his eyes gradually became relieved. No, what the fuck is going on? John was a little confused when he saw Dick suddenly uttering a declaration of patricide and then bowing down to him. He first felt a little confused, then turned to astonishment, and finally filled with disbelief. Because at this point, he had already sorted out the whole story and had a general understanding of the situation. So, this guy's real name is Dick Hardman, not the so-called Reddick. Besides, he himself is not an Allied military expenditure transport officer, but a real local. The reason why he disguised himself as a businessman when he went out and carried so much gold is a reason simply to escape from this town occupied by the Empire, and I captured the other party by accident. Did he also inadvertently disrupt the plan that Roxy, who has the title of Morningstar, and Baron Micah had secretly reached to assassinate him? No, this is too much of a coincidence, isn't it? It's like a fucking dream. After realizing this, John felt as if he was using all his strength to bite a Shandong pancake, but he ended up hitting the back of his head against the wall with too much force, and his head was buzzing instantly. For a moment, the brain temporarily lost the ability to think. He looked blankly at Dick in front of him, who was constantly kowtowing to him and trying to show his loyalty to him. It took a long time for John to recover from this shocking news. It was too late to feel sad about his shattered dream of getting rich. After realizing that Will led his troops to lurk in Stone Village with the real purpose of assassinating him, John couldn't help but feel a little scared. To be honest, he had never expected that he, a mere novice commander, could catch Roxy's eye, although he has disrupted the Allied plans twice due to accidents. But based on his understanding of Roxy's arrogant character, under normal circumstances, the other party should not attack him at this time. After all, as a genius who became famous at a young age in the background of the game, Roxy's arrogance is enough to rank first in this world. After discovering someone who is qualified to compete with her, she waits for the opponent to become a chess player, and then uses her wisdom to defeat the opponent thoroughly and fairly on the battlefield. This is Roxy's style. But why did the other party make an exception this time? She also used this assassination method, which she despised and disdained the most in the game. Is there any unexpected situation? Or was it someone else who issued this order? At this moment, John couldn't help but fall into deep thought. But before he could figure out whether all this was an unexpected action of his, a change brought about by the butterfly effect, or whether this assassination was just a test of him by Roxy. The next second, Will's voice reached his ears. Warrant Officer John, I am willing to lead the great Imperial Army and help you eliminate the Allied forces hiding in the remaining 3 villages. But I beg you. I hope you can agree to one condition of mine. Chapter 52, his control over people's hearts has reached the extreme. I know that you have seen through all the evil plots of the Allies, and as a prisoner, I am not worthy of making any demands to you. But as long as you promise to send agents to rescue my family from the Kingdom of Victoria, I, Will Hoffman, am willing to swear to you in the name of the Hoffman family that I will offer all my loyalty to the great empire and fight for it until my death. So, can you please grant me this humble request in consideration of my good attitude of surrender? I beg you, dear Warrant Officer John. Facing everyone's surprised gaze, Will Hoffman, the man who had always been regarded as a model soldier by the soldiers in the Fifth Army, now made a humiliating surrender declaration to the enemy commander without any dignity. But only Will knew that in front of the sneering imperial demon in front of him, who had seen through everything. As a mere mortal, he had no other choice but to admit defeat. This is probably his fate. Thinking of this, Will couldn't help but let a bitter and desperate smile appear on his face. No, buddy, what the hell are you talking about? What I see through everything, what agent? Do you want to listen to what you were saying? Obviously, I just wanted to get the Allied military fund from you at the beginning. The reason why I called Dick over was just to use him to break down your psychological defenses and force you to tell me the real whereabouts of the gold. I really didn't expect that your mission was to assassinate me. John couldn't stop roaring in his heart, and the expression on his face was extremely wonderful. At this moment, he had truly realized what a trick fate had played on him. It was obvious that he just wanted to retire peacefully at the beginning. But why? Why did things turn out like this? John was silent. He felt that he really had to pay tribute to Master Sanshing as soon as possible. Otherwise, if he allowed this outrageous fate to continue, I'm afraid that within 2 years, he will become a veritable lackey of the Empire. It shouldn't be like this. Great fate. Why do you have to play tricks on me like this? However, in Will's eyes, John's distressed silence was a reflection of his own value. It seemed that this sinister and cunning imperial demon was wondering whether it was worth it for him to mobilize the Empire's mysterious agents, now that he had lost his arm and was a prisoner of the Empire. For a moment, Will couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. He couldn't help but start thinking. Faced with the demands made by a prisoner who was completely controlled and had lost his usefulness. Even if the prisoner is willing to provide information about the enemy. But compared with the cost of exposing the Empire's secret agents, the other party's so-called loyalty may not mean much to him. After all, not only did he lose his soldiers, he also had a broken arm, becoming a useless piece of trash. Is he really worth being won over as he is? Therefore, the more he thought about it and put himself in the situation, the more desperate Will felt. At this moment, he has realized that perhaps he will never be able to escape the fate of death. The only thing he could do was to pray that the other party would show mercy and let his family go because of his good cooperation. Just when the desperate Will was about to reveal the whereabouts of the other 3 troops of the 5th Legion with a miserable smile, and then commit suicide under the arrangement of the other party, so as to use his death in exchange for the survival of his family. However, John's next words instantly made him realize that the imperial monster in front of him was more cruel than he had imagined. Major Will, right? When he said that the troop under your command seemed to have been killed by our magic soldiers half an hour ago. In other words, the news of your capture was only known to those present, and it was not leaked to anyone else, right? So, I think that compared to surrendering to the Empire, you took advantage of the negligence of the magic soldiers to escape from the forest and successfully return to the Allied forces. This is a better ending for you and me, isn't it? John said to Will with a smile. In fact, this idea just came to him suddenly. After hearing that Will wanted to surrender, his first reaction was to refuse. After all, he has already made enough military achievements. If he could see through the Allied forces' conspiracy and capture the enemy major at this time, even if he used his but to think, he would know that even if he submitted a reform bill to Dormammu. However, with his foresight command skills, the other party would never easily agree to let him escape from the 7th Air Force. Instead, they would train him as the successor of the 7th Air Force. And once he was locked in the army, all that awaited him was endless war and failure. This is completely contrary to his retirement plan. So, he used his amazing wisdom to think. Smart Warrant Officer John felt that he needed to turn this war achievement from the open to underground by developing Will into a spy. Only in this way could he avoid Emperor William from praising him lavishly after learning the news. And then he achieved his original plan, which was to let Dormammu introduce a reform bill, and he himself would step out of the battlefield to serve as a political official, and thereby achieve his retirement goal. Of course, the reason why John came up with the idea of letting Will be a spy was not only to ensure a smooth retirement plan. The more important point is, John also wanted to use this method to test Roxy, who inexplicably wanted to kill him. If Will, who failed in the mission and managed to escape back to the Allies, was later killed by Roxy, it would prove that the plan was indeed ordered by Roxy himself. Because John knew the character of Roxy, the think tank of the protagonist group, very well, he understood that with her pride, she would never allow failure to appear in her dictionary. Therefore, if Will, who knew the inside story of the mission, returned after the mission failed, death would surely be waiting for him. And if Will not only survived but continued to serve as an officer. This is enough to prove that although the assassination attempt on him was carried out in the name of Roxy, it was actually planned by someone else. In this way, John wouldn't have to worry about having to deal with a resourceful and ruthless member of the protagonist group in advance. This is undoubtedly the best outcome for him, although this plan was enough to be called hell for Will himself. But considering that the other party is a member of the assassination plan, being kind to the enemy would be cruel to oneself. What's more, John himself calls himself despicable and shameless. Therefore, the smart and great warrant officer John did not feel any psychological burden about it. As for the possibility that the other party survives and resents me and tries to retaliate against me. Haha, let's first talk about it, as the other party can survive in the Allied Fifth Army, which suffered the most casualties in the war between the Kingdom and the Empire. What's more, even if Roxy really wanted to reuse this guy because of guilt. But after losing an arm, even if the opponent really mastered the magic techniques inherited from his family, his combat power would probably be only half of what it was before when he used magic with only one arm. Besides, the opponent is just a minor character who didn't even have a chance to show up in the original work. Is this kind of stuff worthy of worrying for Warrant Officer John, who has planned everything? Although Warrant Officer John is a little timid, he is not afraid of just any Tom, Dick, or Harry. After all, he was a lawless player in Paradox in his previous life. After realizing that he had everything under control, John immediately smiled kindly at Will's trembling eyes, and then issued his hellish arrangements for him. I wonder if you, loyal Major Will, are willing to accept the Empire's arrangement and go to the despicable Allied forces with a guilty conscience to contribute to the future of the Empire's unification? Devil. This guy is definitely a devil who controls people's hearts. How could he be so despicable? How dare he be so despicable? Will's pupils constricted and his heart couldn't stop roaring, but he felt more sad. If at the beginning he suspected that the Empire had planted a high-ranking agent within the Allied forces just because of Dick's performance. So after John proposed a plan to force him to become an Imperial spy, his suspicion has been confirmed. After all, if the Empire did not have access to the Allied internal intelligence agents, how could the other side dare to let him become a spy for the Empire so blatantly? Unless the other party really has the confidence that he can monitor his every movement within the Allied forces at any time and eliminate him at the critical moment, how could he dare to say such arrogant words? Now Will couldn't help but begin to suspect that the reason why he ended up in such a miserable situation was because of John Maslow's conspiracy. After all, the Hoffman family came from a military family and had fought for the Kingdom of Victoria for generations. However, because their ancestors angered the new Royalist Party 200 years ago, they were kicked out of the kingdom's government and gradually declined. It was because of their loyalty to the Kingdom of Victoria that they avoided complete extinction like other declining families. As the heir of the Hoffman family, what if he really became a spy for the Empire? Even if someone spread this matter, I am afraid that the kingdom's top leaders would not believe it. Instead, they would treat it as a joke to mock the Empire's stupidity. After all, how could the Hoffman family, who had been personally awarded the Sunflower Medal representing the highest loyalty by Victoria XXVI, betray the kingdom and join the enemy? And this is probably exactly what the devil John Maslow wants. As a loyal descendant of the kingdom and regarded as a model of loyalty by countless nobles of the kingdom, he became the mastermind behind the Empire and pushed the Kingdom of Victoria to destruction. Once the truth comes out, the Hoffman family will probably be nailed to the pillar of shame in history forever. It's really ironic and sad. But unfortunately, under the almost extreme control of human hearts by this monster, the other party refreshed the moral bottom line of soldiers and used family members as a threat. I have no other choice but to accept this fate. At this time, Will even began to resent Lieutenant General Roxy, who arranged the assassination mission. If he had not received the order from the 5th Legion, if he had not believed so much in the other party's reputation of having no omissions in the plan, if he had not been blinded by the damn desire for military merit, then he wouldn't be in this situation now. But it's too late to say anything now. All that was left for him was the complete destruction of the loyalty that the Hoffman family had maintained for hundreds of years. But he was powerless to resist. Tears of pain slid down Will's trembling cheeks. At this moment, a complex expression appeared on his face, a mixture of the despair of stepping into the abyss and the hope of surviving by chance. Then, under the astonished or disdainful gazes of everyone present, he knelt on the ground, lowered his head dejectedly, and faced forward in an almost humble manner. The Imperial demon, named John Maslow, lowered his proud head and kissed the other's leather boots with trembling lips to show his submission. Just like an old dog with a broken spine, he can only accept the upcoming road to hell amid the devil's hideous grin. And with a hoarse and desperate voice, he spoke the answer that the demon who controlled people's hearts had been waiting for. "I am willing, dear Sir Will Hoffman, to serve the Empire." Chapter 53. Warrant Officer John is the leader of a cult. After Will agreed to become an Imperial spy, the other party readily told him the locations of the Allied forces in the other 3 villages and towns and marked them in detail on the map. It was hard to believe that he was a staunch Allied soldier who cursed the Imperial Army just a few minutes ago, as he looked so eager to go into battle and kill his friendly forces himself. However, John understood this very well. After all, the most taboo thing when changing jobs is that former colleagues follow you. In this case, your own value will be invisibly reduced due to comparison with the new company. Of course, bringing your subordinates to change jobs together can further demonstrate your own value. But unfortunately, all the soldiers under Will's command were killed by explosive magic and Siegfried's Nod sniper. What's more, if all his men were not dead, he would not dare to take the risk of becoming a spy for the Empire. "Captain, is this really okay? I always feel like this guy has ulterior motives. Seriously, why don't we just kill him?" On the side, after seeing Will reveal the whereabouts of the enemy, Wendy couldn't help but advise John, while her eyes kept scanning Will's neck with murderous intent in her eyes. Although this guy did provide intelligence, as a veteran who had fought with the Allies for 5 years, she didn't believe that an officer could betray so easily. What's more, the opponent came from the famous 5th Army of the Allied forces. Led by the kingdom's Morning Star, this legion is notoriously cunning, and those who can serve in it are probably all staunch allies. Therefore, this guy's surrender was probably pretended. Once Warrant Officer John believes it, once the other party returns to the Allied forces, he will probably immediately cooperate with the Allied forces in secret, thereby passing false information to the Empire, so that the upright Warrant Officer John, who does not understand how despicable these villains are, will suffer. And I must never let the great Warrant Officer John be deceived by this traitor. This is the task that must be accomplished as a firm Maslowist fighter. Thinking of this, Wendy secretly made up her mind that even if it meant going against Chief Warrant Officer John's orders, she would take the opportunity to kill Will, the Allied dog. She would never allow Captain John's wisdom and bravery to be ruined by such a trivial matter in the future. Kill, kill, kill. All you know is killing. If I kill every Allied soldier I see in the future, I'm afraid that sooner or later I will be forced by you idiots to become the new commander of the 7th Air Force. By then, will I still have to retire? Huh? Wendy, you idiot, you only know how to ruin my good things. John cursed in his heart, but on the surface he just glared at Wendy, then turned to the trembling Major Will and said in a friendly manner, "Don't be nervous, Major Will. My subordinate is just joking with you, so you don't have to worry. Besides, I believe you are not the kind of person who goes back on your word, right? You have almost blatantly threatened me with my family. Even if I really don't want to do it, what's the point?" Will smiled bitterly in his heart, but he also knew that John said this just to remind himself that he had become a pawn in the other party's hands, and it was best not to have any other ideas. Therefore, without waiting for the other party to throw out the next arrangement, he took the initiative to explain. "Since I have agreed to your arrangement, I will naturally stand firmly on the side of the Empire. However, you did not tell me your meticulous plan, so it is normal for your subordinate to feel worried. But now, I think there is no need for you to hide it any longer. In fact, long before you took on this mission, you already knew the full picture of the plan through the secret agents that the Empire had planted in the Allied forces. And after careful consideration, you wanted to counter the Allies, so you chose me, who has a clean background and will not be suspected by the Allies. I can get key intelligence from the Allies under the nose of that woman named Morningstar. You use this sniper plan as a trap so that I can be used by the Empire, right? Although it is a bit cruel, considering that war is no joke after all, I can understand your arrangement. And if I am not mistaken, after you verify the accuracy of the intelligence I provided, you will tell me the information of the contact person you arranged in advance. While guaranteeing my loyalty to the Empire, you can also better confirm the authenticity of the intelligence I passed on. Your meticulous mind and perfect strategy are truly impressive. In my opinion, even the damned Morningstar of the Allied forces is not even worthy of carrying your shoes in terms of wisdom. Hearing this, everyone in the field showed shocked expressions, and their eyes looking at John suddenly became astonished. The one with the most fanatical and excited expression was the new warrant officer John's third follower, Hawk. He patted his forehead as if he had suddenly realized something, and then looked at warrant officer John, who was confident, with admiration, his tone full of amazement and shock. "Captain, is this your complete plan? Was all of this within your expectations? This is truly astonishing. When I type this symbol, it's not that there's something wrong with me, but I think you have a problem. By the way, Hawk, have you been brainwashed by that idiot Wendy? What the hell is my background? As a team member, don't you know it? How do I know that damn Imperial agent? And how could he know about this sniper operation? You all just keep imagining things and don't consider the feelings of this warrant officer at all, right?" John felt unprecedented despair at this moment. At this moment, he suddenly realized that he had underestimated the amazing wisdom of the members of Team 14. Obviously, Wendy, this Wulong, is enough of a headache for him. Unexpectedly, there was a young phoenix hidden by his side. It's amazing that two talented people like you can appear in Team 14. I am more impressed than ever. Do I even need to ask? Captain John, who is extremely smart, must have thought of everything in advance before doing this. Otherwise, why do you think our 14 squad has been able to see through the Allied forces' evil schemes time and time again? Hawk, you idiot, don't think that all the credit lies with us, do you? Seeing that Hawk had stolen the limelight from Warrant Officer John's #1 follower, Sergeant Winnie felt that this guy seemed to be trying to step on her to get to the top. She immediately decided to teach this ignorant guy a lesson so that he would know that praising Warrant Officer John for his wisdom and bravery was something that only she could do. So she immediately glared at Hawk and angrily shouted at him without saying a word. "Also, did you just question Warrant Officer John? Your Maslow spirit is not pure at all. I punish you to recite the new version of Maslow's quotations 100 times with Charlie Mambo today and hand it in to me before 12 o'clock. Yes, I will complete the task." Upon hearing this punishment, Hawk was not distressed. Instead, he looked very surprised, as if he had received unprecedented glory. He knew that the new version of Maslow's quotations from Wendy must contain the new spirit of the great warrant officer John. The deputy captain seemed to be punishing him out of spite because John had taken away the other party's opportunity to praise warrant officer John. But in fact, the other party was urging him to study better and become a qualified Maslowist fighter. Ah, how great it would be if all the officers of the Empire had the selfless and sincere spirit of Vice Captain Wendy. Then the Empire will surely achieve a great revival. Hawk's eyes welled up with tears when he heard this. Then, in John's silent expression, he raised his hand and saluted and responded in a fanatical tone. "I swear here that I will study hard and practice your ideas earnestly in the future, so as to become a qualified Maslowist fighter and never let you down for your trust and cultivation of me. Actually, there's no need to do so, because Wendy alone is already giving me a headache. If you follow Wendy and go crazy, I can't imagine what kind of hellish military life will be waiting for me. Also, what the hell is a Maslowian warrior? Did that idiot Wendy just add fuel to my bullshit without me knowing? Really, please spare me, I beg you." Looking at Hawk, who was looking at him expectantly like a new cultist looking at his cult leader, John suddenly felt miserable. But feeling the fanatical gazes of the crowd, he finally had no choice but to swallow the bitter fruit he had cultivated with hatred, and responded with a smile with gritted teeth. "Very good. I understand your loyalty. Sergeant Hogg, please step back first. Yes, Captain. After getting John's approval, Hawk proudly raised his head under the jealous gaze of everyone in Team 14, and then took the quotation book containing Warrant Officer John's new ideas from Wendy's reluctant gaze. Immediately, the whole person seemed to have obtained some invaluable treasure and held it in the palm of his hand with a pious attitude. Then, under the gaze of everyone, he held the Holy Scripture in his hands and walked backwards out of the tent. Looking at this weird scene, Will was suddenly horrified, and his evaluation of John Maslow's dangerousness could not help but rise to a higher level. He never imagined that the other party would be so bold as to carry out cult propaganda in the military. And, judging from the situation, it seems that permission has been obtained from the higher-ups. Doesn't Dormammu know the terrible harm and impact this act of promoting personal spirit will have on the army? No, Dormammu, as a veteran of the Empire, must have known that, but he still agreed. This only proves that John Maslow, in addition to being cruel and cunning, is also a master in cultural propaganda, to the extent that the quotations he preached were recognized by the old imperial general. He was actually able to deceive the white-haired demon general with false words. John Maslow, how cunning and devilish must he be to be able to accomplish such a shocking thing? But it is a pity that I am a true warrior of the kingdom who grew up listening to the teachings of my parents. Although he is now a victim of John Maslow's evil scheme, he has no choice but to become a lackey of the Empire when the other party threatens his family. But in essence, he is a true soldier of the kingdom. Therefore, the other party's brainwashing remarks that play with people's hearts will never impress me. As someone who always considers the people of the kingdom, even if he is now forced to work for the Empire, he will never be influenced by the other party's evil words and degenerate into a true lackey of the Empire. There is absolutely no chance of this changing. At this moment, looking at the despicable John Maslow in front of him, the determined and upright major couldn't help but swear secretly in his heart. Chapter 54, You are simply a genius. After knowing how meticulous John's plan was, no one objected to John's use of Werner as an imperial spy. John, who was feeling a headache, no longer wanted to stay any longer. He now urgently wanted to be alone. So after arranging several soldiers to guard Will, he ordered Wendy to take people to defeat the Allied troops deployed in the other 3 villages overnight. Although he knew that doing so would only bring him unwanted military merit, he felt indecisive when he thought that there were 3 troops outside secretly preparing to assassinate him. John felt that if he didn't resolve this potential threat, he would not be able to sleep well tonight. However, considering the agent problem previously raised by Wendy, after thinking about it, he decided to stop Wendy, who was about to leave. Wendy, please arrange for the team's liaison to report the development of the spy to General Dormammu. After much thought, John decided that it would be more appropriate to leave the matter of the contact person to Dormammu. After all, the current Empire has not yet established a military intelligence bureau, and all espionage and counterintelligence activities are not recognized by the imperial government, but are handled by the military and are considered internal military activities. And he personally trained the Black Hawk Special Forces, the commander-in-chief of the Empire's strongest assassination and reconnaissance force. In the background of the game, Dormammu himself has often planted spies on the Allied side. Although it is definitely different from the secret agent with a high position in the Allied forces that Will imagined, but a role similar to that of an unknown person. But if you're acting as a contact person, it should be enough. After all, John never intended to engage in infernal affairs from the beginning, but instead used Will as a disposable prop to test Roxy. It's impossible that Dormammu really has planted a high-ranking spy within the Allied forces who happens to work for the Empire. As a result, after meeting Will, the other party just confirmed his fantasy and embarked on the path of a determined Imperial agent. But this kind of thing is simply impossible. Okay, Captain, General Dormammu will definitely be very happy to hear this news. Although she was a little confused as to why the extremely smart Warrant Officer John had not discussed this matter with General Dormammu in advance, when he did not think much about it, and instead asked John carefully. Also, do you want me to report the secret agents you arranged? Report it for nothing. I don't know any secret agents. Wendy, you idiot, have you read too many quotes from Maslow and made yourself stupid? John couldn't help but complain in his heart, but considering that even if he told Wendy the truth, with her outrageous imagination, it would probably make things more complicated. Therefore, he did not clarify, but waved his hand and said meaningfully, "No, I have my own arrangements for this matter. Wendy, you just need to report the matter truthfully to General Dormammu." "Report the truth to General Dormammu? But Captain, haven't you already arranged everything in advance? Why are you making things so complicated?" Wendy looked confused, but soon she seemed to understand the key. Her eyes lit up immediately, and then she spoke excitedly in John's confused expression. "I understand, Captain. I've figured out why you did this. If I'm not mistaken, the secret agent you arranged should be a good friend you met when you were studying at the Empire's first military academy. But unlike you who came to the 7th Legion to work as a commander after graduation, your schoolmate was admitted early by General Dormammu because of his outstanding agent ability during his time in the academy. He secretly went to the Allied forces and became a mysterious agent responsible for gathering intelligence for the Empire. You only learned about the other party after joining the 7th Legion. Under the arrangement of General Dormammu, you became the contact person for the other party to transmit intelligence, but you did not have the authority to change the other party's mission. So if you want to use the other party, you must get the consent of General Dormammu. This is why you asked me to report the spy to General Dormammu." Winnie's eyes were bright. At this moment, with the operation of her amazing wisdom and the influence of Maslow's spirit of dialectical analysis, she felt that she had understood everything. Yes, this must be the truth. Damn, Wendy, you are such a genius. I just wanted you to report to Dormammu, but you just made up an alternate world version of Infernal Affairs for me on the spot? Seriously, if you have this kind of imagination, why don't you write a novel? Why are you still a shitty magic soldier? The look on John's face was brilliant. Although he realized that this scenario might happen long before he gave Wendy the order. But when this scene actually appeared in front of him, he was indeed a little nervous. At this moment, John suddenly realized that he had underestimated the imagination of his stupid deputy captain. As expected, "Wendy, you bastard are the one sent by God to torture me." John sighed helplessly and looked ahead with complicated eyes. Wendy, who had guessed the truth, was now proudly raising her head and looking at him with an expression that was asking for praise. His cheeks twitched uncontrollably, but he suppressed the urge to use his ruthless iron hand to ravage the other party's water-filled brain. Instead, he said with a fake smile, Okay, you're right. So, can you let our communicator report to General Dormammu now? Sergeant Wendy?" "Got it. I will complete the task." Hearing John's words, Wendy, who thought her guess was correct, raised her head triumphantly, and then walked out of the tent under John's silent gaze. "Lieutenant Wendy, are we going to set off? I can't wait to kill those Allied dogs and prove my loyalty to Warrant Officer John." Just as Wendy arrived at the area where Team 14 was, Hawk came up to her with an excited look on his face and proudly shared with Wendy's recitation of the new version of Maslow's quotations. "Also, Vice Captain, regarding the new version of Maslow's quotations that you handed over to me, I have memorized them all. Now, you can check with me at any time." "What? I haven't even had time to recite it yet. And you've memorized it now? I can't even recite it. How can I test you? Aren't you just saying that this sergeant spirit is not pure enough?" As expected, you idiot hog must be trying to steal the position of Chief Warrant Officer John, the #1 follower of Sergeant Ben. What a bastard. Wendy was so angry when she heard this bolt from the blue that she gritted her teeth. Without saying a word, she snatched it back under Hawk's puzzled gaze, and then said to Hawk with a fake smile, "Very good, Sergeant Hawk. Your spirit of learning Maslow's quotations is worthy of recognition, but Warrant Officer John once told me that as a true Maslowist warrior, we must always trust our comrades. Therefore, I think it is unnecessary to test you. I believe you have learned the true spirit of Maslow. But just learning is not enough. We also need to spread Maslow's spirit. Let more people recognize the greatness of Warrant Officer John and spontaneously become a true Imperial warrior, so as to make the Empire more glorious. This is what we Maslowist warriors really need to do. But unfortunately, I need to report the mission to General Dormammu as ordered by Warrant Officer John. I cannot personally go and teach that stupid allied major the greatness of the Maslow spirit. So, Hawk, do you understand what you should do next? Isn't it not just about making progress for yourself, but also about making progress for everyone? So that's it. No wonder Sergeant Wendy became Warrant Officer John's #1 follower. Her selflessness and dedication were truly astonishing. As expected, I must learn well from the Vice Captain. For example, we can spread the great spirit of Maslow to the agent who has just voluntarily joined the Empire. Let him realize the greatness of the Empire and spontaneously be proud of being a true Maslowist warrior. Only in this way can I be worthy of being a follower of Warrant Officer John. I understand, Vice Captain. I already know what to do next. Hawk understood the new mission assigned to him by the Vice Captain and immediately answered Wendy with a serious face. Chapter 55 Major opens the Pandora's box. Humph, Hawk, you idiot finally got fooled. Looking at Hawk, who was tricked away by her, a sly smile flashed across Wendy's face. What she just said about promoting Maslow's spirit and developing more Maslowist warriors was all lies. Her real purpose was to increase Hawk's workload and reduce the time he had to read Maslow's quotations. As a result, this guy who can carry things faster than her and has the same admiration for Captain John as she does will always lag behind her in mastering Maslow's spirit. Only in this way can the identity of the number one follower of Warrant Officer John always be with the clever Sergeant Wendy. Although it's a bit mean and shameless, I'm sorry, Hawk. You have to understand that being mean is also a way to victory. Hee. Also, although promoting Maslow's spirit to others may increase your workload, you can also gain a deeper understanding of Maslowism at the same time, right? Besides, everything has to be based on first come, first served. Moreover, this sergeant is a follower approved by Warrant Officer John himself. You're a latecomer. Even if you really want to grab this position, I am afraid that Warrant Officer John will not agree. When you are rejected by Warrant Officer John, you will definitely be upset. It is even possible that you will persecute your comrades out of jealousy. So, I'm doing this for your own good, so please don't blame me. Wendy kept convincing herself in her mind. But he seemed to feel that his despicable behavior was indeed somewhat inconsistent with the spirit of Maslow's philosophy. Therefore, Wendy, who was afraid that her despicable behavior would be discovered, immediately glanced around with a guilty look. After finding that no one was looking at her strangely, she pretended to clear her throat, then came to Mia, the communications soldier of Team 14, and then, according to John's instructions, asked her to turn on the communication device and report to General Dormammu. At the same time, after leaving the meeting point, Hawk, knowing that there was still some time before the mission began, returned directly to his tent and took out the new version of Maslow's quotations that he had just copied down, with a hint of reluctance in his eyes. This was what he had just copied from the draft that Sergeant Wendy borrowed from him. Apart from Sergeant Wendy's draft, this was the only copy of the new edition of the quotations left, and it was recorded by him himself, so it means a lot to Hawk both in terms of value and emotion. To be honest, he was really reluctant to give away such a copy of the Holy Scripture that he had copied by himself for free, especially to a bastard who had just scolded Warrant Officer John. But when he thought of the trusting expression on Sergeant Wendy's face as he looked at him, and recalled the last time he carried out a mission behind enemy lines of the Allied forces, Warrant Officer John showed a great spirit of selflessness when he risked his life to cover their retreat. Hawk immediately realized that he was obsessed. Hawk, oh Hawk, how could you be so stupid? As a person who is about to become a true Maslowist fighter, how can you affect the spread of Maslow's spirit because of your personal selfishness? You have let down Sergeant Wendy's trust and Captain John's training of you. This is a betrayal of Maslowism. If it were Sergeant Wendy, let alone a second draft, even if it was a real first draft, she would definitely send it out without hesitation. After all, Sergeant Wendy is a true successor of Maslow's philosophy. How could she be as despicable as you and affect the spread of Maslow's spirit for personal gain? Yes, that must be the case. Therefore, I am afraid that I still have a long way to go before I can become an outstanding Maslowist warrior like Sergeant Wendy. However, as long as I'm guided by so many great warriors and can listen to Warrant Officer John's voice up close, I believe that one day I will be able to achieve it. Yes, you can definitely do it. Hawk murmured in his heart, and a look of determination flashed in his eyes. At this moment, he had put aside his personal gains and losses. Even though he was so reluctant that his heart was about to bleed, he still picked up the manuscript of the Holy Book without hesitation. He then came to Will, who had just finished receiving treatment from Team 14 of the Magic Soldiers and was now assigned to a temporary tent. Then, in the face of the other party's puzzled expression, Hawk solemnly handed the copy of the Holy Scripture to the other party, with a sincere and firm tone. Major Will, this is what Vice Captain Winnie asked me to pass on to you. This quotation book records the true meaning of becoming a Maslowist warrior. I hope you can read it carefully and learn the spirit in it. Although you have served as an officer of the Allied forces in the past, politically, you are an enemy of the Empire and an existence that we, as soldiers, need to eliminate. But Captain John once said that for a true Maslowist warrior, our real hostility is not limited to a certain country or individual. What we really need to fight is something broader. Although Captain John didn't say the name of that thing, from my personal understanding, the name of that monster is oppression. Anyone who tries to oppress the people, tries to divide the people, tries to prevent the people from being truly liberated, these are enemies that Maslowist fighters need to fight against. Although I don't know what the creed of your allies is, I think if you think you are an upright person, even if you think you are an upright person, well, now that you've been favored by Captain John, you need to try to read the captain's spiritual quotations. I believe that you will find the faith you have always dreamed of. Also, I'm sorry for beating you earlier, but I won't ask for your forgiveness because as someone who is about to become a staunch Maslowist fighter, your insult to Warrant Officer John is really unbearable. If you feel unhappy, you can challenge me after my mission is over and before you set off. To be fair, I will only use my right hand, and we can then fight to determine who is better. Facing Will's astonished gaze, Hawk looked at the manuscript he had written in the other's hand with reluctance. Then he took a deep breath, put aside all the sadness in his heart, and then he saluted Will in silence, and then said seriously, "Comrade Will, I have a mission to complete, so I won't stay here for long. I hope you can think carefully about what I said to you. I also hope you can become a true Maslowist warrior as soon as possible, and fight unremittingly against those who try to oppress and divide the people for the sake of the Empire's greatness again and the complete liberation of the people." Tap tap. After saying that, without waiting for Will's response, Hawk turned around and left in style, with an indescribable firmness and decisiveness lingering around him. Will couldn't help but feel a little dazed when he watched it. It took him a long time to come back to his senses, and he turned to look at the cult propaganda book in his hand titled New Edition of Maslow's Quotations, with complicated eyes. After a long silence, he wanted to throw it under his feet with disdain. But when he thought of what Hawk said before he left, he couldn't help but pause, with a hint of hesitation and curiosity in his eyes. Although I know this thing must be very evil. But if it's just a look, it shouldn't be a big deal, right? Besides, he was an intellectual who had received an orthodox education in the kingdom, and he had ample discernment and a sense of justice that could not be distorted. No matter how ridiculous the devil named John Maslow says here, it can't affect me. After all, he is Will Hoffman, the heir of the Hoffman family known for its loyalty. What's more, reading the enemy's propaganda slogans will also help you in your subsequent disguise, thereby gaining the other party's trust, taking the opportunity to get rid of them, or even launching a counterattack against them. Therefore, it is necessary for yourself to try to understand the enemy's culture. Will kept convincing himself in this way in his mind. At this moment, he couldn't help but feel a struggle between his conscience and his desires in his mind. But in the end, curiosity overcame his reason. Finally, he couldn't help but open the new edition of Maslow's Quotations, which he regarded as an evil Bible. However, after reading the opening paragraph, he couldn't help but hold his breath subconsciously, and his eyes instantly widened to the extreme due to shock. A true imperial warrior should spend his life like this. Inside the tent, he read those philosophical yet inexplicably frightening words, even though he knew that if he continued reading, his loyalty to the kingdom would waver or even collapse. His mind clearly told him that he should stop immediately. But his eyes, which were constantly shedding tears due to the simultaneous emotions of desire and despair, were constantly forcing Will to want to see everything that happened next, especially after reading the subsequent ideas of soldiers in the rear about how to treat the people and their dialectical thinking about things. At this moment, it seemed as if the door to a whole new world had opened. Will could clearly sense that the identity of aristocracy, which had been bound and blinded by countless lies of loyalty, was invisibly shattered at this moment. The heart in my chest seemed to truly wake up at this moment. Seeing these words that perfectly matched his vision, his heart began to beat wildly and uncontrollably. The sound was like thunder, constantly vibrating in the mind. It was as if the evil that he had been unable to discern began to take on the form of demons at this moment. And in this collection of quotations constructed from words, it was like the sharpest sword in the world was charging, stripping off the disguised coat, revealing the real disgusting stench hidden under the gorgeous appearance. At the same time, while feeling unprecedented shock, Will also realized. Now he has opened this Pandora's box and has been exposed to a brand new path. I'm afraid I will never be able to become the Will Hoffman who is proud of being the heir of the Hoffman family, the lie called honor made up by the nobles, and the executioner who abused the people without knowing it. Chapter 56 Baron Micah is full of confidence. So what should I do next? Late at night, outside the town of Bahamut, right in front of the Joint Combat Force. Looking at the soldiers in front of him who were staring at him and waiting for him to give combat orders. At this moment, staring ahead, there was a small town of Bahamut guarded by only 2 dozing guards. Liabanat couldn't help feeling deeply confused at this moment. When she was serving in the Black Hawk Special Forces, she only needed to follow the instructions of Major Jet, go to the mission site, and then use the cutting technique inherited from the Benat family called stripping of all things to kill the target on the spot. Although this time Warrant Officer John also told her that as a deputy general, she only needed to reach the town of Bahamut and then delay time through fighting, and she would have completed her mission. But the current situation is completely different from what she expected. Didn't the warrant officer say that the main force of the 5th Legion is in the town of Bahamut? But why didn't I see any enemy soldiers? Could it be that the warrant officer made a mistaken judgment? No, that's impossible. Warrant Officer John is called a genius by Colonel Jeter, so his judgment can't be wrong. So, from his point of view, there's only one truth. Those damn allies are deliberately deceiving themselves. Their main force must be hiding inside the town of Bahamut. As long as I bring my troops in, I will definitely be ambushed by the enemy. Really, how treacherous and cunning. But unfortunately, thanks to Warrant Officer John's reminder, I already knew everything. So, there's no way I will be fooled by you. Leia suddenly realized, and her green eyes began to become serious and cold. Recalling the instructions given by Warrant Officer John earlier, Leia now knew exactly what she should do. Everyone immediately enter combat mode. Infantrymen form a covering shooting formation and keep a distance of 200 meters from the enemy wall. Magician squads prepare to take off. At the same time, grant permission for explosive magic spells. I want you to blow up the enemy's damn city wall within 1 minute. Yes, sir. After hearing the order given by Leia, although some doubts were expressed, the soldiers immediately took action. In just a moment, 410 infantrymen, under Leia's command, formed a tight wall in front of the troops, with the black muzzles of their guns pointed directly at the town of Bahamut in the distance, ready to shoot at any possible enemy that might appear. Whoosh whoosh. At the same time, along with streaks of azure magic power streaking through the air, 90 magic soldiers rose to high altitudes and then simultaneously activated the magic power in their bodies. Buzz! A dangerous red light emerged along with the magic circle, and under this huge destructive force, the air began to gradually become sticky and suffocating. The temperature also began to become inexplicably hot. Almost instantly, the strange changes that occurred near the city wall woke up the 2 small-town soldiers guarding the gate. They looked at the dazzling light that appeared inexplicably in the sky in a daze, until his sight came into contact with the crimson magic circle in the sky, which was called the Harbinger of Hell by countless residents of the kingdom. The sleepiness in my heart disappeared without a trace in an instant, and was replaced by unprecedented fear and despair. It's over. Boom! Something bad has happened, Master Micah. The Imperial Army is coming. In the Baron's mansion, Tom, the Baron's secretary, almost crawled into the castle's living room. At this moment, his forehead was covered with cold sweat, and he had completely lost his usual elegance and calmness, replaced by unprecedented panic. Recalling the news just passed back by the Baron's guards, Tom's voice trembled uncontrollably under the strong fear. Lord Micah, just now, an Imperial army appeared outside the town of Bahamut. Before we could negotiate, they attacked our city walls without any warning. And the most important thing is that the enemy also sent out the Empire's magic soldiers this time. Under the explosive magic of the demon army, the western wall of the town didn't even hold out for a second before it was completely shattered by the enemy's terrifying explosive magic. Didn't a small group of Imperial magicians get ambushed and killed by the Allied forces near our town before? I suspect these people may have mistaken us as the ones who attacked them, and this time they came here just to seek revenge and kill us. Master Micah, what should we do now? Sitting at the head seat in the living room, Baron Micah's face became extremely gloomy upon hearing this sudden blow. But he was more confused, because unlike Tom, who was unaware of the situation, he had reached a sniper cooperation with the Allies and was very clear about the real purpose of the Empire sending soldiers here. Normally, upon arriving, John Maslow should have confronted himself and started negotiations. And I can proceed according to the plan. But the opponent's sudden attack disrupted his original plan. So, is this John Maslow's protest against himself? Or has he noticed something? Baron Micah couldn't help but frown and think deeply. To be honest, this out-of-control situation made him feel a little uneasy. But considering that this time he and Ms. Morningstar reached a cooperation in secret from beginning to end, they used the internal communication equipment of the 5th Legion to discuss. In addition, in the entire town of Bahamut, only he, his son Dick, who was incompetent but very obedient, and his new ally Serbia knew about this. Therefore, he felt that this plan should not have been leaked. So, is the other party deliberately demonstrating to me? Although I have long known that the 7th Air Force has always acted arbitrarily, I never expected that these damn Imperial dogs could be so arrogant. He didn't even take the nobles seriously. If he had not reached an agreement with the Allies on the assassination plan, but had chosen to surrender to the Empire, then what awaits me by then may not be employment by the Empire, but rather being beheaded and having my property confiscated by the other side. What a bastard. But even if that young guy named John Maslow racked his brains, he probably couldn't have imagined that what was waiting for him was not a high-spirited taking office, but a cold and merciless death. Now that the prey has fallen into the trap, it is time for me to play my own role well. Micah sneered secretly in his heart, but on the surface he calmly stood up from the chair. Then he calmly instructed Tom. Okay, I already know the situation. Although I don't know what the misunderstanding is, since the distinguished guest has arrived, as the Lord of Longyan territory, I naturally have to negotiate with him. But considering that they have already used force to attack us, even if we know we can't defeat them, we can't let ourselves down. After all, the Hardman family cannot be humiliated. Tom, take some people to gather the guards immediately, and then follow me to the West Wall. Let me, as a baron, personally meet the Empire's famous demon army. Chapter 57. Baron Micah is horrified. Crash. 15 minutes later, led by Baron Micah, who was dressed in baronial clothes and holding a long sword, a team of 2,000 fully armed guards arrived near the western wall of Bahamut. Although I have heard about the strength of the Empire's magic soldiers, but after actually seeing the scene where the magic soldiers blasting magic turned the place into a bottomless pit as if it had been hit by a meteorite, even Baron Micah couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart at this moment. Unlike the weak baronies, the Hardman family has a history of more than 500 years. Although his current title is only Baron, he is very successful in both the size of his territory and the level of development of his territory. Among the baronies of the Golden Rose Kingdom, they're all ranked in the top 10 and are much stronger than ordinary Viscounties. Therefore, in the construction of the city wall, the town of Bahamut did not cut corners at all. Not only was solid marble chosen as the base material, but the walls were also painted with a large amount of cement mixed with anti-magic materials. The spells cast by ordinary magicians cannot even leave a mark on the city walls. However, even the solid and impeccable anti-magic wall could not hold out for even a second under the explosive magic of the group of Imperial magic soldiers in front, and was completely reduced to ashes. With such terrifying power, it is no wonder that the Golden Rose Kingdom would form an alliance with other kingdoms to fight against the Empire. After all, if the Empire continues to cultivate magic soldiers so vigorously, it will not be long before other countries will have no other outcome except becoming colonies of the Empire. Baron Micah sighed secretly in his heart, then collected his thoughts. He suppressed his panic and nervousness, took the speaker from the trembling Secretary Tom, took a deep breath, and shouted to the Imperial Army in the distance. I'm the Lord of Longyan territory, Baron Micah Hardman. Why did you, the Imperial Army, suddenly attack my territory? I need your commander to come out and answer immediately. Baron Micah's voice continued to echo around under the speakers. Just when Micah thought that after hearing what he said, John Maslow, who led the Imperial Army, would take the initiative to negotiate with him, he happened to learn of the Allied forces' defeat and helplessly surrendered his military power and reluctantly brought the other side back to the Baron's mansion. to complete the first step of the sniper plan. However, the scene he expected did not appear next, and was replaced by deathly stillness and silence. What is going on? What the hell is that young John Maslow doing? Why is there no reaction at all? Could it be that the volume of the speaker was too low and the other party didn't hear what I said? Or, shout out again? Baron Micah looked at the unmoved Imperial army in the distance with some doubt, feeling unprecedented confusion in his heart. At the same time, Leia on the opposite side was also in deep thought, because things turned out to be completely different from what she expected. She had clearly launched the attack according to the warrant officer's order, but why didn't the hidden allies show up, and instead an old man who called himself Micah Hardman came over? This is obviously inconsistent with the mission information given by Warrant Officer John. Leia frowned in confusion. The more she thought about it, the more confused she became. She even had a headache. Just as she was hesitating whether to go forward and negotiate with the old man on behalf of Warrant Officer John, she suddenly recalled the words that Warrant Officer John had said before they set out. I need this force to go to the town of Bahamut and engage in a firefight with the town's garrison troops. However, we cannot wipe them out completely. We must always be in a state where we can win, but don't want to. Bait force alive. Wait, surface garrison? Didn't this old man who called himself Micah Hardman bring 2,000 soldiers with him? Although they all seem to be weaklings who can't even use magic, doesn't that perfectly match the garrison army that Warrant Officer John mentioned? Thinking of this, Leia suddenly realized. A formula instantly formed in her mind. Micah Hardman equals noble, X. Micah Hardman is equal to the Allies' apparent lackey, square root. So, the mission that Warrant Officer John really wanted to accomplish was to strike a heavy blow against these superficial lackeys of the Allies, but not to kill them directly. He can even predict the enemy's actions in advance. Warrant Officer John is truly a genius. Leia murmured in amazement in her heart, and soon her green eyes were replaced by determination. Now that the goal is clear, she has nothing to hesitate about. There's only one thing she needs to do now, which is, all troops listen up. Shoot at the enemy ahead immediately. Magic Squad, turn off the blasting magic, load the armor-piercing bullets, and cripple them. Yes. Bang, bang, bang. What on earth is John Maslow doing? Why hasn't he come out to negotiate with me? At the same time, Baron Mike on the opposite side was full of confusion and doubt. However, just as he was trying to get a bigger speaker so that he could identify himself again, the next second, the sound of gunfire from the air instantly made his pupils shrink. Without having time to think, the moment he saw the fire produced by the bullets shooting in front of him, he subconsciously activated the magic props on his body and immediately fell to the ground. Puff, puff, puff. Almost at the moment he lay down, bullets coming from the front hit the confused guard behind him like a rainstorm. The orange-yellow bullets tore through everyone's armor at an unrecognizable speed and then penetrated their fragile flesh. Scarlet blood splattered and the smell of burnt flesh burst out. The dull sound of the temperatureless body falling to the ground hit Baron Micah's heart like a heavy hammer. He felt his brain begin to uncontrollably produce an unprecedented feeling of dizziness. But listening to the dense gunfire in the air and the wailing of the guards before they died, he didn't dare to get up from the ground. Instead, he shrank his body in fear and prayed to God in his heart, trying to keep the terrible bullet away from him. Until Tom, whose face turned pale, seemed to react and screamed loudly, driving the guards forward to protect the Baron. Under the protection of the wall, made of the flesh and blood of the guards, the Honorable Baron Micah was finally freed from the humiliating posture of lying on the ground. The whole person was supported and fled hastily to the back of the team. Hoo-hoo! Baron Micah looked at the Imperial army in front of him, which kept firing deadly bullets at the guards, with some fear, and felt unprecedented absurdity and anger in his heart. He couldn't believe that the young man opposite him actually dared to let someone shoot at him. Shoot him? A true nobleman? How could he? How dare he? Isn't he afraid of being boycotted by the nobles of various countries afterwards? What a lunatic. Yes, this guy is a complete and total lunatic. Baron Micah cursed wildly in his heart, but more of it is fear. At this moment, he suddenly realized that he had overlooked a crucial issue. That is John Maslow, the guy who was hailed as the undefeated military god and whom Roxy was willing to sacrifice his face to kill. How could the other party be an ordinary person? The opponent is exactly the same monster as Roxy. It might even be more terrifying than the other party. Chapter 58. No, it's a trap. At this moment, Baron Micah suddenly realized that the sniper cooperation he agreed to with the Allies was not as beautiful and simple as he had originally expected. Before this, he had felt that with the joint efforts of him and the unparalleled wisdom of the Morning Star, this time, the Empire's novice commander will surely be sent to hell, allowing the Hardman family to embark on the path of Victorian upstarts, thus making the family even greater. But after really coming into contact with John Maslow and witnessing his lawless madness, he finally realized that he, who thought he was one of the hunters, was just a bait caught in the middle of the game between the Allied lieutenant general and the Imperial rookie. If he was not careful, he would be devoured by the monsters of either side. From the beginning to the end, he had no qualifications to lead the plan, even though he is a true nobleman. Asshole! Baron Micah's old face turned pale in an instant after realizing the reality, and at the same time, he felt unprecedented regret in his heart. If he had known in advance that John Maslow would be so bold, if he had known in advance that the damn Morning Star was not as well planned as rumored, then he would never get involved in this damn sniper plan. But it was too late to say anything now, the moment he asked his son to lead the direct line of the Hardman family to defect to the Kingdom of Victoria, the moment he secretly reached a plan with the Allies. It was destined that he, Micah Hardman, would be completely devoured by that damn lunatic John Maslow. He had no choice but to continue according to the plan. Lord Micah, hundreds of the guards at the Baron's mansion have been shot dead by the Imperial army. What should we do? Should we fight back? At the side, Tom, the Baron's secretary, was asking Baron Micah in a panic, his eyes full of despair and panic. Before this, he had never thought that his lord would actually go against the Imperial army. I never imagined that these demons from the Empire would dare to ignore the laws of war and directly shoot at a true noble. If the two sides really fight, then after they are defeated, he, as the Baron's secretary, will definitely be killed as a sacrifice by that terrifying demon army. When Tom thought of this result, he couldn't help but feel his legs go weak, and he almost wet his pants. Fight back. As a nobleman, I just asked for negotiation, but I was almost shot to death on the spot by that madman John Maslow. If we fight back, wouldn't that give the Imperial demons on the other side an excuse to use explosive magic? If you want to die, don't drag me into this. Fight back. Stop it. Tell them to stop immediately. No one is allowed to shoot. Anyone who disobeys this order will be shot immediately. Without having time to scold Tom for his stupidity, the furious Baron Micah immediately ordered a ban on shooting. Then he gasped and looked at the guards in front of him who were falling down one after another like wheat being cut under the bullets fired by the demon army in front. A trace of pain flashed across his eyes. These soldiers were all under his name, and they were trained with his real money. Every death of one was tantamount to shedding the blood of this baron. No, I can't let those Imperial dogs continue fighting like this. I must stop this damn massacre immediately. Only in this way can the shitty plan agreed upon by him and the Allies proceed. But what should I do to make that madman John Maslow stop? Could it be possible that you surrender? Yes, surrender. That's surrender. Baron Micah suddenly realized what was going on, and without hesitation, he gave an order to Secretary Tom beside him. Have everyone hang white flags on their guns immediately. Use handkerchiefs or underwear as long as they are white. Also, bring me that damn trumpet. The biggest one. Tell the guard with the loudest voice to shout at the top of his lungs that we are willing to surrender and ask the other side to stop fighting. What the hell are you still standing there for? Hurry up and do it now, right now. Yes, Master Micah. Captain Leia, something seems to be wrong. The soldiers on the other side seem to have hoisted the white flag. Behind the Imperial army, a scout from the Magic Squad observed the movements of the enemy and immediately reported his findings to Leia beside him with a strange look on his face. Although there were a lot of white underwear hanging on the gun barrels, the soldiers on the opposite side did not seem to shoot at us from beginning to end. In addition, if I heard correctly, they seemed to have someone using a loudspeaker to say that they wanted to surrender. Sir, are we sure we want to continue fighting? Surrender? Isn't this right? But I haven't even entered the game yet. Why did the opponent surrender directly? Leia looked confused. Then she seemed to realize something, and she was suddenly shocked. No, it's a trick. The main force of the Allied Fifth Army is stationed in the town of Bahamut. How could they be frightened into surrendering just by a face-to-face encounter? So this must be a trap. These guys planned to use surrender as an excuse to take advantage of our carelessness and join forces with other troops to encircle and capture us. After all, this was the tactic that Warrant Officer John had used before. How could he forget it when he had done his homework in advance? However, we didn't expect that the Allies would understand it so quickly and try to use the same trick on us. It seems that the damn undefeated god of War Rahi of the 5th Legion is indeed something. But unfortunately, thanks to Warrant Officer John's advanced planning, your conspiracy has already been seen through by us. Leia suddenly realized and became more and more impressed by John's amazing wisdom. At this moment, with a reminder from Warrant Officer John, she had seen through the trick of the Allied surface force on the opposite side. Therefore, she immediately gave the order to the scout named Baba Boi beside her without hesitation. Baba Boi, notify the entire army to retreat immediately. At the same time, have the Magic Soldier Squad conduct aerial reconnaissance, paying special attention to the surroundings. Also, if we find that the enemy is pursuing us, use explosive magic to cover us. We must not let the enemy catch up with us. Huh? Yes. Although he was very confused about the order, out of respect for his superior and trust in Warrant Officer John, Baba Boy still carried out the order issued by Leia and immediately notified the army to retreat through the communicator. At the same time, a team of magic soldiers was arranged to take off and look around to prevent the enemy forces that might appear at any time. Under the retreat order issued by Leia, the Imperial troops that were originally shooting at the enemy began to quickly gather together and evacuate in an orderly manner. For a moment, the battlefield, which was originally filled with constant gunfire, fell into dead silence in an instant. All that was left were the corpses scattered all over the ground and the golden bullet casings scattered on the battlefield, silently proving that a fierce battle had taken place here. Master Micah, the enemy seems to be retreating. What should we do? Looking at the inexplicably retreating Imperial army, Tom was filled with confusion, but as a secretary, he could not help but ask Baron Micah, who looked dazed and seemed unable to understand what was happening. Sir, shall we go after them? Chapter 59, I suddenly had a bad feeling. Chase. What the hell are you chasing after? Are you just asking for death? What the hell is John Maslow doing? Why didn't he accept his surrender? Instead, he led the Imperial army to retreat? Why do I find the current situation increasingly difficult to understand? At this moment, Baron Micah fell into deep thought and confusion. It took a long time before I came to my senses. He quickly glanced at the guards in front of him, who were in good order when they came, but now most of them were dead or injured. When I thought about the fact that these were my family assets, I felt so heartbroken that I almost couldn't breathe, especially when he thought about how much he had lost. But in the end, he couldn't even make that damn John Maslow show up. He was so angry that he saw stars in front of his eyes. He didn't even have the heart to scold Tom for being stupid. Instead, he waved his hand with a bleak look on his face. We'll retreat too. Oh, and send a few people over to deal with the bodies and stuff. Remember to bring back all the armor. Okay, sir. What about the Imperial army? Do we need to send someone to investigate? What the hell? Just arrange a few people to guard here. If they come over again, notify me immediately. Forget it. You can negotiate with them about the surrender then. Baron Micah originally wanted to go and negotiate in person, but when he thought about how he was almost shot and killed by the other side in a confrontation today, he gave up this stupid idea. The Imperial commander, named John Maslow, was a complete lawless devil. If the other party suddenly becomes unhappy and wants to use him as a scapegoat, wouldn't he be sent to see God before Serbia even his time to kill this guy? Although he had lived long enough, Baron Micah felt that he could still linger on a little longer. After all, he is the only smart person in the Hardman family, and he always has to consider the future of the family. Huh? Me? My lord, I can't do that. When Secretary Tom heard that he was appointed by Baron Micah as a negotiator with the Empire, he felt dizzy. After he came to his senses, his face turned pale, and he wanted to shake his head to refuse. But Baron Micah did not give him this opportunity. Instead, he glared at him and scolded. Stop talking nonsense. You have to do it no matter what. You idiot. Are you planning to betray the Harmon family? Do you believe I will have someone kill you right now? Looking at the trembling Tom, he realized that after Pino's death, he only had this barely useful subordinate. If you push too hard, the other party may easily defect out of fear. So Baron Micah softened his attitude and began to paint a rosy picture for the stupid peasant. Tom, you know me. Although I'm not a wise lord, at least I'm doing well in knowing how to use people, right? Now that Pino has ruined his life because of his stupidity, the position of butler in the Baron's mansion has become vacant. I have been troubled about which talent to choose recently. After all, there are many people in Longyan territory who want to take this position, but I still haven't made a decision immediately. Don't you know the reason? Ever since our Hardman family took over as the Lord of Longyan territory, your ancestors have been following the Hardman family for hundreds of years. Needless to say, you're the most loyal person to me besides Pino. And it was because of your loyalty that I made an exception and promoted you to my secretary 3 years ago. I know that negotiating with the Imperial Army is a very dangerous task. But just imagine, if you can accomplish this task I have assigned to you brilliantly after I am recruited by the Empire and become the new Lord of Longyan territory. Will I then treat you unfairly for having made so much effort and sacrifice for this peace negotiation? Anyway, I won't say more. Go and savor it for yourself. Finally, Micah cast a meaningful look at Tom, who seemed to be thinking about something, and then he decisively left. Of course, his statement was just a lie made up to reassure the other party. As for whether Tom, the stupid peasant, would be hanged by the furious Imperial Army after he completed that damn sniper mission for the Allies, it was completely out of his consideration. As an ordinary citizen, it is a great honor for him to die for the noble Baron Mika. After all, this is the difference between nobles and commoners. However, that monster named John Maslow is indeed a bit unusual. I can't understand his thoughts at all. I can only say that he is worthy of being dealt with by that damned yellow-haired girl Roxy. Baron Micah couldn't help but frown and ponder. Having served as a noble for many years, and having seen too many despicable traps and emergencies, he suddenly had a premonition. He vaguely felt that if he continued to be led by the other party, this sniper plan would be in big trouble. But if the plan is discovered by the other party and leads to failure, then both he and the direct descendants of the Hardman family who were heading to the Kingdom of Victoria would probably not be able to escape death in the end. All his visions will be completely shattered. This was definitely not what he wanted to see. So, the original sniping plan must be changed. The abnormal performance of the Imperial Army tonight is enough to prove that John Maslow is a guy who is extremely cautious. This kind of person would never walk into the trap they set in advance as he expected. If he wants to complete the Allied plan, he must take the initiative. For example, when the Empire intends to negotiate, peace talks will be used as the agenda. At that time, push that monster orc named Serbia out directly and let him negotiate with John Maslow personally. And during the negotiation, complete the sniper mission that he and the Allies had designed before. After all, wasn't the monster disguised as his daughter? Well, as the daughter of Baron Micah, when the Baron himself was forced to stay in bed due to catching a cold at night, it was reasonable for her, as a daughter of a noble family, to negotiate with the Imperial Army on behalf of her father, wasn't it? As for whether the opponent will be blown to pieces by the furious magic soldiers after killing John Maslow, Micah doesn't care. It would be best if the opponent could be killed directly. After all, if the other party didn't die, then after he had plotted against him like this, without even thinking about it, Micah knew that the damn bastard Serbia would definitely find ways to retaliate against him. So, you monster had better die together with John Maslow. Only in this way can I go to the Kingdom of Victoria with peace of mind. In the carriage, I looked out the window at the night scene slowly passing by, and at the brightly lit Baron's palace in the distance. As if he had foreseen the scene of his own retirement, a chilling cold light flashed in Baron Micah's eyes. Crash! The next day, early in the morning, there was a sound of the tent tarpaulin being torn open. The handsome warrant officer, John, slowly walked out of the tent. He rubbed his sleepy eyes and couldn't help yawning. Then, with a droopy face, he squatted outside the tent and started smoking under the surprised gaze of the army soldiers. His pair of black eyes looked somewhat dazedly at the green grass in front of him. Although he had slept for 8 hours, he was in a very unhappy mood at this moment. Because from the moment he woke up and opened his eyes, he felt that his right eyelid began to twitch uncontrollably. The last time he experienced this was when that idiot Wendy screwed up his plans and forced him to make up a lie. This almost prophetic perception gave the extremely smart warrant officer, John, a sudden bad premonition. No way. That idiot Wendy wouldn't cause any trouble for herself again, right? Didn't they tell her to just defeat the other 3 Allied forces? It's impossible for her to capture Anna Splinter directly and then kill her as the prison warden. Impossible, absolutely impossible. John became more and more anxious the more he thought about it. His fingers began to tremble uncontrollably, and he kept comforting himself subconsciously in his heart. However, just when he was wondering whether he should wash his face quickly to get rid of the bad luck, as the familiar breath of magic came from the distant air, he instantly realized that it was too late. Captain, we're back. Chapter 60. Warrant Officer John is the best commander. Captain, under your wise command, we not only successfully defeated the Allied forces ambushed in the other 3 villages, but also seized their communication devices and also found a large amount of supplies from their bases. In the camp, Wendy, who had led all members of Team 14 back, was reporting the battle situation to John with a smug look on her face. In fact, when we first destroyed the first stronghold, I wanted to lead the team to attack the next target immediately. However, when I arranged for Sergeant Charlie to confiscate the enemy's radio station, he found a dark cave in the enemy's camp. After cleaning up the cave, we found a lot of jewelry and a large number of high-denomination pennies, the currency name of the Golden Rose Kingdom. The exchange rate is 1 penny equals 0.75 C. Considering that your subsequent governance of Longyan territory will certainly cost a lot of money, this money could be used just fine. So in the subsequent offensive operations, I took the initiative to let the team members control the release range of the explosive magic. When we attacked the other 2 enemy strongholds, we indeed found varying amounts of supplies in their camps. That's why we wasted so much time and only returned now. In addition, when I returned, I also made a rough calculation of this batch of materials. If converted into our imperial currency, the value of this batch of spoils is about 80,000 D. However, considering that most of them are jewelry and jewels, the actual value may be a little higher. Well, Captain, Wendy did a good job this time, didn't she? After reporting the mission, Wendy looked at the captain in front of her with pride. Her big eyes kept blinking back and forth, and the words seeking praise were written on her face. This time, not only did nothing unexpected happen, but a batch of supplies were seized. As I said, how could a person be so unlucky that even drinking cold water would get a tooth stuck? And even if Wendy really has the physique of a villain, she can't continue to perform like that. After hearing Wendy's report, John was overjoyed, and his heart finally settled down. Considering that this guy had indeed done a great thing, the usually serious warrant officer John immediately showed a sincere smile on his face, and then generously praised Wendy, his trusted and beloved general. Well done, Wendy. I knew that as my right-hand man, you would never let me down. Hey, Captain, you're too kind. After all, we are all working for the Empire. Seeing that the captain recognized her so much, Wendy immediately raised her head higher, and her nose almost reached the sky. At the same time, she glanced proudly at Hawk, who was looking at her with envy behind her. I became more and more proud in my heart. Humph, did you hear that, Hawk? The captain just admitted in person that I am his right-hand man. Do you understand the value of these 4 words? So, don't even dream of being Warrant Officer John's #1 follower. After all, the captain and I have formed an unbreakable bond. How can you, a latecomer, understand? So, I advise you to accept the reality. Why is this idiot grinning all the time? Could it be that he has become stupid from staying up all night on a mission? Looking at Wendy, who was raising her head with an idiotic smile on her face and making strange humming sounds, John was filled with confusion. But considering Wendy's previous stupid behavior, he didn't pursue it further. What's more, his dear vice captain took the initiative to bring him 80,000 D of spoils this time. Not to mention that the other party was just being stupid. Even if the other party wanted him to warm the bed personally for the sake of money, he could relax his already flexible moral bottom line. When John thought about how his retirement fund had increased significantly due to Wendy's operation, he felt itchy and had no time to continue chatting with Wendy. He wanted to go and inspect his spoils immediately. So he immediately said to Vice Captain Fushing in front of him with a pleasant face, Wendy, you have been carrying out operations all night, and you should be tired now, so put aside the reporting and go to the tent to rest first. After all, only by getting enough sleep can we have a healthy body. In this way, as soldiers, we can fight better for the Empire, right? You actually care whether your subordinates are tired? In the past, commanders didn't care about the health of their soldiers and wanted to use them like beasts of burden. After all, as magic soldiers, they not only have combat power far beyond that of ordinary people, but also have monstrous endurance. Therefore, when performing missions on the battlefield, Not sleeping for 3 days and 3 nights can almost be considered normal. Sure enough, Captain John is the best commander in the world. Wendy was deeply moved when she heard John's words, and the fatigue caused by using magic so many times seemed to disappear completely at this moment. Of course, it is impossible to rest. Although he knew that Captain John cared about him, if he was lazy at this moment, how could he demonstrate his status as Warrant Officer John's #1 follower? So Wendy immediately refused without hesitation. "Thank you for your concern, Captain, but Wendy is not tired. I think I can continue to cooperate with you in the mission." Finally, as if she had thought of something, Wendy glanced at the people behind her who looked bitter and spoke to her teammates in a gentle manner. "Besides, I believe everyone thinks the same as I do, right?" Although Wendy's tone was very calm, the dangerous look in her eyes and the sneer at the corner of her mouth already explained everything. The people in Team 14 naturally knew the consequences of offending this crazy vice captain, so they immediately shook their heads like rattles and responded loudly with their necks stiff. "That's right, Captain, we are not tired. We can still continue the mission." "No, are you serious?" "If I'm not mistaken, Charlie, aren't your eyeballs so bloodshot that they're about to burst from excessive use of blasting magic? Isn't this fucking tiring?" John looked at everyone in silence and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Then, without waiting for the smug Wendy to ask him for praise again, he immediately placed a ruthless iron hand on her head. Ignoring the other party's miserable wails, he said with a fake smile to this stupid deputy captain who was only causing trouble for him, "Wendy, I think you've been a little too proud lately. You don't even listen to the orders of your superior, right? If you don't want to sleep, why do you want to make others suffer with you? You are engaging in involution, a complete scab. You bastard, respect my personal wishes." "Wow, Captain, I know I was wrong. Please stop it. It hurts so much. My head is going to split open. Seriously. It's better to break it. You should learn a lesson from this." John glared at the abominable deputy captain of the scab, then faced the expectant gazes of the crowd and waved his hand, saying, "Everyone in Team 14, listen up. Your mission has been completed. Now it's time to rest. I order all of you to go back to your tents and get some sleep. Anyone who disobeys my order will be prepared to wash your team members' stinky socks for a month. Long live the captain." After fighting hard all night and being almost exhausted, everyone was overjoyed when they heard John's words. After shouting, without waiting for the angry vice captain Wendy to stop them, everyone scattered like birds and beasts, disappearing from the spot almost in the blink of an eye. "We've only been fighting for 1 night. Are they that tired? I think they just want to be lazy. How can they say they are proud Maslow warriors? No, Captain, how about I? Ouch, Captain, why are you hitting my head? It hurts." Feeling the force coming from her head, Wendy immediately covered her little head with tears in her eyes, and then looked at her captain with a resentful look. She was clearly always thinking about the captain, but the captain still punished her. Isn't this just taking her kindness for granted? Captain John is such a fool. Why are you glaring at me? If you glare at me, I'll beat you up too, Wendy. You didn't take what I just said seriously at all, did you? John glared at the scab, Wendy unhappily, and then pushed her towards the tent without waiting for her to explain. "Hurry up and get some rest. Stop trying to be so stubborn. I'll give you a task when you wake up. Resting is also for you to complete the task better. So don't force yourself. Or, Sergeant Wendy, do you have a special hobby of washing other people's stinky socks?" "How is that possible? I'm a clean girl. How could I have such a weird habit? Captain, you just like bullying me." When Wendy heard that John actually suspected that she had special interests and hobbies, she immediately became anxious and tried to prove her innocence. What's the difference between male and female? Even if you're a super LGBT who is a combination of 97 genders, in my eyes, you're no different from other soldiers. John smiled coldly, ignoring the stupid deputy captain's defense. He grabbed the other's fat face and then began to pull hard regardless of the other's complaints. "Don't even think about getting any special treatment from me. I'm telling you, that's impossible. I'll punish you when you deserve it. Don't even mention that you're the deputy captain of the squad. Even if a police dog comes here and does something wrong, it'll have to take a punch from me. So, do you understand now, stupid Sergeant Wendy? Captain, you are too overbearing. Besides, I am not stupid. I'm the 10th in my class. Although my grades are not as good as yours, I am also very smart." Outside the tent, Wendy glanced resentfully at the captain in front of her, but when she looked at the neat bed in her tent, the fatigue in her body came back at this moment, making her feel a little drowsy. However, she still resisted the urge to yawn, raised her hand, and saluted John in a standard military salute, and then cautiously asked John, "Well, Captain, I'm going to take a break." "Hurry up. Do you still want me to help you take off your clothes, Sergeant Wendy?" "Captain, why do you have such an idea? Do you really think Wendy is a fool?" "What else?" "Captain John is so mean. Wendy doesn't like you anymore." Wendy puffed up her face angrily and wanted to just turn her head and close the tent curtain. But after thinking about it, she mustered up the courage to speak to John. "But although you are always naughty and always like to play tricks on Wendy, but in my opinion, Captain John, you're the best commander in the world, and I believe that the other members of Team 14 think the same as I do. Although it's a little embarrassing, I still want to say that being able to be a soldier under your command is really the luckiest thing that has ever happened to me. I'm also very grateful to have met you, Captain. So, if you need me, Captain, you can give me orders at any time, and I will definitely move forward under your instructions without hesitation." "What are you talking about? There's too much nonsense for me to listen to. Get out of here, get into the tent, and go to sleep. If you keep wasting time, I'll make you wash socks next month." "You're making me so mad. Captain, you're such an idiot." After finally mustering up the courage to speak the truth, only to be fooled by the captain's stupidity, Wendy's face turned red with anger. Sergeant Wendy was too lazy to talk to the unreasonable captain about her true feelings. After glaring at John indignantly, she zipped up the tent curtain without saying a word. The force was so great that even the zipper caught fire. It was obvious that the lovely Sergeant Wendy was very angry. "Are you lucky?" This word sounded a bit heavy. Outside the tent, I could hear the sound of Wendy angrily pounding the pillow from inside the tent. John stood there in silence for a while, but couldn't help but let out a long sigh. Feeling the inexplicable burning sensation in his chest, a bitter smile appeared on his face. He thought he could stay out of it, but he couldn't control his excitement after hearing Wendy's heartfelt words of approval for the fake commander. He realized instantly that he was just trying to deceive himself. If he sat back and let the plot develop as it did in the game, when the day came for the Empire to be destroyed, would he really be able to abandon these soldiers who believed in him and watch them die in front of him as he had expected? John couldn't be sure what his future self would be like, but if it was him now. So this situation is probably impossible, right? Damn it, if I had known things would turn out like this, I would have been more ruthless when I traveled through time and space, making myself disabled and then retiring. Obviously, at the beginning he just wanted to retire peacefully and then become a rich man and live a decadent life of rich people. Why does the development of things seem to be getting further and further away from his original intention? Is this fate? John strolled in the base, feeling an inexplicable emotion in his heart. He felt a little headache and lit up a Redbird cigarette and took a sip. At this moment, the excitement in his heart about the expansion of his pension disappeared without a trace and was replaced by an unprecedented boredom. At the edge of the camp, John sniffed the smell of burning tobacco in the air, mixed with the unique fragrance of grass and trees in the forest, creating a unique experience brought about by the wonderful chemical reaction. Listening to the subtle sounds and conversations of the soldiers as they sorted their guns, John, shrouded in the scorching sun at noon, looked at the green mountains in the distance with shining eyes. After a long time, he slowly exhaled the pungent smoke from his mouth, and then threw the cigarette butt in his hand, which had burned out at some point, into the pile of cigarette butts on the ground below, and crushed it with his foot. His face regained its usual calmness, and he walked back towards the base, looking at the cute team members who were yawning and walking out of the tent one after another. At this moment, John clearly knew that he might need to readjust his retirement plan. "Everyone listen up, pack up your equipment, and prepare to march. The target location is the town of Bahamut." Chapter 61, Accomplishment. After realizing that it would be difficult for him to betray the trust of Team 14 members, John decided to overturn his original plan after careful consideration for a morning. He had to win the Bahamut town governance mission. Only in this way, with this military achievement and previous accumulation, could he enter the sight of Emperor William as an all-rounder and get the opportunity to be reused by the other party. And then you'll be qualified to command a regiment-level force. When the Western Front was completely over, Emperor William resisted the pressure from the cabinet and officially rewarded the 7th Army. By then, John will be able to incorporate the members of Team 14 into his new force, thus ensuring that the members of Team 14 who follow him will not become cannon fodder in the future Valkyrie campaign, which is known as the battlefield meat grinder. As for the impact that doing so would have on his retirement plan, John had actually taken that into consideration in his recent thinking. With the current changes, his original plan to publish a reform bill in the name of Dormammu and launch reforms under the guise of Dormammu may need to be put on hold for a while. At the very least, this was before Emperor William, with the victory of the Battle of Walden, overwhelmed the cabinet and formally incorporated the 7th Legion, which was never recognized as a direct force under the emperor, into the imperial establishment and nominated Dormammu as the 3rd Marshal of the Imperial Air Force, who truly possessed 1/3 of the Imperial Air Force's military power. He wanted to transform the old subordinates of the 14 Squad from ordinary magic soldiers to the civil service guards, so he could never bring out this reform bill. What's more, compared to Dormammu, who was in high spirits after a great victory, handing the opponent a knife that could chop down the nobles, John felt that this veteran, who was about to become the marshal of the newly formed Imperial 3rd Air Force Group in the future, was secretly arranged by the Imperial conservatives to be excluded and targeted by the 2 Air Force marshals above him who were from the aristocratic faction. The military power he should have obtained was constantly compressed and reduced, and he became increasingly resentful and disgusted with the old aristocratic group headed by Prime Minister Wolf. At this time, if he took the initiative to hand over the knife, it might arouse the other party's enthusiasm for reform. After all, adding icing on the cake is far less than providing timely help. What's more, if he really jumped out of the military and joined the imperial government at that time, with his rank at that time and with Dormammu's help, he would at least be able to become the minister of the Empire's new law implementation department, instead of the grassroots civil servant as originally planned. Although they are still inevitably targeted and suppressed by the cabinet, the intensity of the targeting will definitely be far beyond previous expectations. However, if he could save the lives of his subordinates who trusted him and retire peacefully, John felt that he could accept it. Of course, these are just John's predictions and inferences about his future situation based on his clear understanding of the open and covert struggles among the major forces in the Empire and the information gap brought about by this foresight. Although it shouldn't be much different in general, compared with these things, John knew that what he needed to pay most attention to right now was another thing. Serbian Reinhardt must be captured. Inside the camp, John's eyes became particularly solemn as he watched the troops, under his orders, organizing their equipment in an orderly manner and preparing to march. As a player, John knew better than anyone how terrifying this Serbian woman was. Before undergoing the magic transformation experiment called War Dragon God at the Allied Magic Workshop, even though he had not yet entered full dragonization and could only fight in half-dragon form after stimulating his magic power, Serbia's individual combat power was enough to rank among the top 50 in the entire world, only weaker than those crown-ranked strongmen who inherited the ancient magic tradition. After completing the War Dragon God's transformation experiment, combined with her dragon special forces, Serbia's ranking was enough to be among the top 3. He is only weaker than the star-breaking sword saint Elena Kamilov, who represents the pinnacle of individual combat power, and the heroine Anna Splinter, who has completed the domainization of a unique technique and can deprive and kill everything within the domain. Therefore, whether it is for John's retirement plan or his attempt to delay the Allies from obtaining this extremely powerful SSR card and slow down the Allies' pace of destroying the Empire, he must capture Serbia in the small town of Bahamut. After all, no one knows the Allies and the protagonist better than him, who was once a player of the Allied camp. John knew very well that if Serbia was let go in the town of Bahamut, then under the influence of Anna's own aura of the protagonist, the other party would definitely join the Allied forces with the Tongshin Society he founded and become a member of the Allied Special Operations Department. This is an inevitable result of the attraction between their personalities and the influence of similar ideas. And if this person who was kind and gentle to her friends, like a reliable older sister, but extremely cruel and ruthless to her enemies, was defeated by herself, now a lackey of the Empire, but managed to escape. Given the opponent's character, he will definitely try every means to take off his head to wash away this humiliating defeat. John, who knew Serbia better than she did herself, knew full well that this was something the other party could do, although a bit cruel. But if the situation really gets bad enough. So even if he had to kill the other party, John felt that it was necessary. However, in John's opinion, if he wanted to capture or even kill Serbia without any mistakes, Relying only on 120 magic soldiers for targeted blasting might not be enough. He had to add another layer of insurance to his plan. And that insurance is... Captain John, you just said that you need me to fight for you, right? In Stone Village, in the courtyard surrounded by earth walls, Siegfried, who was lifting a stone lock to exercise his arm strength as usual, looked at John in astonishment when he heard this. He seemed a little unbelievable as to why this respected officer, who had just rejected his application for enlistment yesterday, changed his mind the next day. But this surprise only lasted for a moment, and Siegfried realized that the other party must have encountered trouble, otherwise he would never suddenly come to him. Siegfried would naturally not refuse this imperial officer who had helped their stone village and was a very honest and kind person. Immediately his face turned serious and he agreed. "No problem, sir. I'm always willing to fight for you if you need me." After saying this, as if remembering something, Siegfried turned his head to look at his old father Ernest, who was leaning on a cane and had fallen silent at some point. Looking at the other person's wrinkled, extremely old face, a complex look flashed across his eyes. He knew that his father, who always cared about the safety of his family, would definitely not agree to his risky decision. When he was about to persuade the other party, Ernest spoke. "Captain John, if you really need help, then in addition to Siegfried, bring along the other hunters in our village. They're all very good hunters with excellent tracking skills. They can also use guns. I believe they can help the great Imperial army in the battle." Facing Siegfried's astonished gaze, Ernest said these words, contrary to his usual behavior. In fact, Ernest had already noticed this situation and was prepared for it as soon as he saw John coming. Although he had no idea how strong his son was, Ernest knew that Siegfried was a gifted person from the exaggerated strength he showed after recovering from a serious illness when he was a child. But having experienced so much, he knows better that if ordinary people want to get ahead, they cannot just rely on natural talents. There were countless gifted people in this world. When he was young, he had seen sharpshooters who never missed their targets in taverns, and had watched from afar those magicians who were able to cast powerful magic. But what happened to these young people who were blinded by wealth and fame and tried to be second to none and above everyone else? The luckier ones might be taken in by the nobles and treated like dogs, becoming shameless scum who exploits the people and oppresses the common people. But more people died on the tragic road ahead because they were unwilling to bow their heads. In Ernest's view, the so-called success is nothing more than a bloody and cruel testing ground. In addition to talent, those who can succeed have more luck. In this world, only truly talented and moral people can appreciate and favor you. Only those lower-class people like them, who can be trampled on by the nobles, can have a real chance to move up. But unfortunately, the nobles are all of the same character. Arrogant and cruel, he fabricated lies with the so-called glory to fool the people, making them submit and become obedient and loyal dogs. As for the officers, they are nothing more than lackeys serving these shameless nobles. Before this, Ernest once thought so, which is why after his son Siegfried was born, he kept teaching him to learn to play dumb and hide his wisdom and abilities. Only in this way can he survive safely in this world where the lower-class people eat each other. Unfortunately, he ultimately underestimated Siegfried's stubborn character, which resulted in him being immersed in regret for more than 10 years after their separation. He even dared not look into the eyes of his deceased wife in his dreams. Later, when his son returned home with his daughter-in-law and grandson, although he did not say much, only Ernest himself knew that that night was the most peaceful night he had slept in the more than 10 years since his son ran away from home. It was also from that time that he discovered that his son had changed and became much calmer than before. Although still a bit stubborn, he is no longer as impulsive as he was when he was young, and I learned to hide myself, even if the hiding was not perfect. However, this was enough to comfort Ernest. So when his son Siegfried secretly went to Walden Pond to try to contact the magical waters that were mysterious yet extremely dangerous to mortals, he turned a blind eye after making sure that the other party's safety was not in question. He knew that a cage made of vines was doomed to fail to trap the bluebird that longed to fly. Therefore, during these years, Ernest continued to secretly contact the caravans passing by, quietly preparing for an opportunity to push his proud son into the sky that truly belongs to him. And the opportunity he has been waiting for is right now. Right now. It's this officer named John Maslow. As Siegfried's father, how could he become a restraint to the other party at this time? Thinking of this, Ernest immediately threw away all his hesitation, threw away the crutches in his hand, and then, under the red gaze of Siegfried and the surprised eyes of John, with unprecedented respect and hope, he bowed deeply to the benefactor who saved Sherdong village from destruction and entrusted his son's future to him, and his tone was filled with unprecedented determination. I swear to you, in the name of the Fafner family, Siegfried Fafner, that I will be loyal to you. So, Commander John, please take him under your command and drive him well. Chapter 62. What? When? In fact, John was not surprised that Siegfried agreed to his request. After all, he knew the dragon hunter's character very well and knew that he was not an ungrateful person. However, he did not expect that the village chief, Ernest, who seemed timid and cowardly, would actually support this matter. Does the other party think that the Empire is powerful and want to join it? He also said that he had long wanted Siegfried to join the army. Could it be that he was influenced by his own personality charm? John couldn't help laughing when he thought about it. He felt that the last one was a little outrageous. He had only been in contact with Ernest for less than 2 days. He thought he could convince the other party with his personal charm in such a short time. Then isn't he even more awesome than the guy with a mustache in his previous life? This kind of lie may be used to deceive others, but it can never deceive yourself. Shake your head and put aside the trivial thoughts in your mind. Inside the moving jeep, John looked through the window at the man who was following the end of the team. He had borrowed a spare military uniform from an army soldier and put it on. He was carrying a large red bow on his back and had his long golden hair combed up. He looked neat and tidy with sharp eyes. With his extremely tall figure, Siegfried looked like a powerful man, and the 9 stone village hunters behind him, John couldn't help but fall in a deep thought. In fact, he had not originally intended to recruit any young people from Stone Village other than Siegfried into this temporary team. Moreover, he was unable to formally recommend Siegfried to join the Magic Soldier Squad and have the Empire's 7th Air Force directly under Emperor William. All conscription and enlistment rights needed to be specially reviewed by personnel sent by the Supervisory Department under the name of His Majesty the Emperor, and only after the political background was confirmed could they join. At best, he could only classify the other party as a non-staff member. Only after Siegfried officially passed the Magic Soldier Selection Assessment of the Supervisory Force could he transfer him to his own team. He told Ernest all the other situations. After hearing his truthful answer, he knew clearly that Siegfried was only a ragtag army fighting for him this time, and he might not even be able to gain military merit. Instead of showing any reluctance, Ernest became even more enthusiastic. After that, no matter what John said, he asked John to bring along several other hunters from Stone Village. He also highly praised the guy's tracking and combat capabilities, as if he was afraid that John would refuse. In the end, John could not resist the old man's repeated requests, and had no choice but to agree to temporarily incorporate Siegfried and his 10 men into his own army. Although things developed a little differently than expected, Siegfried joined. Relying on this dragon hunter who was able to single-handedly blind the right eye of the fully dragonized Serbia, even when he was severely debuffed in the late game, and cooperating with Leia, who never appeared in the original work due to the failure of the Battle of Walden and the annihilation of the Black Hawk Squad, but is still considered an ace recruit. With these 2 people working together and cooperating with the siege of 120 magic soldiers, well, there shouldn't be any big problems with my attempt to capture Serbia, right? Thinking of this, John couldn't help but frowning, and a hint of worry flashed in his eyes. The issue that worries him most now is whether Leia has met with Serbia and whether the 2 sides have fought. However, John felt that with his previous special reminder, Leia should not be so stupid as to not have any vigilance and be killed by Serbia in one encounter. After all, according to Dick and Major Will, who is currently on a special agent mission under his assignment, Roxy's target of this sniper mission is him himself. Before actually seeing him, he will most likely not take action against Leia, who is leading the troops. Maybe at this moment, these 2 people have not met at all. But John himself couldn't say for sure about this kind of thing, because even if he could predict the future, he could not ensure that things would develop as he predicted. This is possible if Micah finds out that it is Leia instead of him who is leading the troops, and mistakenly thinks that his plan has been exposed, and decides to go all out and use Leia as a scapegoat to vent his anger. Although he also wanted to believe in Leia's strength, she was not a member of the protagonist group after all, but a minor character who had not even appeared in the background story. Compared with Serbia, one of the protagonists, John found it hard to believe that the other party would be Serbia's opponent. It was already very good that, with his reminder, I was able to avoid being killed in a fight and escape successfully under the cover of the magic soldiers. What's more, it's already 1 p.m. But at this time, Leia had not yet sent a signalman to convey the message to him. This made John feel very uneasy and even a little panicked. He didn't dare to let the signalman contact Leia at all, for fear that he would hear the news that Leia had died in the battle. I could only keep checking my watch, using this meaningless behavior to stop myself from thinking too much. At the same time, he urged the soldiers to speed up and try to reach the damn town of Bahamut as quickly as possible by forced march. He tried to rush to the battlefield before Baron Micah could no longer sit still and attack Leia, and to save the life of Leia, who had been betrayed by him, by providing support, and try to capture Serbian Reinhardt alive. I hope everything will be in time. In the back seat of the Jeep, John muttered worriedly. However, it seemed that Murphy's Law was proven true. Just as John was secretly praying that the signalman would not come to report to him, a gust of wind blew by. Then, with John's ugly expression on his face, Mia, the communications soldier from Squad 14, appeared in front of the Jeep's window. The other party first knocked on the car window politely, and after getting John's nod, he respectfully asked, "Captain, Warrant Officer Leia just sent a message. Do you want to listen to it now?" "Read it." Realizing that things could not be changed, John could only sigh. "Forget it. Let it fail. I hope nothing happens to me. Captain John, under your wise leadership, I have now successfully arrived at the town of Bahamut. Just now, I successfully defeated the enemy's guards and a red-haired half-dragon named Serbian Reinhardt. I don't know if he's the target you mentioned, so I did not kill him directly. Instead, I captured him and personally interrogated him to prevent him from escaping. Although I have suffered some minor injuries, I am in good condition overall and can accept new tasks at any time. Fortunately, I only suffered minor injuries. Although I was defeated, I am fine. Wait, something seems wrong." John came back to his senses from a message that Leia was safe and realized what he had just heard. His eyes suddenly widened, and he looked at Mia in disbelief as she looked frightened in front of him. The strong shock made his voice tremble. "If I heard correctly, Mia, you just said that Leia won?" "No, can this fucking win? Are you sure you're not kidding me?" Chapter 63. Leia is a little troubled. In the morning, outside the town of Bahamut, a carriage escorted by 300 guards was moving slowly forward. Crash! Inside the carriage, listening to the sounds coming from beside her, Serbia, who was wearing a black dress and had her red hair covered by a loose hat, looked like a real aristocratic lady. At this moment, the fingertips of her right hand, which was wearing a lace glove, unconsciously tapped the armrest of the table and chair in the carriage, and her burgundy eyes narrowed unconsciously. Recalling the news that morning, Tom, the Baron's secretary, told her that Baron Hardman was bedridden due to a cold and asked her, as his daughter, to negotiate with the Imperial troops outside the town on his behalf. Combined with the strange magical fluctuations last night and the information his subordinates reported this morning that the western wall of Bahamut town was destroyed and the number of Baron guards was inexplicably reduced by half, Serbia simply went over it in his mind and deduced what had happened. So, our Baron Hardman not only did not gain any advantage when he first fought with John Maslow last night. Instead, you're frightened by the other party's reckless behavior? After discovering that the other party dared to attack even a noble like him, the Baron was so scared that he didn't even dare to carry out the surrender negotiations that had been agreed upon in advance and the plan to lure the other party into the town of Bahamut? What a useless old thing. Serbia sneered disdainfully. Based on the insidious means he had used in the town of Bahamut in the past, she had originally thought that Micah Hardman was a ruthless guy, so she was particularly wary of the Baron. Even when the other party asked him to negotiate on his behalf last night, he still suspected that the other party was trying to set a trap for him and cheat him. But now it seems that the other party is no different from those nobles who are all show and no substance. They always act in a condescending manner and maintain so-called aristocratic etiquette to prevent people from seeing their true thoughts, thus giving people an inexplicable sense of oppression and awe. But once they encounter a truly dangerous existence, their pretended calmness and wisdom will be ruthlessly exposed, and they will be turned into clowns. I, on the other hand, was actually wary of such a weak person. I am becoming more and more stupid as time goes by. However, speaking of it, John Maslow is quite extraordinary. Although they knew that Baron Hardman was not an ally, they still insisted on labeling him an ally and wiped out nearly half of Baron Hardman's guards in a single encounter. The most important thing is that the other side only needs to say that it was too dark at night and they could not see Baron Hardman's guards clearly, so they thought they were enemy troops and therefore opened fire, thus making Baron Hardman suffer a loss. Such insidious means and overbearing style are enough to prove that the other party is definitely not an ordinary person. A younger version of the white-haired demon general of the Empire? If that's the case, it's understandable that Morningstar would lower his status to assassinate him. Serbia was thinking in her heart, looking at the Imperial Army base that was gradually becoming clear in the distance. At this moment, a long-lost sense of curiosity arose in her heart. To be honest, she was now somewhat interested in the target she was about to meet. Despair. Leia was a little troubled at this time, especially when she thought about the upcoming negotiations. Her face, which rarely showed any changes in expression, couldn't help but turn into a bitter one. Warrant Officer John hadn't told me about this kind of negotiation before I came here. But the other side has already sent people to negotiate surrender, so we can't just keep fighting, right? If the supervisory forces knew the specific situation, they would definitely accuse me of violating the laws of war. I actually created such a difficult problem for myself. As expected, the Allied forces are a group of cunning scum. How about asking Bababo to ask Warrant Officer John for his opinion? If it was the extremely smart Warrant Officer John, he would definitely be able to come up with the best way to deal with it, right? But if he really did this, would the Warrant Officer feel that he was really stupid and be disappointed in himself? Inside the base, Leia sat at the makeshift negotiation table with a conflicted look on her face. Just as she was hesitating whether to call the team's signalman, there was a sound of footsteps, and then Baba Bo's unshaven face appeared in her sight. "Sir, the negotiators sent by Bahamut Town have arrived. There are 300 of them, but they insisted on entering with guards, so I only let 30 of them in. Do you want to let them in?" After realizing it was too late, Leia could only reply expressionlessly. But I was already as anxious as an ant on hot pan. I have even prepared myself to wait for the other party to negotiate, not saying a word and letting the other party guess. She felt that if she didn't respond at all, the lackeys sent by the Allies would eventually leave in anger because of her rude behavior, thus causing the damn negotiations to break down. In this way, she wouldn't have to take the risk of leading her troops into the town of Bahamut and be plotted against by the Allies. That's right, Leia. Don't say a word when the negotiations begin. After thinking about how to deal with the situation, Leia suddenly felt refreshed, and her green eyes began to sparkle. She was even looking forward to the arrival of the Allied spy. Tap tap, accompanied by the sound of subtle footsteps, led by Baba Boi, a team of 30 guards soon appeared in front of Leia. Leading the group was a tall woman wearing a gorgeous dress and a family emblem unique to the nobility on her chest. It seemed that because she had not been exposed to sunlight for many years, her skin looked particularly pale. Combined with her slender arms and thin face, as well as the weak temperament radiating from the inside out, she looked like a sick beauty. One can tell at a glance that the other person is an orthodox noble lady. But after seeing the other person for the first time, Leia couldn't help but frowning. It's not that she doesn't like to interact with such noble ladies. After all, although the Binot family is now in decline, with the grace of His Majesty the Emperor, she also received corresponding aristocratic education before joining the Black Hawk Special Forces, and even with those princesses. Therefore, he was not unfamiliar with this type of noble lady. But the woman in front of her gave her a very strange feeling, even though she performed very perfectly. But Leia inexplicably felt an indescribable strange feeling from the other person. As the only heir to the Binot family's stripping of all things technique, with the help of the unique technique, Leia can sense the aura of the target within a certain range, and judge the target's strength by the opponent's breath, and then determine the opponent's degree of danger. Although when facing some crown-level strongmen, and some people whose mastery of breath concealment techniques exceeds her perception ability, the passive effect brought to her by the unique technique will be ineffective. Many troublesome targets unexpectedly during a mission. But in all the years that Leia had been a member of the Black Hawk Special Forces, she had never encountered a situation as strange as the current one. Because in her perception, the aura of this Allied spy neither made her feel a sense of crisis nor made her feel weak. But he was different from everyone she had met before. That is an existence completely different from humans. as if another species. There's something wrong with this guy. Leia narrowed her eyes slightly, her green pupils fixed on the noble lady who was slowly walking towards her, and her right hand unconsciously moved towards the sword at her waist. She was thinking about whether to kill this strange, allied spy immediately. Chapter 64. Spear of the Empire. What's going on? Didn't Micah say John Maslow was a man? How come the person negotiating with me is a woman? Looking at the petite, silver-haired girl sitting at the negotiating table, even Serbia couldn't help but be stunned at this moment. But she quickly suppressed her doubts and put on a spring breeze-like smile. Then she gave the unknown female officer of the Empire a standard skirt-lifting salute and said in a gentle and pleasant tone, "Respected sir, I am Lilia Hardman. I have come here to discuss the surrender with you at the order of my father, Baron Hardman." Time passed by minute, but the scene that Serbia expected, where the female officer opposite indicated that she understood and let her sit down for a talk, did not happen. Instead, there was silence and dead stillness. The other person's emerald eyes were just staring at her quietly, and her face, which was beautiful enough, was calm at this moment. It was as if the person sitting there was not a living human being, but an exquisite puppet without any emotion. What the hell is this woman doing? Serbia couldn't help but frowning, his heart full of doubts and confusion. She believed that her etiquette steps were impeccable, but why did the other party not respond to her? Is it a show of force? Just as Serbia was hesitating whether to stand up and take a seat on his own, he directly asked the other party whether they were willing to accept the surrender of the town of Bahamut. The next second, the other party's voice slowly reached her ears. "Take off your hat now. Take off your hat." "No, what the hell is this imperial dog doing?" Serbia became even more confused, but after feeling the other party's eyes that had become cold for some reason, he realized that the other party didn't seem to be joking with him. Although Serbia felt particularly uncomfortable being bossed around by an imperial dog, but she still suppressed her anger and instead put her hand towards the hat on her head with a stiff smile, looking at the damn imperial female soldier in front of her with a fake smile. In her heart, she had already sentenced this imperial dog who deliberately made things difficult for her to death. "Sir, may I ask now if I may?" Serbia slowly took off the hat on his head and asked the other party. However, before she could finish her words, a sudden burst of murderous intent appeared in Serbia's constricted pupils. An extremely sharp, cold light rapidly enlarged in her field of vision at an unprecedented speed. It seems to have reached its peak. Under this slash, even the sound of the wind was forced to stop at this moment in the bursting silver light. Sizzle. The sound of cloth being torn suddenly came from the field. Immediately afterwards, in the astonished gaze of the imperial soldiers and guards, Leia, who was originally sitting on the chair, appeared in front of Serbia as if she had teleported. The sword in his hand was wrapped in a silver-white magical power at some point, like a burning flame. But if you look closely, you can tell that the so-called white mist is the annihilation effect produced by the explosion of a large amount of magic factors formed by a unique technique. If it were an ordinary magician, let alone being covered by this white mist, if he were touched in the slightest, the magic formulas in his body would be completely disrupted by this terrifying force, and he would become a lamb without any ability to resist and could be easily killed by the opponent. However, compared with Leia's sudden attack, what made everyone feel even more incredible was Serbia, who looked like a weak young lady, not only dodged Leia's miraculous and fatal blow with extremely quick reaction. The most important thing is that the other party's appearance at this time has become completely different from before. Deep red scales, ferocious horns, and a ferocious dragon tail that appeared behind him at some point and was covered with sharp spikes like the barbs of a poisonous scorpion and was now constantly swinging. Combined with the opponent's ferocious, deep red vertical pupils filled with anger, everything is self-evident. The opponent is a half-dragon. Sure enough, I knew there was something wrong with this guy. Looking at the allied assassin who should have been beheaded by her, but only survived with a wound to his right arm, and who is now half lying on the ground with his true identity exposed, Leia suddenly understood what was going on. Originally, she was suspicious only because of the strange breath of the other party, but the moment she saw the other party's red hair, Leia knew that this guy must be an assassin from the Allied forces. After all, before setting off, Warrant Officer John had already reminded her to be careful of a red-haired woman who might appear in the town of Bahamut, right? Sure enough, everything was within Warrant Officer John's expectations. From now on, All he had to do was obey Warrant Officer John's orders and move forward without hesitation. Leia, once again aware of the greatness of Warrant Officer John, suddenly made an unprecedented determination. "What do you mean, sir? Why did you suddenly attack me?" Looking at the Imperial female soldier in front of him who was examining him, Serbia, who had used half-dragon transformation to barely dodge the fatal blow, now looked extremely ugly. At this moment, countless speculations emerged in her mind. Was her plan to assassinate John Maslow exposed? But if he is really exposed, shouldn't the other party have to deal with Micah? Why would he rashly attack me? Could it be that after seeing how difficult John Maslow was to deal with, that damn old man Micah wanted to turn against him? So he secretly colluded with the other party and wanted to sacrifice himself to show his loyalty? Damn it. Can anyone tell me what the hell is going on? The feeling that things were far out of control at the moment made Serbia's thoughts suddenly become a mess. But looking at the Leia in front of her, whose whole body exuded an aura that made her terrified, feeling the undisguised murderous intent in the other's eyes and the deep bone on her right arm, which was bleeding continuously and faintly gave off a strange sense of erosion. At this moment, Serbia realized clearly. She couldn't stay in this dangerous negotiation place any longer. If she continues to stay like this, only death will await her. She must get away immediately. Whoosh! Thinking of this, Serbia suddenly became ruthless and immediately mobilized all the magic power in his body without hesitation. He kicked off his feet and rushed towards the guards behind him like an arrow. At the same time, at a speed that these people had no time to react, they quickly threw these guards, who they didn't know whether they were enemies or friends, at the damn Imperial female soldiers behind them, intending to use these people to buy time for themselves. However, facing these allied spies flying towards her, Leia did not even look at them, but slowly raised the sword in her hand above her head, and then without hesitation, gathered all the magic power in her body on her arm in an instant. Buzz! As terrifying magic power gathered in Leia's arms, the magic patterns engraved deep in her skin became visible to the naked eye and continuously radiated brilliant silver light. The dissipated magic factors were like flying elves. The silver-white light continued to wrap around the blade, which was gradually lit up with ancient inscriptions. It began to expand and grow, forming huge, overlapping spiral swords, and even the air began to tremble at this moment. Then, amid the shocked gazes of countless people, Leia swung it towards the half-dragon who was fleeing in front of her. The magic technique that countless people called a miracle was presented to the world again at this moment, 23 years after the fall of the previous spear of the Empire. Boom! Chapter 65, In the Name of the Empire. Crack! Accompanied by the explosion and sweeping of spiral silver-white magic rings, they extended and rushed forward at an unrecognizable speed. At this moment, a huge monster seemed to have officially awakened deep underground and turned over its body. The ground was torn apart in an instant under the impact of the silver spiral. The brilliant silver light seemed to surpass the sun at this moment, and the dazzling brilliance made it difficult for people to open their eyes for a moment. It was not until a long time later that it gradually weakened. The roar that echoed in the space gradually subsided. After opening their eyes again, all they saw was a terrifying crack that stretched from Leia's feet forward, with no bottom and a length of nearly 100 meters. And everything that had previously blocked this terrifying crack had now disappeared. The 30 guards assigned by Baron Mika, who were responsible for forcing Serbia to take action in this negotiation, were completely devoured and destroyed by Leia's full-strength attack, and not even a complete corpse was left. Under the shocked gazes of the crowd, Leia, who had launched a full-strength attack, just slowly exhaled a breath of foul air from her mouth. Then he calmly put the long sword in his hand into the scabbard of his waist. But she still frowned slightly as she felt the tearing pain in her arm due to the excessive release of magic power. This time, in order to ensure that she could kill the dangerous half-dragon, she did not hold back, but released all the magic power in her body at once. The price of doing so is that the magic circuits in her body will have to bear too much magic power at once, making it difficult for her to maintain her peak level in the next few days. Her own combat ability will be reduced to half, and it will not recover until 3 to 5 days later. However, as long as he could solve the target that was giving Warrant Officer John a headache, this price should be acceptable. Leia was thinking in her heart, just as she was about to arrange for the soldiers to organize their equipment and plan to launch another feint attack on the town of Bahamut in order to complete her bait mission. But the next second, as if she sensed something, she couldn't help but let out a light exclamation and then immediately looked toward the end of the knife mark with her emerald green eyes. In her field of vision, under the inundation of the stripping of all things technique that she unleashed with all her strength, the end of the knife mark where nothing should have existed. At this moment, there was a fiery figure lying there. It was Serbia. However, compared with the original elegance of a noble daughter, the sense of danger she gives off when she transforms into a half-dragon. The other party's current appearance is miserable enough. The dragon horn on the left side of Serbia's forehead had been cut off by the terrifying sword light, and the dragon scales on his body were also shattered, with scarlet blood constantly spurting out. The visor on his face was torn apart by Leia's terrifying knife, and it looked like a dragon fish with its scales exploded. It looked extremely ferocious, and blood mist mixed with magic power continued to pour out. Only the faint rise and fall of her chest and the trembling red pupils silently proved that she was still alive. But under the influence of the stripping force that remained in her body, like a thorn in her flesh, it continuously released a strange and cold aura that devoured her flesh and restricted the circuit of the technique. Even though Serbia used all her strength, she couldn't even control her fingers. I no longer have the ability to resist. So, this guy took advantage of the orc's anti-magic physique, combined with a temporary counterattack, to withstand his own stripping of all things and not die. At the original spot, just by looking at the other party from a distance, Leia analyzed the specific situation. After discovering that the other person was not dead, she wanted to draw her sword again and go forward to behead him. But at this moment, Leia suddenly thought that the half-dragon physique of the other party was indeed rare. What's more, he could withstand the peeling of all things, which is known as one of the 3 great wonders of the world, and survive. This was enough to prove that the other party was a valuable special individual. Even though the Empire has now abolished the forbidden transformation experiment, no one is sure whether His Majesty the Emperor will use it again in the future. After all, as the last forbidden transformation experiment of the Empire, only very few people know about it. Warrant Officer John, the only successful case in the project called Apostle of God, has not proved everything with his well-planned performance. Perhaps, in the future, when His Majesty the Emperor is conquered by Warrant Officer John's outstanding performance, he may change his original mind. Therefore, capturing the enemy is always more valuable than killing him directly. Even when Warrant Officer John finds out, he will praise himself for being smart. How can a useless person like me, who only has power, be praised as smart by the amazing Warrant Officer John? The thought of Warrant Officer John praising him for this later and announcing to everyone that he was now a qualified commander was enough for him. Leia's heart began to beat uncontrollably. This really made her feel excited. As expected, I should just spare this idiot's life. Capture her alive and win the praise of Warrant Officer John. Yes, that's it, that's right. Thinking about the scene where Warrant Officer John praised her for her intelligence, Leia made up her mind almost in an instant. She slowly suppressed the murderous intent in her heart, rubbed her swollen and painful wrist, and then walked forward with an expressionless face. Despair. Ahem. Inside the deep pit, feeling the constant severe pain and cold erosion in his body, Serbia's heart was filled with unprecedented despair. She never imagined that the seemingly weak and vulnerable monster from the Empire could actually deliver such a terrifying blow in an instant. Although she is a half-dragon, she has the red dragon spell inherited in her blood. When magic is about to attack her, she can weaken the power of any magic by half in advance through the spell barrier that continues to appear on her body's surface as she transforms into an orc. But even so, she realized that she could not dodge and could only forcefully resist the opponent's attack. The moment it came into contact with the strange spiral impact, her proud anti-magic barrier that was invisible to the naked eye not only failed to withstand it, but it completely shattered due to the overload at the moment of contact and backfired on her. There was no time to be shocked or confused. Serbia, realizing something was wrong, had to bite the bullet and forcefully concentrate his magic power on his hands. At the cost of crippling his hands, he delivered his strongest blow and only survived at the cost of his whole body being shattered. But the opponent's magic properties were surprisingly strange. After the bombardment, It not only did not dissipate as she expected, but instead, it was like a cold, poisonous snake injecting venom into its prey, gradually spreading through her body with unprecedented dominance. And under her incredulous gaze, he rapidly eroded and mastered all the technical circuits in her body. In just a few breaths, she completely lost control of her body, leaving only unprecedented weakness and numbness. This guy is simply like a monster. Serbia couldn't help but let out a bitter smile. She had never thought that she, who had always regarded herself as a monster beyond human beings, would one day use such a name to describe other people. Really, how absurd and ridiculous is this? Tap tap, listening to the approaching footsteps that sound like the arrival of death. For some reason, Serbia felt calm at this moment. She stared at the blue sky above her head in a trance, but memories of the past began to emerge in her mind. The past 28 years of her life seemed to have turned into a movie, and she was the only audience member. Time seemed to slow down inexplicably at this moment. A childhood shattered by war, the terrible experience of being forced to become an experimental subject, and the 12 years of growing up in anger and hatred. Finally, at this moment, is everything going to be completely over? However, it was a bit regrettable that he was not able to personally kill Mephisto Dragon, the culprit who ruined his life. But I have indeed tried my best. How can I, alone, fight against this empire full of monsters? So, from the moment you make up your mind, your ending is probably already determined, right? Despair. Listening to the footsteps slowly stopping beside my ears, feeling the shadow suddenly covering my sight. At this moment, Serbia, knowing that the end had come, did not cry or beg for mercy. She simply raised her trembling pupils with great effort and glanced at the person above her head who was looking down at her expressionlessly. The girl with the unusual, long silver hair that reflected brilliant rays of light under the sunlight was obviously very beautiful and cute, but she was like a cold machine, always without any emotion. He had clearly defeated himself easily and became the winner, but why was he still looking so dead silent? Sure enough, compared to myself, this guy is an absolute monster. Let's do it. Serbia thought so in his heart. Then he sighed softly and closed his eyes, resigned to his fate. She no longer had the energy to curse. However, just when she was about to silently face the coming death, the next second, the voice that came from her ear made her subconsciously widen her eyes. In the name of the Empire, this assassin sent by the Allies, you are now my prisoner. Looking down at the Allied spy, who was looking at her with a confused face, Leia, with her heart full of excitement and anticipation, immediately spoke to the other party. Chapter 66, Who is in favor and who is against? At the same time, Ilino, the capital of the Norman Empire, far away from the western battlefield, was experiencing an unprecedented storm. Crash! The dense rain hit the stone slabs, splashing out streams of water. The guards on duty at the gate of Westerloo Palace were looking straight ahead at the deserted streets in the heavy rain. With unprecedented seriousness and solemnity, they guarded the palace behind them, where countless high-ranking officials of the empire and the most distinguished emperor gathered. Compared with the outside world, which seems a bit noisy and bustling after being baptized by heavy rain. At this time, the House of Lords Hall in Westerlo Palace was filled with an atmosphere of depression and silence. The conservative nobles, led by Prime Minister Wolf, were sitting expressionlessly on the left side of their seats. Facing them from across the air were the reformists, led by the seriously ill Duke of Austin, with solemn and silent faces. In the center of the House of Lords Hall, there is a soft leather noble chair arched by 9 steps, which is inlaid with countless jewels and is generally dark red in color, symbolizing that the highest power in the country is held in hands. William Paris, the current king of the Norman Empire, is leaning back in his chair with his hands naturally placed on the armrests on both sides. His brown curly hair was covered by a gorgeous golden crown. He wore a red and black robe with a lot of gorgeous ornaments. Perhaps he inherited the superior appearance of the Peruse family. His facial features were deep and three-dimensional, like a perfect statue. It has been exactly 8 years since this former prince replaced the previous king through a coup and officially ascended the throne as monarch. He himself had gone from being a young and vigorous monarch to being 42 years old before he knew it. The former enthusiasm disappeared in the long-term trivialities and struggles with powerful officials and was replaced by chilling silence and majesty. At this moment, he was sitting on the high platform, looking down at the noble counselors with different expressions below with his deep blue eyes, and no expression could be seen on his face. He just let the oppressive atmosphere continue in silence until he saw that the young Earl's heir on the right couldn't help but speak rashly. Then, in this 13-minute silent meeting, he conveyed his voice to the ministers for the first time. I believe everyone here has heard about the recent defeat in the Northern Theater. Everyone here should bear considerable responsibility for this defeat, even me. But compared to the regrettable defeat and the news that Earl West died on the front line, I am more curious about another point. Why did the Third Navy, which was supposed to arrive in the Northern Theater 2 days ago and launch an artillery attack on the area where the Iron Legion was located, fail to launch an attack on the enemy as promised? Duke Austin, as the Grand Admiral of the Imperial Navy and the person in charge of this naval war, you should give me an explanation for this, right? Your Majesty, this was indeed a mistake on my part. I am willing to accept any punishment. Duke Austin bowed his head respectfully, without making any excuses for the fact that the route of the Imperial Third Navy assigned to him was inexplicably known to the Allies, resulting in an attack by Allied submarines at sea, and the original support plan was forced to be interrupted. The moment he heard Emperor William's words, he, who had worked with his nominal nephew for many years, realized that the other party already knew everything. He must take the initiative to step forward as the Admiral of the Navy to assume this responsibility before the young Earl's son, who had just experienced the pain of losing his father, falls into the trap due to his emotions, so as to avoid falling into the deeper trap set in advance by the ambitious Prime Minister on the opposite side. However, he also knew that the other party would never give up easily. Sure enough, the moment he finished speaking, the Minister of Defense Michel Lart, who was called Wolf's loyal dog by countless people, took the lead in attacking him. Your Majesty, considering the health of Duke Austin and the fact that the Northern Theater was lost due to the Third Navy, for the sake of the future of the Empire, I personally feel that Duke Austin is no longer suitable to serve as the Grand Admiral of the Navy. Compared to the respected Duke Austin, the development of the Empire may require a more flexible Grand Admiral of the Navy. Second, as soon as Michel finished speaking, all the members of the House of Lords echoed in unison, and their eyes were all fixed on Emperor William on the first seat, with firm and solemn expressions, completely ignoring the members of the Reform Party who glared at him after hearing his words. It seemed as if the decision they made was entirely for the development of the Empire rather than for their own interests. Prime Minister Wolf, do you think so too? Emperor William ignored the responses from the conservatives and glanced to his left at the figure sitting in the second seat with his eyes closed and no words. An imperceptible coldness flashed in his eyes. Your Majesty, I do not agree with Minister Michel's opinion. As far as I know, the reason why the Third Navy did not attack the Allied forces according to the established plan this time was because they encountered an ambush by the Allied forces during their march. The hasty battle delayed their march plan. This was an unexpected event outside the established mission. How can such responsibility be attributed to Duke Austin? Upon hearing this, Prime Minister Wolf, who had his white hair meticulously combed back and had a gentle and humble face, looked completely different from the Prime Minister who held administrative power and checked Emperor William everywhere. He slowly opened his eyes and responded to Emperor William. Without waiting for the Conservative Party members to continue speaking, he spoke righteously. Although Duke Austin's health is indeed worrying, the Imperial Navy is currently in a state of lack of successors. I personally think that apart from Duke Austin, it is difficult for anyone else to be qualified for the position of Grand Admiral of the Navy. What's more, Duke Austin is the founder of the Assault Marine Corps, which is currently the most powerful force in the Eastern Theater of the Empire to resist the Allied forces. Before Duke Austin officially selects the successor of the Corps, I think, whether out of ability or obligation, we need to retain Duke Austin's position as the Grand Admiral of the Navy, right? After saying this, ignoring everyone's puzzled looks, Wolf looked straight at the calm Duke of Austin in front of him, then raised his mouth slightly with an arc of unknown meaning, and then added leisurely. Of course, despite this, it is a fact that the Third Navy did not complete its mission as promised. Therefore, as the main person responsible for the loss of the Northern Theater, I personally believe that the Third Navy should be punished accordingly to demonstrate the fairness of the Empire. What's more, the situation in the Southern Theater of Operations against the Allied Navy is becoming increasingly severe. Why not let the Third Navy redeem itself and lead its troops to Faken Bay to meet the enemy at sea and use victory to wash away the responsibility on his shoulders. What do you think, Duke Austin? Second. Hearing this, everyone suddenly understood. Since the Allied forces dispatched a large number of warships, coupled with the dense jungle on the ground of Faken Bay and the Allied forces' Shadow Orc Special Forces' inherent stealth techniques, it was difficult for the magic soldiers to play a role there. Therefore, the war in the Southern Theater over Faken Bay has now completely turned into a quagmire, and the Empire's withdrawal from this front has become a foregone conclusion. Sending the Third Navy there at this time, although nominally under the banner of support, is essentially just a suicide mission and will not be able to reverse this damn war situation at all. Thinking of this, the conservatives secretly sighed in their hearts that the Prime Minister was one step ahead and actually thought of this way to weaken the military power in the hands of Duke Austin, and they immediately agreed enthusiastically. It's up to your Majesty to decide. Duke Austin naturally understood what the Prime Minister was planning, but the defeat of the Third Navy had become an undeniable fact. Therefore, even though he couldn't help but sigh in his heart, he could only respond in this way. At the same time, he gave a look to his confidant who was following him, asking him to stop the young Earl who wanted to speak to excuse himself. Since everyone has no objection, then we will follow Prime Minister Wolf's suggestion and dispatch the 3rd Marine Corps to Faken Bay to assist the war in the Southern Theater starting today. Knowing that this dispute would end with the Duke of Austin's military power being consumed invisibly, William's eyes suddenly became colder. When he looked at the fake-smiling Prime Minister Wolf, he couldn't help but flash a strong, murderous intent in his heart. Even though he had the supervisory force under his control, he could easily deal with the opponent. But William knew very well that behind Wolfcaster was not just the Custer family, but a huge group of nobles. Even if he could kill Wolf, with that power, it wouldn't be long before a completely new prime minister emerged. This was a struggle between him and a group of great nobles who formed the Conservative Party. It cannot be solved by simply killing one or a few people. As long as he wants to achieve centralization, this contradiction will never be resolved. The most crucial thing is that these nobles each hold a large amount of military and administrative power. If this conflict breaks out completely, the probability that he can win this invisible war is currently less than 30%. His status as emperor accounted for 1%, and his uncle Austin, who held naval power and supported him, accounted for another %. As for the extra 10% at the end, it was just brought to him by his trusted and beloved general. Thinking of this, Emperor William's face suddenly showed a smile that had not been seen for a long time. He did not continue to worry about the defeat of Duke Austin. After finalizing the support of the Third Navy, he told the noble counselors, who had different expressions, the fundamental reason for holding this meeting. I'm sure you all know that the Imperial Air Force, led by Admiral Dormammu, won a great victory on the Western Front and occupied the magic Lake of Walden. Therefore, considering Admiral Dormammu's many years of achievements and the result of this great victory, I would like to appoint him as the Marshal of the Empire's new 3rd Air Force Group and the new Count Fellow of the Empire's Walden Territory, responsible for the governance of Walden Territory. Who here is in favor of this, and who is against it? Chapter 68, Fighting. After hearing Emperor William's decision, the entire palace suddenly fell silent. The eyes of all the congressmen began to flicker, and the conservatives on the left unconsciously turned their gazes to the leaders of their own camp. As the de facto controller of the House of Lords, Wolf knew very well that Emperor William's move seemed to be to seek everyone's opinions, but in the final analysis, it was just a test of him. The other side wanted to take back the military, administrative, and even legislative powers that had been gradually decentralized since the accession of Perusus I. After all, the other party's actions in the 8 years since he ascended the throne have long proved that he is a monarch with endless ambitions. With the empire suffering successive defeats on the other 3 fronts, Dormammu's great victory this time gave Emperor William a legitimate reason to do so. Although Wolf was very curious about what kind of cunning strategy Dormammu used to reverse this war that should have been a failure when the supply line was exposed. But now that the facts were before him, he couldn't refuse them for any reason. However, Wolf, who knew this well, did not express his opinion. Instead, he looked calmly across at the Duke of Austin, who had been staring at him from across the air at some point in time, waiting for him to speak first and start this dispute. When we talked about how to deal with the defeat, everyone was very active, but why are you silent now? Seeing that Wolf was not fooled, Emperor William could not help but curse him in his heart as an old fox. But on the surface, he still looked at this loyal prime minister with a friendly face, and spoke in a friendly and gentle tone, as if he was talking to his most trusted minister. "Why don't you, Prime Minister Wolf, express your opinion first? I would also like to know what you think about this matter." "Your Majesty, I think this is a good thing. After all, General Dormammu has made great contributions, and he has won a miraculous victory this time. This is truly a joy for the Empire. Logically speaking, he should be given a higher title," Wolf exclaimed, but then changed the subject and said, "However, as the finance minister of the Empire, I may have to report to you with regret that the Empire's finances are now in a large deficit, with military expenditures accounting for the largest proportion. Under the current circumstances of stabilizing the domestic economy, I am afraid it will be difficult for us to afford a new Air Force group composed of brand new magic soldiers." "A huge deficit? Has the Empire's economy become so bad? But why is this news different from the intelligence I heard?" As if he had heard something funny, Emperor William's lips suddenly curled up into a smile, but his cold eyes suddenly swept towards the Conservative Party on the left, and, at the same time, pointed his finger at one of the members of Parliament, his tone as cold as a piece of ice that had been frozen for 10,000 years. "Member Baru, at 12:09 a.m. 3 days ago, you spent 100,000 D to buy a female orc slave at the Santa Club. Recently, the news has been widely spread among the imperial nobles. I guess many people were amazed by your romantic behavior that night, right? Mr. At 8:12 p.m. a week ago, at the Stone Manor, you assigned the butler, named Cozy Eye, to secretly purchase a private luxury manor on the central street of Gloucester. How is the construction going now? I heard that it cost 2,687,431 dinars, which is more than the tax revenue of Gloucester in a year. I have to say that this kind of mansion is really fascinating. If you have the chance, please invite me to visit it so that I can appreciate the architectural aesthetics of the Stone family. Oh, by the way, it seems that these are just the basic purchase costs. The servants you recruited and the luxurious decoration costs have not been calculated. It seems that I need to ask someone to find out for me again later. And by the way, Senator Cracked. Inside the House of Lords, Emperor William was talking about the extravagant spending of each member of Parliament like a treasure trove, and the members who were named were all sweating profusely and subconsciously looked towards Prime Minister Wolf for help. But Wolf did not even look at these people. His pair of blue eyes calmly looked at the king on the podium, who was constantly telling the intelligence obtained by the supervisory forces and was determined to win the meeting even at the cost of exposing the fact that he was secretly monitoring his ministers. It was not until Emperor William pointed out the extravagant behavior of 15 foolish congressmen in one breath and stopped with a dry mouth that he spoke quietly. Your Majesty, in my opinion, what you said can only prove that these families have deep foundations and has nothing to do with the Empire's finances. After all, the property law of the Norman Empire has clearly stipulated in Article 16 that the private property of the nobility is sacred and inviolable, and enjoys tax-free rights according to law. Chief Justice Krista, I should be right about this article, right? Well, the imperial property law does indeed stipulate so. Feeling the king's cold gaze, Chief Justice Krista, who was inexplicably dragged into this troubled quagmire, wanted to curse in her heart, but in the end she had no choice but to bite the bullet and answer like this. Since the founding of the Norman Empire, Norman I and the 13 heroic families have worked together to formulate laws and regulations related to the nobility. Although the Norman family's royal lineage was cut off due to the demonic disease and the successor changed, considering the stability of the empire, Paris, I still inherited the old system in legislation. After 12 generations, there's been no change so far, so then change it. The old laws should be used in the past. How can we stick to them till now? Is there really any meaning to sticking to the old system other than hindering the empire from making further progress? Emperor William spoke in a cold voice. As soon as these words came out, the entire House of Lords Hall suddenly became so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. At this moment, all the parliamentarians unconsciously turned their eyes to the center of the field, where there were two figures, one above and one below, representing the face of the empire and confronting the two most powerful figures in the empire. Everyone's eyes began to flicker unconsciously at this moment, or worried, excited, angry, or playful. But no one dared to say anything rashly. Crack! Outside the palace, a purple lightning suddenly fell from the sky. The dazzling cold light swept through everyone's eyes through the window. The breathtaking roar continued to reach my ears, and the echo from the world seemed to prove. At this moment, the gods of the Norman Empire who had left this world thousands of years ago. At this moment, it seemed that an infinite power was silently witnessing this moment from another world, which was worthy of being included in the history books of the Norman Empire. In this dull and depressing atmosphere, this magnificent hall actually seemed a little scary for a moment. The Norman Empire is not your Majesty's empire alone. In this almost suffocating atmosphere, Wolf spoke this after a long silence. He ignored the murderous intent and anger in the king's eyes, slowly stood up from the chair, put his hands behind his back, and the kind smile on his face disappeared without a trace, replaced by a chill that made everyone feel cold when they saw him. Your Majesty William must understand that the Norman Empire has achieved what it has today because of the support of us nobles. Your Majesty, do you really want to disappoint the nobles who have dedicated their loyalty and glory to the Empire and repeat the mistakes of the Norman royal family, which died in the 36th generation? Wolf's voice was very calm, without any emotion, but his undisguised words were tantamount to igniting a huge bomb on the scene. Everyone was shocked by his almost arrogant behavior. Immediately, the noble parliamentarians on both sides suddenly stood up from their chairs at the same time, either in surprise or anger, and looked at their political enemies in front of them with sharp eyes. As their eyes met, invisible murderous intent quietly spread. "Traitor, I will kill you." Seeing Wolf so blatantly challenging the monarch's authority, the young Earl West immediately roared and was about to rush out to kill this evil man who violated the relationship between the monarch and his subjects and indirectly killed his father on the spot. But before he could rush to his seat, he was knocked unconscious by the arm of Duke Austenin, who had approached him at some point and had a head full of white hair and looked very old. He then had someone escort him out of this dangerous hall immediately. He turned to look at the king, who had stood up from the platform at some point, glaring at everyone, not hiding the murderous intent in his heart at all. At this moment, his old eyes were filled with unprecedented worry. Chapter 69, Trade-Offs. On the field, Wolf paid no attention to the little episode created by the young Earl of West from beginning to end. As the Prime Minister of the Empire, he holds the administrative power of the Empire. If you really want to deal with this kind of young man, just a glance is enough to kill him without a burial place. What he needs to pay most attention to now is Emperor William's attitude, because this will determine whether the conservatives will launch the regrettable coup against Emperor William, who tried to break the oath that they had secretly made with their ancestors since the ascension of Peruzai. To be honest, this is not what Wolf wants to see. Although Emperor William once tried to take back power and try to suppress the great nobles. But apart from this, he can be called a wise monarch. Whether in terms of strategy, vision, decisiveness, and ruthlessness, he has too many similarities with Peruzai I, who is known as the first wise king. Wolf also thought about what would have happened if he had not been born into the Custer family, but was a bourgeois upstart, or even a commoner. Then, after witnessing the other party's skills, perhaps he would unconsciously surrender to the king's courage and swear to give all his loyalty to the other party. But unfortunately, there is no if. As the head of the Custer family and the descendant of a great noble family that has been passed down for thousands of years, he would never allow his position to change. In Wolf's opinion, the Norman Empire could be without an emperor, but it could not be without nobles. Moreover, throughout history, although a wise monarch who exercises centralized power and autocratic rule can bring unprecedented prosperity in a short period of time, it only takes one foolish heir to destroy the 1,000-year foundation that he has built. And the nobles who rose to power together will also decline and even perish in the cycle called dynasty change. It was because he knew this that he was elected as the prime minister by the nobles. He began to restrict Emperor William in every way, even secretly signaling others to sell intelligence on the empire's front to the allies, using the empire's defeat to further suppress the king's autocratic ambitions. This is the family's 1,000-year glory, and it is a mission that he must complete. Thinking of this, he looked at the monarch on the throne without hesitation, his blue eyes filled with unprecedented chill and warning. "So, Your Majesty, do you really want to do this?" Emperor William looked down quietly at Wolf, who was looking up at him, with murderous intent and calmness constantly alternating in his eyes. But after a long time, his stern expression was suddenly replaced by a smile. He slowly sat back in his chair, and his tone returned to its previous gentleness. How could that be? Prime Minister Wolf has misunderstood. I am aware of your loyalty. The development of the empire is inseparable from your dedication. Moreover, the power of the nobles was established under the instructions of the gods thousands of years ago in the age of divine revelation. This is an eternal truth. How could I openly violate it? Just now I just thought the meeting was too boring, so I spoke up to liven up the atmosphere. But Prime Minister Wolf, you didn't take it seriously, did you? Huh. Your Majesty, I have known your sense of humor since I was young, but that was when you were the third prince of the Norman Empire. Now that you are the monarch of the empire, you must know that a king never jokes, so you need to carefully consider your every word and action. Seeing that Emperor William had surrendered on his own initiative, Wolf did not continue to approach him, but went down the stairs to criticize the other party's stubborn behavior. What Prime Minister Wolf is teaching me is that, come to think of it, I also miss the days when I followed you to study. I remember that you punished me for being too naughty. Although I was very angry at that time, now it seems that I was really too stupid at that time and deserved the punishment. Now, I can also understand your good intentions at that time, Mr. Wolf. I was only entrusted by the previous emperor to teach you the knowledge you need to master to become a prince. Moreover, I am now your subject and cannot be called a teacher. Your Majesty, thank you for your praise. Wolf responded respectfully, not caring at all about the other party's sarcasm that implied he was disrespectful to his superiors. At this moment, he knew clearly that this struggle for power would end, as usual, with Emperor William's compromise and the victory of the conservatives. The other party is just venting his dissatisfaction in this way. Naturally, he would not take such meaningless behavior to heart. Prime Minister Wolf, you are still as serious as before. Of course, this is a good thing. After all, the future of the empire cannot be without loyal ministers like you who dare to speak out. This is a blessing for the empire and for me. So I hope Prime Minister Wolf will take good care of your health. Thank you for your concern, Your Majesty. I will keep it in mind. For a moment, the originally tense conference hall returned to calm as Emperor William and Prime Minister Wolf hypocritically displayed harmony between the monarch and his subjects. It seemed as if the scene that was about to turn into a palace coup was just an illusion created by everyone. However, just as the conservatives were secretly praising Prime Minister Wolf's prowess, Emperor William spoke again. However, I personally feel that, whether for the advancement of the empire or to better protect the rights and interests of all loyal nobles, the Third Air Force must be established, even if it means continuing to expand the fiscal deficit. After all, magic soldiers are the Empire's greatest reliance in fighting the Allied forces, especially under the premise that the Allied Iron Regiment is constantly actively attacking the Empire's defenders on the front line. If the Empire wants to defend the border, or even launch a counterattack against the Allied forces, it needs more magic soldiers. Now that we have taken over Walden's Magic Lake, the Empire no longer has to be constrained by the impending depletion of Rosen Lake in the country when it comes to training magic soldiers. It is logical and necessary to launch a new round of magic soldier training plan. As for this group of newly trained magic soldiers, in my opinion, it would be better to first incorporate them into the Third Army Group to serve as the Empire's reserve force against the Allied forces. What do you think about this, Prime Minister Wolf? After saying this, Emperor William stared at Wolf, waiting for his reply. In fact, whether it was abandoning the Third Navy or bringing up the extravagant lifestyle of the conservative aristocrats and proposing to abolish the legal rights of the conservatives, these were just Emperor William's preparations for this matter. After the meeting started, he never thought of turning against the conservative party immediately. What William really wanted was only 1/3 of the Air Force power. Even so, this part of military power would require him to wait at least 4 years before it could be fully formed. But as long as the 7th Legion, led by Dormammu, can be officially transformed from the Emperor's personal army to the Imperial Army, then for him it was enough. As he is still young, he can definitely afford to waste these 4 years. William, who knew his teacher's character well, knew that after the previous struggles and compromises, Wolf, who had weakened his monarch's majesty through this debate between the monarch and his subjects, would definitely make concessions this time. This was done to ease the emotions of this defeated monarch and prevent him from giving up and doing something crazy that the conservatives could not accept. The development of events indeed confirmed his guess. Your Majesty, what you said makes sense. I deeply agree with it. The Third Air Force Group should indeed be established. After all, the magic soldiers are the Empire's greatest reliance in fighting against the Allied forces. Now that we have captured Walden Lake, there is no reason for us to tie our own hands. Wolfe was also aware of this, or rather, he had long anticipated that William's real goal was to nominally seize this military power. He was also aware that if he continued to refuse at this moment, this monarch, who would never give up until he achieved his goal, would most likely further develop the conflict into a coup. This was a result he could never accept. Although Wolfe also knew that after agreeing to this condition, after 4 years, when Dormammu's 3rd Air Force Group was officially formed, Emperor William's desire for centralization would further increase. But can things really develop as the other party wishes? Don't forget that the control of the 1st and 2nd Army groups is still in their hands. Although that damn Dormammu. This time he was lucky enough to rely on the mercy of the god of luck and won the Battle of Walden when he was sure to lose. But this kind of luck is only temporary, and the other party cannot always have this kind of good luck to break through absolute adversity. What awaits the other side is only a depressed ending under the title of the 3rd Air Force Marshal who has no real power. After weighing the interests, he had no reason to refuse. So, under the delighted eyes of Emperor William and the confused or thoughtful gazes of the crowd, he, as the Prime Minister, showed an elegant smile to the monarch on the stage who was immersed in the empty bubble of military power, and then said meaningfully, "Your Majesty, in the name of the Prime Minister, I hereby agree to your application to form the 3rd Imperial Air Force Army." Chapter 70 Abandoned Experimental Subjects. The meeting convened by Emperor Wilhelm did not last long, and the formation of the Imperial 3rd Air Force and the appointment of Dormammu Ferret as Count of Walden were confirmed and recognized by the cabinet. After discussing the addition of the Fellet family's honor record and the arrangement of the title ceremony in the imperial aristocratic system, as well as the establishment of spiritual clergy in Walden territory and the establishment of a branch church of the Imperial Holy Glory sect in Walden territory, the matter of Admiral Dormammu's promotion has come to a temporary end. The rest of the meeting revolved around the 3 remaining tense fronts in the empire, as well as discussions on some reforms to the empire's current political activities and economic policies. After 2 hours of heated debate, the meeting came to an end. At this time, the rainstorm in Alino had stopped, and the overlapping dark clouds had dissipated at some point. The dazzling sunlight once again enveloped the stone floor after the rain, and under the effect of the mirror, it reflected brilliant arcs of light. It was as if the heavens were also celebrating the empire's renewed glory. In the House of Lords, after praising Emperor William in unison, the noble members left the House of Lords one by one. Afterwards, the clerk of the Imperial Parliament presented the sordid meeting contents to the Speaker of the House of Commons who had been waiting in the central hall of the Westerlo Palace. In the future, members of the House of Commons, under the instructions of cabinet officials, will be responsible for the implementation of the relevant political and economic bills discussed at this meeting. After leaving Westerlo Palace, Wolfe bid farewell to the conservatives who wanted to hold a cocktail party and returned to his office in the cabinet alone in a black car under the scrutiny of the Duke of Austin, who was supported by his secretary. In the office, Wolfe, sitting on the sofa, was staring at the majestic portrait of Norman, eye hanging on the wall behind him. He was holding a sword, looking arrogant, and charging on the battlefield with 13 founding heroes, including the ancestors of the Custer family. At this moment, there was a gleam in his eyes, but under his expressionless face, people could not tell what he was thinking for a moment. It was not until he heard a knock on the door that he slowly withdrew his gaze and nodded to the secretary, who was waiting silently beside him. The other party immediately understood, walked forward and opened the door, then welcomed the visitor into the office. After receiving Wolfe's nod, the secretary took the initiative to leave and close the door. Then, the figure of Defense Minister Michel, who was called Wolfe's loyal dog by countless people, came into his sight. However, compared with the complacency when he left Westerlo Palace earlier, the other party was now frowning, holding a document in his hand, with a look full of hesitation, as if he was thinking about whether to report the intelligence he had discovered. "Why did you suddenly come back from the cocktail party?" Wolfe took a sip of the warm coffee on the table with a normal look on his face. As if he had thought of something, he casually asked his confidant, "Did Duke Austin send someone to cause trouble?" "No, Prime Minister." Shortly after the meeting ended, the Excellency was invited by His Majesty the Emperor to go to Campbell Palace to discuss matters related to the Third Navy that was about to go to Faken Bay. Hearing Wolfe's question, Michel immediately came back to his senses and responded respectfully. Really? That seems to be the style of our Majesty. Besides, what do you want from me this time? Wolf examined the document in Michelle's hand. After glancing at the appointment letter marked in imperial language on the surface, he almost knew the general content of the document. Well, it's actually related to the 7th Legion. There's nothing wrong with the rest, but there's a piece of intelligence that I personally think might need your review, Prime Minister. Although he didn't know whether he would be reprimanded for disturbing this adult because of a small abandoned experimental subject, considering the miraculous contents described in the intelligence, he still gritted his teeth and handed over the document. Wolf took the document from the other party calmly and then examined it. When he saw the photo of the descendant of Xianqin named John Maslow posted in the personal resume on the document, as if remembering something, he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Then, while examining the contents of the document, he casually asked Michelle, "If I remember correctly, this John Maslow is the surviving experimental subject of the so-called Apostle of God project?" "Yes, Prime Minister." When Michelle heard Wolf ask the question, she immediately realized that she had made the right bet this time. However, he still suppressed his joy and turned to Wolf and explained in a deep voice. After Cersei's laboratory was forcibly closed by the decree issued by Emperor William when he took office, and the forbidden experiment officers headed by Cersei Marifar were sentenced to death, I secretly placed this experimental subject in the home of a civilian named Zorn Maslow. At that time, I followed your instructions and secretly sent people to conduct a detailed examination and magic test on this experimental subject. I concluded that in addition to the abnormal brain trend, the other party did not have the talent to practice blasting magic or master unique techniques. In addition, due to the trauma caused by the forbidden experiment, the experimental subject communication ability is extremely poor, and his food, clothing, housing, and transportation all need to be taken care of by humans. In addition, his body often suffers from magic backlash, which requires a large amount of resources to suppress. Therefore, after a year of testing the subject, our researchers did not find any growth potential in the subject and listed it as a discarded subject. After reaching this conclusion, I reported the matter to you 7 years ago, and according to your arrangement, I transferred the person to the 3rd Imperial Welfare Institution. The 3rd Welfare House, that's indeed the case. Looking at the resume about John Maslow in his hand and listening to Michelle's report, Wolf also recalled the scene 7 years ago. He remembered that he seemed to have had a disagreement with the newly appointed Emperor Wilhelm on an economic bill policy regarding the emerging industrial bourgeoisie. The young monarch at the time was bent on supporting the upstarts, which made him feel insulted. When he was in a bad mood, Michelle, who was then just a small imperial official and worked as a secretary under him, reported this trivial matter to him on such a boring afternoon. Therefore, in order to discuss the young king, after confirming that this abandoned experimental subject had no training value, he threw it into the 3rd orphanage of the empire run by the emperor. He planned to use this experimental subject, which consumed a large amount of resources, to bring down the economy of the small orphanage, so as to make Emperor William realize that he, the prime minister who also served as the finance minister, was the real owner of the executive power. But now it seems that an unintentional act at that time has now become a trouble for me. It's really surprising. Looking at the document in his hand, it told about John Maslow, who graduated with top honor for the 1st Military Academy of the Empire, and who in this war on the western front of the Empire first captured the secret team of the Allied forces that cut off the supply line, and then led his troops to defeat the Allied anti-magic device. And when governing a small town called Bahamut, he not only defeated the remaining main force of the 5th Legion, but also captured the enemy major and developed him into an imperial spy. These 3 achievements were enough to be called miraculous. At this moment, staring at the serious-looking, ordinary-looking young man in the photo, Wolf actually vaguely saw another figure in the other person, the one who had glared at him on the battlefield and accused him of nepotism and being unworthy of being a soldier. In the past, they supported each other through the battlefield. They were not brothers, but they were like real brothers. But now, because of their respective beliefs, they have become absolute enemies. Fate, why are you always so unpredictable? For a moment, Wolf's thoughts became a little dazed. But this trance only lasted for a moment. He stared silently at the application submitted by the supervisory force under the name of His Majesty the Emperor to the cabinet regarding the transfer of John Maslow's rank to major. After a long silence, he returned the document to Michelle and then gave a reply that surprised the other party. Give him a pass. Without waiting for Michelle to ask further questions, he added calmly. Also, have the Military Affairs Department notify Lieutenant General Dolan in Faken Bay to prepare. He has been harassed by the Allied shadow forces for some time. Have him organize a counterattack in the near future. Regardless of the outcome, he must report to the Imperial Military Affairs Department 1 week later that the battle line is in urgent need of support from the Imperial Air Force. Since Dormammu has won a great victory this time and has been promoted to the Marshal of the 3rd Air Force, then it is reasonable for him, the new Marshal of the 3rd Air Force, to make some efforts in the Empire's operations in Faken Bay, right? As for the troops, the active performance of Major John, who has made many achievements on the Western Front of the Empire, is also obvious to all in the Empire. Moreover, a week is enough time for them to complete the reorganization and coordination of the new troops. At this time, it is perfect to let them lead troops to support us. Michelle, as the Imperial Defense Minister, what do you think of this arrangement for our Major John? Michelle understood, and then a smile slowly appeared on the corner of her mouth. She responded with unprecedented respect. Reporting to the Prime Minister, in my opinion, this arrangement is absolutely perfect. In that case, go ahead and give the order. I'll look forward to hearing good news from you. Yes, sir. Squeak. As Wolf watched Michelle slowly leave, his eyes gradually became deeper. After a long while, he turned around and looked at the portrait behind him, which was praised by countless people as God's servant. A cold light flashed in his old eyes. The past is the past. There is no point in mentioning it. No matter what others say, Wolf always has faith. Everything he did now was for the Empire. Today's people are blinded by the existence called the Emperor, but only he knew that the aristocracy was the core of this country. He had to ensure the stability of the rights and interests of the great nobles. Only in this way, with the help of the great nobles, the Empire would not fall into irreparable destruction because of a foolish monarch. And the Empire will surely stand for thousands of years under his decision. Chapter 71 Warrant Officer John is very sad. At night, outside the town of Bahamut, inside the Imperial troop station. Looking at Leia, who was looking at him expectantly, John felt very complicated at this moment. He felt that there must be something wrong with his memory when he traveled through time. Other than that, he really couldn't think of anything else that could explain what was happening now. Although Serbia has not yet undergone the transformation of the War Dragon God, its individual combat power can only be ranked in the top 50. But no matter how you look at it, the opponent should not be defeated by Leia, a minor character who doesn't even have an appearance in the plot. Could it be that his earlier suspicion that Anna Splinter and Leia were related was actually true? The reason why Leia did not appear in the game is probably because the Black Hawk Special Forces were wiped out in the original plot. She herself died in the traps set by the Allies. Could it be that her fighting ability is actually not weak? Looking at the face of Lyanna, which is 70% similar to the heroine of the game, the almost identical strange silver hair of the two, and the fact that Lyanna defeated Serbia head-on. At this moment, John suddenly realized that he seemed to have underestimated this girl with a strange personality. So after suppressing his doubts, John asked the other party the question he was most curious about. Leia, tell me the truth. Do you have a sister who has been missing for many years? A cousin too. Leia tilted her head and looked at John with a puzzled look. Obviously, I don't understand why the amazing Warrant Officer John would suddenly ask such a question. But out of respect for John, Leia frowned and thought about it carefully. After a long time, she shook her head and replied, No. In the end, perhaps because she felt that this statement was not very convincing, Leia added, I haven't heard my father talk about this. So you don't know it yourself? Shit. John was silent, and then his heart was filled with unprecedented sadness. He felt so stupid, he should have thought of this a long time ago. As a game with female characters as its selling point, which takes into account both dynasty rule and real-time strategy, given the damn nature of the developers of Empire Fall, how could they allow a secondary character with white hair to appear in the game in addition to the heroine Anna? So there is definitely something wrong with these two people. They are either sisters or cousins. There is absolutely no way the third possibility can occur. Leia's age is listed as 21 years old on her resume, which makes her 1 year older than Anna Splinter, the heroine of the game, who is currently studying at the Calton Military Academy in the capital of the Northern Kingdom of Lauren and is about to graduate and officially enter the battlefield as an Allied Army officer. Combining the two people's unique techniques, Although they are slightly different, they are extremely similar in nature. It was hard for John not to suspect that the heroine Anna was the lost descendant of the Benat family. In other words, Leia is most likely Anna's cousin or even her biological sister. After all, in the background of the game, the only introduction about Anna is that she is the master of the miracle ritual. Because of a coup, her family was destroyed, and Anna herself arrived in the kingdom of Lauren, escorted by a servant. And by chance, she became the adopted daughter of the Sprint family. So, I picked up a super general who is ranked second in the world in individual combat power for free at the beginning. I was worried at the beginning that Leia would be killed by Serbia. In the early stage, under the crushing of miracle spells over ordinary spells, Serbia was able to survive from Leia. It was a blessing for her. After all, the miracle spell is rated as the magic spell that is closest to the power of God in the game. Thinking of this, John suddenly felt a little overwhelmed. He could almost foresee the look of astonishment on Anna and Leia's faces when they met on the battlefield in the future. As Anna had received an orthodox education in the kingdom of Lauren and had a deep-rooted impression of the evil image of the Empire, she would definitely regard the commander as a villain who brainwashed her sister. Who knows, one day he might sneak up on him and chop off his head to vent his anger. This is a crisis even worse than being unable to retire. After thinking about this situation, John's look towards Leia suddenly became more complicated. He was considering whether he should try to propose to this subordinate who was suspected to be Anna's sister. In this case, considering that he is the other party's brother-in-law, given Anna's character, the other party who has regained his family should not do anything to his brother-in-law, right? Maybe? Captain, what should we do next? Should we attack the city? We have to attack the city, right? Before John could think carefully about whether his plan to use Leia to control Anna was feasible, Wendy beside him started calling out anxiously. At this moment, the deputy captain's eyes were filled with excitement. Obviously, Sergeant Wendy, who has a strong desire for military merit, is now impatient to capture the rebel who dared to snipe Captain John and complete the mission of occupying Bahamut ordered by the general. Thinking of this, she immediately raised her left hand and volunteered. Captain, I want to lead the charge. Let me lead the charge. I promise to blow up that old man named Micah right on the spot. I swear to you, in the name of the Brown family. Blast your head. Wendy, you idiot, stop making trouble for me and follow my orders. If you dare to mess around, you'll have to wash your stinky socks. I'm not kidding you, do you understand? John frowned and scolded Wendy for being a warmonger. But this time he finally understood. He thought that the soldiers under his command were all insignificant trash. As long as he used a little trick, he could make sure that these little guys could survive to the end under his clever calculations. But in fact, everyone in his team is a tough guy. Seriously, I'm not going to be cursed by some ghost thing, am I? Otherwise, how can we explain this bad luck that is like a jinx? John sighed in his heart, but seeing everyone staring at him eagerly, waiting for his order, he suppressed his emotions and turned to look at the brightly lit town of Bahamut in front of him and gave the order. All members, pack your equipment immediately and prepare to enter the city. Target, Bahamut town. Yes, in the town of Bahamut, inside the Baron's castle. At this time, Baron Micah was walking back and forth in the study in a restless mood. His brows were furrowed, his eyes were full of worry and expectation, and the expression on his face was extremely complicated. A whole day has passed since the guards were sent to the Imperial base to negotiate with that damn half-dragon in the morning. But he never received any news. During this period, Micah had thought about secretly sending someone to drive a horse-drawn carriage to escape from the danger-ridden town of Bahamut. The guards discovered through their investigation that this had been going on since the negotiations in the morning. The damn Imperial army inexplicably arranged for magic soldiers to begin patrolling the area around the town of Bahamut. Anyone who tried to leave would receive a warning shot from the sky and would have to retreat back to the town. He gave up his plan to run away. Then I started to worry about another problem. That is, whether Serbia died at the hands of those terrifying magic soldiers. If the opponent was killed by the magic soldiers, then he would still have room to maneuver. For example, he could throw dirty water on the dead Serbia and use surrender as an excuse to gain the trust of the extremely dangerous John Maslow. Although doing so would result in retaliation against his son who had gone to the Allied forces, as well as the rest of the Hardman family. But Micah feels that although he is a little older, fortunately the thing is still strong. With the help of medication, It won't be a big problem for him to try hard to have offspring. But the prerequisite for all this is the death of Serbia. If the other party was not killed by the Imperial Army, but was captured and provided information, then the worst possible outcome is likely to be what awaits him. No, that madman John Maslow even dared to kill himself. So how could the other party let go of the assassin who dared to assassinate him? So, everything will develop as you expected. Baron Micah kept hypnotizing himself in his mind. But he hadn't finished brainwashing himself yet. The next second, the door of the study was kicked open. Bang! The sudden noise startled Baron Micah. He frowned and was about to turn around and curse at which unruly bastard had entered his study without permission. Under the light, when he saw the figure with black hair and black eyes, wearing the uniform of an Imperial warrant officer, his pupils instantly contracted to the extreme. Immediately, before he could recover from his shock, amid the other party's extremely cold smile, a voice like the echo of hell slowly passed through the air into his ears. Baron Micah Hardman, right? Now, you have the right to remain silent, but everything you say will be used as evidence in court. In the name of Imperial Counterintelligence, I declare you, Baron Micah Hardman, that you are under arrest. Chapter 72 Warrant Officer John is a role model for Imperial soldiers, relying on the flying ability of the magic bag and the absolute force of the magic soldiers. After knowing the specific situation inside Bahamut, John led the members of Team 14 and sneaked into the Baron's castle, and then arrested Micah Hardman effortlessly. And through the other party, a surrender order was issued to the defenders of the town of Bahamut. And in the reputation of the Imperial Army, the soldiers under the Baron, who had been frightened by the attack of the troops led by Leia yesterday, did not resist. Instead, after handing over his gun, he obediently put his hands on his head and, under the arrangement of the Imperial Army, walked into the prison in the town of Bahamut together with Baron Micah, who always maintained a proud expression even after being arrested and did not lose the limelight of a noble. Therefore, in less than an hour, John easily raised the flag of the Imperial Army in the center of the town of Bahamut and informed the residents of the town of this. Although I know that the change of camps will make the residents in the town feel panic, considering the late night, it is not a good time to make a public speech. In addition, John was not sure whether the resourceful Morningstar had any backup plan in the town. If he gathered the townspeople to announce the matter at this time, he might be attacked. Therefore, for safety reasons, John decided to take a nap in the simple Baron's mansion first, and consider the follow-up matters after dawn tomorrow. John thought that as a young man in the 21st century, he had seen a lot of things on the internet. The heritage of a mere baronial castle could not shock a well-informed person like me. But when he actually stepped into the magnificent castle hall, he saw the large number of golden sculptures hanging on the walls for decoration, as well as the classical aesthetic style that could only be accumulated after hundreds of years of historical sedimentation. He instantly realized that he had underestimated the word noble. Looking at the exquisite reliefs on the wall that seemed to record the historical origins of the Hardman family, you can feel the impact of the bright colors and the Baroque architectural style. This palace-like scene, which he could only see through the internet in his previous life, made John feel a little dazed for a moment. But after coming to his senses, feeling the doubtful look of Sergeant Wendy beside him, he still put on a disdainful attitude for the sake of face and scolded angrily. Corruption, so corrupt. A mere baron can live in such luxury. Just from his damn decoration style, I can tell how hard life the residents of Bahamut town live. Everyone, you must remember that as a true Imperial soldier, we must prohibit this kind of extravagant trend. Our goal is to be a noble person, a pure person, a person who is free from vulgarity, and this damn Baron Micah is a typical negative example. After he gained wealth through oppression and exploitation, he did not think about how to use it to build the army and improve people's livelihood, thereby making the country stronger. Instead, he used it all to satisfy his own selfish interests and his hateful and pathetic vanity. They're just like termites. Yes, these guys are just termites sucking the blood of the people. They must be severely punished. Do you understand, Sergeant Wendy? Yes, Warrant Officer John. After hearing this, Wendy, who was originally puzzled by Warrant Officer John's days, suddenly understood. He responded quickly, and, at the same time, took out his little green book to record his new spirit, and looked at John with more respect. After seeing such an extravagant architectural style, the first thing that Warrant Officer John thought of was not to take possession of it, but to put the people in his heart. What a great and moral character it is. As expected, Warrant Officer John is the role model that Imperial soldiers should learn from. At the same time, in the team behind the two of them, Leia, who heard this, shrank her neck somewhat unnaturally. Although she also knew that Warrant Officer John was criticizing Baron Micah's extravagant lifestyle. But as the only descendant of the Bynot family, Leia received extra care from the Emperor and spent her childhood with the princes and princesses. The properties that I have obtained now, with the grace of His Majesty the Emperor, are definitely more luxurious than this small baronial palace. But even such a simple baronial palace was criticized by Warrant Officer John as a parasite of the Empire. If Warrant Officer John saw the properties under her name, wouldn't he immediately regard her as a scum of the Empire? Or even start to hate her? Indeed, I should sell all those useless houses later, or even donate them. Leia thought secretly in her heart. In fact, she never cared much about material things. What's more, His Majesty William, who had great expectations of her, had already set up special funds to supplement the resources consumed in the training and improvement of the techniques. And she herself is not the type of person who likes luxury and pleasure. For her, as long as she can complete the mission of reviving the family and restore the Bynot family to its former glory, she could accept it even if she only had to eat bread and drink water every day and sleep in a simple tent at night. Anyway, after joining the army over the years, she has long been accustomed to this kind of life. But if those meaningless external things made the magical Warrant Officer John doubt her, or even hate and reject her, it would be a huge blow to Leia. This is something she absolutely cannot accept. Thinking of this, Leia immediately made up her mind. He planned to contact the butler arranged for him by His Majesty William and ask him to sell all the properties under his name, then use all of it to do good things, thereby further gaining the other party's admiration with this noble sentiment that meets Chief Warrant Officer John's standards. At the same time, Warrant Officer John, who was unaware that his angry remarks had caused a potential rich woman to think wrongly and start to stay away from him, finally got rid of the disappointment of discovering that he was a local dog after he made a moral criticism and judgment on the corrupt baronial mansion. Seeing that everyone was unaware of the truth because of his lies, he barely saved his superior's face and didn't continue to worry about it. After unscrupulously placing the captive Dick Hardman and his family in a tent and arranging patrol and guard plans, Warrant Officer John, who had usurped the Baron's mansion, just picked a guest room and moved in, and without ceremony took some wine from poor Baron Micah's cellar, distributing it to the soldiers. After telling everyone to drink in moderation, he walked into the guest room with a sad and angry mood and got himself drunk. Then he fell asleep on the floor without taking off his clothes. Just as Warrant Officer John discovered that he was a mongrel dog, he fell asleep with grief and anger in his heart. In the dungeon in the west of the town of Bahamut, Baron Micah and his guards are imprisoned. As the prison door was slowly pushed open by the Imperial soldiers, two figures, one tall and one short, slowly walked in. After seeing the man's face clearly, a look of disbelief flashed across Micah Hardman's face. Chapter 73. Father, please commit suicide. Deke, why are you here? Looking at Baron Micah, who was looking at his son outside the prison with a complicated expression, he always maintained his Baron demeanor and did not show any sign of misconduct, even when he was captured by John. But at this moment, an unprecedented panic appeared on his face. Looking at his son's face full of sorrow, countless thoughts began to emerge in his mind, so much so that the usually ruthless Baron lost his usual calm. The whole person is almost going crazy. It was obvious that as long as Dick led his men to the Kingdom of Victoria, even if the mission was not completed, the Hardman family, with the support of the 500,000 D funds, would still have a chance to make a comeback. As a Baron, he can also get a chance to escape through normal ransom exchange. But now, all the plans came to nothing the moment Dick arrived at the prison. How could he not be crazy about this? Father, we shouldn't go against the Empire. Commander John has seen through all of this through the Empire's agents. Your plan was all within his expectations. We have completely failed. Facing Baron Micah's incredulous expression, Dick stated this fact with a sad face. Upon hearing this, Baron Micah fell silent. But soon, he realized something was wrong and looked at his son who was moving freely outside the prison with some astonishment. Combined with the other party's evasive gaze, he seemed to understand what kind of rebellious behavior the other party had done. He was so angry that even his beard began to tremble, and he roared uncontrollably. You You damned bastard. How dare you betray me? How dare you? I. Looking at his father glaring at him, Dick was originally timid, but when he thought of what his wife had told him before he left, thinking of the fearful and terrified eyes of the children, Dick instantly mustered up the courage to retort to the father in front of him, whom he had never dared to disobey since he was a child. Why not? Family is above everything else. Isn't that what you taught me, father? You beast, you damn beast. Why did I give birth to someone like you? The Hardman family's hundreds of years of reputation and foundation will all be destroyed in your hands. Ha ha ha. After realizing that his son actually sold him out to save his life, Baron Micah broke down and cried and laughed. He tore at his meticulously combed hair with his hands in anger, as if he had been driven completely mad by the blow. With his messy hair, ferocious face, and bloodshot eyes, he looked like a devil from hell and was extremely terrifying. He glanced coldly at his son, who didn't dare to look him in the eye because he had backstabbed him, and forced himself to suppress the murderous intent in his heart. He took a deep breath and looked at the imperial female soldier who was watching all this with relish, as if she were appreciating a drama, and said in a deep voice, "My imperial soldier, I want to see your commander. I order you as the lord of Longyan territory. I want to negotiate with your commander now, immediately, right now." Captain John is asleep, so he has no time to see an old man like you. Besides, let me tell you, don't you take yourself too seriously? After hearing the old man's request, Wendy curled her lips in disdain, then ignored the other party's angry expression, looked at the other party's neck with cold eyes, and a cold and sinister smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. What the hell, Lord Longyan? Who do you think you are? After conspiring with the Allies to assassinate Warrant Officer John, do you really think you can walk out of the prison alive? I'll tell you the truth. Warrant Officer John is kind-hearted and can't bear to see us killing people. Otherwise, when we entered the city today, I would have blown your head off the moment I saw you. A beast who dared to murder Warrant Officer John. And I'm definitely not the only one in the team who has this idea. So, you old man should be thankful for this now. Thankful for the kindness of Warrant Officer John. Thankful that Warrant Officer John is an upright man who will judge a criminal according to the law and will never wrongly accuse any good person. Of course, after your good son's voluntary surrender, you are no longer of any value to the Empire. However, thanks to Warrant Officer John's insistence, we will conduct a normal trial for you, the Allied lackey. Before collecting evidence of your many crimes against the residents of Bahamut, we can let you live for a few more days. During the remaining time, you can feel as much regret and emotion as you want, and confess your crimes in this prison to pray for God's forgiveness. Perhaps, in view of your sincere repentance, God will allow you to experience less punishment in hell. Maybe. Asshole, how dare you judge me? What rights do you have to judge me? I am a true noble of the Golden Rose Kingdom. You don't have the right to do that. Listening to Wendy's disrespectful words and feeling the murderous intent in her eyes, Baron Micah realized that the other party was not joking with him, and at this moment he really started to panic. However, facing Micah's impotent rage, Wendy didn't even bother to take a second look. Instead, she yawned out of boredom and then urged Dick, "Hey, if you have anything to say to this old man, just say it quickly so that I can take you back. After all, this sergeant also needs to sleep. Otherwise, the warrant officer will scold me for being lazy tomorrow. Will you be able to bear the responsibility then?" "Yes, dear sir." Seeing Wendy urging him impatiently, Dick quickly nodded and responded. After learning that this tough guy was the most trusted deputy of the terrifying John Maslow, and that the other party only brought 9 magic soldiers, he killed more than 400 elite soldiers of the Allied forces in half an hour. Dick developed an unprecedented awe for the terrifying Sergeant Wendy. Whenever he came to check on him during the march, he would nod and bow to greet him, and he wanted to hang his head to the ground, not daring to offend him. So he quickly responded to the other party. Then, he looked at his father with a complicated expression. His face was full of anger, and he seemed to be unable to accept the fact that he, a baron, would be judged by a group of imperial magic soldiers who were born as commoners. His father was struggling. He couldn't help but let out a long sigh, and then said to the other party in a complicated tone words that he had never thought would come out of his mouth. "Father, for the future of the Hardman family, please commit suicide." Chapter 74, As long as I have no morals, the noble law has no effect on me. Effect? Asshole. At this moment, Baron Micah was so angry that he was shaking all over. He never imagined that this son, who had always been afraid to even look him in the face, would one day say such rebellious words to him. Although he also knew that from the other party's point of view, this was the best choice for the family. But understanding does not mean acceptance, especially for him who prides himself on being extremely intelligent. Dick's behavior is undoubtedly a damn betrayal. Value, yes, value. As long as I can demonstrate the corresponding value, that damn John Maslow will definitely spare my life because I can help him. Even, it is not impossible for him to become the lord of Longyin territory again. As if a drowning man had grabbed his last life-saving straw, Baron Micah's eyes suddenly widened, and his mind began to think constantly about what useful information he could currently provide to the Empire. Forced by this life-and-death crisis, he soon thought of a way to help himself escape death. His breathing became rapid, and he immediately shouted at the damned female Imperial soldier. I have information. I have confidential information about the Allies. I want to meet John Maslow and report to him in person. Classified information? Hearing this, a hint of surprise flashed across Wendy's eyes. She didn't expect that old man Micah would say such a thing. However, considering that the other party is a scum who had sniped Warrant Officer John, if this guy is really allowed to escape by claiming confidential information, that would definitely cause a lot of trouble for Warrant Officer John afterwards. As Chief Warrant Officer John's #1 follower, loyal Sergeant Wendy would never allow this to happen. So after little thought, she gave up the idea of reporting to Warrant Officer John. Then he turned to Micah with an expressionless face and said coldly, I'm Wendy Brown, the Vice Captain of the Empire's 14th Magic Mobile Squadron, the ideological instructor of the team, and the deputy of Warrant Officer John. If you really have confidential information, you can tell me directly. I will determine whether to give you a chance to be released based on the value of the information you provide. Of course, it is absolutely impossible for this sergeant to release you, old man. After all, helping superiors solve problems is also the duty of a loyal soldier. Given Warrant Officer John's easily influenced character, as long as I go back and praise him for his wisdom, Warrant Officer John will definitely forgive me for my loyalty. But you, old man, are different. You actually dared to murder Warrant Officer John. If you can only die once, this sergeant will make you feel what it feels like to be shot every day. Wendy sneered in her heart. As early as when she learned that Micah and the Allied forces tried to assassinate Warrant Officer John, she had already sentenced them to death in her heart. If Warrant Officer John had not strictly forbade her, she would have shot the old beast to death long ago and would not have allowed him to live so long. Even if Dick had not surrendered voluntarily and disclosed the intelligence, she would have killed all the remnants of the Hardman family without mercy. As for the aristocratic law, in Wendy's opinion, that stuff is all bullshit. Besides, although she was not born into the Empire, she was a member of the Brown family and a true descendant of the royal family of the Brown Kingdom. It is a crime for a commoner to kill a noble, but if she, a descendant of the royal family, kills a noble, then it can only be considered that she is immoral. Therefore, the aristocratic law can only restrain moral nobles. But as long as Winnie has no morals, the aristocratic law is useless to her. Winnie Brown? You are a descendant of the Brown royal family? Upon hearing the name, Baron Micah's eyes widened in shock, and he looked at the imperial female soldier in front of him with disbelief. It seems unbelievable that as a descendant of the royal aristocracy of a superpower, he would choose to become a running dog of an empire. Why? Do you still need me to show you the emblem of our family side branch? Of course, considering your current status as a prisoner, even if I bring you the emblem of our family side branch, I'm afraid you won't have a chance to recognize it, right? Besides, you are just a mere baron and a defeated general under Warrant Officer John. Is it necessary for this sergeant to lie to a loser like you? Winnie looked at Baron Micah in front of her with a sneer on her face. The confidence revealed in her words and the majesty in her expression almost instantly made Baron Micah realize that this female soldier of the Empire was definitely not an ordinary person. Suddenly, I felt as if a huge wave of storm was rising in my heart. Although the number of collateral descendants of the Brown royal family has become extremely large over the years. But that doesn't mean the family name has lost its value, especially in the current situation where foreigners control the government of the Brown Kingdom. If there is someone who has preserved the family emblem and can produce a clear token of historical origin, then once the right opportunity comes, this person will have the opportunity to ascend to the throne that countless people envy. However, Even though he was such a noble descendant of the Brown royal family, he did not try to compete for the honor. Instead, he was willing to serve as a small magic soldier under the name of John Moslow. The meaning of this is self-evident. At this moment, Baron Micah realized it deeply. How stupid it was that he joined forces with the Allies to assassinate John Moslow. But now that things have come to this, there is no use regretting. What he needs to do now is to prove his worth in exchange for a chance to survive. Thinking of this, Micah stopped hesitating and respectfully told His Highness the intelligence he had about the Allied forces. Your Highness, I know the identity of a secret agent planted by the Allies in the Empire. Moreover, the agent is an officer of the 7th Legion, where Sir John is. May I ask, in your opinion, is this information worth my survival? A secret agent of the Allies? Or from our 7th Legion? No wonder. I was wondering why the Legion supply lines were known to the Allies. If there was a traitor inside, then everything would be clear. Wendy suddenly realized, but on the surface she remained calm and said, That's interesting. Let me tell you the specific names. I promise not to tell anyone. Hearing this, Mika fell silent. For some reason, he always felt that this descendant of the royal family had some ill intentions towards him. What's more, this is the only negotiating condition he can offer at the moment. No matter how much you respect the other person's name, he would never directly state his greatest reliance without getting the other party's guarantee. So Micah immediately pretended not to hear Wendy's question and kept silent. Hey, you bastard, I asked you to say someone's name, but you don't understand what I'm saying? Huh? Wendy was anxious. She felt as if her plan had been seen through by this old man, and she couldn't help but feel angry and embarrassed. Just when she was considering whether to show the other party her dark power, so that the old man could experience the painful price he would pay for resisting the great Sergeant Wendy. Following the sound of footsteps, Mia, a communications soldier from Squad 14, rushed in as she stared in surprise. She immediately told her a piece of news that made her eyes light up, but also made Micah's eyes widen instantly. Deputy Captain, the command center just called and said that Colonel Jeter has just captured an Allied agent hiding inside our 7th Legion, and that the agent has confessed. General Dormammu has personally ordered that there's a trap in the town of Bahamut, and the Black Hawk Special Forces are on the way to support us. Let us notify the captain to lead the troops to evacuate immediately. Chapter 75. Killing someone and destroying their heart? Hearing this, Wendy seemed to have thought of something interesting. She first grinned and glanced at the puzzled Mia, then spoke to the livid Micah in a playful tone. Old man, it seems that your information is useless. Mia, come and tell our great Baron Micah who the spy is. Although she was somewhat puzzled as to what was going on, Mia answered honestly out of respect for the battle maniac vice captain. Reporting to the deputy captain, the spy is Captain Baranaf. In fact, ever since the day of the counterattack when he led 2 squads of magic soldiers and encountered an ambush by the Allied forces in the town of Bahamut, resulting in the death of the last 2 companies of the 13th Battalion, Colonel Jed has already put the other party on the suspect list and has been secretly monitoring him. After we reported the discovery of enemy troops hiding in Stone Village, Colonel Jet stepped up his vigilance against Captain Baranav, the Allied spies. After that, we successfully released the bait that alerted Warrant Officer John to the Allied trap and induced him to pass on information to the Allied forces. That's why we were able to capture him tonight. Also, Vice Captain, don't we need to notify the captain now? No need, because what Colonel Jeter sent was not actually a bait, but our extremely smart Warrant Officer John really predicted the Allied plan and has already captured the dangerous Allied assassin. It's just that you were not in the tent on the day of the interrogation, so you didn't know about it. Upon hearing the news, Micah's face instantly turned pale and his expression was dull, as if he couldn't accept the result. When he instantly understood that the agent the other party knew was obviously Baranav. After realizing that she could no longer squeeze any useful value out of this old man, she no longer wanted to play tricks on him. Instead, she waved her hand at Mia, who was in shock, and said, "Okay, Mia, hurry up and report the information to General Dormammu. Tell him that under the wise leadership of Warrant Officer John, we have cracked the Allied sniper plan and successfully captured a half-dragon assassin. We are currently working on governing the town of Bahamut. Tell the general not to worry. By the way, let the Black Hawk Special Forces who came to support us return. Warrant Officer John will be protected by our 14th team." "Yes, Vice Captain." Hearing this answer, Mia immediately realized that she had underestimated the captain's amazing wisdom. She quickly suppressed the excitement and shock in her heart, saluted Wendy, and then quickly left the dungeon. Look, this sergeant did give you a chance, but unfortunately, you didn't use it. You can't blame this sergeant now. Looking at the dazed Micah, the malicious sergeant, Wendy couldn't help herself and gave the other party a fatal blow. A smug smile appeared on his face. Humph, although this sergeant had no intention of letting you go from the beginning. It's your fault, you old man. You are so ignorant. How dare you disobey the great Sergeant Wendy? You'll see, when I personally try you under the arrangement of Warrant Officer John, I'll make sure you, old man, get a good fight. Hearing this, Micah moved his lower lip as if he wanted to say something else, but in the end he just lowered his head in vain. It's like an old dog that is about to die and is ready to formally accept its fate. Combined with the dim lighting in the dungeon, it seemed a little pitiful for a moment. But loyal Sergeant Wendy would not show any mercy to the allied lackey who dared to snipe Warrant Officer John. She just snorted disdainfully. Then, without saying anything, she grabbed Dick, who had tears in his eyes, and then, humming a little tune, escorted Dick towards the tent where the rest of the Hardman family was housed. The next day, early morning, inside the Baron's palace. Vomit! The wise and brave Warrant Officer John was leaning against the wall and retching continuously. The expression on his face looked extremely ugly, especially when I thought about how when I woke up this morning, I found that I was not lying on the soft, big bed filled with luxurious down, but on the cold and hard floor. His handsome face suddenly became darker. He clearly remembered that after drinking 6 bottles of whiskey last night, he lay down on the luxurious big bed. He could feel the light and fluttery feeling clearly in his dreams. How come he found himself lying on the floor when he woke up? He even hugged the damn wooden bed leg, which scratched his cheeks so much that it still hurts a little. Doesn't this prove that he is a wild boar that cannot eat fine bran and is destined to live a life of poverty? What a bastard. No, it's definitely not my fault. It must be the result of that damn Baron Micah cursing me. Otherwise, how could I, who never recognized my own bed, have such a bad sleeping experience? Warrant Officer John, who never took the blame, took the opportunity to pass the blame on to the unlucky Baron Micah. After sniffing his blocked nostrils unhappily, he tidied himself up a little and planned to go out for a walk. He planned to check the situation of the town of Bahamut first, and then start to govern the town. However, just as he walked out of the gate of the Baron's mansion and nodded to the 2 strange magic soldiers from the other companies on duty at the gate, Wendy's round, silly face with a silly smile came into his sight. Captain, good morning. How did you sleep last night? The luxurious mattress in the Baron's mansion must be very comfortable. Did it make you feel reluctant to leave? He. After saying that, Wendy didn't forget to wink at John mischievously. Not very good. It's so uncomfortable. Wendy, go back and have someone prepare a hard bed for me. Also, what's the nonsense about lingering around? I'm trying this with a critical purpose. Criticism, do you understand? John glared at his disrespectful subordinate. If it weren't for the other 2 unfamiliar magic soldiers, who were afraid that punishing Wendy would make her lose her prestige in the army and thus unable to manage the other soldiers of Team 14, he would have grabbed the other's fat face no matter what. This guy is so abominable. He is always disrespectful and doesn't take his superiors seriously at all. He must be severely punished. I understand. Only through criticism can we make progress. This is also the new spirit I learned from Maslow's quotations. I will never forget it. Smart Sergeant Wendy nodded repeatedly, then looked at Captain John, who clearly wanted to be angry, but looked at her helplessly. She thought such a captain was really funny. Although he would inevitably be severely pinched on the face and taught a lesson by the other party in private afterwards, this was the greatest pleasure that Sergeant Wendy could find in this boring military life. But after thinking about the report she had just received, Sergeant Wendy gave up the idea of teasing her captain. Instead, she turned serious and said to Warrant Officer John in front of her, Captain, Warrant Officer Leia just sent someone to inform me that the half-dragon named Serbia has woken up. Are you going to interrogate her now? Chapter 76, don't you want to know where your enemies are? Tick, inside the tent, listening to the sound of the stopwatch ticking and looking at the silver-haired girl sitting opposite him staring at him silently. Serbia, who was tied up by the other party and kneeling on the ground in a humiliating posture, felt unprecedented frustration. She really wanted to ask the other party why he didn't kill her. but after looking into the other person's emotionless, mechanical eyes. Serbia, who was very familiar with the look of contempt for the weak, immediately realized that this meaningless inquiry had no other meaning except to humiliate herself. Therefore, with her self-esteem completely crushed by the other party's terrifying power yesterday, she could only prop up her tired neck with all her strength. I intend to wait for the death that will come at an unknown time in this reluctant but stubborn attitude. In this eerie silence, time passed quietly, until Serbia could no longer endure this alternative torture and try to provoke the other party to kill him. As the tent was suddenly pulled up, a handsome man with black hair, black eyes, and a handsome face walked in. Then she was surprised to find that the silver-haired girl, who had rarely shown any emotion since she captured her, suddenly changed her expression when she saw the person coming. The other person's mechanized face actually revealed an expression of joy that was difficult to conceal at this moment. Then, she also learned the true identity of the visitor through the other person's voice. "Good morning, Warrant Officer John." "Well, Leia, you're pretty energetic today, not bad." Seeing that Leia, a socially anxious person, actually took the initiative to greet him today, John was a little surprised and subconsciously praised her. Just when he was about to continue bragging about the other party's victory in order to improve his relationship with the heroine's relatives, a cold gaze from the side caught his attention. He subconsciously looked in the direction where the gaze came from. After seeing the red-haired woman in a tattered dress and blood all over her body, Warrant Officer John, who was most familiar with this member of the protagonist group, naturally recognized his identity. However, compared with the Red Dragon God of War Serbia, who always maintained ease and elegance in his impression, the other party's appearance at this moment was miserable enough, especially after catching a glimpse of the red crystal on the opponent's forehead, which represented the dragon horn, and saw that it was broken at this moment. Although he did not witness the battle that day with his own eyes, John was able to infer the general scene in his mind. After being hit head-on by the all-things stripping technique, not only was it unable to weaken the power with the anti-magic technique, but it also suffered a backlash on itself because it exceeded its endurance limit, and at the same time, its left dragon horn was shattered. Speaking of which, Serbia was quite unlucky. If she had met the star-breaking sword master who was the same age as Leia, she probably wouldn't have been defeated so badly. But she happened to meet Leia, who had the same red dragon restraining spell as Anna, and was under the all-stripping, which was specifically targeted at magicians and was called the Spell Killer in the later stage of the game. The fact that the other party did not die on the spot is already a great achievement. However, compared with the other party's lucky survival, how should I lobby the other party seems to have become the most difficult problem to solve. John thought about it in his heart, and then he didn't care about Serbia's cold eyes, but smiled at Leia, whose face was blushing, then pulled over a chair, intending to sit in front of Serbia and chat with this member of the protagonist group. But before he could open his mouth, he realized that John was less than 2 meters away from him. Serbia's eyes immediately flickered as she tried to use her strength to break free from the restraints and try to hold this imperial lackey hostage in exchange for a chance to escape. Just as she tried to move her wrist, another figure in the field moved. Bang! John only felt a black shadow suddenly flash before his eyes. And then, in his astonished eyes, Serbia, who was originally kneeling on the ground, was suddenly kicked away by Leia. It seemed that he had not expected that under his supervision, this damn allied assassin would dare to make any unnecessary movements. Leia's eyes suddenly flashed with murderous intent, and she was about to draw the sword at her waist to kill this stupid allied assassin immediately. But before she could take any action, John hurriedly called her. "Wait, Leia, don't do it. Let's talk it over." Looking at Leia with murderous intent on her face, John finally came to his senses. He first looked at Serbia with a complicated look. The man was kicked by Leia and vomited blood on the spot. His chest collapsed unconsciously. Suddenly, he felt his scalp tingling. He also had a general understanding of Leia's terrifying fighting power. He then sighed softly and did not ask anyone to help Serbia. Instead, he silently looked at this companion who was once his favorite and said in a calm tone, "Serbian Reinhardt, let's talk. I have nothing to say to you. A bunch of dirty imperial lackeys. Just give me a quick death." Serbia looked at the black-haired young man in front of him with cold eyes. At this time, through Leia's attitude just now, combined with some descriptions given by Baron Micah before, at this moment, she has also realized the other party's identity. Therefore, She knew very well that according to the previous practice of the Imperial Army, after capturing this special individual, the other party would most likely send this defected experimental subject to the Magic Research Institute for inhumane experiments in an attempt to crack the magic formula in her body. She had experienced the hellish feeling of having her flesh and blood peeled off piece by piece when she was 13 years old. Therefore, she knew very well that compared to a life that was barely considered alive, death might be a better choice. Just when Serbia, with sadness in his heart, was about to continue cursing in an attempt to provoke the cruel and cunning John Maslow in front of him and force him to give him a relief. The next second, the words that came out of the other party's mouth made her freeze in place. Don't you want to know where Mephisto Dragon, who once put you in hell, is now? Looking at Serbia, who was looking at him with astonishment and disbelief, John couldn't help but smile. To be honest, even when he was a player of the Allied forces, he had never seen this heroic teammate show such a surprised expression in the game, if he didn't have a camera at hand. So no matter what was said, he had to take a picture of the other party's embarrassing scene as a souvenir. Although speaking of timing, it's not very suitable right now. The smile on John's face slowly faded, and then, under Serbia's wary and suspicious gaze, he leisurely crossed his legs, folded his hands naturally on his knees, and spoke in a calm and contemptuous tone. It seems that your hatred for Mr. Mephisto has not diminished with the passage of time. Although it may be a bit offensive to say this, I am indeed very pleased to see this. So, Serbian Reinhardt, how about we have a frank talk? Chapter 77, it's just a game. Condition. Although he didn't know why John Maslow knew so much about his affairs, under the deep hatred, Serbia forced himself to suppress the doubts in his heart and stared at the other party. Even though Leia kept sending warnings to her, she ignored them from beginning to end. Instead, she looked at John, who had spoken the name, with an unprecedentedly ferocious expression. Although her tone was full of calmness, it always carried a madness that could not be ignored. John Maslow, state your terms. However, looking at Serbia, who seemed to be completely mad because of his enemy, John suddenly laughed and then ruthlessly exposed his disguise. Don't be so impatient. Negotiations have to go through a process, right? And you don't have to pretend to be so impulsive. It's not like you at all. Like I said before, why don't we talk frankly? The crazy expression on Serbia's face suddenly froze, and his gaze towards John became more serious than ever before. Looking at the other person's smiling black eyes, at this moment, Serbia, who claims to be one of the best among smart people. However, an unprecedented, indescribable panic arose in my heart. She suddenly realized that the seemingly kind man in front of her was not as easy to deal with as she had expected. Under those eyes that seemed to be able to peek into all the mysteries of the world, it seemed that the deepest secrets she had buried in her heart were like snow exposed to the sun in front of him, with nowhere to hide. Is this the target that Singh is willing to kill at all costs? It's really not that simple. Serbia realized that the other party was completely different from the idiots he had met before and couldn't help but sigh helplessly in his heart. But since she had been seen through by the other party, there was no need for her to continue pretending. Instead, she endured the pain in her chest and put on a smile. As expected of a genius of the Empire targeted by Morningstar, Warrant Officer John, you are as wise as the rumors say. Although I am curious about how you can understand a failed experiment like me so well, it is not important. You know exactly what I want to hear, but unfortunately, I am just a captive of yours. Under such unequal conditions, I have no right to negotiate with you. So I don't think there is anything else worth your attention except myself. Although I don't want to admit it, this unknown subordinate of yours has proven with facts that the bravery that I am so proud of is not enough for you to make me irreplaceable. I am useless to you in terms of martial arts, and I am only average in terms of beauty, unless you have a special liking for orcs. But with your eyes that have never revealed lust from beginning to end, and the wisdom you have shown so far, it is hard for me to imagine that you are that kind of person. So, isn't it clear? I'm not qualified to negotiate with you. So, if you want to have some fun by playing tricks on a poor orc like me, then I don't mind continuing to play along with you like I did just now. Then, if you were in a good mood, perhaps you would be willing to give this weakling of mine a few more days to live? Serbia analyzed her current situation calmly, as if she was talking about another person's fate rather than herself. The absolute calmness and wisdom he displayed made Leia on the side couldn't help but look at him sideways. But John was not surprised at all. As he said, no one understood the allies better than him, and no one understood the members of the protagonist group better than him as a player. It was because he knew Serbia too well and understood how calm his character was hidden beneath his seemingly crazy appearance that he had a headache trying to convince the other party. If the deceptive effect brought by foresight were placed on a fool, John would be fully confident that he could control him firmly. But for Serbia, unless he can make up a lie so perfect that no one can find any flaws, he can convince the future Red Dragon God of War. And this is limited to conviction. If he wants to truly convince the other party, or even develop the other party into a companion, the experience of 6 years in the game, in which he and the other party had experienced countless life and death crises together, before the other party opened his heart to him as a player, has already told him with facts the true way to unlock the Red Dragon God of War. As for the other main characters, the difficulty of unlocking them is just as high as Serbia's. It's because I know this situation too well. So after discovering that he had traveled through time and space to become a novice commander in the Empire camp, John did not naively think that as a time traveler, he could rely on his foresight and ability to lead a proud life like his predecessors. All he thought about from the beginning to the end was how to survive in this completely unreasonable world, under the pressure of the plot from the members of the protagonist group. By the way, within the scope of one's ability, save some ordinary calves and horses who should not be involved in the war and die. It was just such a simple wish, but due to that damn fate, it began to deviate uncontrollably, so that it has developed to this point today. But I don't have any golden fingers. What can I say when I was just an ordinary person before I traveled through time? I'm fucking desperate too. Feeling Serbia's suspicious gaze on him, John sighed unconsciously in his heart, but still maintained an elegant smile on the surface. But his brain began to think rapidly, trying to trace back bits and pieces about Serbia in order to fabricate a statement that would be interesting enough to arouse the other party's interest but would not arouse too much suspicion. After a long while, he slowly opened his mouth and said, "I just want you to witness a game." Game. Hearing this word, even Serbia was stunned, obviously not understanding what the other party meant. Yes, it's just a game about commoners and nobles, who will win and who will lose in the end. How about it? Are you interested? John said this with a smile. He knew that after he said this, Serbia would definitely think he was a complete lunatic. But he also knew that only by putting forward such a ridiculous view, which was considered absurd in this era, could he truly attract the attention of the future Red Dragon God of War. Thinking of this, he immediately stood up from his chair slowly, and then, under Serbia's ridiculous gaze, he said something meaningful to him that made his pupils tremble. "Serbia, do you think that the existence of the Emperor is really crucial to a country?" Chapter 78, I Have a Dream. After saying this, as if remembering something, John turned his head and looked at Leia, who had a confused expression, and smiled slightly, but his tone was unquestionable. "Leia, please go out first. I need to have a good talk with Miss Serbia about something. It's not convenient for you to listen." Hearing this, Leia did not obey, but looked hesitantly at Serbia, who was kneeling on the ground. Seeing this, John immediately understood and smiled and shook his head at the other party. "It's okay, she can't touch me, don't worry." Leia didn't say anything, but just frowned. Then, as if she had thought of something, her eyes lit up, and then, in John's surprised gaze, she walked up to Serbia and put her hands on his shoulders. Crack! A terrifying sound of dislocation suddenly rang out from the tent, and Serbia, who had already vomited blood from being kicked, turned pale in an instant. But Leia ignored the other's miserable state and looked at the other's legs thoughtfully. When she was about to remove the other's legs, she was stopped by John. That's enough. Don't worry, Leia. I have a trump card too." Leia tilted her head, wanting to say that this guy was very dangerous, and even if his hands were removed, he could still easily kill an elite army soldier. But after thinking of John's identity, she seemed to understand something. She suddenly realized it and did not insist anymore. Instead, she saluted John in the midst of John's dry laugh and Serbia's resentful eyes, and then obediently walked out of the tent. Although there were some unexpected events, Miss Serbia, how about we return to the topic we were discussing just now? Looking at Serbia, whose expression was gloomy and eyes were full of vigilance, John couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Well, after what happened just now, the favorability he had induced with great difficulty through his words was completely reduced to zero. However, knowing that Leia was also concerned about his safety, John did not blame her. Shaking his head and putting aside the thoughts in his mind, John calmly sat back in his chair and asked the other party with a smile, "What do you think about the point I just made? As the founder of the country, isn't it natural for the emperor to exist?" Although he was puzzled as to why John Maslow, an imperial officer with a sinister and cunning temperament, would choose to discuss such dangerous political remarks with him, Serbia's inner curiosity and doubts still made him dispel unnecessary thoughts. She looked at the imperial lackey in front of her with some sarcasm and said in a playful tone, "Why, Commander John, are you trying to brainwash me with the idea of the divine right of kings so that I can become a loyal dog of the empire? Not to mention that the era of gods is long ended and is not applicable to the present. Do you think that I, who have experienced hell since childhood, will really have this so-called gratitude towards gods and monarchs? The age of gods? Why haven't I heard of it? And there is no mention of such a thing in the background of the game? It seems I have to take some time to check it out later." John was very confused when he heard this word, and since he came here, he only had some memories of his time as a student in the academy. Most of his memories before the age of 15 are blank, with only some scattered fragments related to life in an orphanage. At this moment, he suddenly realized that there might be some deviations in his understanding of the world. In addition, the body he created in the game seemed to have some secrets that he did not know. However, he also knew that now was not the time to think about these issues. Instead, he suppressed his inner thoughts and said to Serbia with a dumb smile, "Why do you think so? In your eyes, I am just a conservative imperial soldier. What else? You are just a warrant officer. Even if you have excellent grades, that is not the reason why Dormammu values you so much. What's more, you used your strategy that was comparable to that of a ghost and God to break the Allied forces' plans many times. You single-handedly saved the Empire from a war that should have been lost and Dormammu from being executed. You are not a confidant secretly cultivated by Emperor Wilhelm, nor a damn loyal dog of the Empire. Do you still want to tell me that you are actually an Allied agent?" Serbia sneered in her heart. She would not be deceived by the lies of this imperial lackey. John also saw what the other party was thinking and couldn't help but secretly smile bitterly in his heart. But on the surface, he remained calm. "It seems that you have a deep stereotype of me, but it's not important. Oh, by the way, although I know your background, it seems that I haven't introduced myself yet, which is a bit rude. My name is John Maslow. I was born in a remote town in the Brown Kingdom. Because of the war between the Saga Kingdom and the Brown Kingdom, I became an orphan. By chance, I was adopted by the third orphanage of the Empire. Later, I was selected because of the commander training program launched by the Empire at that time. Under the mercy of the great Emperor William, I was fortunate to be admitted to the first military academy of the Empire and graduated with the top honors. I'm sure Ms. Serbia already knows what happened afterwards, so I won't elaborate on it. And for you, my current life experience can perhaps be considered lucky among lucky things. Maybe? So what do you want to say? Are you using your lucky life to laugh at a poor person like me, so as to satisfy your desire to show off?" Listening to the other party's Versailles speech, even Serbia felt a surge of anger and even some jealousy for the first time in a long time. She should indeed feel jealous of the injustice of fate, jealous that God had placed all this suffering on her, jealous that she had struggled so hard for revenge, but now fell in front of one of the imperial lackeys she hated the most. And that's exactly what John wanted to see. After seeing that the future war dragon god was truly aroused by the bait he deliberately threw out, John realized that it was time to proceed to the next step of his psychological induction plan. So he sorted out his thoughts while moving his chair back unnoticeably, creating some distance between him and the dangerous half-dragon. He shrugged at him and sighed helplessly. "Ms. Serbia, I thought that you, who have experienced countless tragic experiences, will be able to understand the true meaning of what I said. However, I didn't expect that you, like everyone else, only focused on the surface of things. I have to say that this is really regrettable." "What do you mean? If you have something to say, just say it now." Serbia's face was full of suspicion. Her patience was almost exhausted by this damn John Maslow. Compared to listening to John, the damn winner in life, bragging about his shitty life, she now even wanted to go back to enduring Leia's silent, torture-like interrogation. At the very least, it can make her feel less inferior. However, in her impatient gaze, John suddenly pointed at her, then at himself, and then said something that made Serbia fall into deep thought. "Have you never thought about why our lives have completely different outcomes, even though we are all human beings living in our own countries? And do you really think that it is the so-called fate that is invisible and intangible that has caused such an impact? Serbia was silent. Considering John's previous question, which could almost be called outrageous, she suddenly became thoughtful. Soon, as if she had grasped some key point, she suddenly widened her eyes and looked at John, who was smiling in front of her, with an expression of astonishment, as if she found it hard to believe that this guy could come up with such a rebellious idea. But the shock was soon replaced by silence, and then turned into undisguised ridicule. But before Serbia could mock the other party for overestimating his own capabilities, John's voice slowly reached her ears. You might think I'm arrogant, and you might laugh at my ignorance. But as early as when I was studying at the Imperial First Military Academy, long before I became a soldier of the Empire, I realized this, and a vision of the future that I longed for was born in my heart. Or rather, a dream. Well, yes, I, John Maslow, always have a dream in my heart. John said this to Serbia with a smile on his face. Chapter 79 Hell? No, I am destined to go to heaven. I have a dream that everyone in this world can achieve equality. People no longer discriminate and fight against each other because of their different races. There will no longer be class divisions in the world, no more exploitation and oppression of interests. Orcs and humans can live together peacefully, laugh together, and lead a happy and fulfilling life. I have a dream that there will be no more wars in the world. There are no more families torn apart by war in the world. Children can grow up freely, running on the soft grass, welcoming the warm sunshine, with smiles on their faces, and even the birds sing for their vitality and innocence. I have a dream that one day, the barriers between people will disappear, there will be no more mountains of prejudice in people's hearts. Deep canyons will gradually rise, rugged mountains will become vast plains, and winding and narrow paths will become flat. The light of peace shines from the top of the highest Maya mountain and falls equally on everyone. The wind of freedom will rise from the center of the distant Krino Ocean and blow gently around the planet back to the center of the meridian, allowing the glory of humanity to shine with the most dazzling light ever. This is the dream in my heart and the direction I'm working towards. After finishing this speech, which combined the magical transformation of I have a dream with the other world, John stopped and stared at Serbia, who was standing there in a daze in front of him, observing his reaction with a smile. Ridiculous! After coming to her senses, Serbia was not moved by the grand scene described by John. Her eyes were still cold, and there was a hint of disdain at the corner of her mouth. It was as if he was trying to use this expression to prove how cold his heart was. But after catching a glimpse of the other person's hands clenched for some reason, and his evasive eyes when they looked at each other, John then clearly understood that his goal had been achieved. After all, in the previous life, the original manuscript of this speech was almost circulated throughout the world. Even if he just applied the framework and made some changes, in this world where pacifism and liberalism are in their infancy and the world as a whole is still dominated by divine right of kings and social aristocracy, for civilians like Serbia, it is a complete dimensionality reduction blow. After all, this is a crushing victory brought about by a spirit that is ahead of the times. It is inevitable that the other party will be shocked and touched. John gathered his thoughts, and his leg muscles, which had been tense and ready to run away at any time if Serbia attacked, gradually relaxed. Looking at Serbia, who was stubborn, the smile on his face became more and more intense, and then he said half-truthfully, "Ridiculous? Maybe, but hasn't history told us that society will continue to move in a good direction as time goes by? Maybe one day my dream will come true. Besides, you can only know the result of anything after you have done it. If you retreat just because of the fear of the unknown, then shouldn't such a person be more ridiculous than me?" Serbia was silent, and his eyes looking at John gradually flickered. She found that she couldn't seem to understand this guy. As for the high-sounding words the other party had just said, she did not believe them. After all, he is an existence that the resourceful Morning Star would not hesitate to lower his status in order to assassinate. John Maslow must have been a cunning fox, and a fox can never become a person with pure faith. The shocking speech just now was the other party's thought. She would rather believe that it was copied from the notes of a great person with a sincere heart. After all, she had seen too many absurd things and considered herself a smart person. The so-called intelligence means that such people are often not easily misled by the words of others. It seems that you are still wary of me, but this is normal and I can understand it. After all, If people could easily establish a trusting relationship with each other, then the world would probably not be as bad as it is now. Looking at Serbia, who was still on guard, John did not force it after realizing that he had completed the first stage of psychological induction on the War Dragon god. In fact, this result was also within his expectations. He understood Serbia's complicated personality better than he did, and he knew very well that his ability to achieve this result was a testament to his excellent speaking ability. Anyway, if nothing unexpected happens, he will stay in Bahamut for a long time in the future. This period of time was enough for him to try to use the new spirit from another world to convince this hot-tempered yet calm elder sister. Thinking of this, John no longer hesitated. Instead, he stood up in Serbia's surprised gaze, then stepped forward and took the initiative to untie the ropes on the other party, and without any disgust at the stains on the other party's body, he took the initiative to help the other party up from the ground. Then, with a smile on his face, he told her about his future plans. As a participant in this assassination plan, according to the laws of the Empire, Miss Serbia, you should have been executed directly. After all, although I am just a novice commander with little reputation, Admiral Dormammu thinks highly of me, so it is reasonable for him to give you, a killer, the highest level of punishment. However, considering your complicated background and the deal between us, I have decided to take the initiative to plead for you, the observer who is watching the game, and obtain special prisoner regulations for you, so that you can follow my troops as a captive and carry out activities together, and I will give you certain special activity permissions. In this way, I believe you will also be able to witness what the final outcome of this game between commoners and nobles will be in my plan. And I also believe that with your smart mind, Miss Serbia, you will definitely understand that this is a win-win result for both you and me, isn't it? Although rather than serving as a so-called witness, Serbia would rather kidnap this damned imperial lackey and escape. But looking at the other person's fearless smile and feeling the dull pain in his chest that had not yet fully recovered from the kick from the monster-like girl, he continued to ache. Serbia still suppressed his inner impulse and turned to John Maslow with a wry smile and sneered. Since Commander John is so kind to me, then I naturally have no reason to refuse. However, I'm really curious. Aren't you afraid that you'll be dragged into hell by the nobles, as you are so arrogant? After saying this, Serbia couldn't help but have a flash of regret in his eyes, and he secretly cursed his own stupidity in his heart. You are clearly living under someone else's roof, but you still take the initiative to provoke others. This is just asking for a fight. I've always been known for my calmness, so when did I become so impulsive? Just as she was thinking about whether she should endure the humiliation and apologize to this damned imperial lackey, she noticed that instead of getting angry when she heard this, you gave her an ambiguous smile. Then, the other party's extremely calm voice, but with a majesty that could not be ignored, slowly reached her ears. No, I don't think so, because I'm destined to go to heaven. Facing Serbia's astonished gaze, John slowly put his hands behind his back, and then, under the other's gaze, he slowly walked towards the front, where the light shone through the gaps in the tent. At the same time, his voice also rang out in the tent. Although it was not loud, the confidence in it was like a huge stone that hit Serbia's heart hard, causing her to subconsciously hold her breath. Because I am destined to be among the cheers of the people, the howlings of those maggots, and the gratified gazes of the great gods. Step by step, up to that dazzling heaven. Crash! As John slowly pulled open the tarpaulin, the bright sunlight broke through the shadows and generously sprinkled over John Maslow's head. The air was quiet and the breeze was gentle, but there was an inexplicable sense of holiness. It was as if countless gods were watching this tiny figure at the same time in the sky. Even the most holy light in the world seemed to be caressing his soft black hair because of the grand vision in his heart, silently crowning him in a way that mortals could not see. Chapter 80 Sigma Man Combo. What's going on? Why does my head feel pointy? Is it time to wash my hair? John was puzzled when he walked out of the tent and felt his scalp itchy for no apparent reason. When he was thinking about whether he should get some water to wash his hair, he noticed that Leia, who was guarding outside the tent, hurriedly stuffed something behind her back after noticing he came out. That nervous look was like a student eating snacks secretly during class, and his eyes met with the head teacher, who was peeping from behind the door. The guilt and tension emanating from the inside out are about to burst out. What is this socially anxious girl doing? Seeing that he was trying hard to maintain his usual calmness in front of him, His eyes were unconsciously wandering back and forth, and even his forehead was beginning to sweat. Laya has already engraved the word nervous on her forehead. John was suddenly confused. However, out of respect for personal privacy and awe of Leia's terrifying military power, John thought about it and decided that he should not pry into Leia's secrets rashly. Instead, he pretended not to notice and praised her for her goalkeeping behavior. "Very good, Laya. You did a great job this time and did not disappoint me. Keep up the hard work in the future." Okay, Chief Warrant Officer John." Seeing that John didn't seem to have discovered the little notebook she had hidden, Leia finally felt relieved. But after hearing the praise from Warrant Officer John, he thought that not only had he disobeyed Warrant Officer John's orders by eavesdropping on his conversation with the half-dragon outside, but also that after hearing that shocking speech, he couldn't help but subconsciously record it. Laya didn't dare to look the other person in the eye, and her heart was filled with shame. Although she was worried that if she let Warrant Officer John go, he might get into danger, so she was watching secretly. But no matter what, she violated the instructions issued by Warrant Officer John, which was undoubtedly a dereliction of duty in the Army. So, should we explain the situation to Warrant Officer John? Besides, if I tell the truth, the warrant officer won't feel that he is an unqualified soldier, right? For a moment, Leia's heart was full of confusion, and she subconsciously lowered her head, just like a puppy who made a mistake and couldn't help blaming himself. "So, what is going on?" Seeing Leia's expression changing, and then lowering her head without even looking at him, John's first reaction was that his action of actively dismissing her just now made this strong girl dissatisfied with him. And if Dali May becomes dissatisfied with herself, doesn't that mean that her plan of using Leia to hold Anna hostage will fail completely? John's pupils began to tremble when he realized this, and cold sweat broke out on his back in an instant. At this moment, he could almost foresee a scene in the near future where Anna, holding a sharp blade, would suddenly jump down from a street lamp on a pitch-black night and then use the move of peeling away everything at him. Big crisis. This is definitely the biggest crisis I have ever encountered. I have to quickly raise this damn favorability. John, feeling inexplicably anxious, only felt his right eyelid twitching. So he took a deep breath, suppressed the panic in his heart, and tentatively spoke to Leia. "Leia, are you free tonight? How about I treat you to a meal at the tavern in town?" Hearing this, Leia said nothing and just kept her head down. This performance successfully made the already panicked warrant officer, John, even more anxious. Broken. Leia didn't even want to talk to me now. I was afraid she was really doomed. But if she doesn't want to pay attention to me, and I keep trying to please her, it seems that it will only make her feel annoyed, right? Damn it, the point is, I'm an old 2D otaku who has been single for more than 30 years, and I've never had a relationship since I was a child. Can anyone tell me what to do in this situation? Warrant Officer John, who mistakenly thought he was in danger of death, kept wailing in his heart, just as he was hesitating whether to bring out the cheesy love words he saw on the internet in his previous life, and decided to bite the bullet and take a gamble to see if he could turn a bicycle into a motorcycle. Accompanied by a familiar wave of magical power, Sergeant Wendy, with an anxious look on her face, flew over under John's ecstatic gaze. He quickly landed on the ground, and without even a military salute, he spoke hastily to John. "Warrant Officer John, someone from the supervisory force is here to hold a promotion ceremony for you. Please come with me." "Angel, Wendy, you are my angel. But what the hell is a promotion ceremony? Is it necessary to hold a ceremony for my promotion to a mere warrant officer? Forget it, I can't care about so much. I'll first find an excuse to escape from this damn awkward atmosphere, and I'll think about gaining favorability later." John was completely confused and didn't think about it too much. However, considering that if he acted too impatient, Leia might look down on him even more, he suppressed the joy in his heart and straightened his collar, pretending to be calm. At the same time, he adjusted his posture imperceptibly, with his chin raised at a 45-degree angle, showing his extraordinary profile to Leia, who was secretly watching him from the side. Then he spoke to Wendy in a magnetic, bubbling voice, pretending to be deep. "Got it. It's not proper to be so flustered. Sergeant Wendy, your character needs to be improved. Remember to copy Maslow's quotes a few more times to improve yourself." "Oh, I get it. Captain, stop talking nonsense and come with me. They are the inspection team. If you make them wait like that, aren't you afraid that they will make things difficult for you and block your promotion?" Looking at the captain with a pretentious face, Wendy was speechless. Although she also admitted that Captain John was indeed quite good-looking, and his sexual characteristics just happened to suit her, coupled with his admirable wisdom, even she could not help but be moved by him. But the key is, don't show off to me at this time. Normally, you can let me praise you in any way you want. Now is the critical moment for promotion and wealth. Even if you look like a fairy, you have to take a back seat when it comes to such an important matter as promotion. This is the highest principle that the smart Sergeant Wendy has learned during his 5-year military career. How come a captain, who is always so smart, can't figure out the key points? Alas, it's a good thing that you have a caring vice captain like me. If you change someone else, you, stupid captain, would never get promoted or make a fortune. I'm afraid that the next day, I'll be assigned to sit on the bench by my new boss just because I stepped into the military camp with my left foot. The sweet little girl, Wendy, suddenly thought of this with a melancholy heart. Well, it's indeed not polite to keep people waiting. Then, Warrant Officer Leia, Wendy and I will leave first. Sigma John Maslow spoke to Leia with a deep expression on his face, and at the same time he subconsciously straightened his chest muscles. His eyes were melancholy and deep. He felt that with this set of Sigma Man combos, even Leia, a strong girl with social phobia, would be bewitched by his uncontrollable charm. It is even possible to fall in love with yourself. You see, Leia, who originally hated herself, was now so shy that she turned her head to the side because of her own charm that had nowhere to go. Doesn't this just prove that my Sigma combo is effective? Haha, I was originally worried about how to gain the favorability of this socially anxious girl, but I didn't expect that I would get such a great result by accident. As expected, he is a genius. After realizing that under her seduction, her lost favorability had been brought back to its original level, and even reached an unprecedented peak. Realizing that he had escaped from the danger of death, Warrant Officer John wanted to laugh triumphantly. He wanted to continue chatting with Leia to consolidate this unstable favorability, but Wendy, who was waiting impatiently, picked him up and held him under her armpit without saying a word in front of him, then ignored his angry shouts, and flew quickly towards the direction of the Baron's mansion with full magic power in Leia's head and gaze. Whoosh! Chapter 81. The future is promising, young man. With Wendy's full-speed flight, Warrant Officer John, who was filled with a belly full of cool air, successfully landed safely in the Baron's mansion. Before he could scold Wendy for going against his wishes, John quickly adjusted his collar after feeling the two gazes scrutinizing him from the front. Then he saluted the two captains in front of him who were wearing black uniforms of the supervisory force, black military caps, and medals of the supervisory force on their right arms, and said in a deep voice, John Maslow, captain of the 14th Magical Mecha Squadron of the 6th Battalion of the 7th Air Force of the Empire, reports to the two commanders. May the glory of the Empire be with you, too. The glory of the Empire is with you, too, Warrant Officer John Maslow. Seeing this, the two captains immediately saluted John in return. Then he seemed to think of some interesting picture. The tall, bearded captain of the supervisory force on the left couldn't help but glance at Wendy, who had a serious expression on her face, and then jokingly said to John, I have to say, Warrant Officer John, the way you landed just now was, well, quite unique. Even I was somewhat surprised. Ahem, this happened suddenly, and I didn't have time to equip myself with a magic bag, so I had to resort to this last resort. I'm sorry to have embarrassed you, sir. Hearing this, John's face immediately turned red, and he glared at Wendy, who was looking embarrassed beside him without leaving a trace. This idiot, Wendy, would embarrass him, and he would pull the idiot's fat face hard later. Haha, I understand, it's just a joke. Don't be so nervous, but you don't have to call us sir. After all, when we meet again in the future, we should call you sir. The bearded captain smiled. Then he looked at his teammate beside him. Then, in John's astonished eyes and Wendy's ecstatic gaze, he opened the briefcase in his teammate's hand and took out a military transfer order. Then he cleared his throat and announced in a solemn tone, Because Warrant Officer John Maslow has made many outstanding contributions in the war on the Western Front of the Empire, after being assessed by the Supervisory Force and determined by the Imperial Central Military Affairs Department, John Maslow's application for promotion is approved. This time, his rank is promoted to Major, and he will also serve as the commander of the 13th Battalion, 1st Regiment, 3rd Army of the Imperial Air Force. In addition, according to the order of His Majesty the Great William, the First Class Iron Cross Medal of Honor is hereby awarded to John Maslow for his outstanding military achievements as a reward." After saying that, the bearded captain handed John the rank transfer order and the medal that carried the highest honor for a soldier, and then said to John with a sincere and enviable look on his face, "Congratulations, Mr. Major." "Ah, thank you, Captain." After coming back to his senses from the news that he had been inexplicably promoted 4 levels in a row to the rank of Major and had been awarded the Iron Cross by Emperor Wilhelm himself, John wanted to inquire about the details from the unknown captain. Before he could even open his mouth to ask, Wendy's excited scream rang in his ears. "Ah, Captain, it's the Iron Cross Medal of Honor. And it's first class. Wow, Captain, you've made a fortune this time, and you've been promoted 4 levels to Major. Wow." Wendy was so overwhelmed by the surprise that she had forgotten the seriousness of a soldier. She instantly turned into a wow monster. Her eyes were almost popping out little stars as she stared at the first-class Iron Cross medal in John's hand without blinking. It represented the highest honor for an Imperial soldier. His eyes were full of envy, and he didn't notice that Major John's face was almost as black as the bottom of a pot, and the 2 captains of the supervisory unit couldn't help laughing. Wendy, who was completely unaware of the danger and was still reveling in the good news that her captain had taken off on the spot, immediately looked at the handsome captain with longing on her face, as if to fulfill her lifelong wish. Sergeant Wendy, who was always carefree, subconsciously clamped her throat and spoke to John in a pretentious manner. "Hey, Captain, can I touch your medal? Just for a moment, please. Take it. Get out of here. Don't embarrass me here. Yeah, long live the captain. Get out of here, you bastard." Looking at Wendy, who got the first-class Iron Cross Badge of Honor, she ran away laughing like a wild donkey and went to show off to other team members. John felt a little headache, but the corners of his mouth curled up unconsciously. But on the surface, he still looked apologetic and said to the 2 captains of the monitoring team in front of him, "I'm sorry, captains. I'm a very jumpy person, so I'm sorry to bother you 2. It's okay, it's okay. It's human nature, and we all understand it. It can prove your consideration for your subordinates and show that you are a good leader. To be honest, I can't help but want to join your team." The bearded captain complimented him with a smile, and John just smiled and didn't take it seriously. After all, the supervisory forces are different from officers like them. They are directly under the Emperor, and without the Emperor's permission on the transfer order, it is impossible for them to join any army. Basically, they're similar to the Jinui in the previous life. What's more, they don't have to go to the front line to fight. They only need to monitor officials and collect intelligence according to the Emperor's instructions. It is a stable and prestigious job. Compared with the soldiers who risk their lives to make money, it is much better. After sighing silently in his heart, John collected his thoughts and turned to the bearded officer who was looking at him with a smile and asked tentatively, Captain, would you mind talking to me about the 3rd Air Force Group?" "Major John, you don't have to be so polite. You are our superior. If you have any questions, just ask me directly. I promise to answer you as much as possible. Also, my name is Bruno Goliath, and this is Zerofa Gilgista. You can just call us by our names." Bruno smiled and waved his hand, indicating that John didn't need to be so serious, and introduced his colleagues around him. Hearing this, the other party also smiled and nodded to John. However, it seemed that since he hadn't smiled for many years, compared to the slightly smoother Bruno, Zelofa's smile seemed a little stiff. In fact, as an inspection force that only serves the Emperor, let alone facing a major, even if the person being questioned is a major general, they would rarely be so kind to the target. After all, the most important thing for the supervisory troops is loyalty to the Emperor. Loyalty means not showing too much friendliness to anyone other than the Emperor. But Major John's identity is rather special, not to mention that he has been taken care of by that lady since he was a child. In addition, the other party has made such great contributions that even His Majesty the Emperor called him a future trusted general in front of Duke Austin. And he said it directly without asking the 2 of them to leave. How could they, who have followed the Emperor for so many years, not understand the implicit meaning revealed by His Majesty? I'm afraid that this young man, named John Maslow, will soon become the most trusted person by His Majesty the Emperor after Marshal Dormammu. The future is promising, young people. As if they had thought of this at the same time, Bruno looked at his old partner knowingly, and then the smile on his face became even more intense. Chapter 82. Who am I? Afterwards, Bruno took the initiative to tell John about the general situation of the establishment of the Third Army, and that while Dormammu served as the Marshal of the Third Army, he was also named Count Philot and became the new Lord of Walden. Count Philot. John just nodded slightly when he heard the answer. Although this title was nothing compared to the contributions Dormammu had made to the Empire, it was limited by the size of the territory of Walden and the fact that most of the Markill level members served as ministers in the House of Lords, and they more or less controlled some administrative power. Unless the situation in the Empire is extremely bad or the territory is attacked, nobles of this level generally do not participate in the war. If Emperor William tried to reward Dormammu with a higher title, it would inevitably take away some of the administrative power, and the conservatives would definitely not be happy about that. But what is more important is that if Dormammu is to jump out of the army and into politics, Emperor William will definitely be the first one to disagree. Otherwise, he would not have proposed the establishment of the Third Imperial Air Force Army. Therefore, John had already anticipated this result and was not surprised by it. But compared to Dormammu's promotion and salary increase to become the new noble of the Empire, John actually cares more about another thing. Brother Bruno, would you mind talking to me about what was discussed in this Imperial Parliament? Of course, forget it if it's inappropriate. Hearing John's words, even Bruno was stunned and his eyes became hesitant. Although the content of the Parliament's discussion could be understood through inquiries afterwards, he also knew that what John really wanted to ask was not the political or economic policies that could be known to the public, but was most likely related to the military. After all, the opponent is an Air Force commander and is on the front line. He certainly doesn't care much about things far away from the battlefield. Only by understanding the military intelligence, first can we better judge the current battlefield situation of the Empire. But in the final analysis, the military action orders issued by the Empire have always been of a strict level. If he told John this, if it was discovered or reported later, he would inevitably be punished, and in serious cases he might even be demoted. But when he thought of Emperor William's attitude towards Major John, after a flicker of his eyes, Bruno still gritted his teeth in the astonished look of Zalofa. Then he pretended to say goodbye to John, stepped forward and patted John on the shoulder, but halfway through he leaned over to John's ear and whispered quickly, "Duke Austin lost the naval battle. This Parliament has decided that the punishment is to send the Third Navy to Faken Bay for support." After saying this, as if he was afraid that his actions would be noticed by the Prime Minister's spies nearby, Bruno immediately distanced himself from John and then deliberately spoke loudly. "Major John, our mission this time has been completed. We will not stay any longer. May the glory of the Empire be with you. May the glory of the Empire be with you too." He watched Bruno and the other man hurried away after putting down the box containing his major's uniform. John slowly put down his right hand and fell in a deep thought. The reason why he rashly asked Bruno just now was just a test to the other party. I never thought I could get an answer from the other party. After all, he was very clear about the situation of the supervisory troops and naturally understood how strict these soldiers, who were known as the Emperor's Eyes, would be when it came to keeping secrets. But this soldier who was only loyal to Emperor William took the initiative to risk being punished or even demoted and revealed to him the confidential information that had just been reached in this Parliament. The meaning behind this is indeed intriguing. So, what is going on now? I am just a major, but I can make everyone in the inspection team willing to take risks and please me. Thinking back to Bruno's performance just now and the kind attitude he showed when they first met, after careful consideration and review, John quickly came to a conclusion. Because of his current performance, he might have caught the attention of Emperor William and even been trained by him as Dormammu's successor. Only in this way can it be explained why the usually strict supervisory force is so kind to a mere major like himself. But this may not be enough. It is likely related to the majority of memories that he has lost over the past 15 years. So what was my previous background? It couldn't be that I was actually Emperor William's illegitimate son. However, as soon as the thought came to his mind, John quickly shook his head to reject it, because he knew very well that such a thing was simply impossible. Not to mention that none of Emperor William's current concubines are descendants of the Xianqin dynasty. The most important thing is that if he is really the lost Prince Peruse, then with the means of the supervisory forces, he would have been investigated and sent to the palace in his childhood. He would never be forced to become a commander fighting hard on the front line. The more John thought about it, the more he frowned, but he still couldn't come up with any useful clues. After smoking 3 cigarettes in a row, but still unable to sort out his thoughts, he let out a long sigh and then threw the cigarette, but in his hand, to the ground and crushed it. Screw it. I don't want to think about it anymore. After I finish the task of governing the town of Bahamut, I will take some time to take a vacation with Dormammu. Then I can go to the 3rd orphanage in my memory to ask about the situation, and then everything will be clear, right? As for the previously received 3rd Navy support to Faken Bay, although the 3rd Navy seemed to have received this order in the game plot, under the calculation of the Prime Minister, it was besieged by a large number of Allied warships at sea. In addition, the ground army was attacked by the Shadow Orcs of the Saga Kingdom and was forced to evacuate. It lost control of the ground magic cannon and was eventually annihilated. This ending is indeed somewhat tragic, and the protagonist member of the 3rd Navy, who was supposed to become an admiral of the Imperial Navy, was captured because of the defeat. Later, after a series of plots, he successfully joined the Allied forces and became the most troublesome rival in the Imperial Naval War. But even if he told this to others, no one would believe him. What's more, it has nothing to do with him, who is currently performing governance tasks honestly, so why should he worry about such meaningless things? Instead of wasting his brain cells on the Faken Bay and the unfortunate 3rd Navy thousands of miles away, he might as well think about how to arrange the governance policy of the town of Bahamut later. Thinking of this, John stopped hesitating and looked at the members of Team 14 who were gathered in a group not far away. After seeing that idiot Wendy was wearing his first-class Iron Cross Medal of Honor and walking back and forth in front of the other members of Team 14 with a smug look on his face, he looked as stupid as a circus clown. The wise and brave Major John felt his fist harden instantly. Without even thinking, he yelled at the idiot. "Wendy Brown, you idiot, take my medal and get back to me. Right now, right now." Chapter 83, Major John Feels Despair. He called back the stupid Sergeant Wendy and pulled her fat face hard as a punishment. Looking at Wendy's bared teeth but dared not say a word, Major John, whose anger had disappeared, thought briefly and then took the cricket-cracking Sergeant Wendy into the Baron's mansion and put on some servant's clothes. He asked Wendy to find a piece of clothing worn by local children and took out some penny coins from his own treasury as funding. Then, he and the excited Sergeant Wendy secretly avoided the patrolling people and began to patrol the town of Bahamut. Perhaps due to the sudden occupation by the Imperial Army, the busiest commercial street near the Baron's mansion was deserted due to panic. The shops on the roadside were either closed or left open, but the goods inside had already been moved away. As if afraid of being looted by the Imperial Army, the entire street looks lifeless and can almost be called a ghost street. Only when he walked a little further away from the troops did John finally hear the vendors' cries. However, the voices were generally very low, and some fruit vendors even used price signs instead of shouting, and they often looked around nervously, as if they were afraid that a team of uniformed Imperial soldiers would jump out from a corner of the street and overturn their fruit stalls without saying a word. Although he had long known that the Imperial Army had a terrible reputation, John still felt a headache after witnessing this exaggerated scene with his own eyes. Because even without thinking seriously, he could be sure based on the current situation, the task of governing the town of Bahamut would definitely be more troublesome than he had expected. After all, if he wants to promote his policies, he must first win the hearts and minds of the local town residents. Otherwise, there will only be a situation where there are policies, but no one responds. Let's look at the current public sentiment of the Imperial Army in the small town of Bahamut. It cannot be said to be poor. It can only be said to be almost non-existent. Never mind. No matter how difficult it is, you chose the path yourself anyway. So you have to keep going no matter how difficult it is, right? What's more, the civilians in Longyan territory really don't live well. Captain, what should we do next? Should we? Wendy was about to ask if they were going to carry out a secret mission, but before she could finish her words, John interrupted her. Call me John. This isn't good. Hearing this, as if she had thought of something wonderful, the usually carefree Sergeant Wendy became unusually shy at this moment, and her little face turned red. John felt the veins on his forehead throbbing when he saw the stupid look on his face. At this moment, his heart was filled with regret. As expected, he shouldn't have brought Wendy, the idiot, to inspect the people's sentiments. Because this guy is obviously not the type to cooperate with me. But he thought it was too late to go back and change people. Moreover, although Wendy always ruined his plans, she was one of the most capable fighters under his command besides Leia. Leia also needs to stay in the tent and monitor Serbia to prevent the other party from escaping. She couldn't come out with him at all, so even if Wendy was an idiot, he could only take this pig-headed deputy captain with him to carry out the inspection work. Wait, how could I have forgotten Siegfried? Where's that old guy now? Suddenly thinking of this SSR who was fooled by him into becoming a ragtag soldier and has never been sent into the field, John couldn't help but fall in a deep thought. But before he could think about whether to go back and throw the pig-headed Sergeant Wendy back and replace him with the down-to-earth and reliable dragon hunter to help him investigate the people's sentiments, he suddenly noticed that the residents in front of him, who were originally chatting with each other, for some reason, were now running towards an unknown tavern in the distance, with curiosity on their faces. It was as if some grand performance was going on in that pub. Why did my right eyelid suddenly start twitching? Am I overthinking it? The moment I saw the tavern, my right eyelid began to twitch inexplicably. This instinct, which had warned him in the form of a foreshadowing when Sergeant Wendy had caused trouble before, almost instantly made John feel an unprecedented sense of unease. Without having time to scold Sergeant Wendy, who was in a love dream, John almost ran wildly to stop a resident of Bahamut Town who was rushing to the tavern. Before the unhappy man could scold him, John took out a $100 penny coin from his pocket and stuffed it into his hand. Then, while the man was looking surprised, he asked, "Brother, why are you all going to the pub? What happened there?" Hearing this, the tall and thin man, who was greedy for money, did not think much about it and immediately answered, "I don't know the specific situation, brother, but I heard that there seemed to be people from the Imperial Army giving speeches there, and they seemed to be locals from Longyan territory. I don't know what they were talking about, but it was quite lively anyway. The Imperial Army has entered the city and detained the guards and Baron Micah. No one dares to sell things outside now. I am bored at home and have nothing to do, so I thought about going there. Hey, brother, why are you dizzy? Don't blackmail me. I am just a small fry. I really have no money." Looking at John in front of him, he suddenly became shaky after hearing what he said. "I was so happy about having suddenly made 100 penny coins that I planned to have a chat with this rich guy with the blood of Xianqin to see if I could make some more money from him to buy some wine. I panicked as soon as I saw this scene. He didn't even dare to help the other person, and cold sweat began to appear on his forehead at a speed visible to the naked eye. His eyes kept looking around, as if he was thinking about whether he should run away or kneel down and beg for mercy immediately if a strong man jumped out, so as to avoid the situation where he failed to escape and his pants were taken away by a group of hooligans in the town who liked to set up honey traps. I'm fine, really fine." John, feeling dizzy, spoke this almost through gritted teeth, then forced a smile on his face to comfort the stranger whose legs were shaking because of his fear. "Wave to the other party to indicate that you are fine and they can leave." It took almost all of John's strength to suppress the urge to lie down on the ground. He first looked behind him at Vice Captain Wendy, who was still immersed in fantasy, twisting and twitching on the spot, with a fat face as red as a monkey's, but looking completely like a stupid girl who was blinded by love. I looked at the huge crowds of people in the distance again. Even the entrance was crowded with a huge crowd. From time to time, I could hear cheers and responses as if some kind of cult group was having an offline gathering in a bar. Combined with what Wendy told him on the way before arriving at the town of Bahamut, Siegfried borrowed the damn Maslow's quotes from her. At this moment, Major John, who had already realized what kind of speech was going on in the tavern, suddenly felt unprecedented despair. Chapter 84. Siegfried realizes. 2 hours ago, in the wasteland 1 kilometer away from the town of Bahamut. Well, looking at the green grass in front of him, Siegfried, who had just completed his daily physical exercise, sighed with great melancholy and felt a little depressed for the first time in a long time. After being personally invited by Warrant Officer John to become a member of the Imperial Provisional Force yesterday, he was ready to go into battle and kill the enemy, thus demonstrating his worth in front of the respected commander. However, he didn't expect that he was of no use from beginning to end. This strong sense of gap made him feel extremely depressed. And when he saw the terrifying Warrant Officer Leia from afar, he just exchanged glances with him, and the wild hunting power that he was proud of in his body began to tremble in fear subconsciously, as if he had encountered the most deadly natural enemy, and began to unconsciously warn him. Siegfried fully realized the gap between himself and the truly strong. The sense of disappointment in my heart further evolved into inferiority complex. This also made him unable to help but ask in his heart, as someone so weak, am I really qualified to follow that respected adult? Can I really become a Maslowist warrior who can help Commander John, like Vice Captain Wendy and the others? The more Siegfried thought about it, the more frustrated he felt. Just as he was hesitating whether to increase the dosage of the magic lake water in order to try to increase his strength and become stronger. The sound of footsteps coming from far behind him caught his attention, and he subconsciously wanted to draw the bow and pull the string, but when he saw Hawk patrolling nearby with a team of soldiers from afar, he quickly stopped. Then he hurriedly trotted over to the other side, stopped in front of the team, and saluted them with a not-so-standard military salute. "Good morning, Sergeant Hawk. It's you, Siegfried. Did you just finish training?" Looking at the sweaty Siegfried, and feeling the magic power emanating from his body that was no less powerful than that of an ordinary magic soldier, Hawk couldn't help but raise his eyebrows in surprise, with a hint of realization in his eyes. To be honest, he was somewhat confused at first when he learned that Warrant Officer John had temporarily recruited Siegfried and the other 10 Stone Village villagers into the team, but out of trust in the outstanding wisdom of Warrant Officer John. Therefore, Hawk did not think much about it. Instead, he took the initiative to guide Siegfried to find Vice Captain Wendy during the journey yesterday, so that the other party could learn the great quotes of Maslow. At first, he was a little puzzled as to why this villager was treated differently by Warrant Officer John, but after feeling the special magical aura emanating from him today, he immediately realized that this villager named Siegfried must have mastered a unique technique. After analyzing the other party's potential, he recruited him immediately. Sure enough, Captain John is so awesome. As usual, Hawk silently admired the captain's amazing wisdom. He wanted to follow the captain's example and praise this older but promising big brother, and then continue to lead his men to carry out patrol missions. But soon, he noticed the hesitation in the other person's eyes, combined with the other party's current awkward status in the army and the behavior of coming here quietly to train. After just a little thought, Hawk figured out the reason. Then he recalled that the captain had told them last night, when he was serving wine, that they needed to arrange some people to find out the current situation of the town of Bahamut, so as to formulate the town's governance policy. Hawk thought of Siegfried's local identity, and suddenly came up with a good idea. "By the way, Siegfried, I just happen to need to talk to you about something. Warrant Officer John said yesterday that he needed to arrange some personnel to find out the current situation of the residents of Bahamut Town. Considering the kingdom's residents' resistance to the Imperial Army, if we ask the official members of the army to investigate, the residents of the town may not tell us the truth. You and the other members of the temporary team are all locals of Longyan territory, so I think this mission should be handed over to you. I believe that Warrant Officer John also has this idea. What do you think about this? I am willing, Sergeant Hawk. Please be sure to entrust this mission to our temporary team." Siegfried's eyes lit up, and he agreed without hesitation. He is now worried about how to demonstrate his value. "Very good. The captain was right. Your loyalty deserves praise." Seeing that the other party was so understanding, Hawk nodded with satisfaction. After realizing the captain's intention to develop Siegfried into his own man, he felt that as a staunch follower of Warrant Officer John, he needed to help in this matter. What's more, if I can handle this matter myself, when the warrant officer knows that I have helped him, he will definitely appreciate me even more, right? Maybe I will allow myself to record the new Maslow spirit together with Sergeant Wendy. However, the premise of all this is that you have to do this thing well. Hawk pondered silently in his heart. Looking at Siegfried, who looked nervous, he thought for a moment and added, "Siegfried, let me tell you something first. Investigating public sentiment is very important to Warrant Officer John, so you must take it to heart. Of course, if you can complete this task excellently this time, I think it won't be long before you can become a formal Imperial soldier. After all, Warrant Officer John has already made many great contributions to the Empire. If nothing unexpected happens, I think Warrant Officer John should be able to be promoted in the next 2 days, or at least become a battalion commander. When Warrant Officer John becomes the battalion commander, our troops will be qualified to form a ground support force. So, understand, Sergeant Hogg, Soldier Siegfried Fafner will complete this mission successfully. I promise you." After hearing this answer, Siegfried's eyes widened and his breathing became rapid. In such intense joy and excitement, Siegfried could even feel that his hands, which were as steady as Maya mountains, could not help but begin to tremble. It was not until a long time later that calm was restored. Looking at Sergeant Hawk, who was still leading his men on patrol in the distance, his eyes were full of gratitude. But he knew that now was not the time for him to express his gratitude to this true Maslowist warrior. After the other party's reminder, Siegfried had already understood. He knew that there was only one thing he had to do now, and that was to complete the investigation task assigned by Commander John. He wanted to find out all the gray industries and evil forces in the town, and at the same time, spread the great spirit of Maslow to eliminate the resistance of the town residents to the Imperial Army. This will allow Chief John to thoroughly implement his governance policies for the town. Only in this way can all the civilians in Longyan territory who are oppressed by the Baron obtain true happiness under the governance of Warrant Officer John. And he can also realize his wish to follow Commander John. Thinking of this, Siegfried suddenly calmed down and began to seriously recall the situation in Bahamut. Thanks to his frequent hunting, he had actually been to the town of Bahamut several times over the years and sold a lot of prey furs through the underground black market. Therefore, I have some understanding of the situation in the town, although for safety reasons, he has had little contact with the gangs here. However, as a hunter, he knew very well which places were suitable for inquiring for information and conducting propaganda speeches. In his impression, the most suitable location is Keller's Beer Hall. Chapter 85, He is a Damned Borer. Keller Beer Hall in Bahamut Town. Squeak. As the door of the tavern was slowly pushed open, 10 members of the temporary team, led by Siegfried, walked in amid the astonished gazes of everyone in the tavern. The pub, which had originally been lively, suddenly became lifeless inexplicably without paying attention to them after they walked in. After glancing at the guests in the tavern, Siegfried gave Prida a look, asking him to take other members to guard the door of the tavern and not let anyone go out. Immediately, in the midst of everyone's horrified and nervous gazes, he walked straight to the counter of the tavern and smiled at the bald boss who looked stunned. "Boss Sheldon, long time no see. How's business going lately?" Sir, have you seen me?" Hearing that the Imperial soldier actually called out his name, the tavern owner Sheldon couldn't help but feel puzzled and confused. He nervously looked at the face of the Imperial soldier, constantly trying to recall in his mind when he had seen him before. It wasn't until he discovered that the other person's appearance was inexplicably similar to the rustic villager he had met 7 days ago. As if he had discovered something incredible, Sheldon couldn't help but widen his eyes, his tone full of disbelief. Are you the villager who asked me to sell wine 7 days ago?" Sheldon was immediately shocked when he recognized the true identity of the Imperial soldier. But soon, his forehead was replaced by cold sweat, because Sheldon clearly remembered that this villager named Siegfried had come to the tavern a few days ago and asked him if he would accept his homemade wine. But at that time, he felt that the other party was dressed in a shabby manner and did not look like someone who could provide high-quality drinks. So without thinking twice, he just sent someone to kick the other party out. Sheldon thought he would never have anything to do with the other person again in his life. But he never expected that this man would come to him again in less than a week. Moreover, the other party had transformed from a mere villager into an Imperial soldier. Damn it, if Sheldon had known this day would happen, he would never have kicked the other person out that day. But it's too late now. At this moment, tavern owner Sheldon's heart was filled with regret. Just when he was about to take out all the money in the cabinet and give it to the other party, and at the same time kneel down in front of the other party to apologize, begging this damn Imperial dog to spare his life. The next second, in front of his astonished eyes, Siegfried slowly took out a penny coin from his pocket and slapped it on the counter. "Give me a whiskey, no water." Yes, sir." Hearing this, although he didn't know what the other party was doing, Sheldon quickly took out a bottle of wine from the counter. Then, under Siegfried's cold gaze, he tremblingly poured the other person a full cup. "Thanks." Looking at the tavern owner with a fearful look on his face, Siegfried didn't care. Instead, he thanked the other party, picked up his wine glass, chose an empty table, and sat down, feeling the fearful gazes of the people in the tavern casting their gazes at him. At this moment, Siegfried also realized why Warrant Officer John had chosen him to carry out the reconnaissance mission. The residents of the town were terrified to this extent after this local man put on the uniform of the Imperial Army. If it was someone else in the team who came to gather intelligence, the murderous aura cultivated on the battlefield would probably scare these ordinary people into running away on the spot, or even causing them to become incontinent. In that situation, let alone gathering intelligence, even slightly normal actions could be misunderstood by the residents as a desire for massacre. The situation will definitely become extremely chaotic. And Siegfried also knew that if he took off his uniform and changed into ordinary clothes to gather intelligence, the difficulty would definitely be much lower. But after thinking about it, he decided to wear this military uniform to carry out the mission. In addition to maintaining this honor, the most important thing is that Siegfried wants to prove through his actions that the Imperial Army is not as brutal as rumored. Moreover, only by appearing as a resident of the kingdom who has joined the Empire can he mobilize the emotions of the people, and then complete the publicity plan of Maslow's spirit. Although it was expected, the residents of Bahamut had a strong resistance to the Imperial Army. But I didn't expect it to be this serious, although my past self wasn't much better than them. Fortunately, under the guidance of Maslow's spirit, I have found the way forward. And now, it is time for me, under the guidance of Warrant Officer John, to spread this dazzling light to more people. Thinking of this, Siegfried's eyes suddenly became firm, and then he drank the wine in the glass in one gulp, and walked to the podium amid the fearful or curious gazes of the crowd. Then he took a deep breath, knocked on the table in front of him, and said in a deep voice, "I'm sure everyone here has heard the news recently that the Allies were defeated on the battlefield of Walden and the Empire won a great victory. As a local of Walden territory and a member of a temporary squad of Imperial soldiers, I can clearly tell you that this is true. Last night, under the leadership of the commander of my unit, we successfully captured the Lord of Longyan territory, Micah Hardman, and officially occupied the town. In other words, the town of Bahamut is now under the rule of the Empire. So, if anyone here still holds on to the idea of becoming a resident of the kingdom, I can clearly tell them that you should give up hope as soon as possible." As soon as these words were spoken, the tavern, which had previously only been able to hear faint sounds, now fell into complete silence. Everyone looked at Siegfried on the stage with fear or anger. But no one dared to say a word, for fear of angering this traitor of the kingdom and putting their own lives in danger. I know that there must be many people in this room who are afraid of me, laugh at me, or even secretly curse me as a traitor to the kingdom. But before discussing my changing political stance, I would like to ask you a question first. Siegfried looked down at the people below with different expressions and then asked, "What do you think of the former Lord, Baron Micah Hardman?" Let me first tell you what I think. In my opinion, Micah Hardman is a termite. He is a termite that relies on the title of a noble of the kingdom to parasitize in our flesh and blood, and grows by sucking our flesh and blood and marrow. Yeah, Micah Hardman, he's a damn borer. On the stage, Siegfried placed his hands on the podium, as if recalling a cold winter night in the past when his mother weaved cloth for 3 consecutive days and nights, eventually dying of overwork, in order to collect enough money to pay the harsh taxes in Longyan territory and avoid tax shortfalls that caused her son to become a slave to the Hardman family. A fierce flame suddenly flashed in Siegfried's eyes, and he spoke to everyone in a low voice. Chapter 86. The Storm of Judgment of Evil. So far, the Hardman family has a history of more than 500 years in Longyan territory, but outsiders only know that the Hardman family has a continuous honor of more than 500 years. But as citizens of the territory, what have we gained? Have you ever thought about it? I know that there are definitely some people here who are awake, but there are more people who are unwilling to wake up, so I will tell you the answer for you. That is under the damn high taxes set by the Golden Rose Kingdom, watching relatives starve to death in front of them, and becoming slaves under the so-called glory fabricated by Micah Hardman. Under the feet of the minions who serve Micah Hardman, they lost their dignity as human beings and knelt at their feet, begging for mercy and begging for extra mercy. It has been like this since our ancestors followed the Hardman family to Longyan territory more than 500 years ago. In fact, if it weren't for the arrival of the Imperial Army, I'm afraid our children and our children's children would have continued like this because of the existence of the Hardman family and the damn decree of the kingdom. This is the final result that we, as subjects of the kingdom, will get, isn't it? Bang! Siegfried slammed his fist heavily on the solid wooden table in front of him. He then looked angrily at the people below whose expressions had unconsciously become serious and earnest. He then waved his right hand and shouted, "So, tell me, can you accept this result?" There was silence in the tavern, but soon a young man dressed as a worker stood up suddenly and then mustered up the courage to respond. "Cannot." His action seemed to have triggered a chain reaction. The expressions on the faces of the people who were originally hesitant were instantly replaced by determination, and they all responded. "Cannot. Yes, we can't, everyone." We can't accept or approve of this damn result. Because we don't want to see our wives or husbands starving to death. We don't want to see our children become slaves of the Hardman family. And we don't want to see our parents continue to kowtow to those damn minions of the kingdom who oppress us. That's right. Amid the crowd's enthusiastic responses, Siegfried's voice grew louder and more powerful, and his voice had already been heard outside the tavern. The inexplicable appeal in his tone made many civilians passing by subconsciously stop and wait. But due to Prida and his group guarding the door, they never dared to break in, but instead listened silently from the outside to the increasingly loud speeches inside. As citizens, we have devoted our sweat and blood to Longyan territory and have used our lives to protect the safety of this territory. We need to be respected and deserve respect. But how did Micah Hardman, the lord assigned by the Allies, do it? On the podium, Siegfried swung his right hand forward, his tone filled with anger. He increases our taxes year by year, orders his minions to bully our families, tramples on our contributions to Longyan territory, and with his damn noble attitude, he looks down on us, the common people who have given everything for the development of the territory. We're the ones who have made the most contributions and sacrifices for the kingdom. But why do we get this result? Can everyone here agree to this? Cannot. Yes, we will never agree to it. But even if we don't want to agree, what can we do about it? I often pondered this question and even wondered if there was something wrong with my brain. It wasn't until I came into contact with the Imperial Army 2 days ago that I found a real answer. Facing everyone's excited gazes, Siegfried suddenly raised his hand to sweep away all the scattered ornaments on the table, allowing the Imperial Army uniform on his body to be more clearly seen by everyone. Then he pointed to the Imperial Army emblem on his chest and said in an excited and inspiring tone, "Yes, everyone. Just 2 days ago, I was just a villager from Stone Village who had just been plundered by the Allied forces and whose family was about to starve to death due to lack of food. After discovering the arrival of the Imperial Army, I thought that what awaited our Stone Village would be humiliation, looting, and massacre as rumored. So I was ready to fight the Imperial Army to the death. But what did the Imperial Army, which the Allies call the Demonic Legion, do in the end? Not only did they not plunder our village, but after learning that we were starving, they even took the initiative to deliver food to us, allowing us in Shurdong Village to survive. If the Imperial Army is considered a demon, then what should we call those great allies who looted our village? Demons among demons? It was from that time that I began to realize that our enemy has never been the Empire, but those parasites who oppress us with fabricated high-sounding reasons, deceive us with lies, and fool us like fools. That worm is Micah Hardman, the nobles of the kingdom who deserve to be hanged, and the allies who came from among us, but turned around to rob us. These are our real enemies." That's right. Everyone's expressions were filled with excitement and enthusiasm, and they subconsciously clenched their hands. After noticing the change in everyone's attitude, he realized that he had successfully impressed everyone and conveyed the most important fighting spirit in Maslow's quotes. He immediately stopped hesitating and kicked over the table in front of him. Then, under the gaze of everyone, he walked towards the entrance of the tavern where countless people had gathered. He said in an impassioned tone, "Before the Imperial Army arrived, I never dared to speak these truths, because I knew that at that time I was a subject of Micah Hardman, a civilian of the damn Golden Rose Kingdom. If I dare to speak these truths, then the only thing waiting for me is death. But now it's different. Yes, everyone, Longyan territory, and even the entire Walden territory is different. Micah Hardman, who was once high and mighty, has now become a prisoner in prison and will soon be put on the gallows under the trial of the Imperial Army. Those lackeys of Micah Hardman who used to oppress and humiliate us will also pay the price of their lives in the crusade of the Imperial Army for the atrocities they committed. Those poor people who were forced to become slaves of the Hardman family because of the oppression of the Allies will also be freed from their shackles and reunited with their families in the glorious light of the Empire." Looking at the residents around him who were staring at him with either enthusiasm or curiosity, Siegfried took a deep breath, then raised his right fist and said loudly, "Everyone, a storm is coming that is destined to sweep across the entire Longyan territory. With the coming of the Empire, with the coming of the Imperial 7th Air Force, and under the leadership of a great man named John Maslow, this storm that will transform the entire Longyan territory into a new look is about to arrive. Chapter 87 Governance is a trouble." An hour later, in the mayor's office at the Bahamut town government, looking at Siegfried, who was respectfully reporting to him the specific content of Keller's beer hall speech. Major John, sitting in the mayor's chair, felt mixed emotions at this moment. He really wanted to ask the other person what was going on in his brain and why. After being exposed to that damn Maslow's quotes, it took him less than a day to understand the fighting spirit that Maslow had not even elaborated on. In addition, what about the opponent's ability to insight, which is comparable to that of a mustache? In the game, old man Siegfried didn't show his skills in art and public speaking. How come when it comes to me, the other party suddenly jumps from an army marshal to a top speaker? In summary, under your wise leadership, I have now officially conveyed the great Maslow spirit to the residents of the town through a speech, allowing these civilians who were oppressed by Micah Hardman to understand the greatness of the empire. And I think that when you formally try Micah Hardman for his crimes and announce new governance policies, the people of this town will show their support unprecedentedly, sir. Major John, who couldn't help but suspect that he had the physique of a villain, came to his senses and looked at Siegfried with complicated eyes. Considering that the other party's speech was a bit too ambitious, he directly reached the opposite side of the nobles in one breath. If word of this spreads in the future, I'm afraid I'll be looked down upon by the local nobles wherever I go, and it's even possible that they'll directly attack me. But it is a good thing for civilians after all. Moreover, when I promote the reform bill myself in the future, I will be able to gain better support and recognition from the people. So after a little thought, John still praised the other party against his will. Very good, Siegfried. You did a good job this time. I was right about you. It's all thanks to your wise leadership, sir. After hearing John's praise and realizing that his behavior was recognized by the superior, Siegfried's eyes lit up. However, when he thought about the fact that many people in the audience still had only a vague understanding of the topic at the end of his speech, he immediately had a new idea. Sir, after discussing this with the local residents, I found that the residents of Bahamut have deep prejudices against our 7th Air Force, which may affect your future governance tasks, so I think... No, you don't want to. It's enough to make this dangerous speech once. If you do it a few more times, won't you force me to put a yellow robe on you and start an uprising? Hearing this, John's old face turned black. He then interrupted Siegfried, who seemed to be possessed by Adolf and wanted to be a speaker, and said, Siegfried, I understand your thoughts. However, in my opinion, we should not give speeches for the time being. What we need to do first is to eliminate the underground forces in Bahamut Town and the minions left behind by Baron Micah. Only by eliminating these people and things that oppress the residents of Bahamut can the residents of the town officially recognize the greatness of the empire and cooperate with our work. This is the most important thing. Looking at Siegfried, who seemed to be thinking about something, John, who was afraid that he would continue to cause trouble for him, directly instructed Hawk, who was smiling and silent. Sergeant Hawk, I now appoint you as the temporary person in charge of the anti-gang operation in Bahamut Town. You will take this permit and dispatch 100 army soldiers to carry out the cleanup of local evil forces. I want you to complete it thoroughly before sunset and send all those termites to the cell without leaving a single one. Is there a problem? No problem, Captain. I will complete the mission. If there is no problem, go and carry out the mission. By the way, Siegfried, you and your temporary team should also come with you. If Hawk can't handle it alone, you can take appropriate action. If the resistance is serious, you can kill him on the spot. In short, my request is that no black organizations are allowed to appear in this town. Do you understand? Yes, sir. After hearing the task John had given him, Siegfried felt a little disappointed, but he did not say much. Instead, he saluted with a serious expression and then quickly followed Hawk out. Squeak! It's finally quiet. Looking at the empty office in front of him, John couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief. Then he rubbed his swollen brows, stood up, and poured a cup of coffee. Then he picked up the pile of documents on the table again and began to examine them. He had found the documents in the safe in the mayor's office. After successfully occupying the town, John learned the true nature of most of the officials serving the local nobles. That night, they sent soldiers to lock these people up in the town's prison, planning to try these people together when Micah Hardiman was tried later, according to the principle of punishing the guilty and releasing the innocent. However, looking at the documents in his hands that were filled with records of corruption and bribery, coupled with the miserable living conditions of the people in the small town of Bahamut, John felt that if these bastards were judged according to his standards, none of them would survive. So, Can this be considered as getting rid of harm to the people? He shook his head and pushed aside the thoughts in his mind. I took a quick look at the records of the mayor and others taking bribes, and then went to the Ministry of Finance to check the funds, which were less than 20,000 D. After gaining a detailed understanding of the funds currently available for operations of the Bahamut town government, John, with a heavy heart, came to the courtyard and examined the layout of the town's existing industries while smoking and thinking. Thanks to the real estate projects he was engaged in his previous life, John had dealt with many public institutions and government agencies, so he learned some things through osmosis. In addition to the management and economics he studied in college in his previous life, John knew very well that governing a town in reality was not as simple as issuing a few tax reduction policies or creating a few projects to make everyone happy as in the game. Instead, it is necessary to make a judgment based on the specific local conditions. Otherwise, when he completes his mission and leaves, he will only leave a mess for the newly appointed mayor of Bahamut. If there is a new mayor who only takes a salary but does no work, the residents of Longyearling will be blessed in this life. When it comes to town governance, John is actually very clear about Dormammu's demands. All he needs is for him to win the hearts of the people and make the townspeople accept the existence of the Imperial Army, and then man will give him an excellent evaluation. After all, the so-called governance task is essentially to compare with other towns captured by the Empire. Compared to the situation in other towns where residents are resisting the Imperial Army, if John can win the hearts of the people in Longyan territory, it will be considered a great achievement. But thinking back to the poor life of the villagers in Stone Village, and then comparing it with the luxurious current situation of the Baron's mansion, John felt that when it came to governance, he either had to do nothing or do it well. Although the price would be the reduction of his hard-earned small treasury. But isn't money meant to be used? What's more, after improving the economy and public sentiment of Bahamut town, Emperor William, who has seen the effect of the reforms, will be more excited about the reform bills he proposes in the future and will spare no effort to implement them. So this is a very wise move for a better retirement. John kept brainwashing himself in his mind, and just when he gritted his teeth and planned to withdraw some money from his own small treasury and invest it in town construction to promote local people's livelihood, with the sound of footsteps, Sergeant Wendy's silly fat face came into his sight, and then the other party brought him unexpected news. "Captain, there's a group of people outside who claim to be from the Tongshin Society who are looking for you. They have brought a lot of money and say they want to redeem someone. Do you want to meet them?" Chapter 88, Do you want to join the Empire? Looking at the black-haired and black-eyed Imperial Major sitting opposite him, Glenn Yeka, the Vice President of Tongsinhui, was filled with anxiety, especially when he thought about how this seemingly harmless Imperial officer not only took over the town of Bahamut without bloodshed in just one night, but also put Micah Hardman in a cell. He became more and more nervous. But thinking about his own leader who was captured by the Imperial Army for unknown reasons and whose life or death is still unknown. Even though he was extremely afraid of Major John, Glenn still mustered up the courage to speak to this Imperial demon who was smiling but not smiling. "Sir, may I ask, is our boss still alive?" "Yes, he is still alive." Looking at the young man in front of him with a short brown haircut and a thin body named Glenn Yeka, John looked at him a few more times with some interest. He had some impression of this young man. The opponent is a minor character who has appeared several times in the game. His combat power is pretty good. In the later stage of the game, he is the logistics director of the Serbian Dragon Special Forces. He is also an old man who has followed Serbia for a long time in the background of the game. He is an SR Elite card with an internal affairs score of more than 80 points. If John remembered correctly, the other party was currently playing a role similar to that of a military advisor in the Tongshin Society under the name of Serbia. The reason why the Tongshin Society was able to survive in the small town of Bahamut, in addition to Serbia's powerful military force, was more due to the role played by Glenn in the dark. He was currently worrying about the lack of available internal affairs personnel, but he did not expect that someone would come to him on his own initiative. It also brought him some money. Isn't this God helping me? As long as I can get the other party in my hands, I won't have to worry about reviewing that pile of shitty documents at all. Wendy, you are truly this Major's lucky star. I promise to ask the chef to give you chicken legs when we get back. John grinned smugly in his heart. However, he also knew that Glenn was known for his quick thinking. If he wanted to lure him onto the boat, he would have to spend some time setting a trap for him. Thinking of this, he immediately put away the smile on his face, looked at the other party with scrutiny, and asked, "I heard that you want to redeem someone?" "Hmm. Yes, sir." Looking at John, whose expression suddenly turned serious, Glenn felt as if there was an invisible mountain pressing down on him, making it hard for him to breathe. However, he still gritted his teeth and said in a flattering tone, "Your Excellency, I don't know what our leader did wrong, but I think there must be some misunderstanding. So this time I brought 50,000 D worth of cash and jewelry as an apology to you. Can you please forgive our leader's offense for the sake of these jewels?" 50,000 D? That's a lot. It seems like you guys in Tongshin are quite wealthy. Is this money legitimate? Hearing this number, John raised his eyebrows unconsciously. Although we know that in the background of the game, the Tongshin society has made a lot of profits through smuggling under the management of Glenn, a talent in internal affairs. But he really didn't expect that Tongsinhui could be so rich. But after only a few years of hard work, he had accumulated 1/10 of the Hardman family's wealth. This also made him more determined to kidnap Glenn. As long as he keeps the other party in the town of Bahamut, relying on the other party's internal affairs ability, even if after he completes the governance, under Dormammu's arrangement, the new mayor is a good-for-nothing who only knows how to eat and eat. With the assistance of Glenn, the governance policies he left behind should be able to be perfectly implemented, so he can rest assured. Well, I dare not deceive you, sir. A large part of the 50,000 D of jewelry and cash was obtained by us through smuggling. Glenn confessed honestly, and then, as if he had thought of something, he quickly added, "Although we are a gang organization, we have never done anything bad, because all of us in Tongsin, we come from the slums, and we have always had a good reputation in the town of Bahamut. I can assure you of this. Well, I did have someone investigate your Tongshin society and know that you're different from other gangs. Otherwise, based on your status as a gang member, you wouldn't be sitting in front of me right now, but would have already lost your head." Looking at Glenn, whose face turned pale after being frightened by his words, John laughed sinisterly in his heart, but he didn't intend to let him go just like that. After all, such a useful internal affairs card was delivered to his door, so there was no reason for him to let the other party get away. Therefore, Glenn, you'd better be obedient and accept the advice of this major, and then work hard to shine in the future town of Bahamut. John's face immediately turned cold when he heard this, and then he said to Glenn in a playful tone, "Speaking of which, I'm curious, how did you have the guts to come to me to redeem someone? You must know what your leader Serbia did to be arrested by me, right?" "I really don't know, but sir, although our leader has a bad temper, she's usually very humble, so I guess her leader didn't offend you too much, right?" "Well, it's not an offense. They just colluded with the Allied forces to assassinate me. However, they were stopped by my subordinates and are currently being guarded by my people." The smile on Glenn's face froze instantly, and soon countless cold sweats poured out from his body, and his clothes were instantly soaked with sweat. Looking at the Imperial officer in front of him who was staring at him with a smile, his heart was filled with despair at this moment. It's over, it's all over. If it is a simple clash or insult, it may be possible to alleviate it with money. But Glenn never imagined that things would be so serious. Assassinate an Imperial officer? Moreover, he was a terrifying figure who subverted the entire Longyan region overnight. "Chief, oh Chief, what are you thinking? Now everyone in the Tongshin society will be buried together because of your actions." Glenn sighed inwardly. Just when he thought he would be shot together with the leader, the next second, John's voice slowly reached his ears. "Glenn Yeka, right? According to my intelligence, you formulated the development strategy of Tongsinhui, right?" "Yes, sir. It was indeed me who proposed the smuggling of silk and liquor." Although he was a little confused, Glenn still answered John honestly, and then asked tentatively, "Are you interested in this matter, sir?" "No, I'm not interested in such trivial matters. However, I'm somewhat interested in you. To be more precise, I'm somewhat interested in your abilities." Facing Glenn's astonished gaze, John smiled slightly, and then said something that stunned the other party. "Do you want to join the Empire and work for me?" Chapter 89 SR obtained. I can see that you are a smart man, Glenn. Otherwise, you wouldn't have allowed Tongsinhui to engage in smuggling business. At the same time, you would have developed the people's hearts and let the residents of Bahamut Town become your eyes and take the initiative to help you cover up. They rose to prominence with the help of civilians, but unlike other gangs, they neither robbed merchants nor bullied civilians. Instead, they focused on developing smuggling and helping more oppressed civilians. As a gang, we didn't bully the weak, but instead united the weak. This is what you did, which really suits my taste. Although you were born in a slum, you always loved learning. At the age of 16, you used your own ability to obtain a lawyer's license from the Golden Rose Kingdom and used it to develop the Tongshin Society, allowing your gang's smuggling business to run more steadily. I admire your intelligence and ambition. If your leader had not tried to assassinate me before, I would be very happy to recruit all of you into the Empire. It's a pity that things don't go as planned. After your leader caused such a mess, although it's a pity, I can only kill a chicken to scare the monkeys and set an example. Otherwise, if someone assassinates a major of the Empire and his gang survives, then if the news gets out, it will undoubtedly be a humiliation to the Empire. As the price for humiliating the Empire, that person and the group behind him, in my opinion, there's only one result, and that result is facing Glenn's constricted pupils. John uttered the last two words in a calm tone. Die. As John finished speaking, the Government Affairs Hall suddenly fell into silence, and the atmosphere inexplicably became suffocating. Snap! After listening to the other party's few words, he revealed the development experience of their Tongshin society over the years, and even his own life was completely laid out on the table. Transparent beads of sweat rolled down Glenn's pale face uncontrollably, and then hit the floor with an imperceptible sound. In Glenn's sight, the figure in front of him was sitting upright in a chair, sipping coffee. At this moment, it began to twist and expand rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, it turned from an ordinary human into a terrifying demon with a hideous face. The kind of eyes that seemed to be able to see through all the secrets of the world. The cruel momentum of sentencing hundreds of people to death with just these words, but making it seem as simple as drinking a glass of water. That calm and unhurried attitude, as if holding everything firmly in one's hands. While Glenn felt terrified, he also clearly realized that the other party was definitely not joking with him. But I really plan to do this. This guy is a real devil. Despair. So Glenn, what is your choice? Do you plan to follow my advice? Or do you want to die with the Tongshin Society? John raised his index finger and tapped the table lightly, then looked calmly at Glenn, whose expression kept changing. Looking at the other person's tormented expression, he almost couldn't help wanting to laugh out loud. Haha, Glenn. You repeatedly influenced my impression of Serbia in the game. Weren't you quite pretentious at that time? But you would never have thought that one day you would fall into the hands of Master John, right? This time, it's up to you whether I play with you or not. Sir, you just said you needed me, right? He didn't notice the evil thoughts in John's mind. Under the oppression of the devil, Glenn struggled for a long time between the two choices of living in disgrace and dying together. He raised his hand to wipe the sweat from his face and slowly exhaled a breath of foul air. Then he mustered up the courage to ask under the gaze of the devil in front of him. May I ask, sir, if I agree to work for you, can you please spare everyone in the Tongshin Society for my good sense? So, you are negotiating terms with me? John took a sip of coffee, using the bitter taste to barely suppress the smile in his heart, then crossed his legs, leaned on the backrest, and said casually with a contemptuous attitude, But I don't think you are qualified to negotiate terms, young man. To me, you are just a tool. If a tool doesn't obey me, I can always replace it, right? No, I don't think so, my lord. Facing John's scrutinizing gaze, Glenn took a deep breath and then expressed his opinion. Although I don't know what mission you are carrying out, sir, but since you did not send soldiers to plunder the town of Bahamut after occupying it, I can infer that your purpose is not to obtain money. Combined with the news that circulated at noon today that an Imperial soldier gave a speech at the Keller Tavern, and the information that the Allied forces were defeated and the Empire occupied Walden territory, please allow me to make a bold guess that your mission this time should be to come to govern Longyan territory, right? Looking at Glenn, who had guessed his mission based on only some fragmentary information, John couldn't help but have a glimpse of admiration in his eyes, but on the surface he remained calm. Continue. If what you need is to govern this town, then how to solve the problem of public opinion is what you urgently need to deal with right now. Therefore, if I'm not mistaken, the speech at noon today is the first step of your preset plan to help the Imperial Army win the public opinion. After initially changing the views of the residents of Bahamut towards the Empire, I think you should then try the officials of the original town, or even Baron Micah Hardman. By executing these corrupt officials and hostile nobles, you can help the people achieve revenge that they never dared to think of before and completely change the attitude of the people of Longyan territory towards the Imperial Army. Seeing that John did not interrupt him but looked at him with interest, Glenn realized that his guess was exactly in line with the other party's expectations. He was immediately more excited and continued to reason. Considering that you are from the 7th Air Force of the Empire, you are the unit of the white-haired devil General Dormammu. The general has always had considerable conflicts with the nobles of the Empire and only serves His Majesty the Emperor. Then I dare to guess that regarding Longyan territory, or even the entire Walden territory, the esteemed Emperor will not give this newly conquered land to those nobles who disobeyed the king's orders, but will most likely award it to this white-haired demon general. Combined with your attitude towards Longyan territory, if I'm not mistaken, your goal should be more than that. Compared to simply winning the hearts of the people, your real goal should be to develop Longyan territory into the most outstanding existence among the imperial colonies, and use this as a political achievement to further attract the attention of His Majesty the Emperor. And if you want to accomplish this, in addition to winning the hearts of the people, you currently need an assistant to help you complete the economic revival of Longyan territory, or even turn it into a famous commercial town, making it prosperous enough to provide tax revenue, far exceeding the Empire's expectations. Sir, am I right or wrong? Glenn's eyes were as sharp as torches, fixed on John in front of him. At this moment, he felt his heart was beating so hard that it was almost about to jump out of his throat. I prayed continuously in my heart, fearing that what I would hear would be a rejection. Pa. Although your analysis has some errors due to the lack of intelligence, the result is fine. Yes, I need a talent to help me make Longyan territory prosperous. If that person can help me achieve this goal, I can indeed give him extra grace, for example, forgiving the mistakes made by some poor people. Facing Glenn's nervous gaze, John couldn't help but applaud his outstanding intelligence analysis ability. He knew that this internal affairs SR card had successfully fallen into his trap. Next, he only needs to ask that question, and the other party will wholeheartedly become the most hard-working civil servant under his command. And that's exactly what John did. So he immediately smiled and asked Glenn, "So, Glenn Yeka, do you think you can be that person?" "I can," Glenn responded quickly, as if he felt that such simple words could not show his determination, let alone impress this scheming commander. So he took a deep breath, and then, according to the highest etiquette of the Golden Rose Kingdom, he bowed to John, and then spoke slowly with a firm tone. "I swear in the name of the Yeka family, I, Glenn Yeka, will definitely help you realize the revival of Longyan territory, sir." Chapter 90, I want them all to go to work. After making sure that Glenn was willing to help him develop the economy of Bahamut Town, John did not continue to tease him. Instead, he called Wendy under his watchful eyes and asked her to go and receive the members of the Tongxin Society. He also included these people in the temporary guard team of Bahamut Town, transforming them from gang members into newly formed guard soldiers. At the same time, he also asked the other party to go to the tent guarding Serbia and meet the Red Dragon God of War. Although I don't know the details of the conversation, I saw Glenn walk into the tent and walk out less than half an hour later with a frustrated look on his face. John knew that Serbia had rejected Glenn's kindness just as he expected, and chose to continue to stay in the Imperial Army as a special prisoner as agreed with him. After realizing that there was no change in his layout, John took the newly joined Economic Revitalization Manager directly to the City Hall to discuss the subsequent Economic Development Plan for Bahamut Town. As an SR-level internal affairs role, Glenn has lived in the town of Bahamut for a long time and is very familiar with the local area. So after only 3 hours of discussion, the other party proposed several good projects. What interested John the most was the brewing and selling project called Kaka Fruit Wine. The so-called Kaka fruit is a local fruit in Longyan County, famous for being as sweet as honey and juicy. The wine brewed from the Kaka fruit is loved by the nobles of the Golden Rose Kingdom because of its amber color and special fruity aroma. Before this, the brewing and sale of Kaka wine was also a major source of income for the Harmon family. So if we could expand the cultivation of Kaka fruit and brew it into wine and sell it to the Empire, this will not only create more jobs for the local town, but also develop it into a long-term pillar industry for the town of Bahamut. But sir, correspondingly, the subsequent transportation is a problem. After all, Longyan territory is located between mountains, and most of the roads are rugged and uneven. The bumpy roads will inevitably cause the wine to be damaged. If it develops into a large scale, the loss will definitely be extremely staggering. Previously, the Hardman family sold their products in the territory of the Golden Rose Kingdom. They could reach there by following the Dome River. If we want to sell to the Empire, the roads will become the biggest problem. In the government office, Glenn stared at the map in front of him with a frown on his face, as if he wanted to say something but hesitated. Just when he was about to give up this good economic development plan, John's expression changed, as if he had made a decision. He immediately waved his hand and said through gritted teeth, "Then build the road. I'll pay for it. If all else fails, I'll have the magic soldiers blow up those damn mountains." I don't believe that even though we've figured out a way to do it, the development of the town can be affected by a broken road. Building roads is very expensive, sir. How about we change the plan? Seeing John's expression suddenly become particularly ferocious after he finished talking about road repair. Although Glenn felt it was somewhat funny, he thought about it and kindly advised, "I think it's a good idea to plant some of it. If we make it into clothes and sell it to the Empire, it should be popular among the common people. We won't have to worry about sales. And if it's clothes, we don't have to worry about damage during transportation. Commoners? How much money can commoners have? If you want to make money from those damn nobles. This major is going to bleed them hard." Ignoring Glenn's shocked expression, John resisted his desire to save money with unprecedented perseverance, took a deep breath, and made a decision. "Okay, listen to me. Let's go with brewing and selling alcoholic beverages. Ask the Tongshin Society to call some experienced fruit farmers to come to me and have them record their experience in growing kaka fruit. I'll tell General Dormammu about the situation and apply to transfer the land in Longyan territory from private to public. Then you can send someone to compile all the planting techniques into a book and promote it. If anyone wants to try it, they can get it for free. Also, Glenn, come up with a few new ideas tonight that can help local employment. I have only one request for these plans, and that is to stimulate employment. You must create at least 2,000 jobs for me. I want all those idle hooligans in the town to go to work starting tomorrow. No one can escape. Do you understand?" "Yes." Looking at John's ferocious face, Glenn inexplicably heard a strong resentment in the other party's tone and couldn't help but shrink his neck in fear. He felt that compared to the fear that Lord John gave him during the previous negotiations, John now seemed a little more terrifying. "Very good, it's settled. If you have any good ideas, just write them down. I will go to General Dormammu to apply for a land reform order now." Major John, who was so heartbroken that he almost couldn't breathe because his pension had been drastically reduced in order to boost the local economy, immediately wanted to leave this sad place as soon as possible. But at last, as if he had thought of something, he slapped his head suddenly and then instructed Glenn, who was puzzled. "Oh, Glenn, write a document for me later. The general content is to abolish the original tax policy of the Golden Rose Kingdom and only retain agricultural tax, commercial tax, and personal income tax, with the proportions set at 10%, 20%, and 10% respectively. In addition, the final personal income should be determined based on the local civilian economic income level. Those below the average level do not need to pay, and those above a certain limit will be increased. The specific amount should be determined based on your understanding of the local resident's income." "Sir, isn't this number too low? Besides, when the new lord comes, we may not be able to explain it." Glenn couldn't help but widen his eyes when he heard John's words. Although this behavior is a great thing for the residents, John's behavior obviously did not take the nobles into consideration. Isn't he afraid that the white-haired devil general of the Empire will cause trouble for him by doing this? Just when he wanted to persuade the officer not to do something stupid and ruin his future, John simply waved his hand and said, "No need to explain, just listen to me. I have my own way to deal with General Dormammu, so you don't have to worry about it. Okay, go ahead and do your work. I'll go apply for the land reform order from General Dormammu first. If you have any questions, tell me when I come back." After saying this, without waiting for Glenn to continue his advice, John looked directly at Sergeant Wendy beside him. After discovering that the other person had been hypnotized and fallen asleep while standing because of listening to the boring content of their discussion, Major John, who had worked diligently as a slave for the entire afternoon, suddenly felt a vein bulge on his forehead. Then, without saying anything, he grabbed the other person's fat face and woke the lazy bastard up from his sweet dream. "Wendy, stop sleeping with me, you idiot. Take me to Mia." "Wow, stop pinching me. It hurts, Captain. I know I was wrong." "Call me Major, you stupid pig." "Got it, Captain." Standing there, watching Major John, who was cursing, dragging Wendy, who looked aggrieved, away in the sunset, Glenn couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. After a long time, Glenn withdrew his gaze, but a smile appeared on his face. At this moment, he suddenly felt. It seems that his decision to work for this adult was not as bad as he expected. Come on, Glenn. Glenn patted his numb face and reorganized his mentality. He looked at the pile of documents in front of him with burning eyes, and then threw himself into his new job with unprecedented enthusiasm. Chapter 91, You Defile My War. Applying for the land reform bill was much easier than John had expected. After contacting Dormammu through Mia, he briefly described his upcoming economic revitalization plan in Bahamut Town and explained the effect of converting private land into public land and its boost to the economy of Bahamut Town. Dormammu agreed without hesitation and told John that if he needed help, he could contact him at any time. He would apply directly to the Emperor to dispatch a group of professional political officials from the capital to assist him in his territory revitalization plan. In fact, John expected Dormammu to agree to this. After all, after the other party is appointed as Count, the tax revenue of Walden will directly skip the cabinet and go to the attention of Emperor William. If the economy of the town of Bahamut can be improved, Dormammu will then promote this method to the territory of Walden, thereby further increasing the territory's tax revenue. At that time, the tax revenues of the remaining colonies in the empire would be lower than that of Walden, which would provide Emperor William with an excuse to put pressure on the cabinet. This allowed the ambitious emperor to dismiss a number of conservative officials on the grounds of incompetence, thereby supporting the reformist party to come to power. As an expert in internal affairs, Dormammu must be able to understand this prospect clearly. However, John did not expect the other party to agree so readily that the arguments he had prepared in advance could not be used. After getting Dormammu's approval, John did not waste any more time, but went directly to the council chamber to discuss the rest of the economic revitalization policies with Glenn. At the same time, in Corno, the capital of the Kingdom of Victoria, thousands of miles away from Walden, at night, in a luxurious manner. Bang! The tightly closed door was suddenly kicked open. The sudden noise instantly startled the people who were talking in the study. Get out! Standing at the door, Roxy didn't care about the man's shocked expression at all. Her blue eyes were fixed on the figure sitting at the desk, examining the documents calmly, with a cold and low voice. Right away, right now. Lieutenant General Roxy, you are too. Bolt, who was demoted to lieutenant colonel for dereliction of duty, looked a little ugly when he heard this. He was just about to say that he had something important to discuss with the general, but before he could open his mouth, the silver-haired, one-eyed old man sitting on the chair spoke up. Listen to her. Lieutenant Colonel Bolter, please go out first. I already know about your transfer order. I will deal with it later. Okay, Admiral Orko. After hearing the general's words, even though he felt a little unhappy, Bolt had to suppress his anger. After forcing a smile towards Roxy at the door, he obediently walked out of the study and considerately closed the door for both of them. But after the door closed, his face suddenly became extremely gloomy. Looking at the closed door in front of him, he cursed silently, stood there, and took a few deep breaths. After barely calming down, Bolt walked towards the courtyard, then got in his car and drove away from the manor. Crash! After Bolt left, Admiral Orko, who had silver hair and a black eye patch on his left eye, came. However, he paid no attention to Roxy, who was standing in the room and glaring at him, but instead examined the documents in his hands as if he was the only one in the room. He completely ignored the disciple who was glaring at him in front of him. Why? After a long time, Roxy's voice slowly rang out from the room. She stared at Admiral Orko in front of her, who looked calm. Looking at the teacher who taught her the art of war, at this moment, she, who had always admired him, had her blue eyes filled with anger and disappointment. She never expected that the person in front of her was someone she had always admired as an idol for her lifelong learning since she entered the military academy. In this war, they actually broke their usual principles and used despicable tactics. Even borrowed her name. This made Roxy feel unprecedented humiliation and betrayal. War is war. Why so many whys? As if he understood what the other party was questioning him, Orko slowly put down the documents in his hand and stared coldly at the student he was most proud of with his only remaining eye, but his voice was as cold as ice. If you really fought that war well, why would I do such unnecessary actions? Now, instead of reflecting on the reasons for your defeat, you come to me to ask for an explanation out of your ridiculous self-esteem. To be honest, Roxy Sandcaster, you really disappoint me right now. I should be the one saying this. Roxy interrupted abruptly. She stared at the other person's thin figure, her eyes flashing with anger, and her voice was low and seemed to be roaring. This is my war. I never said you could interfere. Did you win the fight, Roxy? Orko seemed to be annoyed by his stubborn disciple. He slowly stood up. His tall figure cast a long shadow under the light of the background lamp behind him, and he went straight to Roxy's feet. The only eye flashed with a chilling light, and the cold voice was like a poisonous snake attacking Roxy's ears. It turns out you didn't. You lose. I lost to that damn Dormammu. I lost to a nobody. I lost to your arrogance. Now, how dare you come to me and ask for an explanation? But this is no reason for you to interfere in my war. Nor is it a reason for you to order my men to carry out that damned sniper plan in my name and fail. Admiral Orko. Roxy's face was somewhat gloomy. She stared coldly at the teacher in front of her. Her golden hair roots slowly stood up in anger, making her look like a furious lion. Her eyes were fierce and cruel. You have tainted my war, Sensei. This is against the rules we set between us. At this moment, the atmosphere suddenly fell into an indescribable dullness. Looking at the teacher who fell silent after hearing what he said, Luo, she took a deep breath, suppressed the anger in his heart, and tried to maintain a calm attitude, and said, "Thanks to the active efforts of the Star-Breaking Sword Master, we have defeated the northern front of the Empire and captured the Morton Magic Stone Mine. The second-level research on the Magic Workshop will be officially launched soon. The Northern Theater of Operations no longer needs my involvement, so I'm going to participate in the Battle of Faken Bay in the south. So, I'm here to say goodbye to you, teacher." Orko did not answer, but stared coldly at the rebellious disciple with his only right eye, as if he was considering whether to continue to add more chips to the opponent. It was not until a long time later that he spoke coldly. "I don't agree with your application, Roxy. I think you need to calm down now. I will temporarily freeze your command and leadership rights. When you have figured out what war is, I will restore them. I don't need your permission, Admiral Orko, because I have already applied to Her Majesty the Queen and received Her Majesty's permission. Also, if nothing unexpected happens, this will be the last time I call you teacher. Admiral Orko, your despicable behavior really disappoints me." Roxy said this coldly, and then turned around to leave. However, just as she opened the door, Orko's cold voice reached her ears. "One day or another, you will regret your stupidity, Roxy. I'm a participant in the Supreme Commander Program, Admiral Orko." Bang! Chapter 92. The night is silent and noisy. After the land reform order was approved by Dormammu, John discussed the specific plan with Glenn, and that night he arranged for people to set up the corresponding billboards, on which he posted recruitment notices and the corresponding salary amounts. In addition to the textile mills and stone mills owned by the arrested Baron Micah, which expanded their recruitment, the construction team of the road project provided the most jobs this time. Due to the complex terrain of Longyan territory, even with the three-dimensional map drawn by the scouts of the magic team from the sky, after calculating based on the optimal principle of convenient passage, John still needs to open up a road of at least 114 kilometers in length. Taking into account labor and material costs, at least half of his pension would be consumed. But John also knew that this was a necessary expense, so he gritted his teeth and established the road construction project. As for a series of matters, such as the subsequent planting of fruit trees, expansion of the winery, and development of the wine trade market, he no longer had the energy to think about them, or he did not dare to think about them too much, because he knew that the consumption of his pension by these projects would be enough to make him lose his eyes. This also made the miser Major John clearly realize that he was probably not destined to become a rich man in this life. Asshole! The next day, early morning, in the government hall, Major John, with a miserable look on his face, was watching everyone with a bleeding heart as they moved the boxes of gold in front of them, which originally belonged to him, into the warehouse of the Ministry of Finance of the town, one after another, to be used as the main funding for the subsequent economic development. Sergeant Wendy, grinning and laughing, came skipping in front of him, and then spoke to him mysteriously. Captain, the command center just called to tell us that the members of Squad 14 have been promoted. Everyone in Squad 14 has been promoted one level. Even Warrant Officer Leia has been promoted one level. But compared to the others, Wendy is different. So, Captain, do you want to guess what Wendy's rank is now? Oh, really? That's great. John covered his chest, which was throbbing with pain, and resisted the urge to stop everyone from moving. He turned his head to look at Sergeant Wendy, who was so happy that snot bubbles were about to come out, and said with a fake smile, "Did he become a sergeant? Wow, congratulations, congratulations." "Captain, you are so stupid. It's a promotion. Why did you demote me?" Wendy looked at the stupid captain speechlessly, with pity in her eyes. She felt that the stupid captain must have been too busy yesterday and couldn't even tell the difference between promotion and demotion. But this is also normal. After all, Captain John is also a human being, and he also makes mistakes. What's more, he had discussed the plan with others for the whole night, so it was normal that his brain was not working properly now. The smart Sergeant Winnie has always been very generous and will definitely not be angry with the captain because of this. After silently convincing himself in his heart, he looked at the captain who had been studying the plan all night. Now his eyes were bloodshot, and his whole body seemed to be shrouded by an invisible black air. At this moment, even Wendy realized that the current captain seemed a little dangerous. So the clever Sergeant Wendy gave up the idea of teasing the other party, and instead raised his head confidently and gave the answer. "Yes, it's Lieutenant Wendy. Wendy is now at the same level as Lieutenant Leia. How about it? Are you surprised? Are you surprised? Captain, you have to call me Lieutenant Wendy when we meet in the future. Hee hee." "Oh, really? Should I give you an award then?" He looked at his pension that was constantly being moved away, and then at the stupid deputy in front of him who looked very proud of himself because he had been promoted 3 times in a row. John, who had lost the opportunity to hang the jade token, immediately became furious. Without thinking, he stretched out his hand to grab the other person's fat face and said viciously, "You idiot, since you know how to address military ranks. Why do you keep calling me captain? Didn't I tell you to call me major, you idiot?" It hurts, Captain, please stop pinching me. Wendy's mouth is going to be broken when he really knows she is wrong. Please forgive me. After realizing that the captain really wanted to punish her severely this time, Lieutenant Wendy, seeing that the situation was not good, quickly begged for mercy. However, facing her fake acting of howling without tears, John just smiled coldly, and then continued to increase his strength. "You know nothing, and you still call me captain? I think you are just a bastard who only cares about food and not punishment. Prepare tout dit." Just as Major John, who was furious and helpless about the disappearance of his pension, caught Lieutenant Wendy, who was unlucky enough to be caught in the crossfire, and severely punished her, as the last box of gold stained with sin was moved into the warehouse, Glenn, the person in charge of the Long Yinling Business Road construction project, came to John with a fund inventory list, then took a deep breath and reported with a burning gaze. "Sir, the project funds have been counted. Shall we proceed to the next step now? Have you finished the inventory? Are you sure there is nothing missing?" Upon hearing this, John immediately stopped playing with Wendy and ignored Lieutenant Wendy, who was looking at him with resentment and covering her face. He straightened his face and glanced at the empty truck compartment. "I couldn't help feeling a little sad, but I finally sighed and added, this amount of money is very important. It is related to whether the subsequent projects can be carried out smoothly. It must be confirmed. I checked it 3 times, and there really is nothing missing, sir. Okay, let's get started. Let's have the guards go and start notifying each area about recruiting as planned." Yes. Hearing this, at this moment, Glenn seemed to be given an unprecedented important mission. He immediately saluted to John, and then ordered everyone to carry out the recruitment publicity as planned in advance. In a flash, the people who had gathered in the courtyard, holding piles of flyers in their hands, rode on the bicycles that had been prepared long ago in an orderly manner, like a school of fish breaking through a fishing net, amid the ringing of bicycle bells and the gazes of John and his group. It transformed into a black torrent, rushing forward along the street, and finally, like spreading ink, began to cover the huge town of Bahamut at a speed visible to the naked eye. "Lieutenant Wendy, go inform Hawk and tell him that the troops will temporarily stop patrolling. Ask him to call everyone except Lieutenant Leia over to maintain order at the scene." After these seeds carrying the hope for Bahamut's economic revival were scattered, John, who was standing still, gave these instructions to Wendy. "Yes, Captain." Knowing that serious business was about to begin, Wendy put away her usual mischievousness and saluted John seriously. Then, under John's gaze, she turned around and ran quickly towards the troops. Hopefully, there won't be any problems this time. Looking at the street in the distance, the sight revealed through the gaps between rows of tightly closed doors and windows, John couldn't help but sigh in his heart. If he were to ask himself honestly, he had already done the best he could this time. But even so, he couldn't be sure whether things would go as smoothly as he expected. After all, human hearts are complicated. Even though he had glimpsed the future, he could not grasp it. The only thing he could do now was to wait. Suppressing his worries, John slowly walked to the gate of the town government and slowly sat down behind the square table with a sign that read, Town Government Recruitment Location. Tick. Time passed slowly in silence and noise, and in the blink of an eye, it was noon. The Tongsunwi members who had gone out to promote the event with great enthusiasm were now like eggplants hit by frost. They stood behind Glenn, whose face was ashen, with their heads lowered, not daring to make any sound. John, who was sitting behind the recruitment desk, was looking silently at the empty street in front of him, without saying a word. After a long while, he sighed and turned to ask Glenn behind him. Glenn, how many people have you recruited now? Sir, there are only 23 people on the registration list. Glenn answered with a face full of shame. He didn't expect that he had just said last night that once the recruitment information was announced, their recruitment point would definitely be crowded with people. But I never expected that in the end, there wouldn't even be 100 people gathered. This was undoubtedly a slap in his face, although he also found this result unbelievable. Reason told him that the main reason for this gap was not a problem with his plan, but the residents' attitude towards the Imperial Army. But this is undoubtedly an accusation that there is something wrong with Commander John's plan to win the hearts and minds of the people. But after discussing with the officer for a whole night, he already knew that the other party did this not for the so-called merit, but was really seeking a future for the residents of Longyan territory. Faced with such a superior, how could he have the heart to push the blame onto him? This is not the commander's fault. It can only be said that the residents of Bahamut are too unmotivated. Commander John has clearly brought you a happy life, but these people did something that made the commander so disappointed. This is so stupid. You are disappointing those who are truly looking forward to the economic revival of Bahamut, and you are destroying the future of Longyan territory with your own hands. It's simply a capital crime. Looking at the lonely back of the superior, looking at the group of foolish people who still kept their doors closed despite the job recruitment flyers. At this moment, Glenn couldn't help but feel the rage in his heart begin to surge. The thought of this commander completely abandoning the town of Bahamut and leaving with his troops out of disappointment made me feel really bad. In the future, the town will live an oppressive life as before under the rule of the new lord. He suddenly felt that his whole body was about to tremble with anger. At this point, he no longer cared about his original position. No matter what, I must make sure this recruitment is completed successfully. It is not only to respond to the expectations of this adult, but more importantly, for the future of Longyan territory. Thinking of this, Glenn immediately became ruthless, then took a deep breath and said to John, Sir, why don't we just send out the army to capture all these people and build a road? I believe that as long as we let them see our sincerity, our plan will definitely be supported. You are too impulsive, Glenn. We are soldiers, not bandits who rob people. It is absurd to send out the army to capture people and do things like that. John couldn't help laughing when he heard this. He didn't wait for his anxious economic revitalization leader to continue speaking, so he raised his hand to interrupt. Okay, you listen to me. That's it. There are 23 people who signed up, which is not a small number. It's getting late. Let's arrange for people to do the work first. The more repairs we can make, the better. After all, we'll get paid in the end if we just sit there and wait. This is project funding, not some charity business. Yes, I will arrange the construction right away. Seeing John's expression that did not allow for arguments, Glenn realized that he could not persuade the other party and could only sigh. Then, he took the 23 people who had signed up and arranged the road construction work with great concern. At the spot, after Glenn left, the smile on John's face slowly faded. He waved away Wendy, who wanted to come forward to comfort him, and signaled her to leave him alone. Then he ordered the troops guarding here to be disbanded, and went straight to the courtyard of the town government to smoke. Looking at the imperial flag in front of him, which had been hung by the soldiers at some point and was now shining brightly under the scorching sun, John couldn't help but fall into silence, just looking at the existence full of glory and history. Until night fell. Until the construction workers returned one after another under the protection of the guards. Until he walked out of the town government with an uneasy feeling and looked through the magic eye, he saw that the doors of the houses in the distance were still locked, as in the daytime. But I don't know when the curtains were opened and behind those figures who were vaguely looking towards the town government. At this moment, John couldn't help but smile, and his eyes became brighter than ever before. Because at this moment, through those envious or curious gazes, he is clearly foreseeing that the dawn of Lonyan territory is about to be revealed. And he just needs to wait here silently, waiting for the noise that fills the small town of Bahamut, echoing throughout the entire night in silence. Chapter 93 Dawn is noisy and quiet. As a member of the Silver Hook Gang in the town of Bahamut, Carl felt unprecedentedly confused at this moment. Originally, his daily life was to collect protection fees from merchants in the gang's territory under the instructions of the boss, and occasionally he was instigated by his companions to tease girls on the roadside. However, like all the members who joined the Silver Hook Gang, Carl had also fantasized that one day he would be valued by the boss because of his excellent fighting skills, and then become a small leader of the gang, and then live a new life where he could call the wind and rain. He thought his daily life would continue like this until the night before yesterday, when he went to the Silver Hook Gang as usual, but was shocked to find that the gang's base was surrounded by a group of terrifying Imperial soldiers for some reason. The gang leaders who used to be so powerful that all merchants had to smile and fawn on them, now were surrounded by a group of soldiers and squatted in a corner with their hands on their heads, without any dignity, like a group of lambs to be slaughtered. The boss, whom he regarded as his life goal, was ruthless in killing people. Even the captain of the town guard had to politely offer him a cigarette when he saw him. For some unknown reason, his body was covered with horrific blood holes, and he was lying on the ground like a dead dog, with blood gushing out his mouth. Under Carl's horrified gaze, the other person's chest rose and fell slightly, and then completely turned into a cold corpse. Carl was frightened when he saw this scene, and all his thoughts went blank at that moment, especially when he noticed that among the group of Imperial soldiers, a man with disheveled hair and an extremely extraordinary look subconsciously looked towards the fence where he was. He was frightened out of his wits on the spot. He didn't dare to stay there, for fear that this group of terrifying Imperial soldiers would find him, so he immediately used all his strength to escape from his gang's stronghold. I didn't even dare to go home. Instead, he hid in a garbage dump on the west side of the town until nightfall. After making sure that no one was looking for him, he returned home in fear. He found out after a night had passed by eavesdropping on his neighbor's conversation. It turned out that not only his gang was attacked by the Imperial Army the day before yesterday, but all the gangs in the town, regardless of size, were wiped out under the terrifying suppression of the Imperial Army. Those gang members who used force and tried to resist would have their limbs broken at best, or be killed on the spot like his boss. That night, the group of soldiers in black uniforms threw the bodies and their remains into a mass grave outside the town. It took the 100 Imperial soldiers less than 3 hours from start to finish to complete all these tasks. If it was the old Carl, he would definitely not believe it after hearing this. After all, any gang organization that could be established in the town has more or less powerful power. For example, the boss of their Silver Hook Gang is actually a retired soldier of the Golden Rose Kingdom. Not only is he an expert marksman, but he has also mastered magic and can easily kill many people even without using weapons. It is precisely because of such terrifying strength that their Silver Hook Gang can own more than a dozen wealthy shops in the town. Moreover, at the last gang gathering, Carl heard from a drunk gang leader that although their Silver Hook Gang was a gang on the surface, they actually served Baron Micah. At that time, their gang had just robbed a batch of priceless goods for the Baron, and the boss was therefore valued more by the Baron. He was even expected to learn more advanced magic techniques under the Baron's introduction. By then, after the boss becomes a magician, their Silver Hook Gang will become a more powerful gang as the boss becomes stronger. But even such a strong boss, when facing the group of Imperial soldiers in black uniforms, had no ability to resist at all and was shot into a hornet's nest. Even now we don't know where the body was thrown. As for the situation of the other big gangs, Carl had no idea because he had not witnessed it with his own eyes. But he exchanged information with several fringe gang members who were as lucky as him and had not been caught by the Imperial Army yesterday due to various unexpected circumstances and had managed to escape. They found that the situations of their respective gangs were the same. Their respective bosses were either shot to death by the Imperial Army or beaten black and blue, and then tortured like dogs by the other side without any dignity. Carl realized that the rumors discussed by the neighbors might be true. This extremely shocking fact made Carl feel unprecedentedly shocked, but more than that, he felt terrified. In the past, he always felt proud of his identity as a member of the Silver Hook Gang, because as long as he showed the Silver Hook Gang tattoo, those who originally looked down on him would avoid him in fear. This feeling made him feel cool. But now he wanted to tear the tattoo on his arm. I was afraid that this damn tattoo would attract the attention of those black-clad demons. Therefore, after learning the truth, he retreated to his home, curled up on the bed with a quilt covering him, staring at the door with his eyes, his ears perked up, listening to every sound. I spent the whole day in fear, like a frightened bird. I don't know whether he was lucky or the Imperial Army didn't take a small-time gangster like him seriously at all. Throughout the whole day yesterday, apart from his mother's annoying voice constantly echoing in his ears, he was not shot to death by a group of Imperial monsters in military uniforms who kicked down his door as he had in the nightmare he had the night before. And perhaps it was because they knew that although he joined the Silver Hook Gang, he had never done anything bad, and he only occasionally showed off his hateful tattoo to scare people and show off. Out of consideration for his kind mother, no neighbor went to the town government to expose this bad boy. Instead, no one talked about his past as a member of the Silver Hook Gang. And during breakfast today, his mother told him bluntly to find a way to cover up the damn tattoo, or he should not come back. But the shame of having his inner thoughts exposed made him so angry that he threw away the food in his hand and ran out in a huff. But now, as Carl walked on the street, he felt unprecedented regret in his heart. Just when he was hesitating whether he should abandon his self-esteem and go home, so as not to run into the terrifying Imperial Army and be discovered as a gang member by the other party and shot on the spot. As he walked cautiously on the street, he unexpectedly spotted a familiar figure in the crowd. That was his mortal enemy Jordan. Like Carl, he was also a gang member, but he was from the Red Snake Gang that was against their Silver Hook Gang. What surprised Carl even more was that Jordan, who was originally a gang member, was wearing a worker's uniform today for some reason and carrying a sledgehammer on his shoulder. At this time, he was chatting and laughing with several workers beside him. Judging from the direction they were heading, they seemed to be heading towards the town government. Carl found this a little unbelievable. After all, in his impression, Jordan always looked down on workers. Carl clearly remembered that after one of their duels, when the bruised and battered opponent chatted with him, the other party had clearly stated that even if he died, he would never be like his worker father and become a spineless person who served others in a servile manner. But what is the situation now? Carl was very confused, but as he watched Jordan and his group walking further and further away, he finally suppressed his confusion and fear, mustered up the courage to step forward and call out to them. "Hey, Jordan, wait a minute. Carl, you're okay? That's great, thank God." After turning around and seeing his archenemy, Jordan did not make any sarcastic remarks as usual. Instead, he spoke with a look of surprise. This look of him not being an enemy, but a close friend also confused Carl. However, under the strong doubts and curious gazes of the people around him, he still did not speak, but looked at the enemy in front of him as if asking for help. As if he could see his current nervousness and anxiety, Jordan immediately understood what was going on. He quickly said a few words to the workers beside him, and then he led Carl directly to a quiet alley on the side of the road. But before Carl could ask, Jordan spoke directly to him. "Carl, come with me to work later. The new government is still recruiting workers. If you're a few days late, there may be no vacancies." "Jordan, are you crazy? What nonsense are you talking about?" Carl looked incredulous. "I'm not crazy. I've never been so clear-headed as I am now." Jordan knew very well Carl's mentality at the moment. After all, just yesterday, he had the same idea as Carl. He thought that the Imperial Army was a bunch of horrible demons, and that the commander who led the Imperial Army to occupy the town of Bahamut was an even more disgusting bastard than Baron Micah. The so-called recruitment is nothing more than an attempt to deceive a group of ignorant civilians, making them work for him for free or even selling them as slaves. But after seeing with his own eyes that the 23 workers received actual wages from the town government, and it was an amount that previous workers could not even imagine, even Jordan could not help but feel moved. Then I signed up with everyone else and got on the bumpy car with trepidation. But after actually doing this job and really getting the salary that was earned with my own sweat like everyone else, only then did Jordan realize how ridiculous his original views were. They also understood that the new big shot was completely different from Baron Micah, who had oppressed them in the past. If we must make a metaphor, then in Jordan's mind, the other party can probably be called an angel sent by God to the earth. What's more, among the jobs currently recruited by the town government, his current position as a road development worker offers the highest salary. And Carl was the only person he knew in the gang who was not that annoying. In addition, the other party's family is roughly the same as his, so he naturally doesn't want to see this guy, who can be called a friend, continue to go down the same wrong path. Listen to me, Carl. Whether it's the Silver Hook Gang or the Red Snake Gang, they're all things of the past after the arrival of Lord John and the Great Imperial Army. Don't let the gangs created by those bastards confuse you anymore. Jordan tried to persuade him earnestly, but Carl automatically understood his words as a humiliation to him as a traitor who failed to fulfill his duties when the gang was in crisis and instead abandoned the gang and ran away. He pushed the other person away in anger and said angrily, "Why do you humiliate me? Aren't you running away, just like me? And what a shitty worker. Only an idiot like you would do such exhausting work that you can't even earn 90 pennies a day." Just as Carl was about to bring up what the other party had said in the past, mocking that only fools would become workers to humiliate him, Jordan's next words made his brain freeze instantly. "My current job earns me 300 pennies a day, but now we are all Imperial citizens, and the currency has been changed to Imperial coins, which is equivalent to 285C, which is not much different. The most important thing is that my job now provides meals. I get 3 meals a day, and I always get to eat meat. Really, I'm not lying to you. If I wasn't afraid that you would run to the Silver Hook Gang's territory and be caught by the patrolling Imperial Army and thrown into jail, I would be having breakfast with my fellow workers right now. But we're good friends after all, and I am in good shape, so it's okay for me to skip a meal. But if you really feel bad about it, you could treat me to a drink at the pub after you get your salary." Jordan explained to Carl excitedly, but his words made Carl open his eyes wide in disbelief, his expression full of disbelief. What did he hear? 300 pennies a day? And they also provide meals? Even the former captain of the guard team couldn't get this kind of treatment, right? Are you sure Jordan hasn't joined some evil cult? Just when Carl was wondering in doubt whether he should report the cult activities to the terrifying Imperial Army so as to drag his mortal enemy back from the abyss, a shrill bell suddenly sounded from the town government in the distance. When Jordan heard the bell, it was as if he heard an echo from hell. His face changed instantly. Without bothering to continue reminiscing about the past with him, he just wanted to run towards the town government as fast as possible. But looking at Carl's confused and doubtful face, he couldn't help but give him another piece of advice. "Everything I said is true. If you don't believe it, come back and try it, and you'll know. In short, Carl, think about it carefully. Think about your mother. We are already men, so don't let her worry and cry for you anymore. It's already late now, and the monitor will definitely deduct my attendance. I have to go to work quickly. I won't talk about it anymore. I'll talk to you when you come over tomorrow. See you tomorrow, Carl." After saying that, without waiting for Carl's response, Jordan hurriedly carried the sledgehammer and ran towards the town government in the distance, which was shrouded in the morning light. Looking at Jordan's receding figure, Carl was a little at a loss for a moment. After a long time, he came to his senses and returned home in a daze. When he came back, his mother was still the same as usual. She didn't give him any good face, but was busy weaving cheap cloth for the shop on the sewing machine. But perhaps because of Jordan's reminder, he was much more careful this time than before and vaguely noticed that his mother's eyes were a little red. He opened his mouth to say something, but seeing that his mother was too busy with her work to even look at him, Carl finally returned to his room in silence. He lay in bed, looking at the peeling paint on the ceiling, listening to the hawker's cries coming from outside the window where cracks appeared due to dried glue and the ringing of passing bicycle bells. My heart is full of struggle and hesitation. Time passes by every second. It was not until night fell that his mother knocked on his door, as usual, and coldly called him to go out for dinner. Only then did he walk out of the room, but he did not go to the dining table. Instead, he went up to his mother and hugged her while she looked at her at a loss. After telling the other party that he had to go out for something, he ran all the way to the town government amid his mother's angry voice. After seeing the trucks carrying countless workers coming from a distance, and seeing Jordan with sweat on his face, counting the imperial coins he had obtained with joy, the doubts in Carl's heart completely disappeared at this moment, and his confused eyes were replaced by determination. Then he ran towards his home without looking back. Jingle. The next day, early morning. Accompanied by the sound of a broken bicycle passing through the street, Jordan yawned and stumbled to the town government. After parking his broken bicycle, just when Jordan wanted to say hello to the imperial soldier standing guard at the door. However, he was surprised to find that in the courtyard in front of him, there was an unexpected figure in the middle of the workers who were waiting to board the bus to set off. "It's Carl. This guy's here too." Jordan was a little happy. He wanted to say hello to the other party. But after hearing the devilish bell ringing in the courtyard, he subconsciously shuddered for a moment, and then hurriedly ran to the bus stop with his coworkers who were running towards the town government without even putting on their socks. Finally, before the expressionless team leader wrote his absence on the attendance sheet, he boarded his truck amid the laughing and teasing gazes of his fellow workers. Buzz, accompanied by the roar of starting engines, trucks loaded with workers slowly drove through the smooth streets in the faint morning light in the distance. Amid the hopeful and expectant eyes of the crowd, in the noisy yet silent dawn, we ran towards the road called the future. Chapter 94: Unexpected Helper. Events similar to those of Carl and Jordan continued to occur in the town of Bahamut. After 2 days of settling down, the town's residents, who had originally been on the sidelines and wary of John's new economic revitalization project, started by signing up one after another and later almost rushed to participate. Many of them came with their families to work, but looking at that man with white hair and a cane, who was patting his chest hard, he kept saying that he could do a somersault on the spot to show him. The old man intended to do this to prove that he was physically strong and capable of working as a road development worker. After a long silence, John asked Glenn, who was grinning from ear to ear, to add an age limit to the job posting. As the development policy received an unprecedented response from the town residents, 3 days passed in the blink of an eye as John and Glenn were busy modifying the policy according to local conditions and adding new policies. During these 3 days, in addition to creating a large number of jobs and modifying and rebuilding the existing Chamber of Commerce, John also set up a supervisory department within the town government. However, since a large number of policies needed to be reviewed and revised by him personally, and he currently had only Glenn under his command, Major John was busy for 2 days without sleep. After careful consideration, he finally sent a request for help to Dormammu. At the same time, a recruitment notice for political officials was posted on the town government's bulletin board. But unfortunately, the town of Bahamut is so small, and even though John has relaxed the requirements as much as possible, there are not many people who can meet his minimum standards. Dormammu's reply was that it would take at least 2 days for the group of political officials he helped to apply for to get from Alino to Longyan territory. So even though he was filled with helplessness, John had no choice but to transform himself into a tireless mule and start the most serious internal competition in the industry with workaholic Glenn. Commander, you've been through 2 days. Go take a rest first. You are the key to Longyan territory's revival. You must take good care of yourself. Leave the rest of the documents to me. I can still hold on. In the office. Hearing this, Major John, whose face was sallow and whose eyelids were twitching, turned his head in confusion and looked at the figure who was speaking next to him. After seeing that Glenn had not rested for 4 days and 4 nights since he agreed to be the person in charge of economic revitalization, his face was almost pale and his eyes were so bloodshot that they were about to burst due to overuse. John's almost exhausted brain couldn't help but fall into deep thought at this moment. No, I think you should rest more than me, right? By the way, do you have any special physique? You have survived 4 days in a row without suddenly dying. Are you really still a human being? Monster, you're like a monster at work. John, who had seen the king of the other world, couldn't stop shouting in his heart. But feeling his eyelids almost sticking together and looking at the pile of documents on the table, even though he wanted to throw all these shitty documents to the little calf beside him, he thought that he only had Glenn as his talent. If he really worked him to death, and Dormammu arranged a smart mayor for Longyan territory, the residents of Longyan territory would suffer. Therefore, even though he was so sleepy that he was seeing stars, Major John still forced himself to stay awake. Just when he was trying to force a smile to show the god of war that he could still hold on, the door was kicked open. Then, to John's astonishment, 3 figures suddenly came into view. Captain, Lieutenant Leia, and I have found reinforcements for you. Now you can have a good rest. You must thank Wendy later. Lieutenant Wendy said to John with her hands on her hips, looking smug. Behind her were 2 figures, one tall and one short. They were Leia and Serbia. However, compared with the miserable situation when she was captured before, Serbia, who had been granted the right to move around under the special prisoner regulations given by John, had now changed into a black long dress. She regained her usual cold and arrogant temperament, combined with her unusual red hair and exquisite appearance, especially the confident red eyes brought by wisdom and strength. Just one glance, and it looks impressive enough. But after seeing the two people lying on the table trying to keep awake, almost losing their minds and even their expressions looking a little dull, Serbia couldn't help but frown. Then, without waiting for Wendy to explain, she walked straight to the square table in front of John and the others' confused gazes and picked up a document. After scanning it a few times with his wine-red eyes, he threw it into the trash can and then sneered at John without hesitation. "Are you an idiot?" John was a little confused after being cursed by the other party for no reason. Due to the side effects of fighting with the sea of documents for 2 consecutive days and nights, his thinking ability was much slower than before, but he could still stay awake. Seeing the other party come in and start blaming him without saying a word, who had already accumulated a lot of negative emotions because of this damn job, could not help but frown and angrily shouted at the other party. "You know nothing. Even the trivial matter of requisitioning items needs to be sent to the Government Affairs Office for special review. John Maslow, do you take the Government Affairs Office too lightly? Or do you have a disease that will kill you if you don't handle anything yourself?" Serbia didn't pay any attention to the inexplicably dangerous gazes of the two girls behind him and still sneered at this idiot who was good at playing with people's hearts but was so stupid that he almost killed himself. But he knew that continuing to scold the other party was stupid, which would do him no good at all, except for causing the terrifying girl behind him to beat him half to death. So Serbia put away the urge to verbally insult this imperial dog in order to avenge the previous humiliation, and instead glanced coldly at Glenn, who was standing aside with a surprised expression, with a disgusted and harsh tone. "You've learned everything I taught you before, haven't you, Glenn? Or has your brain finally been stuffed to the limit with those useless legal provisions, so that you've forgotten even the most basic principles of handling things?" "I'm sorry to disappoint you, Chief." After hearing Serbia's angry curse, Glenn did not refute, but honestly admitted his mistake. Perhaps because the other party was apologizing sincerely, or perhaps because he sensed the increasingly obvious murderous intent of the terrifying girl behind him. Serbia took a deep breath, then pulled out a chair and sat down in the surprised eyes of everyone. Then, without saying a word, he quietly picked up the document and began to review it. She flipped through the pages very quickly, basically putting them down after just glancing at them a few times. However, the placement locations are not the same, and for some documents, after a simple scan, she would throw them on the ground without saying a word, without even looking at them. John picked up the document discarded by Serbia with some concern and took a look at it. He found that the content on it was just a request from the village of Babnash under the name of Longyan Territory to apply for the qualification to fly the imperial flag. Combined with the pile of documents that were originally in disarray, they began to be neatly arranged and became orderly under Serbia's rapid classification. John suddenly realized what Serbia was doing while he was sorting documents with an unhappy look on his face and being stared at by Leia with a deathly gaze. The other party was helping him to classify the documents according to their importance. Under normal circumstances, this kind of secretarial work may not seem very important. But if we consider the current situation where there are only 2 official government officials, he could be called a savior. Now, he could finally rest with peace of mind. However, what on earth was Serbia thinking that it would take the initiative to help itself? This isn't her style at all? John was very confused, but after thinking about it, he sincerely thanked the future Red Dragon God of War. "Thank you. That's a great help." Snort. In response, Serbia just snorted coldly and did not respond much, but the coldness on his face was alleviated a lot after this thank you. Then, while examining the documents, she glanced at John, who was holding his old waist and walking towards the temporary bed at Wendy's urging, and recalled the changes in the town of Bahamut in the past few days. As she stared at the figure, an indescribable complexity flashed across her deep red pupils. However, she quickly suppressed this emotion, and instead, under Leia's unblinking supervision, she began to examine the pile of troublesome documents more carefully. At the same time, the movement of flipping the pages in his hands began to become more subtle after he heard the snoring coming from next door. Russell, Chapter 95 Sunlight can be so luxurious. With Serbia's help, John and Glenn, who had been working hard on official duties, finally got a chance to catch their breath. When John woke up, it was already afternoon. By the time John woke up and rubbed his swollen temples and returned to the office, Serbia, who was in charge of organizing the documents, had already left, and Glenn, who had woken up an hour earlier than him, was still working hard at his desk. However, compared to the pile of documents in the morning, most of the documents on the table were gone at this time. Just when John was about to step forward to help Glenn share some of the work pressure, Glenn stopped him. "Sir, although I am very happy to see you here, please let me handle these documents. After all, you have more important things to do now." It was as if he had thought of the adult's decision that had been arranged in advance, which was bold and even crazy. Glenn felt the hairs on his body stand up involuntarily because of the shock. He took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, "Lieutenant, when he told me 10 minutes ago to report to you after you wake up, everything for the trial is ready. All the residents of Bahamut have waited too long for this day, even for me." Then, under John's silent gaze, Glenn slowly stood up and then bowed deeply to John in front of him with unprecedented respect, his tone filled with unprecedented respect and loyalty. "So, please take everyone's hope and put an end to the last shadow that hangs over everyone's heart, and spread hope to all the people in Longyan territory, sir." As the Lord of Longyan territory, Micah Hardman never thought that he would end up in this situation. The wisdom he was proud of became his biggest failure that led him into trouble. His son, who he thought was extremely loyal to him and would never disobey any of his requests, was the first to stab him in the back. As a result, he, as a person with a long heritage and who has always been proud of his family and honor, can be called a model aristocrat. Now, under the planning of a young imperial boy, he has become a prisoner who is about to be paraded through the streets, tried, and executed. Inside the prison cell, Baron Micah's hands and feet were shackled, and he looked like an emaciated man. At this moment, he was looking upward with lifeless eyes at the warm sunlight that was shining through the barred window that was less than the size of a palm into this cold and damp cell. Feel the warmth coming from the skin. It was the first time that he felt that the sunlight, which he had hated so much in the past because he thought it might burn his skin, had now become such a luxury. "Is this fate playing a trick on me?" Baron Micah murmured to himself, his eyes, which used to be full of confidence and defiance. This moment was filled with unprecedented confusion. Squeak! Outside the cell, the sound of the door opening suddenly rang out, accompanied by steady footsteps. Soon, under the silent gaze of Baron Micah, a man wearing a second lieutenant's uniform and a medal on his chest appeared. Second Lieutenant Wendy, who had been awarded the Magic Soldier Demolition Medal of Honor by the Imperial Magic Air Force Headquarters not long ago for her outstanding performance in the anti-magic device destruction mission, appeared at the prison gate with 2 soldiers. She looked at Baron Micah, who was half dead in the cell, and couldn't help but raise her eyebrows slightly. Then she smiled widely, but her tone was completely different from her cute face. "Old man, the trial is about to begin. Are you ready to face death?" "Your Majesty, may I be allowed to take a bath before I die?" Looking at the grinning Crown Prince of Brown outside the cell, Baron Micah took a deep breath and straightened his spine. He stopped using threats, inducements, and even kneeling down to beg for mercy in the past 6 days, trying to get the Imperial Army to give him a chance to live. Even though he was wearing a tattered prison uniform, his white hair looked greasy and dirty because he had not been taken care of by a servant for a long time, like a bunch of weeds. But at this moment, he seemed to have returned to the Baron Longyan who could decide the life and death of countless people with just a few words. His eyes were calm and confident, and his tone was inexplicably filled with arrogance. He stared calmly at Wendy outside the prison and slowly spoke under her teasing gaze. "I, Micah Hardman, am a noble. Even if I am about to be tried, I have the right to be respected. I guess your Highness, Wendy, doesn't want your superior to be caught by the nobles of the Empire because of a dying person like me, right?" Hearing this, Wendy's brows immediately furrowed, and a hint of murderous intent flashed in her eyes as she looked at Micah. She didn't expect that this old man would dare to negotiate with her at this time, which made Lieutenant Wendy feel very unhappy. But Micah, who was looking at Wendy, did not show any panic. Instead, he just looked at her calmly, with no intention of moving at all. After a little thought, Wendy calmed down and felt. What the old guy said made sense. Moreover, with her own guards, even if the old guy really wanted to take the opportunity to escape, she could suppress him in minutes, and there was no possibility of any accidents. So she suppressed her impatience and turned to the guards waiting on the side and said, "You, get a basin of cold water and rinse this old thing off for me within 5 minutes." "Yes, sir." Upon hearing this, the guards did not dare to delay and quickly called for others to run and bring a bucket of cold water. Then he opened the cell door and poured the water on the former Baron. Then he quickly changed the other person into a prison uniform. "Thank you, Your Highness." As if fulfilling his last wish, even though he was still chained, Baron Micah bowed to the kind royal descendant in front of him according to aristocratic etiquette. However, Wendy only sneered in response, then waved her hand at the two Imperial soldiers behind her and said, "Go ahead, get this old man onto the truck, and immediately follow the designated route to the execution ground." "Yes, Lieutenant." The two Imperial soldiers lifted up Baron Micah without saying a word, and then, without caring about his noble status, each of them held down one of his arms, just like they did when they attacked the town gang members 4 days ago. According to the procedure for guarding criminals, he was led out of the cell and then taken to the truck that had been parked at the door for a long time. Buzz! With the roar of the truck engine starting, the army green truck gradually drove away from the prison. Then, in the gazes of countless people around, some were expectant, some were shocked, and some were filled with disbelief. Escorting the former lord, Micah Hardman, they drove slowly and steadily towards the place where countless hopes and sins had ended. Chapter 96, Hell and Heaven. In the west of Bahamut town, in front of the execution platform on the left side of the damaged city wall, looking at the people who gathered spontaneously in front of him and feeling the prying eyes from the houses in the distance, John, wearing a major's uniform, sat at the judgment table with an expressionless face. At this moment, my heart was full of confusion. Although since he learned that Micah was involved in the sniper plan against him, he had already decided to kill this enemy. But at the beginning, he actually had no intention of participating in the trial, let alone presiding over it himself. Except that I'm not very interested in bloody killing scenes. More importantly, it still has to be classified as a question of stance. Although Dick was found in advance to act as a cover, the trial was transformed from a trial of aristocrats by commoners to a house cleansing of the Hardman family. But John knew very well that this superficial cover-up could not be hidden from the nobles of the empire. He could already foresee that after he had judged Micah, the conservative nobles would discuss the matter secretly and even start to arrange assassins or traps to kill him, a peasant. This is simply hell. Major John's heart was filled with melancholy. Just as he was thinking about whether to wait for the trial to begin, he pretended to have a sudden stomachache and wanted to have diarrhea. Then he directly transferred the power to Judge Micah Hardman to Leia, the descendant of the nobility, in order to avoid becoming the target of the imperial nobles. As the military green truck slowly approached from a distance, the residents felt the gazes of the onlookers, and after seeing Micah Hardman's figure, their original calmness turned into tension or anger. John couldn't help but sigh in his heart, then stood up and said to Hawk, who was smiling but saying nothing behind him, "Get ready, Sergeant Hawk." "Yes, Captain." Sergeant Hawk saluted, then looked at the neatly lined up Imperial soldiers behind him with a serious expression and waved his hand and gave an order. "Bring everyone up." Crash! As the soldiers moved, soon, the figures tied up with 5 heavy bags were pulled out of the truck one by one like fat pigs out of a cage. Then the first batch of criminals were brought to the large guillotine with 9 gates under the supervision of soldiers, with fear or gloom. What John found interesting was that in the past, under the arrangement of Baron Micah, this guillotine mostly beheaded people who tried to resist the rule of the Hardman family or were unwilling to become Baron Micah's lackeys. After being tortured into confessing or forcibly charged with a crime that did not belong to them, they were beheaded at the trial of a fair judge. However, what is different today is that the judge of the town of Bahamut, who always judges the fate of others, secretly licks the soles of Baron Micah's shoes and tries to please him. Now he was the first to be pushed to the guillotine. What's even more interesting is that April 21st coincides with the day when the Golden Rose Kingdom established the first version of the kingdom's criminal law, and it was also in the afternoon. The coincidence is so unbelievable. It's as if there is some kind of destiny in the dark. And he, as if under the control of a powerful god, was taking the place of the other party who had disappeared from this world and punishing the sinners who had insulted the sacred law. Bring upon them the judgment that should have come upon them long ago. But it should just be an illusion, right? John felt his scalp was inexplicably itchy and wanted to scratch his hair, but feeling everyone's gazes on him, he thought about it and gave up the idea of doing such a shameful thing. Instead, he cleared his throat and spoke in a deep voice to the townspeople who were staring at him. "In the name of the temporary head of Longyan territory appointed by the Empire, I, John Maslow, will try the following criminals and impose corresponding sentences on you for the crimes you have committed based on the imperial criminal law. He stood up and took the book from Hawk's hand. It was a document that he had arranged for Hawk to investigate and compile. It recorded the crimes committed by those executed. Then he recited in public. The prisoner, Sakadar, is the former president of the Bahamut Court and a former third-level senior judge. During his tenure, he changed the trial results for Micah Hardman many times and secretly assigned court personnel to modify confessions. According to current statistics, you have been involved in a total of 631 cases. He abused his position to sexually assault several underage women, resulting in the deaths of 13 people, and used his position to make it an unsolved case. He also accepted bribes several times during his 10 years in office, totaling 6 million pennies. According to Articles 35 and 42 of the Imperial Criminal Code, anyone who directly or indirectly kills someone or abuses his power to accept bribes, thereby endangering public safety, shall be sentenced to death. Therefore, in the name of the Empire, Sakadar, I sentence you to death, immediate execution. Crack! As John finished speaking, in front of everyone's shocked gazes, the sharp switch was moved by an Imperial soldier. It chopped down swiftly with a flash of cold light, and then the head of the former small-town court president, who was trembling all over and charged with numerous crimes, rolled down like a watermelon. Under the gaze of countless civilians who had been persecuted or tortured by him, it slowly fell to the ground with a dull sound, accompanied by the spurting of scarlet blood. Bang! However, after seeing this scene, the onlookers did not show any fear or try to escape from this horrific murder scene. Instead, they fell into a dead silence, staring at the dead head on the ground without blinking, as if doubting that this was a dream, not reality. It was not until John ordered the corpse carriers to carry the bodies into the trucks prepared in advance and pulled up the gate again that everyone seemed to have just woken up from their sleep. After a long time, bursts of crying were heard from the crowd, as if the hatred that had been accumulated for many years was finally vented. But more often than not, they looked at the figure in the black Empire uniform in the field without blinking, their eyes filled with unprecedented expectations. Orang Samuel, former leader of the Red Snake Party, you are accused of being involved in 241 murders, and the evidence is complete. You are sentenced to death and will be executed immediately. Rustelet, former deputy leader of the Silver Hook Gang, guilty of intentional homicide, sentenced to death. Death penalty. As John, with an increasingly gloomy expression, recited the prisoner's crimes one by one and pronounced the verdict, the blades on the execution platform kept falling down, and for a moment, heads were rolling and blood was flowing everywhere. In the end, due to continuous and high-intensity use in a short period of time, the originally sharp switchblade was chipped and had to be temporarily replaced. But during this forced rest period, the number of residents watching the trial did not decrease, but surprisingly increased. Countless pairs of eyes, some angry and some happy, were staring at the group of villains who were handcuffed and chained and awaiting execution under the guard of Imperial soldiers. And those criminals who were being stared at angrily no longer had the glory they once had. After witnessing with his own eyes, those powerful leaders at work, or unimaginable big shots in the gang, were coldly judged by the devil-like man with black hair and black eyes. It was like rows of fragile wheat fields, whose heads were cut off by the sharp knife in an instant, and they were completely heading towards death. Their faces turned pale one after another. Those with poor psychological endurance either became incontinent on the spot or fainted with their eyes rolled back. However, after the switch was replaced and Major John, whose face was so gloomy that water could drip out of it because he had seen too many detailed and horrifying charges, began to pronounce the charges again. Under the gaze of countless eyes, the white gate blade began to fall again. With the revengeful hopes of all Bahamut people, with the sound of execution that became hoarse from repeated recitation, but somehow became more and more firm, they slashed at the group of demons that should have fallen into hell long ago. And the light above our heads should have become dimmer as time passed, obscured by passing clouds. But today, for some reason, the sun is particularly scorching. This bloody scene, which should have been like hell, did not terrify the onlookers. Instead, it made them feel even more holy. It is especially so in the constant outpouring of tears and the cries of grief from the victims who have been repaid for their hatred and cannot help themselves. They all felt as if they were in a sacred paradise. Crack! Chapter 97, Has It Always Been Like This? Is it right? As the trial continued, one criminal after another embraced the death that should have come long ago amid the increasingly loud shouts of the people around them. As the number of criminals continued to decrease, soon only the last Baron Micah was left. Compared to the fear and terror shown by previous criminals sentenced to death when facing death, Micah was much calmer than John expected, even arrogant. When facing the onlookers who were glaring at him, he did not show any remorse or beg for mercy for the crimes he had committed. Instead, he stood on the execution platform and looked at the people below with contempt. Just like he was the Baron of Longyan territory a few days ago, under the oppression of the invisible aura called class, which is a result of the arrogance and superiority mentality inherent in the nobility. For a moment, the anger in the hearts of those who originally wanted to yell at him to die quickly began to be replaced by the servility they had long been accustomed to, and they either retreated or fearfully avoided the other party's condescending gaze. Seeing this group of stupid peasants showing the same familiar gaze as always under his gaze, Micah couldn't help but look at the expressionless black-haired young man in the audience, and then a mocking smile appeared uncontrollably at the corner of his mouth. Ha ha ha! At this moment, Micah was filled with joy. He even began to not care much about his impending death, and instead wanted to laugh at the other person. He wanted to laugh at the other party's attempt to confront them, a group of noble beings who truly controlled the world, as a commoner. Regardless of his past education and experience, or the current group of civilians who clearly have the power of life and death over him, the oppressor. When facing the look in the eyes of the dying prisoner, and the influence of the servility in their bones, they would uncontrollably lower their humble heads to him. All of this undoubtedly proves one point. That is, commoners and nobles are completely different. John Maslow, do you see it? This is the gap between the nobles and the common people. This is the gap between you and me. Micah roared with a ferocious look on his face, his blue eyes fixed on the black-haired, black-eyed young man below him. Then, amid the suppressed, angry gazes of countless people, he slowly raised his chained hands, pointed his finger at the other party, and said in a grim tone, I, Micah Hardman, was indeed defeated. I was defeated by Roxy's stupid sniper plan, by your subtle calculations, and by my failure in education. To the point where I was betrayed by my foolish son and the entire Hardman family, and ended up in this situation today. But I didn't lose. Even if I die here today, my name, Micah Hardman, will still continue to loom over the sky of Longyan territory. These damned untouchables, when they recall my appearance and hear my name, they still fear me, a true noble, because of the instinct that comes from their bones. This is the bloodline gap between us nobles and commoners. This is a rule that has existed for thousands of years. It is a truth that will never change in this world. Why do you think a bunch of commoners without any heritage can fight against us? How dare you order these ignorant fools to fight against us? Look me in the eyes and answer my questions, John Maslow. Baron Micah roared angrily. Perhaps he wanted to vent the suppressed emotions in the prison for the past 6 days. Perhaps he really wanted to hear from the other party the reason why he did this. Or perhaps he wanted to use his status as a noble to force the damned imperial officer below to change his mind so that he could have a chance to survive. But only Micah himself knew why. At this moment, his eyes were wide open and the expression on his face was extremely ferocious. With his hair standing uncontrollably due to his intense emotion, he looked like a devil crawling out of hell. Just in the moment of looking at each other, people can't help but feel a chill in their hearts. And hearing Micah's tone, he could feel deep disgust and contempt for them as civilians. This humiliation immediately caused a commotion among the people below. They clenched their fists in anger and glared at each other, wanting to open their mouths to refute. But after looking into the other person's eyes that were like those of a ghost, he felt his throat tighten unconsciously. The original anger disappeared in an instant after he recalled the fear he had experienced when he was ruled by the other party in the past. Instead, there was a silence that even they themselves could not help but feel ashamed of. They felt that, as Baron Micah had said, they were born to be ruled by the nobles. Just like their ancestors, they were born to be barons and died to be barons. When they saw the baron, they lowered their heads obediently and, in the presence of the gods, offered their humility and obedience that were imprinted in their bones and blood to this group of people with glorious blood. After all, Hasn't it been like this for thousands of years? Everyone silently convinced themselves in this way. But for some reason, they subconsciously turned their eyes to the black-haired young man standing under the execution platform. He had turned towards the execution platform at some point and was looking up at the extremely furious Bear Micah on the platform with an unfathomable calmness. Then, the other party's voice slowly sounded in the dead silent air. It was apparently very calm, but when these words fell into the ears of everyone, it was like thunder bursting in a rainstorm, carrying an unprecedented roar and constantly echoing in their minds. Is it right that it has always been like this? John looked up at Baron Micah on the stage, who had a ferocious expression on his face, and his black pupils flickered with an unfathomable color. There is anger, disdain, and disgust. But what Micah saw most was pity. Mercy? A commoner, pitying himself as a noble? Really, how ridiculous. How ridiculous. Baron Micah, who saw John's true thoughts, fell silent. Immediately, his face was replaced by a sneer. Just when he was about to mock the other party for being merely sophistry and refuting himself just for the sake of refuting. Accompanied by a sound of breaking through the air, immediately, in Micah's astonished eyes, a black shadow rapidly enlarged in his field of vision. Then he suddenly felt a pain on his forehead, as if he was hit by a foreign object. Snap! A stone slowly fell on the execution platform, making an imperceptible sound. Tick! Liquid continued to flow out from the broken forehead, and the warm touch blurred Micah's vision. He subconsciously touched his forehead, and after seeing the scarlet blood, his pupils contracted instantly. As if he couldn't believe that this group of untouchables actually dared to spontaneously attack him, a distinguished noble. He tried his best to open his eyes wide, and glanced ferociously at all the civilians below, trying to find the real culprit who dared to throw stones to insult him. His tone became angrier than ever before, and he even began to tremble. You damned untouchables! How dare you? How could you? Whoosh! However, before Baron Micah could continue to roar, as the angry people bent over and through, black shadows like bullets kept hitting him in front of Micah's incredulous eyes. Along with these stones came the sound of the other side shouting, "Go to hell, you scum! Bastard, give my daughter back to me!" At first there were only a few people, but after someone took action, these questioning and roaring sounds began to spread rapidly in the scene like spreading ink. In just a moment, these faint voices merged into the shouts and roars of thousands of people. Like a huge wave, this condensed will, in a trance, makes people feel more turbulent and suffocating than the scorching sun in the sky. Faced with the stones and shoes that kept hitting him, Baron Micah was so shocked that he even forgot to avoid them. He just stared blankly at the group below. He once thought that even if he died in this trial, none of them dared to touch him at all. In his eyes, these people were like livestock, untouchables who were only fit to bow down at his feet. He looked at the anger on their faces, watched them throw rocks and feces at him, listened to the roar that almost suffocated him, the roar that burst out from the depths of their souls under the emotion called rebellion, which was enough to scare any noble. There was an unprecedented confusion in his eyes. Has it always been like this? Is it really wrong? But if it is true, then how do we explain this scene? How to explain these sounds? Micah suddenly felt an unprecedented sense of absurdity. The pain caused by being hit by objects no longer concerned him. He just stood there on the execution platform, watching everything with lifeless eyes, until the young man with black hair and black eyes ordered the soldiers to stop the people and continue to throw all the objects they could find onto the execution platform, and took out the list of charges, handed down the final judgment on him, and announced that Dick Hardman, his eldest son, will be personally responsible for completing the final execution ceremony. He finally came to his senses and allowed the soldiers to press him to the guillotine. Then he glanced sideways at the wrench who was holding the switch and was looking at his son with tears in his eyes. After listening to the increasingly louder shouts of execution from the people who were shouting spontaneously, at this moment, it seemed as if I finally understood something. A glimmer of realization flashed across Baron Micah's eyes. He struggled to move his face, which was swollen and red from being hit by stones, and opened his broken teeth, trying to say something to his son. But due to his extreme weakness, he could only make corresponding lip movements and had no time to make any sound. It was in the other party's resolute gaze, and the moment the wrench was pushed down. Amid the rapidly approaching sound of metal friction, amid the tsunami of countless people shouting wildly, and under the gaze of the tiny yet extremely huge black-haired young man who was standing quietly in the audience, completely stepping towards eternal death. Crack! At the same time, the dark clouds that had been lingering in the sky for who knows when completely dissipated at this moment, and the light once again enveloped the earth, becoming even more dazzling and hotter. Chapter 98 Wolf, You Deserve to Die. With the death of Baron Micah, the trial came to an end. After arranging personnel to handle the execution scene, the trial of the remaining people with lesser crimes was handed over to the loyal-looking Sergeant Hawk. John took Wendy, who was looking resentful because she couldn't make Baron Micah fly, back to the town government, and began to discuss the subsequent development plan of Longyan territory with Glenn, who had already finished his official business. In the blink of an eye, a day passes by. John woke up early, and after having breakfast, he called Glenn to go to the farmland outside the town of Bahamut for a field investigation. See if there are some ways to increase food production or change crops to suit local soil to improve the agricultural economy of Longyanling. While he was asking a group of old farmers about the specific harvest of crops in the fields, with the arrival of Lieutenant Wendy, he heard an unexpected news from the other party. Captain, the command center just called urgently. General Dormammu wants you to go to the army base camp immediately. He said there is an urgent mission. Hearing Wendy's words, Major John, whose face was covered in mud, immediately raised his head from the field, his expression full of confusion. At the same time, 1 hour ago, in Walden territory, the most prosperous city hall of Crony was shrouded in the morning light. The originally silent city hall was suddenly filled with Dormammu's deep voice. I do not agree to this application. Sitting on the main seat, Dormammu with silver hair looked coldly at the Imperial Major General in front of the conference table. He was wearing the uniform of the Imperial 2nd Air Force. He had an upright figure, long hair, and a faint smile. His temperament made him look a little feminine. Thinking of what the other party had just said, Dormammu's usually calm face showed a rare hint of anger at this moment, and his tone was cold and full of murderous intent. Major General Conrad Slevite, the 3rd Army is my unit. I don't think you have the right to command the soldiers under my name. It seems that you are overstepping your authority now. Bang. I'm sorry, Marshal Dormammu. I forgot to tell you that I'm here on behalf of the Imperial Military Affairs Department to give you instructions. In addition, this is the transfer order from the Military Affairs Department regarding Major John. It has been approved by His Excellency, the Grand Marshal. If you don't believe me, you can take a look at it now. Major General Conrad was not angry, but smiled and snapped his fingers at the adjutant behind him. The other party understood immediately, and then, under Dormammu's gloomy gaze, he presented a light document with a seal on it to the newly appointed Air Force Marshal of the Empire. Looking at the transfer order regarding John Maslow written in black and white, although Dormammu wanted to tear it to pieces in rage, his reason allowed him to restrain the impulse. He took a deep breath, and then said in a deep voice under Conrad's playful gaze, Since the Western Front has just ended, the 3rd Air Force Group is currently in the process of reorganization. The 1st Battalion where Major John is stationed has not yet completed its corresponding organization due to lack of manpower and does not have the corresponding support capabilities. Therefore, I apply to reject this transfer order and have it re-examined by the Military Affairs Department. Marshal Dormammu, I'm afraid this won't work. Conrad smiled and shook his head, ignoring Dormammu's terrifying gaze that almost wanted to tear him apart. He put his hand on his chin and pretended to think, but his eyes were full of teasing when he looked at Dormammu. Because this time I received a mandatory order from the Military Affairs Department. I must personally see our Major John and his troops board the warship. They must set off within 3 days and arrive at the Imperial base in Faken within the next 15 days to reunite with Vice Admiral Dolan's troops. Although I am surprised and shocked that Major John has not been able to complete the reorganization of the soldiers of the 1st Battalion due to unexpected factors, I consider that this is not within the scope of my mission. So, although it's a pity, I will follow the mission procedures and send Major John on board no matter what. If you have any opinions, you can report them to the Imperial Central Military Affairs Department or even to His Majesty the Emperor. If I can get notice from my superiors, then I don't mind following their orders. As if thinking of something interesting, the smile on Major General Conrad's face began to grow more intense. So, what are you going to do, Lord Dormammu Ferret of the 3rd Air Force? Dormammu did not reply, but glanced at the other party with a cold gaze, and then without further ado, he gave an order to Major Code, who had a serious expression on his face beside him. Major Code, Major General Conrad, must have been very tired after traveling all the way from Alino with this mission. You should take the people to settle our Major General first. You must take good care of him for me. Do you understand? Yes, Marshal. Major Cod saluted, then said expressionlessly to the Major General in front of him. Major General Conrad, please follow me. No problem, no problem. I happen to be quite interested in Walden. It would be nice to admire the scenery of the Golden Rose Kingdom. Seeing that Dormammu had someone forcefully drive him away, not giving him the chance to continue to put pressure on him, Conrad was not angry, but instead accepted it with a cheerful look on his face. But then he changed the subject and pretended to be kind and reminded the other party. However, Marshal Dormammu, rest is fine, but don't blame me for not reminding you in advance. Before receiving new notice from my superiors, I can only let our Major John stay for 3 days at most. If it exceeds this period, even if it may make you unhappy, I can only execute Major John on the spot according to military law for disobeying orders. After all, as a soldier of the Empire, the most important thing is to be loyal to the Empire, isn't it? Conrad said this with a smile, completely ignoring Dormammu's murderous look, whose face suddenly turned gloomy after hearing his threat. Then he and his adjutant followed Major Code, who looked grim, out of the city hall. But at last, as if he remembered something, Conrad patted his forehead as if he was in a daze, and then added to Dormammu. I almost forgot. I remember that my useless brother seems to be working under you at the order of your majesty, right? Although I don't know what specific mission he is carrying out now. Marshal Leodamam, please help me pass on a message to my dear brother. Just say that our great father misses him very much and ask me to ask him when he is free to come home. The daughter of the Lart family also misses him very much. After saying this, without paying any more attention to Dormammu, whose expression was so gloomy that it seemed as if water might drip out of it, Conrad walked out of the city hall quickly with a smile under the leadership of Major Code. Bang! Almost at the moment when Conrad led his men out of the city hall, Dormammu slammed his fist on the table in front of him. The force was so great that a deep hole was smashed into the solid wooden table. The skin on his fist was pierced by the exploded wood splinters, and drops of bright red blood flowed out. He was angry, and rightly so, because Dormammu never expected that he would become the third Air Marshal of the Empire. He already controls 1/3 of the Empire's Air Force. In front of those damn conservatives, I am still so powerless. As a result, he had to watch helplessly the young man whom he admired the most, and who might become someone he could trust with everything in the future, heading toward a hopeless death due to the schemes of those damn political enemies. Now, he even wanted to dispatch the 3rd Air Force to Alino immediately, and then kill all those guys sitting on the platform in the name of clearing the court. But he knew better that if he, who was regarded by countless people as the shadow of His Majesty William, really did so, then he will not only push the monarch he follows into an abyss of no return. It would also give the families behind the Conservative Party an excuse to launch a coup. On a personal basis, he couldn't do that. He couldn't do the same for the stability of the Empire. Therefore, he could only watch that young man, the young man whom he regarded as the hopeful successor to the Empire's rise. Are you going to lose your life just because of a ridiculous political struggle? Dormammu's chest heaved violently, and then he slowly closed his eyes, forcibly suppressing the emotions surging in his heart. After a long time, he slowly opened his eyes, ignoring the pain in his hands, and turned to stare in the direction of the imperial capital, Alino. As if transcending the constraints of space, his sight at this moment met that person in the cabinet office. At this time, the Prime Minister, who was controlling the chessboard alone with an expressionless face, met him. It was as if he had completely seen through the nature of this Prime Minister. At this moment, Dormammu developed an unprecedented murderous intent towards this great Prime Minister. Wolf, you deserve to die. Chapter 99, Legendary Agent Conrad. Although John was somewhat confused about Dormammu's sudden recall of him, he did not think much about it. Instead, he briefly explained a few subsequent governance matters to Glenn and temporarily transferred the management rights of the troops to Leia. Then he asked Wendy, who was carrying a magic bag, to take him to Crony City where the main force was currently located. Then, with Wendy flying at full speed with full firepower, John and his companions landed smoothly in the suburbs of Crony City in the evening. Compared with the town of Bahamut, the city of Crony appears to be more modern, which can be seen from the tall buildings in the city and the fashionable clothes worn by the pedestrians around. However, perhaps because the area had just been occupied and there had not been enough time to govern, after seeing John and the other man in military uniforms, the residents here all changed color and then quickly ran away with their heads down. So much so that John didn't even have the chance to ask anyone for directions. Just when John was racking his brain over whether to let Winnie take him directly to take off and then use the magic to find a location of the city hall, a slightly unexpected voice slowly reached his ears. With this hair color, if I'm not mistaken, you must be Major John Maslow, right? John looked at the person who was speaking with some confusion and saw a young man wearing a dark blue suit with long blonde hair and a somewhat feminine face, looking at him with interest. The moment he saw the other person's face, John recognized the other person's identity. There was a flash of astonishment in his eyes, and he froze in place. To be honest, even when he heard that Dormammu had temporarily recalled him, he was not as surprised as he is now. Because in his understanding, the character in front of him, who was called the legendary Imperial Spy in the later stage of the game, should not appear in this Western battlefield in the plot line he was familiar with. She shouldn't have come up to him or even called out his name. Conrad Slevite. John silently recited the other party's name in his heart, and the story about the other party quickly emerged in his mind. As the second son of the Slawford family, Conrad took the initiative to join Emperor William's camp, and under Dormammu's training, he established the Black Hawk Special Forces and became a well-known assassination master in the Empire. In the background of the story, his brother Jet Slawford, who was supposed to die in the Battle of Walden along with the Black Hawk Special Forces, was different. Conrad can be called the most flexible character in the Imperial camp. In the game, the opponent first joined the Prime Minister's camp under the arrangement of the head of the Sleaford family, who bet on both sides, and continued to fight against Dormammu as the Prime Minister's minion. But after learning that his brother Jet had died in battle, Conrad suddenly changed his attitude and took the initiative to contact Dormammu. He secretly used his identity as a member of the Conservative Party to secretly transmit intelligence to Dormammu and save the Empire's newly formed 7th Air Force from danger many times. But after finding out that he was suspected by the Conservatives, he hardened his heart and sold out the 7th Air Force completely, and in the process killed the defeated General Ralph, thus clearing himself of suspicion. However, when the Empire suffered a series of defeats, the Conservatives had no intention of fighting internally, and the nobles were in panic. He rejected his father's suggestion to apply for inheritance of the title for him and become the lord of the territory under the name of the Sleaford family, so as to avoid leading troops to fight. Instead, he chose to leave politics and go to the front lines to fight, and he won consecutive counterattacks and battles between the Empire and the Allies. Until his active performance was noticed by the Allies, he was targeted by the Allied Special Operations Department, where the protagonist group was, and was captured by the irresistible power of the star-breaking Swordmaster. Logically speaking, the Allies should have executed such an opponent directly. But this guy Conrad relied on his excellent eloquence and special personal charm. During the interrogation, he successfully persuaded the Allied General Orko, who was known as the One-Eyed Hunter, and returned to the Empire as an Allied spy under the other's arrangement. After that, he fully played the role of a spy and reported all the secrets he had learned to the Allies in the capacity of the heir to the Marquis. He even conspired secretly with Orko to betray the whereabouts of his father-in-law Michel, the Minister of Defense, and used the Allied Special Operations Department to assassinate his father-in-law. He then took advantage of Wolf's trust that had accumulated in him over the years to legitimately ascend to the position of the Empire's Minister of Defense. But in the crucial Valkyrie War, he turned against the Allies at a critical moment. Through the identity of a spy, he obtained the Allied action plan in advance. In this war, known as the Meat Grinder, he successfully helped Siegfried, then commander of the 1st Army Division of the Empire, to destroy the base where the Allies deployed war golems, thus helping the Empire regain victory in this core war. He used espionage activities to help the Empire, which should have been destroyed, survive. As the price of his betrayal, he was killed by Anna, an elite member of the Allied Special Operations Department, under the orders of the furious Orko 1 month after the end of the Valkyrie War. He was assassinated during an assassination attempt at an Imperial cocktail party and eventually died of his injuries. Looking at the other party's life, it can be said that Conrad is definitely the person with the most flexible stance John has ever seen in the game. Even now, it was difficult for him to tell whether this legendary Imperial spy was a potential Allied spy or a staunch Imperial soldier. However, compared with Conrad's position, what surprised and puzzled John the most was how this legendary spy could appear in Crony. And why do you still know yourself? Could it be that I, a mere major, have already been noticed by Prime Minister Wolf? It's a hallucination. It must be a hallucination. How could I, a mere major, be targeted by Wolf at this time, and even be planned to be killed by him? This can't be the case, huh? John silently brainwashed himself, trying to force himself to believe that his meeting with Agent Conrad, who is currently the Prime Minister's minion, was just a coincidence of fate. Major John, you don't look well. Are you okay? Seeing John's expression inexplicably becoming somewhat ugly, Conrad immediately asked with concern. But when he looked at the other person, his gaze was more intriguing, because John's performance was somewhat beyond his expectations. Logically speaking, for a low-level commander like John who relied on luck to gain the appreciation of Emperor William, it would be impossible for the other party to have ever met him, the second heir to the Marquis. But John's eyes and subconscious actions just now have already made Conrad, who has completed the Special Agent course and is now serving as the director of the 2nd Air Force Intelligence Department, realize. The other party definitely recognized his true identity at the first moment. This result surprised Conrad very much. He couldn't help but squint his eyes slightly, and his brain started to work rapidly. Speaking of which, Prime Minister Wolf's treatment of this novice commander who defeated the Allied forces 3 times in a row is quite intriguing. After all, although John Maslow has a background related to the royal faction, he is still an orphan with no relatives. For such talents, under normal circumstances, given the Prime Minister's character, he should first try to win them over, and then destroy them if that fails. But Prime Minister Wolf's current arrangements do not seem to treat the other party as a talent, but as some extremely dangerous object. He would rather destroy it than take the risk of failing to win it over, giving the other party more opportunities to grow, which would potentially affect the Prime Minister's plan to weaken the Emperor in the future. Only by explaining it this way can I clearly explain my surveillance mission this time. In addition, the other person who should not know you will show this strange reaction after seeing you. It seems like things are getting interesting. Conrad pondered silently in his heart, and when he looked at John in front of him, the corners of his mouth curled up unconsciously, but on the surface he still asked John with concern. Major John, are you okay? Do you need me to take you to see a doctor? Chapter 100. Visit? What a visit. Thank you for your concern. I'm Fine. I'm just a little tired after flying all the way here. It should be the sequelae of excessive consumption of magic power. Also, Mr. Unknown, do you know me? After thinking about it, John decided it would be better for him to pretend that he didn't know this legendary agent. After all, the other party still belongs to Wolf's camp. If he shows too much closeness, it may attract the other party's attention and even make himself enter Wolf's field of vision ahead of time. He didn't want to become a pawn in the eyes of the Prime Minister. Just thinking about this kind of thing made John feel nauseous. Playing dumb? Interesting reaction. The corners of Conrad's mouth slightly raised, but he did not expose the other party on the surface. Instead, he smiled and said, "Your activeness on the western front of the Empire is obvious to all. Moreover, you have been awarded the first-class Iron Cross Medal of Honor by His Majesty. As a fellow soldier, how could I not recognize you? Oh, if only I had joined the 7th Air Force when I first joined the Army. Then I might have witnessed your 3 defeats of the Allied forces. What a pity." Conrad had a look of regret on his face, but his words were full of admiration and compliments for John. It was as if the John in front of him was a major general, and he was just a small major. Please stop complimenting me. I always feel a chill down my spine when I'm praised by a legendary spy like you. I feel like if I turn around, I might end up like your unlucky father-in-law and be stabbed several times in the kidney by you. John secretly complained when he heard Conrad's compliment, but in order not to reveal his flaws, he still pretended to be surprised and said, "Your Excellency is also a soldier of the Empire? That's great. Could you please tell me how to get to the City Hall? I have something important to attend to right now, so it's not convenient for me to continue talking to you. When I complete my mission, I promise to visit you and express my gratitude to you." Visit? What the hell? Do you really think that this major has lost his mind? Still visiting you, the backstabbing king? Compared to a cruel guy like you, your brother who keeps ruining my plans can be called an angel. Wait, thanks to my influence, Jet has now survived the Battle of Walden. Does that mean that the daughter of the Ralt family will no longer marry Conrad, as in the plot? Instead, will she follow the original engagement route and marry Jeter? So he had inadvertently caused Conrad to lose his wife? John, with his imagination running wild, couldn't help but fall in a deep thought. As for the city hall, just keep going along this main road. After passing 6 intersections, just turn left and walk a short distance, and you will see it. Although I really want to continue talking to you, since you have a mission to accomplish, I will not disturb you anymore. Please hurry on your way. Conrad, who understood John's purpose of going to the city hall, did not ask any more questions, but readily pointed out the way for John. However, he then added meaningfully to the rising star of the Empire. But I believe we will meet soon, and then you, Major John, will have a long talk with me. No problem, no problem. I will definitely thank you if we meet again. My unknown brother, let's say goodbye now. John smiled and nodded repeatedly, but the smile on his face disappeared instantly after he turned around and left. Then he pulled Wendy up and ran forward without looking back. Meet? There was no point in seeing a ghost. After asking that old man Dormammu what he wanted, he went back to Longyanling to farm overnight. If you can find me in Crony by then, this major will show you how to wash your hair upside down. By the way, what on earth is this idiot doing in Crony? Did something unexpected happen to Dormammu? John was very confused and couldn't help thinking about it. After a brief thought, he quickly deduced the reason why the other party came. If he guessed correctly, the other party was most likely planning to expand the military after the establishment of the 3rd Air Force Group. After all, Conrad is currently a major general of the 2nd Air Force. Now that the 3rd Air Force Army has been established, the number of existing reserve magic soldiers is limited, and there are not many left for the 3rd Army at all. Therefore, if Dormammu wants to complete the expansion of the Legion, he will most likely apply to withdraw a portion of the existing reserve magic soldiers from the 1st and 2nd Legions. This operation is bound to make the 1st and 2nd Corps dissatisfied. That's why this legendary agent was sent here to argue with Dormammu. It couldn't be that the other party really came here just for a major like me, right? Even as a joke, this situation is a little too unrealistic. It seemed that he was amused by his own ridiculous speculation. Thinking of this, John began to feel a little amused. Not to mention that Wolf had no reason to care about a small character like him, let alone if he was really noticed by the other party. Given the other party's personality, he would not send someone to contact him so blatantly, but would use covert channels to contact him. There was no need to send Major General Conrad over. So this must be a coincidence. Yes, it's a coincidence. John looked determined. Captain, what are you talking about? And it seems we have gone too far. At the side, watching Major John's expression changing constantly along the way, Lieutenant Wendy was suddenly filled with confusion. She found that the captain seemed to have become a little weird since he met the unknown man in the blue suit. Come to think of it, the guy just now gave her an indescribable strange feeling. Although he always kept a sunny smile, the other person's smile always made Wendy feel uncomfortable. It's like putting a human face on a fox's face. There's an indescribable, uncanny valley effect. Considering the other party's inexplicable words at the end, as if he was certain that we would meet again. The more Wendy thought about it, the more strange it seemed. After a brief reflection, she couldn't help but remind Major John seriously. Captain, I think that guy just now was a little weird. You better not meet him next time, when he doesn't think he's a good person. Nonsense, you thought? Is the identity of the legendary spy, super backstab king a joke to you? Huh, no. When did Wendy become so smart? Could this be the legendary intuitive warning unique to fools? So, John was surprised to see Lieutenant Wendy, who was showing a bit of wisdom for the first time in a long time. I don't know why, but I always feel like you are laughing at me in your heart, Captain. Is this my illusion? Seeing her captain staring at her with a look of surprise, as if he was a fool who had just come to his senses, Wendy couldn't help but puff up her cheeks in anger and said indignantly, Captain, you don't really think Wendy is stupid, do you? That's too rude. Ahem, how could that be? I just think you are very intuitive, Wendy. I really don't mean anything else. Major John, whose thoughts were seen through by Lieutenant Wendy, looked guilty. Before Wendy, who was full of suspicion, could ask again, he cleared his throat and changed the subject. But Wendy, your worries are unnecessary. Captain, I'm not a fool. How could I have nothing better to do than to look for an unidentified person? So don't worry, we will never meet him. But I always feel that the guy seems to be sure that you, the captain, will take the initiative to find him later. So he said that, right? Impossible. Let me tell you this. Even if I, John Maslow, was shot to death or died outside, I would never take the initiative to look for that guy just now. Major John said with confidence. What the hell? I'm going to support fucking Bay. And the person who is responsible for sending me to carry out the mission is Major General Conrad? Marshal Dormammu. Are you sure you are not kidding me? 10 minutes later, in the city hall, Major John learned the whole story from Dormammu. At this moment, the expression on his face was particularly wonderful. Chapter 101U. Go and destroy 241 warships. Major John felt like the sky was falling. He never expected that he would suddenly receive such a suicidal transfer order. Not to mention that the commander-in-chief of the ground forces fighting against the Allies was Dolan, a famous 5-star escapee admiral in the late Empire. Following the other side to carry out the mission was tantamount to serving as cannon fodder. Just think about the 241 warships that the Allies dispatched at one time in the later stages of the Battle of Falcon Bay. The scene that almost covered the entire sea surface, like a moving black tsunami, was enough to make him feel suffocated like never before. What's more, it is difficult for the Empire's magic soldiers to exert their original effect in front of the Saga Kingdom's Shadow Orc troops. The ability to absolutely restrain one's aura and the ability to blend into the darkness is similar to that of the Black Hawk Special Forces, but also different. Unless the enemy stayed in a stronghold without moving, waiting for him to lead the magic team to bomb it. Otherwise, he would never be able to defeat this tough force. Even if a small force was destroyed, as long as the magic soldiers did not return to the Imperial Army's base camp, but stationed in the wild, they would inevitably be attacked by the enemy at night. If there is any negligence when guarding at night, it is possible that we will be wiped out by the enemy. In addition, the Allied forces' Heim alchemy technology has been debugged at this stage. The Hellfire's Suicide Puppet Legion, which is the first generation of experimental products, will also make its grand appearance in this battle and perform the low-cost but extremely terrifying self-destruction. With the power called technology, the Empire's flesh and blood soldiers were crushed. And what does the Empire have? One is the future 5-star escape Admiral Dolan, a group of Imperial Army Corps that were suffering from diarrhea every day due to not adapting to the local climate and soil, and whose already low combat effectiveness had been reduced by at least half. Currently, they have received external assistance and are fighting a naval battle with the Allied initial fleet, but within 2 months, they will be completely defeated due to the crushing number of warships. The Imperial Gulf Fleet and the Third Navy, together with a total of 50 ships, may not even be able to form a naval fleet of 50 ships. In the face of this gap that can almost be called despair, John really couldn't imagine how the Empire could win this war. If it were in the game, he could also use King Soft Ranger to change the data, directly changing all the soldiers of the Imperial Army into Star Crusher Swordmasters, and upgrading all the Empire's naval warships into Bismarck-class battleships that are ahead of their time. Therefore, through the reverse transformation of this numerical gap, perhaps the Empire can win the damn fucking Gulf War. But the reality is not a game, and John does not have King Soft Ranger to enhance the stats. The mission Dormammu gave John was like this. You, go and destroy the 241 Allied warships. He wanted to say something but stopped himself and fell into silence, feeling hopeless. At this moment, Major John almost saw the smiling Ming waving at him. Asshole, what a joke. All John wanted to do now was curse, and he even wanted to open Dormammu's skull to see what was going on in the other person's mind. But he still suppressed his emotions, took a deep breath, and asked Marshal Dormammu, whose face was not looking good and whose lips looked a little purple due to insufficient blood oxygen content caused by smoking all day. Marshal, is this your order? I'm sorry, John. This is an order from the Military Affairs Department, and I have no right to change it. Dormammu slowly put down the smoky pipe in his hand, let out a long sigh, and looked at John with a livid face in front of him. His eyes were full of guilt and self-blame. Although he did not want to make a choice between the Empire and John personally, for the sake of the overall situation, he still chose the most cruel decision for John. Even though he kept convincing himself in his heart that he was an existence that had created 3 miracles in a row on the Western Front and changed his own destiny with his own efforts. Perhaps this mysterious young commander, after heading to Falcon Bay, it is possible that he will use his miraculous strategy and amazing wisdom to help the Empire turn defeat into victory in this battle with a huge disparity in the outcome. But he also knew that such a thing was almost impossible. Not to mention that the Allies have already deployed a total of 80 warships in the Battle of Faken, and whether they will continue to send reinforcements in the future. The army and orc troops from the Saga Kingdom alone were enough to give the magic troops, led by John, a hard time. What's more, the enemy hasn't even completed the reorganization of its troops. The troops that are truly directly under the enemy are only 14 teams with 30 magic soldiers. Even if he temporarily transferred magic soldiers to fill the gap, without prior tactical communication and training, John would not be able to manage the new soldiers in a short period of time. He would not be able to make the soldiers act according to his ingenious plan as he did with Squad 14. What's more, the Second Army led by Dolan Bayat is still a conservative force. It would be strange if the other side treated John, a commander from the reformist faction, as one of their own. So, no matter how you look at it, this so-called support mission is just a false name, and Wolf's real purpose is just to send John to his death. And someone as smart as John can definitely see this. Therefore, after mentioning this support mission, Dormammu was mentally prepared to be scolded by John. However, to his surprise, faced with this extremely unfair task he had assigned to the other party, the young commander, although his chest heaved with anger, did not get angry, but instead fell into a deathly silence. She never glared at him from beginning to end. This also made Dormammu feel more guilty and uneasy. He was somewhat worried that the young man would not be able to handle the pressure and would do something stupid and regrettable on impulse. But he knew better that even if John followed orders obediently, there would probably be no good ending in the end. From the beginning to the end, this was not a fair or even correct mission decision. Rather, it was an undisguised malice and targeting of a man who longed to restore the glory of the Empire under the influence of political struggle. Prime Minister Wolf, who is the mastermind behind all this, deserves to die. And he, the leader who indirectly caused all this, should die to atone for his sin. But he has to consider the overall situation after all, even if it means sacrificing this young seed that he once placed infinite hope and future in. If possible, Dormammu even wanted to die in place of the other party. But the sigh from the king after a long silence, and the unquestionable rejection from the military affairs department came from the communication device. But it would not fulfill the wish of this old man to extinguish the flame of the rising star. Fate, why do you have to do this? Dormammu closed his eyes in pain, and then, just as he took a deep breath, tried to suppress his trembling vocal cords, he gave the cruel order to the young commander in front of him with the calmness that he was most proud of in the past, but now hated. The next second, the other party's calm voice slowly reached his ears. The content of the video made him subconsciously widen his eyes. Marshal Dormammu, if I want to complete this mission, I think I may need to mobilize a lot of magic soldiers. Major John said this with a calm expression. Then, as if he felt that his description was not accurate enough, Major John once again added to the silent Marshal Dormammu in Dormammu's dull gaze. I need the support of at least 800 magic soldiers. Of course, it would be better if there were more. Only in this way can I have the confidence to win this war, Your Excellency Marshal. John's voice was calm and steady, without any trace of anger. But it was these words that were so calm, as if they were just a casual chat, but for some reason, caused Dormammu's emotions, which had originally fallen into deathly silence, to begin to stir up waves again at this moment. He looked at the young man in front of him with twinkling eyes, looking at the other person's pupils filled with calmness and serenity, looking at the other person's face that is so young that one can't help but feel suspicious. But at this moment, Dormammu could feel from the other party a courage that was enough to make those despicable people feel unprecedented fear. The flame of resistance, which seemed to be ignited by the hands of God himself, would never be extinguished and could devour all darkness. He watched quietly, weighing the will and determination that were difficult to describe in words. After a long time, a smile suddenly appeared on his face, and it became stronger and stronger. In the end, it even looked a little hideous. Then he slowly spoke to this young man who made him admire him and had unprecedented expectations. In the name of the current Marshal of the 3rd Air Force Group, Major John Maslow, I will assign you 1,000 real magic soldiers. As a price, I need you to win this damn victory for me. Can you do it? I swear to you in the name of John Maslow, I will not let you down, Marshal. Chapter 1, O2 Analysis and Layout. Major John was really angry this time. He believed that he had always been cautious since his time travel and had never easily shown his party stance in the army. Even though he unexpectedly won the anti-magic device blasting mission, he did not respond positively to Dormammu's goodwill. Instead, he still uses loyalty as an excuse to maintain a neutral attitude between the Conservative Party and the Reformist Party. Even when he had previously proposed a bill to reform the old aristocracy, he had intended to use his eloquence to persuade Dormammu to accept this dangerous credit, and he had never intended to make a name for himself in this bill. The purpose of doing this is to avoid being involved in the dispute between the Conservative Party and the Reformist Party. But he never expected that before he officially implemented the reform bill, Wolf, the leader of the Conservative Party, would take the initiative to target him. And judging from the situation, the other party was obviously aiming to kill him completely. In this regard, John was not only puzzled as to why Wolf did this, but was also angry. After all, even a clay man would have some temper, let alone John, a gamer who can predict the future. Wolf, I'm brewing sweet rain. After walking out of the city hall, John, who was still angry, cursed angrily in his heart. After knowing that he was being pushed to his death by Wolf, John made his decision. He was going to abandon his original plan of neutrality and try to side with Emperor William's camp. Only in this way can he avoid receiving such a damn task again. At the same time, he had to take advantage of the fact that Duke Driss Austin had not yet completely died of illness, and the Duke's eldest son of El Austin had not yet successfully ascended to the throne with the help of Wolf, and the Imperial Navy had not yet been destroyed. Take advantage of the existing influence of Emperor William and Duke of Austin. Implement the previous new policy plan and find a life-saving talisman for yourself as soon as possible. The prerequisite for achieving all this is that he needs to win this difficult war. Thinking of this, John took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. After calling Wendy, who was sitting on the steps in a daze, and getting in the car arranged by Dormammu for him, he sat in the back seat and began to formally think about the solution to the Faken front. In fact, as soon as John learned from Dormammu that the support order came from the Imperial Military Affairs Department, he realized that this matter was a foregone conclusion and began to build a battle blueprint for Faken Bay in his mind. Regarding the Second Army Corps, considering Dolan's current status as a member of the Conservative Party, John was well aware that he would be able to get almost no assistance from this force after arriving at the Faken Bay front. It would be good even if the other party didn't try to trip him up on purpose. Perhaps the only ally he could trust was Marshal Bob Ariel, who led the Empire's Third Navy. Compared to Dolan, a good-for-nothing who can do nothing but run away, Bob Ariel can be considered an excellent commander in the game background. Even in the later stages of the Battle of Faken Bay, the Third Navy was left with only 23 damaged warships. However, the opponent still relied on its own military command ability and successfully wiped out the Allied Predator fleet, which had more than twice the number of its own warships at the cost of only losing 8 warships. If it weren't for the subsequent withdrawal of the Second Army, which led to the Allied forces occupying the battlefield on the coastline and losing control of the ground magic artillery positions, causing the Third Navy to lose its supply capabilities, and the Allied forces dispatched 200 warships in succession to surround it, then the other party would not end up with the ship destroyed and people killed. Ian Grant, who was supposed to become the future admiral of the Empire's Navy, would not have been captured by the Allies after the defeat of the Third Navy and would not have joined the Allied Special Operations Department under the influence of memory stripping surgery and brainwashing. So, after arriving in Faken, the first thing I need to do is to gain the trust of Marshal Bob. In this regard, when I reorganize the troops, I can ask Dormammu for a greeting letter in advance to increase Marshal Bob's trust in me. After all, Dormammu and the Marshal are old acquaintances. As long as we gain their trust, we will also get some support from the magic cannons at sea. Although this part of the artillery support may be reduced or even disappear due to the battle at sea after the Allied forces begin to increase the number of warships, it will definitely be a great help to us in the ground war in the early stage. Secondly, and most importantly, after arriving at the battlefront, I need to quickly defeat the Shadow Orcs in Faken's territory to prevent this highly mobile and concealed force from sneaking into the Empire's base camp as in the original plot and successfully opening the city gate, allowing the Hellhound self-destruction dolls to bombard the base without restraint. As a result, the Second Legion, which already had low combat effectiveness, suffered more than half of its troops in this surprise attack and completely lost the ability to defend its strongholds, leading to the Empire's complete defeat in this war. As for the threat from the Allied 241 naval warships, it seems secondary compared to the initiative on the ground. Feeling the cold wind blowing through the window on his face and watching the surrounding scenery slowly passing by as the cars passed by, John's eyes looked a little solemn, because he knew very well that it would be very difficult to achieve this goal. After all, the Saga Kingdom's Shadow Orc troops are famous for their skills in concealment. In addition, the Orc residents in Faken's territory are very resistant to the Imperial Army. If they rashly contact them, let alone offer intelligence, given the tough customs of the Saga Kingdom, it would be a good thing if these Orc civilians don't take the opportunity to launch a sneak attack. In addition, because Faken Bay is located in the tropics, it has lush vegetation and frequent heavy rains throughout the year. The flying and detection capabilities of the magic soldiers are difficult to exert much effect under the cover of the jungle and heavy rain. After all, not all magic soldiers are as proficient in magic eyes as scouts, and they cannot quickly magnify distant scenes in a short period of time like Wendy. This is a magic control skill that can only be mastered by magic soldiers who are rated as elite level. Looking at the 3 existing Air Force Corps in the entire Empire, there are probably no more than 3,000 elite soldiers like this in total. Although Dormammu said that he would provide him with 1,000 magical soldiers to support him this time, the number of people who can reach Wendy's level would probably not exceed 100, or even 50. After all, these magic soldiers are Emperor William's assets. Even if Dormammu is willing to believe in himself, Emperor William will never agree to put all his cards on a line in a war where the probability of winning is extremely low. We'll just have to take it one step at a time. If it doesn't work, we'll set a trap for that idiot Dolan and let him take the initiative to lead the Second Army into it. We'll use them as bait and lure out that damn Orc army to completely annihilate it. A cold light flashed in John's eyes. He naturally knew that this was the worst option, both in terms of those soldiers and in terms of his political stance. But he knew better that being kind to the enemy on the battlefield was being cruel to oneself. Since he received this assignment, whether it was Dolan, who was thousands of miles away, or the group of conservative nobles who were having fun at this time, or Wolf, who was in the cabinet and watching the changes in the chess game, these people are enemies that hinder his future. As for the enemies, all he needs to do is wipe them all out. Only in this way can he achieve his goal of a stable retirement. Of course, John also knew that wiping out this group of enemies would be a long-term task for him and could not be accomplished overnight. Before he really shows his claws and tears these bastards apart, all he needs to do now is to endure and keep trying to increase his strength until the moment of real counterattack comes. Then, he will make these damn beasts pay for their stupidity with blood. At this moment, the contact he is about to have with the person in front of him is the beginning of the whole plan. Looking at the magnificent manor outside the window, John took a deep breath, then called Wendy and walked out of the parked black car. Then he came to the gate of the manor and said in a deep voice to the soldier standing guard at the gate. He was wearing an Air Force uniform similar to his, but the badge on his chest was completely different. It was marked with the 2nd Air Force Group, the 1st Corps Intelligence Department. I am Major John Moslow of the 3rd Air Force Group. I am here at the invitation of Minister Conrad. Chapter 103 on Orcs. To be honest, John didn't really want to meet or even talk to Conrad, the backstabbing king. After all, this guy is known for his quick thinking and cunning personality, which is no less than Dormammu. When talking to such a person, he needs to consider a lot of things, otherwise he will be seen through by the other party in minutes. But whether it was for that damn mission or through the other party's current identity as the Prime Minister's minion, he wanted to find out the reason why Wolf took action against him. And through this conversation, he could use the other party's hand to send an ambiguous signal to the conservative party group behind him that he could be won over by the other party, thereby gaining more room for growth for himself. Under the influence of all the above factors, John decided that he had to have a good talk with this legendary spy. Please come in, Major John, Lieutenant Wendy. You can follow me to the reception room and wait for a while. In front of the conference room door, the captain who led the two said this with a smile. Wendy's pupils shrank as she seemed to have not expected the other party to call out her name. When she came to her senses and was about to ask how the other party knew it, John, who had a calm expression on his face, slowly spoke under the smiling but somewhat cold gaze of the unknown captain. Wendy, listen to him. Yes, Captain. Looking at John's unquestionable eyes, Wendy realized that she might not be able to make the captain change his mind. Therefore, she did not say much, but when the lieutenant turned around to lead the way for her, she quickly made a few tactical hand gestures to John, including alert, stand by, and can provide support. After indicating to John that she could come to support at any time, Wendy looked at him worriedly, and then silently followed the captain towards the reception room. Squeak! Along with the sound of the conference room door being slowly pushed open, Conrad's thin figure soon came into John's sight. Unlike the state when John met him on the street an hour ago, Conrad had taken off his dark blue suit and put on a black and gold Imperial Air Force uniform, with a military cap with the Imperial emblem on his head. The other person's golden hair was still loose, and he was standing sideways in front of the open window of the conference room. A pair of blue eyes looked into the distance at the night sky, which was filled with stars at some point. He seemed to be thinking about something. His eyes looked a little dazed, and his slender figure was half hidden in the shadow of the bookcase beside him. Half of it is exposed to the light released by the glass lampshade in the center of the room, giving people an indescribable sense of mystery. It's Major John. We meet again. Conrad slowly came back to his senses after hearing the voice. He slowly turned around and looked at John at the door with a standard smile on his face that was almost anthropomorphic. It seemed that he had guessed that John had finished discussing the mission with Marshal Dormammu. However, Conrad did not ask John why he came this time. Instead, he walked forward and pulled out the main chair and sat down. Then he smiled and gestured to John. Please take a seat, Major John. What would you like to drink, tea or coffee? Coffee, please. John didn't bother to be polite with the other party. Instead, he replied casually, then pulled out the chair at the end and sat down, looking at Conrad across the long conference table. This guy is really interesting. Seeing John's behavior, which could be called outrageous, Conrad was not angry at all. Instead, he felt that the young commander was a wonderful person. If it weren't for the position restrictions, he would actually be quite happy to make friends with the other party. After all, there are too few interesting people in this world. It's a pity. Conrad thought about it, picked up the communication device on the table, and gave a few instructions to his men. Then he crossed his fingers and put them on the table. He smiled and asked John in a nonchalant manner, Major John, you didn't seem surprised after seeing it was me? It's not that I'm narcissistic, but I actually have a pretty good memory. If I had met him before, I should have some impression of him. But in my memory, I don't recall that we have met anywhere else except today. So, you're not going to explain this to me? When I was studying at the first military academy of the Empire, I saw the exploits Colonel Jeter had made on the front lines. Out of interest, I inquired about the news about the Sly Ford family, and that's why I also saw your photo. Facing Conrad's half-smiley gaze, John smiled and threw out the reason he had thought of in advance. However, because it has been so long, I did not recognize your identity when we first met. It was not until I learned about this support mission from Marshal Dormammu that I suddenly remembered this matter. I'm deeply sorry for not recognizing you the first time. Also, thank you for showing me the way earlier, Major General Conrad. I see. Conrad did not comment on John's answer. His intuition, developed from years of intelligence work, told him that John was most likely lying. However, he did not expose the other party's idea, but smiled and asked Major John in front of him a question. Major John, what do you think of this support mission to Falcon Bay? It is a soldier's duty to obey orders, so I don't think my opinion is important, Major General Conrad. Really? But, Major John, I remember from the war records on the Western Front that you didn't seem to obey your superior's orders when you first performed a patrol mission to break the Allied conspiracy. Conrad suddenly realized that he had subconsciously used his interrogation skills and couldn't help but frown slightly. But soon he smiled and added, Of course, I'm not blaming you for anything. On the contrary, I'm very optimistic about your bold behavior. So, if you, Major John, have any ideas about the Empire's battle line in Falcon Bay, why not just tell me what you think? I would like to hear your opinion on the Falcon Gulf front as a talented commander. How about we just treat it as a casual chat between friends? Sure? I think you want to deliberately bring up this topic to provoke me, so as to find out whether Dormammu has any backup plan. So you try to get information and give it to Wolf so that you can get promoted and make a fortune, right? But unfortunately, your thoughts were within my expectations. And the person who actually weaved the trap was not you, but me, John Maslow. John smiled coldly in his heart, but on the surface he pretended to be humble and said, Since you are interested in my opinion, I will tell you everything I know. However, my opinion is crude, so I hope you don't mind if I say something that makes people laugh. It's okay, but it's okay to talk about it. First of all, I personally think that there is nothing wrong with our decision to attack Falkenbay this time. After all, the threat posed by the orcs in the south to the Empire has existed since the founding of the Empire and has continued to this day. If we can take over Falkenbay, it will definitely boost our morale. This is the first benefit. Secondly, compared to the colonies or dependent countries in other regions, Falkenbay is not only geographically critical, but also a must-go place for the Allied naval fleet to attack. If we can capture it and deploy ground forces here in advance, we can effectively intercept or even annihilate the Allied fleet that attempts to retaliate against us. In addition, Falkenbay is rich in resources, especially minerals. It not only has a large mithril mine, but also 2 magic stone veins. If we can occupy it, it can provide the Empire with a lot of resource benefits and effectively enhance the Empire's strength. This is the second benefit. I'm sure Major General Conrad is aware of the above 2 points. But in addition to that, in my opinion, there's a third reason why the Empire must take over Falkenbay. And the third point is related to the orcs. Only after we capture Falkenbay will the orcs currently within the Empire be willing to submit to the Empire and fight for it. John said with a confident look on his face. What do you mean? Conrad frowned slightly. Of the 3 points raised by John, he didn't know the first 2, but the third point seemed like nonsense no matter how he looked at it. After all, Falken is just a bay, not the ancestral land of the orcs. Moreover, even if this place really has some special meaning to the orcs, then after the Empire occupied it, shouldn't the orcs hate the Empire even more because they think the Empire has desecrated their sacred homeland? How could they take the initiative to return to the Empire? Is John Maslow sure he's not kidding me? Conrad was full of doubts, and his eyes flickered when he looked at John. Now, he began to doubt whether he had made a mistake. Very good. Conrad finally couldn't help himself and fell into the trap. After all, the more scheming a person is, the more likely he is to fall into unexpected difficulties. As a result, they're deceived by others and fall into the trap set by them in advance. Moreover, in order to avoid admitting his failure, the shrewd other party will try every means to use his smart brain to actively make up for the person who made up the lie, thereby helping the other party turn the lie into a more solid cage. Eventually, he trapped himself in it. What's more, unlike the common Ponzi scheme of making money out of nothing, the trap he carefully constructed on the road was not entirely a lie. But it is indeed true. Therefore, John was not afraid at all that the clever Major General Conrad would be fooled. Speaking of which, this matter also involves a secret intelligence, and I just heard it by chance. I thought it was just a joke at first, but after seeing that the Prime Minister did not hesitate to dispatch the 3rd Navy and even deployed the 7th Air Force to support in order to capture Falkenbay, I knew that the intelligence I learned was true. After a slight pause, John slowly said something under Conrad's scrutinizing gaze, which made the other party's pupils shrink. Major General Conrad, have you ever heard of the Sage Technique? Chapter 104 Great Sage. The 1,000 Blades of the Victoria Kingdom, the stripping of all things of the Norman Empire, and the Golden Law of the Brown Kingdom are collectively known as the 3 Great Miracles. They possess powers that are unattainable by living beings and are different from magic spells passed down through family bloodlines. The Sage Technique, which is regarded as a belief by all orcs, has neither the ability to fight nor the ability to pass on and spread the technique through blood. Instead, the technique can only be preserved in a technique crystal condensed after the death of an individual who holds the Sage Technique and is revered by the orcs as the Great Sage. The technique is extremely strong and cannot be destroyed by external forces. And by letting the newly born orc children touch it, observe whether the crystal of the spell flickers. After finding all the suitable candidates, under the witness of the Saga Kingdom's Orc Elders Council, these suitable candidates will participate in a total of 9 levels of inheritance trials together, and after completing the 9th level of the will trial, the last suitable person who survives can absorb the sage's crystal through the ceremony and integrate the sage's technique into his body, and officially became the next great sage of the orcs. Become a being that can command all orcs. The sage's technique also only has one effect, which is bloodline sublimation. Under the influence of this ritual power, which is not a miracle, but has an effect comparable to a miracle, the orc sage can perform a blood sublimation ritual on any orc, thereby allowing the target to receive an all-round improvement in strength, endurance, speed, wisdom, and even lifespan. Of course, there's a certain price to pay. To improve his physical fitness, the great sage only needs to consume a certain amount of magic stones or magic lake water to be exempt from the price. However, if one wants to increase the target's lifespan, the great sage's own lifespan must be deducted as the cost. Therefore, in order to prevent the great sage from being sacrificed because of the monarch's selfish desires, the Orc Elder Council made a decision after a monarch sacrificed the great sage in order to prolong his life. That is to abolish the previous system of bloodline inheritance of the Saga Kingdom and replace it with inheritance by a new Orc sage. Before a new great sage appears, the throne is managed by the descendants of the first king. However, compared with these minor flaws, the power of the sage's technique is unquestionable. After all, while other magicians are still studying and training to become stronger, the orcs of the Saga Kingdom only need to undergo a ceremony and consume something containing magic power. Under the influence of the sage's magic, it is possible to transform from an ordinary orc soldier into a battle-hardened elite, or even a crown-level one, in a matter of minutes. Therefore, in the background of the game, all the citizens of the Saga Kingdom are orcs. It also briefly ascended to the throne of world hegemony by relying on the sage's magic to create elite troops that far exceeded the number of other countries. It was not until a coup d'état in the Saga Kingdom 1,000 years ago that the orc king at the time, Geldan, who was also the great sage, was assassinated by an unidentified assassin. His body and the sage crystal were also taken away by the assassin, resulting in the complete extinction of the sage's technique. The Saga Kingdom, without a leader, began to go downhill. The three countries that originally mastered the three miracle techniques, but were always suppressed by the Saga Kingdom, seized the opportunity to begin expanding. Afterwards, because the strength of the masters of miracle arts in the three countries varied in each era, the dominance of the three countries shifted back and forth. It was not until the succession of Paris I that the Imperial Magic Department developed a method to train invincible magic soldiers. Under the suppressing power of blasting magic that is so terrifying that even miracle spells can barely compete with it, and the terrifying mobility that allows the body to soar quickly in the sky. In the following hundreds of years, the Norman Empire became the undisputed strongest overlord and began to conquer everywhere. It was precisely because of the explosive expansion of the empire that other countries felt the crisis and gathered together for warmth. Hence, the current situation has come about. Ever since the assassination of the great sage Geldan, no news about the sage's crystal has been heard for thousands of years. No matter how many people the royal family of the Saga Kingdom sent to look for it, they were unable to find the whereabouts of the sage's crystal. Therefore, the sage's spell, which was rumored to be no weaker than the three miracle spells, gradually faded from people's sight. Even now, the orcs of the Saga Kingdom only regard it as a historical legend and do not believe it really exists. But if the great sage really reappears, he will inevitably attract countless orcs to follow him. After all, it is almost on the same level as the miracle spell, and to some extent, it is even stronger than the miracle spell. So, if I understood correctly, John Maslow meant that the sage's crystal is hidden in the Falcon Bay. Conrad's heart trembled when he heard John's implication, but he quickly rejected the idea. No, absolutely not. If the sage crystal is really in Falcon Bay, how could the Saga Kingdom not know about it? After all, this is the territory of the Saga Kingdom, so John Maslow's statement is absolutely nonsense. Major General Conrad, don't forget that once the great sage appears, the descendants of the first Orc King must abdicate according to the rules. If it were you, would you be willing? John's faint voice reached Conrad's ears at the right time, making him fall into deep thought. Yes, everyone thought that the person who assassinated the former great sage Geldan was an assassin from outside the Saga Kingdom. But as an outsider, how did he avoid the inspection of the Saga Kingdom, which is full of orcs? But if the perpetrators were replaced by the royal family of the Saga Kingdom, then in order to regain the throne and ensure that future generations of heirs would inherit the throne, finding a way to get rid of the great sage and make the sage crystal disappear completely from the world is undoubtedly a very motivated and most profitable outcome for the royal family of the Saga Kingdom. But how did John know such a secret thing? Conrad's eyes flickered, and his heart was filled with doubt. At this moment, he had put away his original frivolity and arrogance, and instead looked at the young commander in front of him with unprecedented seriousness. Looking at the other person's determined and confident attitude, at this moment, Conrad suddenly felt that he could not see through the young man in front of him. Therefore, after pondering for a long time, Conrad slowly said, "Major John, can you please tell me how you got the news that the Sage Crystal is located in Faken Bay? Of course it's the game background, but I can't possibly tell you that. What's more, everything I said was just to trick you." Well, it doesn't seem to be a lie. After all, 18 years ago, the Sage's Crystal was indeed in Faken Bay. However, one of the main characters, Meyer Sistana, found the crystal by accident when she was picking mushrooms in the mountains at the age of 5. A bird was attracted by its shiny appearance and picked it up from the bottomless canyon. As a result, due to various unexpected influences, the crystal was eventually buried in the soil. It turned out that Meyer was not only qualified to inherit, but also happened to have a cut on her palm. After her blood mixed with the Sage's crystal, she completed the fusion with it that same day. However, due to the lack of the preliminary trial ceremony and the failure to master the skills of inherited memories, he accidentally fell into a coma after bearing too many inherited memories at one time. As a result, he was met by a passing human trafficker from the Brown Kingdom and was taken away. He happened to escape the counterattack launched by the Brown Kingdom army and was not destroyed along with the tribe. He was then abducted to the Kingdom of Lauren by the human trafficker. Today, Faken can hardly find a single hair of the tail of Meyer, the Fox Girl, and the new Great Sage, let alone the Sage's Crystal. However, Conrad is not aware of these things at the moment. And if nothing unexpected happens, it seems that there are still 2 years before Meyer can truly demonstrate the power of a sage. These 2 years were enough for John to make Wolf and the conservatives run wild. Therefore, it was for this reason that John decided to make a fuss about this matter, so as to create an extremely mysterious illusion for Conrad and the conservatives behind Conrad. And this illusion will also be accompanied by a subsequent amazing reversal, when he wins the victory in Faken Bay and digs out the remains of the former great sage Geldan from the bottomless canyon and hands them over. His own mystery will become more profound in the eyes of Wolf and others. Only in this way can he make the other party timid and not dare to harm him again like this time. This will give you more time for development and growth. Therefore, John, who knew this very well, did not say much. Instead, under Conrad's flickering gaze, he smiled, put his index finger to his lips, and then spoke in a pretentious manner. Everyone has their own secrets, which is a very sacred thing. I personally always believe that if you want to find out other people's secrets, you have to at least pay a corresponding price. What do you think about this, Major General Conrad? Chapter 105, The Empire's Confidence. So, he is admitting that he has a unique intelligence channel, a mysterious intelligence channel that even the Prime Minister is not aware of. Can we only say that it is worthy of being favored by the royal family? John Maslow is indeed extraordinary. Conrad looked at John deeply, but he did not intend to ask too many questions. Instead, he smiled and said, "That's true. Everyone has their own secrets, even me. Since this involves Major John's personal privacy, I won't ask any more questions. Let's change the topic." Bang! As Conrad stretched out his hand and snapped his fingers, the tightly closed door was slowly pushed open from the outside. Then, a soldier carrying a tray came to the conference table, placed the coffee and square cans in front of the 2 people in turn, and then the other party backed out of the conference room. During this whole process, the other party did not make any sound at all, and even when he got close to John, his breathing was barely detectable, like a ghost blending into the darkness. Bite! Conrad picked up a cube from his saucer and put it into the coffee cup, then picked up the silver spoon and started stirring. The sound of spoons and teacups colliding continued to echo in the conference room, like elves dancing, crisp and beautiful. But his dark blue eyes were always fixed on John opposite him, with a faint smile on his face. "Major John, aren't you going to add some more prescriptions?" "Thank you for your concern, but no thanks. I prefer pure taste to sweet taste. Pure good habit worthy of praise." As if he had thought of something, Conrad's eyes froze for a moment, but he quickly returned to normal. He took a sip of coffee in silence, then took the initiative to speak. "Major John, what do you think of the current battlefield situation in the Empire? Are you talking about Faken Bay? As for the overall situation, I'd like to hear your opinion, if it's convenient for you. Although the situation on the 3 fronts of the Empire is not optimistic, in my opinion, we are still in a dominant position. After all, the Empire's magic soldiers are invincible, and this is common knowledge known to everyone. But the premise for us to maintain this advantage is that the Allied forces do not have a technological breakthrough in their anti-magic devices and do not develop completely new magic facilities. Facing Conrad's surprised expression, John swallowed the bitter coffee in his mouth expressionlessly and then slowly said, "Major General Conrad, as the head of the 2nd Air Force's Intelligence Department, I think you should know better than me how terrifying the Allied forces' magic technology can be on the battlefield. After all, as far as I know, your 2nd Air Force has captured a lot of magical devices from the Allied forces during the battles with them. After witnessing those devices with various effects, low cost, and extremely high efficiency, what do you think about them?" Conrad didn't say anything, but slowly put away the smile on his face and looked at John seriously. It was as if he wanted to reevaluate this rising star of the Empire in his heart. After pondering for a long time, he slowly said, "Some tricks and gimmicks are not a concern for the Empire at all. This is what the military ministers said, and I agree with this. But is this really the case, Major General Conrad?" Looking at the silent Conrad, John knew. At this time, the other party was sober beyond the reach of other senior officials of the Empire. Otherwise, after he took the position of Minister of Defense, he would not have gone against all odds and asked the Ministry of Military Affairs to start the research and development of magic technology, rather than limiting himself to the single research of magic cannons and magic guns in the past. Therefore, he immediately expressed the same opinion as the other party without hesitation. The Allied magic technology is indeed very weak now, but it does not mean that it will be the same in the future. Moreover, after seizing so many Allied magic technology devices, Major General Conrad, you should also know that the Allied forces are constantly improving their devices during the war and gradually showing more and more powerful power on the battlefield, right? You only need to compare the number of magic soldiers killed and wounded by the 1st and 2nd Army of the Imperial Air Force in the recent war with past data to get a correct answer. Seeing Conrad frowning and saying nothing, John smiled and realized that he had convinced him. Then he directly came up with a conclusion. "Also, Major General Conrad, don't you think that the current situation is somewhat similar to the situation when the Empire just cultivated magic soldiers and the Victoria Kingdom, which was still the world hegemon at that time, looked down on us? The only difference from the past is that we have gone from being the one being looked down upon to being the one looking down upon others." Hearing this, Conrad's brows furrowed even more tightly, and he looked at John with surprise. In fact, just as John guessed, Conrad did see the potential of the Allied magical technology, but before that, he did not pay much attention to these things. After all, unlike John, the novice commander, he has been in the army for 8 years and knows the current military strength of the Empire better than the novice who has just entered the battlefield. Although the Allied magical technology devices did cause some damage to the Empire's military strength during the war, but those losses are just a drop in the bucket compared to the Empire's current overall Air Force strength. After all, the number of active magic soldiers in the Empire is as high as 120,000. A magic soldier, with his magic power fully activated, can destroy everything within 1,000 meters in the blink of an eye. But it is such a terrifying existence. The Empire has a full 120,000 of them. What is the concept? This means that if the Empire really wants to dominate the world, it only takes a thought. In the face of this demon army that is so large that it can almost be called a world-destroying force, there is no other possibility for any country in the world except destruction. The first reason why the Empire did not do so was that the resources consumed by an all-out attack were enough to bring down the Empire. The second reason is related to the characteristics of the magic soldiers' techniques. Any area bombed by the magic soldiers will not only be completely swallowed up and turned into a terrifying deep pit, but will also completely lose its vitality under the influence of the power of annihilation. According to research data from the Imperial Research Institute, land that has been bombarded by explosive magic will not be able to support any life for at least the next 20 years. Even if it is not listed as a planning area or a construction area, residents who live on this lifeless land for a long time will develop a horrible demonic disease because they cannot obtain magic power and other elements to replenish themselves, and eventually turn into crystallized corpses and die. Therefore, under this negative effect, it is not an exaggeration to call the area after the magic soldiers' attack a restricted area. It is precisely because of this reason that the Empire used the power of magic soldiers to forcibly dominate, but in the end gained nothing but lifeless land that it has never shown its true strength to the world. Therefore, under such absolute power, it is natural that the Empire would look down on the Allied technology. Even before this, Conrad, who had sensed that something was amiss, had never thought that the Allies might rely on magic devices to overthrow the Empire. But after hearing what John said, Conrad felt that perhaps he should reevaluate the Allied magical technology devices. He pondered silently in his heart and listed this as one of the many things to do after returning to Alino. Then Conrad looked at John deeply and said, "Major John, your opinion is indeed novel. I have learned a lot. After I return to Alino and collect the corresponding data, I will report it to Prime Minister Wolf. When the time comes, perhaps you will be able to gain the Prime Minister's favor." At the end, Conrad looked at John meaningfully, and the meaning of his words was immediately self-evident. "It's all about the Empire." John responded without showing any emotion. But looking at Conrad's calm eyes, he also understood that his goal had been achieved. After he fabricated false information and expressed his concerns about the Allied magical technology, Conrad, the legendary spy and current henchman of Prime Minister Wolf, after discovering his value, just as he expected, they tried to win him over. Although it is still unclear why Wolf attacked him. However, based on Conrad's behavior, John guessed that the other party probably didn't know the inside story. Otherwise, the other party would have found an excuse to go to the toilet by now and immediately reported the situation to Wolf through the communication device, requesting to cancel his support order. But the other party has no intention of getting up yet, which obviously means that he doesn't know the reason either. This made John feel somewhat uneasy. By the way, Major John, when I was strolling around this afternoon, I found that the scenery in Walden is very nice and suitable for collecting materials. It can help me improve my painting skills. So, I would like to take you to the departure point in 2 days. What do you think? Conrad said this with a smile. He looked so easygoing, as if the person who never showed any extra mercy and was called the iron-blooded torturer by countless people because of his extremely cruel and brutal interrogation methods was not him, but someone else. "I have no objection, but it is up to you, Major General Conrad." John naturally would not refuse such a good thing, and he agreed without hesitation. "Very good. I am very pleased with your understanding. It also reminds me of the days when I was studying in Alino. Lieutenant General Dolan, who was 1 year older than me and my senior at the time, took me out of class to taste delicious food during school. I remember that Lieutenant General Dolan was in the academy at that time. Because of his passion for food, he was called a 5-star food critic by many people. He was a well-known figure in the military academy. Thinking about it makes me miss him a little. When you arrive at Falcon Bay, Major John, remember to say hello to him for me and tell him that I miss him very much." Conrad said this to John with a look of emotion, as if he was really reminiscing about the good old days, rather than secretly reminding John that the so-called Lieutenant General Dolan was nothing more than a good-for-nothing except eating and drinking. John naturally understood the other meaning in Conrad's words, but on the surface he still smiled and responded, "I will give your regards to Vice Admiral Dolan upon arrival, Major General Conrad." Then he drank the coffee in the cup, then slowly stood up and saluted the other party. "It's been a pleasure talking to you this time. Although I really want to continue chatting with you, it's getting late. I still need to deal with some matters in Longyan territory. So, Major General Conrad, please allow me to leave first. May the glory of the Empire be with you. May the glory of the Empire be with you, Major John." Tap tap. Standing there, watching John's calm back, Conrad's eyes narrowed unconsciously. He silently reviewed all the details of his conversation with John today, especially the confidence in John's words when he mentioned the Allied magical technology. It was as if the other party had already glimpsed the future in advance. The confidence and determination in those words moved even Conrad. "It's such a pity to waste such a talented person," Conrad muttered to himself subconsciously, and then seemed to have made some kind of decision. After his eyes flickered, he slowly picked up the communication device and then instructed his deputy, "Have someone bring the radio over here immediately. I have important information to report to the Prime Minister." Chapter 106 Codename Plan 0. John was not sure whether Wolf would change his original support plan after this conversation because of the value he demonstrated. But based on Conrad's performance, he felt the probability would be very low. Although I still don't understand why Wolf is targeting me, but overall I can accept it. The bait of the Sage Crystal has been thrown out, and after Conrad completes the data statistics, the early judgment of the Allied magical technology is enough to prove his talent. After that, he only needed to win the battle on the Faken Bay front, which would be enough to prevent Wolf from targeting him again. And at that time, it will be the moment for me to officially come to the fore. Shaking his head and collecting his thoughts, John looked back at the brightly lit manor, then called Wendy, who was looking around with a vigilant look on her face, to get into the car at the door, and then walked towards the residence arranged for him by Dormammu. The next day, early morning, after breakfast, John explained the situation to Laya of Longyan territory through the radio and asked the other party to lead the troops back. Then he explained the follow-up governance plan of Longyan territory to Glenn during the communication. Just when he was about to visit Dormammu to confirm his identity as the chief person in charge of the economic revitalization policy of Glenlongian territory, so as to ensure that his development plan would not be distorted by the subsequent arrival of the Imperial government officials. But before he could walk out of the hotel door, a voice at the door suddenly called him. "John, wait a minute." "Major General Jeter?" After seeing the face of the person who came, John raised his eyebrows in surprise. The other party was Jeter Slifer. Compared with before, his face had not changed much. He still had that hard face with a perfect jawline. Thanks to his previous achievements, this muscular man was successfully promoted and received a raise in salary this time, from colonel to major general. Logically speaking, the person who has made successful progress should be in a stage of being very proud and beaming with joy. But unexpectedly, Major General Jet had a frown on his face, and his expression was gloomy and ugly. Combined with the fact that the other person's eyes were full of guilt and pity when he looked at him, and that he seemed to want to say something but hesitated. In just a moment, John understood everything. Without further ado, he took the initiative to invite the other party to the conference room of the hotel. Squeak! As the door slowly closed, before John took off his military cap and sat down, Major General Jeter's deep voice rang out in the room. "John, what are you going to do about supporting Faken Bay?" Major General Jet looked at John with a complicated expression, his eyes full of guilt and annoyance. He had just completed the mission and returned to the base with his troops this morning. He was happily reporting the results of the cleanup to Marshal Dormammu, but he did not expect to hear from the other party that John would soon be sent to support the Faken front. The good mood that was originally brought about by the promotion disappeared instantly under the influence of this news and was replaced by anxiety and uneasiness. Therefore, after reporting the situation to Jiandan and Dormammu, he immediately rushed to the inn where John was currently resting, wanting to comfort his outstanding junior and see if he could give him some advice to help him avoid this damn task. Damn those parasites in the military affairs department. They clearly know better than anyone what a mess Faken is in, yet they still choose to consume the Empire's power for internal strife. First, in order to check and balance the Emperor, the Empire's Third Navy was abandoned. Now, a young man who has the potential to take the Empire to new heights has been pushed directly into the fire pit. How is this different from outright betrayal of the Empire? As expected, I shouldn't have advised Marshal Dormammu to hold back. They should have sent all those damn nobles to hell. In this way, John, who should have had an infinitely bright future, would not have ended up like this. It was me who implicated him. The more he thought about it, the more Jet felt an unprecedented sense of distress in his chest. Then, as if he had made some kind of decision, he took a deep breath, gritted his teeth, and said, "John, you met with Conrad yesterday, right? That guy is Wolf's lackey. Don't listen to his nonsense. Faken is a mess. You can't save him. What's more, the commander of the Imperial Army this time is Dolan. He is a good-for-nothing who only knows how to eat, drink, gamble, and have sex. He is totally useless. With the corrupt situation over there, even if Marshal Dormammu goes there, it is highly unlikely that he will be able to turn the tide of the war, let alone you. Well, listen to me. You stay in the hotel right now and pretend to be sick. Say that you were injured while on a mission recently and your magic power has become abnormal. Then immediately apply to your superiors for a change of position, from commander to logistics department. As long as you... Major General Conrad has clearly told me that he will arrange for me and the members of the 1st Battalion to take a warship to Faken the day after tomorrow. In addition, Major General Conrad has received a death order from the Military Affairs Department this time, and he will not allow any unexpected situations to occur. What's more, temporary changes to the staffing structure due to illness also need to be reviewed, and relevant medical certificates are required. This process will take at least 7 days, which is not enough time. John interrupted before Jet could finish his words. Then he quietly looked at Jeter, whose face was red and whose chest was rising and falling with anger. After a brief silence, he couldn't help but smile, and then pretended to be relaxed and said, "It's okay, Major General Jeter. You don't have to worry so much. I actually know what's going on. Nothing will go wrong. Also, I've wanted to visit the Falcon Bay, which is full of orcs, for a long time. This time, I could take advantage of the mission to travel and get some local specialties. If there's anything you want, I can bring some back for you later." Well, as if he understood that John's current situation could not be changed, Jet sighed and then took the initiative to ask, "Is there anything I can do to help?" "Just ask." "Yes, I want to borrow someone from you. I wonder if you, Major General Jeter." "The person you want to borrow is Leia, right? You don't have to borrow her from me. General Dormammu has already arranged for her to be part of your support mission this time. After the 1st Battalion under your name is reorganized, she will serve as the commander of the 1st Battalion's ground support company. And to be honest, putting her in the Black Hawk Special Forces is a bit of a waste of her talent. Only in your hands can Leia play the greatest role." Jeter interrupted John before he finished speaking, and then added, "Do you need anything else? There are many good members in the Black Hawk Force. If you need anything, you could just ask. I will transfer them to your side and let Leia lead them. After all, compared to the Magic Soldiers, the members of the Black Hawk unit are more accustomed to fighting in that kind of terrain. Although, it is also difficult to reverse the situation on the Falcon front." Major General Jeter sighed helplessly again. "In fact, I already have some ideas about the Battle of Falcon Bay, and my plan requires a large number of Magic Soldiers to complete it, so I appreciate your kindness." John smiled and shook his head, although he was quite depressed because Jet had ruined his plans twice in a row. However, at this moment of distress, the other party not only did not add insult to injury, but instead helped him, which really touched him. Even the other person's perfect jawline, which was full of flaws, began to look somewhat pleasing to the eye. All I can say is that I am really becoming more and more like a running dog of the Empire. Well, John sighed helplessly in his heart. He was just about to shake off this troublesome matter and say goodbye to Jet, and then quickly confirm Glenn's position to avoid any unexpected situations. However, just as he was about to say goodbye to Jet and run away, he suddenly thought of a certain unlucky allied colonel who was arranged by him to be a traitor and whose life or death was unknown. He quickly slapped his head and asked Jet, "Oh, by the way, I really need your help with something. It's about the allied spy I developed before. Regarding the agent who will contact the other side, Major General Jeter, do you have any suitable personnel who can help arrange it?" "Agent? Oh, you should be talking about Codename Zero Plan, right? Didn't I already solve it according to your opinion? Didn't the Marshal tell you?" Jet looked at John in confusion, as if he didn't understand why the other party asked this question. "Huh? My opinion? Are you sure, Major General Jeter? I don't remember ever giving any opinion." John was bewildered. It was true that he had asked someone to report the spy matter to his superiors, but he had never expressed any opinions from beginning to end. Even the intelligence was sent by Mia, a communications soldier of Squad 14, on his behalf. Wait, speaking of which, Mia seems to often play with that idiot Wendy. Could it be that? As if he had thought of something, cold sweat began to appear on John's forehead, and an unprecedented sense of unease surged in his heart. However, as if to confirm his guess, Jet, who was full of doubts on the opposite side, gave him an answer that made his eyes go dark in front of his dull pupils. "Didn't you say that you needed a mysterious agent with a higher position to contact the spy? So I arranged for your classmate Hassan Darrell to be in charge of the contact. Speaking of which, that guy is indeed a talent. Although he is an early graduate, he is doing quite well as an agent. In just 2 years, he was promoted to the team leader of the intelligence department within the Allied forces. He is also the one with the highest status among all the agents of our 7th Air Force in the Allied forces. It's perfect for him to contact the agent you arranged." John, why do you look so bad all of a sudden? Are you okay?" Chapter 107 Hassan Darrell. John really didn't expect that the lie he made up at the beginning would come true again. Develop spies within the Allies? And they're using people from the Allied forces? If word of this were to reach the ears of the one-eyed hunter Orko, given his ruthless character, wouldn't I be at the top of the Allied Special Operations Department's hunting list? By then, let alone wanting to retire, Even if he stayed in a fortress guarded by countless soldiers all day, he would probably find it difficult to sleep well. Damn it, he obviously just wanted to use Will to test Roxy's reaction to determine whether he would become the other party's target. How come it really turned into infernal affairs in the end? This shouldn't be the case. What on earth went wrong, asshole? John's heart was filled with despair. It was already bad enough that he was being targeted by Wolf for no apparent reason. If he were to be targeted by that cruel old man Orko again, he couldn't imagine what kind of troublesome life would be waiting for him. So, I might as well take the initiative and kill old man Orko. This will prevent the other party from getting angry and sending someone to assassinate you. In this way, the problem should be solved fundamentally, right? John's brain was working frantically, but after thinking carefully, he decisively gave up the idea of letting Hassan, a stranger classmate, die. Although he was not sure about Hassan's specific combat ability, he was very clear about Orko's combat strength. The other party was definitely not someone that an ordinary magician could challenge. What's more, the guard around the other side are all top-notch strongmen. Not to mention that Hassan is an unknown trash. Even if Leia went there, she might not be able to get any good results in front of the top-level allied magic guards. An agent's life is also a life. Why should we make things difficult for him? What's more, I was the one who implicated them. Although killing Orko is a good idea, we have to consider the actual situation. What's more, if the opponent dies, the Allied Special Operations Department may not be able to be formed, and the game plot will be disrupted. His only ability to predict the plot would be completely ineffective. Whether you can survive at that time will really depend on your personal ability. The difficulty is so high that it reaches hell level, and just thinking about it makes John's scalp tingle. So, after some thought, John felt that it would be better for him to remain unchanged in the face of ever-changing circumstances. After all, didn't Will mistakenly think that he had such a mysterious agent from the beginning? Now that Jet has really found such an unlucky guy and has connected with him, no unexpected situation has occurred so far. This proves that Will was not killed, and it also proves that the person who ambushed him last time was not Roxy. In this case, there's only one answer. So, the last sniper plan was Orko's work? If you think about it this way, it does make sense. After analyzing who was behind the plan to assassinate him last time, John felt a little annoyed, but more relieved. He really didn't want to confront Roxy. After all, Roxy's title of Supreme Commander was not earned for nothing. It would be a lie for him to say that this commander, who was extremely skilled in guerrilla warfare and blitzkrieg, and whose combat style was unpredictable, was not false. Unless he had planted a spy in Roxy's army who could obtain key intelligence. Otherwise, once he faced the other side head-on, wait a minute. If I remember correctly, that guy will seem to be Roxy's subordinate? So there are spies already. When John suddenly realized that he had accidentally completed the layout several steps ahead of time, the expression on his face instantly became particularly wonderful. At the same time, in the capital of the Kingdom of Victoria, the city of Corno, inside the Allied Military Affairs Department, he looked at the transfer order in his hand, appointing him as the commander of the newly formed Independent Battalion of the 5th Corps. Colonel Will couldn't help but fall into silence. It was a long time before he came to his senses and turned to thank the political officer in front of him. Then, amid the envious or disdainful gazes of the crowd, he slowly walked out of the Government Affairs Hall and drove to his residence in a car arranged by the military. In the back seat, Will's face was full of complexity as he looked at the contents of the new transfer order in his hand. He really didn't expect that after failing in his sniper mission and losing an arm, his own combat power was no longer as strong as before. Instead of blaming him for the mission failure, Lieutenant General Roxy demoted him. Instead, he put aside past grudges and assigned him directly to the other party's direct unit, promoting him from an ordinary officer to a direct unit of the 5th Legion. If Will had received such an appointment before, he would have been so happy that he would wake up laughing in his dreams at night. But when he thought of his current identity as an Imperial spy, he couldn't help but feel unprecedented shame and bitterness. I even had thoughts of committing suicide. But he also understood that if he really did this, it would inevitably arouse the suspicion of the Allied Military Affairs Department and would send people to investigate the specific situation. Once his identity as an Imperial spy is discovered, the Hoffman family will be completely finished. What's more, the man John Maslow also assigned an extremely mysterious agent to monitor him. Although he never saw the other person from beginning to end, he could always find traces and a little information left by the other person in the bathroom, on the walls of the back alley of the bar where he got drunk, and even on the back seat of the car. This discovery completely dispelled his original doubts. At the same time, I was even more horrified by John Maslow's horror. They actually managed to develop spies into the Allied forces silently and covertly. I can only say he is worthy of being that man. With his wisdom, even Vice Admiral Roxy, who is known as the Morning Star, cannot defeat him. I am just an ordinary person, and now I have even become a disabled person. Is there really a way to break free from the other person's bondage? Will's heart was filled with confusion. He looked at the transfer order in his hand, and his eyes kept flashing with struggle. But in the end, he let out a long sigh, opened the car door, and walked towards his residence. Now the 5th Legion is about to board a warship to head for Faken Bay, and he, who has become the commander of the 5th Legion's Independent Battalion, will also set off with the main force. He needed to pack up as soon as possible and reunite with the main force. Squeak! However, just as Will was packing his luggage, the sound of the door being slowly pushed open was heard, and Will immediately turned around and looked back in confusion. However, he discovered that the person who came was none other than Hassan Gillis, a big shot in the intelligence department whom he had just met when he was picking up documents at the Military Affairs Department. Just based on his outstanding performance in intelligence analysis, at the age of 23, he was promoted to Lieutenant Colonel by Admiral Orko and served as the leader of Group 3 of the Intelligence Department. Although his military rank was one level lower than his, the power he wielded was extremely terrifying. Even he had to respectfully address the other party as team leader when they met. What's more, with his improvement speed, there's a great probability that he will be able to become a lieutenant general or even a general at the age of 30. It can be said that he is the most powerful figure in the Central Intelligence Department of the Kingdom of Victoria. Will naturally didn't dare to mess with such a capable person who was favored by his immediate superior. However, in Will's impression, he didn't seem to have too many interactions with this big shot. Why did the other party find him so suddenly? Just when Will was feeling extremely confused. The next second, the words spoken by the other party instantly made his pupils shrink to the extreme. Colonel Will Hoffman, I hope you don't mind my intrusive visit. Also, I want to know if you still remember the information I left for you before. Hassan smiled as he looked at Will, whose expression suddenly changed. As if confirming from the other person's expression that he had found the right person, the corners of Hassan's mouth slowly curved up. Then he bowed to the other party with his hand on his chest in accordance with the imperial etiquette, and then, facing the other party's direct gaze, he added in a calm tone, "Speaking of which, this is our first meeting, so please allow me to introduce myself to you. My original name is Hassan Darrell, and my current identity is Hassan Gillis. I am the leader of Group 3 of the Central Intelligence Department of the Kingdom of Victoria. I live at number 53 Central Street in Corno City. My hobby is reading. Besides that, I also have a code name called Oriole. I am also the contact person assigned to you by the Empire in the codename Zero Plan. It's our first meeting. Please take care of me." Chapter 108, He is a Monster. Looking at Will's constantly changing expression in front of him, Hassan, who seemed calm, actually had undercurrents surging in his heart. In fact, since receiving the news of the battle between the 7th Air Force and Lieutenant General Roxy more than a month ago, Hassan, who knew how amazing the command ability of the Morning Star was certain. He, the chess piece planted in the Allied forces by Colonel Jet, will become an isolated island with the demise of the Black Hawk Special Forces under the calculations of Morning Star and the defeat of General Dormammu, and he will completely lose contact with his superiors. During this period, he even thought about abandoning his past and living the rest of his life as Hassan Gillis. After all, in the years since he came to the Kingdom of Victoria as a refugee, he had seen, through his role as a member of the Intelligence Department, the power of new devices as a result of the rapid development of the Allied magical technology. Hassan had already realized that with the Allied forces' terrifying research and development capabilities, the Empire, which had always been blinded by its past glory, was bound to be defeated. It's not like he hadn't thought about reminding the Empire. But unfortunately, the only person he had to contact was Colonel Jet. However, this colonel, who was born into the Slawford family, did not inherit the Slawford family's usual cunningness. Instead, he was an old-fashioned colonel who had a special liking for combat and assassination. I don't care at all about the magical technology he mentioned. Even though he reported it again and again, the other party's response was always to let him focus on obtaining military intelligence within the Allied forces and not waste his energy on such meaningless trivial matters. Hassan knew that this was a misjudgment caused by information asymmetry. Therefore, he did not blame the other party, but planned to take the risk to retrieve the corresponding magic technology design drawings to prove his judgment to Colonel Jet. But unfortunately, the Allied forces seemed to have taken precautions long ago. Even though he knew the guard layout of the Magic Technology Institute in advance, his team of agents were eventually arrested under the firepower of the secret guard forces inside the institute. In order to keep the secret, they had no choice but to choose to commit suicide by biting poison. This failed operation naturally aroused the vigilance of the Kingdom of Victoria, which began a large-scale search for agents. Even he was interrogated at the time, but fortunately he acted cautiously, and even though he was the one who ordered the operation to steal the data, he did not show up from beginning to end. Instead, he communicated through his own techniques, thus not revealing his identity. Under this influence, he has been very cautious in the past year, and even his contact with Colonel Jet has been very rare. He had thought that, with the end of the Walden front, he would be forced to take another path. But to his surprise, the Empire, which should have been defeated, miraculously won this time. What surprised him even more, and even made him unbelievable, was that the person who changed everything was the one he least wanted to remember. John Maslow. Hassan silently repeated the name in his mind, and his mind automatically recalled the other person's face that seemed to be made by a machine and was devoid of any emotion, as well as the other person's monstrous controllability. My heart couldn't help but tremble. But Hassan quickly collected his messy thoughts. He then sat on the sofa beside him under Will's complicated gaze, and then took the initiative to speak. I already know about your transfer order to Faken with the 5th Legion. The reason I showed up this time is because I was assigned by the higher-ups to give you mission instructions. The Empire needs you to lurk in the Allied 5th Army and try to obtain the tactical layout of Lieutenant General Morningstar. When needed, someone will take the initiative to contact you later. I understand. Do you have any other instructions? Will was silent for a long time before finally agreeing. He knew he had no choice. Now he can only hope that the Empire will not treat him as a disposable tool. That's all the instructions, but I would like to ask you about some other things. Colonel Will, do you have time? Hassan smiled slightly, then looked at the colonel in front of him with interest. According to what you said above, Colonel Will, it seems that you took the initiative to become an Imperial agent under the recommendation of Major John. Can you tell me how he convinced you to become an agent? I'm a little curious. Of course, it's okay if you don't want to talk. This is an exchange activity outside of the mission anyway, and I won't force you to do so. Hearing this, Will couldn't help but fall silent. But then he let out a long sigh and told John how he was ambushed and captured by John, and how he fell into the trap step by step under the other party's calculations, and finally had to become an Imperial agent. He thought that the other party would show a surprised expression after hearing his description. But what Will didn't expect was that after hearing his experience, the team leader Hassan in front of him fell into silence, and after a long time, he let out a long sigh. Then he said something that made him confused. It seems that he has changed a lot now compared to before. I have to say, Colonel Will, you are very lucky. It is indeed very lucky, so lucky that if you are not careful, your family may be destroyed. To be honest, if I had no choice, I would rather I had never met John Maslow. In this way, I wouldn't have to worry about it to this extent. Thinking back to the Maslow's quotations that he had hidden in the holy scriptures of the fiery Solari, Will couldn't help but smile bitterly in his heart. But on the surface, he still asked Hassan with a little curiosity. From what you said, it seems that Major John is very different from the past. Mr. Hassan, can you tell me more about it? It should be quite big. After all, if it was the man I knew, he would never be so lenient in developing you into a spy, especially when facing a prisoner who was originally an enemy. As if recalling some nightmare-like memories, Lieutenant Colonel Hassan, who was once called the Faceless Man by Colonel Jet because of his outstanding abilities as an agent and who rarely showed his true emotions to others. At this moment, he sincerely showed a far-fetched smile on his face, and then said something that made Will feel cold all over. If it's the John Maslow I remember, then there's a high probability that nearly 1,000 kinds of restrictions have been planted in your body right now. If you don't relieve them through specific techniques every day, you'll probably die suddenly the next day and turn into a pool of broken meat. After all, he is the undisputed leader among our class of students. He has achieved unprecedented full marks in both magic and practical courses. Add to that his manipulation skills that can be called monstrous, and his personality that is completely out of the human realm. If he still maintains his past personality, then it is normal for him to have the backup plans I just described. It's not like now, where you can talk to me so easily even though you only have one arm broken. So, Colonel Will, this is the fundamental reason why I say you are lucky. Do you understand? Hearing this, Will's pupils instantly constricted, and his hands and feet unconsciously felt a little cold. The moment he heard what Hassan had just described, his skin began to uncontrollably form goosebumps. My heart was filled with fear and dread. But after recalling the contents of the quotation, he couldn't help but feel a little unbelievable, and even questioned Hassan's description. Although he didn't want to admit that he had been attracted by the quotation and unconsciously identified with it. But in his opinion, let's not discuss the real purpose of John Maslow giving him this quotation. Since the other party can write such philosophical words, he does not look like the monster described by Hassan. The difference between before and after is almost like two different people. But is it really possible for a person to undergo such an extreme change in just a few years? Will was deeply puzzled by this, so after thinking about it, he still gritted his teeth and asked Hassan, whose expression had become a little sad for some reason. Captain Hassan, I wonder what kind of person is Major John in your mind? What kind of person? Huh? As if he had heard a funny joke, Hassan suddenly laughed uncontrollably under Will's puzzled gaze. After a long while, he calmed down and shook his head under Will's puzzled gaze. Colonel Will, your description of him is not quite appropriate. In my impression, John Maslow is not a being that can be called a human being. Because, thinking back to what he witnessed when he was studying in the academy, the man was provoked by a nosy student, but instead of getting angry, he just used a look to make the other person's eyes become dull in an instant. Then, under everyone's puzzled gaze, the perpetrator who had previously provoked him suddenly knelt on the ground and raised his hands to slap himself in the face. As the slapping sounds became louder and louder, the blood and teeth of the perpetrator continued to splatter. After seeing this scene, no matter how slow they were, everyone realized that something was wrong and wanted to step forward to stop it. But the perpetrator not only did not stop, but continued to torture himself regardless. It was as if he had lost his soul without knowing it. Without a sound or a trace, he became a puppet controlled by others and unable to act according to his own will. It was not until Principal Trotowski arrived with a livid face and ordered John Maslow to stop dominating that man. As John withdrew his gaze, the classmate, whose cheek was already swollen beyond recognition and whose wrist was fractured and twisted from too much impact, finally stopped moving completely. Then his eyes rolled back, and he fainted completely. John Maslow, who had committed this horrific act, just sat quietly in a chair from beginning to end, looking down at the scene with an expressionless face. It was as if a being above all mortals was looking down at an ant on the ground. His eyes were filled with chilling coldness. Although Principal Trotsky later issued a gag order to everyone present and prohibited everyone from disclosing the matter to outsiders. But there was a scene where John, like the most terrifying demon from hell, came to the world and wantonly controlled others with his terrifying power. But it became a nightmare that Hassan could never erase in his life. This is different from other people who fanatically worship John Maslow and even believe that he is the son of God. That day, Hassan understood the true meaning of the other person's eyes. I deeply understand that this guy is definitely not a savior who possesses supreme power, but an extremely evil demon. Therefore, even now, when he recalled that absurd scene that was difficult to describe in words, but he still couldn't help feeling the fear that almost froze his soul. So he took a deep breath, suppressed the chill in his heart, and then looked at Will in astonishment. With a bitter tone, he slowly spoke out the secret that had been hidden in his heart for a long time. That guy is an absolute monster. Yes, John Maslow. He is a real monster. Chapter 109, Reorganization and New Subordinates. Ichu, in the city of Crony, inside the Imperial Troop Station. After parting with Major Jet, John, who was following Dormammu's arrangements and counting the 1,000 new magic soldiers in the 1st Battalion with Major Code, sneezed for no reason. I suddenly felt a little puzzled, but feeling the concerned look from Major Code, he rubbed his nose awkwardly and apologized a little embarrassedly. I'm sorry, Major Cod. I may have caught a cold because I forgot to close the window when I went to bed last night. By the way, have you finished counting the number of people in the 1st Battalion? We have completed the inventory. The total number of newly recruited magic soldiers is 880. Including the 120 magic soldiers you previously commanded, there are exactly 1,000 people. The personnel of the logistics department and the distribution of supplies have also been arranged. I have put the combat records of the outstanding magic soldiers and the personal information of the other 5 officers of the 1st Battalion at the back. You can review them as a whole and see if they are suitable. Major Code reviewed the document in his hand and passed it to John only after confirming that it was correct. Just as John expected, among these 1,000 magic soldiers, there are only 32 people who can truly be called elite magic soldiers, and they all hold positions of varying degrees. In addition to John, the battalion commander and troop commander, the current organization of the 1st Battalion includes 1 captain for lieutenants, 15 second lieutenants, and 45 warrant officers. In order to enhance the combat capability of the troops, most of the newly incorporated magic soldiers and officers into the 1st Battalion were incorporated into the 1st Battalion according to the original squad organization. Therefore, the number of people in each magic soldier company and squad varied, and on average a squad had about 20 people. The captains of the 5 companies are 5 lieutenant officers or above, and the captains of the subsequent magic soldier squadrons and teams are appointed in descending order according to the rank of officers. In addition, Dormammu also arranged 7 large material transport vehicles and approximately 200 logistics personnel. John was equipped with supplies almost at the regimental level, with 3,000 high-energy magic stones used to release explosive magic alone. Even if John wanted all the magic soldiers in the 1st Battalion to release blasting magic at full strength, with such an extremely rich reserve of magic stones, it would be enough for all the magic soldiers in the 1st Battalion to release blasting magic at full strength 3 times. With this abundant reserve, we only need to get rid of the constraints of the allied anti-magic device. By then, even if John wanted to blow up the entire fucking bay, it would not be a problem. Obviously, Dormammu anticipated that John might be strangled by Doran when he was replenishing supplies later, so he made this arrangement. John carefully examined the list in his hand. He was originally a little worried, but after seeing such abundant supplies, he instantly felt much more at ease. He quietly examined the documents in his hand, wrote down the names of the 5 officers, and was about to go and meet them to see how they treated him. Finally, he remembered something and stopped in his tracks, then asked Major Code beside him. By the way, Major Cod, if I remember correctly with my current rank, I should be able to apply for another ground support force, right? In theory, it is possible, but according to the Empire's regulations, the number of this aid force cannot exceed 64. Otherwise, it will exceed the number of soldiers you can lead. If someone reports it to the Military Affairs Department, it will be very troublesome. Major Cod was not surprised by this, but smiled at John and added, Major General Jeter originally intended to dispatch an elite team from the Black Hawk Special Operations Force to provide you with assistance. The number of members has already been selected. They are all excellent soldiers with more than 10 combat experiences and can be incorporated into the 1st Battalion at any time. However, considering that you had previously recruited a special magician and some kingdom soldiers in Longyan territory, I thought you might have some plans for that magician, so I reserve a place for you in advance. Of course, if you don't need it, you can adjust it at any time. Everything is based on your opinion. I do need an extra spot. Thank you for your help, Major Cod. Hearing this, John no longer had any doubts in his heart, and he quickly thanked Major Code, who had outstanding professional skills. He couldn't just leave the SSR Siegfried in Longyan territory to eat dust. Moreover, both the other party and Leia were key to the perfect implementation of his plan, and neither of them could be missing. He had to bring the other person along no matter what. Everything is for the Empire. Besides, this is all we can do for you now. Looking at the young commander in front of him, Code had mixed feelings in his heart, but he swallowed the words that came to his lips, saluted him, and then sincerely blessed John. I sincerely wish you victory and safe return. May the glory of the Empire be with you, Major John. The glory of the Empire is with you, Major Cord. After returning the salute to Code, John did not stay, but went to the area where the new 1st Battalion was currently located under the other party's gaze. After simply summoning the newly recruited magic soldiers under his command and giving them a brief speech, John called the 5 new officers to the conference room of the hotel intending to get a preliminary understanding of the personalities of these 5 officers who would serve as his right-hand men in the future, and to take a look at their attitudes towards him before deciding whether to replace the personnel. After all, the upcoming Faken War does not allow him to be careless. If one of his subordinates turns out to be smart enough to go against him, then, let alone winning the war, it is unclear whether he can even survive. He had to ensure that the orders he issued could be carried out unconditionally by all companies of the 1st Battalion. Boom! Boom! Enter. Squeak. In the conference room, as the door was slowly pushed open, John saw 5 figures, 4 men and 1 woman. Immediately, the leading male captain, who had a sturdy figure, a resolute look, and a teardrop mole at the corner of his eye, saluted him and said in a deep voice, reporting to the battalion commander, the commander of the 1st Company of the 1st Battalion, Barnabo Gustav, and the commanders of the other 4 companies of the 1st Battalion, have come to report to you in accordance with the instructions of the regiment commander. May the glory of the Empire be with you. May the glory of the Empire be with you all. Please take your seats, Captain Barnabo, and the other 4 lieutenants as well. Yes, Captain. After hearing John's words, the others did not introduce themselves. Instead, they saluted and sat down at the conference table. However, the expressions on everyone's faces were different. Some looked worried, some looked nervous, and some were secretly looking at John curiously, but they were only looking at him with their peripheral vision from beginning to end. It can be seen that these 5 officers have different personalities, but this is normal. After all, these 5 people are elite magic soldiers like Wendy. In the eyes of ordinary people, they're all the strongest among the strong. Although they cannot be compared with the members of the protagonist group, they are indeed qualified to maintain their own personalities at this level. I just hope they won't be as weird as Wendy. After all, having such a stupid deputy is tiring enough. If there were another 5 pigs general, John couldn't imagine what kind of tragic life would be waiting for him in the future. What's more, it's impossible, or at least shouldn't be, for a person to be so unlucky, right? John suppressed his anxiety and uneasiness, organized his thoughts, and then turned his gaze to Captain Balnabo, who was sitting upright on his left and looked extremely reliable, with a glimmer of expectation in his eyes. Chapter 110. These 5 people are like a fish out of water. I have read your resumes before, and they're all very good. Therefore, I have great confidence in your abilities. The reason why I called you here this time is just to communicate with you in advance so that we can prepare for the subsequent missions. Regarding this fake and support mission, do you have any ideas? After a slight pause, John added, everyone can speak freely. This conversation is just a private chat. It will not be recorded, nor will it be included in the formal military operations meeting, so there's no need to be so nervous. Call. Looking at everyone who breathed a sigh of relief because of what he said, he had an inexplicable bad feeling in his heart. But John still gritted his teeth and turned his gaze to Barnabo on the left and said in a deep voice, Captain Barnabo, as the only captain among all the company commanders, why don't you tell us your opinion first? Reporting to the battalion commander, I personally think this will be a very difficult support mission. Seeing that he was called, Barnabo did not get nervous, but immediately stood up and expressed his opinion. To be honest, when I learned that I was transferred to the 1st Battalion by the Corps and was going to support Falcon Bay, my first thought was to buy myself a coffin in advance. After all, the intensity of the battle on the Falcon Gulf front can be understood by just asking a kid playing on the street in the Empire. What's more, under the cover of the dense rainforest of Falcon Bay, it is difficult for the magic soldiers blasting magic to accurately hit the enemy positions, and jungle warfare is what we are least good at. So to be honest, when I first heard that I was going to provide support, I was actually very reluctant about this mission. Very good. This analysis is well-reasoned and hits the nail on the head. I can only say that as expected of the only captain among the 5, Barnabo is truly something. Listening to the other party's analysis, John secretly praised him in his heart, but on the surface he still smiled and said to the other party, Well, what changed your opinion, Captain Barnabo? After saying this, John couldn't help but let a narcissistic smile appear on his face. He felt that the other party must have been attracted by his glorious record. Because of his reputation of defeating the Allied forces 3 times, he took the initiative to apply to join the 1st Battalion. After all, with his military rank and resume, he is fully qualified for the position of deputy to the battalion commander. How could he risk his life to join and be a mere company commander? Well, not bad, not bad. Barnabo, you old man still have good vision. It's the barrel of Chief Olaf's gun, Captain. Facing John's stiff face, as if he felt that what he said was not detailed enough, Barnabo added again with a blank expression. At that time, Commander Olaf gave me a death order, saying that I had to go with you no matter what, otherwise he would kill me on the spot. In order to live a few more days, I took the initiative to submit the application. The smile on John's face froze completely, and he seemed to have turned into a stone statue, standing there motionless. The atmosphere fell into silence, but was soon broken by an uncontrollable laugh. Puff! Following the sound, I saw Marta Ivanov, the only female officer among the 4 lieutenants. She had buried her head so low at some point, and her short golden hair fell down under gravity, covering her face and making it impossible to see her expression at the moment. But her red ears and the shaking of her shoulders clearly said it all silently. As if realizing that she had just laughed out loud, Martha quickly pinched her thighs and put on a painful expression, trying to find an excuse for her reckless behavior. Sorry, Captain, I suddenly have a stomachache, woo-ha. But in the end, after seeing John's face that was almost turning green, he couldn't help laughing out loud again. Idiot! Seemingly feeling a little speechless for having such a stupid funny girl. Next to Martha was a tall and thin lieutenant named Lenipo Anthony, who had a blonde slick-back hair but narrow and slender eyes, and with prominent cheekbones, he looked a little gloomy. He immediately stretched out his middle finger impatiently and pushed his glasses. Then he crossed his arms and taunted Martha, who was laughing foolishly. Upon hearing this, Martha immediately became unhappy and stopped smiling. She slammed the table and glared at Lenibo. Lenibo, who are you calling an idiot, you bastard? Whoever responds is scolding him. Is there a problem? You bastard, you want to die, don't you? I'm telling you, I've tolerated you for a long time. I haven't settled the score with you for stealing my credit last time. If you have the guts, come out and practice. You'll see if I can beat you or not. Idiots always think they are so self-righteous. You are the idiot. Your whole family is an idiot. It's over, it's over, it's over now. At the same time, Martha and Lenibo were arguing fiercely. In the corner of the conference table, a short young man with naturally curly brown hair, named Agoda Ragman, was hugging his knees with a pale face, trembling in his seat, looking at the quarreling Martha and the other person with fear. Looking at the fear that was almost overflowing in the other person's eyes, John had no doubt that if someone suddenly pulled the other person from behind, or made a face and screamed suddenly, this lieutenant, who looked extremely timid, might have fainted from fright on the spot. Seriously, how did this guy survive such a brutal battlefield when he was so cowardly? And what about the record in his resume of independently killing 1,631 Allied soldiers, occupying the enemy trenches alone, without supplies, and holding on for 3 days until the follow-up troops arrived? There is no such thing as the supervisory force helping people falsify their resumes, right? John could not help but fall into deep confusion and bewilderment. Martha, just go ahead and beat him up. I've been annoyed with that kid Lenibo for a long time. If you can beat him, I promise to buy you a drink later. Lenibo, you too, you're a man. How can you lose to a woman in terms of momentum? Anyway, you'll go to Faken to be a scapegoat in a few days. It doesn't matter if you die sooner or later. You have nothing to be afraid of. Just beat her up. It seemed that they were enjoying the fun. And finally the lieutenant named Miles, who had a beard, shifty eyes, and a filthy expression, started to add fuel to the fire. However, a pair of cunning eyes would glance at John, who was sitting in the first seat, from time to time. I don't know what kind of calculations he has in mind. So, did things really develop in the worst direction as I expected? Having these 5 people is like a fish out of water. Looking at the meeting room in front of him that was as noisy as a vegetable market, Major John, who could see everyone's true thoughts, couldn't help but sigh. But after noticing that Martha and Lenibo seemed to be really arguing and about to fight, he put away his depression and irritability, stood up suddenly, and slammed the conference table in front of him. Bang! That's enough. Shut up. As John's cold voice rang out from the conference room, everyone who was arguing or complaining stopped and turned their eyes to John. But before they could think about whether their plan of deliberately showing their ugliness in an attempt to be replaced would work, John's sneering voice slowly reached everyone's ears. Everyone, in your eyes, am I John Maslow, just a fool? I'm curious, How arrogant do you have to have the naive idea that if you just pretend to be stupid in front of me, you can cause my displeasure because of your character flaws and be screened out as inferior products, thus avoiding disappointment in this humiliating but effective way? Hearing this, the lieutenants whose thoughts were seen through immediately lowered their heads guiltily or played with their fingers awkwardly, and none of them dared to look John in the eye. After seeing everyone's reactions, John, whose inner guess was confirmed, became even angrier. He looked at the group of traitors in front of him with an angry smile. In his heart, he really wanted to point his finger at their noses and scold them for being spineless and afraid of death. But when he thought about how he was even worse off than them at the beginning because of his position, he gave up the idea of blaming everyone and instead let out a long sigh. Then, under everyone's surprised gaze, he calmly said, "Through your performance, I have seen your thoughts, but I will not blame you for it. After all, this mission to support Faken Bay is indeed somewhat difficult. No, difficult is not enough to describe the danger of this mission. After all, any normal person knows that this is undoubtedly a suicide mission. When faced with a mission that is almost certain to lead to your death, it is normal to resist it because of the fear of death. After all, no one wants to die, not even me. But I have reasons to win this war. Therefore, if I want to achieve this goal, I must ensure that the 5 captains under my command will absolutely obey my orders during the mission and will not have any doubts about my orders. They will lead the fearless magic soldiers of the Empire and take the lead in achieving the tasks I have assigned with absolute strength. These are the subordinates I need, not 5 people who have lost their dignity as Imperial soldiers in order to evade their mission." Facing the ashamed or ugly expressions of the crowd, John slowly pulled out 5 blank application forms from the file bag, threw them on the table in the silent gaze of the crowd, and then calmly said, "I don't need subordinates who pretend to obey but actually disobey, so I won't force you. Here are 5 application forms. If you have decided to withdraw, please write your names on them. 10 minutes later, I will write down the names of those who have withdrawn, cross them out of this mission, and select someone else to participate. You only have this one chance. It's up to you to decide whether to go or stay. I'm going to go out and smoke a cigarette. You guys can think about it carefully. I hope you won't make a decision that you will regret." After saying this, without paying attention to Barnabo's hesitant expression, John walked out of the meeting room without looking back under the gaze of everyone. Squeak. Chapter 111, Thinking and Decision. Lanebo, I told you long ago that your bad idea couldn't be hidden from our new battalion commander, but you still didn't believe me. Are you giving up now? After John left the meeting room, Miles immediately taunted Lanebo, who was looking grim, with a fake smile. "Who do you think this commander of the 3 destroyed alliance is? You have the nerve to show off your little tricks in front of him? Now you are embarrassed. Myers, shut up. What else have you done besides barking at the dog after every incident? Besides, weren't you the first one to agree to this? How dare you blame others?" Seeing that Miles was trying to pass the buck again, Martha immediately and mercilessly exposed this despicable guy. "Why should I be embarrassed? Anyway, this bad idea was not proposed by me, and please don't slander me. I have never agreed to this. I am an obedient soldier." Miles was not angry when Martha scolded him, but responded with a fake smile. "You?" Hearing this, Martha was immediately furious and was about to start cursing, but was interrupted by Lanebo, who was standing beside her. "Okay, stop arguing. Although something unexpected happened, didn't we achieve our goal in the end? So, let's talk about something practical first, such as whether or not to sign this application." Everyone suddenly became quiet, staring at the 5 application forms on the table, their facial expressions changing constantly, as if they were thinking. For them, this application form left by the unfortunate Captain John is either a lifeline to escape death or a trap full of malicious intent. To be honest, they were a little unsure. After all, John Maslow has recently become a hot figure in the 7th Legion because of his 3 defeats of the Allied forces. But in the final analysis, except for Captain Barnabo, who had some organizational relationship with the new battalion commander, the other 4 people present knew nothing about John Maslow. Therefore, it is difficult to tell what kind of personality this officer has. However, if the other party is the kind of petty person who will never let go of any grudge, then signing this application form will not be a hope for them to escape safely, but will instead become a shame more painful than death. After all, it's possible to pretend to be crazy and stupid in order to survive and successfully escape from the mission. Once John Maslow's manipulation spreads the news within the Third Army, there is no doubt that they will never be able to move up in their lifetime. Even if the other party was more vicious and secretly used the cameras that were passed over from the Kingdom of Victoria in the past 2 years, which used low-level magic stones as energy and could record scenes frame by frame, they could record their previous ugly behavior and hand it over to the supervisory forces. Then, after the trial by the military court, they will probably be directly charged with the crime of cowardice and will receive silver bracelets and a sentence of more than 50 years in prison. Perhaps thinking of the tragic consequences, cold sweat broke out on everyone's forehead. Captain Barnabo, weren't you in the same battalion as Major John? You should be very familiar with our major. What do you think about this? Miles wiped the sweat from his head nervously and looked at the silent Barnabo hopefully, trying to get some good news out of him. I don't know. To be honest, this is the second time I've seen him. The last time was at a celebration party hosted by the superior, and we just clinked glasses with each other out of courtesy. There was no other communication. Barnabo shook his head, and then seemed to remember what Battalion Commander Olaf had told him before he was transferred. Considering Captain John's amazing record and his performance today, after a moment of hesitation, he added, "But in my opinion, the commander's words just now should be sincere. If you don't want to stay in the 1st Battalion, you may be able to safely withdraw from this mission by signing your names." What do you mean by maybe? My dear Captain Barnabo, can't you just give me a definite answer? Miles was speechless. If Barnabo wasn't one level higher than him, and also better at fighting than him, he would have said some harsh words to the other party no matter what. Barnabo stopped talking. After giving Miles a cold glance, he folded his arms across his chest and fell asleep with his eyes closed. He didn't like dealing with hypocritical guys like Miles. But he also had no intention of praising or satirizing the Force choices. After all, if Captain Olaf hadn't forced him to come, as smart as he was, he would definitely not have taken the initiative to participate in such a nearly suicidal mission. As for what Battalion Commander Olaf said, if it were not for the rank restriction, he himself would have served under John Maslow, and this time there was no other choice but to give him this opportunity. He didn't believe it at all. After all, anyone with a discerning eye could see how rotten the situation was on Faken's front line. In this kind of battle situation, let alone John Maslow, who was a genius who defeated the Allied forces 3 times. Even if the legendary first generation of the Spear of the Empire came, he would only end up being defeated in front of the boundless Orc army and the countless naval fleets of the Allied forces. He now only hoped that after arriving in Faken, this new battalion commander, who was too young, would retreat after being hit by reality and not make wrong decisions that would cause more soldiers to die in vain. What should we do? Should we sign or not? Don't just stand there and watch. Give us an answer. Seeing that everyone was silent and just staring at the damn application form in a daze, Miles couldn't help scratching his head anxiously, and then he turned his gaze to someone who had recovered from his fear at some point. At this time, Lieutenant Iguodala was holding his chin with one hand, looking at everyone with a half-smile on his face. Then he suppressed his uneasiness and asked the person with the highest combat power among the 5 people, who also had the strangest personality. "Lieutenant Iguodala, what do you think?" That idiot fainted from fright. "I'm Meganira, Lieutenant Miles. I'll let it go this time, but I hope you don't make a mistake next time, or I'll be angry." Iganila smiled at Miles. His smile was bright and warm, but it was also combined with his eyes that were vaguely examining Miles' neck and the coldness that flashed in his eyes. When Miles saw this scene, he subconsciously felt his scalp tingling. You two share the same body. Even if I'm a god, I can't tell who is who. What a damn freak. Miles couldn't help cursing in his heart, but on the surface he smiled dryly and apologized. "Ahem, sorry, Lieutenant Iganilla. I'll be more careful next time. Also, do you think we should sign this application form or not?" "Why do you ask? Wasn't this already decided from the beginning? You don't really think you can get away with it just by signing this, do you?" Facing the surprised or puzzled looks of the crowd, Iganila stretched himself first, then leaned back on the back of the chair, touched his temple with his hand, and said to the crowd with a joking look, "You guys, before making the decision, didn't you ever think about why we would be the first group of people chosen to participate in this mission? In terms of ability, among all the captains of the 7th Legion, there are a few who are stronger than us, but there are many who are weaker than us. What's more, the strength of the ordinary magic soldiers currently recruited by the 1st Battalion is also this kind of elite warriors who are not the strongest, but mostly occupy the middle level or above in their respective military ranks. And the fact that the top brass made this arrangement already shows that the fundamental purpose of this mission is not to commit suicide, but rather a risky gamble, right? Since it is a bet, the stakes have already been decided in advance and will not change due to personal will. Although it is unclear what kind of trump card led the top management to make such a decision, with the wisdom of Grand Marshal Dormammu, he would definitely not make such a risky move before he is fully confident. Even Grand Marshal Dormammu recognizes this existence. Do you think your gaze can be more ruthless than Grand Marshal Dormammu's? So, whether it's the arrangement of the top leaders or the importance of this bet, it doesn't matter whether we sign this application form or not, and whether Captain John will really let us go. Because we can only be officers of the 1st Battalion and carry out operations unwaveringly under the command of Captain John. Only in this way can we have the greatest chance of surviving on the battlefield. Even getting unexpected merits, isn't it? Iganila spoke softly, not paying attention to the people who fell into deep thought because of his words, and he slowly stood up from the chair. Then he grabbed the 5 application forms in his hand and tore them to pieces in the silent gaze of everyone. Immediately, a ferocious and bloodthirsty smile appeared on his face, like a wild beast about to escape, and his tone was full of excitement and desire. So, fellow officers, give up those unrealistic and cowardly actions and pick up your courage as soldiers of the Empire. Under the leadership of Captain John Maslow, who is favored by the Marshal, we will bring true purgatory to those ignorant Allied forces. This is what we should really do. Chapter 1:12 Departure. John thought that after he did this, the other 4 people except Balnabo would sign the application form. After all, in order to avoid participating in the support mission, these 4 idiots even pretended to be stupid. It was obvious that they were scared by Fakin's support mission. Except for Barnabo, who was informed in advance by Olaf and knew that he could not escape, no one else should have received the implicit reminder from his superior. Therefore, it is normal to have hope of being able to extricate oneself under normal circumstances. But John knew the actual situation very well. Among the 1,000 magic soldiers assigned to him by Dormammu, only those below the rank of team leader could be slightly replaced. There are no replacements for magic soldiers above the rank of 2nd lieutenant. After all, Dormammu spent an entire night selecting these magic soldier officers, and they were already the maximum number of casualties that the 7th Air Force could accept. Unless these officers make serious mistakes or attack their superiors, there is basically no possibility of replacement. If John really wants to replace someone, the replacement may be less capable than the existing candidate. Therefore, even after discovering that these 5 people were as weird as Wendy, even though he lamented in his heart, he did not immediately turn his face away and leave. Instead, he used the application form to play such a retreat to advance trick to show the kindness of his superior. He had planned to wait until these 4 idiots signed their application forms, but they were ruthlessly rejected by their respective superiors. At that time, he would come forward and say that he had tried his best, but it was the command center that disagreed, thus placing himself in the same camp as everyone else. In order to win over the hearts of the people, so that these 5 idiots will listen to his command obediently after the mission begins, and work together to win this troublesome war. But he never expected that these 5 idiots seemed to have suddenly come to their senses. In the end, none of them signed. Instead, they took the initiative to find him and apologize to him for what had just happened. To be honest, this surprised John a little and made the follow-up measures he had prepared useless. But John could accept this result, although he didn't know what happened in the conference room after he left. But judging from the performance of the 5 people before and after, it was enough to prove that these 5 people did not seem to be as stupid as he expected. So he silently changed his evaluation of the 5 people to idiots in his mind, and then he accepted the apology of these fools. After exchanging a few polite words with a few people, he asked the newly recruited General Wu who to sort out the tactical arrangements of their respective companies. He would unify them later to facilitate subsequent combat command. After completing the psychological warfare with Admiral Wu Hu, John returned to his residence and made additions and modifications to the original economic development plan of Longyan territory. In the blink of an eye, 2 days passed by, and soon it was time for John to lead his troops and follow Conrad to the nearest port, board the ship, and set off for Fakin. However, after waking up, John did not gather the troops immediately, but walked to the stationing area of the former 14th Squad, now the 1st Battalion Guard Force. Next, He had to make pre-war arrangements for a special person here. So, if I understand correctly, you mean that from now on I'm free again? Inside the tent, after hearing John say that the 1st Battalion was about to go to Fakin to participate in a support mission and could not take their special prisoner with them, Serbia, who was wearing a red dress, did not even look at John and did not even pause to flip through the storybook. She spoke with a somewhat impatient tone. John Maslow, if you really have nothing to do now, you can go out on a date with that monster Leia, or take people back to Longyan territory to plant your land. Don't come here to play tricks on me. I'm already tired of staying in this damn tent every day and being watched by Leia. I really don't have time to play word games with you. Besides, what the hell is this fucking support mission? Why don't you tell a joke and say something more realistic? Do you really think I would treat you as a fool who is willing to die? Or do you think you feel accomplished by using such unfunny jokes to play tricks on a captive like me? Serbia sneered disdainfully. What the hell was this fucking Gulf support mission? Any idiot would know not to accept this kind of mission. So she didn't believe that this cunning guy in front of her would be stupid enough to accept this kind of mission that would almost lead to her death. Most likely he's just teasing her. Although I would like to say this is a joke. Unfortunately, it is indeed the truth. I am indeed leaving for Fakin, so I came here in advance to tell you about my subsequent arrangements for you. Marshal Dormammu originally proposed that I hand you over to Major General Jeter for custody. After all, your strength is beyond that of an ordinary person, and you did participate in the sniper plan organized by the Allied forces. Although you were stopped before causing any malicious incidents, there are still doubts about your position. Add to that your past that is difficult to mention, so it is understandable that Marshal Dormammu suggested that I arrange this for you. But I felt that this decision was somewhat inappropriate, so I rejected it. Looking at Serbia in front of him, he was frowning and flipping through the storybook quickly, as if he was trying to use it to dispel the boredom in his heart. John also had a headache. If it weren't for this support mission, he would have a great chance of developing this future Red Dragon God of War into his own person through continuous guidance. At that time, I can't say that the other party can become my helper, but at least I can maintain a good relationship. Unfortunately, the moment the order from the Military Affairs Department was issued, John knew that he had to part with this powerful teammate whom he had not had time to recruit. At this stage, through his actions in Longyan territory, he has only barely dispelled the other party's hostility. He was not sure whether he would be stabbed in the back during the mission when he took Serbia to Fakin. If only reality could be like games, where you could see the other person's favorability and loyalty, then he could still give it a try. If you act as a hero and save the beauty at the right time, you might even win more favor. But there are not so many ifs in the world. Just like his perfect plan was broken by various accidents, he could only accept it. John sighed silently in his heart, then turned to Serbia, who had put away the script at some point and was looking at him expressionlessly, and told her his subsequent arrangements. After thinking about it, I plan to let you stay in Longyan territory as a local government official, and help me implement the subsequent economic revitalization policy for Longyan territory together with Glenn. After all, you have a certain talent for governance, and the policies I left behind have been refined to a very detailed level. You only need to read them a few times to understand them. If nothing unexpected happens, you should be able to do this job. If you perform well enough in town governance, when I return, I can use this as a guarantee for you and apply to the Emperor for a pardon for you. This is a good choice for both you and me, isn't it? It's indeed a good choice, but the premise is that you can come back alive. But John Maslow, can you really come back alive from that damn war? Serbia stared at John calmly, his wine-red pupils filled with uncontrollable anger. At this moment, the scene she had seen recently in Longyan territory began to emerge in her mind. The long-lost smiles on the people's faces, the vitality and energy of people working hard for happiness, which she had never seen before, whether in the Empire, the Allies, or even in any country in the world. It would be a lie to say that Serbia was not moved by this. The other party's recent behavior also made her realize that the conversation in the tent that day was not just a lie made up to brainwash herself, but the other party really intends to do so. This is also the key reason why she has felt irritable and depressed in recent days. If John Maslow was a villain who deceived her with lies, then she could continue to be hostile to him on the grounds that he was a villain who oppressed the common people, and even look for an opportunity to try to kill him. But the fact that Longyan territory began to become better than ever under her governance proved that those were just her malicious speculations about John Maslow. It also made her doubt her own judgment, and she even began to face up to the question for the first time whether she really had to follow the other party as a bystander to witness the ending of the so-called game. But just when she was hesitating, John Maslow suddenly came over and told her that the other party was going to fake and to die. This sudden news not only made Serbia feel incredible, but also made them angry at being fooled. She should be angry because the other party had chosen her, a dangerous half-dragon, because they needed someone to observe the ending of the game and record it. But now, when she finally convinced herself to face up to this agreement, the other party, who was the one who proposed the proposal, was the first to break the agreement. And this behavior is undoubtedly a slap in her face, because she had unknowingly taken that damn agreement seriously. However, she still suppressed the anger in her heart and kept convincing herself that she couldn't stop the other party if he wanted to die. What's more, this guy was just an imperial dog. Why should she care about his life or death? It would be better to celebrate your freedom instead. Yes, since this idiot is about to die, without his restraint, I should indeed feel happy. However, no matter how Serbia persuaded her, when she saw the other person's figure, she couldn't help but feel the anger boiling in her chest. But she also knew that she had no right to question and had no reason to question the other party. So after taking a deep breath and suppressing the inexplicable anger in her heart, she stared at the other party and said, "It's fine for me to follow your instructions and be a political officer, but considering that you are unlikely to come back this time, I would like to ask you for the specific location of Mephisto Dragon in advance. As long as you tell me the location of this beast, I can promise you that I will not take the initiative to become an enemy of the Empire in the future. How do you think?" Mephisto is currently in a village called Gooseberry Village at the foot of the Astra Mountains in the Brown Kingdom. He is currently using the alias Tracy plant and is a barefoot doctor. When you arrive, just ask for Dr. Tracy and you'll be able to find him. Seeing that Serbia agreed, John did not refuse, but readily told the specific information of the other party's enemy. He thought that Serbia would be very happy to see his cooperation. But what surprised him was that after hearing the specific information about his enemy, the other party's face not only did not show excitement and relief of revenge, but became even uglier. It was as if she didn't want to hear his straightforward answer at all. This really surprised John and even puzzled him. Could it be that I said something wrong? But this is definitely the correct address for Mephisto's current residence. After all, he has been using this identity in the plot and has been living in seclusion for more than 20 years. It was not until he was caught by the protagonist that Mephisto, the genius yet crazy person in charge of the forbidden experiment research, was killed by the angry Serbia and completely disappeared from the world. So, there must be nothing wrong with the intelligence. But why did this woman's face become even uglier? Could it be that I'm having my period? John couldn't help but fall in a deep thought as he was thinking whether drinking more hot water would be effective in helping the half-dragon man relieve his emotions. Wendy's anxious voice rang out from the communication device beside her ear. "Captain, the team has assembled. It's time for us to set off. Major General Conrad saw that you haven't arrived yet and kept asking me where you are. I just used the toilet to put you off, but I don't think I can hold out for much longer. You should come back soon." "Got it. I'll be there right away." After replying to Wendy on the communication device, she looked at Serbia, whose face was as cold as ice for some reason, as if someone owed her $10,000. At this time, John no longer had the heart to think about the reason, but took a deep breath and said to the other party in a deep voice, "I've already told you the exact location of Mephisto. According to my intelligence, he won't be leaving in the short term, so you only need to check the location to confirm whether it's true or not. As for Longian territory, if you have any questions, you can ask Glenn. His talent in internal affairs is almost the same as mine, and I have already applied to Marshal Dormammu for the position of head of economic revitalization for him. As long as he doesn't do anything stupid, there shouldn't be any major problems with the subsequent development of Longian territory. Finally, Serbia, I sincerely hope that you will find your way to the future. Well, goodbye, if we ever have the chance to meet again in the future." After saying this, without checking the expression on Serbia's face, John, whose ears were constantly bombarded by Wendy's anxious urging, waved at the other party and quickly activated the magic bag behind him. Then, under Serbia's silent gaze, he quickly flew towards the direction where the troops were gathering in the distance. In the blink of an eye, with an imperceptible sigh, it completely disappeared at the end of the sky. Whoosh! Chapter 113. Positions can be changed, but beliefs cannot be shaken. Buzz. In the evening, As the military green Jeep slowly drove across the fields, a huge convoy of Jeeps and trucks drove towards the distant coastline with a cloud of yellow smoke. Bang! Sitting in the back seat of the Jeep in the middle of the convoy, John felt the bumps on his butt and his scalp tingled. He picked up the kerosene lighter he had borrowed from the Baron's mansion and lit a Redbird cigarette. Just as he was about to take a puff, he seemed to remember something. He turned his head to look at Major General Conrad, who was looking at him with a half-smile, and handed the cigarette box to him. "Would you like one, Major General Conrad?" "No, I usually only smoke cigars. I'm not interested in cigarettes." Conrad smiled and waved his hand to decline. Although he also knew that commanders like John mostly needed cigarettes to help the brain secrete dopamine when making decisions, thereby increasing brain activity and making better decisions. But he himself did not like this addiction. Even for cigars, he would only take a few puffs when he was socializing with his superiors. He always took a few sips and stopped at a glance. He was completely different from John and Dormammu, who were heavy smokers who felt uncomfortable if they didn't smoke for a day. However, after hearing what I said, John quietly put away his cigarette box and his expression became a little complicated. Realizing that his words and actions just now seemed a bit rude, Conrad thought for a moment and added, "If you're interested, Major John, I will send a few boxes to you later." "Thank you very much." John didn't say anything when he heard this, but thanked the other party with a fake smile. In fact, he had already cursed Conrad in his heart. Especially when I think about myself, who originally had 679, for 53D, I could have shown off to the other party in this way. But after he impulsively invested all his pension in the construction of Longyearling, he suddenly felt even more upset. Originally, he could easily rely on his pension to become a wealthy dog owner that everyone envied. By the time I retire, I could smoke a pack of cigarettes and throw them away one after another. However, he was misled by his damn kindness, and now he is reluctant to buy even better cigarettes and can only smoke the standard cigarettes issued by the army. After working hard for dozens of days, we are back to the time before liberation. The youth spirit of the new era has misled me. I hate it so much. John became more and more angry the more he thought about it, and he fiercely smoked the cheap 9C, a box of cigarettes rationed by the army in his hand, trying to make up for the loss of his pension by taking advantage of the army's benefits. As a result, the next second, he just happened to catch the Jeep driving over a slope. As a result, he was unable to completely expel the cigarette from his lungs when he exhaled, and he choked and started coughing repeatedly. Conrad burst out laughing when he saw this scene. However, he did not ridicule the young major. Instead, he took out a kettle from the locker in the carriage and handed it to him. After seeing the other party take a few gulps of wine to calm down and thank him, Conrad teased John. "It is because of this situation that I never do anything unnecessary in the car. It is easy to lose manners in front of the superiors. So, John, you must learn from this lesson. Major General Conrad is right. I'm sorry to have embarrassed you. I will be more careful next time." John returned the kettle with a sullen face, but felt Conrad's teasing look. Major John, feeling mocked, immediately put the blame on the vehicle itself. However, compared to this kind of emergency, I personally think it has more to do with the inhumane design concept of the vehicle. If the people in the vehicle R&D department can consider adding a shock absorption system when designing the vehicle, such as adding springs to reduce the bumps caused by the vehicle's driving, then when traveling on bad roads, it may bring a better riding experience. And this will also solve the problem of damaged goods due to the harsh ground environment during vehicle transportation. It can also solve the problem of motion sickness, right, Major General Conrad? Conrad, who wanted to laugh at John, was stunned when he heard this improvement idea. He then looked thoughtfully at the kettle in his hand, which was shaking violently due to the bumpy ride of the vehicle. I couldn't help but marvel at John's wild idea. At the same time, I felt that this young major was a talent and was indeed worthy of my help. However, he knew that a sudden show of goodwill would often arouse suspicion, so Conrad did not immediately tell John about his plans, but nodded seriously to John. "John, your suggestion is indeed good. I will report it to the Ministry of Military Industry on your behalf. If nothing goes wrong, there should be progress within a few days. The Ministry of Military Industry should send someone to communicate with you and ask for specific design theories. You can take some time to write down your ideas and mail them to the Ministry of Military Industry. After the Ministry of Military Industry tests it and it's feasible, I will help you apply for a patent, which should provide you with a nice extra income." In John's surprised eyes, Conrad seemed to remember something after saying this, and smiled apologetically at John. But considering your character of treating money as dirt, Major John, you probably won't be interested in this income. Otherwise, how about I donate the income for you later? Donate it? Donate shit. Who the hell said that I regard money as dirt? I clearly regard money as my life. Slander. This is absolutely slander against Major John. Who on earth came up with such ridiculous remarks? I will never reconcile with him. Hearing this, John was immediately furious. However, even though he was about to jump up and down in anxiety, in order to maintain his demeanor, he still coughed twice under Conrad's scrutiny and said, "Ahem, although I'm not really interested in money, I won't bother you, Major General Conrad, with this matter. I can arrange it myself. After all, you are very busy. How can you waste your time on such trivial matters?" That's right. Let's talk about it later. After all, the test of the Ministry of Military Industry will take some time. Then I thank you in advance, Major General Conrad. It's just a small favor. You're welcome. Looking at John, whose brows revealed unconcealed excitement and joy after hearing what he said, Conrad couldn't help but laugh and felt that this major was an amazing person. It's obvious that he can just throw away hundreds of thousands of dollars, but he ends up being as happy as a child for a reward of less than a few $1,000s. It's really hard to understand. Conrad pondered secretly in his heart, and at the same time, he became more determined in his previous thoughts. He immediately said to John in a deep voice, "Major John, considering the intense battle situation in Faken Bay and the fact that magic soldiers are not suitable for jungle warfare, I feel that I need to remind you of something. Of course, these suggestions of mine are just my personal opinions. You can treat them as casual conversation. If you're interested, you can refer to them appropriately. If you think there are any problems, just treat them as my mistakes and don't take them too seriously. Although the Second Army is undoubtedly a brave and fearless army of the Empire, due to the different combat experience of each regiment, there are some differences in the support they can provide to you. For example, the 3rd Independent Division, led by Lieutenant General Dolan, has good results in defensive battles, but lacks experience in jungle warfare and siege warfare. If it is an offensive mission, the support they can provide to you is very limited. In comparison, I personally think that the 3rd Infantry Regiment, adopting the Soviet organization, excluding the brigade level in the 1st Division of the 2nd Corps, led by Colonel Samuel Ivan Gordon, has rich experience in jungle warfare and siege warfare, and has a more courageous fighting style. If you need support in battle, he should be a good choice. Of course, the above is purely my personal opinion. It does not deny the combat capabilities of the other legions. Major John, you should understand, right? After saying this, Conrad gave John a meaningful look. John understood clearly after hearing this that the head of the 2nd Air Force Intelligence Department was hinting to him through these words that Colonel Samuel was a member of the force led by Lieutenant General Dolan and could be won over as a friendly target. At the same time, he also pointed out that the 3rd Independent Division was completely Lieutenant General Dolan's home team. After all, under normal circumstances, how could there be a division that had never fought in a siege battle and only had experience in defensive battles? Besides, ever since Parasite came to power, the Empire has been continuously expanding outward and has always been engaged in foreign wars. Under the terrifying suppression of the magic soldiers, there are very few defensive battles with serious casualties. However, the 3rd Independent Division has outstanding guarding experience. Isn't this almost like calling the other side a lazy unit? If they really got into trouble and asked for help from the other side, John had no doubt that the Independent 3rd Division would simply pretend to be deaf and dumb. After discovering that the enemy was attacking them, they might even run faster than him. However, compared with this information from the inside, what made John curious at this time was another point. Why would Conrad help him? John was very confused about this. As for why it is believed that this was Conrad's own arrangement rather than an order from the Ministry of Military Affairs, this can be judged from the other party's obscure remarks just now. If this was really a mission assigned by Wolf, the other party would never use such a troublesome way to remind me, but would explain it to me directly, or even say nothing and directly order me to meet up with Colonel Samuel after arriving in Faken. But the more this happened, the more confused John became, because he really couldn't understand why the other party did this. But after the other person finished speaking, he just smiled and looked at him without saying a word. He also understood that he would most likely not be able to get the specific reasons from this iron-blooded interrogator. So he had to suppress the doubts in his heart and turn to speak sincerely to the backstab king who had inexplicably helped him. I have received your suggestion. Thank you for your guidance, Major General Conrad. You're welcome. It's just a small favor. If Major John really wants to thank me, when you complete the mission of supporting Fakin and successfully return to the Empire, come to Alino and have a chat with me again. He paused slightly, looking at the 3 huge warships docked at the dock in front of him, listening to the warship's signal whistles and the salty and moist steam blowing in through the window. Conrad also realized that the time was coming when he would part with the interesting Major John. The smile on his face slowly faded, and he looked at the overly young Major John in front of him with an indescribable, complex look and spoke to him with a sigh. The time has come, John. You should set off. I sincerely hope that you can return to the Empire safely with honor. I will welcome you in Alino to complete our hastily concluded meeting last time. May the glory of the Empire be with you, Major John Maslow. May the glory of the Empire be with you. Squeak. In the back seat of the Jeep, through the front windshield, I silently watched John gather his troops to board the warship, and then his figure retreated towards the sea level amid the shrill whistle and the roar of the warship as it started. Conrad, sitting in the chair, was lost in thought. At this moment, all he could think about was the reply given by the Prime Minister 2 nights ago after he reported the matter concerning John Maslow to him. The conservatives don't need the reformers. The treatment of John Maslow remains the same. Conrad had expected this answer, but when he actually heard it, he couldn't help but feel it was ridiculous, especially when he thought that if John Maslow had not appeared, the person who would have carried out the mission of destroying the anti-magic device in the 7th Air Force would most likely have been his brother Jet. And based on his understanding of Jet, with his stubborn character and simple to the point of being stupid, he was afraid that it would be impossible for him to see through the traps set by the Morning Star. There is a high probability that you will suffer a crushing defeat in this mission, or even die in battle. He couldn't help but feel anger boiling in his heart. It's not that he couldn't accept his brother's death in battle, but what Conrad couldn't accept was that the other party died because of such a meaningless political struggle. What he couldn't accept was that the other party would die indirectly at his hands. This time, Prime Minister Wolf showed that he made a decision based on faction rather than personal ability when dealing with John Maslow. This made him feel unprecedentedly absurd. Although he joined the Conservative Party because of the family motto called balance that the Sleaford family has always adhered to. But after learning that Prime Minister Wolf, despite having an army of 120,000 magic soldiers under his command, still did not choose to usurp the throne, but never overstepped the line and firmly held the position of Prime Minister. He then realized that this Prime Minister, who was regarded by countless people as a thief, actually had unprecedented loyalty to the Empire. It was precisely because of the other party's belief that he could stick to his original intention in the face of power that he endured his brother's hostility and misunderstanding and the disappointment and contempt of his former friends. Always stick to the position of Prime Minister's minion. But after experiencing this incident, he gradually realized that he seemed to have misjudged the person. It is true that Prime Minister Wolf was able to resist the temptation of power, but he couldn't accept the other party's choice of going with the flow. He could accept clearing out the rubbish from the opposing faction in order to stabilize his camp. Anyway, these people are just a burden to the Empire. But he could not accept that a talent who was beneficial to the Empire could be killed just because of a different camp. This was definitely not the path he wanted to strive for. He didn't want to be the one who, for the sake of faction stability, would sacrifice one or more sinners who could become the hope of the Empire's future. Therefore, he actively violated the doctrine of balance that his father taught him to follow since he was a child. It went against the principles that a minion of the Prime Minister should have. It goes against the position I should have now. For the first time in this factional dispute that should not have happened, they turned against John Maslow, who was supposed to be the enemy. Positions can change, but beliefs must never be shaken. From the beginning to the end, his goal was to make the Empire great again. For this, he can sacrifice everything. Even if it means becoming an enemy of the Prime Minister whom he once regarded as a follower, he would not hesitate. Watching the setting sun gradually disappearing into the mountains in the distance, and listening to the subtle hum of cars running by his ears, Conrad, half leaning on his seat, his eyes became brighter and more determined in the gradually darkening night. Chapter 114 I'll just lick. The environment in Falcon Bay was worse than John had expected. After 15 days of boring sailing at sea, Major John finally arrived at the port of Golden Line territory, where the 2nd Legion is currently stationed at 12 noon. He was surrounded by a swarm of mosquitoes as soon as he landed and had a deep understanding of this, especially after feeling the high temperature that is prevalent in the tropical climate all year round, which caused me to be soaked in sweat without realizing it even though I didn't do much activity, and the shirt was like a piece of dog skin plaster stuck to my body, causing me discomfort. The wise and brave Major John was in a very bad mood. If he had known that this crappy place could be so hot in the spring, he would never have worn this stuffy, hot, and crappy uniform, even if he was beaten to death. Wouldn't it be better to change into a short-sleeved shirt? Why suffer this? This is simply lava hell. John sighed in his heart and wanted to call Wendy over to ask her to quickly tell Mia to contact the 2nd Legion to complete the subsequent reporting matters. Looking around the port, he found that the stupid Wendy had suddenly jumped up to the ice cream stand in the distance. At this moment, he was licking a popsicle with great delight, looking extremely happy. His face, which was not very good-looking to begin with, suddenly turned as dark as the bottom of a pot. Without thinking, he yelled at the subordinate who was only embarrassing him. "Wendy, you idiot, get back here right now." "Ah, yes, Captain." When Wendy heard John calling her, she didn't have time to think and quickly stuffed the popsicle in her mouth. Then she ran back happily with a bamboo basket in one hand. The man was carrying a lot of bags and looked like a street vendor, which made John's forehead throb. But before he could use his ruthless iron hand on this idiot who only knew how to eat, a popsicle was handed to him by the other party with both hands, and Wendy's voice full of stupidity rang out at the same time. "Captain, the weather is too hot. Come and have a popsicle to cool down. I just bought a mango-flavored one. It's delicious. Do you want to try it?" Looking at the orange-yellow popsicle in front of him and feeling the refreshing coolness, John swallowed back the curse that was about to come out of his mouth, and his throat rolled uncontrollably. But feeling the gazes of the officers behind him staring at him, Major John felt that, as the battalion commander, he had to maintain his dignity as a superior. Otherwise, the 5 idiots from Barnabo would definitely lead the way in laughing at him behind his back. Therefore, even though he was so hot that he wanted to grab the popsicle and put it in his mouth, John still suppressed the impulse and waved his hand at Wendy with a stiff face, saying with difficulty, "No, I'm not hot. You can eat it yourself." "Captain, don't you really want to try it? It's delicious. Only children would like to eat this kind of stuff. Lieutenant Wendy, you really have a childlike heart, haha." "So, Captain, you really don't want to eat it? I bought a lot of flavors, mango, orange, grape, and a rainbow flavor, but I spent a lot of effort to get someone to agree to make that for me. I plan to keep it as a treasure and eat it at night. With so many flavors mixed together, you can tell it will be delicious. Hee hee." "I said I won't eat it." "You idiot. Are you underestimating my self-control? Apologize to me now, right now." 10 minutes later, the Golden Lion arrived at the port. In a simple popsicle stand set up with a tent, the soldiers were ordered to find a cool place to rest and wait for instructions from above 10 minutes ago. At this time, Colonel John was sucking on a colorful rainbow popsicle under Wendy's resentful gaze and suddenly felt that his life had reached its peak. He never thought that human happiness could be so simple and could be satisfied with just a popsicle. Especially under the annoyed gaze of Wendy Pig, this kind of happiness makes people feel even more joyful. "Humph, who made you a stupid pig, covet me? Now you know the effect of being a higher-ranking official, right? Lieutenant Wendy, you actually dare to fight with a wise and brave Major John. I think you really don't know what the Black Hand is." John glanced at Wendy triumphantly, and after seeing that her little mouth was pouting so much that you could almost hang a bottle of oil on it, John did not feel guilty. Instead, he licked the colorful popsicle even harder under her angry gaze. He even used his tongue to massage the popsicle, while raising his eyebrows at Wendy in a nasty way. Wendy, who was originally hesitating whether to snatch back her own exclusive popsicle, stuffed it directly into her mouth and ate it, not giving the bastard captain a chance to continue to monopolize it. After seeing this disgusting scene, I was completely out of ideas and felt a little embarrassed at the same time, especially when he wanted to turn around and run away. His eyes met with the teasing eyes of the 5 newly recruited company commanders who were squatting in a corner not far away. They were supposed to be eating popsicles with the other soldiers under John's orders. Wendy, who had been aware of the embarrassing behavior of her battalion commander and had been seen by the 5 company commanders, immediately blushed like a monkey's butt. Fearing that her stupid captain would continue to embarrass herself, she quickly grabbed John's arm and pleaded in a low voice, "Captain, stop licking it. It's too embarrassing." Can I give you my rainbow popsicle? Really, please stop it. I beg you. No, I will lick it. Not only will I lick it, I will lick it in different ways. Seeing that Wendy finally admitted her mistake, John, who thought that she was scared, not only did not stop, but became even more proud. He finally realized that if he wanted Wendy to change her embarrassing habit, he had to punish her in front of her. Only in this way will this stupid pig know what the consequences will be if he provokes himself. Today, he is going to teach the other party a good lesson and let him understand the consequences of provoking the leader in the workplace. Oh my, this popsicle is so delicious. How can there be something so delicious in the world? I can't stop eating it. Ha ha ha. John spoke this in an unprecedentedly exaggerated tone, just as he was about to increase his intensity. This will allow Wendy to further experience how desperate it is to have her precious things snatched away in front of her, but she could do nothing about it and can only watch the victim being devoured by the other person. The next second, a weak voice suddenly came into John's ears. Well, Battalion Commander, the 2nd Army Corps, just sent back a message. Do you want to hear it now? John's triumphant laughter came to an abrupt end. He immediately turned his head with a stiff neck and saw that besides Mia, the communication soldier, who was looking at him nervously, the 5 newly recruited admirals were also hiding not far away and eavesdropping. Even Leia and Siegfried arrived at some point and were now standing at the entrance of the stall, looking at him with an expression that seemed to want to say something but was hesitant. Major John realized that his shameful behavior had been seen by everyone. He realized instantly that he was doomed. Chapter 1, 15 Dolan's Ambition. Buzz. In Faken Bay, the 2nd Army base of the Empire, the crazy Fang city of the Golden Line territory, the meeting hall of the city lord's castle. Lieutenant General Dolanbeat is a sturdy man with a blonde, slicked-back hair, wearing sunglasses, a cigar in his mouth, and a glass of red wine in his hand. At this moment, he was sitting on a rattan chair in the first seat, enjoying the cool breeze from the magic refrigerator beside him, while admiring the gorgeous dance of the group of orc slave girls in gauze in front of him, and the corners of his mouth rose uncontrollably. He sniffed the rich aroma of the Romanée red wine in his hand, which was specially supplied to the royal family of the Kingdom of France. Feeling the unique mellow taste of Baru cigars carefully made by the skilled cigar rollers in the Baru Kingdom on the other side, my heart is filled with joy. In fact, ever since he learned from his father, Marquis Beat and Minister of Foreign Affairs, 3 months ago, that he would be assigned to Faken, a place full of mosquitoes and lurking dangers. Dolan was resistant at first. After all, in the eyes of others, he is the majestic Lieutenant General Dolan who commands the Empire's 2nd Army. But he himself is very clear about his abilities and also understands how weak his position as Lieutenant General is. In fact, if it weren't for his father's relationship and the fact that Prime Minister Wolf needed an obedient puppet to check and balance Duke Mosiris, the army marshal, and prevent the ambitious Duke from having the idea of coveting the throne. No matter how hard he tried, he would never be able to sit in this position with his mediocre military talent. Although under the offensive of the 1st Army Corps of the Imperial Lanin War Zone, the Empire successfully captured the Golden Line territory in this land full of savage orcs, and has established a relatively safe stronghold in Faken. But Dolan knew very well how difficult the orcs of the Saga Kingdom were. After all, before him, his father, who was a 5-star general in the Imperial Army, had one leg chopped off by these damn orcs during the Empire's expansion war. With a combat capability severely damaged, he was forced to move from the military to politics, according to Prime Minister Wolf's arrangement, and became the Empire's foreign minister. Even his father, the Marquis, who was as brave as the ancestor of one of the 13 heroes, ended up in such a miserable state when facing the orcs. Dolan felt that if he, a good-for-nothing with a level of proficiency in the family techniques, but not even 1% of his father's strength, were to engage in a real fight with the orcs, he would be dead within 3 days. Therefore, when he first heard the transfer order, he almost cried and begged his father to lobby for a change of job. It was not until his father, who was annoyed by him, pointed out to him that the battle for Faken Bay was essentially just a game between the Prime Minister and the Duke of Austin. It was not important whether the Allied forces could be repelled and Faken occupied. He just needs to stay in Kwangya City with his troops and not commit suicide, and then wait for the destruction of the Third Navy. By then, he will lose control of the sea and be unable to withstand the artillery fire from the Allied naval forces. He can put all the blame on the Third Navy and return safely. Dolan reluctantly accepted the appointment and reluctantly brought the Second Army to this front 3 months ago. He thought that what was waiting for him would be the disgusting and harsh environment of Faken, and he was ready to lead his own troops to stay in crazy Fong City without leaving the rest of the families in the Second Army to fight the orcs to the death, and then he would sit back and wait for them to escape. But after arriving at Crazy Fong City and personally exploring the several mineral veins in the Golden Line territory, he used his most proficient knowledge of minerals and material science to confirm that the precious metal ores and mithril veins here had incredibly amazing reserves, and the quality of the raw stones was excellent, and that high-quality mithril and gold could be easily refined. Dolan felt that he had come to the right place this time. After all, it only took him 3 months to successfully obtain resources worth no less than 10 million D. But only less than 10% of these mineral veins have been mined in total. Although according to the interrogated Saga Kingdom tribal leader, the minerals in the Golden Line territory are only a small part of the many mineral resources in the Faken Bay. The mineral reserves with higher reserves are in the Blood Wolf territory west of the Faken Bay, where the reserves are at least 10 times that of the Golden Lion territory. But considering that the Blood Wolf territory contains the largest tribe of the Saga Kingdom, facing the group of monster orcs who master the ancient blood sacrifice technique, even if the old father in his youth comes, he will be in trouble. If he were to really fight, the Second Army would probably be wiped out. Consider also the true purpose of the Faken Gulf War. Therefore, after careful consideration, Dolan gave up the idea of allowing the Second Legion to expand outward. After all, money is good, but you also need to have a life, right? What's more, even if the mineral resources of the Golden Lion territory are not as good as those of the Blood Wolf territory, but in his calculations, if he could be given time to mine all the mineral veins in the Golden Lion territory and use his professional skills to have people refine the ores, then his profit from Faken this time will not be less than 100 million D, which is equivalent to 1/5 of all the savings of the Beat family. What does this mean? This means that Dolan Byatt will become the one who makes the greatest contribution to the Byatt family after the ancestor of one of the 13 heroes. He can even have his own exclusive statue. Even if he disappears due to the passage of time, he can still become an outstanding honorary ancestor of the Beata family and be admired and respected by the family's descendants day and night. Dolan could already imagine the scene where, after this shitty war was over, when he brought back those resources that were rich enough to rival a country to his family with his own troops, his father, who had always been indifferent to him, would be stunned by his excellent results. And the scene where all the tribesmen who once looked down on him would come to greet him with fawning faces so that they could get a share of his huge resources. My dear father, even if you are as smart as you are, I'm afraid you wouldn't have thought of this. I, a loser, could possibly one day achieve more brilliant achievements than you, but this is inevitable. After all, although I'm a mess in military affairs, when it comes to mining and food, I, Dolanbeat, am an expert among experts. Dolan shook the wine glass in his hand leisurely, with a wanton and ostentatious smile on his face. Although he hadn't drunk a sip of alcohol from beginning to end, he felt that he was a little tipsy now. However, just as he was about to wave away the group of orc dancers and set off for the Silverstone Mithril Mine to see the captured orc slaves mining day and night. What is the overall progress of the mining of the Mithril Mine? With the sound of footsteps, Adjutant Toby Bright came up to him and brought him a piece of news that made him frown. General, the 1st Mobile Mage Battalion of the 1st Regiment of the 1st Division of the 3rd Army of the Imperial Air Force has landed at the port of Golden Lion Territory at 12 o'clock in response to the mission support. After the leader, Major John Moslow, reported the situation via the radio, he is currently leading his troops to Crazy Fong City. If nothing unexpected happens, the other side should arrive in Crazy Fong City in half an hour. The adjutant, Lieutenant Colonel Toby, wiped the hot sweat from his head, then subconsciously glanced at the 12 scantily clad orc dancers beside him. He couldn't help but complain in his heart that his idiot superior was really having fun, doing so many things in one breath, and he was not afraid of dying on the orcs' bellies. But on the surface, he still respectfully asked the lieutenant general who was the shame of the Bate family. Considering that the other party was sent by the Imperial Military Affairs Department, I feel it is necessary to report to you, General. Do we need to take people out of the city to welcome this army later? Support troops? Or the 3rd Army? Oh, now I think about it, it seems to be true. More than 20 days ago, the Military Affairs Department seemed to have asked me to submit a request for assistance. In order to save appearances, I even sent people to fight the damn Orc Shadow Force. As a result, I lost a lot of troops. At first, Dolan was a little puzzled as to what those people in the Military Affairs Department were planning. But now it seems that he understands. Isn't this just a way to bleed the newly appointed Marshal of the Third Army in the name of support? After all, it is a household name that magic soldiers are not suitable for jungle warfare. I just don't know who the unlucky guy who was sent here to die this time is. After realizing what was going on, Dolan immediately shook his head secretly in his heart. But after pondering for a while, Dolan felt that although Dormammu was weak, he had the support of His Majesty William behind him. If he went too far, he would have a hard time explaining to the Emperor. Therefore, after careful consideration, he gave his order to his adjutant. Toby, take a few people to greet them later. Briefly explain the situation of Falcon to that lousy major who's leading the team. Then just find a random reason to throw these people to the front line and let them go directly to the battlefield. If the other party asks about me, just tell him that I'm leading the troops out to fight and am not in Crazy Fong City. Tell him not to look for me unless necessary. Also, I'm going to take the Guard Regiment to the Silverstone Mine later. We may have to stay there for a few more days. If there is any special situation in the Army, you can contact me directly by radio, or you can find Major General Tony of the 1st Division and let him handle it. After arranging the handling of the support force in a few words, Dolan immediately called his Guard Regiment and drove towards the direction of the Silverstone Mine with unprecedented anticipation and excitement, under Toby's contemptuous gaze. Less than half an hour after he left, accompanied by the yellow smoke produced by the movement of vehicles, the dusty 1st Battalion of mage soldiers finally arrived at the gate of Crazy Fong City. Squeak! Chapter 116, The Conservatives Are Not One Family. Is this the discipline of the 3rd Independent Division? Seeing is believing. This really broadens my horizons. At the gate of Crazy Tooth City, John, who led his troops to Crazy Tooth City, saw from afar that the soldiers who were supposed to be patrolling in the city were not patrolling honestly. Instead, they were sitting in the pavilion drinking and chatting. The whole person couldn't help but fall in a deep thought. Although John had already realized when Conrad reminded him that the discipline of Lieutenant General Dolan's direct troops would definitely be quite lax after having enjoyed good times for too long. But he never expected that the 3rd Independent Division would be so lax. Especially the 2 soldiers who were standing guard at the door, but looked distracted. Looking at the dazed expressions of the 2 people, John only used his magic eyes to analyze them briefly, and was able to conclude that the 2 people must have just finished flying leaves. Discipline is lax, the soldiers are drug addicts, and the commander has no military acumen. It's impossible for such a unit to have any combat effectiveness. No wonder Conrad hinted that he should not come to the Independent 3rd Division for help if the troops of the Independent 3rd Division were all at this level. Even if the other party really dared to come to support, John would not dare to turn his back to them. After all, who knows if these guys who are high on flying leaves will have hallucinations and mistake them for enemies and shoot them in the back. Now he could only hope that other troops of the 2nd Army would not be in such a bad state. Just as John sighed silently in his heart. Accompanied by the sound of footsteps coming from the front, soon a thin, middle-aged officer wearing a military cap came and stopped in front of him with several soldiers. You must be Major John Moslow, the commander of the 1st Magical Mobile Battalion of the 3rd Air Force Group. I am Lieutenant Colonel Toby Bright, the commander of the Guard Regiment of the 3rd Independent Division. According to Lieutenant General Dolan's instructions, I will be responsible for contacting the 1st Battalion regarding support for the Falcon Front. Toby looked at the black-haired young man in front of him, and just when he thought that after hearing what he said, the other party would salute him and then go directly to the battlefield according to his instructions. But the next second, the other party's reaction was beyond his expectations. I'm sorry, Lieutenant Colonel Toby. The mission I received is to come and join Lieutenant General Dolan and carry out a support mission based on the situation on Falcon's front. The mission does not include you, so I'm sorry that I can't follow your instructions. John replied expressionlessly. After arriving in Crazy Fong City and seeing the status of the Independent 3rd Division, he had concluded that this unit had no other value except being used as bait to attract the enemy. Therefore, he was too lazy to continue this face-saving project with the other party. What he needs most now is to maintain the independent action capability of his troops. Only in this way can he ensure that he will not be killed by the mission casually arranged by the idiot Dolan. As for the saying that disobeying the orders of superiors will be punished, don't forget that he is organized in the 3rd Air Force Group and does not belong to the Army branch at all. However, the Empire's troop management law clearly stipulates that operations between different arms can only be coordinated, and cross-arms command is not allowed. Not to mention that the Lieutenant Colonel Toby in front of him was 1 level higher than him. Even if Dolan, the commander-in-chief of the 2nd Army, came, John would still not give him face. Therefore, he didn't care about Toby's ugly expression at all, and immediately said in a cold voice, "Lieutenant Colonel Toby, according to the content of the support mission, I need to talk to Lieutenant General Dolan immediately and confirm the specific situation of the Faken front. Before meeting Lieutenant General Dolan, I will not accept any informal orders from anyone other than the 3rd Air Force Group Command. Please cooperate with my work. If you have any questions, you can report to my superiors. I believe Marshal Dormammu will definitely be happy to give you an answer." It seemed that he did not expect that this Air Force major who was sent here to die would be so brave and dare to confront him head-on, even though he was 1 rank lower than him. This feeling of being provoked instantly made Toby's face look a little ugly. He wanted to angrily scold the other party for disrespecting his superiors, but after looking into the other party's calm eyes, seeing the coldness hidden in those eyes, he took a deep breath and kept hypnotizing himself in his heart, telling himself not to bother with a dying man. It was not worth it. After barely suppressing the anger in his heart, Toby forced a smile on his face and responded, "Major John, it's not that I don't cooperate with you, but Lieutenant General Dolan just led his troops out to support the front line and is unable to return to talk to you. I am just following orders. Please don't embarrass me, okay? Please be careful with your words, Lieutenant Colonel Toby. I am just following the mission procedures. There is no such thing as embarrassment. Oh, sorry, I said something wrong. Please don't mind." Toby responded with a dry laugh, but he had already cursed the other person in his heart. But through John's performance, he has also realized that the young major in front of him does not seem to be as easy to fool as he expected, but is instead an extremely troublesome character. If the other party really insisted on meeting with the general, he would have no way to deal with him. He could only put him in Crazy Fong City and wait for Lieutenant General Dolan to find a way to resolve the issue. But the key point is this Air Force major, who used the mission as an excuse to intimidate his superior as soon as they met, really the kind of person who can stay quiet? In addition, if this major discovered and reported the fact that his superior had secretly mined and refined the Golden Line territories, or without telling other units of the 2nd Army, what would happen? Well, even if he thought with his butt, Toby knew it. Lieutenant General Dolan, who has always been greedy and avaricious, will definitely not let his incompetent adjutant have an easy time after losing a large amount of resources. Damn it, isn't this a fucking dead end? For a moment, Toby felt cold sweat pouring down his face, and he had never felt so helpless as he did now. Just as he was about to tell the troublesome Air Force major in front of him that he could ask someone to bring a radio so that the other party could talk to Lieutenant General Dolan. In this way, he planned to try to pass the trouble to the general and let Lieutenant Dolan make his own decision. The next second, John's voice slowly reached his ears. Of course, considering that Lieutenant General Dolan is away fighting, I can't force him to change his plan just because of the report, so there's no need to ask the general to bring his men back. How about Lieutenant Colonel Toby tell me the current battlefront layout of Faken Bay and the contact numbers of the radio stations of each division, so that I can decide the first support location based on the specific situation of the current battlefront? John looked at Toby expressionlessly. He didn't care whether Dolan was going to get corn cobs or really fight orcs. In fact, he never thought about meeting with Dolan to report on his work. After all, he knew very well what kind of person the other party was, and he also knew that even if he met the other party, the situation would be similar to the current one. It was all a face-saving project, and he would not be able to get any useful information at all. Instead of wasting time on the opponent, he might as well directly take Faken's current battle line distribution map. In this way, he can also take some initiative and prepare for the subsequent counterattack. And after his just showed power, as long as Lieutenant Colonel Toby was not a brainless idiot, the other party should accept his suggestion. The fact was just as John expected. After seeing him take the initiative to give in, Toby was stunned for a moment, and then quickly agreed. No problem, no problem. Major John, please wait a moment. I will bring the layout diagram and radio wavelength right away. You could decide the target to support yourself. As long as John Maslow, the troublesome major, is not allowed to stay in crazy Fang City, which will lead to the general's secret of making money without telling the military being discovered, let alone John just wanting the layout map, even if the other party asks for certain troop command rights. In Toby's opinion, the general should be able to agree. After all, soldiers are not as important as gold and mithril. What's more, except for their independent 3rd Division, which is composed of their own people, the rest of the troops are mostly formed by the families that follow Prime Minister Wolf. These people are not like the 1st Legion of the Rhine Military District. They are all soldiers led by Marquis Beata himself. It is hard to say whether they are his own people. Otherwise, General Dolan would not have deliberately concealed the matter of mineral mining. Isn't the purpose to prevent this matter from reaching the ears of Prime Minister Wolf, which would result in a large amount of resources being wasted? As for the conservatives being one family or something like that, haha, just listen to this bullshit. If the Castor family really treated the Beat family as their own, why did they promote the one from the Lart family to be the Minister of Defense, while his cousin, the Marquis of Beat, was only given a sinecure position as the Minister of Foreign Affairs? To put it bluntly, isn't it just a matter of closeness? Even on weekdays, Toby often heard General Dolan complain about Prime Minister Wolf being a good-for-nothing after getting drunk. But Toby could understand this. After all, the Beata family made so many sacrifices for the Conservative Party. Not only did they turn against Duke Mosiris, but in order to secure his seat as a Conservative Party member of Parliament, the Marquis even handed over the military power of the Rhine Military District. In the end, he only got the position of a puppet lieutenant general and an idle position as Foreign Minister. Toby only has a little real power, and he wouldn't be happy if this happened to him. However, he did not dare to get involved in the disputes between these bigwigs, nor was he qualified to do so. All he could do was to try to figure out Lieutenant General Dolan's thoughts, and then cater to him perfectly as his adjutant. In Toby's view, this scene was an opportunity for him to gain the appreciation of Lieutenant General Dolan. Thinking of this, Toby no longer hesitated, but nodded and bowed to John, and then quickly ordered someone to bring the layout map to the other party. Chapter 117, Iron Horse Mountain. Perhaps fearing that John would continue to cause trouble for him, Toby directly asked someone to fetch the latest battle line layout map from Lieutenant General Dolan's command post. The contents on it were marked in great detail. It not only includes the numbers of each unit and the orc troops involved in the battle, but also marks the corresponding terrain. It can be seen that although Dolan's military command ability is not very good, he is not bad in map drawing. There are currently 3 large battle lines in the Falcon Gulf, namely the Iron Horse Mountain in the north, the Tarzan Wetlands in the west, and the Kokobia Rainforest in the south. They were respectively in charge of the 1st, 2nd, and 4th Divisions, and their main targets were the Allied Saga War Zone, the 1st Orc Legion's 101 SD Division's Centaur tribe of the Morningstar clan, the 3rd Orc Legion's 109th Division's Lizardman tribe of the Black Swamp clan, the 4th Orc Legion's 112th Division's Lionman tribe of the Wildfang clan / 113th Division's Goblin tribe of the Darkmoon clan. The Golden Lion territory currently guarded by Dolan's 3rd Independent Division is the former territory of the Crazy Fawn clan. However, 3 months ago, under the powerful offensive of the 1st Army of the Rhine Military Region, the 4th Orc Corps responsible for guarding the Golden Lion territory was defeated and only the 112th Division was left. The Corps led the remaining troops back to the Kokobia Rainforest. They joined forces with the Darkmoon clan of the 113th Division of the 4th Legion, which was responsible for guarding the strait. That is why 2 orc troops appeared in the Kokobia Rainforest. After crossing the Kokobia Rainforest, you will reach the Crescent Strait, also known as the Otto Pass. Due to the unique topography of this strait, the land extending from the Otto continent not only divides the Kruno Ocean in the east and the Tracy Ocean in the west, but also becomes the junction between Otto and Morno, the origin of the orcs in the south. Looking down from a high place, it looks like a crescent moon, hence the name Crescent Moon Strait. In the plot, the subsequent naval fleets of the Allied forces will cross the Crescent Strait from the Tracy Ocean and head to the eastern part of the Falcon Gulf, engaging in a firefight with the 3rd Navy that is currently fighting the Crescent Fleet of the Saga Kingdom and completely destroying the 3rd Navy with an unprecedented crushing force. It can be said that if John wants to change the course of this war, he must take over both the Kokobia Rainforest and the Crescent Strait at the junction. But the key point is that after the 4th Orc Legion lost the Golden Lion territory, the Saga Kingdom asked for help from the main force of the Allied forces. If nothing unexpected happened, the Allied support forces should have landed from the Crescent Strait by now and even joined up with the 4th Orc Legion. In addition, the vegetation in the Kokobia rainforest is dense, making it difficult to identify whether there are anti-magic devices below. If you go there rashly, you will most likely fall into the Allied trap. Therefore, although John knew that the Crescent Strait was very important to this war, he felt that this front could be put aside for the time being, and he should give priority to solving the other 2 fronts and try to develop allies who could cooperate in the war or to gain some coordination rights of the army through other means, which was more important to him. Just as John frowned as he examined the battle line layout map, thinking about his next move, Toby's nervous voice interrupted his thoughts. Major John, you have obtained the distribution map and the radio wavelength. Do you think it is time for you to set off? As if he was afraid that his words would make the other party unhappy. Before John frowned and looked at him, Toby quickly forced a smile on his face and said, Well, Major John, please don't misunderstand me. I'm not rushing you. The main reason is that General Dolan is not here. I don't have the authority to arrange for you to settle in crazy Fong City. Of course, considering that your troops have just finished sailing at sea, they're indeed very tired now, and it is reasonable for them to rest. So if you really want to rest, then I can help you contact General Dolan and apply for the establishment of a temporary base outside crazy Fong City for everyone in the Magic Battalion 1 to rest. What do you think? After saying this, he looked at John nervously, waiting for his reply. To be honest, Toby didn't want to apply for any temporary residence for the other party at all. After all, if he left the other party outside to recuperate, Toby knew even with his toes that the other party would definitely cause trouble for him. But the Major's words and actions showed that he was not someone to be trifled with. So after careful consideration, he made this request. However, he was also prepared. When he asked someone to deliver food to the other party, he planned to send someone to deliver the local specialties to this group of people. After they have eaten the local specialties for a few days, they have all transformed into splatoons. Plus, after camping in the wild, they have experienced how fiercely those damn mosquitoes suck blood. He probably didn't need to chase them away, as they would have been unable to bear it and would have left on their own accord. Just as Toby was imagining the scene of the Magic Battalion 1 leaving with green faces, John's calm voice slowly reached his ears. No need. Although I would like to leave my men to rest for a while, considering the tense situation on the front line, I think it is better for us to support our allies as soon as possible. This way, we can complete our support mission and return to the Empire in advance. So, I will not stay here with my men. Also, Lieutenant Colonel Toby, when General Dolan returns, please give my regards to the General for me. After saying that, John slowly handed the layout map in his hand to Wendy, who was standing beside him, and then saluted her in front of Toby's ecstatic eyes. Bang! May the glory of the Empire be with you. With you all. After completing the handover ceremony, John led the 1st Battalion and drove directly away from crazy Fong City. However, after driving about 2 kilometers, John stopped the troops. He called his 5 newly recruited company commanders to hold an impromptu open-air meeting, briefly explained his ideas, and determined the support location for this time. However, after the meeting, he did not immediately drive the troops forward, but called Hawk, who was currently the deputy captain of the team in the guard. Then he handed the letter he had asked Dormammu for before leaving and ordered him. Sergeant Hawk, you will select 10 magic soldiers from the 1st Company, and then go east with Sergeant Mia to the Aken Sea to meet up with the 3rd Navy. In the name of Marshal Dormammu, you will deliver this secret letter to Marshal Bob Ariel. My request to you is that you must personally deliver this letter to Marshal Bob within 2 days. Can you do it? Yes, Captain. I will ensure that the mission is accomplished. Realizing that this letter might be related to the battalion commander's subsequent combat plan, Hawk's face immediately became serious. He then wrapped the envelope tightly and put it in his inner pocket. After saluting John, he quickly called people to go and carry out the task. Along with the sound of magic power spraying, soon, the figures of Hawk and others disappeared at the end of the distant sky in John's sight. All necessary preparations have been made. I just hope nothing serious will go wrong. John murmured in his heart, slowly suppressing the uneasiness and tension in his heart. Then, facing the gazes of the people behind him, he reached out and adjusted the Imperial Army cap on his head. He then took a deep breath, waved his hand, and gave a solemn order to the people who were ready to go. Everyone, get ready to march. Target, time a mountain. Buzz. Chapter 118, My Plane. There are two reasons why John chose to march to Iron Horse Mountain. One reason is that this front line is under the responsibility of the 1st Division of the 2nd Army, and the Colonel Samuel that Conrad introduced to him is stationed on this front line. The second reason is that compared to the Tarzan wetlands in the west, the field of vision on the Taima Mountain front is relatively wide. Through the magic eyes of the scouts, it is possible to determine in advance whether the enemy ahead has prepared anti-magic devices and other air defense facilities. The difficulty of supporting is relatively easy. However, considering the Centaur tribe of the Morning Star clan, relying on the high mobility of the gas technique and the Fred armor developed by the Allies, they can withstand the bullet charge. The difficulty of this front is probably not that easy either. If he wanted to end this battle line quickly, unless he could lock onto the enemy's base camp in advance and use a surprise attack to destroy the 101 SD Division's headquarters, he could only use the Magic Soldier's air combat capabilities to advance slowly. Just as John was considering whether to take the risk and try to use a surprise attack, the next second, Wendy's reminder sounded in the communication device beside his ear. Battalion Commander, Sergeant Charlie just detected that there are traces of enemy troops 3 kilometers ahead, and they are suspected to be exchanging fire with our friendly forces. Do you want to go and provide support? Tap tap. Golden Lion territory, outside Huangsong Town, west of the Timashan front, my plane. Inside the trench command post, Samuel Ivan Gordon, the commander of the 3rd Infantry Regiment, looked extremely ugly as he watched through a telescope the ghostly enemy figures wandering around the battlefield and listened to the roars coming from his ears. He never thought that he, who is always known for his bravery in battle, would one day encounter such an unprecedented disadvantage in the ground battle that he was most proud of. But Samuel knew it wasn't his fault. But it was those monstrous centaurs from the Morning Star clan, which were truly beyond the capabilities of the 3rd Infantry Regiment. Armor that can resist armor-piercing bullets, combined with the high mobility brought by the Gale spell that can easily avoid the bombing range of magic cannons, and the terrifying archery that is accurate enough to hit the target within 500 meters and can easily defeat the soldier's steel body magic. There is no doubt that this is definitely a damn elite force. There is even a high probability that it is the 3rd Independent Regiment of the 101st Division, also known as the Wind Chaser Cavalry Regiment. But shouldn't this unit be being restricted by its own 3rd Armored Magic Artillery Regiment and 2nd Infantry Regiment in the Luoying Valley area 10 kilometers away from this front line? How come the other side appeared on the Mai Plain in Huangsong Town? And it also accurately locked the location of the 3rd Infantry Regiment? So the defenders of Luoying Valley were defeated by the enemy? But if they were really defeated, why haven't I received any news? Could it be that his 3rd Infantry Regiment had become an abandoned pawn? Thinking of this, Samuel immediately threw down the telescope in his hand, picked up the communication device, and called the Timashan front headquarters, but the only response he got was the dull beeping sound. At first he thought it was just a bad signal, but after patiently calling 5 or 6 times, no one answered. After realizing that his 3rd Infantry Regiment had been abandoned by the division headquarters, Samuel angrily smashed the communication device in his hand to pieces. Bang! Damn it! But before Samuel, with a gloomy face, could think about what to do next, his deputy came running over with an anxious look on his face and reported to him an extremely bad news. Report to the regiment commander, Trench number 1 has been captured, the 1st Battalion has been disconnected, and the enemy is heading towards Trench number 2 at a very fast speed. It is expected that they will reach Trench number 2 within 5 minutes. Have the Magic Cannon Battalion 3 set up their guns and immediately begin carpet bombing the front of Trench number 2. Also, notify the Infantry Battalion 2 to withdraw from Trench number 2 and reunite with the Magic Cannon Battalion 3 nearby. Once they have reunited, they will immediately move toward the central position together. Notify the 1st and 2nd Magic Artillery Battalions to prepare for a cover bombardment at location 324 and the Mortar Battalion to provide smokescreen cover at location 411. The Engineer Battalion will immediately set up magical mines and barricades inside and outside Trenches 2 and 3. Have them complete the installation within 10 minutes. After the troops have gathered, notify the entire army to evacuate the battlefield immediately. Yes, Captain. After realizing that the battle situation was completely irreversible, Samuel immediately issued a series of orders to his adjutant without hesitation. Without receiving any news, he was attacked by the enemy's elite troops. Unsure whether there were any enemy reinforcements around, Samuel's years of combat experience told him that continuing to defend this position would undoubtedly be waiting for death. Although he had been prepared to sacrifice himself for the Empire the moment he became an Imperial soldier, he would never allow himself to die from the mistakes of his friendly forces. Boom, boom, boom. As the order was given, a large amount of artillery fire began to echo throughout the front line. After observing through the telescope, he confirmed that the 3rd Artillery Battalion and the 2nd Infantry Battalion were slowly moving towards him from the large smoke screen under the cover of friendly forces. Samuel heaved a sigh of relief, but before he could ask his Deputy General about the mines and chevaux de frise, he suddenly felt the ground in the trench shaking. And the intensity is getting worse. But that direction was not the north that their trenches were facing, but the east. Not good. At this moment, as if realizing something, Samuel immediately picked up the telescope and looked towards the east, where the friendly forces should be. However, through the bright lens, what he saw was a scene that made him feel cold all over. They were a group of centaur cavalrymen wearing silver-gray armor, wearing Buddha-style helmets, and holding huge knight spears and heavy steel shields. Samuel remembered their designation, the Star-Chasing Cavalry Regiment of the Morningstar Clan. It is also the strongest cavalry regiment of the Morningstar Clan, bar none. According to Major General Tony's tactical arrangement, this corps should have been located at the foot of Taima Mountain and engaged in a fierce battle with its own magic armored regiment. But at this time, this cavalry regiment known as the Grey Death had arrived at the slope that should have been empty and was charging towards the direction of the 3rd Infantry Regiment. The heavy armor seemed to have no effect on the speed of these monsters, as their iron hooves, covered in iron armor and almost as thick as an adult's thigh, galloped along the slope. They almost turned into a flash of lightning. The ground shook as they galloped, and their uniform footsteps sounded like thunder. Under the radiance of the ritual that lit up like a curtain of light, this group of monsters. It was like it had turned into a sharp spear, attacking their unprepared flank with an indescribable might. It's over. Looking at the cavalry regiment galloping towards him, at this moment, Samuel's heart was filled with unprecedented bitterness. Just when he was about to grit his teeth and order everyone to prepare for the impact and be ready for hand-to-hand combat, the next second, a series of sharp sounds of wind suddenly reached his ears. At the same time, unprecedented strange changes were heard in the air. Magic power. Why is it starting to condense rapidly toward the sky? Moreover, why is this suffocating feeling so familiar? Samuel subconsciously raised his head and looked towards the distant sky. At this time, the white clouds were blown away by the strange magical wind, revealing the figure hidden inside that looked like dust when looking up. At this moment, deep red magical lights like purgatory began to shine in the sky. Immediately, in Samuel's incredulous gaze, like shining stars, the group of centaurs who had stopped charging at some point and were looking up at the sky in horror appeared below. Falling quietly, deep red beams of light sank into the ground where the enemy was, as if awakening the most terrifying existence beneath the ground. The ground suddenly cracked and hung in the air, and the terrifying light beam began to expand and spread at an unrecognizable speed. Then, there was a roar that was enough to make the soul tremble. Boom! The boiling lava and flames exploded and swept through the center of the 2 enemy cavalry regiments, completely devouring those figures in an instant. The shockwave brought about by the horrific explosion swept across the entire battlefield with indescribable power. Samuel was knocked to the ground almost instantly, and his ears were filled with an unprecedented buzzing sound. My thinking became stagnant, and it took a long time for me to fully recover. He climbed up from the ground somewhat awkwardly and slowly walked out of the trench, enduring the heat and sulfur smell in the air. But before he could pick up the telescope to check if there were any surviving enemies around, a gust of wind swept in, and then, in front of his dull eyes, he saw a black-haired young man wearing the uniform of an Imperial Air Force major and carrying a magic bag. He brought a dense group of magic soldiers and slowly landed in front of him from the air. Afterwards, the other party saluted him, and then smiled at him and said in the terrifying pit scene that looked like hell, Major John Maslow of the Imperial 3rd Air Force Group has led the Mobile Magic 1st Battalion to provide support in response to an order from the Imperial Military Affairs Department. May the glory of the Empire be with you, Colonel. Chapter 119. Defeat? Quite the opposite. So, Colonel Samuel, you mean that our army has been defeated on the Taima Mountain front, on the Mai Plain, outside the Imperial trenches. After learning from Samuel that the 1st Division Command had lost contact, John's excitement about accidentally saving the colonel's helper suddenly disappeared without a trace, and his brows were instantly furrowed. He originally thought that the current war situation should still remain a stalemate, but if it was really as Samuel said, then the development of the war situation would undoubtedly reach the worst situation. As a mid-level unit in the 2nd Army, if the Taimyshan front where the 1st Division is located is defeated, the Allied 101st Division can join forces with the Allied 7th Division, which will arrive soon or may have arrived earlier, to surround and destroy the remnants of the 1st Division. After that, they headed south and headed straight for Kwangya City. Given the poor defense capabilities of the independent 3rd Division, even if Dolan wanted to defend the city in order to avoid being court-martialed. But as far as John knew, the other party would at most just do as in the plot, relying on a large amount of military supplies and spending money to guard Crazy Tooth City for 23 days, and then would escape with their men due to a lack of artillery shells. Once Crazy Fong City falls, it will trigger a chain reaction, causing the 2nd Division in the west and the 4th Division in the south to be attacked from both sides and unable to cope with the enemy's encirclement, resulting in the Empire losing its land control over the Falcon Bay. This turned the Battle of Faken into the defeat that John was most familiar with. I'm not sure either, but it's very likely this. Otherwise, I can't imagine why the star-chasing cavalry regiment, which was supposed to be fighting against our army, would appear on our flank. Samuel smiled bitterly and looked at the magic soldiers flying in the air in the distance and guarding the surroundings. A complex look flashed in his eyes, and then he lit a Redbird cigarette and took a sip. But as if he remembered something, he quickly took out a stick and handed it to the young major of the 3rd Infantry Regiment who had just saved him, his tone full of gratitude. Major John, thank you for your support. If you hadn't come, I would have died here with the 3rd Regiment today. I owe you my life. If you need me in the future, please let me know. I will do my best to help you. Colonel Samuel, you don't have to be so polite. Supporting friendly forces is my mission. John took the cigarette handed to him, held the burning match in his hand, lit the cigarette, took a deep breath, and then exhaled slowly. Then he turned to look at Samuel beside him. Colonel Samuel, what are you going to do next? Things have come to this. Although I don't want to see this happen, I'm afraid I can only contact Lieutenant General Dolan and lead the army to Crazy Fong City. Samuel sighed, feeling annoyed. According to Major General Tony's tactical arrangement, he only needed to destroy the enemy's 2 ordinary cavalry regiments to ensure that the flank of the large force in Luoying Valley would not be attacked by the enemy. As a result, in addition to the 2 ordinary cavalry regiments, they also inexplicably faced an elite force of the enemy. Even when he was holding the front line, problems arose on the side of the large army that should have won, causing him to be attacked from both sides by the enemy. If John hadn't led the magic soldiers to descend from the sky and use explosive magic to kill all the enemies without them noticing, the 3rd Infantry Regiment would probably have all died in this hellhole. What a bastard. Samuel threw the cigarette, but at his feet viciously, and just as he took a deep breath and was about to invite this savior to return to Crazy Fong City with him, John's words made him freeze in his tracks. Colonel Samuel, instead of just running away in disgrace, don't you want to launch a counterattack against those damned enemy troops? Counterattack? How can we launch a counterattack when the fate of the main force is in danger? What's more, the blasting magic created such a big noise. As long as the Allied forces are not stupid, they will definitely activate the anti-magic device to deal with it immediately, right? In front of a large-scale spell barrier that can forcibly eliminate explosive magic, the magic soldiers are at most a group of flying mosquitoes and cannot cause any harm to the enemy. Samuel frowned and was about to persuade the Air Force major not to be impulsive, but the next second, John's voice instantly made his pupils shrink to the extreme. Of course, compared to the enemy forces that are already prepared for the attack and may even have activated their anti-magic devices and are ready to wipe out explosive magic at any time, I think we can set our goals a little further. Facing Samuel's shocked expression, John slowly dropped the cigarette in his hand, crushed it, and a smile slowly appeared on his face. His tone was very calm, but when Samuel heard it, he inexplicably felt a surge of excitement and enthusiasm that was enough to make him tremble. For example, at this moment when the enemy troops are all gathered in Luoying Valley and are busy encircling and suppressing the rest of the 1st Division, isn't Horseshoe City, located 30 kilometers behind Taima Mountain, a better choice for us? Looking at the high mountain in the distance, John's eyes were deep and cold, as if he had crossed the barrier of the mountain and saw the city, which was now unguarded. He also saw the scene of himself taking advantage of the opportunity, capturing the enemy, and forcing the enemy to withdraw. Defeat? No, quite the opposite. Because now is the best time for him to lead the magic soldiers to officially launch an attack on this battlefield. Thinking of this, John stopped hesitating and immediately gave an order to Samuel, who was in awe. Colonel Samuel, listen up. In the name of the Imperial Military Affairs Department support mission, I require you to assist the 1st Mobile Magic Battalion and march to Horseshoe City immediately. You must cooperate with the 1st Battalion to capture it within an hour. No mistakes. Yes, Major John. Samuel immediately saluted in response, looking at the Air Force Major in front of him with fanatical eyes. He had a premonition that the Taimyshan front, which should have been completely defeated due to the mistakes of the main force, might be about to see a turnaround. You mean Kenny died in the battle? An hour later, in Luoying Valley, on a battlefield filled with smoke, there was a Centaur Major General, Demon Morningstar, wearing silver-gray armor, with a long ponytail, handsome face, 3 meters tall, and a strong body. He was holding a giant sickle shining with a strange purple light in his hand, and had the totem of the Morningstar clan engraved on his chest. After hearing the news from his subordinates that the star-chasing independent regiment was wiped out by the sudden appearance of Imperial magic soldiers when they were flanking the Imperial troops that were resisting stubbornly, a hint of anger flashed in his eyes. But he quickly suppressed the anger caused by the news of his brother's death and turned his eyes to look coldly at the leader of the 1st Regiment of the 3rd Shadow Force, who was silent after hearing the news. He wore a hood and his face was covered by shadows, revealing only his dark gray chin. He said in a cold voice, "Colonel Galil, Dark Assassin, why did those damned magic soldiers of the Empire appear silently on this battlefield? This is different from the information provided by your Shadow Force. I need an explanation. Golden Lion territory is not within our jurisdiction. We only received the news from the undercover personnel 40 minutes ago. It was too late, even if we reported it at that time." Galil's voice was a little hoarse, and combined with his slender and shriveled body wrapped in gray bandages, he looked indescribably weird. It seemed that Galil also knew that the respected Major General was deeply angry because of his brother's death, so he did not provoke him anymore, but took the initiative to admit his fault. As far as the facts are concerned, this was indeed a mistake made by our Shadow Force. I will give you an explanation about this matter later. But for now, Major General Damon, please focus on the current battle situation. I don't need you, a filthy demon bastard, to remind me how to fight. Galil Darkthorn, have you forgotten your identity? Bang! Demon raised his horse's hoof viciously and stomped heavily on the ground beneath his feet, making a dull roar. The surging wind lifted the opponent's hood, revealing a face inside that was completely different from the orc's. It was gray-black in color and covered with a large number of strange and twisted runes. The eyes are as red as blood. The nose is replaced by a layer of gray membrane, and the ears are sharp and slender. An ugly face like a talking monster. Looking at the other's ugly face, Damon's eyes were immediately filled with disgust, and his long and powerful tail subconsciously swung because of irritation. He really couldn't understand why the current king would go against the opposition and re-employ these monsters who had betrayed the kingdom, and even personally bestowed them with so-called family names and tribal totems. Even though this group of disgusting monsters do have good abilities in assassination, there is no doubt that these monsters, which are full of evil in appearance, cannot be called orcs at all. Even the ugliest mud monsters among all the monsters in Morno Continent seem so amiable compared to these creatures flowing with filthy blood. Are these ugly monsters who have betrayed their oaths worthy of the name of orcs? It's disgusting. Crash! Facing Damon's undisguised look of disgust, Galil said nothing more. He just put his hood back on silently, revealing his chin that looked no different from that of an ordinary person, and then explained calmly, "I'm just reminding you to do what you should do, Major General. Also, if you don't continue the pursuit, the enemy will soon break through our encirclement. At present, I have ordered people to set up anti-magic devices around the area, and they can release the void barrier at any time to block the attack of the magic soldiers. But the shadow troops who are facing the Imperial 1st Division alone are now dying in battle for this victory. I need the support of the Morningstar clan, not the bloodline and appearance you blame me for. I think the Council of Elders would not want to hear that you caused serious losses to the Shadow Force because of your personal emotions. Damon said nothing, but stared coldly at the bastard in front of him. Just when he was about to suppress the emotions in his heart, and waved his hand to order the army to cooperate with the shadow troops to wipe out all the enemy forces in Time Mountain. The next second, accompanied by a burst of violent horse hoof sounds, Damon suddenly noticed that his deputy general suddenly ran over in panic for some reason. Before he could scold the other party for his impatience, he heard an unbelievable piece of news from the other party. "General, it's bad. Just 10 minutes ago, an Imperial army suddenly appeared outside of Horseshoe City and attacked the defenders of Horseshoe City. Our defenders were unable to resist the enemy's offensive, and Horseshoe City has now been completely lost." What? The map is included in this chapter. Interested readers could take a look. It is hand-drawn, laughs. Chapter 120, Breaking the City. As the junction of Morningstar territory and Golden Line territory, Horseshoe City was built on a hillside backed by a cliff. Because there was a huge river valley hundreds of meters deep below the north side of the city. Looking down from the Camel Hump Mountain in the distance, the whole city looked like a huge footprint made by a horse's hoof, and Horseshoe City got its name from this. With the advantages of this terrain condition and the tall city walls, the Horseshoe City, which only needs to guard the city gate, is easy to defend and difficult to attack no matter in which era. Although due to the development of the times, the emergence of firearms has had a certain impact on the wars in the previous cold weapon era. However, relying on the numerous techniques handed down by the Morningstar clan and the Allied forces' fried armor, this huge city filled with centaurs and its ironclad defense capabilities have not been eliminated by the times. In addition, most of the centaur soldiers in charge of guarding are extremely proficient in archery, and each of them can shoot an arrow through the target from 100 paces away, under that precise and deadly rain of arrows. It is hard to imagine how powerful one must be to break through this unbreakable wall. However, at this ordinary 3 o'clock in the afternoon, a team of centaur soldiers who had just completed their daily patrol, in accordance with the rotation order, had just completed the task handover with the soldiers on duty on the city wall and were about to complete their own guard mission. The next second, black shadows suddenly appeared behind the 50 centaur soldiers at the same time. Before they could react, a cold light flashed through the air, and then the 50 Imperial soldiers moved in unison. They all widened their eyes, covered their bleeding necks in disbelief, then staggered to the city wall, twitched a few times, and completely turned into corpses. However, compared with the clean and swift assassinations of the other soldiers in the assassination unit, Leia, who was dressed in a black Imperial uniform, split the target in half with one sword, turning the originally clean and tidy city wall into a hellish color in an instant. Leia Benneth, mission accomplished. However, Leia didn't care at all about her own assassination masterpiece and the silent gazes of the surrounding team members from beginning to end. As for why it wasn't done as cleanly and tidily as the other team members. No, why do you care so much about this form? It will alienate people's achievements. Do you understand? Anyway, the targets have been eliminated and there are no survivors. Then let me ask you, how come this is not considered an assassination? With this mentality, Leia ignored the complicated looks from everyone, turned on the communication device with an expressionless face, and reported the mission. Then he turned his head and looked at the jungle hundreds of meters away from the city wall. He felt that the magic power in the air was gathering and condensing towards that direction and becoming stronger and stronger. As if she remembered something, a hint of loss flashed across Leia's eyes. Although his own strength was obviously stronger and more suitable for breaking into the city, Major John still gave this task to the newcomer named Siegfried. Does this mean that Major John was not satisfied with his performance last time? In addition, ever since he was injured by releasing too much magic power, Major John would always come to talk to him when he was free and ask about his physical condition. Although he behaved a little strangely, and when he spoke it was as if there was phlegm stuck in his throat, which sounded weird. But it is also a concern for yourself after all. So, Major John didn't give the task of breaking the city to himself, but arranged for the newly joined magician to complete it because he couldn't master his abilities as perfectly as he did and would get injured in the battle. Is this a way to remind myself that only those who can truly master power are worthy of being called strong? That must be the case. Otherwise, why would Major John entrust such an important task to someone else? He actually thought of using such a tactful way to remind his subordinates to take their power more seriously. As expected, he is worthy of being the magical Major John. Leia, you have to learn well from Major John. Leia, who had been brainwashing herself in her heart, suddenly understood, and the original loss in her eyes was gradually replaced by determination. At the same time, just when Leia suddenly realized the true use of power outside the Horseshoe City, in the distant woods, John, who heard Leia's report, slowly put down the communication device in his hand. He then turned his head to look at Siegfried, who was standing in the middle of the jungle, holding a large maroon bough, closing his eyes and concentrating his magic power, and said in a deep voice, "Let's get started, Siegfried." Receive. Upon hearing John's order, Siegfried immediately opened his eyes. A gleam of brilliance flashed in his pupils, and then he pulled out a special giant iron arrow from his back without hesitation and slowly placed it on the bow. Pull the strings and gather the magic. Crash! As magic power gathered, a deep green light began to condense from his fingertips, and then quickly wrapped around the bow and arrow, finally forming misty air currents that continuously rushed outward, like a bird dancing in the wind. Under the influence of this airflow, Siegfried's hair began to float upwards involuntarily, and his pupils turned into an emerald green color like grass due to the stimulation of magic. Compared with the strange changes in his eyes, his arms looked extremely hideous at this moment. Centipede-like blue veins burst out from his arms and coiled around his muscles, twisting and twitching continuously due to the huge force they were bearing. But Siegfried did not release the bowstring immediately, but carefully felt the breath of the wind flowing in the air until he felt the sound of the wind stop, until the moment when all the green light in his eyes gathered at one point. He suddenly let go of the bowstring. Collapse! The sound of the bowstring exploding, along with a shrill whistle, resounded throughout the jungle. At the same time, the moment Siegfried released the bowstring, a huge arrow wrapped in a green storm flew through the air like lightning. 6 white gas clouds exploded in the air and became larger and more deadly as they flew. Finally, under the horrified gaze of the 2 centaur guards at the gate of Horseshoe City, the huge arrow hit the huge iron gate that was 10 meters high steadily. And at the moment of impact, the magic spell covering it was activated, causing an unprecedented explosion. Boom! The sharp explosion instantly alarmed all the orcs in the city, and they subconsciously looked towards the gate of Horseshoe City. But what caught their eyes was the shattered and collapsing of the huge city gate that had never changed in thousands of years of war. But before they could recover from this unbelievable scene, they were shocked to find that after the smoke at the city gate dissipated, soldiers dressed in dark green imperial uniforms began to rush towards them rapidly along the broken city wall gate like a swarm of terrifying bees. Immediately, he shot and killed the centaur soldiers in front who were trying to fight back with lightning speed. Bang! In the name of the Empire, Horseshoe City has been officially occupied by the Imperial Army. Everyone must immediately surrender. Anyone who violates the rules will be killed without mercy. Chapter 121, Windy Valley Road. Under the charge of the 3rd Infantry Regiment, John and his men quickly relied on their numerical advantage to easily capture the Horseshoe City, which had less than 800 defenders. After occupying the city, John arranged for Wendy to take people to imprison the centaur high-ranking officials of the City Lord's mansion in the dungeon. Then he asked someone to bring a map of the area around Horseshoe City to check it out. "Major John, what should we do next? Should we stay in the city and wait for friendly forces to arrive?" Inside the palace of the Lord of Horseshoe City, Samuel's face was filled with enthusiasm as he watched John frowning and thinking. He was so excited that he began to tremble uncontrollably. He had never imagined that the siege of a large city with a population of nearly 500,000 could be so easy. Under the arrangement of the young major in front of him, he did not even use the uplifting technique that he was proud of from beginning to end. He just took advantage of the broken city gate to lead the soldiers to charge. Then this city, which was like an iron fortress, was completely occupied by them. Except for 2 unlucky guys who were shot and wounded by a sneak attack from several centaur soldiers while they were killing the guards, no soldier died in this siege. In his 15 years in the army, he had never heard of such a record. Even a Morning Star, who has become famous among the Allies in recent years, has not been achieved by the other side. Even considering the series of chain reactions that would be triggered after the fall of Horseshoe City, this surprise attack, which completely reversed the overall situation of the Imperial Army on the Iron Horse Mountain front by raiding the enemy city, is enough to become a classic case in military teaching. It's like art. The more Samuel thought about it, the more amazed he became, and the look he gave John became more respectful than ever before. However, just when he was about to pat his chest and assure John that he would lead the 3rd Infantry Regiment to defend the city and would never let the enemy easily retake it, John's next words made him stunned in an instant. "No, we can't keep this city, and we have to leave as soon as possible." John shook his head. Unlike Samuel, who was excited about capturing the city, after looking at the tribal distribution map near Horseshoe City and the nearby terrain, he realized that he had to give up the city he had just acquired. Regardless of whether the Allied 7th Army has arrived at Morningstar territory, it may come to support at any time. The distance of less than 100 kilometers between Horseshoe City and another Starlight City was enough for him to abandon this city. Although taking over Horseshoe City can radiate to the entire Morningstar territory, it can even take over most of the control of the Akan Sea and provide protection for the rear of the 3rd Navy. But John knew very well that with his current strength, he could not resist the siege of the 101st Division and the 7th Army. He had already been mentally prepared for this and had made arrangements in advance long before marching into Horseshoe City. Before the march, he arranged for Barnabo to lead the 1st Demolition Company to garrison the Taishan front. And relying on the 1st Company's ability to carry out large-scale blasting, the enemy's troops were constantly active on the edge of the battlefield, giving the enemy the false message that the Empire's magic troops were still on the Iron Horse Mountain battlefield. And in this siege, he did not let the magic soldiers release any explosive magic. Instead, he broke the city gate through assassination and Siegfried's wild hunt power, and with the help of the attack of the 3rd Infantry Regiment, he captured this sparsely guarded city. This would make the enemy think that the troops participating in the battle were only a powerful Imperial Army unit, not a magic troop. After all, under the combat style of the 1st and 2nd Air Force groups of the Empire, the impression that the magic soldiers would blow up the entire city once they attacked it has been deeply imprinted in everyone's mind, and the magic soldiers have therefore gained the reputation of being a demon army. If the enemy knew that the troops in Horseshoe City in this battle were magic soldiers, they would most likely think that Horseshoe City had been blown up and would give up on defending. But if it were replaced by an ordinary army, then after the news of Horseshoe City being captured by the Empire spread, the Morningstar Clan army that was besieging the 1st Division in Iron Horse Mountain would most likely send troops to try to retake the city. This is what John really wants to see, because his goal from the beginning was not to capture this city, which might trap him to death and fail to completely reverse the situation on the Taishan front. It was the reinforcements that rushed over to defend the city. He had to rely on a surprise ambush to defeat the enemy's main force, then return to the Taishan front and raid the 101 SD Division's wide-open back, and cooperate with the re-energized 1st Division to completely defeat them. Only in this way can he truly capture Horseshoe City and deal with the Allied 7th Army that may have arrived at this time. In order to achieve this goal, he had to lead his troops to a place where reinforcements would definitely pass by, and that place was... John's eyes scanned the map of Horseshoe territory in front of him, and his mind kept deducing the possible routes that the enemy might take to defend. Countless roads began to emerge from his sight. A large number of routes began to overlap, and finally his eyes were firmly locked on one point. Then, under the gaze of Samuel, who seemed to understand something, John gently pressed his index finger on it. At the same time, he slowly opened his mouth and said, "Next, let's go to the Wind Valley Road." John's voice was very calm, without any emotion. But when Samuel heard it, he somehow felt an indescribable cold, murderous intent. Let Colonel Samuel, who had a record of killing thousands of enemy soldiers, was among the best in the 1st Division in terms of bravery, and had never known what fear was. At this moment, my entire spine felt inexplicably cold. It was as if the decision was made by the extremely young major in front of him, who seemed to have supernatural powers. The valley they passed by when they came was covered with fallen petals, and the scenery was extremely beautiful. It will soon turn into a terrifying purgatory filled with the souls of dead enemies. Tap tap. Accompanied by bursts of intense horse hoofbeats, on the vast plain, 2 Centaur Ranger regiments, with a total number of more than 4,000 people, well-equipped and swift, were galloping forward at a rapid speed. Leading the way, Dornan Morningstar, the commander of the 2nd Ranger Regiment of the 3rd Brigade of the 101st Division and holding the rank of colonel in the Allied forces, was running at the front of the road. At this moment, his handsome face with dreadlocks was filled with rage, and he was holding the giant sickle tightly in his hand. He wanted to rush to his own city as quickly as possible to rescue his family whose life or death was unknown, and lead the brave Ranger Regiment to slaughter the sneak-attacking enemy army to relieve his hatred. As the eldest son of the 3rd Chief of the Morningstar clan, he was deeply saddened by the news that his 3rd cousin Kenny had just been ambushed and killed by magic soldiers. But just now, he heard that his city was inexplicably attacked by a damn Imperial army and occupied by the enemy. After hearing the bad news, he immediately resigned from his eldest cousin and planned to lead his troops back to defend Horseshoe City. He thought that his eldest cousin, who was the commander of a division, would refuse, but after the other party learned from the Shadow Force that it was an army unit that raided Horseshoe City, and that the damn Imperial magic soldiers that ambushed his 3rd cousin Kenny were still active near Iron Horse Mountain and tried to rescue the defeated Imperial army. After some thought, the other party directly agreed to his request. They not only temporarily transferred more mobile cavalry from the rest of the troops to replenish the number of his cavalry regiment that had been damaged in the battle. In addition, the alien leader of the 3rd Regiment of the 2nd Brigade was dispatched with 4,200 troops to defend Horseshoe City with him, thus ensuring that he could recapture his own city from the enemy in one fell swoop. The thought that his father might have been killed by the enemy, and even his wife might have died under the attack of that despicable Imperial army, made him feel depressed. He felt the flames of anger rising in his chest, burning him to the point of almost losing his mind. Hurry up. Let everyone try their best, and make sure we reach Horseshoe City within 10 minutes. Charge! Dornan roared, his face as ferocious as a demon. The commander of the cavalry regiment who was cooperating in the battle frowned when he saw this, and wanted to remind the other party that even if they could reach Horseshoe City as soon as possible, if they continued to march so quickly, the soldiers would need some time to relieve their physical fatigue. But after his eyes met Dornan's bloodshot eyes, he gave up trying to persuade the colonel who was already blinded by anger. After all, according to the news brought by the Shadow Orcs, the Imperial army that raided Horseshoe City seemed to have only 1 infantry regiment, while their number was exactly twice that of the enemy. What's more, unlike the Centaur cavalry regiments of other clans, their 2 cavalry regiments are the elite troops of the 101st Division, and all members are equipped with fried armor. The ridiculous armor-piercing bullets of the Imperial army can't break their armored defense at all. Even if the soldiers' combat effectiveness declined due to the forced march, it was still something that an ordinary Imperial infantry regiment could handle. The only troublesome point is that after occupying the city, the enemy may install magic cannons on the city walls. Under the powerful bombardment, they will need to suffer some casualties before they can break through the enemy's defense. And after completing the battle for Horseshoe City, this time, he will be able to gain the gratitude of the son of the Lord of the city with a population of 500,000. From then on, he will be able to make further progress in the 101st Division. It is not impossible for him to even be bestowed with a title by the chieftain of the Morningstar clan. Therefore, even if he had to lose some of his own troops because of Dornan's emotions, he could accept it. But why do I always have a bad feeling? Am I thinking too much? The leader of the 3rd Regiment frowned and felt very confused. But after feeling the whistling wind around him and the strong fighting spirit emanating from the faces of the majestic cavalry regiment members behind him, he couldn't help but laugh at his own suspicion. Facing their unrivaled cavalry, how could the Empire's group of dwarfs, whose average height was less than 2 meters, possibly defeat them? Therefore, the outcome of this defensive battle was already determined the moment they set out. They would defeat those vile Imperial troops and take Horseshoe City back. Then they would rejoin the main force and, with a charge powerful enough to penetrate any defense in the world, kill all the Imperial troops who dare to set their sights on their land. Just like they dominated the entire world under the leadership of the great sage thousands of years ago. Buzz. However, just as the anxious Dornan was looking forward to it, and the captain of the 3rd Regiment was immersed in the past glory of the Saga Kingdom and couldn't extricate himself. The next second, they arrived at the Gale Valley Road. Just as they were about to pass through this terrain and reach the Horseshoe City not far ahead, They all suddenly realized that the magic power in the air was suddenly being quickly drawn away and quickly gathered in a certain direction. It was as if an invisible giant hand completely covered this world, and even the atmosphere became indescribably suffocating at this moment. This sudden change made everyone slow down their pace. What on earth is this? Dorian, the leader, also slowly stopped in this sudden change. He swung his horse's hooves uneasily. His brown eyebrows were furrowed, and his blue eyes were full of doubts. Then he used all his strength to carefully sense the flow of magic power, and subconsciously looked in that direction. And that position came from the black cloud above their heads. Wait, why are those black clouds glowing? Not good. At this moment, as if realizing what the black cloud was, Dorian, who was originally filled with anger, was suddenly filled with horror and was about to order the troops to evacuate immediately. The next second, countless dense red lights suddenly fell from the sky. Then, under Dorian's desperate gaze, the valley was completely covered. Immediately, his vision turned completely into darkness amidst countless collapsing lava and flames. Boom! Chapter 1:22 Despair and Counterattack. Damn it! Time a mountain, on the outskirts of Luoying Valley, a large number of soldiers were guarding the evacuation on a truck. After looking through the telescope at the Centaur Legion in the rear that was still holding on to its own troops, Major General Tony Layla, the commander of the 1st Division, had an ugly expression on his face, especially when he thought about the mobile armored magic artillery regiment he had originally set up, which relied on the light-penetrating magic cannons that the elite-level magic eye observers could use to predict the direction, effectively curb the enemy's mobility, and establish an outer defense with the help of the Steel Body Infantry Regiment. Finally, with the help of the Flame Corps who possessed flame magic, they created a large-scale flame barrier, and a locked-on fireball rain combined with the carpet bombing of the ordinary magic artillery regiment to form a perfect defense line. The Centaur Legion on the opposite side, which was still using simple techniques and the cold weapon fighting method that he completely despised, should have been eliminated by the times long ago. They should have been completely defeated under his targeted layout. But the result was completely opposite to his expectations. This unexpected change and failure filled Major General Tony's heart with anger and shame. He never expected that, just as he was fighting with the enemy again and was planning to deploy his originally planned tactical layout, he would deal some devastating blows from the new era to the group of useless orcs in front of him who had been eliminated by the times. That damn orc shadow army appeared out of nowhere inside his army, and with extremely fast assassination, it wiped out all the flame troops he had originally arranged. Even the armored magic artillery vehicle regiment had its tracks blown off by the inexplicable explosion, turning it into a lump of iron that could only stand there and shake its head. There was no preset flame barrier and the cover of fireballs in the sky. In this situation, the shells fired by the magic cannon had no way of playing any role at all against the group of centaurs who were moving as fast as the wind. So he was defeated as expected, and defeated miserably, except for the 3rd Infantry Regiment led by Samuel, which was abandoned to resist the enemy in the west. He even abandoned the armored magic artillery regiment that Lieutenant General Dolan had spent a lot of money to build. In order to lead his troops to evacuate the battlefield safely, he left the 3rd Artillery Regiment to cover their retreat and, at the same time, arranged a large number of suicide squad members to detonate explosives in an attempt to stop the enemy's pursuit. But even so, those damn centaur monsters still chased them relentlessly, and on their way of retreat, several teams of orc shadow troops would occasionally jump out and attack them. The Imperial troops were already less mobile than the centaurs, and their retreat speed was affected. The distance between us and the main enemy force, which we had finally opened up through a fierce battle with our friendly forces, was reduced again. At this time, they were about to be caught up by the enemy. At this time, even without using a telescope, Major General Tony could vaguely see the enemy's figure turned into a black dot. No, if this continues, the 1st Division will be eaten by the enemy sooner or later. We must think of a way. Major General Tony's face was pale, and he clenched his fists anxiously. At the same time, his brain was working rapidly, trying to find a way out of the situation. But the more he thought about it, the more desperate he felt. There is no other reason, because currently all the troops in the 1st Division are left with only 2 infantry regiments and 1 artillery regiment. The rest of the Special Operations Battalion and the 3rd Artillery Regiment had all been completely wiped out in the just-contained operation. If we continue to divide our troops to cover the retreat, we may not be able to cope with the enemy forces if we encounter them again on the evacuation route. In addition, during the evacuation, that damn orc shadow force always appeared like ghosts in the places they had to pass and constantly launched suicide attacks on them. In this situation, even if the current speed can be doubled, it is likely that we will not be able to shake off the pursuers behind us. These guys are definitely trying to drag down the 1st Division on purpose. Major General Tony felt bitter when he realized this. Looking at the orc army behind him that was chasing and besieging him, at this moment, he even had the idea of surrendering. But when I think about the orc troops of the Saga Kingdom, after winning the war, most of them had the custom of cutting off the heads of enemy generals and making bone bowls with their skulls to drink wine, thus showing their honor. So Major General Tony gave up the idea. Compared to surrendering and being killed, the Layla family was nailed to the pillar of shame of the Empire. He would rather die in battle. Of course, this was when he had absolutely no choice. If possible, he would rather live a good life. Damn it, signalman, why hasn't the independent 3rd Division responded yet? Inside the truck, Tony looked gloomily at the communications soldier in front of him who was operating the mobile radio with sweat all over his forehead, his tone full of anxiety and anger. Are you sure a signal got through? General, I'm sure I've sent it to the 3rd Independent Division, but for some reason, they haven't responded to us. Maybe something unexpected happened in Crazy Fong City. Bullshit. The enemy forces in Crazy Fong City had been eliminated long before we set out. No matter how stupid Dolan is, it is impossible for him to get into trouble on his own territory. Do you know whether you can send a message or not? Get out of here and let me do it. Tony seemed to not believe that his call for help would be ignored by his own incompetent lieutenant general. Without saying a word, he kicked the trembling communications soldier away and then did the operation himself. However, before he could get angry and plan to contact Dolan directly and ask him to bring troops to support him immediately, the next second, he suddenly felt a murderous intent emerging from behind him. As if realizing something, Major General Tony's pupils constricted immediately, and then he picked up the radio without hesitation and threw it towards the direction behind him. Crack! With a flash of cold light, the radio was instantly chopped into pieces. At the same time, in the carriage that was supposed to have only 2 people, there was a ripple like ink spreading, and out of nowhere there appeared a cloaked orc with a knife in his hand, whose body was so thin that it was almost weird. The orc from his shadow force seemed to have not expected that the enemy could dodge his sneak attack, and he paused slightly. However, at this moment, the battle-hardened Major General Tony seized the opportunity. He suddenly raised his hand and pointed his palm at the orc who had come behind him at some point. A white light suddenly flashed in his deep blue pupils, and a large number of dense magic runes began to emerge from the magic circle on his palm. Then, with Tony's roar, these runes quickly turned into a beam of light about half a meter thick, smashing hard at the orc assassin. Shock! Boom! Along with a dull explosion, the horrific impact instantly knocked the orc from the shadow force onto the carriage, crushing him into countless pieces of scarlet meat with irresistible force. But correspondingly, this impact also acted on this carriage, causing the truck, which was supposed to be running, to be overturned on the spot in an instant under the full force attack released by Major General Tony. The troops, which were originally marching, were forced to stop because of an accident with the commander's vehicle. Just as the commander of the guard regiment jumped out of the car and rushed over anxiously to check on Tony's condition, Major General Tony, covered in blood, climbed out of the overturned truck with a gloomy face. Just as he was suppressing his anger and preparing to board another truck, he continued to order the troops to continue evacuating. They saw a hillside only about 800 meters away, not far from where they should have evacuated. The enemy army that had arrived at some unknown time, led by the enemy commander Demon Morningstar, who was carrying a giant scythe that was 5 meters long and had a blade that was nearly 3 meters long, was dressed in silver-gray armor, and was followed by a centaur cavalry regiment of at least 1,000 people. Tony realized that the only way out for his troops was to escape, and that they had been surrounded by this group of damned Grey Grim Reapers with their terrifying mobility. A glimmer of despair suddenly flashed in his eyes, but soon this despair was replaced by ruthlessness. Without any hesitation, he immediately drew the rapier from his waist, raised his hand to wipe the blood off his face, and stared coldly at the damn orc in front of him. Even though they were 800 meters apart, he could still feel the mockery and disdain in the other person's eyes. It was as if the other party had never regarded him, the Major General, as a real opponent, but just a fragile toy that could be toyed with at will. When the other party got impatient, he could kill him completely in an instant by just raising his finger. How arrogant! If the armored magic artillery regiment had not been destroyed by those damn shadow troops, if we could have detected in advance that these damn monsters had sneaked in and killed them before they could take action, then it should be me who is showing this kind of smile. But it's too late to say anything now. All that was left for the 1st Division was a fight to the death. A battle to the death with no possibility of survival. Tony's heart was filled with sorrow and bitterness. But soon, he took a deep breath and turned to the communication device and gave an order. All troops, listen up. Immediately. However, before Tony gave the order to the troops to prepare for the encounter, he was surprised to find that dull artillery sounds suddenly came from the rear of the troops. Bang, bang, bang. He turned back with some confusion. And when he saw the familiar rain of magic cannon shells and the brilliant light bands it brought through the sky, his entire brain suddenly went into a state of shutdown. No, when will the Centaur Legion use magic cannons? And how come so many shells were fired at once? They are comparable to the 3rd Artillery Regiment that he is using to cover the rear. Wait, why is there something wrong with the landing point of this shell? Why does this arc seem to be falling towards the center of the Centaur army's most densely populated area? Looking at the strange rain of shells falling on the orc troops in the sky, Major General Tony was stunned where he stood. But before he could figure out what was going on, the next second, a voice of a young man who was extremely unfamiliar to him came from the communication device beside his ear. This is Major John Moslow of the 1st Mobile Magic Battalion. In response to a mission from the Imperial Military Affairs Department, I have led the 3rd Infantry Regiment of the 1st Division and the 3rd Magic Artillery Regiment to the rear of the enemy and launched an artillery bombardment on the enemy. After this bombing is over, I will lead my troops to charge the enemy behind you. Please all soldiers of the 1st Division prepare for battle immediately. The time for counterattack has come. In the name of the Empire, follow me and destroy these enemy forces. Boom, boom, boom. Chapter 123 Victory is in my hands. Ouch. I really like the battalion commander's sneak attack from behind. With this hail of shells, I'm afraid that at least 1,000 of the centaurs who didn't expect there were enemies behind them will be killed. TSK, TSK. At the Taima Mountain front, 800 meters above the rear of the 101st Division, Miles looked through his magic eyes at the Centaur Legion that had not reacted at all. Under the baptism of the magic cannon shells, the scene of people and horses being blown to pieces, he could not help but smack his lips repeatedly. Then he turned his head to look at Barnabo, who was loading the magic stone fragments into the standard magic gun with an expressionless face. His eyes rolled around, and then he said in a flattering tone, "However, this great victory was also thanks to your impromptu judgment, Captain Barnabo. After discovering that the main force of the enemy was pursuing them, leaving only 2 ordinary Centaur cavalry regiments to besiege them, you took the initiative to lead the troops to charge and save the 3rd Magic Artillery Regiment, which led to such a counterattack. As expected of a veteran soldier with 10 years' experience, your combat experience really puts me to shame. After the battle, you must give me some guidance so that I can learn from you." Learn? Miles, your fighting style is just to lead people to hide in a safe range and shoot from behind. What's the use even if you learn it? Do you dare to rush into the battlefield like Captain Barnabo? If you ask me, you should stop doing this useless thing. Instead of wasting your time flattering Captain Barnabo, you might as well save your energy and lead your sniper team to kill a few more enemy officers later. This will prevent you from performing poorly and becoming the target of criticism in the 1st Battalion during the battalion commander's meeting. Hearing this, Martha, who was floating on the side, immediately sneered with disdain. She still remembered how that bitch had fanned the flames and passed the buck during the last meeting, so she would never let him continue to fawn on her. What are you talking about? How can you call sniping a covert attack? Besides, instead of worrying about the poor performance of my sniper company, Lieutenant Martha, you should worry about yourself. Miles looked at the other person with a fake smile, not paying any attention to the other person's gloomy expression, and grinned and mocked. After all, the functional company you lead can only play a supporting role, right? Miles, do you want to die, you bastard? Oh, I'm so scared. I'm scared to death, boo-hoo. Shut up. You're disturbing me, idiots. In the clouds, Lenibo, who was using the magic eye to determine the enemy's specific coordinates and attack locations, was interrupted by the two people's quarreling. Without even turning his head, he roared at the two stupid teammates behind him, and then continued to use his magic eye to analyze how to reasonably allocate the attack locations of the explosive magic, so as to maximize the annihilation of the enemy with the least consumption before the enemy launched the magic device. Brother, I want to go home. I'm so scared. It's too high here. At one side, the short Iguodala, holding a magic gun, was curled up and shivering. He looked at the tiny ground below with a pale face, his eyes filled with fear, and at the same time, he kept muttering to himself, as if he was communicating with another existence in his body. As his eyes rolled back, his body fell uncontrollably. But just a moment later, his falling speed was forcibly interrupted, and his originally trembling body instantly returned to normal, and the fear on his face completely disappeared. Instead, there was an unprecedented bloodthirstiness and hideousness. His eyes were fixed on the battlefield below, which was constantly being baptized by artillery fire and turned into a bloody battlefield. His eyes were filled with unspeakable excitement and intoxication. But the tone was exceptionally peaceful and gentle. Don't worry, Iguodala. I will take you back. Be obedient and go to sleep. When you wake up, everything will be over. I promise you. Okay, brother. Ha. After feeling the other consciousness in his mind fall silent, Iguodala, who had completely mastered the control of his body, began to raise the corners of his mouth uncontrollably and kept emitting a low, hideous laugh that made people's scalps numb. Such a strange behavior made Miles and Martha, who were arguing on the side, subconsciously stop their dispute. After looking at each other, they simultaneously moved back a distance from the dangerous lieutenant who was about to turn into a fighting madman. After all, when Lieutenant Iguodala goes crazy, he won't care whether you are a friendly force or not. Although magic soldiers have a natural resistance to annihilation erosion, after being stabbed, they will not die on the spot like ordinary magicians, but they will have to stay in the hospital for at least a month before recovering. And it is precisely because of these multiple accidental injuries to friendly forces that this terrifying young man, whose military exploits and years of service were enough to make him a major long ago, is now only a lieutenant like them. It can be said that in the entire 1st Battalion, the other party is the one who should not be provoked except the battalion commander. The battalion commander just sent someone to deliver the news that the bombardment of the magic cannon will end in 1 minute. Everyone, it's time to prepare for battle. At this moment, Barnabo, who had completely finished charging his gun, slowly spoke. He stared at the people in front of him with different expressions and then told them the battle plan that John had just issued. Considering the position of our friendly forces and the fact that the enemy is equipped with anti-magic devices and can use the void spell to interrupt the blasting magic at any time, we only have one chance to blast. According to the battalion commander's request, all personnel are required to use level 3 low-cost demolition authority to destroy as many enemy forces as possible. After the enemy launches the spell, the 1st, 4th, and 5th companies will switch from the main attack to the auxiliary attack. The main attack team will be Lieutenant Iguodala's Assault Company and Lieutenant Miles's Sniper Company, which are not affected by the Void Spell. Also, Lieutenant Lanibo, have you completed the statistics? Completed. Martha, start the telepathy ritual. In the clouds, Lanibo slowly withdrew from the observation of the magic eye, took a deep breath, and spoke in a deep voice to Martha beside him. Buzz. Hearing this, Martha no longer hesitated and immediately launched the large-scale telepathic enhancement that she was proud of. After connecting with Lanibo's mind, she copied the 3-dimensional map that the other party had drawn in his mind, as well as the blasting coordinates that each company member needed to carry out marked on it. He once again strengthened the output of the spell and transmitted the blasting locations that each magic soldier needed to complete to the minds of every member. At the same time, in the vision of all the magic soldiers hiding in the clouds and ready to go, a map and the detailed coordinates of where they needed to go to carry out the blasting appeared at the same time. After receiving his combat mission, Barnabo turned his head and looked at the 3rd Magic Artillery Regiment of his own position on the ground. Through the magic eye, he saw that the continuous bombardment had almost destroyed the barrel, and the shells were almost used up. Knowing that the ground assault was about to begin, Barnabo didn't waste any more words. He immediately pulled the bolt of the magic gun under the gaze of everyone, and then turned his gaze to the enemy troops in front of him who were in chaos in the rain of shells and had not yet reacted. A cold light suddenly flashed in his resolute eyes. His tone was very calm, but it gave people an inexplicable murderous intent. It's time to attack everyone. Whoosh whoosh. Here we go. At the same time, in the temporary base of the Imperial forces in the rear, the collective members of the 1st Battalion watched as, under their arrangement, the light of destruction descended from the sky, turning the distant battlefield into a death purgatory. John stood in the temporary base with his arms folded across his chest, but his expression did not change at all, but is as calm as dead water. He knew that after this battle, he would become the most hated executioner of the Morning Star clan and would be regarded as a devil by countless orcs. But he was already prepared for this. Although his initial goal was just to become an ordinary wealthy man, perhaps because of his occasional kindness, he could become a philanthropist praised by many people. I never thought that I would become an executioner who caused countless families to be broken up. But the development of fate has forced him to reach this point today. Although it is a bit regrettable, it is just like he said before. Since it has already happened, there is no point in regretting it. He can only accept it. Then, do your best to move forward unswervingly in order to realize the ideal of peace that you are too embarrassed to say out loud, and that even you yourself feel like a joke at this moment. Even if it requires the kind of war he hates the most to achieve it. To achieve that goal, he needs to win the war. Only by continuous victory can he clear away all enemies who try to hinder him, and have more possibilities to change the world. As for him who had controlled tens of thousands of wars in the game, and who had received an education that was ahead of his time in his previous life, from a moment you make up your mind to take action. The outcome of this war has already been determined, because victory has already been firmly grasped in my hands. Looking at the battlefield ahead that was like purgatory, John slowly stopped tapping his index finger and stopped the timing. Then, facing the enthusiastic gazes of Samuel, Leia, and others who were looking at him, as if they were looking at a god, he whispered an order to the people who were ready to go. All troops, listen up. Attack immediately. Goal: annihilate all the enemy forces. Yes, Major John. Current configuration information of Magic 1st Battalion. 1st Company, Demolition Company, Barnabo Gustav, Captain. Features: master the blasting magic to the extreme. Large-scale bombing. Building destruction ability is raised to the extreme. Each company magic soldier can destroy everything within 3 kilometers, which is 3 times the blasting ability of ordinary magic soldiers. Under the extreme casting, the magic soldier can complete 10 kilometers of ground blasting, but the price is death. 2nd Company, Assault Company, Igoda Rajalman / Igoni Rajalman, Lieutenant. Features: high-speed mobility, medium-range slashing, range attack, less damage to terrain, less consumption, strong flat combat capability. 3rd Company, Sniper Company, Miles Carrot, Lieutenant. Features: master the magic eye, targeted strikes, abandons large-scale bombing, strengthens the melting ray ability of blasting magic, consumes less magic stone, and also masters blasting techniques. 4th Company, Reconnaissance Company, Lanipo Anthony, Lieutenant. Features: special magic eye, can quickly mark the location and calculate the specific coordinates, make tactical allocations, general blasting ability. 5th Company, Functional Company, Marta Ivanov, Lieutenant. Terrain transformation, large-scale mind strengthening ability, can present the map in the field of vision of up to 1,500 magic soldiers in real time, cooperate with the magic eye mark to complete small-scale combat. The team's blasting ability is average, and the multi-functional techniques are fully mastered. Chapter 1, 24 Defeat and Evacuation. Damn, why would there be an Imperial magic artillery unit behind the main force? And when did those damn magic soldiers arrive at the battlefield? Why would the damn Empire send magic soldiers to this battlefield where magic soldiers have no combat advantage at all, and send nearly 1,000 of them at once? In the southern part of the Taimashan front, the army in front was bombarded by artillery shells and explosive magic, and more than half of its own soldiers were killed or wounded in an instant. Even if they survived, they either had broken limbs or their armor was torn. Damon was so angry that he almost bit his teeth off. The anger and sorrow accumulated in his chest almost made him vomit blood on the spot. His hands, which he used to be proud of and full of strength, now began to tremble uncontrollably under the influence of emotions. But Damon knew that in addition to anger, this emotion was more of fear. The uncontrollable fear from the depths of the soul about the explosive magic that could devour lives in an instant with unprecedented terror. I have always been known as the bravest person in the Morningstar clan, but now I am afraid of a group of humans. What a joke. What a jerk. Major General Damon, we need to evacuate as soon as possible. Before Damon could get over his anger and annoyance, Gallo, who had arrived at some point, reminded him in a deep voice. Under the enemy's sneak attack and blast magic, more than half of our troops have been damaged. In addition, the Imperial Army's 1st Division has also begun to counterattack. We can no longer turn the tide of the battle. Major General, you mean to ask me to abandon those soldiers and flee back to Morningstar territory as a coward and a loser? Damon's eyes were bloodshot, and he looked down at the weak and dirty demon orc in front of him with unprecedented anger, his voice almost roaring. Gallo Darkthorn, how dare you insult me with your lowly status and your dishonorless behavior? Major General Damon, if you insist on thinking so, then my answer is yes. Gallo did not flinch. His blood-red eyes looked up at the Major General who was glaring at him. His gaze was calm, but full of determination. In my opinion, this defeat was caused by your mistakes, your arrogance, and your personal emotions that should not have been shown. This is why everything happened. As a sinner, you deserve this kind of humiliation, don't you? Gallo looked expressionlessly at the Centaur Major General, whose chest was rising and falling violently, and whose mouth and nose were spewing streams of burning steam out of rage. His tone was cold and contemptuous. What's more, instead of questioning my words and actions, I personally think that Major General Damon should express gratitude to a demon descendant like me. After all, if I hadn't used the void spell in time to cover you and everyone in the star-chasing cavalry brigade, you wouldn't be able to question me alive like you are now, right? Damon did not say anything, but stared at the demon bastard in front of him who dared to provoke him. However, when he thought about how much trouble killing the other party would bring to the Morningstar clan, he forced himself to suppress the murderous intent in his heart. After giving him a cold glance, he turned to the dazed adjutant beside him and gave an order. Jacob, notify all members of the Star Chaser Cavalry Brigade will retreat. Damon uttered the last word almost through gritted teeth. After all, running away from a battle is undoubtedly the greatest humiliation for the proud orcs. Before this, Damon had never thought that as the strongest warrior of the Morningstar clan, he would one day be defeated by weak humans. I never thought that I would be defeated by those damn Imperial demons. But he knew that it was not his fault. He just lost due to the information gap, not the real battle. If those damned demon bastards had informed him of the news about the magic soldiers in advance, if he had not let his emotions affect the extermination campaign that should have been completed, if he had been more alert, then things would never have developed to this point. His third brother would not die in this war, which should have been a foregone conclusion. The more Damon thought about it, the more upset and regretful he felt. The strong emotions made him feel dizzy uncontrollably. The next second, when he wanted to take a step, he spurted out a ball of blood on the spot. Ahem, young patriarch. The adjutant beside him was horrified and was about to step forward to help, but was waved away by the other party. I'm fine. Go and give the orders, Jacob. We should evacuate. Damon waved his hand weakly. After dismissing the adjutant, he forced himself to look at Gallo, who was silent beside him. His expression was no longer angry, but replaced by a calmness that was hard to fathom. Gallo, as the young patriarch of the Morningstar clan, I order you know, I ask you to help me find out the true identity of the Imperial human who killed my brother and disrupted this war. He seemed to think of himself returning to Morningstar City, his father remaining silent after hearing the news, and his mother hugging him and crying, asking him why he had not protected his brother. Damon's expression instantly became extremely gloomy. I want to kill that bastard with my own hands. And in exchange, Gallo, you will receive my friendship. How about that? As you wish, General. I will find out the other party's identity and help you complete this revenge. Gallo responded calmly. In fact, even if Damon did not make this request, he would send people to investigate the intelligence of the commander of the Magic Army. Like Damon, this defeat also made Gallo feel unprecedented humiliation. He had always been proud of his intelligence capabilities, but this time he suffered an unprecedented defeat. This is tantamount to denying his ability and also hindering his efforts to wash away the shame of the Dark Thorn clan's past. What's more, the opponent's tactical arrangement made him feel an unprecedented crisis. He had a premonition that if he allowed the other party to continue being so active, the war in Faken Bay would end in an outcome that he could never accept. Therefore, no matter what, he must kill that damn commander of the magic army. At all costs. There was a fierce light flashing in Gallo's eyes, and he had already sentenced the Imperial commander to death in his heart. Thanks. Damon gave the other person a complicated look and thanked him sincerely. Then, he looked at Major General Tony, who was guarded by a group of soldiers in the center of the army. He felt that the other person was staring at him from afar, with an expression filled with the arrogance and sarcasm that he was most familiar with. Damon said nothing. He silently imprinted the opponent's figure in his mind and secretly vowed that he would take off the opponent's head to drink next time he came back. Then he led the 1st Morningstar Cavalry Brigade and broke out into the distance. Despair. Chapter 125 Planning to cooperate with the 7th Legion. Under the attack of the 3rd Magic Artillery Regiment and the 1st Battalion of Magic Soldiers, the counterattack soon ended with the victory of the Imperial Army. Except for the Star Chaser Cavalry Brigade led by Damon Morningstar, which was responsible for blocking the rear of the 1st Division and successfully broke through, the rest of the soldiers of the Saga Kingdom's 101st Division were all killed in the attack of the 1st Magic Battalion and the 1st Division soldiers. Major John Maslow, I have learned what happened from Samuel. On behalf of all the soldiers of the 1st Division, I would like to thank you for your support this time. In the temporary base on the battlefield, Major General Tony spoke to John in a serious tone. However, looking at the Air Force major in front of him, Tony's heart was filled with complicated feelings. He was personally extremely grateful to this major from the 3rd Air Force Group for leading his troops to rescue him this time. After all, as an elegant nobleman, he has received chivalrous education since childhood and is not an ungrateful person. He naturally knows the principle of repaying kindness. But the trouble is that as a member of the Conservative Party, his Layla family has close ties with Ralph's family. Therefore, he was actually very clear about the real reason why John was assigned to the Faken battlefield by the Imperial Military Affairs Department. He had even received instruction from his father before, telling him to do everything he could to kill Major John after meeting him in Faken, so as to fulfill Minister Michelle's request and allow the family to make further progress in the Conservative Party. If it was before, he would definitely follow his father's instructions without hesitation. But now, alas fate, why do you play such tricks on me? Tony sighed secretly in his heart, but he simply couldn't stab his benefactor in the back. But if they allow the other party to continue to be active on the battlefield of Faken, then the Huitu family will inevitably be targeted by the Conservative Party. This is undoubtedly a dilemma for him. The more Tony thought about it, the more headache he felt. However, feeling the puzzled gaze of the Air Force major in front of him, he suppressed his chaotic thoughts and forced a smile. Except for the remnant troops led by Damon Morningstar who managed to escape from the Iron Horse Mountain front, the main force of the enemy has been completely defeated due to your efforts. Next, I plan to lead the army to enter Horseshoe City and try to establish a stronghold there to deal with the enemy's subsequent counterattack. Major John, it must be very hard for you to lead all the magic soldiers of the 1st Battalion in this battle. How about you go to Horseshoe City with the 1st Division to prepare and then go to other fronts to provide support? I have no opinion. It's all up to Major General Tony to arrange. Very good. After arriving at Horseshoe City, I will report your active activities on the Iron Horse Mountain front to the Military Affairs Department. I believe you will be rewarded by the Military Affairs Department soon. But right now, I still need to lead people to recover the armored magic artillery vehicles and treat the wounded. What do you think? Major General Tony, please go ahead and do your work. I also need to hold a meeting with the officers of the 1st Battalion to analyze the shortcomings of this operation. Very good. Then let us meet in Horseshoe City, Major John. May the glory of the Empire be with you. May the glory of the Empire be with you. Tap tap. Standing there, watching Major General Tony's back as he turned and left, John's expression remained calm, but his eyes gradually became profound. Through Tony's previous performance, he had also realized that the Major General seemed to be hiding something from him, and it is most likely related to the reason why he was assigned to Faken this time. So, in addition to assigning himself to this troublesome battlefield, that old man Wolf also prepared other backup plans against himself. For example, secretly arranging for this Major General of the 1st Division to assign him a dangerous support mission, or directly assassinating him. Of course, considering the Prime Minister's ruthless style, he must have arranged more than just Tony as an enemy. The two major generals from the 2nd and 4th Divisions had probably received more or less arrangements from their families and were waiting for them to come forward and become a stepping stone for their families to make further advancement in the Conservative Party. Although he had already made the corresponding mental preparations when Conrad reminded him, he did not expect that things would be so serious. There is Major General Tony, who received the mission to assassinate him, but was swayed by the moral influence because of the life-saving grace. Outside are the Orc legions of the Morningstar clan, which have become their mortal enemy, and the allied 7th Legion, which has most likely arrived by now. Sure enough, in this situation where you are surrounded by enemies on all sides, you can only think of a way to seize power, right? Otherwise, they might be stabbed in the back by their own forces when fighting against the 7th Legion. After all, he didn't know Tony well, and he wasn't sure whether the other party could continue to hold on under moral condemnation. In John's opinion, handing a knife to someone who might be an enemy was undoubtedly an extremely stupid act. Rather than leaving his fate to others, he would rather take it into his own hands. Coincidentally, he just happened to have a suitable candidate in this plan to seize power. Thinking of this, John silently glanced at Samuel, who was arguing excitedly with Major General Tony in the distance, and a gleam of light suddenly flashed in his eyes. But he turned his head calmly and looked behind him. At this time, the people in the 1st Battalion were looking at him with their heads held high, as if they were waiting for his praise for their outstanding performance. He immediately suppressed his thoughts, smiled, and said to everyone, "Well done, everyone. You have lived up to my expectations of you. But I'll talk about the compliments later. Now, let's have a small meeting first." Tap tap. At the same time, in Morningstar City, in the meeting hall of the City Lord's mansion, accompanied by a burst of hurried footsteps, a Centaur soldier rushed in a panic and brought a piece of news that made everyone's face change drastically. Urgent news from the Iron Horse Mountain front. Our army was ambushed by the Imperial Magic Army on the Iron Horse Mountain front. The 3rd Young Master, Kenny, was killed in the battle. Horseshoe City has been lost. The 101st Division was defeated. Except for the Star Chaser Cavalry Brigade, led by young Chief Damon, no one from the rest of the troop survived. What? Upon hearing the news, Adam Morningstar, the current patriarch of the Morningstar clan, immediately became furious and felt dizzy and almost fell off his seat. Kenny, the clan leader's wife, who was standing by, suddenly heard the bad news and cried out in grief. Then her eyes rolled back and she fainted. The originally solemn and dignified meeting hall suddenly became chaotic. Although Adam, the patriarch, was also heartbroken, he forced himself to suppress his grief and turned his head to look down at the allied major general who was watching the scene in surprise. He took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, "Major General Leon, this happened suddenly. I'm sorry I can't entertain you. I'm very sorry. Please understand. It's okay. Patriarch Adam, please accept my condolences. I'll take my leave now and visit you again another day." Leon Lee, the commander of the 4th Independent Division of the 7th Army of the Allied Forces, waved his hand, took off his hat to the other party, and then he led his men out of the chaotic meeting room quickly. Enzo arranged for intelligence personnel to investigate the specific situation on the Timoshan front. Also, contact the Central Intelligence Department and have spies investigate the origins of that magic troop. Leon got on the jeep with his deputy and gave this order to his deputy after pondering for a while. He immediately turned his head and looked in the direction of Tima Mountain in the distance, and a playful smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. "I thought it would be another boring war, but unexpected changes occurred. This time my trip was not in vain. However, what on earth was the Empire thinking that they would dispatch an elite-level Imperial magic troop to a battlefield that was extremely unfavorable for magic soldiers? Could it be that it was because of that ridiculous factional struggle again? Really, how short-sighted and stupid. However, having said that, if I can kill him, it should be the best stepping stone for me to defeat Roxy and seize the position of Supreme Commander in one fell swoop. Right? Look at it this way. Things seem to be getting interesting." Leon smiled lightly, then looked towards the direction of Tima Mountain. As if he had seen through the constraints of space and the demon army that was about to fight him, his eyes gradually began to flicker. Chapter 126, Responsibility and Punishment. Lieutenant Wendy, who was walking in Horseshoe City, was in a very bad mood at the moment, because she found that since Captain John was promoted to Major and became the commander of the 1st Battalion, she, as Captain John's loyal follower, not only failed to become the most valiant magic soldier under the captain as she wished. Instead, after the captain was promoted, she was promoted to the sinecure position of captain of the guard. During every battle, she could only stay in the command center with the original members of Team 14 to protect the captain's safety. Although Wendy also knew that the captain valued her and let her take this position. But when she saw that the 5 newly appointed company commanders were able to lead their troops to charge and win one victory after another, while she could only stay in the temporary base and watch, she became anxious. She suddenly became extremely anxious. Because those 5 people obviously came with the purpose of snatching away Captain John's most loyal follower. She was actually quite happy that the captain had transferred away Hawk, the guy with bad intentions, and she only had to deal with Leia and Siegfried, the 2 newcomers. But now the number of people trying to snatch this honor has increased to 7. Big crisis. This is definitely the biggest crisis I have ever experienced. No, I have to do something. The more Wendy thought about it, the more she felt that her position was in jeopardy, so she immediately wanted to ask Captain John to change her position. But when he thought about how he had made this request to Major John, when he learned that he had been promoted to captain of the 1st Battalion Guard before sailing to Falcon Bay, he was ruthlessly rejected by the other party. Wendy couldn't help but hang her head in frustration. No matter how much I want to make a contribution, I can't change anything without the captain's consent. Damn it, hasn't this become a complete dead end? Wendy was filled with regret, just as she was thinking depressedly about what she should do to make the captain change his mind. As she passed by a Centaur's shop, she unexpectedly saw several soldiers from the 1st Division, led by a 2nd lieutenant, looting the shop. The Centaur resident, who was dressed like a shop owner, had his hands and feet tied up with hemp ropes by the soldiers of the 1st Division. He was thrown to the ground, and a soldier was stepping on his head while a steel gun was pointed at his forehead. It seemed that if the other party dared to shout, the soldier would immediately shoot him to death. He could only watch in despair as the soldiers looted his shop. Really, how evil, how depraved. As a soldier, he looted civilians and even used firearms? If this isn't a provocation to myself, a staunch practitioner of Maslow's doctrine, what is? Stop. I must stop the other party from doing this damn thing. Wendy became angrier the more she thought about it, and without hesitation, she shouted at the people in front of her. Stop it. Huh? This uniform? Are you from the Mobile Magician Battalion? The leading soldier captain glanced at the Air Force lieutenant uniform on Wendy and raised his eyebrows in surprise, as if he had not expected that these arrogant magic soldiers who had always been too lazy to even communicate with them would be interested in the same prey as him. But after thinking it over again and again, considering the 1st Division and his own reputation, the captain frowned and said coldly, Sir, we were the first to come to this Centaur shop. Isn't your action a bit rash? Just after the soldier captain finished his tough words and barely maintained the face of the 1st Division, considering the opponent's terrifying combat power, he planned to take the initiative to give in and give the opponent a way out to prevent things from getting out of hand. Hearing this, Wendy suddenly glared at him and said in a cold tone, Don't compare scum like you to us. You scum who only harm the people and destroy the unity of the Empire are worthy of being called soldiers of the Empire? The captain's face suddenly turned extremely ugly. Such words that almost directly denied his dignity as a soldier would be unacceptable to any soldier in the 1st Division. Just when he was planning to have his men surround this daring magic soldier and use the advantage in numbers to let the other side know who is the real master of Horseshoe City compared to their magic army of just over 1,000 people. The next second, a gust of wind whistled past. Immediately, the captain of the soldiers felt as if the sky was spinning and the earth was turning. When he came to his senses, he was horrified to find that the female lieutenant of the Air Force, who was originally 10 meters away from him, had actually crossed the distance between them out of thin air and knocked him to the ground in an instant. The whole process happened so quickly that he didn't really feel the pain until then. It was as if his right leg was hit hard by a steel rod. The intense pain instantly covered his forehead with fine cold sweat, but compared with the pain, the captain of the soldiers was more shocked and angry. But before he could angrily give orders to the soldiers to teach this ignorant magic soldier a lesson, the next second, a gun barrel was suddenly pressed against his forehead. The unique cold feeling of the cold gun barrel made by the Empire almost instantly made him give up all his thoughts. He immediately looked at Wendy in disbelief. When he had unknowingly pulled out the magic gun from behind and was pointing the muzzle at his forehead, her expression was cold and filled with anger that he could not understand. But before he could question whether the other party was crazy for daring to point the gun at friendly forces, Wendy's cold voice slowly sounded and reached the ears of every army soldier around him. If you scumbags don't want your captain to be beaten to death by me, then put down all the looted property in your hands immediately, and take your scumbag captain with you, and get out of this shop immediately. I'll only give you 3 seconds to think about it. 10 minutes later, inside the meeting hall of the Lord's Mansion of Horseshoe City, Major General Tony Layla, the commander of the 1st Division, was sitting at the head of the conference table, looking at the door of the meeting hall with an expressionless face. His eyes flickered as if he was making some decision. Tap, tap. Along with the sound of footsteps coming from outside the door, soon, under Tony's gaze, the heavy wooden door was slowly pushed open. Then the figure of the troublesome major who had troubled him so much appeared in his sight again. The other party remained as calm and composed as before, with a pair of deep black eyes that were full of peculiar charm, like a soaring eagle hunting. When the eyes met, they inexplicably gave people an indescribable sense of arrogance and sharpness. It really looks like it, be it this kind of sharp majesty or that kind of hatred for evil attitude. This Major John is exactly the same as General Dormammu when he was young. In fact, compared with the young general, this major seemed to do a better job. Is it really necessary for me to be an enemy of this being who is destined to hold great power in the future? Tony's mind was filled with thoughts, but feeling the scrutiny from the other party, he suppressed his inner thoughts and spoke in a deep voice. Major John Maslow, are you aware that your guard captain, Lieutenant Wendy Brown, attacked friendly troops who were doing normal post-war cleanup work in Horseshoe City 10 minutes ago and openly used guns to threaten friendly troops? I think, as the other party's superior, you need to give me an explanation for this, don't you? Major General Tony, before I formally answer your question, I may need you to explain to me first, is looting the property of the people who have already belonged to the Empire and using force to suppress the citizens of the Empire also included in the post-war cleanup work? John stared at the Major General at the end of the conference table in front of him, without any panic in his eyes. Although at the beginning I heard that Wendy Pig threatened friendly forces in public and even took out the magic gun and pointed it at the other side, and this matter had spread throughout the 1st Division, he instantly realized that things were going to get serious. However, through Lenipo, who was responsible for collecting information, he learned the inside story of Wendy's action and the actions of the 1st Army Division after entering Horseshoe City. He did not blame Wendy for being impulsive, but instead thought about the follow-up countermeasures for the matter. Of course, he had to protect Wendy herself. After all, no matter how dumb this idiot was and how much trouble he always caused her, she was still a soldier under his command. If the soldiers under his command made a mistake, then he, as a leader, naturally had to bear the corresponding responsibility. Otherwise, what qualifications does he have to be the other party superior? From John's perspective, although Wendy's actions this time were a bit rash, her starting point was always good. It also indirectly proves that, under the influence of Maslow's quotations that he unintentionally came up with, the members of Team 14 have accepted the concept of protecting the people and are willing to spontaneously put this creed into action. This is indeed good news for John. What's more, he just needed an opportunity to test Major General Tony in front of him, so as to make a decision on the other party's subsequent arrangements. So, will you give me an unexpected answer, or the same boring answer that everyone else has? From the Layla family, Major General Tony. John murmured in his heart, and an indescribable dark light flashed in his dark eyes. His true emotions were hidden under the night-like color. It seemed that he did not expect John to ask him back from this point of view. Major General Tony frowned slightly and did not know what to say for a moment. After all, it has always been an established rule within the military to allow soldiers to plunder enemy civilians' property after the war. Because the essence of war is the game of interest between the two sides. Senior commanders gain honor and controllable resources, middle-level officers get the opportunity to be promoted and conferred titles, and lower-level soldiers get the opportunity to become officers and money. Most of the financial income for the lower-level soldiers came from post-war plunder. In addition, due to the restrictions of the laws of war, soldiers were not eligible to plunder the wealthiest nobles. Then the targets for them to plunder would be clear at a glance. However, the behavior of the Magic Corps this time overturned the rules that everyone had agreed on in the past. It could even be said to be a betrayal of their class, and it would not be an exaggeration. He didn't know whether the lieutenant, named Wendy Brown, did it of his own will or whether the young major in front of him, whom he couldn't figure out, had secretly signaled him to do so. However, he had to use this matter to teach the young man in front of him a lesson, so that he could understand who is the highest commander in this horseshoe city now. Thinking of this, Tony stopped hesitating and said in a cold tone, "Although it is not explicitly stated in the military regulations, this is a rule that everyone has agreed upon. Moreover, compared to this trivial matter, the behavior of the second lieutenant, named Wendy Brown, who drew his gun at friendly forces, is more important, right? After all, if everyone follows her example and draws their guns with their allies, then the Empire's army will probably lose a large number of soldiers due to civil strife before we can fight the orcs later." There is no doubt that this was an extremely serious and vicious incident, so I believe that Wendy Brown must be severely punished. After a slight pause, facing John's calm gaze, Major General Tony added in a cold voice, "Of course, if you have concerns about morale, Major John, then I can help you with the punishment. Then there is no need to trouble you, General. I will naturally keep my people under control. Besides, the conflict you mentioned does not exist at all in my opinion. Because during the Iron Horse Mountain front, due to her participation in the magic soldier blasting plan, Lieutenant Wendy's magic gun was overloaded due to the magic stone filling. Before the gun was fully re-equipped, it was unable to fire any bullets or use spells to attack. So in my opinion, this so-called vicious incident of pulling out guns on friendly forces is not true at all. At most, it can be regarded as a joke between soldiers who are on good terms with each other to improve their relationship in daily life." John spoke with a smile, his tone just like that of a class teacher who was good at mediating when classmates were fighting. "Fighting? Do you want to hear what nonsense you're talking about? When have those magic soldiers of the Empire, who have always been so arrogant, ever looked at the army soldiers in the eye? When you make a joke, you should at least make it convincing, right?" Tony was almost laughing out of anger at this point. He really didn't expect that John could be so shameless as to say such nonsense that even the other party didn't believe in order to fool him. If he had not taken into consideration that the other party had saved his life before, based on the other party's just mentioned remarks, he would have directly demoted this guy who dared to fool him to a private and send him to the front line to be flesh and blood filler in the trenches. Of course, he was not qualified to do so. After all, the two sides had different military forces, and he had no authority to deal with it. He could only report to the other side's superiors. Tony suppressed his chaotic emotions and wanted to scold the other party for his nonsense, so as to punish the magic soldier who provoked the dispute and let John Moslow understand that he was the real controller of Horseshoe City. At this moment, John on the other side unexpectedly spoke up. Of course, even if Wendy Brown had no intention of shooting at friendly forces, her actions still violated military discipline, and she deserves the appropriate punishment. Therefore, I intend to transfer him from his original position as Captain of the Guard, Major General Tony. I will use this transfer as a punishment for Lieutenant Wendy's impulsive behavior. Are you satisfied? Chapter 127, Heart to Heart and Meeting. This guy actually gave in so easily? Tony was surprised to hear this answer. In his opinion, Major John, who was extremely cunning, would not punish soldiers easily. After all, the two sides are not from the same branch of the military, and he has no right to punish across branches. In addition, allowing soldiers to plunder property was itself a violation of the Empire's policy of governing colonies. Although the top management knew about this, they have always turned a blind eye to it. If he directly reported this matter to them, he might not get their support in the end. Therefore, as long as John insisted that the lieutenant was using the colonial management regulations to stop the soldiers' looting behavior, he would have no way to deal with him. Tony was also prepared to haggle with the other party, and in the name of the overall situation, he asked the other party to call the stupid lieutenant to make an apology statement in public. Through this step, he could not only ensure the face of his own troops, but also let the major realize that he was now the one who had the final say in Horseshoe City. In this way, this conflict will be over. But Tony never expected that before he could engage in a war of words, John took the initiative to admit his mistake and directly transferred the captain who made the mistake from his original position. Although the other party will most likely find an opportunity to reinstate the other party to his original position afterwards, it is a painless punishment. But in this way, he could save the face of the First Division. But he couldn't understand the other party's purpose in doing this. Is it to prevent the conflict from escalating and causing the problem to become more troublesome, Or is it that the Major knows something and wants to take the initiative to make friends with me to prevent me from secretly attacking him? Tony thought about it and felt that the second possibility was more likely. After all, from the fact that the Third Army sent a full 1,000 magic soldiers this time, it is not difficult to see that General Dormammu did not regard Major John as a sacrifice, but intended to try to save this corrupt battlefield through his activeness. Otherwise, the other side would not have deployed nearly a quarter of the 7th Air Force's current strength on John Maslow. However, under the arrangement of Prime Minister Wolf, even if he did not intend to take action against him due to moral condemnation, could this isolated Major John really escape the clutches of the other two major generals, or even completely reverse this troublesome war situation? It's a bit too ridiculous. Major General Tony shook his head secretly in his heart. It was not that he looked down on John. After all, the exquisite strategies displayed by the other party on the battlefield and the surprise attack that was worthy of being included in military combat teaching cases had already proved how outstanding the other party's command ability was. But in the final analysis, the Falcon Bay was captured by the Empire through landing operations and relying on the Rhine theater's offensive regardless of casualties, and subsequent supplies and support were very troublesome. On the other hand, the Orc troops, relying on their local advantages, can not only continuously transfer troops from other areas, but also do not have to worry about the problem of acclimatization. What's more, there are warships of the Saga Kingdom and its allies on the sea, which are so numerous that they can block out the sky and the sun. In this kind of war of attrition, not to mention that it was difficult for John's 1,000 magic soldiers to fully exert their strength on this battlefield. Even if their number increased fivefold, it would be difficult to win this war. He didn't know what gave Dormammu the courage to gamble on this war with such a huge disparity, but he knew that this was not something he should consider. Now, under the influence of chivalry, he has done his best not to attack Major John. As for taking the initiative to help the other party, forget it. He didn't want to be Prime Minister Wolf's next target. Tony's mind wandered, and he did not continue to attack. Instead, he nodded and said in a gentle tone, "Since Major John has already come up with a punishment plan for the lieutenant who made the mistake, I won't interfere too much. In addition, although I personally don't like this kind of behavior of looting civilians, war is cruel, and soldiers also need to get due rewards, so even if we don't like it, we can only accept it. What's more, these orcs are just a group of foreigners. They're the enemies of the Empire and are far from being citizens of the Empire. Therefore, I think you, Major John, don't need to be too kind to these filthy bastards. After all, the Empire's mercy only needs to be reserved for the citizens of the Norman Empire. As for foreign races like orcs, to us, they are nothing more than a group of ambitious slaves who are trying to overthrow the Empire. For these people who have brought suffering to the people of the Empire in history, if we can allow them to survive, we are already showing mercy, isn't it?" "You're right. I have learned a lesson." John didn't open his mouth to refute, but smiled and nodded. He didn't want to engage in such a meaningless argument with the other party. At this moment, he has already determined the other party's position. "I also understand what I should do." "Yes, John Maslow, you are indeed a smart man." Seeing that John did not deny his point of view, Tony felt extremely satisfied. He liked chatting with smart people like John. He didn't need to give instructions to the other party. He just needed to reveal a few words casually, and the other party would be able to guess the true meaning. To be honest, if Minister Michel had not specifically asked for his death, he would have been happy to give this outstanding major the opportunity to join the 2nd Air Force Army and recommend him to the Conservative Party. After all, with the other party's outstanding command ability, I'm afraid it won't take a few years for him to be on par with me. He could even gain the attention of Prime Minister Wolf for recommending talents, thus moving one step closer to the center of power. It's a pity that things don't always go as planned. Tony sighed in his heart, but didn't say anything more. Instead, he nodded to the young major in front of him with a hint of regret. "If there is nothing else, then Major John, you can go ahead and carry out the punishment first. As for the group of soldiers who were attacked, I will have someone tell them how the matter was handled. Besides, I don't want similar things to happen again in the future. So, do you understand what I mean, Major John? I will take good care of the magic soldiers of the 1st Battalion. Major General Tony, don't worry." "Very good, then go ahead and do it. I still have some official business to attend to, so I won't keep you here. May the glory of the Empire be with you, Major John. May the glory of the Empire be with you." Tap tap. After walking out of the City Lord's mansion under Tony's scrutinizing gaze, John drove to the 1st Battalion's temporary camp located in the western residential area of Horseshoe City. Along the way, he watched through the window at the scene where a group of centaurs, led by officers from all levels of the 1st Division, were looting shops and beating up centaur civilians, and he listened to the cries and pleas for mercy coming from the air. Although the expression on John's face did not change, his eyes became increasingly cold and profound. But he did not step forward to stop it. He knew that before he officially gave the order to carry out tonight's plan, any unnecessary actions would only alert the enemy. What he needs least this time is change. He thought that after fighting continuously for so long, it was time for Major General Tony to get sick and recuperate under the treatment of a doctor. As for the deadline, let's set it to the end of the Battle of Faken. Squeak! As the Jeep slowly stopped at the 1st Battalion's base, John pushed open the door and got out. He patted Wendy's shoulders soothingly as she hung her head, looking like an elementary school student who was afraid of being scolded by her parents after getting into trouble. He then turned his gaze to the side, where Siegfried, who was standing in front of Team 14 with eyes that seemed to burn with flames, and Leia, who was pursing her lips and keeping silent. Then he spoke in a calm tone. "Everyone, let's have a small combat meeting." Chapter 1, 28 Night Raid and Invitation. At night, in Horseshoe City, in the bedroom of the City Lord's mansion. As time went by, the moon moved towards the west, and the bright moonlight illuminated a corner of the room through the gap in the window. Beside the bed, 2 figures appeared like ghosts in front of the luxurious bed. They were looking at the sleeping figure lying on the bed from the left and right, while raising sticks wrapped in wooden strips in their hands. Then it suddenly chopped down. At the same time, Major General Tony, who was immersed in his dream, seemed to have noticed something, and his originally steady snoring stopped instantly. The moment the 2 dark shadows attacked his forehead, he suddenly opened his eyes. He then used his own technique without hesitation. Shock! Crack! As the shining white light enveloped Major General Tony. The next second, the sound of cracking wood and the shock caused by the impact instantly filled the entire room. A large amount of wood chips and broken down flew in the air like an exploding gift, blocking everyone's vision. But Major General Tony, who completed the counterattack, did not even have time to think, and he somersaulted back to the corner at a rapid speed. And almost at the moment he escaped, in front of his constricted pupils, a broken wooden spike was suddenly stabbed into the metal frame of the bed. And listening to the dull thumping sound, Tony had no doubts. If he hadn't dodged in time, there was no doubt that the blow would have been enough to cripple his arm on the spot. Who is it? Major General Tony looked at the dark shadow in front of him with shock and anger, and was about to turn on the communication device on his waist to inform the soldiers of the enemy attack. The next second, he suddenly felt a huge force hitting his neck. Bang! Crack! Under this impact, Tony was smashed into the wall on the right. The horrible shock force made his throat churn, and he almost vomited his dinner on the spot. He endured the severe pain in his neck and the discomfort in his stomach, opened his eyes, and looked at the 2 assassins in front of him who were wearing Black Knight clothes, but could still be identified as 2 women from their body shapes. The anger in his heart could not stop surging. He immediately planned to use all his strength to output his magic, so that the 2 assassins who dared to attack him would understand how terrifyingly powerful the Layla family shock magic was. However, the moment he raised his hand, he suddenly felt an unprecedented sense of crisis. When he was about to withdraw his hand to dodge, he found that an arrow with a flashing green light and extremely fast speed broke through the constraints of space like lightning and approached him in an instant. And with his indescribable strength, he covered his palms with elite-level steel body techniques that could easily withstand 5.56mm caliber rifle bullets. At the same time as it penetrated him instantly, it also nailed his body firmly to the wall behind him with indescribable precision control. What shocked Tony even more was that after this attack, there were 3 arrows with the same flashing green light following. The difference from the previous one was that these 3 arrows were aimed at his other arm and 2 thighs respectively. The similarity is that these 3 attacks also penetrated his body. Boom! The wings of the arrows were constantly trembling under the influence of the force. Major General Tony, who had originally had an angry look on his face, was now nailed firmly to the wall in a strange posture by these 4 consecutive arrows. And under the entanglement of the green light, even though his face turned red, he was still unable to break free from the suppression of the arrow. And most importantly, under the illumination of this green light, he clearly saw the iconic silver hair of one of the two assassins who were trying to kill him. He understood everything at once and was about to curse the other team's commander for daring to send them to attack him. But the next second, another female soldier suddenly pressed the scarf on his face. Under the stimulation of the strong smell of the mixture of magic inhibitor and highly effective aphrodisiac, he twitched for a while, and his struggling body completely softened. Pa pa pa. However, after seeing Tony fainted, the female soldier who knocked him out did not stop, but instead used all her strength to slap the man 3 times in the face. He seemed to still feel a little unsatisfied and was about to kick the other person in the crotch. After feeling Leia's puzzled gaze, Wendy stopped her actions in disappointment, pretending that her legs and feet were sore. She moved her ankles on the surface, but actually took the opportunity to secretly step on Tony's feet several times. After taking revenge by stepping on someone's toes, Lieutenant Wendy finally calmed down and coughed twice. Then, she used the communication device beside her ear to connect with Siegfried, who was waiting for a reply on a distant building. This is Lieutenant Wendy. The target is unconscious. Mission accomplished. Corporal Siegfried, you may now remove the magical restraints. Receive. Buzz. As the words fell, the green silk thread connected to the arrow slowly dissipated at this moment. Tony, who was originally suppressed by this force, fell to the ground in front of him as the arrow was slowly pulled out by Wendy reluctantly. As the forehead came into close contact with the floor, a dull sound was instantly heard. Boom! Lieutenant Leia, I'm not saying anything bad about you, but what were you thinking just now? Why did you hit him on the neck? If you kill him, our mission will fail. Wendy took out the hemp rope she had prepared from the bag behind her and tied Tony up into a human-shaped dumpling. At the same time, she complained to Leia, who was silently taking out a sack behind her. Fortunately, I was one step ahead and prepared the drugs in advance. Otherwise, I would have been killed by you this time. Feel sorry, Leia replied with a red face, her heart full of annoyance. She originally wanted to imitate the other members of the Black Hawk Special Forces and knock Tony out by using her strength. But she didn't expect that Tony's steel body magic would be so fragile. It couldn't even withstand 1/3 of her strength and was smashed to pieces by her. Even if she hadn't noticed the moment the magic barrier on the opponent's body was broken and stopped in time, then there's a high probability that Tony's neck would be cut off directly by the knife she just used. And if Tony died in this capture mission, it would definitely cause trouble for Major John. And there's a high probability that Major John will dislike me because of this, right? As expected, I am just a useless person who can't do anything well. I am far inferior to Lieutenant Wendy. Looking at Wendy, who skillfully tied Tony up like a big dumpling and quickly stuffed him into a sack, Leia's eyes were full of envy. But when she saw Wendy turn to look at her, she lowered her head in shame. Don't worry. I'm not blaming you. After all, everyone makes mistakes. The captain also told me this. As long as one can recognize his mistakes in time and correct them, then this person is an excellent Maslowist warrior. Seeing Leia's face, which looked like a child being scolded by his parents for making a mistake, Wendy felt very proud. However, she did not embarrass this foolish and strong child. Instead, she imitated the captain and coughed lightly, then pretended to say, Besides, as your senior, I am also partly responsible for not informing you of this in advance, so you don't have to feel so guilty, Leia. Remember to correct it next time, and try to knock the target out in one go. Do you understand? I understand, Lieutenant Wendy. Next time I will try to knock the target out as soon as possible. Leia had a determined look on her face. She decided that after the mission was over, she would study hard on how to subdue the enemy without killing him outright. Of course, if the enemy is more difficult, there shouldn't be any problem in crippling them appropriately, right? Very good, Lieutenant Leia. You really didn't let me down. We must maintain this mentality. Only in this way can we, under the leadership of Captain John, continue to shine for the Empire, thus making the Empire great again and letting the Empire's blessings spread across the entire planet. Yes. Speaking of which, Lieutenant Leia, do you know anything about those 5 company commanders? Can you tell me some information about them? I have no idea. Really? Don't lie to me. No. Amidst the subtle conversation between Wendy, who was trying to obtain information about the contender, from Leia with ulterior motives, and the thumping sound of Major General Tony's head, which was stuffed into a sack and dragged down the stairs, constantly coming into close contact with the stairs. After meeting with Siegfried, the three figures gradually went away and disappeared into the deep night. At the same time, Wendy and the other two completed the prisoner mission and returned to the camp. In a manor in Horseshoe City, as the door of the conference room was slowly pushed open, Samuel, looking tired and a little confused, slowly walked into the conference room. Under the light, he was stunned when he saw the other four captains who had gathered here for some reason like him and were looking at him with surprise. What is going on? Didn't Major General Tony say that he only invited me? Why are the other four group leaders here too? Could it be that Major General Tony made a mistake when using the communication device and sent messages to the other four as well? But before Samuel could ask everyone whether they had also received the order for the emergency combat meeting issued by Major General Tony, along with the sound of footsteps coming from the stairs on the second floor of the conference room, in the surprised eyes of everyone, John Maslow, wearing an Imperial Air Force uniform and a military cap, surrounded by 5 company commanders of the 1st Battalion headed by Barnabo, slowly walked down from the second floor. He first walked to the conference table, then raised his hand to adjust his military cap amid the puzzled or surprised gazes of the crowd, and then a gentle yet elegant smile appeared on his face. But the words he said next instantly made the pupils of the 5 captains in the field shrink to the extreme. I'm deeply sorry for inviting you all here at midnight. If you don't mind, please have a cup of hot tea to refresh yourself. After all, I don't want anyone to give the wrong answer in the next meeting due to fatigue. As the host of this meeting, I would rather get off to a good start, gentlemen. Chapter 129, Statement. Hearing this, everyone's faces changed drastically. Even Samuel looked at John, who was in the lead, with shock. He never imagined that this extremely wise Major John would openly abuse Major General Tony's authority across branches of the military, and even dare to threaten 5 officers whose ranks were 2 levels higher than his in public. This kind of behavior is not enough to be described as bold. It can be said to be lawless and completely disregards military discipline. Feeling the angry or astonished looks from his colleagues, Samuel wanted to bite the bullet and persuade John not to make such a joke. But before he could act, Max Slara, the commander of the 1st Infantry Regiment, stood up suddenly, pointed at John's nose with an angry expression, and cursed. John Maslow, who do you think you are to convene a meeting on behalf of Major General Tony? Also, I advise you not to seek your own death. If you are sensible, quickly hand over Major General Tony to... However, before Max could finish his words, John, who was sitting at the head seat, slowly raised his hand and snapped his fingers. Bang! The next second, Iganila, who was originally standing behind him, appeared behind Max like a ghost and kicked the opponent's knee without saying a word. Then, in the shocked and angry eyes of everyone, he grabbed the opponent's hair. A frightening grin suddenly appeared on the originally immature face. Without waiting for Max to use his magic to struggle, he suddenly grabbed the other's head and slammed it hard against the conference table in front of him. Bang, bang, bang. Ha ha ha. The dull sound of impact, along with Iganila's wild laughter and Max's wailing, resounded throughout the conference room. The other 4 team leaders looked at the scene in horror, until Iganila grabbed Max's head and smashed the solid wooden table in the conference room, creating a hole the size of a human face. And Max had completely fainted without anyone knowing. Iganila then stopped what he was doing, licked the blood on the corner of his mouth with his tongue, and gave a terrifying smile to the 4 silent colonels around him. Afterwards, he quietly came to Max, who had already collapsed to the ground and fallen unconscious with blood all over his face and a twisted nose, and stood with his hand behind his back. Then he looked straight ahead at the wall, like a statue that would not move. At this moment, the 5 cups of tea that were originally neatly placed on the conference table were spilled all over the table due to the shock just now. The flowing tea continued to spread and gather under the influence of gravity, and finally fell slowly down along the corner of the table. There was a tiny splash of water, and also under the lights hanging above the room. The expressions of fear or silence of the other 4 leaders were reflected in it. Wrong answer. Unfortunately, Colonel Max tonight fell from the 3rd floor because he didn't see the stairs when he went downstairs to drink water. He suffered a brain hemorrhage and can no longer continue to command the 1st Infantry Regiment of the 1st Division. Therefore, the position of the head of the 1st Regiment will be temporarily shelved. After the meeting, I will make a reasonable rearrangement of the position based on the opinion of Major General Tony, who is currently being treated by Lieutenant Wendy, a professional therapist from the 1st Mage Battalion, due to a relapse of his old illness. Facing everyone's gaze, John, who was standing in front of the first seat, spoke with a smile. His tone was very calm, but when it fell into everyone's ears, it inexplicably made them feel an unprecedented chill. Also, why can't you all sit down and have a sip of tea? Do you think the tea leaves don't suit your taste? Or is it? John paused for a moment, then looked around at the silent crowd and pursed his lips. Are you dissatisfied with me as the host? The breathing of the four captains all stopped, but feeling John's cold gaze. Even though they were experienced generals who had long forgotten what fear was, they inexplicably felt a chill down their spines at this moment. Even Samuel couldn't help but swallow subconsciously. At this moment, he suddenly regretted coming to attend this meeting, because this is not a meeting at all, but an obvious power grab. But after seeing the meaningful look John was giving him, combined with the other party's actions tonight, and the incident in which Lieutenant Wendy of the 1st Mage Battalion had a conflict with the squad of the 1st Regiment during the day. At this moment, as if he had sorted out something, Samuel slowly widened his eyes. Then he suppressed the excitement and fear in his heart and walked calmly to the conference table under the astonished gazes of his other 3 colleagues. Then he took a deep breath and, under the gaze of everyone, he suddenly raised the teacup in front of him and drank it all in one gulp. Then he sat down in the chair with a relaxed expression, his eyes fixed on Major John, who nodded and smiled at him at some point in front of the chief's seat, like a most loyal listener. Seeing Samuel's action, the other 3 captains looked at each other in confusion, and then gritted their teeth and drank the cup of tea in front of them, which they didn't know whether it had been spiked or not. Then he looked anxiously at John, who was sitting in front of the first seat. Pa. Very good. Although this meeting did not go as smoothly as I expected due to the accidental injury of Colonel Max, I have seen your sincerity. Now we can get down to business. Seeing that everyone had obediently entered the venue and waited for punishment after his operation of killing the chicken to scare the monkeys, John did not continue to embarrass them. In fact, even if Max didn't curse just now, he would ask Iganila to punish him later on the grounds that the other party did not look at him when he sat down. After all, the other party's surname of the Layla family was enough for John to disqualify the other party from participating in this meeting. What's more, during the daytime looting, the 1st Infantry Regiment, where Colonel Max was located, was the one that used the most violence. Obviously, compared with the other 4 regiments, the 1st Infantry Regiment led by Max is obviously Tony Layla's direct force. And in his plan, there was never any place for the other party. So it was natural that Max should be the sacrifice. But John didn't expect the other party to be so stupid that he didn't even bother to make accusations. However, as far as the situation is concerned, it is not much different from what I expected. Can it even be said that the effect is better? John thought about it. He first looked up at the 4 colonels who were looking at him in doubt. He did not continue to put pressure on them. Instead, he slowly sat down on the chair and then smiled and said to everyone, I believe that everyone is smart, so I won't elaborate on the meaning of what happened just now. I also understand that everyone must be very curious about why I did such a dangerous thing. Let me put it this way. Just an hour ago, I received intelligence from a spy I had previously placed in the Allied forces. At present, the Allied 7th Army has arrived at Morningstar territory and joined with the remnants of the 101st Division of the Morningstar clan. In addition, they are gathering forces and marching towards the direction of Horseshoe City. They will officially arrive within 7 days and launch an attack on our army. After I reported to Major General Tony, his answer was to evacuate the battlefield and flee on a warship. So in order to maintain the glory of the Empire, I had to use some special means to prevent the fruits of victory that our army had worked so hard to obtain from falling into the hands of the Allies again. Facing the surprised or thoughtful expressions of the crowd, John reached out and tapped the table, making some noise to draw everyone's attention to himself, and then he spoke in a calm tone. In short, I want to prepare the 1st Division to fight against the Allied 7th Army. Those present here who support or oppose this may express their opinions now. Please note that this statement is purely voluntary and not mandatory, so everyone can speak freely and I will take it into consideration as much as possible. Chapter 130, I will never keep this honor to myself. Of course, explaining the situation to Tony was completely out of the question. But that didn't stop John from accusing the Major General who was forced to take sick leave. Anyway, under his arrangement, this Major General would most likely not be able to make any sound to the outside world before the end of the Battle of Faken. So no matter how he tries to shift the blame, it is difficult for the other party to prove his innocence. and when everyone continues to win victories under his arrangement, until they completely capture Faken Bay, no matter how Tony tries to explain. In front of all the soldiers of the 1st Division who had completely transformed into their own form by then, it would become an unshakable fact that the enemy would become a cowardly major general. John did not feel guilty about this, because he knew clearly that even if he told the other party that they intended to fight with the 7th Legion, the result of this battle would only be defeat. What he needs least is failure. May I ask, Major John, how do you plan to deal with the enemy? After an unknown amount of time, it seemed that no one could bear this depressing atmosphere any longer. The commander of the 2nd Infantry Regiment, Eli Mazadin, couldn't help but muster up the courage to ask John. But when he saw John looking at him, he was afraid that the other party would mistakenly think that he was dissatisfied with something. So he quickly smiled and added, "Of course, I'm not questioning your decision. It's just that the Allied 7th Army is an Army-level unit after all, and it has at least 4 divisions of ours. No matter how confident I am in the magic army you lead, I still have some concerns given the huge disparity in the number of troops." Of course, these are just my humble opinions. They are not directed at your decision. I fully agree with your choice to defend the glory of the Empire. I have no objection. Please believe in my loyalty to the Empire, Sir John. After saying this, as if he was afraid that the terrifying magic soldier next to him who was staring at him with ill intentions would use his terrifying power and speed to turn him into the next Colonel Max. Colonel Eli even used the honorific title of Sir to address John, who was 2 levels below him, at the end. He was really afraid that he would be forced to take sick leave on the spot because of a mistake in his remarks. After all, just now, Max, who was at the same level as him, was hit and suffered a cerebral hemorrhage before he could even finish his words. It is not clear whether he can be cured. As for John's earlier remarks about free expression, in light of Max's case, he didn't believe a single word of it. Who knows if casting a vote against will immediately force you to passively suffer from cerebral hemorrhage. In his eyes at this moment, John Maslow was obviously a man who had gone mad in order to maintain the honor of the Empire. Although this spirit is admirable, Eli really doesn't dare to contradict the other party. Captain Eli's concerns are indeed not without reason. So, in order to dispel your doubts, I will briefly talk about my personal plans and opinions in the upcoming battle. John raised his right hand slightly, and Barnabo, who was standing behind him, immediately understood. He took out the map of Faken Bay that he had prepared in advance and spread it on the table. Under the gaze of everyone, John slowly stood up, pointed the direction of Morningstar City with his right index finger, and then moved to the horseshoe collar where he was currently, and immediately said, "According to the intelligence sent by our agents, the vanguard of the 7th Army this time is the 7th Army's independent 4th Division, led by Major General Leon Lee. Yes, just as you guessed, this Major General Leon Lee is the commander who has the same bloodline as me and is known as the Assassination Star. He is also known as the Twin Stars of the Kingdom along with Roxy, who is also known as the Morning Star of the Victoria Kingdom. Perhaps it is precisely because the other party is extremely good at decapitation operations that our great Major General Tony became afraid and abandoned his dignity as an imperial soldier and planned to escape, so that things had to develop into the current situation. But in my opinion, the assassin's decapitation method is not something we should be afraid of. Instead, it is precisely the opponent's weakness that is most easily exploited by us. With this weakness, we have a complete advantage over the enemy in all aspects." Facing the thoughtful or surprised eyes of the crowd, John raised his lips slightly and pointed out the key point. "Because assassination means an intelligence war, and through the spies I planted in advance within the Allied forces, the enemy's actions are already visible, but the enemy is completely unaware of us. Therefore, this is our army's first victory. After knowing the enemy commander's fighting style in advance, I can adjust the tactics in time. For example, by taking advantage of the enemy's preference for beheading, I deliberately create the illusion of internal discord, making the enemy mistakenly believe that there is an opportunity to take advantage of. Then, I can use the enemy's assassination to completely destroy the enemy's elite troops to eliminate future troubles. By anticipating the enemy's moves and setting traps in advance, this is the second victory. Although the Allied forces have the advantage in numbers, the enemy's arrogant Major General Leon Lee is unwilling to share victory and glory with the main force. According to the intelligence of our military agents, although Major General Leon Lee has good command ability, he often keeps a distance from the main force during combat and tries to reap the fruits of victory alone. With the enemy's combat style being seriously out of touch with the follow-up troops, we could try to destroy this vanguard army to reduce the pressure of the 7th Legion's encirclement of our army. This is the third victory. John's tone was full of calmness, but it gave people an inexplicable sense of conviction. The three captains, except Samuel, who were not very optimistic about this war at the beginning, could not help but look at it with flickering eyes. It was obvious that they were moved by John's clear and detailed analysis. But from the fact that everyone still did not express their opinions, John knew that his analysis could only make everyone waver, but could not make them make a complete decision. If he wants to complete the last step, he needs to add fuel to the fire. And the name of that fire is war merit. Thinking of this, John stopped hesitating and slammed the table. After drawing everyone's attention to himself, he spoke in a deep voice. As for this last victory, in my opinion, it's about the morale of the army. That's right. Compared to the mixed 7th Army and the defeated Saga Kingdom's 101st Division, the morale of our Imperial Army is far more steadfast than theirs. This military spirit comes from our supreme loyalty to the Empire as soldiers of the Empire, and from my gratitude for being saved by the glory of the Empire despite being born into a civilian family oppressed by the Brown Kingdom. It comes from your unwavering will to keep moving forward in order to realize the great rejuvenation of the Empire. From every soldier in the Empire who picked up a gun and bravely fought. It is precisely because of this belief that I took the risk of doing such a disrespectful act today. So, I will never keep this honor to myself. Facing the excited or shocked gazes of the crowd, John took a deep breath, then slowly opened his arms and said loudly, "If we fail in leading the army against the Allied 7th Army this time, then the responsibility will be borne by me, John Maslow, alone. If we succeed, the glory will be shared by all of you present. This is the greatest sincerity that I, John Maslow, can give you. It doesn't matter how high your position is or how much power you have. I, John Maslow, can proudly declare to you that everything I have done today is for the Empire. In order to make the Empire great and glorious again, in order to make the Empire achieve the glory and immortality we have longed for. Other than that, I have no second thoughts. I have finished speaking. Everyone present, those who are in favor and those who are against, please start voting one by one." Chapter 131, Homecoming. I object. However, just as John finished speaking, an inappropriate voice suddenly rang out in the field. What surprised and puzzled everyone the most was that the person who said this was none other than Samuel, who was the first to respond to John's invitation. At this moment, he stood up with an excited look on his face, staring at John in front of him with burning eyes, then suppressed the shock in his heart and said in a deep voice, "Sir John, I am against letting you bear the responsibility alone. There is nothing wrong with your decision, and you should not be punished. If even someone like you who is brave enough to fight for the Empire is to be punished, then this Empire is not worthy of our efforts and following. Since the glory is shared by all, why should you bear the responsibility alone? I do not accept this condition, so please take it back." Samuel's voice resounded throughout the conference room, and after hearing these words, Iganila, who had murderous intent in his eyes, slowly put away the murderous intent in his heart and instead looked at the loyal colonel with admiration. After hearing what Samuel said, the other three colonels couldn't help but secretly ask about each other's family tree in their hearts. "Damn it, all the limelight goes to Samuel. You bastard, have you ever considered our existence? What's more, you are a colonel. How dare you openly praise an Air Force major who is 2 ranks lower than you? Samuel, you bastard, do you have any shame? Where has your dignity as a colonel gone? Where has your honor gone? Answer me." Colonel Samuel said exactly what I wanted to say. As the saying goes, we share happiness and hardships. As a true Imperial soldier, how can we let Sir John bear the responsibility alone? This is not in line with the honor of an Imperial soldier, so please don't say this again. That makes sense, Major John. We all understand your intentions, so please take back your decision. Me too. Seeing that Samuel had abandoned his teammates and shown his loyalty alone, the other 3 colonels immediately became anxious and quickly began to offer their loyalty. As for the possibility of being held accountable by Major General Tony afterwards, let's wait until this Major General can get over the issue of cowardice and continued to maintain his rank of Major General. What's more, Major John's godly military command ability was enough for them to take a gamble. Now, before the war even starts, the enemy has thoroughly investigated the enemy commander through intelligence warfare. In the face of such a terrifying intelligence advantage, unless the enemy has a force gap of dozens of times theirs, it would be impossible for them to crush the 1st Division with an advantage that cannot be made up by strategy. But the maximum number of enemy troops could not exceed 5 times their current strength. In addition to the assistance of the magic soldiers, there are also traps set by Sir John for the enemy's vanguard troops. After destroying 1 or even 2 enemy divisions, the gap in troop strength can be reduced to almost 3 times. As we all know, as long as there's a commander with normal IQ and no equipment disadvantage, it is normal for the Imperial Army to win by fighting 1 against 3. If they can't even see this unprecedented advantage, then their position as colonel is in vain. How could the people in the field miss this opportunity to gain military merits just by following orders and even break through the rank of colonel and be promoted to Major General, truly stepping into the ranks of high-level officials? With red eyes, they began to frantically show their loyalty to John. Some even said that if he was given the opportunity to join the battle, he could lead his team to tie down an enemy division. John had anticipated the crowd's enthusiastic response, so he was not too surprised. After praising the loyalty of several people one by one and making sure that they had already turned to the light under his series of psychological attacks and out of their desire for military merit, he did not continue to encourage them. Instead, he worked with everyone to make corresponding tactical arrangements and plans for the upcoming battle. And amid the envious and jealous eyes of the other 3 colonels, he recommended Samuel as the temporary commander of the 1st Division. After obtaining the consent of the collective members, he dismissed everyone and went to the 1st Battalion camp, intending to arrange for Siegfried to go to the 1st Infantry Regiment to bring over the 5 battalion commanders under Max and select a suitable temporary commander of the 1st Regiment based on their reactions. It's over. I'm afraid we're all screwed now. What is the battalion commander thinking? How can he just seize power? If something goes wrong, won't we all become accomplices? After John left, Miles suddenly looked bitter, and then he scratched his head and looked at Iganila beside him. I wanted to ask what this dangerous lieutenant, whose wisdom has now reached the highest level, thinks. But when he noticed that the other party was slowly putting Colonel Max into a sack prepared in advance with a strange smile on his face, he immediately gave up the idea. Then he looked at Barnabo, who was picking up the map without saying a word. Captain Barnabo, you are the most senior among the 5 of us. Please say a few words. What should we do now? Can I change the battalion commander's mind if I say it? Barnabo frowned slightly, then glanced at Miles impatiently and added expressionlessly. Also, Miles, you talk too much nonsense. As a soldier, it is our duty to obey the orders of our superiors. Don't you know this? That depends on what kind of order it is. If the battalion commander does this, when the war is over, those 4 guys will report to the military affairs department. Wouldn't the battalion commander then become a pure war criminal? We would all become accomplices. The premise is that the army will really settle accounts later, but the question is, Miles, do you think they will do that? Before Miles could finish his words, Barnabo interrupted him. He looked calmly at the sniper expert in front of him who was good at shooting from behind, and expressed his opinion. The answer is no, because in fact, from a moment these 4 colonels stepped into this conference room, under the arrangement of the battalion commander, they could only accept the result of participating in the power seizure plan. If one person tries to betray or report, that person will be madly targeted by the other 3 and counterattacked with unanimous testimony. What's more, this kind of reporting behavior can only get them verbal praise from the military affairs department, but it won't get them any other substantial rewards. Instead, because of leaking secrets, they will be looked down upon by other army units and become the most unwelcome traitors. On the other hand, what about following the battalion commander? Not to mention the high probability of winning and getting enough military merit for promotion. The most important thing is that Colonel Samuel has already gained real and tangible benefits. As a colonel, he successfully gained command of the 1st Division without a superior commander. If he can win this war, his promotion in rank will become inevitable. No one is a fool, and no one will give up everything for a blank check. Only when the benefits are large enough and can be obtained will people take action. There are always many people in the world who regard others as fools, but they don't realize that they themselves are the real fools. When will you understand this, Lieutenant Miles Carrot? After saying that, Without paying any more attention to Miles' extremely ugly expression, Barnabo packed up the maps and walked out of the meeting room, first with an expressionless face. Just when Miles wanted to find someone else to complain, Lenibo pushed his glasses and added, "Miles, I thought I had overestimated your stupidity, but your performance has refreshed my concept of stupidity. Perhaps compared to becoming an officer, shining shoes may be more suitable for you. Of course, there is no ambiguity in what I said. I'm simply giving you some advice for your own good. I hope you can think about it carefully when you get back." After saying that, Lenibo ignored Miles' green expression and walked out of the room confidently. The battalion commander is so handsome. I feel like I'm about to fall in love. Lieutenant Iganilla, what do you think of the battalion commander? Martha covered her burning cheeks with her hands in a daze, like a little girl in love, her eyes sparkling. The battalion commander is indeed quite handsome, but he is too kind. If I could take off this guy's head instead of knocking him out, I think I would be very happy to be Captain John's loyal dog. Iganilla nodded in agreement, and the two of them chatted while carrying the sack containing Colonel Max, ignoring Miles, whose expression was green with panic, and walked out of the room together. What? I just wanted to persuade the battalion commander not to be so impulsive, but in the end, I became a heretic? Your kindness is really taken for granted. Miles muttered some curses and wanted to go straight back to the camp and distance himself from the few people. But when he thought that if he did this, he would most likely be isolated by the four men, his face became uncertain, but he suppressed the humiliation in his heart and shamelessly chased after them. Chapter 132, Bait Intelligence. After completing the psychological warfare, he used the same operation and selected a lieutenant colonel who was not a member of the Layla family from among the 5 battalion commanders of the 1st Infantry Regiment late at night and appointed him as the temporary commander of the 1st Regiment. The next day, John woke up and began to manage the atmosphere of the 1st Division. He arranged for the members of the 14th team to promote Maslow's quotations in all levels of the 1st Division and confiscated the wealth of the former Lord of Horseshoe City and the collateral members of the Morning Star clan in the city and distributed it to the soldiers as trophies. John calmed the emotions of the lower-level soldiers and began to make tactical arrangements for the defense forces around Horseshoe City based on Leon Lee's combat style. While expanding the original patrol range, he also sent out the reconnaissance units of the 1st Battalion to conduct a detailed investigation of the surrounding terrain. After identifying several suitable locations near the junction of Horseshoe Territory and Starlight Territory, John also dispatched the functional company to transform them and disguise the built bunkers as ordinary hills by concealing them, intending to rely on this trap to launch a sneak attack on the 4th Independent Division that would subsequently advance through this place. You can actually do this, Martha. You really didn't disappoint me. After personally using a telescope to check the bunker's camouflage and finding no flaws, even from 50 meters away, John immediately expressed his appreciation to Lieutenant Martha beside him. In fact, before letting Martha renovate these 15 locations, he was prepared to accept shoddy work. After all, no matter how many functional spells Martha mastered, she was still a magic soldier in the end. As magic soldiers, blasting techniques should be what they are best at. But the result far exceeded his expectations. Looking at the dozen or so bunkers that look no different from natural ones, they have maximized concealment. John immediately realized that unless someone inside opened fire, or the distance was less than 2 meters. Otherwise, under the cover of weeds and soil outside, the enemy without the magic eye technique would not be able to confirm these 15 locations with a telescope. They are not naturally formed small earth slopes, but a man-made camouflage. Even John couldn't help but feel amazed in his heart, and he looked at Martha with surprise. This guy is simply a civil engineering genius. Seriously, how did he come up with the idea of becoming a magic soldier? If you have this ability, wouldn't you be able to make more money by working in the construction industry than by joining the military? I thought he was a fool, but I didn't expect this guy to be a real genius. Is it true that I can also make mistakes sometimes? It's just so. Not as good as you say, Captain. Martha pursed her lips a little embarrassedly. After hearing John's approval, her dissatisfaction with personally carrying out the bunker construction work disappeared instantly. Although she was still speaking polite words, her true emotions had already been exposed through her uncontrollable upward curve of the corners of her mouth and eyebrows. It was obvious that Lieutenant Martha was very pleased with John's compliment. This also gave her some different thoughts. She immediately pretended to be hot and pulled her collar. Relying on her extraordinary beauty, She kept winking at the young and handsome battalion commander. He tried to gain more attention from this promising battalion commander by showing off his charm. Why does this ugly guy keep winking at me? Could it be that the eyelid cramps were caused by the high-intensity construction work in a short period of time? Is the endurance of magic soldiers so poor? Seeing Martha's eyelids twitching constantly, his donkey face turned red like a monkey's but due to fatigue, and he even opened his chest due to the heat, revealing his chest that was so shriveled that it was almost as barren as the ground. Major John couldn't help but fall into deep thought. But considering that he still needed to induce Lee to send troops to assassinate him, so as to annihilate the opponent's assassination troops, he gave up the idea of caring for this small-breasted and ugly subordinate. After advising the other party to take care of his health and eat some papaya to replenish his body when he is free, he put on his magic bag and returned to the 1st Battalion's base in Martha's almost life-doubting gaze. He immediately began to prepare for his subsequent trap plan. Under John's arrangement, 5 days passed in the blink of an eye. 5 nights later, in the west of Horseshoe City, a sneaky Centaur resident sneaked into an abandoned house with no one living in it under the cover of darkness. After arriving at the house, he did not take any action immediately. Instead, he carefully observed his surroundings and secretly used magic to sense and confirm that there was indeed no one following him. Only then did he breathe a sigh of relief. He then quickly came to the bedroom covered with cobwebs, leaned over the huge straw bed made of a large amount of hay and animal skins, and carefully searched for a long time. After he continued to press the mechanisms at various locations inside the straw bed and press the buttons one by one in the correct order. With a barely audible clicking sound, a secret compartment suddenly popped out from the wall. Then, the male centaur, who appeared to be a centaur resident of Horseshoe City, but was actually an external spy member of the Shadow Force, rode his horse to the secret compartment and pulled the internal handle in the order of 1 long, 2 short, and 1 long. The originally ordinary wall slowly expanded to both sides, revealing more than a dozen steel bird cages inside, but inside were ugly monsters with blood-red skin and worm-like appearance. Immediately, he took out the information he had prepared long ago and stuffed it into the worm's daisy-like teeth. He watched as this secret messenger worm, which was carefully bred by the Shadow Orcs and was specifically responsible for the task of transmitting confidential intelligence, devoured all the intelligence he had collected, and then, under a wave of magical power, completely turned into a gray-brown shriveled corpse. He then breathed a sigh of relief and was about to take out the exploded messenger worm and eat it quickly to prevent it from being noticed by the terrifying magic soldiers of the Empire due to unexpected fluctuations in magic power. But before he could take any action, he suddenly found that his vision began to rotate uncontrollably. Before his vision fell into complete darkness, what came into his sight was a human girl who was only 1.5 meters tall and had silver hair as bright as the bright moonlight. So beautiful, he murmured unconsciously, and then the headless corpse that was continuously spurting blood fell to the ground with a bang. After twitching for a while, it completely calmed down. Leia Benneth has confirmed that the enemy spy has sent out the decoy intelligence. Well done, Leia. You can return now. Yes, Major John. Chapter 133, Traps and Exploitation. The commander of the Imperial 1st Division is under house arrest. The current commander of the Imperial Force is John Maslow, the commander of the Magic Battalion. The other party is extremely greedy. After taking over the command of the 1st Division, he began to frantically amass wealth within the past 5 days. Not only did he plunder the property of the Morningstar clan side branch, but he also allowed his soldiers to rob the civilians of Horseshoe City, causing resentment and chaos throughout the entire Horseshoe City in the past 5 days. In the early morning, in Sunset Valley where the Starlight Territory and the Horseshoe Territory meet, the 4th Independent Division of the Allied Forces is stationed. After listening to the intelligence reported by the leader of the Shadow Orcs, Major General Leon couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Colonel Gallel, are you sure this intelligence is accurate? I am sure of this because this intelligence comes from our agents who were planted in Horseshoe City in advance, and it was delivered through our special internal method. Therefore, there's no doubt about the accuracy of the intelligence. Gallel spoke in a deep voice. As early as 5 days ago, in order to investigate the commander of the Imperial Magic Army, he mobilized the intelligence personnel stationed in Horseshoe City by the Shadow Army. Now that he knew the true identity of the enemy commander, he was eager to launch an assassination attempt immediately. But after the 101st Division, which had barely gathered 3,000 cavalry, joined forces with the Allied 7th Army, under the arrangement of the top leaders, all members of the 101st Division were required to obey the instructions of the 7th Army in this counterattack. The Major General Leon Lee in front of him, in addition to being the commander of the 4th Independent Division, is also the supreme commander of the assassination force in this counterattack plan. Any action taken by the Shadow Orcs under Gallo's name would require the other party's permission before it could be officially implemented. So even if he was unwilling, he could only come and ask this excellency for instructions. I see. Major General Leon murmured softly, and after thinking for a long time, he nodded and smiled at the Orc colonel. I see. I didn't expect the Empire to send out such a bunch of idiots to provide support, but this is actually a good thing for us. The enemy commander is greedy for money, so let's give him a chance to do so. Leon chuckled and immediately told his plan. If I remember correctly, the Shadow Orcs should have set up more than one intelligence collection station in Horseshoe City. And judging from the style of the Saga Kingdom's espionage activities, these collection stations should have a lot of funds left over from their activities. Colonel Gallo, why don't you arrange for the other agents in Horseshoe City to escort this batch of activity funds back tomorrow? At the same time, you can reveal some clues so that the greedy enemy commander will be tempted by the money and send troops to seize it. Colonel Gallo, you only need to sneak into the Horseshoe City in advance with the elite members of the Shadow Orcs through the invisibility effect of the Shadow spell, and capture them while they are checking the spoils. With him as a hostage, the Empire's magic forces will be useless. You can then send me a signal through the communication device. I will take advantage of the moment when the enemy army is in chaos and lead the troops with Major General Damon to break into Horseshoe City. Together with you, we will completely capture Horseshoe City and win this war. Looking at Gallo, who seemed to be thinking deeply, Leon knew that he had been persuaded by his bait plan, but he still chuckled on the surface. Of course, considering the danger of this mission, if Colonel Gallo has any concerns, then this assassination mission can also be carried out by my Black Feather unit. A true orc is never afraid of danger and death. Moreover, only by capturing John Maslow can I wash away the shame of the 101 SD Division's defeat on the Taimashan front. Therefore, Major General Leon does not need to test me in this way. Gallo looked straight at the outstanding general from the Kingdom of Victoria, who was praised by countless people as an assassin star. Then, according to the etiquette of the Saga Kingdom, he clenched his right fist and placed it on his heart, bowed to the other party, and said, I know you intend to compete with Ms. Morningstar for the position of Supreme Commander of the Kingdom of Victoria, so I will not ask for a penny of the credit for capturing the enemy commander this time, but I need to be given the right to deal with John Maslow. This is my bottom line, and also what Major General Damon meant. I hope you understand. According to the rules, I cannot agree to this request. After all, a living commander of the Imperial Magic Force is far more valuable than a corpse. Facing Gallo's sharp gaze, Leon rubbed his brows in distress, and after pondering for a while, he smiled and said, However, considering the death of Colonel Kenny and the sacrifices and contributions made by the Saga Kingdom in the fight against the Empire, it would be a bit of loss if we lose a powerful ally just because of a prisoner. Therefore, Colonel Gallo Assassin, as the commander of the 4th Independent Division, I agree to your application this time. Now, you can start preparing for this assassination plan. Thank you for your kindness, Lord Leon. May the will of the great sage be with you. May the light of Victoria always illuminate your path, Colonel Gallo. Tap tap. Standing there, watching Gallo's hurriedly leaving back, Leon narrowed his eyes slightly. Thinking back to the information he received 4 days ago from the Kingdom's Central Intelligence Department regarding John Maslow's resume, he couldn't help but let out a playful smile. He was a man who defeated the Allied forces 3 times in the Battle of Walden with miraculous means, and in the post-war regional governance, he not only used the eldest son of Hardman to complete the trial of a true nobleman, but also invested all the wealth of the Hardman family for hundreds of years into the construction of the territory. Would such an outstanding general, who has both strategy and courage beyond the reach of ordinary people, really be blinded by meaningless wealth like a fool? Obviously, this is just an illusion deliberately created by the other party. The opponent's real purpose is probably to use this disguise to deceive this group of orcs who have been using the most primitive intelligence-gathering methods and have been lagging behind in information, so as to complete the counterattack. In fact, Leon had already realized this as early as when he heard the information that Galil said. The reason why he didn't explain it to Galil was actually very simple. After Galil led the shadow orcs into the trap, John Maslow would definitely reduce the patrols of the magic soldiers on Horseshoe City in order to deal with this troublesome assassination force. It is even possible that he would ambush all 1,000 magic soldiers around the so-called warehouse. After all, the shadow magic of this group of orcs ranks third among the assassination magics. Even if he wants to deal with this army, he has to arrange the corresponding magic devices in advance to be absolutely sure of completely destroying it. Even he is like this, let alone the technologically backward empire. Therefore, after the shadow force sneaked into Horseshoe City and started fighting, John Maslow's forces would definitely be withdrawn, and his control over Horseshoe City would become unprecedentedly weak. And this is the best time for him to send out the Black Feather Unit to assassinate the 5 commanders of the 1st Division. Thinking of this, a gleam of light suddenly flashed in Leon's black eyes. That's right, his target this time was never John Maslow, but the 5 regiment commanders who actually controlled the command of the 1st Division. Because after reviewing the intelligence about John Maslow sent by the Central Intelligence Agency, he knew that John Maslow was by no means a person who could be guessed at using common sense. Although he always believed that he was not weaker than Roxy, and even because he was not affected by the so-called chivalry, he could win the war more easily. But he never looked down on Roxy himself. We also know that the other side has a terrifying ability to divide the battlefield and a command capability that is so abnormal that it can control nearly 100 troops to launch operations at the same time. Even for him, it would be extremely difficult to defeat the opponent. But John Maslow did it, even though the two did not fight in the true sense, but were limited to a small battlefield. But the opponent's ability could not be denied, and the opponent's subsequent operations made him marvel, and he easily cracked the assassination plan of the One-Eyed Hunter. All these outstanding performances were enough to make Leon put aside all his contempt and treat this confrontation with a more serious attitude. Although Leon is best at decapitation operations, he knows better. Unless the situation has deteriorated to the point where it cannot be saved, as a wise commander, the other side will never easily expose himself to the enemy's sight. It would be extremely difficult to eliminate the opponent in such a tight security, like climbing to heaven. It was precisely for this reason that Leon gave up the idea of dealing with John Maslow and instead tried to eliminate John Maslow's control over the 1st Division by assassinating the other 5 commanders of the 1st Division. At that time, when the ground forces were in chaos because of the assassination of their leader, he could lead the 4th Independent Division to formally launch an attack on Horseshoe City, and then completely take Horseshoe City back from John Maslow. Once this plan is completed, it will become an indisputable fact that his command ability is higher than that of Roxy. But this is only natural. After all, I am the undefeated Leon Lee. On the top of the mountain, overlooking the area where the Shadow Orc troops are located in the base below, blinded by the desire to revive the assassin family and wash away the shame, Galil Assassin is instructing intelligence personnel to issue wrong orders and is about to lead his troops to destruction. The playful smile on Leon's lips suddenly became more intense. At this moment, he already knew clearly that those victories that he had long been accustomed to would soon arrive as promised. Chapter 134, I want to be a brave and fearless soldier. Squeak. At night, in the Lord's mansion in Horseshoe City, just as John was reviewing the documents on the progress of Maslowism propaganda, Lenibo suddenly pushed the door open and walked in, and immediately told him a piece of news that cheered him up. Captain, there are more than 10 suspicious centaurs gathering in the city, and the patrolling magic soldiers have discovered that they have gathered a large amount of funds and seem to want to escape at night. Do you need to arrest them? Well, arrest him. Also, notify Commander Barnabo and Lieutenant Iguodala to lead the 1st and 2nd companies to disguise themselves and go to the warehouse near Horseshoe City to wait and be prepared for a fight. Also, Lieutenant Miles should be free right now. Call him over and tell him I have something to tell him. Yes. Jean slowly put down the documents in his hand and then issued a series of instructions without hesitation. Watching Lenibo leave as if he had realized something, and then looking at the map in front of him, John realized that the enemy had fallen into a trap, but he did not smile happily. Instead, he lit a cigarette, took a sip, then frowned and began to think. He understood what espionage really meant. This means that the orc troops of the Saga Kingdom, who valued honor more than life, fell into the trap he had set in advance. 7 full days had passed since he had seized power through a night meeting. During these 7 days, in addition to rectifying military discipline and preparing for the upcoming war, he also secretly assigned Samuel to spend some money to bribe some Centaur residents on the pretext of promoting the majesty of the Empire. He focused on staging dozens of scenes in areas where enemy agents were suspected to exist, showing the Empire oppressing Orc civilians and plundering their property, and successfully misled the enemy agents last night and sent out the bait message. After all, he knows Leon Lee very well, as he almost became a member of the protagonist group in the game. Therefore, he also understood that with the other party's wisdom, coupled with the intelligence of the Victoria Kingdom, it was enough for the other party to analyze that the tyranny he performed was just a trap. Just as he expected, the opponent, because of greed for military merit and cold-blooded character, did not warn the Shadow Orc troops of the Saga Kingdom, but treated the opponent as a pawn to be used. This would give him the opportunity to send the Black Feather Force to assassinate his 5 commanders, thereby making him lose control of the ground forces. But in fact, in John's expectation, this time point should not be now. Instead, it was only after the 4th Independent Division arrived near Horseshoe City that the other side chose to maximize its benefits by taking advantage of the deaths of the Shadow Forces. But according to the report given by Martha, who is currently lying in ambush in 15 bunkers and on standby, 3 minutes ago, the 4th Independent Division had not yet passed the place where John had ambushed in advance. Was there a sudden change within the team? Or did he notice something? John frowned and thought, if the enemy's troops did not pass through the ambush zone of the bunkers he had set up in advance, then this time the best he could do was to defeat the Black Feather Assassination Force and the Orc Shadow Force sent by the enemy. It was impossible to destroy much of the 4th Independent Division's manpower. And when the enemy leads his army to reunite with the 7th Legion, the offensive pressure he will face will be much greater than it is now. So, the only way is to join the game yourself? John couldn't help but frown and think about it. But before he could decide whether to take the risk and try a trick of the empty city to lure the cunning Major, General Leon, into the trap, a voice interrupted his thoughts. "Captain, you're looking for me?" Miles, who had arrived at some point, was looking at John with burning eyes, thinking of the ridicule he had endured from the other 4 members of the team in the past 6 days because of his lack of loyalty. Miles felt a surge of anger in his heart. My original intention when I spoke up that day was just for the sake of the 1st Battalion, but I didn't expect that my worried behavior would be seen by my teammates, and I would become a traitor who is disloyal to my superiors. Although I am indeed a little timid, my loyalty has always been witnessed by heaven and earth. Otherwise, why would he not inherit his wealthy father's business, but choose to be a magic soldier? Battalion Commander John must have thought so too. Otherwise, why would the other party suddenly call him over to carry out a secret mission at this time? You all look down on me and call me a traitor, right? After I have completed the battalion commander's instructions neatly this time and received his recognition and praise, I'll see what you will say then. I, Miles, also want to be a brave and fearless Imperial soldier. Miles, who was angry, swore viciously in his heart. This was the first time in all the years since he joined the army that he felt so eager for military merit. Just as Miles took a deep breath and was about to go against his usual practice and apply to the battalion commander in front of him to lead the troops in this ambush, so that he could use his heroic performance and, through the mouth of his beloved battalion commander John, officially wash away the slander against him by others. However, the next second, after hearing the content of the mission from John, Miles froze in place. "Miles, the situation is this. I need a substitute to go to the warehouse for me, so that I can be responsible for attracting the firepower of the assassination team sent by the enemy. In the 1st Battalion, your escape, your vigilance is the strongest and your personality is also very, flexible. You can fully play the role of the image in line with the intelligence, so as to trick the enemy. Of course, you don't have to act too hard or feel pressured. You just need to carry out your activities as usual. I believe that with your acting skills that are full of true feelings, you will be able to deceive the enemy." "Well, Miles, why do you look so bad? Are you okay?" "Report to the battalion commander. I'm fine, really, I'm fine." Miles, whose tough guy dream was completely shattered, responded to John with a forced smile. He raised his head and wiped away the bitter tears in his eyes. At this moment, He clearly realized that his cowardly dream of clearing his name was about to be completely shattered. At the same time, in an attic in Horseshoe City, he looked at his own spy team in the distance and followed the abandonment plan he had issued. Galil felt no wave of emotion as he watched a group of Imperial soldiers shoot him to the ground, listening to the wailing sounds in the air. He knew that these were necessary sacrifices. In order not to arouse the suspicion of the Empire, in order to personally capture the treacherous Imperial commander named John Maslow, and in order to successfully wash away the previous shame. Not to mention that those who died were just a group of ordinary agents from the Shadow Orc force. Even if the one who died this time was the most powerful and elite soldier in his army, he must not hesitate at all. For the glory of the Dark Thorn family, these sacrifices are worth it. Galil murmured in his heart, silently looking down at the group of dead or wounded spies below, calmly watching the group chatting and laughing as they loaded boxes of property that belonged to him into the belly of the steel monster called Kar that arrived at an unknown time and was hated by the orcs. Then, amid the monster's ear-piercing roars, it drove away towards the street in the distance. At this moment, Galil understood. The moment of divine revenge is about to come. Set off, along with Galil's unique command voice, which was below the audible range of human ears and could only be received by the Dark Thorn orcs. The next second, the 320 elite orc shadow troops who were hiding in the shadows of the streets, deep in the alleys, etc., all lowered their hoods. Then he activated the technique on his body. As the inky black air currents wrapped around their bodies, in an instant, their figures changed from solid to transparent and finally completely disappeared without any trace. Then it quickly flew towards the target location, leaving only barely detectable traces of wind in the air, like a group of imperceptible ghosts. Crash! Chapter 135. Yes, it's him. As the truck slowly drove into the large warehouse courtyard in the west of Horseshoe City, the supply boxes filled with gold placed on the truck were soon neatly arranged on the ground under the help of several Imperial soldiers. After completing these, several soldiers came to guard the courtyard on their own initiative. Seeing this, Galil did not act in a hurry, but silently activated the shadow ritual. At this time, the team members who had already turned invisible gave orders to stay on standby through low-frequency secret words. They immediately hid in the courtyard, waiting for the arrival of the target of this mission. Since Galil had the experience of being sold to a circus as a monster by merchant from the Brown Kingdom when he was young, he had a deep understanding of the greed of the merchants from the Brown Kingdom and understood very well how stupid these humans were who were willing to give up their lives for money. Therefore, he knew very well that after he put out the bait, John Maslow, who was no different from those businessmen, or even more disgusting, would definitely not allow the gold to remain in this warehouse. The other party will definitely come and check it out in person, and then reveal the ugly face that he is most familiar with. And then will be the best time for him to take revenge. But why do I always feel something is wrong? Is it an illusion? Feeling the inexplicable palpitations in his heart, Galil couldn't help but frowning, and his bloodshot eyes looked around with some confusion. Although he didn't find anything suspicious, he still felt uneasy for some reason. It was as if in this deserted courtyard, there were countless pairs of eyes silently watching him in the dark, ready to jump out at any time and launch a fatal attack on him and all members of the Shadow Force. Just as Galil was hesitating whether to trust his intuition and choose to lead the soldiers to temporarily leave this inexplicable and somewhat weird warehouse. The next second, he heard the roar of steel monsters. Squeak! Then, as the car slowly stopped, the driver jumped out of the Jeep and took the initiative to open the back door. Immediately, under Galil's bloodshot eyes, a figure wearing the uniform of an Imperial Air Force major and a military cap slowly walked down. Under the orange light emitted by the burning torches on both sides of the door, the other person's appearance instantly became visible. That gloomy face, that arrogant look, and that posture that kept turning around, as if thinking of all kinds of vicious thoughts every moment. Plus the iconic black hair and pupils. There's no doubt about it. This damn bastard must be John Maslow, the culprit who caused him to lose his honor and led to the disastrous defeat of the 101st Division. A strong murderous intent continued to surge in Galil's heart, but he quickly forced it back. He knew that now was not the time to attack the other party. Given the opponent's cunning and insidiousness, if I reveal any sign of trouble in advance, the opponent will definitely use the soldiers around him to block the attack in the first place. Just like when the slave owners were being chased by bandits, they would throw their slaves out of the carriage to attract the bandits' attention. Be patient, Gallo. You must be patient. This assassination concerns the future of the assassin family. You must not be like Major General Damon, who lost everything because of meaningless, impulsive emotions. Gallo kept admonishing himself in his heart, but his bloodshot eyes were always fixed on John Maslow. Looking at the opponent's gradually approaching footsteps, Gallo knew that his chance to attack was about to come. What the hell are these glasses? How could the battalion commander come up with such a weird thing? He even wants to put it inside his eyeballs. It's so uncomfortable. At the same time, she wears a black wig, and her eyes are disguised as black because of the simple cosmetic contact lenses made by Martha using gum, according to John's theory. Miles' eyes were rolling around in pain because he was not used to the new type of glasses and the friction of the gum. At this point, under the successive blows, Miles was almost on the verge of collapse. His dream of becoming a tough guy was shattered, which already made him sad enough, but now he had to endure this torture that was like torture. If the battalion commander hadn't comforted him before the mission began and hadn't commended him for his merits in front of the other 4 idiots after completing the mission, he would never have worn these shitty glasses to carry out the mission of attracting fire. It's all the fault of these damned orcs. Yes, it's these bastards. If it weren't for them, I wouldn't have come to the 1st Battalion, nor would I have come to Faken Bay, and I wouldn't have been tortured into this state by these damn glasses. I will definitely kill you bastards. Miles was roaring wildly in his heart, but knowing the criticality of this mission, his expression remained unmoved. Instead, he slowly got out of the car with an arrogant attitude. Then, he walked towards the warehouse in front of him, where hundreds of orc assassins were stationed with an extremely arrogant pace, while at the same time raising his vigilance to the extreme. "Hello, Battalion Commander." Arriving at the gate, Barnabo, disguised as a corporal, saluted Miles without changing his expression. However, his left hand was not placed on his trouser leg as usual, but behind his back. This was a code word they prepared in advance to alert whether the enemy troops were in position. The enemy has arrived? But I didn't see anyone at all. I can only say, is this worthy of being the 3rd-ranked assassination technique? There is indeed something there. It's a pity that all your thoughts have been predicted by our battalion commander. Miles was filled with emotion. He wanted to nod to Corporal Barnabo and then continue to complete his task of attracting fire. But he suddenly remembered that he was now disguised as Captain John, and he could completely reprimand Barnabo in the capacity of the battalion commander, and after that he could avoid being beaten by claiming that the mission required it. The most important thing is that this opportunity will be gone after today, and he can't help but start to have some bad thoughts. So after his eyes rolled around, he wanted to cough twice, then scold Barnabo for his improper guard posture and ask the other party to do 50 push-ups for him immediately as punishment. While Miles was enjoying himself by taking advantage of the power of the other, as if Barnabo had guessed his bad intentions, he looked at him expressionlessly. The coldness in his flickering eyes made Miles subconsciously clench his buttocks in an instant. The evil idea that just came into my mind disappeared in an instant. He didn't have time to pay attention to the teasing look from Corporal Iganila, but coughed guiltily, then said seriously, "Ahem, where is the stuff?" "In the courtyard, Captain." "Very good. Well done. You too." "It's my duty, Captain." After a few brief conversations, Miles licked his lips exaggeratedly, his eyes fixed on the boxes of gold lined up in front of him. It's like a stingy and miser who suddenly gets an unexpected fortune. "Issa, the taste of gold, so right." Miles pretended to be intoxicated and took a deep breath. Then he bent down with a smile to take the gold from the box. However, the moment he bent down, a cold light suddenly emerged from the air, and then in his constricted pupils, with a sharp whistling sound, it quickly approached him. Base. Chapter 136, Glory and Wildness. Bang! Almost at the moment when the Shadow Force orcs appeared, countless gunshots rang out in the air almost simultaneously. A dense rain of orange-yellow bullets shot out from the windows of the surrounding attic, rooftops, sky, and other angles. And with the help of the telepathic techniques equipped by the 1st and 2nd companies respectively, they hit their respective targets accurately. Almost in an instant, most of the Shadow orc assassins who had just released a Shadow spell and tried to attack the surrounding Imperial soldiers and completely control the courtyard were instantly shot through the head by ruthless bullets and turned into corpses with wide-open eyes on the spot. Only less than 130 people managed to survive by swinging their scimitars in time and using their combat experience to deflect the bullets. As the leader of this assassination team and the first one to attack Miles, Galil is naturally the one who is given special attention in the Shadow Orc army. There were a total of 20 bullets fired at his head at such angles. But with his strange, dancing movements and relying on his fighting instinct, he forced himself to change the surprise attack in the air into a swift turn and attack. This was a desperate situation that was sure to lead to his death, but he broke it abruptly. Amidst the piercing, crackling sounds, the rain of bullets that should have turned into the god of death's scythe and mercilessly snatched his life was actually fired by him all around without missing a single one. Even if Miles had not opened the magic eye in advance and slowed down the speed of vision to 10 times through the extreme state of the magic eye, he would have predicted in advance that a stray bullet would pierce his right leg because of Galil's action and would have withdrawn from the spot in advance. Then, under the defensive attack of this dangerous Shadow Orc leader, he would probably be pierced in the right leg and fall into a brief state of stiffness, and then be captured and become a hostage in the hands of the other party for negotiation. Damn it. Aren't orcs just a bunch of stupid idiots? How come this guy is even more despicable than Uncle Miles? Freak, simply a freak. Miles, who was still in shock, couldn't help cursing in his heart, but his body retreated faster than his brain. At the same time, he quickly took out 2 pistols hidden at his waist, and his fingertips kept pulling the triggers towards a monster orc in front of him with an angry face, as if he wanted to continue chasing until he killed him. Bang, bang, bang. Aimed by Miles's magic eye, the orange-yellow bullets accurately and quickly hit the fatal parts of Galil's body. But it was only a moment, and the silver light, slashed out by the opponent, quickly split it in half, exploding with a head-numbing metal-tearing sound. Sizzle. Swish, swish, swish. Galil waved the 2 silver scimitars in his hands with eyes wide open. With his swift movements, these 2 extremely simple weapons were wielded by him like impenetrable shields. With amazing sword skills, he stripped away and cut through all the rain of bullets shot at him. At this time, with the multiple spells released by Galil with all his strength and the contact of the magic pattern restrictions, the gray bandages on Galil's body had already been torn apart by the swollen muscles. The originally dry, gray skin began to crack, revealing the hideous muscle tissue inside. Scarlet blood splattered everywhere, flowing like magma on his cracked yet huge body. Along with the 4 pale fangs that had grown outward at some point due to a mutation, and that were as ferocious as a saber-toothed tiger, plus the monster-like face that was so ugly that even the mud monster would be inferior to it. It made him look even more like a demon crawling out of hell. The pair of eyes, composed of pure scarlet and with diamond-shaped crystal structures inside, were fixed on Miles, who was standing in front of them with a look of astonishment from beginning to end. The emotions that filled it were so strong that they were almost turning into reality. The moment people look at each other, they will unconsciously feel creepy. That is the purest murderous intent in the world. The glory of the Darkthorn family must be restored. We must wash away the shame of defeat. Must get the glory. Only in this way can the tribesmen be exposed to the sun without any scruples. Only in this way can children no longer continue to be slaves because of the sins committed by their ancestors. Only in this way can the Darkthorn family get rid of the identity of the descendants of demons and get back on the right track, even if the price is death. A hint of determination flashed across Galil's eyes. The blood that gushed out uncontrollably due to the backlash of the spell had dyed his mutated fang scarlet. Then, along with his furious movements and torn vocal cords, he let out an unprecedented, deafening roar. John Maslow! Fuck! Looking at the monster orc who had gone mad and seemed determined to kill him, his substitute, at all costs, Miles' face changed drastically. He was about to use all his strength to activate his own magic and try to escape from the sight of this orc who looked extremely dangerous. But before he could fully unleash his magic power, the next second, in his constricted pupils, 2 extremely fast X-shaped cold lights were suddenly magnified in his field of vision. It's over. Miles sighed in his heart and was about to close his eyes and wait for death, when he suddenly felt a gust of whistling wind suddenly blowing past his ears. Then, a sharp blade, which was faster than the other one, brushed past his ear and, like an exploding thunder, suddenly rushed towards the 2 swords that were about to cut him into 4 pieces. Immediately as the flames exploded, a white impact ring visible to the naked, I blasted out in all directions. Boom! A terrifying gust of wind swept through, instantly throwing Miles against the wall behind him. However, as the strong wind dissipated, his original position was replaced by Iganila's short and thin figure. However, compared with his extremely immature and youthful appearance, Ignila's red face was filled with a hideous smile that made people feel inexplicably palpitating. His blue pupils were shrunk to the extreme due to excessive excitement, but his eyes were wide open, almost bursting, and his gaze was focused on a monster orc who was several times larger than him and was 10 meters ahead. There is no room for any living creature anymore. It was like a lion king who had been eager to fight for a long time, and finally found a challenger who was truly worthy of his all after a long wait. And he will tear the opponent to pieces. Then use the other person's corpse, the other person's fur, and the other person's soul. Let this battle between the two monsters come to a perfect end without any suspense. As if he understood what Iganila meant through her eyes, Galil, who felt his honor was insulted, suddenly had a flash of extreme anger in his eyes. Then he raised a sharp blade in his hand synchronously with Ignila, who had a crazy look on his face, and then broke through the distance constraints in an instant with a leaping and spinning posture and a flying and downward posture. Under the bright moonlight, they burst out in the air with their own sharpness and flames. Soon, the roars filled with their pure wills, and the deafening sound of metal fighting exploded in this moonlit courtyard. Die! Kill! Chapter 137, Wisdom and Courage. Has it started yet? On a plain 3 kilometers east of Horseshoe City, feeling the violent fluctuations of magic power in the air, Leon Lee, who was in the center of the independent 4th Division, slowly narrowed his eyes. He knew that under his arrangement, Colonel Galil would either have been defeated and killed in the battle or captured by John Maslow. Apart from these 2 results, there are no other possibilities. But the other party's sacrifice is not meaningless, but can help him win the war. Let him become the winner who laughs last in this complex struggle that brings together forces from 4 sides. Although it was indeed a bit too cruel for Colonel Galil himself. But the world is never fair. The strong prey on the weak, and the weak prey on the weaker ones. This is the only truth that has never changed since the Age of Gods. Compare this to the Kingdom of Victoria, where technology has now reached a whole new level. The empire that completely relies on the destructive power of magic soldiers and magic cannons, and the Saga Kingdom, which is becoming increasingly weaker and weaker due to the disappearance of the Great Sage, and its so-called glory is becoming more and more like a joke, and even other countries on the Otto continent. The latter are more like old products that should be eliminated by the times. The fundamental reason is that they went in the wrong direction. He is always immersed in the glory of personal power brought by the Age of Gods and cannot extricate himself, and is eager to continue to grow through physical or supernatural powers. In this world where even the gods have given up and left, we seek to break free from the shackles and return to the only realm that is impossible to achieve. This in itself is a kind of paranoid ignorance, isn't it? After all, the power that humans, who are capable of thinking, possess that even the gods fear is never their destructive power. It is the wisdom that is often subconsciously ignored by people under the influence of magic and so-called spells. Leon whispered softly, his dark eyes gazing at the mesmerizing yet fragile light called magic that was constantly shining in the distance. A barely perceptible contempt flashed across his pupils that shone like stars. Unlimited creativity, unlimited possibilities for change. This is the fundamental reason why humans were able to surpass monsters and undead races in the Age of Gods and gain the favor and even fear of the gods. Unfortunately, there are very few people in this world who can clearly recognize this. Fortunately, he was fortunate enough to be part of the minority and also the top one in this minority. But even as excellent as he is, there are still obstacles blocking his progress. Fortunately, with his plan, he only needs to wait quietly for the situation to develop. After tonight, the pass called Morning Star will be completely crossed by him. Then, with an unprecedented kingly attitude, he ascended to the throne that had been prepared for him. Major General Leon, we have already wasted too much time on this detour. I would like to ask, when do you plan to officially march? Just as Leon was deep in thought and quietly waiting for his Black Feather army to convey to him the news that there would be no unexpected changes, A slightly irritable voice interrupted his thoughts. He raised his eyebrows and looked in the direction of the voice, only to find that Demon Morningstar, who should have been quietly in the new Star Chaser cavalry regiment under his arrangement, waiting for his order to charge together, had come to the center of his army without permission. The other person's tall body cast a long shadow in the moonlight, and his brown eyes were filled with anxiety and eagerness. The Orc Major General, who had suffered setbacks on the battlefield and was now eager to wash away the humiliation and regain his glory, had a physique that was different from that of humans. Under the catalysis of emotions, even his breath at this moment formed a visible white mist. How barbaric it is, Leon murmured in his heart, but on the surface he still smiled and said to the other party, "No pity. Now is not the time to attack. When the right opportunity comes, I will immediately give the order to march." The right opportunity? When can we wait for that opportunity? Haven't you sensed the fluctuations of magic in the air, Major General Leon? The war in Horseshoe City has already started. Why should we continue to wait in this damn place? Damon repeatedly questioned the short and fragile human general in front of him, not hiding his inner anxiety and anger at all, especially since they had followed the other side on the avenue and should have arrived outside the Horseshoe City an hour ago. But the other side immediately stopped the army and inexplicably ordered a change in route after seeing a few ordinary mounds on the roadside from a distance. They had to force their way through the annoying jungle, making a big circle, and finally arrived at this plain that was nothing but flat. Damon didn't understand Leon's order and even thought that the other party's behavior was ridiculous. Not to mention that they had the Fred armor, which could withstand the Imperial Army's artillery and bullets. The Star Chaser Regiment, which served as the vanguard in this operation, did not encounter any ambush or danger after entering that road. Secondly, there are only a few small mounds. Even if there are really ambushed troops of the Imperial Army hiding behind them, how many people can there be? Altogether, there are no more than 600 or 700 people, which is the maximum. Faced with an enemy so small that it is almost negligible, is it really necessary for their army, which has a total strength of more than 15,000 people, to make such an absurd move of retreating? What's more, there is such an obvious fluctuation of magical power erupting in the city now. Isn't it proven that Galil, who had sneaked in ahead of time, had already started fighting with the Imperial Army in the city? It was obvious that our soldiers were fighting bloody battles to retake Horseshoe City, and might even be in a life-and-death crisis. At this time, they only need to lead their troops into Horseshoe City and cooperate with Galil, who is engaged in a deadly battle with the Imperial Army and has attracted most of the enemy's firepower to complete an internal and external attack, and Horseshoe City will be within their grasp. But what is this human commander doing? He led his army to a safe area outside the city, watching the situation change and waiting for what he called the vague right opportunity. This is an act of avoiding war by using the so-called situation as an excuse. Just like a coward. As expected, none of the humans born in the Kingdom of Victoria had the courage. Honorless cowards all. For an orc warrior, it is simply an insult to associate with such people. Snort. The more Damon thought about it, the more annoyed he felt. He couldn't help but snort. Then, before Leon could speak, he raised his hand and interrupted him coldly. "Okay, Major General Leon, you don't need to say more. I have no intention of praising your strategy, nor do I intend to reject it, but my many years of combat experience tell me that now is the best time to go into battle. If you still insist on waiting here for the so-called right time, then I'm sorry I can't keep you company. Next, I will lead the star-chasing cavalry regiment to attack Horseshoe City." However, before Major General Damon could finish his idea of leaving the main force and attacking the city alone, the next second, a faint piano sound slowly came into everyone's ears through the air, startling Damon and Leon. Then he subconsciously looked towards the right side of the troops. At this time, the originally bright moon was covered by a dark cloud at some point, as if it was a sign of an approaching rainstorm, and the sky and the earth were dark. The faint light produced by the burning lights of the distant Horseshoe City was seen through his excellent vision. Leon was immediately surprised to find out. In front of a lush forest less than 800 meters away from the troops, 3 figures suddenly appeared, and the ethereal piano sound came from there. Leon was very confused, just as he was hesitating whether to let the soldiers fire a shell at that place to test where the 3 inexplicably appearing figures came from. The next second, accompanied by the sudden lightning that struck the sky in the distance, illuminated by the extreme light produced in that instant. The appearance of the three people instantly came clearly into Leon's eyes. There were three figures, one man and two women, all wearing the black and gold uniforms of the Imperial Air Force that he was very familiar with. Two women stood on the left and right sides, one with short brown hair and the other with long silver hair, and they looked quite beautiful. But compared to the faces of these two women, after seeing the figure of a man sitting in the middle, holding a horsehead fiddle, smiling and playing a tune, as if he saw some incredible sight, Leon's pupils suddenly shrank to the extreme. There were even more turbulent waves in my heart. At the same time, the rumbling thunder also happened to be transmitted to this space at this moment, ringing in everyone's ears. Boom! Chapter 138, There is Murderous Intent. Captain, what should we do next? Should we attack the enemy directly? In the night, in front of the blue vine forest, Wendy looked at the dark enemy army in the distance through the magic eye. At this moment, there was no fear on her face, but her eyes were full of excitement. Before this, Wendy had never thought that a person could be as brave as Captain John. With only 2 soldiers, he dared to play the violin in front of an enemy army of tens of thousands. What's the difference between this arrogant behavior and slapping the enemy's general in the face? It can be said that he is seeking death. If it were anyone else, she would definitely think the person who did this was a lunatic. But if it was Captain John, then Wendy felt that she might need to improve her cognition. After all, whatever Captain John does is right. Even if the captain asked her to fight against the tens of thousands of soldiers now, Wendy felt that the captain must have made long-term plans and was absolutely sure to let her do so. After all, that's Captain John. By the way, what song is the captain playing now? Why have I never heard it before? But the melody is quite cheerful and a bit fun, although it is somewhat out of place on the battlefield. No hurry, play with him. John, who was playing the famous Eru piece Horse Racing that he learned in a university club in his previous life, spoke casually without changing his expression when he heard the words. He was no longer able to complain about Wendy's blind trust in him, which was difficult to describe in words, and he didn't dare to complain at this critical moment. At this moment, his eyes were looking into the distance through the magic eye, at Leon, who was looking at him with a look of astonishment. He knew that after seeing that he had come up with such an empty city plan, with Leon's suspicious personality, the other party must have been thinking hard in his mind, and began to frantically guess the real purpose of his doing this. And this is exactly what he wanted, to deal with smart people like Leon. Only by doing things that are so abnormal that they're almost unbelievable can he make the other party actively ignore the simplest but most correct answer. And he constantly uses his imagination to find suitable reasons for the enemy's extremely absurd behavior. But in fact, if John had not really had no other choice, he would not want to take such a big risk and do such a thing. After all, even he couldn't be completely sure whether Leon would suddenly have a brainstorm and choose to directly send people to fire a cannon to test the situation. As for the success rate of this empty city plan, he is currently only 60% confident, and they are also prepared to evacuate at any time. This time, he imitated the Prime Minister's trick just to try whether he could use the empty city plan to lure the 4th Independent Division into the ambush zone he had set up in advance. The purpose was to destroy as many of the enemy's troops as possible and prepare for subsequent battles. He never thought of committing death. Otherwise, he wouldn't have brought Leia here this time, with the assistance of the strongest fighter under his name. Even if Leon really intended to fire a cannon to test it, he could easily avoid being killed by a single cannon shot with the help of Leia's technique of stripping all things. Seeing that the situation was not good, he put on a magic bag he had prepared in advance, carried Leia and Wendy, and ran away. Of course, the result of doing so would be to allow the 4th Independent Division to preserve most of its manpower and successfully evacuate from this battlefield, which would result in the 1st Division facing greater pressure in subsequent battles. In serious cases, it may even be the last straw that breaks the camel's back. It was with this kind of thinking in mind that John tried to take this gamble. If he was exposed, the worst that could happen was that he would just run away with his men and find a way to solve the problem later. But now it seems that this trick is more useful than I expected. Observing Leon through the magic eye, he was sometimes confused, sometimes enlightened, and sometimes pensive, and kept switching back and forth, with colorful expressions like the face changing in Sichuan opera. John stretched his legs to the extreme, ready to pounce at any time, hiding behind and shouting, "Leia, save me." His originally weak waist straightened instantly, and the music he played became more and more interesting. Wendy, who was listening to the art from another world, couldn't help but start nodding her head rhythmically to the music. She looked so relaxed that it was hard to imagine that they were in a battlefield where a fight could break out at any time. Buzz, what exactly was John Maslow's purpose? Is he really confident, or is he just pretending? But as someone who once destroyed Roxy's plan, is John Maslow really the kind of idiot who would expose himself alone without any confidence? But if he really had ambushes lying around, why didn't he let them attack immediately, and instead played a strange tune that had never been heard before? Listening to the inexplicably cheerful music coming from the air, Leon's eyes were full of uncertainty. At this moment, he suddenly found that he was beginning to find it difficult to see through the rising star of the Empire who shared the same blood as himself. John Maslow, this guy is indeed, just as the intelligence said, a person who cannot be understood by common sense at all. Leon, with a frown on his face, couldn't help but sigh secretly in his heart. But after thinking for a long time, he felt that it would be better for him to remain unchanged in the face of ever-changing circumstances. Wait until the other person finishes playing the piece, and then see what he or she is going to do. Then try to find a way to counter it. This is also the safest solution he can think of at the moment. What's more, putting aside other things, the song played by the other party was indeed very tasteful. The melody was passionate, but not lacking in joy and enthusiasm. This piece of music would be much more appropriate if it were played in a folk tavern instead of on a battlefield. Especially the melody of the first part. It sounds as if thousands of wild horses are galloping before your eyes. So, this is the song he adapted based on the Centaur Cavalry when he came to Faken recently? Really, what a talent. Listening to the wonderful melody that he had never heard before, Leon, who was listening carefully to the music, couldn't help but nod slightly, while gently beating the beat with his hands, and said with appreciation, "Elegant, really elegant. I didn't expect that he, who graduated from a military academy, would have such attainments in music. In this respect, I am indeed not as good as him." Damn it, what the hell is this? Major General Leon, are you just going to let that damn John Maslow laugh at me like this? Unlike Leon Lee, who carefully appreciated the beauty of music, the seemingly cheerful piano music sounded like the ridicule of a demon from hell to Damon's ears, causing him to feel nameless anger in his heart, especially when he thought about his younger brother, Kenny, who died tragically at the hands of the human in front of him, and in the end, not even a complete body was left. The anger surged to the point of almost devouring his sanity. It almost drove him crazy, and he immediately wanted to lead the star-chasing cavalry regiment with red eyes to charge at the damn murderer in front of him to avenge his third brother. But before he could act, Leon, who was originally quietly admiring this gorgeous art, seemed to have sensed his thoughts in advance. After glancing at Damon, he chuckled and added, "Major General Damon, do you also want to die at the hands of Major John, like Colonel Kenny?" "What do you mean?" Damon's pupils constricted, and the anger in his heart instantly disappeared. He looked at the human Major General in front of him with doubt and surprise, whose IQ was comparable to Roxy's. It's true that he wanted to avenge his brother, but that doesn't mean he wanted to die. Rather, what he wanted was safe revenge. Although he was reluctant to admit it, ever since he witnessed the horrific explosion magic that instantly devoured thousands of elite rangers of the 101st Division, he had already begun to feel fear from the bottom of his heart for the existence of magic soldiers that exceeded the specifications. Otherwise, if it were the past, he would have been shocked to see these three humans dare to humiliate him in this way on the battlefield. In order to defend his own honor, Damon would definitely charge without saying a word and try to kill all the opponents. But now, even if I don't want to admit it, but after seeing the mage soldier with chestnut short hair standing on John's left, his hands began to tremble uncontrollably. Damon deeply understood that he was no longer the brave and fearless first warrior of the Morningstar clan. That's just the surface meaning, Major General Damon. You can hear the deep meaning of the music played by this wise Major John on the battlefield where our two armies are fighting, right? Leon glanced disdainfully at the stupid and brainless orc in front of him, and then looked with unprecedented complexity and amazement at the figure in the distance who was still immersed in the performance, as if he could resist thousands of troops alone. Then he said something with emotion that made Damon's pupils shrink to the extreme. This song of his is full of murderous intent towards a Morningstar clan. Can you really not hear this? Or can you hear it but just don't want to admit it? Major General Damon Morningstar. Chapter 139, Pride and Assassination. I don't understand what you mean, Major General Leon. Damon frowned and looked at Leon in front of him, his heart full of suspicion. Murderous look? Where does the murderous intent come from? Although he didn't understand music, he could tell from the rhythm of the song John played that it should be a very joyful one. How come in Leon's mouth it became full of murderous intent towards the Morningstar clan? Is this Major General Leon trying to fool me? I see you really don't understand anything at all. Leon chuckled and shook his head, then listened to the passionate piano music coming from his ears. He couldn't help but close his eyes in ecstasy and listen carefully, but he didn't stop explaining. Mr. Damon, didn't you hear that John Maslow played this piece of music with the horsehead fiddle? And you should be familiar with the horsehead fiddle, Major General Damon. In your history and culture, the horsehead fiddle does represent the centaur's spirit of yearning for freedom, but you also have to consider the audience for the performance. The harp, which symbolizes the centaur's freedom, is now firmly held in the hands of John Maslow, your enemy. Doesn't this mean that he intends to destroy your freedom? Hearing this, Damon was startled and was about to say something. However, at this moment, the originally melodious tune suddenly changed. Tap tap. Listening to the song that suddenly changed in the air, and the sound played through special playing techniques, it was like the clattering sound of horse hooves hitting the ground. The intoxicated look on Leon's face froze for a moment, and was immediately replaced by solemnity. A pair of eyes were fixed on the figure hidden in the distance by the night. If the style of the previous piece was the magnificent scene of galloping horses, then the style John played now focused more on highlighting the state of the charging horses. Although compared with the previous fluency, the opponents playing at this time seemed a bit intermittent, like an unskilled bard. But Leon knew that John Maslow must have done it on purpose. After all, how could a genius who could create such classic music in such a short period of time not be skilled enough? Therefore, there is no doubt that the real purpose of the other party's deliberate creation of these noises is actually to simulate the situation in a fight. Simulate the battle between the Black Feather Army and the 5 captains of the Empire that is unfolding silently in Horseshoe City. This is also a mockery and warning from the other side. Leon Lee, everyone is afraid of your decapitation tactics, but I, John Maslow, have absolute confidence that I can defeat all the assassins you sent, and you and your army will be completely destroyed under the iron hoof of the Empire. There is no other ending. Really, how overbearing and arrogant. He knew that there was an assassination attack, and that if the 5 captains under his name were successfully assassinated, the Empire would fail in this battle. But instead of being afraid and running away, you allowed the assassination to happen and planned to fight against me with the power of your subordinates? And unlike Roxy's chivalrous beliefs, the reason that supports you in making such a move is simply due to your absolute confidence in your own strategy and trust in the strength of your subordinates? John Maslow, you guy. He is indeed an opponent worthy of my full efforts. But unfortunately, the strength of my Black Feather Force is far beyond your expectations. No matter how you struggle, there is no point. Because the outcome of this battle is destined to end with my victory. Leon, who understood the arrogance in John's heart, couldn't help but clench his fists, his heart full of confidence. Damn, I haven't practiced the piano for a long time. How come I can even make noises? Will Leon doubt me because of this? In front of the blue vine forest, Major John, who made a mistake in his performance, couldn't help but feel a sudden shock in his heart. But on the surface, he continued to play the piano calmly, and then secretly used his magic eyes to check Leon's expression in the distance. He was immediately relieved when he saw that the other side did not order the army to attack him. I couldn't help but start to think about it. If you calculate carefully, the time should be about right. He arranged in advance for the members of the Black Hawk Force to put on the uniforms of the 5 captains and set up an ambush in the room with 63 members led by Siegfried. As long as the Black Feather assassination team acts according to his prediction, then there will be no suspense in this assassination. After all, in the 1st battalion he led, except for Siegfried, the other 63 members of the ground support force, including Leia, were all top assassination members of the original force. Each of them is qualified to serve as an instructor in the assassination department of the Magic Academy. And, most importantly, In order to ensure the confidentiality of their identities, the news that they had joined Camp 1's ground aid force was concealed by Jet on the grounds of carrying out an investigation mission when they set out. Even Dormammu did not know about it. Even our own top brass don't know about it. No matter how powerful the Allied agents are, they can't find out the relevant information. Therefore, the outcome of this assassination was already determined. And if the original probability of the success of the Empty City plan was 60%, then this time we won the victory in the personnel intelligence war. In John's opinion, the probability at this time is almost 90%. As for the last 10%, he only needed to wait quietly for the news of the Black Feather Army's failed assassination to reach Leon's ears. At that time, he could notify Samuel and his men deployed near the ambush zone to take action. While attacking the independent 4th Division, he could also successfully lead the enemy into the final ambush location. This completely destroyed the 4th Independent Division. As for now, he only needs to do one thing. That is it. Wait. John and Leon, who were facing each other in the air, recited the word almost in unison. At this time, large dark clouds gathered in the sky, as if a rainstorm was about to come, and the night air began to become wet and cold. Call! It's coming. In the eastern part of Horseshoe City, on an attic outside the 1 SD Division's high-level command post, Siegfried, holding a maroon bow, slowly opened his eyes, a gleam of brilliance flashing in his eyes as he looked at the magical light that was constantly shining in the distance due to the battle. Listening to the communication device at his ear, which came from the ground support force, actually the elite assassins of the Black Hawk Special Forces reporting on their positions one by one, he slowly tightened the longbow in his hand, waiting for time to pass. In fact, he never thought that one day he would go from being a frontal combat warrior to an assassin carrying out assassinations and ambushes. But Siegfried did not resist, because he knew, whether walking in the sun or hiding in the darkness, everything he did was towards the same goal. And that goal is overthrow the oppression of the nobles over the common people. Siegfried was unsure how many people would hate himself in the future for the carnage he had caused, and blamed himself for being a cruel demon. But he knew that only in this way could he have the confidence to achieve the great goal that he longed for as a Maslowist warrior. With the assistance of more like-minded comrades, and under the leadership of the wise Major John, that great yet simple dream, recorded by Lieutenant Leia and spread to the hearts of everyone in the 1st Battalion during the voyage, shocked and amazed everyone. Can it be truly realized? If someone must walk into darkness in order for the light to come, then I will bear the sin. Wherever light falls, shadows always emerge. And I, Siegfried Fafnir, will become Lord John's shadow and make all those who try to hinder the spread of this light receive the death they deserve. Siegfried's eyes flashed with determination. When the members reported to their numbers, he skillfully turned on the communication device beside his ear and slowly said, Member number 44 of the Ground Support Force, Siegfried Fafnir, has taken position at ambush point number 4. Chapter 140 Assassin versus Assassin. Crash. The eastern area of Horseshoe City. Looking at the building where the 5 enemy commanders were located according to the intelligence, Enzo Kleiner, the captain of the Black Feather Special Forces, felt inexplicably uneasy at this moment, because this mission was a little different from what he expected. Whether sneaking into Horseshoe City or using the Orc shadow troops that were being targeted by the Empire's magic soldiers to avoid the enemy's search, they arrived at the building where the 5 enemy commanders lived according to the intelligence. It all seemed to be going a little too smoothly. So, this place is a trap set by the enemy? But it is clear that this intelligence was the final information obtained by our most elite scouts after 5 days of infiltration, so its authenticity is beyond doubt. Maybe it's because I'm too suspicious and think too much, right? Enzo convinced himself in this way in his heart. But even so, the inexplicable standing hairs and the occasional palpitations made him unable to help but frown. He was a little hesitant about whether to order the team members to terminate the mission and report the situation to Major General Leon. At this moment, his team members reported to him, Captain, it has been confirmed that the 5 targets are in the building ahead. Do you want to carry out the mission? Execute it. After a moment of silence, Enzo finally gave the order. As Major General Leon's deputy, he knew the importance of this operation better than anyone else. What's more, the target's location has been found out, so he has no reason to interrupt the mission. Although I always have some bad premonitions, they are probably just illusions. That's right, it's an illusion. Enzo silently convinced himself in his heart, then took a deep breath, looked at the 100 team members behind him, and then gestured to them to move forward. Crash! As black feather-like objects emerged from their bodies, the assassins soon transformed into humanoid monsters wearing black feather clothes and with crow-like beaks on their faces. With the camouflage of their bodies, they successfully blended into the night and sneaked into the building in front of them silently like ghosts. Compared with the shadow technique, which ranks third and can achieve almost complete invisibility, and the phantom technique, which is currently at the top of the assassination list and can block one's own sound and perception, and can cover it on objects to achieve almost silent killings. The Black Feather unit's Ghost Feather technique does not have the same environment-independent characteristics as the former, but requires the cover of night to be effective. There is no absolute concealment like the illusion technique, which can make it truly like a ghost. Through the ancient technique of linking to a special space, it can block all its own information, but it will inevitably expose some sounds. However, as the second-ranked ability in the assassination system, second only to the illusion technique, the uniqueness of the phantom technique lies in the fact that it possesses a characteristic that other assassination techniques do not have. That is, they can completely cover the target location by spreading their own magic, thereby incorporating all breathing creatures inside into their perception. Through this almost absolute surveillance, the members of the Black Feather Force can easily grasp the target's location and use the concealment effect of the Ghost Feather technique to assassinate the target like a ghost. It is precisely this ability to never fail, coupled with the ability to enforce orders, that has enabled the Black Feather unit to quickly become the best assassination and intelligence force in the Kingdom of Victoria, although they have never fought against the Empire's Black Hawk Special Forces. As a result, it seems to the outside world that the Black Feather Force is weaker than the Empire, but as the captain, Enzo believes that their Black Feather Special Forces is no worse than the Black Hawk Force. And he will also use the perfect ending of this assassination to announce to the world that the Black Feather Force will replace the opponent and become the strongest assassination force in the world. No doubt about it. Yes, that's right. After all, we are a force created by Lord Leon, the assassin star himself. Enzo murmured in his heart, looking at the 5 commanders of the 1st Division who were gathered at the conference table in front of him, apparently discussing the battle plan, and a gleam of light suddenly flashed in his eyes. He was about to give the order to his troops to take action, but when he glanced at his subordinates, he was shocked to find that his deputy, who was supposed to be standing quietly beside him, had disappeared at some point. It was as if everything was his illusion and the other person had never been by his side. What's going on? Enzo was shocked and angry, and immediately turned around to ask the other members what had happened. But the scene he saw when he turned around made him feel as if he had been transported from the tropics to the cold north in an instant. The strong stimulation began to make him tremble uncontrollably. There was no other reason. It was just that in his sight, the subordinates who were originally standing alive in his field of vision suddenly disappeared into the air the next second. There were no signs, no traces of struggle, not even an expression of confusion. From the beginning to the end, these mysteriously disappeared assassination members did not reveal any. It was as if it was not a sudden death, but rather an invisible hand that quietly wiped out one's existence. What made Enzo feel the most unbelievable and even horrified was that even though he had already fully exerted his skills and had almost mastered everything in this building, but in his perception, he did not find anything abnormal at all, nor did he find the reason for the disappearance of the team members. In fact, no unusual sound was heard from beginning to end. No traces of any suspected enemy presence were found. It's simply weird. What the hell is going on? Enzo was shocked and angry, but he saw the person in front of him looking at him with confusion, but disappeared silently in the next second. Even the team members standing next to him didn't notice him from beginning to end, but looked at him with confusion, as well as the 5 enemy commanders who were originally within his perception. They somehow managed to evade the detection of the phantom feather technique and quickly disappeared from his sight. Gradually, the anger in Enzo's heart was replaced by fear. This strange scene, which could be regarded as the most advanced assassination method, made Enzo have some guesses about the true identity of the assassin who attacked them this time. But he was unwilling to believe that the other party was really here, and even more unwilling to believe that the other party's assassination ability was really so powerful. From the beginning to the end, this elite assassination force did not even have a chance to react in the face of the enemy. They died mysteriously one after another. This method is simply like a ghost. No, not really, but indeed. This group of monster assassins from the Empire are truly a group of real ghosts. It's over. Enzo suddenly felt his throat tighten and cold sweat began to seep out of his forehead unconsciously. If he had thought about trying to fight the Black Hawk Special Forces before, now he has witnessed the enemy's invincible assassination method with his own eyes. Enzo has completely given up this ridiculous idea, because this is simply seeking death. No, I have to leave. I have to tell Major General Leon that the elite member of the Black Hawk Special Forces is in John Maslow's hands. Their most proud decapitation plan was like an egg hitting a rock in front of this group of monstrous assassins. At this time, Enzo had no time to think about why the elite members of the Black Hawk Special Forces appeared on this battlefield. At this moment, he only had one goal, which was to bring this news back. No matter what. Despair. Enzo realized that reality was completely different from his plan, and he almost went crazy trying to escape from this extremely dangerous building. However, just as he rushed out of the room, in front of his constricted pupils, an arrow flashing with green light arrived in front of him at an extremely fast speed. Then, the sound like the howling of a storm filled his ears. Then, in his desperate eyes, with irresistible sharpness, it pierced his heart in an instant. Whoosh! Chapter 141 Leon Lee will die here. Huh, why did the music's tempo change again? What on earth was John Maslow doing? Outside Horseshoe City, in the east, near the Blue Vine Forest. Listening to the music changing again in the air, Leon Lee couldn't help but frown his brows slowly, and his expression became a little uncertain. At this time, although the original sound of horse hooves still existed, it was mixed with the neighing of galloping war horses. It was as if the army was already approaching, and the neighing and howling made by the galloping soldiers began to make Leon feel an indescribable sense of unease. Could it be that the other party is confident that they can eliminate his Black Feather army? But how is that possible? After all, his Black Feather unit had gone through a selection process of countless people to pick out the most suitable successor to the Ghost Feather technique. A first-rate assassination unit created by combining Heim's alchemical technology. In just less than 5 years, he was successfully promoted from an unknown unit to the top of the assassination force. Even compared with the Empire's Black Hawk Special Forces, it is not inferior. John Maslow only led a magic troop, and the opponent had no chance of getting rid of his elite troops. So it must be me. Report, General Leon. The Liaison Department has just received an urgent telegram from the Black Feather Force in Horseshoe City. Just as Leon was trying to comfort himself, the signalman's voice suddenly interrupted his thoughts. Looking at the signalman with a heavy face, Leon's heart suddenly tightened, and at the same time he had an unprecedented bad feeling. But he still suppressed his emotions and said in a deep voice, Yes, the Black Feather unit was ambushed by the enemy's assassination unit. The technique completely restrained our army. It was suspected that the instructor-level assassination member of the Imperial Black Hawk Special Forces was killed. Lieutenant Colonel Enzo was killed in the battle. The rest of the Black Feather unit were all wiped out. By the end of the speech, the signalman's voice couldn't help but tremble, and his tone was filled with horror. What? Leon slowly widened his eyes, his heart filled with astonishment. There was no time to grieve over the news of his deputy Enzo's death in battle. The moment he heard the news, Leon's first reaction was that there was something wrong with the intelligence. After all, the intelligence provided by the kingdom's Central Intelligence Department only stated that John Maslow led a reinforced magic battalion of 1,000 people, and did not mention at all that the other party had also formed an assassination force. At most, there's only a 64-man ground support force. Wait, ground support troops? So, are all the members of this ground support force instructors of the Black Hawk Special Operations Force? Otherwise, how could the other side defeat his Black Feather army so easily? I see. No wonder John Maslow dared to be so arrogant, and no wonder the other party dared to confront him head-on. It turned out that the other party had already prepared a backup plan for his assassination team. A total of 64 instructor-level Black Hawk members. What a big deal. Crack. Intense anger caused Leon to suddenly crush the telescope in his hand, while his pair of dark eyes stared at the figure in the distance. But as he listened to the murderous music coming from the air, his expression became a little uncertain. He was hesitating whether to lead the army to charge John Maslow immediately. The reason why he did not order a charge before was to wait for the news of the Black Feather Army's victory, so that he could take advantage of the chaos in the Imperial Army and attack, thus defeating the Empire at the lowest cost. The second point was to guard against traps and ambushes that John Maslow might have set up around him, so as to avoid falling into his trap. But now, after the defeat of the Black Feather Army, he no longer had the possibility of achieving his first goal. After the assassination failed, the opponent, who had already received the news of victory, should have directly ordered his troops to attack him. But John Maslow has not taken any action yet, which seems somewhat unreasonable. So, the other party was just setting up a decoy formation here, and the real troops were indeed in the hilly area that I had predicted before, right? No. Given the opponent's cunningness, he may have guessed what I am thinking. So for this reason, he deliberately holds back, so that I can make a mistake in judgment, and, when charging, step on a landmine that the opponent may have laid in advance, thus catching the turtle in the jar. However, if the other party had already thought of this third level and deliberately did nothing, but decided to ambush according to the original plan, this kind of decision is indeed possible. Leon, who was constantly thinking back and forth between ambush and deception, began to sweat uncontrollably on his forehead. The huge amount of brain energy consumed made his originally ruddy face gradually turn pale. At the same time, his eyes were fixed on the figure in front, just when he was about to grit his teeth and lead his army to charge, trying to break the impasse at the cost of sustaining casualties. The next second, the dark clouds in the sky suddenly dissipated. The bright moonlight once again fell from the sky, illuminating the three dim figures in front, while also shining on the dense woods behind them. However, after seeing the scene in front of him, Leon's pupils suddenly shrank to the extreme. At this time, the moonlight brushed across the treetops, lengthening the shadows of John and the other two. Behind the three people, the blue vine that was entwined on the tree trunk and blooming at this moment also cast a large shadow under the weak light. And because of the lush trees, the huge flowers that bloomed between the overlapped and intertwined forms an arc that looks like a human head, combined with the slender vines and the influence of the distance of 800 meters. When Leon, who was far away, looked out, what he saw was a terrifying scene of tens of thousands of people gathering in the dense forest. Once their superiors gave the order, they would instantly launch an attack on the enemy in front of them. John Maslow really set up an ambush here. Fortunately, I did not act impulsively, otherwise it would be too late to regret. Leon was startled, and then he felt unprecedentedly fortunate. But before he could regain his composure, he opened his mouth to mock John and realized that his plan had been seen through. This time, his side could withdraw calmly and fight the enemy again tomorrow. The next second, the music John was playing in the air came to an end, and the sounds of war horses neighing that he simulated through his showmanship suddenly reached his ears. I haven't practiced the piano for a long time. My technique is so rusty. Piano skills are just like studying. If you don't review them often, they will become useless. Fortunately, I haven't forgotten them all. However, after this incident, I won't be so pretentious next time. Feeling his sore palms, John felt depressed. In his previous life, he was attracted by this last virtuosic performance and joined the Eru Performance Club in college. He thought he would be able to rise to the top and become a national-level master performer. But I didn't expect that after 2 years of studying and practicing day and night, I could only work part-time for funerals or go to the countryside to attend banquets with wedding companies. Although the salary was not bad, it was quite far from the path of an artist he had envisioned. As for the fact that he did not become a wolf of Wall Street after graduation, but instead worked in the increasingly declining real estate industry in China, it can only be said that it was a matter of time and fate. However, with such a show of skill, with Leon's suspicious personality, he would definitely be scared off by my performance, which was full of murderous intent and his own imagination, right? As John thought about it, he shook his wrist and looked forward in doubt. Oh no, the enemy is about to attack. Hearing this attack signal, combined with John's performance of shaking his hands, Leon, who was about to order the ambush troops to launch a strong attack on his side, was suddenly shocked. Under the opponent's previous supernatural calculations, he no longer dared to imagine what kind of secret weapons the enemy's ambush had brought to restrain him. But he knew that if he succeeded in getting the enemy to launch an attack, the 4th Independent Division would most likely suffer a crushing defeat. Even he himself might die because of it. This was obviously a result that he absolutely could not accept. Thinking of this, Leon, who felt a great sense of crisis, immediately gave the order to the 4th Independent Division without hesitation. All troops, listen up. Retreat to the northwest immediately. Yes. After hearing the commander's order, although everyone was confused, they still adjusted their formation and quickly changed their formation, retreating to the northwest. As for why they did not retreat to the west, which was closest to their main force, it was because Leon still suspected that there might be an ambush on that slope. Although his reason also told him that John Maslow, who had deployed tens of thousands of ambushes in the Blue Vine Forest, would not have enough troops to deploy ambushes in that area. But he didn't believe that the cunning John Maslow would be so kind as to leave a safe area for his side to evacuate. So, there must be a trap there. Although he lost the Black Feather Army and the Shadow Army this time, as long as he could bring the army back to Xinhui City intact and reunite with the 7th Legion, then this defeat would be barely acceptable. Looking at the quickly retreating army, Leon Li convinced himself in his heart. But before he could carefully review this tactical mistake and try to find the weakness to defeat John Maslow, he suddenly discovered that the troops that were originally retreating had stopped for some reason. Before he could frown and ask what happened, his temporary adjutant quickly stepped forward and said something that made Leon stunned. "General, one of our soldiers found a suspicious sign in the middle of the road ahead, and there were also suspicious words on it, which seemed to be written in Xianqin Xiaozhuan. We couldn't understand it, so I would like to ask if you would like to check it out yourself." Sign? Words? Xianqin Xiaozhuan. Leon looked at Major General Damon beside him in confusion. At first he thought it was a trap set by John deliberately, but after asking the scouts, he learned that there were no enemy troops coming from the rear and no mines were found around the tree trunk, but it was a safe area. After much deliberation, Leon decided to go and see for himself. Under the escort of the soldiers, he quickly came to the so-called sign. Unlike the expected scene, the so-called sign was actually a tree trunk, and it seemed that the bark had just been peeled off and there was still a hint of green sap on it. But what surprised Leon the most, and even made him angry, was in the middle of this strangely shaped tree trunk, 8 large characters were carved in Xianqin small seal script. According to his own interpretation, their meaning is, "Leon Li will die here." And at the end of this passage, the other party seemed to be deliberately provoking, adding a symbol that looked like a human head and also maliciously smeared animal blood on the neck of the human head. Combined with that sentence, it looks as if Leon's head is about to be chopped off here. Haha, John Maslow, do you really think that this kind of meaningless provocation can stimulate me? Seeing this malicious curse, Leon Li sneered and kicked it over without saying a word, then continued to evacuate his troops towards the northwest without hesitation. He knew that John Maslow must be unwilling to let him lead his troops to escape, so he set up such a curse sign so that he would lead his troops to change position out of cowardice, thus walking into the enemy's ambush and suffering heavy casualties. But he chose to do the opposite. Didn't you say that I, Leon Li, would die in battle here? Then I have to go and show you. I just don't believe that you, John Maslow, really have the power of gods and ghosts to calculate even my actions. Boom! Before Leon Li could finish his mockery in his heart, the next second, hundreds of sudden artillery roars suddenly reached his ears, with bursts of flames exploding from within the army. In just a moment, the originally strict and orderly 1st Brigade was hit by the sudden landmine bombing, killing and injuring most of its soldiers. What's going on? Where did the explosion come from? Leon Li was shocked and angry. Just as he was about to ask the scout where the attack came from, the next second, the shouts of the Imperial soldiers suddenly rang out from all around. Kill! Cut off Leon Li's head! Immediately, to Leon Li's incredible expression, this area where they passed on the way to Horseshoe City should not have any Imperial soldiers. Suddenly, countless enemy troops appeared at this moment, taking advantage of the jungle to cover themselves and continuously firing at them. The number of people is at least over 3,000. This is an enemy attack. How could this be? Where did these enemy troops come from? Aren't all of John Maslow's main forces in that Blue Vine Forest? Leon was filled with confusion, but looking at the 1st Brigade that had suffered heavy losses from the inexplicable landmines, he was filled with anger. After reorganizing his troops, he immediately ordered his soldiers to counterattack, intending to directly destroy this damn Imperial army that had ambushed him. However, it is not known whether the enemy received the order or felt that they had achieved enough success by using the mines and the previous attack. So before Leon could give the order to send out the Star Chaser Cavalry Brigade to cooperate with their own Magician Corps to launch a formal attack. This surprise attack by the Imperial Army retreated quietly under the cover of the jungle without making any sound. Apart from the camouflage uniforms made of cheap grass and wood and the orange bullet shells scattered on the ground, he didn't even leave behind a single enemy corpse. It was clear that our troops outnumbered the enemy several times, but we were ambushed by the enemy and lost a brigade-level force on the spot, but we were unable to kill even a single enemy soldier. How is this result different from saying that Leon is a waste? Shame, what a shame. Bang! Looking at the deserted forest ahead, Leon, filled with extreme anger, punched the tree trunk beside him. His elegant smile had long since disappeared, replaced by unprecedented hideousness and anger. This made the temporary adjutant, who had never seen his superior behave in such a way, feel a little overwhelmed, and he didn't even dare to step forward to ask. Finally, Damon, who felt the same way as Leon, rode forward and consoled him. Major General Leon, calm down. Now is not the time to be angry. John Maslow did this just to provoke you and force you to make the wrong order. I understand. Thank you, Major General Damon. I am not so weak that I would be angered by such a childish trick. He underestimates me. But why do I feel that you are already angry? But, to be honest, if this kind of thing happened to me, I would probably be even worse off than Major General Leon. John Maslow, this guy is like a devil who can manipulate people's hearts. Thinking back on the battle reports of his own side's successive setbacks, Damon, feeling sympathetic, lost his original arrogance. He now only wanted to follow Major General Leon back to the 7th Legion's base camp as soon as possible. Through this battle, he realized how terrifying John Maslow was and no longer believed that he could defeat the opponent with equal forces. Only by having a force several times greater than the enemy's can the Allies perhaps win against this demon. Damon sighed in his heart. Then he pulled himself together and asked Leon. Then, Major General Leon, where should we evacuate next? Should we continue this way? No, I suspect John Maslow has set up mines ahead, so we must change the direction of evacuation immediately. Leon suppressed the anger in his heart, turned his gaze to the other side, and said in a deep voice, "This time, we'll evacuate directly to the north." He didn't believe that John Maslow, who had sent extra troops to set up minefields and ambushes in the northwest direction, could set up new ambush belts in other locations in the north. Whether in terms of troop division or strategy, the probability of this being realized is less than 1%. If the other party can really do it, he will just take his head off on the spot and kick it like a ball. However, after changing direction and marching for 1 kilometer, in front of Leon's gloomy expression and Damon's silent gaze, a tree trunk that was exactly the same as the previous one, with its bark peeled off, was inserted in the middle of the road where their army was marching. The content depicted above is also no different from before. Leon Lee will die here. John Maslow. Chapter 142, John Maslow has supernatural powers. Kill. Cut off Leon Lee's head. Leon continued to move forward without giving up. The familiar shouts and the familiar ambush happened again. However, after learning from the ambush last time, Leon did not let the army advance directly this time, but instead sent a mine clearance team to explore the front. The intention was to circumvent the previous failure in this way. But I don't know whether Leon was just unlucky or John had anticipated his preparation. Therefore, what awaited the independent 4th Division this time was not the mines buried in advance, but the bombardment of magic cannon shells from the sky. The same result was that in this sudden sneak attack, the independent 4th Division once again lost a large number of personnel. After arriving at the enemy ambush site, they found nothing but empty shell casings and the trajectory left by the Imperial Army's mobile magic cannon. There was no extra gain either. The 2 ambushes not only failed to kill any enemy soldiers, but also resulted in the loss of nearly 2 brigades of troops. This situation is extremely rare, even in any war. No, it can be called impossible. John Maslow, how on earth did he do it? There are clearly nearly 10,000 troops left in the Blue Vine Forest. Logically speaking, the enemy should not have extra troops to set up ambushes in these 2 areas. Did you contact the 3rd Independent Division for support? Or did the Empire secretly send new troops to cooperate? But the kingdom's Central Intelligence Department hasn't discovered it yet. The successive blows and strong doubts filled Leon's mind. This incredible battle situation and a series of failures made this young Major General, who always prided himself on his wisdom and had never been defeated in a real sense, feel unprecedented confusion at this moment. Such a handsome face now turned pale, and his eyes became a little dazed. However, just as he had regrouped and ordered the army to change direction again and evacuate to the northeast, after marching about 1 kilometer, he saw the familiar tree trunk and the same slogan on it again in the center of the road where the team was marching. Compared with his disdain the first time and his anger the second time, he fell into speechless silence this time. He stared at the words on the tree trunk with a dull expression and did not give any orders for a long time. Damon, who was standing by, was getting nervous and was about to bite the bullet and ask the smartest commander in the team what the troops should do next. Leon suddenly smiled, but compared to his original confidence, his smile was now full of sadness and despair. He didn't know what kind of terrifying ability John Maslow used to accomplish this almost impossible multiple ambush and psychological suppression tactics. But after seeing this malicious sign and the unexpected sneak attack that followed, Leon Lee knew it clearly. The other party was forcing him to change his route and go to that place, a slope where he knew there was a trap, in an arrogant and overbearing manner. He could move in a direction other than the other party's will, but the price would be the same as the previous 2 encounters, where he would be ambushed by 1 or even multiple Imperial troops in a place where the enemy should not be present. Now, he has lost 2 brigade-level troops, but he is still 30 kilometers away from Xinghue City. What's worse is that, except for the flat road called Thumpa Belt on the map, the rest of the roads from Horseshoe City to Starlight City are either muddy wetlands that are not conducive to the movement of the army, or there is a dense rainforest that obscures the view. Once the former is trapped in it and is surrounded by the enemy, the only outcome is destruction. The latter had to face the elusive ambushes of the Imperial Army arranged by John Maslow. Under such constant encroachment, the 4th Independent Division, led by him, could not escape the fate of being completely devoured. So, no matter what choice he makes, there is only one result from beginning to end. Before this, he had never imagined that he, who had always been called a genius by countless people, would one day fall into such a desperate state. But he knew it wasn't his fault. But John Maslow really exceeded the limits of what he could handle. The only thing he did wrong was that before the battle, he treated the opponent as an equal to Roxy. He even wanted to defeat the opponent at one point to prove that his talent was superior to Roxy's. But in fact, he was very wrong, because the abilities currently demonstrated by the opponent have far exceeded the pressure that Roxy can bring to him. Whether it was the intention that he could not figure out no matter how hard he tried, or the ambush decision that was made in advance by foreseeing the future at almost every step. All of this is almost completely beyond the scope of human beings. It was like a chessboard controlled by a devil. The opponent had been sitting quietly on the board from beginning to end, looking down at a mortal like him with a mocking and contemptuous look. He kept struggling and tried to escape from the encirclement that had been set up by the opponent long ago. In the end, he swallowed it all powerlessly, and in this game where the wisdom of both sides was completely unequal, he met his own defeat. John Maslow, this being who seemed to possess the power of gods and demons, was using desperate strategies to make himself realize the fact that he was incompetent. So, John Maslow, is this what you're here for? Is this what you want to see? Leon Lee murmured almost crazily. His eyes were filled with bloodshot at some point, and his expression was so ferocious that he looked a little crazy. Even Damon, who was standing next to him, felt inexplicably frightened after seeing this scene. Just when Damon was about to bite the bullet and persuade the commander, who was almost losing his mind due to the continuous attacks from John Maslow, to calm down and think of a way out, Leon suddenly spoke. All troops, listen up. Immediately withdraw to the west. Target, Thumpa Belt. Everyone, prepare for battle. Hearing this order, Damon on the side was suddenly shocked. If he thought at first that it was unnecessary for Leon to bypass the Beehive Belt, now after witnessing John Maslow's unpredictable ambush ability with his own eyes, he had already believed what Leon said. Naturally, he also understood that there must be a large number of ambushes here, just as Leon had expected. Even if they were not careful, the 4th Independent Division would be completely destroyed at that location. Therefore, he immediately wanted to persuade Leon not to act impulsively and to find another direction to evacuate. But just when he was about to speak to persuade them, he caught a glimpse of the slogan on the tree trunk that was stuck diagonally in the ground. He couldn't help but fall silent, and then a bitter smile appeared on his face. Yes, what can we do even if we know it is a trap? Even if they bypass the beehive belt, under John Maslow's almost inhuman predictive ambush, wouldn't destruction still be the end that awaited them? If they take the initiative to advance and try to attack the Fungpa belt and break through the enemy's blockade while their forces have not been severely reduced, then after taking over the nearly 10-kilometer flat road, they may still have a chance of survival. And it was because he saw through this that Major General Leon chose to make this desperate decision, right? However, can this goal really be achieved given the other party's long-awaited preparations? Damon didn't know about this, but looking ahead in the heavy night, he was afraid of being discovered and ambushed by the enemy, so he didn't even dare to turn on any lighting. Instead, he looked at the slowly advancing army under the sparse moonlight, and his brown eyes were filled with unprecedented confusion and worry. But in the end, he silently rode his horse and walked with the panicked troops towards the distant place where he didn't know whether it represented death or hope. Tap tap. They actually chose to go straight to Fengpadai? It seems that the opponent's commander is not that stupid. At the same time, in the sky 800 meters above, the magic eye observed that the commander of the independent 4th Division did not choose to evacuate to other directions after a series of setbacks, as the battalion commander had expected. Instead, he was hit by the fuel shells prepared in advance by the 3rd Magic Cannon Regiment, and cooperated with the combustion magic of the Wind Magician to complete a new round of attacks. Instead, he turned his army around and headed straight for the final ambush point at Fengpa. Lenibo, who was using his magic eyes to observe the enemy's actions, could not help but raise his eyebrows, feeling greatly surprised. But after thinking about it, he still did not stop his observation mission. After all, although in this enhanced mode, a lot of magic power is consumed. Just by strengthening the magic eye and coordinating with telepathic communication, he has already consumed 2 full high-level magic stones so far. It was the amount needed for the 2 magic soldiers to use their full strength to release explosion magic. But only with the support of such a large amount of magic power can he improve the observation ability of his magic eye to the extreme. With high-precision computing power, it can find tiny gaps in dense foliage to determine the enemy's position and route. Then, based on the enemy's route of action, he determined where the 5 Army Corps led by Samuel Below should set up ambush sites in order to complete 2 ambushes. Only in this way could Linyebo ensure that the battalion commander's ambush plan would not go wrong. But, to be honest, what on earth is wrong with the battalion commander's brain? He actually came up with this method. I can only say that he is worthy of being the chief of the Imperial Military Academy. It is simply amazing. Recalling that 5 days ago, the battalion commander who had completed the setting of the ambush point in Fungpa Belt secretly found me and asked about the observation limit of my magic eye. Based on my calculation ability, I tailored such an observer mission to assist in ambush for myself, and explained how I took advantage of the suspicious character of the enemy major general and set bait to force the other party into the game. Lenibo couldn't help but feel amazed. He thought he had thought highly enough of this youngest Air Force major in the history of the Empire. But the facts proved that he had greatly underestimated the ability of the battalion commander. If the battalion commander could maintain this amazing tactical ability, then capturing the Falkland Gulf War would not seem so difficult for them. However, I will have to remind the battalion commander about the matter of promoting Maslow's doctrine within the 1st Battalion. After all, although this matter had been approved by Marshal Dormammu, if it got to the ears of the Military Affairs Department, those noble lords would surely regard the battalion commander as a thorn in their side. After the Falkland Gulf War is over, the battalion commander who has made great contributions will most likely go to the imperial capital to receive an awarding ceremony and become a true noble. By then, it would inevitably attract the jealousy of many aristocratic forces and even be targeted. You might even be killed, but there is no way around it. After all, the disputes between the 2 parties are becoming more and more intense, and they almost don't care whether it will have an impact on the foundation of the empire. If the nobles had worked together for the good of the empire, the war in the empire would not have deteriorated to the current situation. As the son of a poor marquis, he would not have been sent to this dangerous battlefield just because of his outstanding abilities. Noble, huh? Lenibo curled his lips in disdain. Born into an aristocratic family, he understood the ruthlessness and cruelty of the nobles far better than ordinary people. The so-called good nobles do not exist at all. Even if they do, such a family will inevitably be kicked out of the core circle because of their eccentricity, and then with the secret collaboration of others, they will slowly decline until the family inheritance is cut off. Just like the Anthony family he belongs to. But now that his father has passed away and the only ones left in the family are his mother and the maid who treats him like a family member, he no longer has the heart to pursue the so-called family glory. Even if he really intended to gain glory, he would never achieve it as the son of the Anthony family. Rather, it will be achieved as a Maslowist warrior. This is what he should do. As for those who try to hinder them, whether they are conservatives or reformers, whether they are marquises or dukes, as long as these guys try to destroy their goals, Lenibo doesn't mind letting these people witness the real hell because, in the new world that the battalion commander wants to create, there is no need for any nobles. Lenibo pushed his glasses up, and a cold light flashed in his blue eyes. But soon, he hid this thought in his heart and turned to the communication device. After informing Marta in Fangpadai that the enemy troops were about to arrive, he also informed the 5 commanders of the 1st Division of the same news, asking them to rush to Fangpadai as soon as possible to assist in completing the final ambush. Then he flew at a constant speed in the night sky where no one could notice him, and watched the independent 4th Division below, which was about to arrive at its final destination, through his magic eyes with floating light. Like a messenger of death, silently witnessing the final outcome of a group of dying people. Chapter 143 ending. Report to the captain. The new magic mine ambush zone has been set up. The tunnel trap has been modified. The spike log has been moved to the designated location and can be dropped at any time. The beam magic cannon vehicle has completed charging. The magic eye observer is in place, and the beam cannon can be deployed for crossfire at any time. In Fungpa Belt, in the command point of the underground base 150 meters below, I listened to the reports coming from the communication device next to my ear. At this time, Martha, who was in charge of the Fungpa front, was carrying out a large-scale mental strengthening technique and was refine-tuning the traps at various locations on the front line based on the coordinates of the enemy's route given by Lenibo. After confirming that there were no deviations in the setting of the ambush belt, she interrupted this extremely exhausting ritual and rubbed her aching brows. She tore open a packet of magic stimulants and poured them in her mouth, then took a few gulps from the kettle. She felt the tearing sensation in her body due to the lack of magic power, which gradually eased with the influx of new magic power. Then she let out a long breath. Looking at the map in front of her full of data and coordinates, a hint of resentment flashed across her blue eyes. Before this, she had never thought that she, who barely graduated from the Imperial Magic Academy's command course with the third-to-last score, would one day be assigned to a commander position by her superiors. If it weren't for the data provided by Lenibo, she would have completely messed up this ambush. To be honest, I'm just a supporting talent. Why should I serve as the deputy commander? I really don't understand what the battalion commander is thinking. I must ask him to apologize to me. At least I must ask him to give me a set of the latest dress from Alino. No, at least 3 sets. Otherwise, I absolutely cannot agree to it. Martha muttered viciously in her heart as she looked at the map in front of her and continued to perform real-time calculations. Try to deduce the possible damage to the front line after the enemy arrives and launches an attack on the Fungpa Belt, so as to issue the most appropriate rescue route and the time to blast the front line to maximize the killing effect of the trap. The next second, the voice of the scout suddenly came to Martha's ears. Report to the company commander. We have detected that the enemy has arrived at 3 kilometers from the number 1 front and is advancing rapidly. It is estimated that the enemy will arrive at the number 1 front in 8 minutes. Please prepare for battle. Are you here? It is exactly the same as the result calculated by that guy Lenibo. Seriously, what's wrong with that guy's brain? He can determine the enemy's route of movement just by using data, and even calculate in advance when the enemy will arrive. It's just like a monster. Lieutenant Marta, who had built an underground military base in the Fungpa Belt in just 5 days, which was 150 meters deep, 2 kilometers long, and covered an area of 3,000 square meters, couldn't help but complain in her heart. However, she also understood that this was the critical moment for her to demonstrate her functional connection. She absolutely could not let down her guard at this moment. Otherwise, after the Battle of Horseshoe City was over, she would ambush and assassinate the troops under the arrangement of the battalion commander and successfully achieve the victory for Miles. Given the other party's mean personality, he will definitely laugh at her when the battalion commander holds the post-war meeting. So, no matter what, I must end this ambush in the most perfect way. Martha slowly clenched her fists, her blue eyes fixed on the field of vision. Through the communicator, Lenibo reported real-time data every 15 seconds. Based on her statistics, she integrated the enemy's position on the real-time map, silently waiting for the moment when the enemy arrives at the ambush zone they set up in advance. Then, give the order to attack. All troops stop marching. At the same time on the ground, after leading the army to the vicinity of the Phunpa Belt, looking at the flat ground in front of him, Leon suddenly gave the order to stop the march. He narrowed his eyes slightly and looked through the moonlight at the flat ground in front of him, which seemed to have no abnormalities. After a long silence, he suddenly turned his head and ordered the temporary adjutant beside him. Order the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd artillery regiments to immediately cover the ground ahead with artillery fire. No need for precision, just a blanket attack to flatten the road ahead. After a rapid march, Leon calmed down from his original anger. This is compared to the original concern about deploying artillery formations, as the enemy scouts might discover the ammunition vehicles and shoot at them, causing the ammunition to explode and causing unacceptable casualties to our side. Now, after the surprise attack by John Maslow, they lost nearly 6,000 troops. Now he also understood that the current situation no longer allowed him to worry anymore. He must capture this damn Phunpa area in one fell swoop, and then go to Xinghue City to join the main force. If you want to achieve this goal, there's a most clumsy but most effective method. That is to use the overwhelming artillery fire to smash all the traps that the enemy ahead may have set. Of course, he also knew that this was exactly what John Maslow wanted to see. The other side wanted to consume his firepower in this way, and then use subsequent ambushes to encircle and kill the independent 4th Division. This was a blatant conspiracy, but he had no choice but to take the initiative to get involved. Bang! Leon clenched his fists tightly, stared at the adjutant beside him with angry eyes, and shouted, "What are you standing there for? Go and give the order." "Yes, Major General Leon." Although the adjutant was confused, he did not dare to speak again when he saw the ferocious face of his superior. Instead, he obediently gave the artillery order to the existing artillery regiment. Boom, boom, boom. Under the cover of night, as the artillery formation unfolded, a large number of artillery shells, trailing orange flames, fell scatteringly onto the ground ahead with a piercing roar. Under the influence of night, without the magic eye technique and without professional observation equipment, the bombing accuracy of the artillery shells of the independent 4th Division was very limited. However, relying on the advantage in numbers, and under the bombing without regard for losses, the number 1 ambush zone, which was originally buried with a large number of mines in front, was successfully disintegrated under the baptism of this wave of artillery shells. After seeing that the ambush zone number 1 set up by the enemy was successfully dispelled under his operation, the expression on Leon's face did not ease, but became even more ferocious. Because he knew that this was just the beginning, and the real killer move John Maslow left for him was probably still to come. But now he has no way to retreat. The moment when he failed to see through the enemy's previous deception formation, the moment when he thought he had won the intelligence war, but was actually completely defeated by the enemy, and even the moment when he deliberately kept the knowledge secret in order to win the credit alone, allowing the shadow troops who were most suitable for night combat to go to Horseshoe City to die. He was destined to suffer his first defeat in this battle, and there is a high probability of a miserable defeat. But he also knew that now was no time to reflect on his arrogance. He must overcome this battle, which is destined to be purgatory for him, in order to welcome his own tomorrow. As long as he can leave this battlefield alive, it will be the greatest victory for him now. Stop shelling, prepare to march. Everyone, stay in combat mode. Looking at the ambush zone ahead, which was detonated by the rain of shells and caused the ground to become bumpy, Leon immediately ordered to stop the shelling, then took the initiative to get off the jeep, pulled out the long and used pistol at his waist, and under the protection of the Guard Regiment, he followed the army to the battlefield ahead, which was filled with the pungent smell of gunpowder. Despair, accompanied by the sound of dense and dull footsteps from the battlefield. Under Leon's command, the front end of the independent 4th Division advanced in a cone formation. The Star Chaser Cavalry Brigade, led by Damon, was in charge. Relying on the excellent defensive capabilities of the fried armor and the highly mobile charging capabilities of the Centaurs, they ensured that the troops' advance would not be interrupted by sudden attacks launched by the enemy. On the left and right sides, the infantry regiments are in charge, assisted by combat battalions composed of combat magicians with strong combat capabilities. Once they encounter an enemy attack, they can respond quickly and create obstacles to give the slow-moving artillery regiment in the rear, which is protected by the remaining members of the Black Feather Force, time to prepare for artillery support. At this time, Demon Morningstar, who was leading the star-chasing cavalry brigade in the front, no longer had his previous high spirits, and he didn't know when he put on a silver-gray but Buddha-style helmet on his head. Inside the nearly closed helmet, his face was filled with solemnity and tension. With both hands tightly grasping the giant sickle, the inside of the palms covered by iron armor began to become sticky due to the surging sweat, giving people an indescribable, uncomfortable feeling. A pair of dark brown pupils were fixed on the silent dirt road ahead under the night sky. It was a very common scene, but his breathing began to become rapid unconsciously. To be honest, in his 17 years in the army, Damon Morningstar had never felt as nervous as he did now. He felt like a frightened bird at this moment. Any strange noises around him would be enough to make him react like a stressor. His previous title of being the strongest warrior of the Morningstar clan now seemed like a joke. "Asshole!" Damon cursed unwillingly, but compared to anger, what filled his heart at this moment was more sadness. Because he had realized that no matter how much he tried to deny it, in the face of this tragic fact and the terrifying dominance of the Imperial magic soldiers, the Saga Kingdom still adheres to the style of cold weapon combat. But with the changes of the times, it is indeed about to come to an end. I should report this to my father later. Perhaps the orcs really need to make changes. Otherwise, in future wars with the Empire, the Saga Kingdom would most likely remain in a passive situation like it is now. Of course, the prerequisite is that I can go back alive. Damon was thinking in his heart, but at this moment, a series of sharp sounds of breaking through the air suddenly reached his ears. Whoosh! Immediately afterwards, a number of black spherical objects like cannonballs were thrown out from the night sky, and then fell on the star-chasing cavalry brigade right in front of the troops like an all-encompassing rain curtain. Thanks to his years of combat experience, Damon came to his senses almost instantly. Then he swung his scythe without hesitation. The sickle weighing 100 pounds was like a feather in his hand. With his gorgeous slashing that was like an art, the palm-sized ball was instantly cut into countless pieces by the several cold lights he swung out. However, the expected explosion and recoil did not occur. After being cut into pieces, the black sphere did not cause him any discomfort except for splashing sticky liquid all over him and staining his hard armor black. And he was not the only one. The rest of the star-chasing cavalry brigade who were attacked encountered the same situation as him. Damon stretched out his finger in a daze and wiped this sticky liquid on the armor, then carefully placed it in the gap of the helmet and smelled it. The viscosity of this liquid was somewhat similar to the animal fat used for lighting in their tribe, but the smell did not have the fragrance of fat. Instead, it was particularly pungent, as if the corpse oil formed by the power of nature after a corpse had rotted for a long time. Wait, could it be that? At this moment, as if he understood something, Damon's pupils suddenly shrank to the extreme. Just when he was about to sternly remind everyone in the star-chasing cavalry brigade to leave their place immediately. The next second, hundreds of figures suddenly rushed out from the tunnel on the flat ground in front that was originally empty. Then, under Damon's desperate gaze, this group of fire magicians, whose bodies were wrapped in the light of fire magic, shot out long condensed flame rays at the group of people from the star-chasing cavalry brigade in front of them who were covered with oil. Whoosh whoosh! Hundreds of orange-red flame beams as thick as tree trunks, like swimming fire snakes, arrived in front of the people of the star-chasing cavalry brigade in an instant. Faced with this kind of magical attack that they were already accustomed to, the members of the Star Chaser Cavalry Brigade habitually picked up their shields to resist, try to rely on their own amazing physical strength to directly break these powerless fire magics. However, the expected scene of the fire snake being defeated by the force did not happen. On the contrary, the moment the oil-covered shield came into contact with the fire magic, it seemed to have a violent reaction. Almost instantly, it turned into an even more violent flame, and then, under the astonished and puzzled gazes of the star-chasing cavalry brigade, it instantly covered and spread over their bodies. Then, mixed with shrill wails, the brave cavalrymen were instantly transformed into burning firemen. Ah, water! Get some water! The originally neat and orderly cavalry brigade suddenly became a mess. The rising flames lit up the dark night, and also illuminated the group of ghost-like Imperial soldiers who appeared on the surrounding hillsides at some point, and were holding guns and pointing their guns at the independent 4th Division below. Soon, holes inexplicably appeared among the 15 mounds in front. Feeling the terrifying magical fluctuations that were rapidly gathering and almost made his scalp tingle, Damon used the wind pressure to shatter the pillar of fire and barely avoided being burned by the flames. He couldn't help but reveal a bitter smile on his face, which was covered by a closed helmet. At this moment, he knew clearly that the star-chasing cavalry brigade was about to come to an end. Boom! Chapter 144, I don't accept any failure. Under the preset traps in Funkpa Belt and the siege of the 1st Division Army that had been deployed in advance. This ambush battle in Funkpa Belt ended with the victory of the Empire, as expected. But unfortunately, although John relied on targeted oil burning to break the defense of the Star Chaser Cavalry Brigade, which was the vanguard of the independent 4th Division, he still underestimated the bloodiness of these orcs. Even though they were facing the agony of being burned by flames and the penetrating attacks of 15 magic beam cannons, this cavalry regiment of only 3,000 men still taught John a severe lesson with the strongest charge in the Middle Ages. With qualities far beyond what humans should have and a madness that was not afraid of death for the sake of honor, he used his life to smash all the traps that hindered his progress ahead and tore open the encirclement of the Funkpa Belt with his terrifying physical strength. It also used a self-destructive attack to directly blow up 4 beam magic artillery vehicles hidden in the Earth's slope. If Lenibo had not sensed the danger and promptly notified the Beam Magic Artillery Regiment to evacuate from the preset route, this powerful Beam Magic Artillery Regiment, which had cost a huge amount of money to build, would have been completely destroyed by this suicidal attack. After the star-chasing cavalry brigade broke through the encirclement, the independent 4th Division in the rear did not hesitate, but quickly broke through under Leon's command. Although the 1st Division also tried to launch attacks and tried to annihilate the enemy, the 4th Independent Division left behind 3 artillery regiments and launched continuous artillery bombardment on the surrounding areas to cover their retreat. Even though they were unwilling, everyone could only helplessly watch as Leon led the remnants of the independent 4th Division to escape from the Funkpa Belt and completely disappear from everyone's sight under the cover of night. After annihilating the enemy forces that attempted to resist and capturing the surrendered enemy forces, the 1st Division, which had recovered the bodies of its own soldiers killed in battle, returned victoriously to Horseshoe City. This time, our army killed 9,854 enemies, including 67 mid-level officers and 376 low-level officers. We captured 1,647 enemies, including 3 mid-level officers and 94 low-level officers. Among them, we captured 31 orcs, including 1 mid-level orc officer and 0 low-level orc officers. Our army suffered 1,678 casualties this time, including 1 mid-level officer and 24 junior officers. In addition, 4 beam magic cannons were damaged, and because 5 of them fired too many times in a short period of time during the ambush last night, the barrels were severely heated and cracked to varying degrees. We have arranged for the engineering battalion to quickly repair them. We estimate that we will be able to complete simple repairs within 2 days and return to the battlefield to fight. In addition, the members who performed outstandingly in this battle are... The next morning, in the meeting room of the City Lord's mansion in Horseshoe City, John, who was sitting on the first seat, did not smile, but frowned as he listened to the battle report given by Samuel, whose face was beaming with joy. I couldn't help but sigh secretly in my heart. He thought that, with all the calculations used this time, he even took the risk of stepping onto the battlefield and launching the empty city plan. In this Horseshoe City ambush, he should be able to kill Leon Lee. But in the end, the assassin successfully led his troops to escape. I can only say that he is worthy of being a passerby character with quite a few roles in the original work. In this almost fatal situation, he can still find a glimmer of hope. If it were Roxy, it would probably be even more difficult to solve. Oh, it gives me a headache just thinking about it. Fortunately, the 5th Legion should not arrive to support Faken Bay so soon, and he still has enough time to deal with the trouble of the 7th Legion. After marching into Morningstar City and taking over Morningstar County, the rear of the 3rd Navy will be well protected. At least the subsequent supplies and the magic artillery defense belt along the coast should no longer be constrained as in the original plot. In this way, there is still a lot of room for maneuver in this war. Of course, the premise of all this is that I can defeat the 7th Legion with a number difference of nearly 5 times. John frowned in thought, his eyes starting to blank out unconsciously. It was not until Wendy, who was standing next to him, secretly tugged at his sleeves several times that he came to his senses. Only then did he realize that Samuel, who was originally summarizing the battle report, had stopped at some point. At this moment, the other party and the other 4 commanders of the 1st Division at the conference table were looking straight at him, as if waiting for his next instruction. He immediately gathered his thoughts, coughed twice, and said, "Ahem, very good. Colonel Samuel, I already know about the battle report. Regarding this victory, you can arrange for the personnel of the Liaison Department to report to the Imperial Military Affairs Department. I believe that after receiving the news of our victory, the Empire's commendation will arrive soon, and you will all get the honor you deserve." After he finished speaking, without waiting for the other 5 captains to start flattering him in unison, praising his wise command, Jean stretched out his finger and tapped the table in front of him, creating some noise and interrupting everyone's thoughts of showing loyalty. Immediately, these words were like a bucket of cold water, suddenly poured on everyone's head, causing the 5 captains who were excited about the great victory to calm down instantly. But everyone, I don't think it's time to celebrate yet, because according to the intelligence from our agents, the 7th Army has already arrived in Morningstar territory, and the Allied Independent 4th Division is only the vanguard of the 7th Army. Although we have annihilated most of the 4th Independent Division at a small cost this time, in addition to them, we also have to face the 1st, 3rd, and 6th Divisions of the 7th Corps. Compared to the 4th Independent Division, these 3 divisions are only stronger in terms of combat power. Moreover, most importantly, these 3 units are well-known technological units in the Kingdom of Victoria. Except for the permanent anti-magic devices, the other magic technology devices carried by the enemy are too numerous to count. It is foreseeable that in this upcoming battle, the role that the magic troops can play will be very limited. Therefore, the opponent can be regarded as a strong rival for us. But unfortunately, under the current situation in Faken, it is difficult for our army to obtain troop support, which means that we need to meet the attacks of these 3 divisions alone and try to annihilate them. After the defeated 4th Independent Division returned from Horseshoe City, there is no doubt that after the enemy reunites and reorganizes its forces, we in Horseshoe City will be the enemy's next target. So, everyone, we don't have much time left to prepare for the next war. Seeing the 5 captains suddenly fall silent after hearing what he said, and then their eyes begin to flicker, John couldn't help but sigh in his heart. But he also knew that as the real commander of the 1st Division, he must find a way to inspire everyone's fighting spirit. Otherwise, before he could even begin to plan the war carefully, his side would completely lose their fighting spirit due to the oppression of the enemy's 40,000 troops, and then to defeat. And this is something he absolutely cannot accept. Therefore, even though he has not yet thought of any perfect way to stop the 7th Legion, he must pretend to be confident in front of everyone. Only in this way can he win this war. Thinking of this, he took a deep breath, and then said in a deep voice under the surprised gaze of everyone, "I know that this is a war that is destined to be extremely difficult for all of you, and you can even say that it is a life or death battle. But I want to ask everyone here, are you really willing to stop at this tiny victory and then choose to escape, deceiving your own heart, using this cheap military merit in exchange for the opportunity to avoid being tried in a military court? I don't know what you are thinking, but I, John Maslow, will not accept this." Bang! John slammed his hands on the table, then slowly stood up. His body looked a little thin compared to the 5 captains. At this moment, in the eyes of everyone, he inexplicably seemed a little huge and particularly majestic. His black eyes seemed to be shining with infinite brilliance, and his handsome face still maintained a peaceful smile, but the words he uttered made people feel palpitations. Yes, I won't give up. I can't accept that after so much effort we killed so many enemy troops. All we have left is a humiliating evacuation. I can't accept why I, John Maslow, who has talents comparable to the best in the world, have to accept a damn defeat. I am unwilling to let the enemy take control of the battlefield that should be under my control just because of a small difference in troop strength. I don't want to accept this outcome, and I absolutely cannot accept it. From the beginning to the end, I have only one goal, and that is to use my wisdom and the overwhelming power of the Empire's magic soldiers to completely reverse this damn war and make Faken completely part of the Empire's territory. Let those damned allies, those orcs who tried to be enemies of the Empire, become terrified after hearing my name, John Maslow, and not even dare to think of confronting me. This is the real purpose of my coming to this damn battlefield. Do you, a bunch of wavering idiots, understand what I really need now? Bang! Facing everyone's shocked gazes, John suddenly took off his military cap and slammed it hard on the table in front of him. Then, before Samuel, who looked fanatical, could be the first to express his loyalty to him, John raised his hand to interrupt him, and then said in a deep voice, "Honestly, I don't really care what you think. After all, the reason why I retain or promote your current command authority is just to bring the 1st Division under my command, so that the 1st Division can act according to my orders and win this war. But I feel that since you are all soldiers of the Empire, you should all retain some of the blood that a soldier should have. Therefore, this is my second and also the last time I will have this kind of heart-to-heart talk with you. I need your support, but I don't necessarily need your support. You can call me a dictator, you can call me tyrannical, disrespectful to my superiors, and unworthy of being a soldier of the Empire. It doesn't matter. I don't care about these false names because all I need is victory, and only victory." Facing the crowd's enthusiastic or frightened gazes, John put his hands behind his back and slowly spoke with a smile. "Gentlemen, I love war. Blitzkrieg, assault, defensive warfare, guerrilla warfare, siege warfare, ambush warfare, and tunnel warfare. I like to see the enemy's core buildings being razed to the ground by the hurricane force wind from the Empire's 4.5-meter Omega-class magic cannons. The sight of the enemy's tattered flags fluttering in the artillery fire and the smell of gunpowder are the best sleeping pills for me. I like to see the stupid enemy troops being surrounded by our army, and in their desperate struggle, they're destroyed by our army with absolute superiority, and a national flag they believe in is trampled underfoot and crushed. I like to see the enemy defeated under my command. I like to see the enemy being devoured by my artillery fire. I like to see the shattered land, after the war, covered by the glory of the Empire and regaining unprecedented vitality. I like everything related to war, but there's only one thing I hate, and that thing is called failure. Because I, John Maslow, will never accept any failure, and I will never fail. This is not a goal, it is an absolute fact. If you are facing an enemy force that is several times larger than ours, and have the idea of retreating out of that ridiculous fear, then I will bring you the confidence of victory. I swear by the fact that the Empire's magic soldiers have never been defeated, by my rare command ability, and by the Empire's everlasting glory. Here I, John Maslow, declare to you all, in the following war, you only need to obey my orders and lead your soldiers to advance and kill the enemy under my command. Other than that, there's nothing to think about. As long as you do this, you will be able to obtain the military merit and victory you have always dreamed of. And I will definitely distribute this honor equally to everyone present here, and even to every soldier in the 1st Division. Facing the front, they had left their seats and knelt on one knee, looking up at their 5 1st Division commanders with unprecedented respect, as if they were worshipping a god. A smile slowly appeared on John's face, which then intensified and finally became a little ferocious. His voice was low, but it sounded like the roar of a lion king who was about to lead a group of violent lions to attack. Now, tell me, what is your answer to my order? We will completely obey your will, follow your footsteps, and bring victory and glory to the Empire. Mr. John Maslow,